I obviously have the qualifications of a lord who can awaken and summon demons, but everyone mocks me as a waste. Even my fiancé forces me to hand over the lord's core to my younger brother, just because I awakened the low-level talent of a human lord, which is not enough to summon the legendary demons. Just when I was in despair, a voice suddenly came from the system. The talent critical strike system is activated, triggering a system task. Option 1, hand over your own lord's core, become a waste, but gain a little pity from your fiancé, and continue to be her faithful pursuer. Option 2, break through yourself, scold her, reward a million critical strike summoning times +1, a million random legion summoning critical strike times +1, a million lord talent critical strike times +1. Looking at the system that suddenly appeared in front of me, I was completely stunned. I almost forgot that I was a transmigrator. It wouldn't be excessive to have a powerful system, right? At this moment, my fiancé, Lu Qingqing, looked at me with a disdainful expression. Gu Xiaoqi, quickly dedicate the lord's core to brother Xiaoyang. If you still want me to treat you well, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, I won't say a word to you in the future. Listening to Lu Qingqing's incessant chatter, I felt extremely disgusted. You woman, can you shut up? If you like dedicating so much, why don't you dedicate your own lord's core? Ding! Detected that the host and childhood friend Lu Qingqing have turned against each other, meeting the standards for binding to this antagonist system. System is currently binding. Host, Guchanga, Lord Race, Human Race, Lord Talent, D rank, Territory Population, 100 people, Territory Generals, none, Lord Level, not yet ranked, current antagonist points, 0, Comprehensive Evaluation, very low. Looking at the last line of the system panel's comprehensive evaluation, the corner of my mouth twitched involuntarily. This system of mine is really straightforward. After a moment, I found a quiet place and immediately decided to enhance my D-rank talent. Using Lord Talent, million critical strikes. After a moment, host's Lord Talent is currently critical striking. Congratulations to the host for a successful critical strike. Obtaining SSS rank talent, Emperor of Humanity, unique, shocking. Even though I was mentally prepared, seeing my talent upgrade from the worst D rank to an SSS rank talent, and becoming the Emperor of Humanity and the Lord of all beings, was still shocking. It's stable now. Really stable. Just as I was exclaiming, a vision of purple air coming from the east and a divine beast bowing down appeared in the sky above the academy. However, it only lasted for a few seconds. The dean who was inspecting the academy saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. He quickly asked the head teacher beside him, "Is there still an awakening ceremony in the academy?" The headmaster shook his head at the words. Hearing the headmaster's response, the dean furrowed his brow. He was certain that such a rare phenomenon that had not been seen in 100 years could not be mistaken. There must be someone awakening in the academy, and the awakened talent level must not be lower than S rank. Otherwise it would be impossible to make the legendary divine beasts kneel down in submission. Let all the teachers in the school stop what they are doing, count every student in each class, and find out who did not report to the class immediately. Yunhai No. 3 Middle School has been at the bottom of the city for 5 years. Finding this awakening student is the only hope for Yunhai No. 3 Middle School to turn the tables this year. SSS level talent, Human Emperor, unique, passive skill, ancestor of the human race, comes with the majesty of the human emperor. All human subjects will feel awe towards the host. If they are hostile to the host, their territory will suffer a significant negative buff, weakening the host's territory, including but not limited to soul, legion, population, will always receive a 100-fold growth rate bonus. Active skill, none. On the other hand, I am immersed in the joy of exploring the human emperor. Active skills require the use of skill books, which is naturally impossible for someone like me who has never been well received since childhood. But just having a passive skill is already powerful enough. Due to my inherent authoritative attribute, anyone who dares to oppose me is equivalent to having a self-inflicted weakness buff. Moreover, my territory can also receive a 100-fold growth speed bonus for 24 hours. This is equivalent to other lords just upgrading their territories to villages, while I have already upgraded my territory to a city. And this gap will infinitely widen over time. From the joy of the extraordinary talent, I turned my gaze to the other two critical hit rewards. System, please help me summon the English Soul. Host request received. Summoning English Soul in progress. Host detected summoning English Soul, triggering a million critical hit summoning. After a while, a line of small characters appeared in front of Guchanga. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the SSS level English Soul, Demon Lord Li Yuanba. At this moment, within my exclusive territory, a burly man enveloped in endless demonic energy, holding a pair of golden hammers suddenly appeared. I was about to enter the territory to observe Li Yuanba up close when the horns around me sounded. Please return to the classroom immediately for those still lingering in the academy. Listening to the sound of the radio, I had no choice but to stop. In the classroom of Class 7 of Grade 12, Luo Yu is counting the students in her class as notified from above. Counted it. There were 41 students in the class, and the only empty seat was the last row by the window. Seeing this, Luo Yu frowned. Where is Gu Changge? Do you know where he went? As the words fell, the class looked in unison at Lu Qingqing, who was sitting in the front row. Teacher, Gu Changge, he told me that he can't learn anything in the academy and he doesn't want to waste his time in the academy. Lu Qingqing was talking nonsense with a red face. Teacher, if I say so, why don't you just leave him alone? Isn't he just a good cultural achievement? As a result, he awakened the most trashy human talent. What's the use of having a good cultural score? He's still not a lifelong life as a cow or horse. When she taunted Gu Changge in public, Lu Qingqing was not ambiguous at all. As long as she remembered that Gu Changge had just dared to scold herself, Lu Qingqing had a nameless fire in her heart with nowhere to vent it. A dead-licking dog that followed him every day. How dare he scold himself? Inverted Big Dipper. Listening to Lu Qingqing humiliate Gu Changge in public, Luo Yu, who was the class teacher, frowned to stop it, but only just before he opened his mouth, he was interrupted. Report. Gu Changge stood at the classroom door and shouted. Lu Qingqing, who was still taunting, froze for a moment. Enter. Gu Changge walked straight past Lu Qingqing in the front row without giving a single superfluous glance. Sit back down in your seat. Lu Qingqing, who had only just subsided, started jumping again. It was only because Gu Changge had dared to ignore her when she passed by just now. How dare you? But without waiting for Lu Qingqing to have a fit, Loyal announced the afternoon program. The awakening ceremony is over, but there is still the high school exam. Still can't relax. This afternoon, the academy arranged for their senior class 7 to cut a deal with class 1. The first class is the key class in Yunhaino 1 middle school. Basically all the talented students are concentrated in the first class, which is considered a veritable genius class in Yunhaino 1 middle school. On the flip side, the senior class of 7, the most glamorous of the Lord's talents was Lu Qingqing, who had awakened the B-level Lord talent Snowfox clan. To put it nicely, it's cut and dry. To put it bluntly, it's a chaperone for the first class. After the announcement, Luo Yu told everyone to get ready and warm up. They would be going to the Lord's room later. Lu Qingqing was the first to walk out of the classroom, and before she went out, she also turned back and gouged out Gu Changge with hatred. Gu Changge also noticed Lu Qingqing's inexplicable hostility, but she only thought she was sick. First class. Brother Xiaoyang. Lu Qingqing intimately stepped forward and tried to take Gu Xiaoyang's arm. A pair of jade peaks pressed tightly together. What brings you here? Lu Qingqing put on an act and squeezed out a few tears in aggravation. Brother Xiaoyang, I just asked Gu Changge to give up the Lord Core to you quickly. You are the hope of the Gu family, the hope of Disya. There was a pause, but not only did he not want to let it out, he scolded me and what's wrong? Gu Xiaoyang stood up from his chair with some anger. He, Gu Changge, was nothing more than a waste of space. How could he be so good as not to actively dedicate his D-rank human lord talent? Do we really want him to do it himself? Lu Qingqing cried with a sob, and he also scolded brother Xiaoyang Yu, and the Gu family. The words fell. Gu Xiaoyang's face turned blue. Half a day later, Gu Xiaoyang pacified Lu Qingqing for a while, since he still has illusions in his heart and still thinks that his wasteful talent can be useful. In that case, this afternoon, I'll show him what the real gap is. The other side. Gu Changge, who was immersed in the Lord's world, had been too shocked to speak the moment she saw Li Yuanba. The face is like a hungry ghost. The bones are thin. Gu Changge is really difficult to the Li Yuanba in front of him, and his memory of that one-person-only body battle on millions of troops, 10,000 troops in the middle of the still like no one in the realm as the Devil Lord descended. The two coincide with each other. Even Gu Changge was skeptical that the Li Yuanba in front of him could swing the pair of hammers placed on the ground. Perhaps sensing Gu Changge's doubt, Li Yuanba almost casually swung the pair of hammers on the ground with ease, grinning towards Gu Changge with a heated smile. Lord, don't look at me as skinny, but I have plenty of strength. Spirit, Li Yuanba. Age, 16. Race, human. Talent, Demon Master, SSS grade. Grade, Black Iron. Weapon, Drumming Urn Hammer, Black Iron grade. Mount, Miles of Smoke and Cloud Cover, Black Iron grade. Passive skill, Dementia. Every time a battle is plunged into a violent battle, it will cause it to fall into a demonic state, with 0 intelligence and a large increase in all attributes. Each time it will inflict -1 point of intelligence, permanent. Passive skill Bloodthirsty Demon. Each kill inflicted in each battle will be converted into 1 attribute point, which can be stacked indefinitely. Its side effect will be bloodthirsty. Power, 100. Speed, 50. Intelligence, 20. Defense, 100. Chapter 3 What a Green Tea. Hiss. Gu Changge looked at Li Yuanba's panel and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Holy, let's not talk about how sick the two passive skills that Li Yuanba comes with are. Just simply the four main attributes of the panel. Intelligence is expectedly low. There's also a 20-point intelligence, which is already an unexpected joy. And at 50 points, this speed was already the best of the Black Iron class summons. As for 100 points in both strength and defense, this is a real exaggeration. It should be known that according to the records of the Lord Souls, the highest single attribute of a Black Iron grade soul had not exceeded 80 points at most since records had been kept. The record holder of this record was none other than the only other supreme level lord in China, the Heavenly Fate Dragon Clan. In a world of universal lords, both lords and spirits have the same leveling. Uninitiated, Black Iron, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, Grandmaster, King, Supreme, and Divine. Since mankind entered the era of universal lords, god-level lords had never appeared. Suddenly, a large hand slammed Gu Chang'e. Chang'e, you didn't listen to that Lu Qingqing and give away the Lord's core, did you? You mustn't listen to her. All she thinks about is using your lordship core to climb up to the Gu family. She doesn't care about you. Li Yang anxiously asked Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e stared at the teenager in front of her in a slight daze. It took a long time to search through the original body's memories about the other figure. Li Yang, one of Gu Chang'e's few friends. Unlike Gu Chang'e, who was abandoned by the Gu family and sent to an orphanage, Li Yang's parents died on the front lines. The two grew up together and are considered to be close friends. However, ever since Gu Chang'e was recognized by the Gu family and under the strong request of the Gu family, Gu Chang'e gradually faded her contact with Li Yang. Despite this, Li Yang still often stood up for Gu Chang'e. Lu Qingqing always hanging Gu Chang'e. Li Yang more than once for Gu Chang'e head, also advised Gu Chang'e earlier to give up. Do not be a licking dog. Lu Qingqing, this is not a good person. But at that time, Gu Chang'e, who had long been charmed by Lu Qingqing into a loyal licking dog, where to listen to it. Thinking of everything Li Yang had silently done for the original owner, Gu Chang'e's heart couldn't help but rise. Having been a human being for 2 lifetimes, Gu Chang'e could naturally tell whether she was sincere or not. In one's life, it's enough to have such a hardcore brother who looks out for you. Looking at Gu Chang'e still dumbfounded, Li Yang shook anxiously. Don't be dumbfounded. Speak instead. Gu Chang'e smiled. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was finally reacting, Li Yang stopped. Meeting Li Yang's gaze, Gu Chang'e waved her hand in a very relaxed manner. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. I won't have any contact with her from now on, and you shouldn't mention her in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Yang was a bit skeptical. What's going on today? In the past, every time he asked Gu Chang'e to break off his thoughts with Lu Qingqing at the earliest possible time, which time was not met with Gu Chang'e's strong opposition, and before that, it was even more so because Lu Qingqing wanted to cut off communication with him. This time it was good. Gu Chang'e figured it out on her own? Since he couldn't figure it out, so Li Yang didn't bother to think about it. If it was really like what his good brother said, if he didn't even interact with Lu Qingqing in the future, that would naturally be a great thing. He was heartily pleased. Gu Chang'e got up and told Li Yang to relax. For Lu Qingqing, the original body as a treasure, he will not. They're not all the way now, and they're even less likely to be in the future. It won't take long. Lu Qingqing and the Gu family, all of them could only look up to his existence. It's good that you figured it out. I heard from your class that you're going to be sparring with the first class later? Facing Li Yang's inquiry, Gu Chang'e nodded. Li Yang was a little worried. You have to be careful. I think Lu Qingqing will definitely make a demon. You mustn't be irritated by her this afternoon, okay? Gu Chang'e smiled. Li Yang's heartfelt concern was remembered by Gu Chang'e. Well, you can go back to your class too. It's about to start. Okay, you don't want to fall for that. Don't worry. Gu Chang'e agreed with a smile. Fooled? In the afternoon. If Lu Qingqing didn't take the initiative to provoke himself, naturally nothing could happen. But if we have to think about it, we're gonna have to do it. Gu Chang'e also didn't recommend letting her taste the terror from Li Yuanba's sledgehammer. How many hammers can Lu Qingqing's B-class Snow Fox clan withstand Li Yuanba? Gu Chang'e was quite curious. After sending Li Yang away, Gu Chang'e also headed towards the Lord's room. The Lord's chamber. The first class teacher, Mr. Zhao, and Luo Yu had a casual conversation. Bottom. Lu Qingqing held Gu Xiaoyang's arm. A large area of snow-white skin were pasted on Gu Xiaoyang's body. A mouthful of brother Xiaoyang called. Gu Xiaoyang felt the warmth coming from his wrist while sweeping the Lord's chamber. There was no sign of the figure. Couldn't help but frown slightly. Brother Xiaoyang, are you looking for that punk Gu Chang'e again? There's no need to look for him. I'm sure he must have heard that he's going to be practicing against the first class this afternoon and he's afraid to come. With that wasteful talent of his, it's no wonder he was abandoned by the Gu family. Everyone in the Lord's chamber heard Lu Qingqing's mockery, but they don't have anyone who will come out and refute it. After all, what Lu Qingqing said was the truth. In this world of universal lords, weakness is the original sin. The weak are not to be pitied. Plus, who among them didn't know that the Gu family in Cloud City, the true heir, was Gu Xiaoyang? They wouldn't choose to offend the true heir of the Gu family, who had awakened the talent of an A-ranked lord, for the sake of Gu Changge, who had the lowest lord's talent. Gu Xiaoyang was satisfied in his heart with this public mockery of Lu Qingqing. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be looking out for his brother. Qingqing, don't talk about big brother like that. It's not like it's his fault that his talent is poor. Rather, it's me who should compensate my big brother for taking up his status as the young master of the Gu family for so many years. This statement was made. The people in the room who had wanted to kiss Gu Xiaoyang's ass immediately picked up on the words and bragged about it. Gu Changge stood in the doorway and listened for a while, regarding everyone's pulling and stepping on Gu Xiaoyang in order to tout him. He shrugged his shoulders, indifferent. But Gu Xiaoyang, Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly. This one is really something. What a big green tea. It was no wonder that even after the original body had returned to the Gu family, it was still being played like a dog by Gu Xiaoyang, the adopted son. Compensation. How are you going to compensate me? Is it to be merciful and let me offer up my lord's core for you to devour in qualification? Chapter 4. The counterattack begins. Gu Changge's sudden appearance caused the entire lord's room to fall into a brief silence. The smug smiles on Lu Qingqing and Gu Xiaoyang's faces froze. The others also turned their gazes to Gu Changge in the doorway, surprise and a hint of embarrassment flashing in their eyes. Gu Xiaoyang quickly regained his composure, and a gentle smile reappeared on his face. Big brother, you're here. I was just talking about making it up to you. Gu Changge sneered and walked slowly into the lord's room. Is that so? I'm curious. How do you plan to compensate me? Gu Xiaoyang pretended to be sincere and said, Big brother, I know that your awakened talent is less than ideal. As a younger brother, I feel that I should help you. How about this? You let me have the Lord Core, and I promise to take good care of you in the future, so that you can live a life of clothing and food in the Gu family. Upon hearing these words, the others in the Lord's chamber revealed looks of approval. In their opinion, Gu Xiaoyang's offer was already benevolent. After all, Gu Changge was just a D-grade talent waste, and to be treated like this was already a great favor. However, Gu Changge was unappreciative. He looked coldly at Gu Xiaoyang, the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking arc. Heh, taking care of me? Are you trying to make me a dog of the Gu family? At these words, the entire Lord's chamber fell silent once again. Everyone couldn't believe that the always cowardly Gu Changge actually dared to speak to Gu Xiaoyang like this. Lu Qingqing was the first to react, pointing at Gu Changge and angrily rebuking. Gu Changge, how dare you speak to Brother Xiaoyang like this? Brother Xiaoyang is doing this for your own good. How dare you be so unreasonable? Gu Changge turned her head to look at Lu Qingqing, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Shut up you, a tail-wagging dog. What qualifications do you have to bark here? Lu Qingqing was so angry by these words that her face turned blue and she was about to have a fit, but she was stopped by Gu Xiaoyang. Gu Xiaoyang held back his anger and said to Gu Changge, Big brother, why are you saying this? I genuinely want to help you. Gu Changge sneered. Help me? With your A-ranked devouring bug talent? How can you deserve it? When these words came out, the entire Lord's chamber was once again in an uproar. The crowd couldn't believe their ears. Gu Changge actually dared to defy the A-ranked talent so much. It was important to know that most of the people present had talent levels that were inferior to Gu Xiaoyang's. Gu Xiaoyang's face also became gloomy. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Gu Changge was dismissive, literally. Your little bit of strength isn't worthy of making me look at you squarely. Gu Xiaoyang could no longer maintain his mask of hypocrisy and said coldly, It seems that Big Brother is not going to leave himself a way out. In that case, then don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Gu Xiaoyang violently released his lord's pressure, a powerful aura instantly filling the entire lord's chamber. The others present stepped back, a look of horror on their faces. Even Lu Qingqing couldn't help but tremble. However, in the face of Gu Xiaoyang's intimidating pressure, Gu Changge stood firm and even yawned. That's it? A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Xiaoyang's eyes, then he became even angrier. Gu Changge, don't think that your little bit of strength can stand up to me. If you are sensible, hand over the Lord Core now, and I can still let you have a place to live in the Gu family. Otherwise, you don't even have the qualifications to be the Gu family's dog. Gu Changge skimmed her mouth disdainfully. The Gu family's dog? Ha, I think you're quite suitable. Gu Xiaoyan was completely enraged as he gritted his teeth and said, Very well, since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill you. After saying that, Gu Xiaoyang was about to make a move. However, right at this moment, Teacher Zhao and Luo Yu stepped in just in time to stop the clash between the two. Teacher Zhao frowned and said, You two calm down. This is a school, not a place for you to brawl. If you have any grudges, wait for the afternoon sparring session. Luo Yu also persuaded. Yes, let's each calm down for now. Gu Chang'e, you go sit over there first. Gu Xiaoyang, don't be too impulsive either. After the two were separated, the atmosphere in the Lord's chamber eased a little, but everyone could feel that there was still a sword in the air. Gu Chang'e sat in the corner and closed her eyes. He didn't care about the strange looks from the others. Instead he began to think about the afternoon sparring session. Just then, the system's beep sounded in his head, detecting that the host is about to face a battle. Is the legion summoned? Gu Chang'e's heart rejoiced. He had almost forgotten that there was this, and so in his mind he replied, summoning. Host confirms summoning of legions. Summoning in progress. Detected that the host is summoning legions. Triggering a million explosion rate random legion summoning blitz. A moment later, the system prompted again. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the SSS class army, heavenly soldiers and generals. Gu Chang'e's heart shook. Not expecting to be so lucky this time. Actually summoning SSS ranked heavenly soldiers and generals. Legion, heavenly soldiers and generals. Grade, SSS. Number, 10,000. Race, celestial. Talent, divine might, SSS grade. Skill 1, Big Dipper power, increase all attributes by 100% during battle. Skill 2, Thunderbolt, summons heavenly thunder to attack the enemy, inflicting devastating damage. Skill 3, Immortality, can be resurrected within 12 hours after death in battle. Characteristics, loyalty, absolute loyalty to the Lord. Never betrayal. Seeing the attributes of this legion, Gu Chang'e's heart was filled with grandeur. With this army, what's there to fear from Gu Xiaoyang? Even if the entire Gu family came together, he was confident that they would all be trampled underfoot. Just as Gu Chang'e was secretly pleased with herself, Teacher Zhao announced the specific arrangements for the afternoon sparring session. The afternoon sparring session will take place on a one-on-one basis. Everyone will take the field and decide their opponents according to a draw. The purpose of the sparring is for everyone to learn from each other and improve their strength. So I hope everyone will be on point and not hit hard. Upon hearing this arrangement, the corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Looks like he'll have a chance to teach some people a good lesson. Soon, the lunch break was over and everyone made their way to the schoolyard. Several sparring grounds had already been set up on the playground, and there were boundaries around them to protect them. In order to prevent the energy leaking out during the sparring sessions from hurting innocents, the drawing of lots has begun. When it was Gu Chang'e's turn, he calmly stepped forward and drew a slip of paper. When I opened it, the words Lu Qingqing were written on it. The corners of Gu Chang'e's mouth rose slightly. This was truly heaven's help. When Lu Qingqing saw that she was going to fight Gu Chang'e, she was first stunned. Then she revealed a smug smile. Gu Chang'e, it seems like the heavens are helping me. Today, I'm going to let you know how unbearable that trash talent of yours is. Gu Chang'e gave her a cold look and didn't say anything. Soon, the sparring session began in earnest. Everyone else's matchups were fairly peaceful, with everyone abiding by the principle of being on point. It was finally Gu Chang'e's and Lu Qingqing's turn. Chapter 5 The Natural Power of the Fox Clan. The two stood at opposite ends of the sparring ground, and Lu Qingqing looked at Gu Chang'e with a haughty expression. Gu Chang'e, I advise you that it's not too late for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, don't blame me for hitting you too hard later. Gu Chang'e remained silent and just looked at her quietly. Seeing that Gu Chang'e didn't say anything, Lu Qingqing became even more pleased. It seems like you're planning to put up a fight. Good thing too. It's just the right time to show everyone just how unbearable a punk you are. After saying that, Lu Qingqing fiercely released her lord's pressure. A cold aura instantly enveloped the entire sparring ground, and a thin layer of ice even formed on the ground. See? This is the power of my Snow Fox clan gift. Lu Qingqing said smugly. That punk human talent of yours? What are you going to fight me with? However, Gu Chang'e did not move in the face of Lu Qingqing's pressure. He said faintly, that's it? Lu Qingqing's face changed. Then she said angrily, you seek death. After saying that, she violently rushed towards Gu Chang'e while releasing a cold ice attack. However, the moment the ice was about to hit Gu Chang'e, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Gu Chang'e. Boom! The cold ice crashed into the golden light and instantly shattered. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. What had just happened? Only the golden light dispersed, revealing a celestial general wearing golden armor and holding a lance. Sky soldiers? Someone exclaimed. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. That's right. This is my legion, the heavenly soldiers and generals. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Everyone couldn't believe that Gu Chang'e actually possessed a legendary legion like the heavenly soldiers and generals. Lu Qingqing even turned pale and looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. How is this possible? Aren't you only a D-grade human talent? Gu Chang'e sneered. Who told you that I only have a D grade talent? My talent. It's an SSS rank human emperor talent. What? Not only Lu Qingqing, but even the others present, including teacher Zhao and Luo Yu, were too shocked by the news to speak. SSS grade talent. That's a legendary existence. In the entire Great Summer Kingdom, there were not many people who possessed SSS ranked talent. Gu Xiaoyang's face became extremely ugly. How could he not have expected that Gu Changde, who had always been looked down upon by him, would actually be the possessor of an SSS ranked talent? Gu Changde ignored the crowd's reaction and instead said to the Celestial General, "Teach her a lesson. Don't kill her." "As you wish, Lord." The Sky General responded respectfully. In the next moment, a golden light flashed as the Sky General swung the lance in his hand. Before Lu Qingqing could react, she felt a huge force hit her. Her entire body was lifted off by the force and she fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Put! Lu Qingqing struggled to get up, but realized that she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up. Gu Changde coldly looked at the wretched Lu Qingqing and sarcastically said, "With this much strength, how dare you flaunt your power in front of me? It's really out of your depth." How could Lu Qingqing not expect that she would be defeated so easily by Gu Changde? At this time, Gu Xiaoyang finally couldn't help himself. He rushed forward and stared angrily at Gu Changde. "Gu Changde, you've gone too far. This is just a friendly match. How could you hit so hard?" Gu Changde sneered. "A friendly match? When Lu Qingqing was about to lay a deadly hand on me just now, why didn't I see you come out to stop it?" Gu Xiaoyang was speechless, not knowing how to retort for a moment. At this time, Mr. Zhao and Luo Yu also came back to their senses and rushed forward to stop the situation from deteriorating further. Teacher Zhao frowned and said, "Gu Changde, although you won the competition, you did hit too hard. This is not conducive to harmony among students." Gu Changde was unimpressed. "Teacher Zhao, I've already asked the Heavenly General to be merciful. If I really wanted to hit hard, I'm afraid Lu Qingqing would be dead by now." Only then did they realize just how terrifying Gu Changde's strength was. Luo Yu looked at Lu Qingqing, who was lying on the ground, and then at Gu Changde, who was expressionless, and sighed. "Forget it, let's call this match a day. Gu Changde wins." Hearing this result, Gu Xiaoyang's face became even more ugly. He had thought that he could use this opportunity to properly humiliate Gu Changde today, but he didn't expect that it would end up being someone on his side who was humiliated. Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. What happened? The crowd turned around to see the academy president striding towards them. Teacher Zhao rushed forward and explained, "Dean, it's like this." The dean had a surprised look on his face after hearing Mr. Zhao's explanation. He looked at Gu Changde and asked, "Student Gu Changde, have you really awakened an SSS grade talent?" Gu Changde nodded. "Yes, Dean." The dean said, "That's great. Student Gu Changde, are you willing to represent our school in this year's National College Lords competition?" Everyone was stunned at these words. The National College Lords competition was a top-level event that attracted national attention, and those who were able to participate in this competition were the most outstanding students from each school. Gu Xiaoyang's face became even more ugly. Originally, he had thought that he was bound to be the school's representative, but he didn't expect that Gu Changde would steal the limelight now. Gu Changde pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I'm willing to represent the school." The dean was overjoyed. "Great! With Mr. Gu Changde, our school will definitely get good grades this year." Just then, Gu Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. "Dean, I don't think we can decide who will represent the school based on just one competition. I propose to hold another audition so that everyone can compete fairly." The dean frowned at Gu Xiaoyang. "Student Gu Xiaoyang, what do you mean?" Gu Xiaoyang held back his anger and said, "What I mean is that I'm going to challenge Gu Changde. The person who wins will be qualified to represent the school." The scene was once again in an uproar at these words. Everyone didn't expect Gu Xiaoyang to directly challenge Gu Changde. The dean looked at Gu Xiaoyang, then Gu Changde, and finally said, "In that case, let's do what student Gu Xiaoyang said." "Student Gu Changde, do you have any comments?" Gu Changde sneered. "I have no problem with that. It's just the right time to show everyone who the real trash is." Gu Xiaoyang's face was gloomy, but he still forced himself to be calm. "Very well, then it's settled. 3 days later, we'll fight it out." After saying that, Gu Xiaoyang turned to leave, and Lu Qingqing was assisted to follow behind. The others dispersed and talked about it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the entire school was immersed in the upcoming Gu Changde vs Gu Xiaoyang showdown. Supporters of each of the two men argued and argued. Chapter 6 Gu Changde vs Gu Xiaoyang. Gu Xiaoyang's supporters believed that Gu Xiaoyang's awakened grade A devouring insect talent definitely had an advantage over Gu Changde's grade SSS human emperor talent in actual combat. After all, Gu Changde's talent sounded impressive, but no one had ever seen his true strength. Gu Changa's supporters, on the other hand, firmly believed that the power of an SSS-ranked talent should never be underestimated. Not to mention that Gu Changa also possessed a legendary legion like the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, so his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even the teachers made secret bets on who would win the game. Finally, the day of the showdown arrived. Early in the morning, the whole school was abuzz. Everyone flocked to the playground to get a glimpse of the fight of the century. On the playground, a huge boundary had been set up. This boundary not only protects the spectators, but also gives everyone a clear view of the field. At exactly 9 in the morning, Gu Changa and Gu Xiaoyang walked into the boundary at the same time. Gu Xiaoyang had a confident look on his face. He hadn't been idle these past few days. For the sake of this match, he had used his family's resources to enhance his strength. He believed that even if Gu Changa had SSS-ranked talent, he was definitely not a match for himself. Gu Changa, on the other hand, was as calm as ever, as if she didn't care about the upcoming battle. Dean himself is the referee for this match. He looked at the two and said, "The rules of the match are simple. Whoever admits defeat or loses the ability to fight first is considered a loser. The use of lethal attacks is prohibited. Understood?" Both nodded at the same time. The dean took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Match, begin." As soon as the words fell, Gu Xiaoyang took the lead in the attack, only to see countless black bugs suddenly emerge from his entire body and pounce towards Gu Changa. "Behold my gift of devouring bugs," Gu Xiaoyang shouted triumphantly. "As long as you're touched by my worms, you'll be devoured." However, Gu Changa did not move at all in the face of the black wave of insects that came from all over the sky. The moment the swarm was about to touch him, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals appeared out of thin air and blocked in front of Gu Changa. They held long spears and exuded a powerful pressure. The swarm of insects hit the body of the celestial soldiers and generals, making a ZZ sound, as if they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, large swarms of insects were reduced to ashes. Gu Xiaoyang's face changed greatly. "How is this possible?" Gu Changa sneered. "With this tactic, you dare to challenge me?" After saying that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Heavenly soldiers and generals, listen to the order. Exterminate these bugs for me." "Yes, sir." The heavenly soldiers and generals responded in unison, then waved their lances and charged towards the insect swarm. Between the flashes of golden light, countless bugs were decimated. Gu Xiaoyang desperately maneuvered his swarm to counterattack, but in front of the heavenly soldiers and generals, his worms were as fragile as paper mache. In less than 10 minutes, Gu Xiaoyang's swarm was cleared. Gu Xiaoyang's face paled, looking at the scene incredulously. "How can this be? My insect race is an A-grade talent." Gu Changa was disdainful. "Grade A talent? In front of a truly strong person. It's nothing more than a mole cricket." After saying that, he waved his hand once again. "Heavenly generals, listen to the order. Take him down." A heavenly general rushed towards Gu Xiaoyang like lightning, the lance in his hand pointing straight at his throat. Gu Xiaoyang was scared out of his wits and hurriedly shouted, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." The Sky General's lance stopped less than a centimeter from Gu Xiaoyang's throat. The room was silent. Everyone couldn't believe that Gu Xiaoyang, who was known as a genius, had been defeated so easily by Gu Changa. The dean returned to his senses and announced, "Winner, Gu Changa." Gu Changa turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Gu Xiaoyang. "Wait." Gu Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. I admit that I lost this time, but I won't stop there. One day, I will surpass you." Gu Changa turned around and gave him a cold look. "Just by you? That's ridiculous." After saying that, Gu Changa left with large strides, leaving behind Gu Xiaoyang, who was full of resentment. The results of this match quickly spread throughout the entire school and even the entire Cloud City. Everyone knew that there was a SSS-ranked gifted supreme genius out of Yunhai 3rd Middle School. That afternoon, people from the Gu family came to the door, wanting to take Gu Changa back to the family. However, Gu Changa coldly refused. "When you abandoned me, did you ever think there would be today? Now you want me to go back? Dream on." The Gu family's faces were ugly, but they didn't dare say anything. After all, the current Gu Changa was no longer something they could hold at will. Just then, an unexpected visitor showed up. "Little friend, I've heard a lot about you." Gu Changa turned around and saw an old man with white hair looking at him with a smile. "You are?" Gu Changa asked with some doubt. The old man smiled and said, "I am the dean of the Great Xia State Academy, and I have come here to invite little friend to attend the Great Xia State Academy. With young friend's talent, if you go to the Great Xia National Academy, you will definitely be able to move up a level." Everyone in the room was stunned when these words came out. The Great Xia State Academy was the top academy in the entire Great Xia State. Those who were able to enter the Great Summer Country Academy were all not supreme geniuses. Gu Changa pondered for a moment. then nodded. Okay, I promise you. The old man was overjoyed. Excellent, then it's a deal. In a month's time, the old man will personally come to pick you up. After saying that, the old man turned around and left, leaving behind the crowd full of envy. The Great Summer Academy? It's also good to meet the real geniuses of this world. A month later, Gu Chang'e arrived at the Great Summer State Academy as promised. As soon as she entered the academy, Gu Chang'e was shocked by the sight before her. The vast campus is filled with exotic animals. From time to time, students swept by on flying mounts in the sky, and there were all sorts of weird and wonderful means of transportation on the ground. What surprised Gu Chang'e the most was that the auras released by the students here were no weaker than Gu Xiaoyang back then. Are the average students here already this strong? Gu Chang'e was secretly shocked. Just then, a crisp voice came. Wow, a new schoolmate. He's quite handsome. Gu Chang'e turned around and saw a lively and cute young girl looking at him with a smile. The young girl introduced herself. My name is Lin Xiaodai. I'm the vice president of the student union of the Great Summer State Academy. The dean asked me to receive you. Gu Chang'e nodded. Hello, I'm Gu Chang'e. Lin Xiaodai blinked. Wow, so you're that SSS ranked talent Gu Chang'e. I've heard of your great name. Gu Chang'e was a bit surprised. Is my name so famous here too? Lin Xiaodai laughed. Of course, SSS grade talent is very rare. In the entire Great Summer Country Academy, there are only a few people who have SSS rank talent. Chapter 7 The Challenge of a King-Level Heavenly Pride. Gu Chang'e was puzzled. It seemed that even in this place where geniuses gathered, his talent was still a top-notch existence. Lin Xiaodai enthusiastically pulled Gu Chang'e's arm. Come on, I'll take you to report. By the way, I'll introduce you to our academy. Under Lin Xiaodai's leadership, Gu Chang'e quickly finished the enrollment procedures. Lin Xiaodai introduced as she walked. Our Great Summer State Academy is divided into 4 major academies: the Academy of Literature, the Academy of Martial Arts, the Academy of Law, and the Academy of Medicine. Each academy is further divided into many departments. Which academy do you want to go to? Gu Chang'e thought for a moment and said, I'm more interested in martial arts. Lin Xiaodai's eyes lit up. That's too good. I'm from the Martial Arts Academy. Our Martial Arts Academy is the most powerful. Oh. As they were talking, the two came to a magnificent building. Lin Xiaodai pointed at the building and said, This is our Martial Arts Academy. Let's go. I'll take you to see the dean. Quickly look. It's Xiahou Badian. Gosh, why did he come to the Martial Academy himself? I heard that he recently made another breakthrough and has reached the peak of the king level. Lin Xiaodai's face changed and she whispered to Gu Chang'e. Oh no, I ran into Xiahou Badian. He's a notorious bully and loves to bully new students. Let's quickly leave. However, it was already too late. A tall, lanky youth had noticed them and came striding over. The Great Xia State Academy was the most prestigious top academy in the entire Great Xia State. Those who were able to cultivate here were all demonic figures with exceptional talent and qualifications, and among the many heavenly prides, Xiahou Badian's name was undoubtedly the loudest and most chilling. Xiahou Badian, the first son of the Xiahou family, born with the appearance of a king, at the age of 13, awakened the heaven-defying nine-yang divine body, almost crushing the same generation invincible. Now at the age of 20, he was already recognized as the No. 1 heavenly pride of the Great Xia country, and even the younger generation of many great sects were not his match. What was even more terrifying was that there were rumors that he had just broken through to the peak of the king level, just one step away from the legendary supreme level. At this moment, seeing Xiahou Badian who was walking towards him, Lin Xiaodai's face turned pale and her body trembled slightly. Although she was the vice president of the Martial Academy and her talent was outstanding, compared to Xiahou Badian, she was like a glowing fire to a white moon, not on the same level at all. Xiahou Badian swept his gaze over Lin Xiaodai and finally landed on Gu Chang'e. He looked Gu Chang'e up and down for a few moments, the corner of his mouth hooking into a disdainful sneer. You're the kid who awakened the SSS Great Human Emperor talent. Xiahou Badian's tone was arrogant and full of ridicule. Don't even look at which nook or cranny you came out from. How dare you come to my Great Xia National Academy? With your little sculpted skills, are you worthy of being arrogant in front of me? Senpai, we're new here. No offense. Lin Xiaodai lowered her head and said carefully, I'll take him away now. I won't disturb senior. Humph. With this much awareness, you want to curry favor with me? Xiahou Badian snorted coldly. Since you've come to my Great Xia State Academy, you have to abide by the rules here. Here, strength is everything. I'd like to see what you, this SSS grade talent guy, is capable of. After saying that, Xiahou Badian suddenly struck out, a blazing palm wind whistling out, heading straight for Gu Chang'e's face. This palm contained an extremely terrifying power, and the air seemed to be set on fire. Lin Xiaodai only felt a devastating pressure come over her, and hastily closed her eyes in shock. Yet the expected shock did not come. Lin Xiaodai opened her eyes and was surprised to find that Gu Chang'e had just casually raised one hand and steadily grabbed Xiahou Beixian's wrist. Is that all you've got? Gu Chang'e's tone was flat, as if she was not grasping the hand of a king-level powerhouse, but just an ordinary student. I thought that the heavenly pride of the hallowed Xiahou family could be so powerful. You! Xiahou Beixian's face was grim as he violently retracted his hand, his gaze like a knife as he stared deathly at Gu Chang'e. How had he ever been so humiliated? A new student who dared to block his attack in public and so disregarded him. Very well, you're mad enough, Xiahou Beixian said with a cold smile. Since you're so unaware of the heights of heaven, I'll fulfill you. See you in the ring in 3 days. After saying that, he left in large strides, his back emanating a morose killing intent. Senior Gu, are you crazy? You dare to offend someone like Xiahou Beixian? It wasn't until Xiahou Beixian had completely left that Lin Xiaodai said in hindsight. He's from that Xiahou family, and it's rumored that his strength has already broken through to the peak of the king grade. Even if you have SSS rank talent, so what? You've only just enrolled in school now. Your cultivation is far too far off. No harm done, Gu Chang'e said lightly. Just a mere Xiahou Beixian. I don't put it in my eyes yet. On the contrary, it's you. If you're afraid, don't follow me, lest you be angered by him. Lin Xiaodai froze, then firmly shook her head. I'm your schoolmate. How can I leave you behind just because I'm scared? Don't worry. I'll help you in any difficulty. Gu Chang'e looked at Lin Xiaodai's serious expression. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. With such a reliable schoolmate, it seemed like the days at the Great Summer State Academy wouldn't be too boring. For the next 3 days, the entire martial academy went crazy with the news that Gu Chang'e and Xiahou Beixian were going to duel. Everyone sweated for Gu Chang'e. After all, Xiahou Beixian's battle prowess was there for all to see, while Gu Chang'e, despite his unbelievable talent, was still a freshly enrolled freshman after all. Some had even begun to prepare Gu Chang'e's afterlife. That new guy, he really doesn't know how to die, daring to provoke Xiahou Beixian. He's tired of living. That's right. What kind of person is Xiahou Beixian? That's a king-level powerhouse. A heavenly pride that can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Great Xia country. Is it something that a freshman can mess with? Alas. I wonder how much of that brat's corpse will be left after he dies. Xiahou Beixian has always been merciless in his actions. The unlucky one who offended him last time. His corpse was so boneless that he couldn't even find a bit of dregs. In the face of these rumors and gossips, Gu Chang'e appeared surprisingly calm. Every day, he should eat and sleep, and his cultivation did not fall behind at all, as if he had completely left this duel behind. Lin Xiaodai looked in her eyes and was anxious. She really didn't understand where Gu Chang'e got his confidence. Did he really have some killer weapon? In the blink of an eye, 3 days had come and gone. The center ring of the Great Summer Country Academy was black and packed with people. Almost the entire students of the Martial Academy had rushed to watch the battle, and even many students from other academies had also come. After all, this was a showdown between the SSS grade talented freshman and the world's #1 pride. Missing it was afraid to be one of life's great regrets. Chapter 8 The Ring Showcase. What? That Gu Chang'e guy? He's not afraid, is he? Xiahou Beixian had long since stood above the ring, his arms wrapped around him with a disdainful smile on his face. Xiahou Beixian looked around and laughed coldly. If he doesn't dare to come, that would be a shame for him. From now on, he'll be a laughingstock in the Great Xia State Academy. As soon as the words fell, a cold voice came from the crowd. Who says I don't dare to come? Xiahou Beixian. You have not looked down on yourself too much. The crowd turned around, only to see Gu Chang'e walking up to the ring calmly, without the slightest bit of fear on her face, but instead with a faint smile. Oh, that's quite a mouthful. Xiahou Beixian narrowed his eyes, his gaze like electricity. I hope you'll still be this arrogant when you're beaten to death later. Cut the crap and do it. Gu Chang'e took a fighting stance. Let me see what you, a king-level heavenly pride, are capable of. Xiahou Beixian was furious, and the 9 young divine power in his body surged wildly, turning into a blazing light that surrounded his entire body. He slammed his fist into the void, and immediately the sky changed color. The thunderclouds were dense, and a thunderstorm fell. This is the 9 Suns Divine Fist, the ultimate mastery of the Xiahou family, said to have been created by the ancient god of war, contains the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. If an ordinary person is hit, I am afraid that even the dregs will not be left. Everyone pinched a cold sweat for Gu Chang'e. Xiahou Beixian was going for a deadly move. In the face of this terrifying strike from Xiahou Beixian, Gu Chang'e was not the least bit afraid, and the corners of his mouth even spread a cold smile. He stomped his foot and bellowed, "Come out to me, Li Yuan Ba!" Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the void suddenly exploded, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air, holding a pair of beating drum urns and golden hammers, clad in golden battle armor, and with a formidable appearance. "See you, Lord." The visitor dropped to one knee, his tone low and strong. This was clearly none other than the admiral of the heavenly soldiers and generals summoned by Guchanga, Demon Lord Li Yuanba. What? He actually summoned heavenly soldiers? And also the legendary Demon Lord? Oh my god. That's a top-notch fighting race, born with godly strength and 1,000 blows. Could it be that Guchanga can really fight Xiahou Badian? The audience offstage exploded with chatter and clamor. No one had expected that Guchanga would actually have an undercard, and it was still so heaven-defying. Xiahou Badian's face suddenly changed. How had he ever seen someone who could summon heavenly soldiers and generals? That's something only the legendary ancient emperors could do. Could it be that this new student in front of him was really that extraordinary? No, it couldn't be. How could he, a king-level heavenly pride, lose to a brat who had just enrolled in school? Thinking of this, Xiahou Badian let out a cold smile and drank. So what if you can summon heavenly soldiers? In front of me, they are nothing more than ants sent to their deaths. Before the words fell, Xiahou Badian transformed into a stream of light and instantly rushed in front of Li Yuanba, and the 9 young divine fists smashed down with monstrous battle intent. Seek death. Li Yuanba's eyes showed his killing intent, and his 2 hammers crossed to meet his head. Boom! The 2 men's fists and hammers exchanged blows, erupting a storm of destructive energy. The ground instantly cracked, the ring was overturned, and the spectators screamed and ran in all directions. Thunder exploded, sand flew, and the entire martial academy shook. In the middle of the day, the dust cleared and all was silent again. When the crowd cautiously peered in, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, only to see that the ring was already in pieces, reduced to rubble. As for Xiahou Badian and Li Yuanba, they remained frozen in place, neither of them budging a step. Both of their arms were already drenched in blood, and the clothes on their bodies were bloomed with a gaping hole. Obviously both of them had suffered considerable injuries. Ahem! Xiahou Badian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his body shook. And although Li Yuanba was also battered and bruised, he was clearly in a much better state than Xiahou Badian. He stood steadily in place, still looking as if the sky was falling. Everyone froze. The result of this battle was already a clear fact. The hallowed Xiahou Badian, the #1 heavenly pride of the king level, had actually lost, defeated under a heavenly warrior summoned by a freshman. It can't be. It can't be. Xiahou Badian's eyes were crimson as he roared and pounced once again. I don't believe that a freshman can defeat me. Seek death. Li Yuanba snorted coldly, his 2 hammers interlaced, converging into 2 golden hammer-ons, interspersed with the momentum of thunder and lightning, ruthlessly smashing into Xiahou Badian's chest. Put! Xiahou Badian spewed out another mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out like a broken harrier, hitting the wall heavily and smashing out a large pit. He slid down in a crumpled heap, never to rise again. I lost. Xiahou Badian muttered, his eyes full of disbelief. His hallowed king had lost to a freshman. This is simply harder to accept than killing him. Wrap it up, Guchanga said indifferently, waving his hand at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba retreated in response and disappeared into a golden light. The entire room was silent as everyone stared daggers at Guchanga. In a moment, cheers like a mountainous tsunami erupted. Guchanga! Guchanga! He won! He defeated Xiahou Badian. Heavens! I didn't expect a king-level heavenly pride to lose to a freshman. This is nothing short of a miracle, worthy of an SSS grade talent. It's true that the name is true. Guchanga will surely be famous and become a legend for the ages. Everyone was cheering and going crazy over this incredible win. Guchanga, on the other hand, looked indifferent, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He looked around, and as he swept his gaze across, countless people automatically made way. Thus, Guchanga took large steps down from the ring and left the wretched dueling arena in the midst of everyone's attention. The news of Guchanga's defeat of Xiahou Badian was like a prairie fire, instantly spreading throughout the entire Great Summer Country Academy. For a while, countless people were filled with curiosity about this teenager who had created a miracle when he first arrived. That Guchanga, is she really just a freshman? Why is it so powerful? I've heard that he has a heaven-defying SSS-ranked human emperor talent, and he can summon the legendary heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. So it's no wonder that even Xiahou Badian is not a match for him. I don't know where his limits are. If I give him a few more years, I'm not sure if he can even fight the dean. Rumors abound and opinions differ. However, Guchanga was as if he hadn't heard any of these comments. He continued to do what he was doing, practicing daily. The losing Xiahou Badian was naturally unwilling and secretly sent someone to assassinate Guchanga. However, every time, It was diffused by Gu Changa, making it seem more like Xiahou Badian was lacking in heart. Before you know it, most of the new semester has passed. Gu Changa's strength skyrocketed, leaping from the black iron rank at the time of his first enrollment to the gold rank. Chapter 9 The King's Road, a force to be reckoned with. Such a speed of progress, even if one looked at the entire Great Xia National Academy, there were only a handful of them, and as his strength increased, he broke through a number of difficult levels one after another. First, he defeated dozens of heavenly prides in a row in the freshman tournament. Then he went on to win the laurels at the institutional level. After a long time, no one dared to challenge him easily anymore. Gu Changa's position in the Great Xia State Academy was already as high as the sky, and on this day, Lin Zhantian, the dean of the Martial Academy, suddenly found Gu Changa. Gu Changa, master has an unforgiving request. Lin Zhantian put his hands behind his back and slowly opened his mouth. Even though he was the dean and had world-class martial arts skills, he was polite to Gu Changa. The feeling that this teenager gave him was too extraordinary. Dean, please, Gu Changa archly said. That's right, Lin Zhantian said. In half a month, it will be the annual national elite class selection. There are only 10 spots for this selection, and the competition is exceptionally fierce. I hope that you can fight on behalf of my Xiagua Academy and win glory for the academy and the country. National elite class. These words exploded in Gu Changa's mind like thunder. That was the place where the top geniuses of the entire Great Xia country gathered. And to be able to enter the elite class to cultivate, not only could one obtain the highest quality resources, but one would also have the opportunity to come into contact with many unspoken secret methods. Countless people dream of it, but only a handful of people are honored with it. And now, the dean had taken the initiative to invite himself to the selection. Gu Changa's heart surged and there was no more hesitation. Don't worry, Dean. I will certainly do my best to live up to my promise. Lin Zhantian was overjoyed and nodded heavily. Good. With these words from you, my master is relieved. I will personally open the secret realm for you and help you break through your limits. Half a month later, the National Elite Class auditions opened grandly in the Imperial City. Juniors from all walks of life gathered together, with experts like Clouds and countless heavenly prides. Everyone was full of confidence, vowing to win and ascend to the throne in one fell swoop. However, the moment Gu Changa stepped into the venue, all the clamor came to a screeching halt. This teenager has long been famous all over the world. That's Gu Changa. He's the one who defeated Xiahou Badian and was invincible in the freshman tournament and the house tournament. I didn't expect him to come to the auditions as well. Now everyone else is afraid that they won't have a chance. For a while, quiet whispers rose. Many people even lost interest in signing up for fear of being crushed to death by Gu Changa. Gu Changa looked around, and as far as his eyes could see, no one dared to face him head-on. This feeling of being seen as a natural enemy is quite new. Gentlemen, please, my name is Gu Changa of the Great Xia National Academy, and I've come here to participate in the National Elite Class Selection Tournament. I would also like to ask you all for your guidance, Gu Changa said aloud, her words resounding. Before the words fell, a cold snort suddenly came from the crowd. You deserve to dominate the world? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Gu Changa followed the sound and saw a purple-clad youth standing with his arms folded, with an extraordinary demeanor. My name is Morong Bing of the Cloud Dream Sect. I am extremely talented, and my sword path is divine. In my life, I hate it when others are pretentious. So today, let me learn what you, the so-called number one in the world, are capable of. As soon as the words fell, Morong Bing leapt up and sprinted towards Gu Changa. The true chi in his body surged and turned into an invisible giant sword, wrapped in whistling wind and thunder, heading straight for Gu Changa. Sword come. This sword, as fast as lightning, severe and fierce. The space is distorted for it. The cold aura is forced to crack. The people present changed color and stepped aside one after another. The one who could make such a shocking sword was at least a king-level powerhouse. However, in the face of this strike, which was like a divine sword descending from the sky, Gu Changa was still. He smiled faintly and raised his hand to make a false point. Broken. The clear voice suddenly exploded, echoing in the air like thunder. The next moment, the crowd saw an unbelievable scene. The nearly materialized invisible giant sword was actually shattered into pieces with a single point of Gu Changa's fingertip. Morong Bing's pupils shrank, looking incredulously at his proud sword chi, which had been so lightly broken. How is that possible? This sword, he had condensed it for 3 months. It's supposed to be indestructible and cut through everything. However, he never thought that he hadn't even touched the corner of Gu Changa's coat. Morong Bing had his mouth open and could no longer speak. Gu Changa, however, was unimpressed and spoke leisurely. Brother Morong, this sword of yours, it's extraordinary in power and sword intent. If it was placed on the other side, it would be enough to decimate a king. But for me, it's still slightly short of fire. Your cultivation is not bad, but your mind is not calm enough. And if you are in a hurry to achieve success, you will instead go overboard. How about this? From now on, you all take me as your goal. Cultivate with dedication. Build up your strength. And in the future, you will become a great man. Morong Bing froze, followed by a complex expression of sadness and joy. He had practiced the sword way diligently since he was young and was determined to win, but he had never imagined that defeat would taste like this. But after hearing Gu Changa's words, he was enlightened instead. Yes, instead of being impatient, it is better to meditate and dive in and plan for the long term. In this life, he still had a lot of time to catch up with Gu Changa's footsteps. Thinking through this layer, Morong Bing slowly bowed down and respectfully said, "Thank you for Brother Gu's guidance. Morong Bing has been taught. He will surely overcome the thorns and come back to challenge again in the future." The onlookers nodded their heads, sincerely admiring Gu Changa's temperament and Morong Bing's broad-mindedness. Right at this moment, the chief judge of the auditions came striding in and announced aloud, "The first match, Gu Changa wins. Advance to the next round." As soon as the words fell, countless people sucked in cool air and looked at each other. That's a start? Morong Bing, what kind of character? But even in the first round will be folded. From this, it could be seen that the strength of this Gu Changa was completely beyond imagination. After Gu Changa's easy victory over Morong Bing, everyone realized that I'm afraid the throne of the champion of this audition would be his. In the next few rounds of competition, Gu Changa's performance was even more jaw-dropping. Every opponent, without exception, was defeated by him in the most concise and direct manner. In less than half a day, Gu Changa had already crossed the line and killed her way into the final. And meeting him in the final will be another dark horse player, Long Xiaotian. This person's origin was equally not small, being a descendant of the dragon race, with an innate spiritual body and exceptional talent. Although his fame was not as loud as Gu Changa's, he had swept through the whole way as if he were a god. The crowd was speculating what kind of shocking sparks would come out of the showdown between these two demonic characters. On the day of the final, thousands of enemies were made in the imperial city. Countless dignitaries gathered here, and even the emperor personally sat down to watch the battle with the civil and military officials. The two of them, Gu Changa and Long Xiaotian, stood side by side, with murderous auras around them, like two gods of war descending into the world. "I didn't think you and I would meet in the finals." Long Xiaotian had a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I've long heard of Brother Gu's great name, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name." Chapter 10, Dragon's Blood Boiling. Amazing battle. Gu Changa smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming. "Brother Long is flattering. Today's battle is more of a peak showdown. Why don't we just compete to our heart's content in front of all the elders and the world's heroes? Wouldn't that be great?" Long Xiaotian smiled broadly at his words and his bravado grew painful. "Since this is the case, then let's use our strength to speak and see who deserves to be the number one." Before the words fell, the two had already moved. In an instant, dozens of moves had passed. Moreover, as the match progressed, the two men's auras climbed, and they fought more and more soundly. Good Gu Changa, to force me to use my full strength." Long Xiaotian suddenly raised his head to the sky and a lifelike golden dragon silhouette appeared behind him. It was as if his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and his power even instantly skyrocketed several times. "Take this move from me, the 9 Sky Dragon Palm." Long Xiaotian fiercely urged his whole body's true chi. Both palms came out at once. Palm winds mixed with the sound of a dragon's roar, just like two godly weapons, straight to Gu Changa's throat. This was the Dragon Clan's unspoken mastery, and it was said that when practiced to a certain peak, one could even manifest a real dragon out of thin air, and its power was unimaginable. And at this time, although Long Xiaotian's cultivation was still shallow, with the power boost brought by the innate dragon body, this move was also terrifying. Everyone present was secretly shocked, and even a few of the older generation king powerhouses were moved by this. However, in the face of this palm force that was enough to shatter gold and stone, Gu Changa smiled faintly. Instead of dodging, he met it. Just at the moment when the two were about to collide, only Gu Changa could be heard shouting lowly, "Break for me!" An even more terrifying aura abruptly erupted on him, only to see Gu Changa's body surrounded by golden light, a circle of arcane runes encircling his entire body. It was actually 10 times more terrifying than before. Boundless pressure radiated out, and even those watching the battle from afar felt a sense of suffocation. What kind of power is this? What a terrifying aura! Could this be the legendary might of the human emperor, born to reign over the world and harness all the spirits? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded as they stared at the teenager shrouded in golden light. The next moment, only a loud bang was heard. The two forces collided violently, erupting in blinding white light. Countless people subconsciously closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, they only saw smoke rolling from the ring. Only when the smoke and dust gradually dispersed did the crowd see what was going on in the ring, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Long Xiaotian unexpectedly fell to his knees, rolling his eyes and fainting. Gu Changge, on the other hand, stood still. The winner has been decided. The winner of this battle is Gu Changge. The chief judge's voice resounded through the imperial city, causing countless people to cheer. Gu Changge, however, was unmoved as he walked slowly to Long Xiaotian's side and reached out a little. A stream of true qi surged into Long Xiaotian's body, instantly causing him to wake up. Thanks a lot. Long Xiaotian coughed twice and stood up somewhat embarrassed. You and I were already evenly matched, and if I hadn't comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the human emperor technique, I'm afraid this victory would still be unknown. Gu Changge blandly said, although I won this battle, I am deeply impressed by your fearsomeness. You and I should sympathize with each other, and in the future, we will advance together to see who is more capable of reaching the top. A rival, but more like a confidant. This battle, on the contrary, brought them closer to each other, making them sympathetic and close friends. At the awards ceremony, when Gu Changge held the gilt trophy and slowly walked up to the podium in the midst of all the attention, the entire venue boiled over. Countless people chanted his name for this teenage pride who was destined to go down in history, and Gu Changge looked frank and determined. He knew deep down that this was only the first step on the path of the king. As the possessor of the SSS grade human emperor talent, he was destined to take on a greater mission. This moment belonged to Gu Changge, as well as to every teenager with dreams and passion. After returning to the Great Summer State Academy, Gu Changge's reputation soared once again. With his strength, originally, even if he cultivated in a step-by-step manner, he would be able to completely sweep the same level. However, considering the amazing talent he had shown in the selection match, the dean decided to break the rules and let him enter the inner sect to cultivate. This was a first in the history of the Great Summer State Academy. Gu Changge, from today onwards, you are an inner disciple. Cultivate well and don't let your master down. Lin Zhantian instructed in a serious tone. I remember my master's teachings, and I will certainly sharpen my skills diligently and live up to my expectations. Gu Changge was grateful and respectfully bowed her thanks. With the identity of an inner disciple, he would be able to access more secret techniques, and his cultivation resources would also increase dramatically. This would undoubtedly become a powerful aid for him to break through the bottleneck and go further. However, what Gu Changge didn't expect was that he didn't have 2 days of good times before trouble came to his door. Gu Changge, come out here. A furious roar suddenly resounded outside his cave. Gu Changge frowned, put down the secret book in her hands, and walked out with faith. Only a raging youth was seen pacing back and forth outside, with a fierce aura surrounding him. Are you Gu Changge? I see you're nothing more than that. How dare you steal the limelight from my Prince of Xining? You really don't know what to do. The visitor's eyes were fierce and aggressive. The Prince of Xining? Gu Changge was slightly stunned, then realized. So it's Morong Bing's elder brother Morong Long. I don't know what brother Morong is here for. Morong Long sneered. What else could it be about? Naturally, it's to stand up for my useless brother. Even if he lost to you, you still dare to humiliate him in public. Simply outrageous. Gu Changge sighed helplessly. Brother Morong, although your brother lost, it was not an act of disgrace. On the contrary, the fact that he was able to stand out and advance to the finals is already proof of extraordinary strength. I was merely sparring with him. There was no intention to humiliate him. Fart. Morong Long was furious. The son of the king of Xining, will you be allowed to underestimate him like this? Today, I'm going to seek justice for my brother and let you taste the taste of defeat as well. Before the words left his mouth, Morong Long had already activated his entire body's true qi and attacked Gu Changge viciously. For a while, the harsh palm winds whistled, wrapped in a destructive might, with a horrifying aura. As the first eldest son of King Xining, Morong Long's strength was already above Morong Bing. Now that he had struck out again in a fit of rage, his power had even reached a terrifying point. But Gu Changge was stoic and even revealed a faint hint of a smile. Want to make a move? Don't even look at what this place is. He leisurely pointed a finger and a golden light flashed. Boom! Morong Long only felt a strong force coming at him, and his whole body flew out like a broken harrier, hitting heavily on the rock wall outside the cave. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Morong Long's face was pale, and he was shocked and angry. What have you done to me? Chapter 11 Sea of Life and Death. Shocking mysteries. This is the inner gate of the Great Summer Country Academy. Will you be allowed to act recklessly? Gu Changge coldly said. Brother Morong, I would advise you that it's better to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Morong Long hated his guts, but he knew that he was no match for Gu Changge. He climbed up in a sorry state and backed away while gritting his teeth. Gu Changge, remember this. Today's insult, Morong Long will sooner or later make you double it. With that, he fled without looking back. Gu Changa was about to turn around and leave when she saw a pretty figure hurrying in. Senior Gu, what happened just now? I saw Morong Shitsi fall away and fled, and I thought something had changed. The person who came was no other than the vice president of the martial academy, Lin Xiaodai. No harm done. It's just a small storm. Gu Changa smiled and explained to Lin Xiaodai what had happened. Humph, that dude Morong Long. Arrogant and domineering everywhere just because he's the son of the world. Someone should have taught him a lesson a long time ago. Lin Xiaodai sniffed and huffed. Alright, let's leave this matter at that. By the way, did you come to see me today for something? Gu Changa asked curiously. Ah, almost forgot about business. Lin Xiaodia's pretty face blushed and said with some embarrassment. It's like this. In a few days, it will be the annual ceremony of our great Summer State Academy. As the vice president, I'm going to be responsible for preparing the entire celebration. But there's just not enough manpower. So, that's why I'd like to ask school brother Gu for a favor. I wonder if you would be willing to step in and host the opening ceremony's sword Dao performance. Kendo show? Gu Changa brightened up. No problem. I'll take care of it. Great. Lin Xiaodai was overjoyed. With school brother Gu pressing on, this academy ceremony will definitely be wonderful. At that time, I'll ask for more guidance. Eyeing Lin Xiaodia's floating silhouette, Gu Changa fell into deep thought. It was unexpected that he, the possessor of an SSS-ranked talent, would be so easily talked down to by a petite girl. It seems that even a supreme heavenly pride can't help but have a heart of gold in front of a beauty. But it was no wonder. Lin Xiaodai did have an unusual charm. Warm and lovely, bright and charming. On the contrary, the martial arts cultivation is also extraordinary. Gifted and intelligent, it can be called a strange flower of the martial arts academy. If it wasn't for Gu Changa's amazing determination, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to escape the dilemma of having a secret heart. Thinking of this, Gu Changa let out a bitter smile and forced herself to retrieve the thought she had let fly. The most important thing right now was to get the kendo performance for this courtyard celebration right. After all, he's notorious for being in the limelight. Wouldn't it be a loss of face if the performance was mediocre? Time passed quickly and it was the day of the house. The entire Great Summerland Academy was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and celebration. Colorful flags were flying high, and there were happy smiling faces of students everywhere. As the highlight of the house's celebration, the kendo show attracted numerous people. When Gu Changa walked up to the high platform with his sword and faced the black crowd below, he actually felt a hint of nervousness. Gentlemen, today, I, Gu Changa, will be here to present an unprecedented feast of sword Dao. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unsheathed his sword, only to hear a buzzing sound. A dazzling sword light instantly cut through the sky. This sword, as fast as lightning, was powerful. But what made it even more horrifying was the change that immediately followed. Gurgling water, high mountains and waterfalls, exotic flowers, birds and animals. It was as if a miniature world had just appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone's eyes. What kind of sword technique is this? It's also too amazing. Could this be the legendary realm of intent sword Dao? Transforming form with intent and opening the heavens with a sword? Everyone looked dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, looking at the teenager on the stage in disbelief. Lin Xiaodia's eyes were even more glowing with admiration. School brother Gu is so powerful. He's actually able to comprehend the true meaning of the sword Dao and turn his sword intent into substance. I see. Sooner or later, he'll be able to rise above the many sect masters and reach the peak of the sword Dao. At this time, Gu Changa sheathed his sword and stood with his arms crossed. Endless sword intent surrounded his body, converging into a surging aura. The way of the sword is limitless. Only by constantly seeking can we reach the top. From now on, I, Gu Changa, will work with all of you to climb to the top. We should strengthen ourselves and dare to call for a new day. Gu Changa gave a generous speech, which straight away caused the blood of the people present to boil and their fighting spirit to rise. Countless people shouted and echoed in unison. The courtyard celebration kendo performance drew to a successful conclusion in the midst of all the attention. Gu Changa also once again proved his reputation as the world's #1 heavenly pride. Yet no one expected an even more alarming turn of events to be taking place. What? Morong Long was killed? With the arrival of this explosive news, the entire Great Xia State Academy, and even the entire imperial city, was plunged into an unprecedented shock. Morong Long, the son of the king of Xining, was actually assassinated on his way back to his house. The identity of the murderer is still unknown, and his whereabouts are so secretive that for a while it was a time of panic and fear. Lin Jiantian rushed to Morong's house at the first opportunity to personally check the remains and the crime scene. Although Morong Long was a bit arrogant, but in the end, he was also a golden branch and was favored by King Xining. Now that he's been killed, it's bound to create a furor. The dynasty will be shaken. and the academy and martial arts will be implicated. On the contrary, the last person to see Morong Long was still his disciple Gu Changda. Could it be that the murderer's target is actually Gu Changda? Thinking of this, Lin Zhantian couldn't help but shiver. He made a snap decision and immediately ordered a full sweep and strict protection for Gu Changda. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to a few longtime friends, asking for assistance. At the same time, in the dormitory room of Lin Xiaodai, the vice president of the Martial Academy. What? You're saying that Morong Shitzi is dead? And it has something to do with schoolmate Gu? Lin Xiaodai was stunned and could hardly believe her ears. She held a letter in her hand, written in Lin Zhantian's own handwriting. The letter tells the whole story in a clear manner. Lastly, Lin Zhantian specifically instructed Lin Xiaodai to make sure to secretly protect Gu Changda and guard against various forces targeting him. After reading the letter, Lin Xiaodia's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, obviously with a lot of ups and downs. Heavens, what's going on here? How could school brother Gu be involved in something like this? He's obviously so powerful. How could anyone dare to turn against him? Lin Xiaodai muttered, puzzled for a moment. Although she was the vice president, she was still young and inexperienced in the end. Faced with such a complicated situation, it was a bit overwhelming for a while. It was at this moment that a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Vice President, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. I feel that there must be some hidden agenda. Chapter 12 The Sea of Life and Death. Lin Xiaodai was startled and turned around to see that it was a young man with a clean look. Wen Yuan, why are you here? As it turned out, this teenager was named Xiao Wen Yuan and was Lin Xiaodia's senior brother. Although her qualifications are mediocre, she is extremely resourceful and good at reading people, and is Lin Xiaodia's right-hand man. Xiao Wenyuan respectfully saluted and said, when the vice president was reading the letter just now, my subordinate overheard something. My subordinate has the audacity to guess that this time. I'm afraid that the death of Morong Shirzi has another hidden agenda. Otherwise, with senior brother Gu's strength, he wouldn't be implicated. Oh, you mean there's a bigger conspiracy going on here? Lin Xiaodai came to be interested and hurriedly asked after him. Exactly. Xiao Wenyuan nodded and said, my subordinate has checked. Shortly before Morong Shitzi was killed, there was a group of mysterious people who entered the imperial city, and their leader seems to have some sort of connection with the Shining King. Therefore, my subordinate suspects that Morong Shitzi's death, I'm afraid that they have nothing to do with it. What? Lin Xiaodai exclaimed. Could it be that this, among other things, involves the struggle between the court and the Jianhu? Most likely, Xiao Wenyuan murmured. These people's identities are very secretive and their origins are unknown. My subordinate had secretly investigated and found that they seem to be very interested in certain secrets of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Especially the legends about the Sea of Life and Death. The Sea of Life and Death? What is that place? Lin Xiaodai was confused. It is said to be a forbidden land in the middle of an ocean, so dangerous that life and death are difficult to predict. Xiao Wenyuan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, rumor has it that an earth-shattering treasure is buried there. Countless great men and women have gone crazy over it, even going so far as to martyr themselves, but no one who has been there has survived. It was only after a long time that the royal family ordered a blockade, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering. What does that have to do with Morong Long's death? Lin Xiaodai was even more puzzled. The subordinate is not quite sure. Xiao Wenyuan shook his head, but intuition tells me that there must be some connection. Perhaps that mysterious treasure is the key to the whole thing. Lin Xiaodai was pondering for a long time before she slowly opened her mouth. Since that's the case, it's all the more important for us to protect school brother Gu. No matter what, we can't let anything happen to him. At the same time, you continue to secretly investigate that mysterious group of people and make sure to find out their true identity and purpose. I have a hunch that this matter, I'm afraid it's a matter of great importance. Meanwhile, in Gu Changga's cave. What? Morong Long is dead? Upon hearing this news, Gu Changga was also taken aback. How could he not have expected that the arrogant prince of the Shining King would die horribly on the streets shortly after leaving the academy? Who the hell did this? Why did you kill him? Gu Changga muttered something under her breath and frowned. As the last person to see Morong Long, he vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness. Could it be that this matter has something to do with himself? Just as he was meditating, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The host is detected to be facing a major crisis. The system has turned on the protection mode. Gu Changga's heart flinched as she hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, what crisis? Could it be related to Morong Long's death? The host's expectation is good. According to the system's analysis, Morong Long's death is actually a conspiracy. The real target of the black hand behind the curtain is most likely you. Host, me? Why me? What have I got against them? This brings us to the legend of the Sea of Life and Death. According to reliable information, in the Sea of Life and Death, there is an unrivaled artifact hidden in the world. Legend has it that this item was refined by an ancient emperor, and possesses the magical power to change fate against the heavens and command the world. However, because it is too powerful, it is difficult to control, and will even backfire on its owner. That's why it was sealed in the depths of the sea, not allowed to come out for ages. What's that got to do with me? Gu Chang'e was even more puzzled. The key lies in the fact that the human emperor physique that you, the host, have awakened is the only one who is qualified to be the owner of this divine artifact. In other words, in the entire world, only you are qualified to be the master of this divine weapon. What? Gu Chang'e's pupils shrank, too shocked to speak. That's right, you and this artifact have a destined bond. That's why those who covet the artifact are eyeing you. I'm afraid that Moronglong's death was a setup by them to force you to show up so that they can kill you all in one go. Gu Chang'e just felt like her head was going to explode. How could he have ever imagined that he would be so involved with an artifact that was far away? What's more, I didn't expect that the human emperor talent that had accompanied me since birth would become the source of the murderous disaster. So what am I supposed to do? We can't just sit around and wait for it to happen, can we? Gu Chang'e asked through clenched teeth. Host, don't worry. The most important thing for you now is to raise your strength as soon as possible and break through to a higher realm. With enough power, any plots and tricks will not be enough to fear, and the best way to do that is to go to the Sea of Life and Death and search for the whereabouts of that divine artifact. What? You're asking me to take the initiative to get into danger? Isn't that just what those people want? No, not really. Although the Sea of Life and Death is treacherous, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, because only there will you be able to truly touch the mysteries of the human emperor physique and comprehend the true meaning of a more profound martial path. Moreover, with the aid of the system and your existing reserves, even if you go to the Sea of Life and Death, you may not have to worry about your life. Gu Chang'e hesitated. He certainly understood the system. However, he had heard of the fierce reputation of the Sea of Life and Death. Legend has it that not only is the environment there harsh, but there are countless unknown dangers. The slightest misstep and you'll be dead in the water. Even he, a supreme heavenly pride, didn't dare to take it lightly. Hosts, please think twice. There is no time to lose. Now is the right time for you to soar to the top. If you miss it, I'm afraid you'll never have this kind of fortune again. What's more, you and I both know that the conspirators won't let you go easily. Instead of hiding, we should take the initiative and strike first. The system's words were like a blow to the head, causing Gu Chang'e to instantly come to her senses. Yes, he was a human emperor's heavenly pride. How could he be counted on by a district conspiracy? Since the other party wanted to take advantage of themselves, let them taste what it was like to lift a stone and hit their own feet. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e made up her mind and said in a deep voice, "Alright, I'll move out and head to the Sea of Life and Death. But before that, please ask the system to help me prepare the items that I need to carry. At the same time, also leave a backup for me in case of accidents. Once I go, I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a while." Chapter 13 Mysteries abound and the road ahead is uncertain. Host, don't worry, the system will do its best to help. From now on, the system will give you rewards from time to time to enhance your strength. And during the time you're away, the system will also secretly protect your position and connections in the Grand Xia National Academy, and won't let anyone shake your foundation. Thanks to the system, Gu Chang'e's heart was greatly determined. He secretly vowed to make a breakthrough in the Sea of Life and Death and return triumphantly with that divine artifact. At that time, he would have no more enemies, when he could unify the world and look out of the corner of his eye. Thinking of this, a smirk surfaced at the corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth. With the help of the system, Gu Chang'e quickly made preparations to travel to the Sea of Life and Death. He packed his traveling clothes, prepared dry food, and loaded some important items and gongfu materials into his spatial ring. At the same time, he also left a letter for each of Lin Xiaodai and Lin Zhantian, informing them that he would be leaving for a while and that there was no need to miss them. As for where exactly he went, he said nothing. For one thing, I was afraid of involving them, but also for the sake of secrecy. After all, the matter of the Sea of Life and Death was too shocking. If word got out, I'm afraid it would cause an uproar and even spill over to the innocents. After doing all of this, Gu Chang'e quietly left the Great Summer Country Academy at midnight. He exerted his light power and quickly arrived outside the imperial city under the cover of the dark night. With his superior perception, he sensed that there seemed to be people around him who were secretly watching him, but he didn't care. Instead, he deliberately slowed down and waited for the right moment. Whoosh! Just then, several black shadows suddenly sprang out from all directions, surrounding Gu Chang'e. The leader of the group laughed coldly. Gu Chang'e, you really can't hold back and want to go to the Sea of Life and Death to look for treasures. That's exactly what I want. Be a good boy and come with us. Less unnecessary struggling, and I can consider giving you a hard time. Gu Changa, however, curved the corners of her mouth and said without fear, "So it's you rats. I thought it was some kind of marvelous character. With you guys, you're also worthy of blocking my way? Unbridled. It seems that you don't see the coffin. Take it down." The man in black shouted angrily and took the lead, ruthlessly grabbing towards Gu Changa. The rest of the few people also swarmed up, each using their best moves in an aggressive manner. However, in the next moment, a golden light suddenly erupted, instantly shaking them out. Put! Several black-clothed men fell to the ground in a sorry state, spitting out blood. The man at the head was also injured by the golden light, and his face suddenly changed. You, he pointed at Gu Changa with a horrified look on his face. "I told you, you're not worthy." Gu Changa snorted coldly and raised her hand to release an invisible chi once again. Bang! The man in black fell down in response and could no longer move, and his accomplices, seeing this, have long been scared out of their wits and fled with their heads in their hands. Gu Changa didn't chase after them, but just watched with cold eyes. Only after a moment did he collect his aura and blandly said, "If you want to follow me, be prepared to pay the price. You jumping clowns are not worthy of discussing with me. Next time you dare to block my path, I'll take your lives." After saying that, Gu Changa left without looking back and quickly disappeared into the vastness of the night. Gu Changa's departure soon caused a sensation in the Great Summer State Academy. Countless people were talking and speculating about where he was going. Lin Xiaodai was also anxious when she learned about this. She found Lin Zhantian and pleaded with him to send someone to find Gu Changa's whereabouts. Lin Zhantian, however, shook his head inside. "Xiaodai, I understand your feelings, but I'm afraid that this matter, it's not that simple." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lin Xiaodai asked in disbelief. "Do you know how many forces and hidden agendas are involved in Moronglon's death?" Lin Zhantian pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Word has gotten out in the dynasty that there are mysterious forces secretly jockeying to seize the treasures of the Sea of Life and Death, and Gu Changa, I'm afraid, is one of their targets." "What?" Lin Xiaodai was alarmed. "Doesn't that mean that schoolboy Gu is in danger?" "I'm afraid it's more than that." Lin Zhantian frowned. "As far as I know, quite a few Jianghu sects and powerful families are also eyeing this matter. Once word leaks out, I'm afraid that it will attract countless covetous people, and I'm afraid that the situation will become even more chaotic at that time." "Oh my god." Lin Xiaodia's heart was in turmoil as she muttered. "Then what should we do? We can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" Lin Zhantian pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Right now, all we can do is to try to keep this secret and not let more people know about it. At the same time, secretly investigate the details of those mysterious forces to prevent them from being unfavorable to Gu Changa. As for Gu Changa himself, I believe that with his strength and wisdom, he will be able to turn danger into safety and return safely. Let's hope so." Lin Xiaodai lowered her head. She had a vague feeling that an unprecedented storm was brewing, and at the center of this storm was the teenage heavenly pride she admired, Gu Changa. Meanwhile, Gu Changa had been rushing for many days and had finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Life and Death. When I look around, I can see shocking waves, rough waves, black clouds, lightning and thunder. From time to time, black whirlpools appeared on the surface of the sea, as if they wanted to swallow everything up. On the reefs along the shore, there are countless white bones scattered, all telling of the menace of this sea. True to its name, Gu Changa narrowed her eyes, her heart on guard. He knew that everything in front of him was just the tip of the iceberg. The real menace was still waiting for him. "Host, please be careful. The fluctuation of the energy field ahead is very violent. Obviously there is an unusual presence. You must deal with it with all your might. You must not be careless." The system also issued an alert at that point. "I understand." Gu Changa nodded and took a deep breath, urging the human emperor true chi in his body to protect his entire body. Then he struck out for the sea, and stepped resolutely into that ocean. In an instant, there was a fierce wind and huge waves. Countless seawater turned into sharp arrows and ruthlessly shot towards him. Gu Changa, however, was stoic, letting the gale force winds and waves beat on her body. His body, as if transformed into an unshakable rock, stood above the sea. At the same time, a golden light erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the square miles. The gale stopped and the huge waves calmed down. The originally surging sea had turned into a pool of stagnant water in front of Gu Changa's aura. What a powerful aura! Could this be the legendary human emperor's mighty pressure? In the distance, several black-clothed men hidden in the shadows were stunned. They were the same mysterious forces that had followed Gu Changa here. "I wanted to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack, but I didn't expect Gu Changa's strength to be so terrifying." "Young lord, what now? Should we make a move?" a henchman asked warily. Chapter 14 Behemoth. The youth at the head of the group, however, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "There's no need to. In his current state, even if we join forces, we may not be his match. Why don't we just wait and see what happens, and wait for an opportunity when he is exhausted? Yes. The crowd retreated in response and retreated into the darkness. Gu Changa didn't realize that behind him, there were pairs of eyes peering in the dark. With the help of the shelter of the human emperor's true chi, he walked slowly above the sea surface, gradually going deeper and deeper into the hinterland of the sea. However, as he went deeper, at times the winds howl and the lightning flashes. The sea sometimes boils like lava and sometimes freezes into cold ice. All sorts of visions, one after another. All of them were bizarre. Warning. Unknown biological reaction detected 100 meters ahead. Violent energy fluctuations. Extremely dangerous. Just then, the system sounded another alarm. What? Gu Changa's heart flinched as she hurriedly worked her true chi to strengthen her 5 senses. The next moment, he felt a creepy aura that was rapidly approaching him. Ow dash! Gu Changa looked up, only to see a huge object appear in the distance on the sea. It was a huge beast that was dozens of feet long and covered in scales and armor. It had a hideous crocodile head and a pair of fangs so sharp that they were as thick as a large tree. Its body, moreover, was covered with green-colored scales, glowing with a cold and chilling light. The most frightening thing was that in the middle of its forehead, there was a huge one eye that was glowing with an eerie green light. What kind of monster is this? Gu Changa was shocked, only feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis that enveloped her entire body. Quickly dodge! It is the blue-eyed crocodile demon, a top-tier beast in the sea of life and death. Rumor has it that its fangs can break gold and iron, and its scale armor can withstand all attacks, and its turquoise eye can shoot out poisonous light, killing the enemy instantly. The system hastened to remind. Before the words fell, the turquoise-eyed crocodile demon had already attacked. With just a slight movement, a column of turquoise light shot out from the one eye on its forehead, killing Gu Changa with unparalleled swiftness. Gu Changa was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Just in the nick of time, the golden light on his body suddenly flourished. A strange power automatically constructed a golden shield in front of him. Buzz! The turquoise light pillar crashed hard on top of the golden shield, erupting into a blinding bright light. Gu Changa only felt a strong force hit her, and her entire body was jolted back a few steps, but that golden shield, however, stood firm and hard against the bi-crocodile demon's surefire strike. What a great defense! Gu Changa was pleasantly surprised, knowing that this must be the magic of his human emperor physique. Seeing that the blow did not work, the blue-eyed crocodile devil became even more furious. It raised its voice to the sky, and its sound shook the mountains and the sea, and the entire sea trembled. Immediately afterward, its limbs stomped, and its huge body actually rose up in the air, lunging towards Gu Changa's head. Gu Changa knew that a hard fight was not an option, so she hastily performed her lightweight skills and swam rapidly across the sea. How fast he was! In an instant he had pulled away hundreds of feet. But the turquoise-eyed crocodile devil is not an ordinary beast. Its huge body is also incredibly flexible, tightly biting behind Gu Changa, in hot pursuit. For a while, the two, man and beast, were engaged in a tangle of chasing and catching up with each other on the vast sea. Although Gu Changa had an advantage in speed, he was never able to get away from the entanglement of the turquoise-eyed crocodile demon. On the contrary, although the turquoise-eyed crocodile devil couldn't catch up with Gu Changa, the impenetrable scale armor and the terrifying turquoise-eyed poisonous light made Gu Changa helpless. Going on like this isn't a solution. I'm afraid I won't be able to support myself first if I keep on spending like this. Gu Changa was secretly anxious, and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. He thought quickly about countermeasures, and his eyes swept around him, but he did not find any terrain or objects that he could utilize. It was at this moment that the system's voice sounded again. Host, I suggest that you activate the human emperor's true chi and completely stimulate your body's potential. Although you are not able to fully control the human emperor's power right now, if you can utilize it to its fullest extent, you may not be unable to defeat this monster in front of you. Gu Changa's mind moved. You mean I have to break through my own limits? Good. The human emperor physique has its own unique wonders. As long as you can get the hang of it and draw out your inner strength in a constant stream, you will surely be able to create miracles. Good. I got it. Gu Changa's gaze froze. He jerked to a halt and turned to face the turquoise-eyed crocodile demon, taking up a stance to meet him. Ow! Seeing its prey finally stop, the turquoise-eyed crocodile devil hissed excitedly and pounced, its fangs gruesome and ferocious. Gu Changa, however, closed her eyes and forced herself to calm her mind. In the next moment, only a dazzling golden light was seen throughout his body. An extremely terrifying aura abruptly erupted from his body. It was a near-substantial power that was so overwhelming that it shook the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the sea and sky changed color, and the sun and moon were lost. The entire sea of life and death was changed. The black-clothed men who were secretly spying from afar all had their hearts and guts cracked and fell to their knees. What kind of terrifying aura is this? That brat! Just what kind of heaven-defying chance has he obtained to be able to burst out with such a terrifying power? The youth in the lead also lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, no longer able to maintain his composure. He only felt that what was in front of him was no longer a teenager, but a supreme god of war that had come out of a long time ago. On the opposite side of Guchanga, the blue-eyed crocodile demon with flailing teeth and claws couldn't help but stop its attack. It opened that bizarre one eye wide and stared dead at the dazzling golden light in front of it. The original and scrupulous ferocity was completely suppressed at this moment, and could only stay on the spot, unable to move. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. The wind stops and the clouds stop. The sea tide does not rise. It was as if the whole world, with bated breath, was waiting for this teenager's miracle. Guchanga, however, slowly opened her eyes at this time. Those eyes, at this moment, had completely turned into a radiant gold color, blossoming with a heart-stopping luster. He raised his right hand, 5 fingers slightly open. A golden handprint coalesced without a sound. That handprint was flowing with color and contained great divine might. It was as if it represented the supreme authority of the Emperor of Man, who could command heaven and earth and drive all spirits. In the next moment, only Guchanga let out a low gulp. Go! The golden handprint whistled out, instantly piercing through the void and slapping heavily on the body of the blue-eyed crocodile devil. Boom! There was a shocking roar, and the entire sea trembled. Countless seawater suddenly surged up furiously, covering the sky. Lightning flashes and thunder, the wind and clouds change, and in the midst of the shocking waves, a behemoth of a man fell without a sound. No! Instead of falling down, it shattered, only to see the impenetrable scale armor of the turquoise-eyed crocodile devil. At this moment, it even shattered into pieces. Chapter 15, The Human Emperor Physique. Immediately afterward, its strong and unrivaled fleshly body also broke apart in inches and pieces. In the end, even that bizarre turquoise eye was blown apart alive by an invisible force and turned into a puddle of pus and blood. In an instant, this ferocious beast that made the entire life and death sea fearful, just flew away in ashes, without a trace. And what caused all of this was nothing more than a single move of Guchanga's hand seals. This is simply a miracle, worthy of being a human emperor physique. He is able to erupt with such terrifying might. If we let him grow up, I'm afraid that no one in the entire world will be able to fight against him again. The black-clothed men in the distance were all terrified and no longer dared to make the slightest movement. They had already realized that this teenager in front of them was simply not an existence they could provoke. At this moment, Guchanga, who was standing on top of the corpse of the turquoise-eyed crocodile demon, didn't have the slightest bit of joy. On the contrary, on his face, a trace of gravity emerged instead. Although this turquoise-eyed crocodile devil is terrifying, in the end, it is only the guardian of this sea. I'm afraid that the real danger lies ahead. What's more, with that strike just now, I also almost gave my all. It's hard to continue, Guchanga muttered, clearly filled with apprehension about the road ahead. He knew that his current state was far from optimal. If this continued, I'm afraid that it would really be difficult to reach the deepest part of the sea of life and death and find that supreme divine artifact. System, what do you think I should do next? Can't just give up here, can I? Guchanga asked helplessly. Don't worry, although the sea of life and death is treacherous, it is actually a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You only need to work steadily and gradually control the mysteries of the human emperor's power in your continuous breakthroughs. I believe that when you thoroughly penetrate the true meaning of the human emperor physique, you will naturally be able to cut through the thorns, and make it all the way to the top. The system's words slightly reassured Guchanga. Thinking about this point, Guchanga stopped talking and instead urged the human emperor's true chi once again, and with a burst of energy, headed towards the depths of the mist in the distance. The sea of life and death. I, Guchanga, have come. At the same time, the great Summer Country Academy and the entire imperial city were in a state of chaos. News traveled fast, and the fact that Guchanga had gone deep into the sea of life and death quickly spread through the streets. Countless people are talking about it, and there are many different opinions. Some people said that Guchanga was searching for the legendary artifact to prove her status as the unrivaled one in the world. Others said that he had been coerced by some mysterious forces and had to take the risk of just getting involved. What's more, they even made up a lot of bizarre and sensational stories. What Guchanga is actually the reincarnation of a demon, this time to go to the sea of life and death in order to awaken the memories of his past life, so as to regain control of the demon race, or he in a stunning beauty has a period of shocking the world and weeping the gods and gods' grudges and feuds, this time in order to track down the whereabouts of his beloved. All kinds of rumors, fish and dragons, true and false. It is difficult to distinguish, but no matter what, Gu Changa's encounter in the Sea of Life and Death had become the topic of greatest concern for the entire Great Xia Kingdom, especially within the Great Summer Country Academy. Almost no one was not discussing this matter. Many of Gu Changa's followers were even rubbing their fists and eager to try, wanting to follow in his footsteps and also go to break into the Sea of Life and Death to prove their courage and strength. Lin Zhantian and Lin Xiaodai were naturally anxious. They tried to send people forward to look for Gu Changa several times, but they were sternly stopped by the dean. Never act rashly. There's too much involved in this matter. If we make a rash move, I'm afraid it will backfire and harm Gu Changa instead. The dean's words forced the pair to dismiss the idea of rushing into action. However, the worry in Lin Xiaodia's heart was getting worse day by day. Elder brother, where are you? Are you well now? Whenever it was late at night, Lin Xiaodai would always silently look at the starry sky in the sky and murmur. She only hoped that the spirited teenager would return safely and reappear in front of her. And so, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. There was less and less news about Gu Changa. It was as if this famous teenager had just disappeared into the vast ocean without a trace. The crowd's chatter subsided and the suspense slowly cooled. After all, even the most thrilling topics will slowly fade in novelty over time. And with Gu Changa's departure, the originally calm Xia State Academy was actually windy and dark. Many of the forces that had taken advantage of the opportunity to move foolishly had begun to do so, wanting to take advantage of Gu Changa's absence to hammer his forces. Humph. What does Gu Changa count as? It's just that he was lucky enough to get some chance by virtue of a few points of luck. If not for that, where would it be his turn to be arrogant and domineering within the academy, with no one in sight? Exactly. Now that he's not around, it's the right time for us to make a big splash. As long as we can bring down his forces and get his followers in our pockets, then we can also soar to the top and sit on the throne as the number one person in that courtyard. For a while, countless covetous eyes were fixed on Gu Changa's territory. However, these people are missing the point. That is, even though Gu Changa himself was absent, his forces were never at play, especially those close friends and dead soldiers who had followed Gu Changa for many years and were loyal to him. They were all elites among elites. Where could those jumping clowns shake them? As expected, when several unsuspecting forces had just surfaced and were about to make a move, they were met with a strong counterattack from the dead soldiers under Gu Changa's command. For a while, the sounds of killing and wailing were constantly heard from several corners within the academy. Those forces that thought they could take advantage of the fire, before they could hunt, were turned against each other and ended up with a tumble of people and corpses. And the one who started it all was the group of dead soldiers led by Xiao Wenyuan. Young Master Gu was out there fighting to the death. And you rats, how dare you bite him behind his back? Seek death. Xiao Wenyuan stood with his hands in the air, looking down at the mess at his feet with a cold smile. Behind him, a group of dead soldiers with blades in their hands also sneered in agreement. All listen to me. During this period of time when young Master Gu was away, I, Xiao Wenyuan, am your heaven. Whoever dares to make another move, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Xiao Wenyuan waved his hand and led the crowd away. Before leaving, he instructed his men, strengthen the surveillance for me, and don't let these rats have the chance to make waves again. At the same time, keep a close eye on the movements in the Sea of Life and Death. Once there is news of young Master Gu, notify me at the first opportunity. Yes. The dead soldiers led their orders and quickly disappeared into the corners of the academy. Xiao Wenyuan, on the other hand, came alone in front of Gu Changa's cave. Chapter 16 Class Battle. I finally caught you today. Let's see if I don't beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. Sun Heng's face sank as he coldly said. Just then, a light footstep came in from outside, and Sun Heng turned around to see that it was Xue Qinro. When he saw the visitor, he had to stop. He turned around and rushed at Gu Changa. You wait for me. Sooner or later I'll settle the score with you one day. Then, like a pug, he nodded his head at Xue Qinro and shushed her, asking if she had eaten today and if she wanted something to eat. It wasn't long before it was time for class to end. The teacher's name was Wang Shuzhen, an unmarried woman of 28. That cold look was as if anyone owed her a large amount of spirit stones. Teacher, I want to be class president, Gu Changa said as she got up from her seat. Aside from Li Yuanba and Xue Qinro, everyone looked at Gu Changa with a skeptical gaze and a faint sense of sarcasm. Sun Heng was dumbfounded. What else can you do as a person without qi and blood? Convince the students with your mouth? Relying on your mouth alone is not enough. Wang Shuzhen frowned. Gu Changa, you'd better hurry and sit in the classroom. Having a loser as class president was something she would never agree to. From her perspective, Gu Changa was giving up on herself and searching for her own place, which disgusted her. Li Yuanba looked at Gu Changa as if he had regained his old luster. He stood up, righteously. Teacher, all the students in our class have the right to run for office. Why? Is Gu Changa the only one who has that right? Li Yuanba, it's not even if you don't take your studies seriously on a regular basis. Do you really take yourself seriously? There's still more than a month to go. If you keep pestering Gu Chang'e, I'd like to see how you'll explain to your father then. I don't need you to be in charge of my business. Whether I can get on or not, what's it got to do with you? Li Yuanba said angrily. Gu Chang'e had never thought that Li Yuanba would be strong to such an extent. Her face flushed red, and she decided to call her dad and tell him. Sun Hang shook his head breathlessly. With this amount of blood, he still wanted to fight with himself? Even if you give him 10 fingers, he can't win against me. Sun Hang said. Gu Chang'e, let's continue when you've recovered enough qi and blood. Don't delay so many of us. Gu Chang'e said. It's not glowing. Bring the instrument. Li Yuanba's eyes widened. Was Gu Chang'e already well? Seeing Gu Chang'e's face of heavenly fear, everyone couldn't help but imagine it in their minds. This fallen heavenly pride is finally going to rise? He hurriedly took out the blood pressure monitor from his backpack and handed it to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, if you can get better, I'll send you a 2000 G collector's edition. Gu Chang'e rolled her eyes. Did she need that? It takes about a few seconds to test the results by pointing the instrument at one's finger. The crowd couldn't help but hold their breath and stare. 1 breath, 2, 3 breaths, data after data appeared on the screen. It was a huge egg. 0, no more life points. Put, what's with all the serious jokes? Sun Hang was dumbfounded. The crowd shook their heads. Some people were even more relieved because Gu Chang'e didn't recover, but instead felt quite happy. Are you happy now? Wang Shuzhen said in a cold voice. She was going to ask him, are you still dreaming? However, as a teacher, she couldn't say anything more. Gu Chang'e frowned. Li Yuanba hurriedly took it over to take a look. It was still 0. He remembered that he was hit by a car on the way home last night. It should be smashed at that time. He said hurriedly. There's something wrong with this test. So do I. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chensi. Sun Hang's laughter crunched to a halt. Li Yuanba swept around and spoke. Do you have any instruments? The crowd looked at each other and none of them answered. Wang Shuzhen said without any goodwill. Then don't test it. It took so long. Professor, if I remember correctly, you should have such an instrument in your office as well? Xue Qinrua suddenly spoke. Gu Chang'e's examination won't take long, and you're often late, so it's a way to return a favor to him. For your sake. Being Shuichen Ro point, Wang Shuzhen had more or less some dissatisfaction, just in the way of their own position. Did not say anything? The respect that should be respected. The respect that should be respected. Well, I'll fetch the instruments first. Leaving behind a sentence, Wang Shuzhen left. Sun Hang crossed his arms and laughed in his heart. I'm just waiting to see how you humiliate yourself. Gu Chang'e and Nian Ting both sat down. Li Yuanba walked up to him and whispered. You fellow, how on earth did you get involved with Xue Qinrui to make her defend you so much? Is it because you saw me being handsome that you came to coax me? Gu Chang'e said seriously. Li Yuanba a burst of speechless. He is indeed very handsome. The selection of school flowers. The gang dumped the second is still worse than 100,000 80,000 miles. He whispered. Honestly, are you fully recovered? How many points? 2,300 points. Holy, there's no way. Li Yuanba's voice was so loud that the people around him were attracted by his words and gathered around. Sure. What? When God saw that I was so handsome but had to suffer so much, he must not have been able to stand it anymore. So he returned the qi and blood to me. Perhaps. Li Yuanba bristled. This matter sounded ridiculous, but he really couldn't think of any other reason other than this one. If he could find an excuse, he wouldn't be so angry. Where is your teacher? Sun Hang hurriedly said. Let's fetch the instruments first. Gu Chang'e wants to be the squad leader. The principal sniffed, and his heart fluttered. I'll stay here then. He knew Gu Chang'e very well. Back then, it was so awesome that everyone knew. He also relied on Gu Chang'e to gain the respect of many big shots, which made his heart happy. It would be great if Gu Chang'e could make a complete recovery. In the office, a few teachers were chatting, and when they saw Wang Shuzhen walking over with a gloomy face, they all froze. Mr. Wang, are you alright? The fierce beast tutor asked. That Gu Chang'e, still wanting to be class president, is simply wasting her efforts? Wang Shuzhen skimmed her mouth, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Maybe he's gotten better, and that's good for you. Not really. Wang Shuzhen sneered, took the instrument, turned around and left. The fierce beast mentor laughed awkwardly. Maybe it's because Mr. Wang's physiological period has arrived. Classroom. A bunch of people waited with bated breath for Wang Shuzhen's return, all curious as to whether Gu Chang'e had gotten better or was making a last stand. A few minutes later, Wang Shuzhen walked to the classroom door and threw the instrument at Gu Chang'e as she reached out for it. Start. Yi Futian opened his mouth and said, with a bit of confidence in his voice, Wang Shujin had both hands around her chest, as if she was waiting for him to perform. Watch well. Gu Chang'e put the testing instrument into her hand. Chapter 17 Back from the Dead. The eyes of the crowd were glued to the screen. The entire classroom fell silent and only everyone's breathing could be heard. The instrument shows the value 230, which is a very meaningful triple value. That heavenly pride has returned? Sun Heng's face was ugly. He had obviously been wasted. Why was he still alive? And, surprisingly, after just over a month, it's back to 230. The color in Xue Qinrou's eyes rippled. He finally woke up. By that time, he would definitely be surrounded by more and more people, and he wouldn't get the chance to see him again in the future. After all, he was mostly blocked. Wang Shujin opened her eyes wide and wiped them vigorously, confirming once again that she had not blinked, but it was 230. Well, Li Yuanba raised his head and looked at Wang Shujin. This instrument is damaged. Get a new one. Wang Shujin gritted her teeth. She felt like she had been slapped, and before Li Yuanba could say anything, she had already left. Li Yuanba smiled and looked at Sun Hang. You're joking, right? What about Sun Hang? Is his power of qi and blood stronger than yours? Che, the teacher has said that there's something wrong with this instrument. Don't be complacent. You'll definitely reveal yourself in time. Sun Hang said with a stubborn face. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. True gold doesn't fear fire, and it's true even if it's tested many times. Sun Hang skimmed his lips and said, then you'll just have to wait and see. Wang Shujin rushed into her desk in a hurry and began to look for the instrument. Mr. Wang, how did that Gu Chang'e do on the exam? The instructor of feral beast biology asked. Wang Shujin's face was grim and she didn't say a word, but she just groped around the room. But she didn't find the instrument. The others also realized something was wrong and wanted to say something, but eventually held back. Do you have testing instruments here? Wang Shujin turned around and asked. This I have. The history teacher pulled out an instrument and removed the instrument from Wang Shujin's hand, looked at the instrument and realized that it was a 301, which revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Well then, I'd like to see if you can get to 230. Wang Shujin dropped this sentence and ran out in a hurry. The teachers looked at each other and their faces sank. 230? It can't be that Gu Chang'e. 8 or 9. He's standing up straight again. Everyone nodded and darted out, heading straight for the third class. Wang Shujin ran to the third class, panting heavily, no longer have the calmness before. Cloaked hair. The whole person looks like a crazy person. This time, the instruments are fine. With that, Wang Shujin threw the instrument to Gu Chang'e, and she caught it steadily. The history teacher and others had already arrived. Their eyes were glued to the screen. Was this fallen genius going to shine again? Sun Hang clenched his fists. His face was serious, and he repeated the words in his heart. This time, I'm going to make him show his true colors and become a waste. Forever. Wang Shujin covered her chest and lightly grunted with a disdainful face. Seconds later, the number 230 appeared on the screen. No way. Ragnar froze, then reacted. Sun Hang jumped up from his seat in a flash, a look of excitement on his face. Why not? When she finished speaking, Gu Chang'e's eyes fell on Wang Shujin, whose face was also ugly and cold as if it was about to drip water. Gu Chang'e couldn't figure out where he had pissed off the old lady, who seemed to be very upset. This guy, Gu Chang'e, had actually gotten better. The principal had a smile on his face and was happy from the bottom of his heart. You can't say there's something wrong with this machine. You said there was nothing wrong with this machine in the first place. Li Yuanba bristled. Wang Shujin clenched her small fists and said hatefully, since it was thrown over, he must have broken it. Either that or he did something to it. I'm going to get another one, and this time, I'll check it for you. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he couldn't help but snort. This kid was really coming at him. Coming at him for what? Is it because I'm so handsome? She can't get it, so she wants to destroy it? The principal's face was a little hard to read. Wang Shujin, how much longer are you going to keep this from me? As a teacher, you have to treat your students fairly. You seem to dislike Gu Chang'e a bit. It was only then that Wang Shujin realized that it was the principal, and her pupils shrunk violently as a flash of panic flashed under her eyes. Just being cautious. Wang Shujin said unconvincingly. Rigorous? The dean gave Gu Chang'e a look that was not favorable. Bring 2 units. Gu Chang'e stood up and handed the machine to the dean. He picked up the instrument and did a little test on himself, and the final score was all of 100 points. Both instruments are intact. Do you understand? The principal angrily slammed the instrument down on the table. If Gu Chang'e was so irritated that she dropped out of school, or even transferred to another school, the impact on their school would be too great. So that's how it is. Gu Chang'e isn't playing around. His breath is ordinary. Wang Shujin hung her head. Her face was incomparably ugly, and she pursed her lower lip. Are you ready to let Gu Chang'e be your class president? Li Yuanba questioned. Wang Shuzhen thought for a moment and spoke. To be class president, you have to go one-on-one with the current class president. That's what everyone understands. For a moment, the eyes of the entire audience were all focused on Sun Hang's body. What's there to fight about? Gu Chang'e's life value is 230, so one finger can crush him. Li Yuanba snorted. This was a perfect opportunity to attack Sun Hang. Of course he wouldn't miss it. She must take revenge on Gu Chang'e. This bastard hadn't gone against Gu Chang'e much since he became class president. It wasn't a big deal for her to bully Gu Chang'e based on her status. It was just a mentality of playing tricks on people. Sun Hang, that mixed egg, even 2000 G hard disk cannot pay back. This hatred, compared to the death of people, is no less. Fine, Gu Chang'e, I'd like to see what you're capable of. Sun Hang stood up from his seat and looked straight at him. A flash of fear appeared in Gu Chang'e's eyes, but it only flickered and she didn't answer immediately. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. That's said as if it doesn't inspire much confidence either. Sun Hang noticed the subtle expression on Gu Chang'e's face, and his heart rejoiced that he had really guessed. He had only just recovered and wasn't solid enough to bring even 50% into play. That's the best chance to fix him. Let's set off right now, Sun Hang urged. Li Yuanba saw Gu Chang'e's lack of energy and remembered that Gu Chang'e had just slowed down and wasn't in a very good mood yet. Sun Hang, you might have forgotten that our school recently held its annual best singer competition here, Li Yuanba said, and squeezed his eyebrows and glanced at Gu Chang'e, as if asking, what do you think? Am I not very smart? Gu Chang'e tugged at her lips. He can't not see that I'm acting, can he? As soon as Sun Hang heard this, his face sank. Before long, Gu Chang'e's cultivation would have stabilized, and by then, he would surely trample himself under his feet. No, I have to teach him a lesson. When he comes after me next time, I'll voluntarily admit defeat and piss him off. Sun Hang couldn't wait. Dean, can you move them to another location? Hearing this, Dean shook his head back and forth. At once, Sun Hang's heart went cold. He paused, but eventually came up to the principal and whispered to the two. Principal, my dad said that he's going to make a donation to our school, so I wanted to talk to you about it. Hearing this, the principal frowned, cleared his throat, and waved his hand, signaling Sun Hang to stand down. Aha! The competition for the top 10 singers hasn't been officially held yet, so if it's a competition, forget it, but be careful, don't damage the equipment. Yes, Sun Hang excitedly waved his hand toward Gu Chang'e. Go compare. He moved quickly, almost drawing everyone's attention to him. Li Yuanba's face instantly darkened into the bottom of a pot. He wasn't sure what Sun Hang had talked to the dean about, but most likely it couldn't be dissociated from his mayor father. With a look of horror on his face, Gu Chang'e boldly followed him forward, and as he passed the principal, he realized that he was shocked. The principal gave Gu Chang'e a gesture that only he could see. Gu Chang'e nodded gently. People grow old. It was a good thing to be able to help and get some benefits from Sun Hang at the same time. That kid Sun Hang, however, was oblivious to the fact that he was strutting around in front of him, and humming a little tune. Looking happy. Chapter 18, a chance to flip the score. Wang Shuzhen's face sank as she turned to those who wanted to make a move. The rest of the class continues. Che Yi Zichen skimmed his mouth. The students all had an unhappy look on their faces. This was Gu Chang'e's chance to turn the tables, and they couldn't miss it. Lieutenant, keep an eye out for who's running around out there, Wang Shuzhen said while turning around and holding her hand tightly. It didn't take long for Gu Chang'e and the others to arrive at the ring. The decorations were now elaborate, with balloons and colorful banners everywhere, and some of the student body, too, were busy. Students' union equals don't pay students. To put it nicely, they are experimenting on the students and brainwashing them that their school's favorite thing is a student who has what it takes. But now, they are so busy with this kind of work all day long that they don't have time to pay attention to their studies, and at the end of the day, they may not be able to get their marks, let alone your strength. As a matter of fact, the school will not require you to join any student organizations. Everything is about studying. The principal told the student council to stop and let Sun Hang and Gu Chang'e fight. The students looked at Gu Chang'e in disbelief. Hadn't he already lost all his chi and blood power? Why did he still want to compete with Sun Hang? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Sun Voyager stood in the ring, his hands in his pockets, lifted his chin, and looked at Gu Chang'e. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and finish. I'm going home. Sun Hang is so strong. Why is he still fighting so hard? That's right. If we could be as diligent as him, our chi blood wouldn't be just over 100. Some of the student body lamented. When Sun Hang heard these people's comments, he didn't move on the surface but was happy in his heart. In the class, the students turned into giraffes and watched the scene with curiosity. Vice President, I have a bit of a stomachache. I'll go to the bathroom first. Li Yuanba dropped a sentence and ran outside. When the crowd heard this, they immediately realized that they were going to watch the battle. I have a stomachache too. Me too. He nodded. Everyone covered their stomachs and ran out of the classroom. And in less than 30 seconds, Xue Qinruo was the only one left in the entire class. After a brief pause, she got up and left. Gu Chang'e headed to the stage. Sun Hang was about to say something, but he was impatiently pushed back. Fight if you want to fight, or admit defeat if you don't. Dilly-dally. Sun Hang's eyebrows jumped. This guy was like a different person. The previous appearance of cowering was gone. All set to go. Seeing this scene, the dean spoke up. After hearing this, Sun Hang came back to his senses and looked at Gu Chang'e, but he saw Gu Chang'e slamming his fist on his face, only 20 centimeters away. Sun Hang dodged and avoided a heavy punch, but he still couldn't avoid Gu Chang'e's fatal blow, and a kick sent him 5 or 6 meters away before he fell heavily to the ground. He fell limp and convulsed, no longer able to move. His eyes were dull, as if something had flashed through his mind. Gu Chang'e glanced at his fists with some excitement. Although his chi in blood was only 230 points, after being tempered, his physical quality had been greatly improved. You're stabbing me in the back. It's so uncouth. Sun Hang curled up into a ball, cold sweat beating down. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the dean tell us to do it? Do I have to wait for you to tell me I'm done? Gu Chang'e. Off stage, Wang Shuzhen's face became even more somber. Dean, I disagree. Sun Hang gritted his teeth. What is this? When we get to the academy, I can make you yell, but when we get outside, do you think he'll wait until you're ready to fight and yell before he strikes? Sun Hang didn't know what to say when the dean said that. Wang Shuzhen was speechless, but had to admit that her heart was very bad. Sun Hang clenched his fists with a look of hatred. If he was stronger, I wouldn't have lost in his hands. When Gu Chang'e returned to the classroom, no one was there, and after waiting for half a day, the classroom was gone. Li Yuanba gave Gu Chang'e a thumbs up from afar and said with a smile, I'll have the 2000 G ready tomorrow. How could you forget about us when it's such a good thing? Several of the boys had big smiles on their faces and wanted to go up to them and put their arms around their shoulders. But Li Yuanba stopped them. How could I forget you? $20,000 apiece. Not one less. Li Yuanba revealed a look of disdain. That is still not to use me to get close to Gu Chang'e. They are too embarrassed to meet Gu Chang'e face to face. So they first get close to me, so that they can get close to Gu Chang'e. The boys, in a fit of embarrassment, smiled and slunk away. Li Yuanba leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. Sun Hang looks like he's been fed with shang. I feel so relieved. I'd like to see if he can still be so arrogant in the future. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything either. 3 spirit stones were even. Dealing with him was secondary. The spirit stones were the most important thing. Until high noon, Gu Chang'e returned home just to see her. And there was always a bad feeling in his heart, as if something was going to happen. He tapped on his interface and realized there was no activity. Fortunately, it's not too close to the university, and it's only a quarter of an hour's walk. On his way back, he noticed a girl in a wheelchair who was making her way up a slightly inclined ramp, easily pushing the wheels up. The first time he saw Gu Chang'e, he still felt some familiarity. Wasn't that Xiao Xiao? He walked over quickly, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Jiang Xiaoxiao. When she saw Gu Chang'e, a flash of skepticism appeared in her eyes, and then she felt the wheelchair backing up, and she tried to grab the wheels, but she couldn't tug on them. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e reacted quickly enough and yanked on the armrests at the back of the wheelchair. Brother? He shouted. Gu Chang'e asked, why did you go out alone? Jiang Xiaoxia blinked her eyes in a bit of disbelief. I had some cardboard boxes that I used to sell and only got $8 for them. Her cheeks puffed up like a balloon as she took 10 bills out of her pocket and folded them carefully. Looking at them intently, Gu Chang'e reached out and nudged her on the cheek, saying, didn't I tell you that I'd make it for you when you get out of class? But, brother, you have to go to work every day. I have to do something too. She hung her head like a reprimanded puppy. 100 meters or so up the hill. At the crosswalk, the light turned red. Gu Chang'e saw an old van start slowly and stop in front of him. In the driver's seat, a middle-aged man with a beard who looked to be in his 40s was resting one arm on the window, chewing a little song. It was a face he knew only too well. As soon as Gu Chang'e saw him, she remembered the past. And it was this man, the one who broke Smiley's leg. One day is not forgotten. Hate to waste both his legs and make him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Especially Gu Chang'e, whose face was on the verge of becoming ugly. A look of fear appeared on his face, and without hesitation, he slammed his foot on the gas. However, with such a close distance, Gu Chang'e 230's chi and blood eruption was perfectly capable of catching him up the moment he started the car. Gu Chang'e suddenly dashed forward. Just then, A sports car buzzed, overtook the big truck. Luckily, Gu Changa took a step back in time, or else he would have to be shaken away, and he would have the possibility of entering another dimension. The truck also took the opportunity to run away, and Gu Changa saw that they couldn't get away, so she had to memorize the license plate number and model number. When the truck driver turned his head and saw that Gu Changa wasn't there, he gave him a middle finger. You won't be laughing anytime soon. Keep laughing and you won't be laughing anymore. Gu Changa glared at him. Chapter 19 I'm not a loser. Gu Changa and Xin Chang went home and boiled the noodles they bought last night with nothing else but water and noodles. There's a mouthful tonight. Gu Changa rubbed her head. Eat less. It's good for you. Zhang Xiaoxia smiled. Hearing this, Gu Changa's heart felt bad. He decided to arrest that thief and make him pay for his behavior. Not only did he rob him, but he also injured Xiao Xiao. This account, he must settle. After lunch, Gu Changa took a little break and slept until 2 in the morning before getting up, and only then did she rush to school. Classes weren't until 2:40 p.m. And it was only about 20 minutes from home. Gu Changa had just reached the crosswalk when he saw a man wearing a hat and a turtleneck standing in front of him. His head was hung low, half his face was covered by the collar of his coat, so that he could not be seen at all, and both his hands were still in his pockets. Highly cool and mysterious, with a unique aura about him, like a thief and someone who likes to show off. Afraid that this guy will take off his jacket and reveal all his nakedness. Overnight, you've become an invalid, looked down upon, and I don't think that you want to be a waste anymore. Whether I'm a waste or not has nothing to do with you. Gu Changa looked at him. Of course, I have a way to put you back on top of the world. No need. Shinju shook his head. Yeah, the opportunity is too good to miss. The man smiled. This kind of humiliated waste could never resist, so he could only pretend not to know. But deep inside, he could no longer control his desire. I'm sure. Gu Changa's expression was calm, not dragging at all. Rubbish? Are you kidding me? I'm just acting. The man froze. Are you sure? Of course. You'd better leave that opportunity to someone else. I can't use it. The man raised his eyebrows and ground his teeth when he saw that Gu Changa was full of concern. Don't make me kneel. Kneel down while I think about it. Gu Changa had a look that said, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. He always felt something wasn't quite right. Isn't it time for him to get down on his knees and beg for mercy? Who the hell are these people? I've given you all the methods, and you're telling me to get on my knees? Is this the law of the land? What kind of reasoning is that? But when he realized that this was a very important thing, he had to tough it out. I'll endure. The face of Gong Yuxiao sank. When he looked up again, Gu Changa happened to be walking through the crosswalk at the green light. She had to watch Gu Changa turn around and leave. Crap. Jacket man gritted his teeth. Well, you so do not put me in the eyes. I will make you regret. After saying that, he headed for Gu Changa's home. Gu Changa returned to her classroom and went straight to Wang Shuzhen's office as soon as school was over. She was chatting happily with the other teachers, and as soon as she saw Gu Changa, her face sank and she asked with a somewhat annoyed expression, "What's wrong?" "Take the spirit stones," Gu Changa said, not giving any face at all. "Whatever you want. Not for you." When Wang Shuzhen heard this, the corner of her lips curved up into an arc and she said seriously, "I've given all the spirit stones to Sun Hang, and don't think I'm purposely trying to make things difficult for you. Sun Hang has been helping out our class this month, and just because you only became one the day before the spirit stones were handed out doesn't mean that he's bound to give you all the money. These spirit stones are all rewards for your homeroom teachers. If you are not satisfied, you can talk to your dean." When Gu Changa saw how sure she was, she didn't want to argue with her. It was a waste of time to argue anymore. She was right. It was just that he was more or less in a bad mood, so he turned around and prepared to leave. When Wang Shuzhen saw Gu Changa slink away, she was happy in her heart. A milquetoast little girl. You dare to go against her. You are still too naive. Tonight, we're going to a barbecue to celebrate. Gu Changa sat back in his seat, thinking about what he was going to do about this. He still had 2 more days to pay the rent, and all he had left on him was the $10 he had earned from the small garbage sale. The workplace, he hadn't been there, and he didn't know if his boss would be very angry, and there were still 15 days to go before he got his paycheck. Could he make it until then? Suddenly, his phone rang. Gu Changa pulled out the phone and saw that the person on the other end of the line was the manager. "Are you okay? How come I didn't get back to you?" "Sorry, had a little trouble last night." "You say?" Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh, so she had to tell him what happened last night. On top of that, she's worried about getting her paycheck docked by her boss, so she won't get a paycheck deduction. The manager froze for a moment when he heard this, then said, "You have to come tonight, or I'll be out of money." Gu Changa nodded. "Good. A store called Colorful Clothes Barbecue Shop has a lot of customers, and business is also very good. Usually customers come here to eat. Need to queue up. Beside the manager, there was a waitress around 18 years old. Ling Lin looked just 27 or 28 years old. Her face always had a bit of sadness on it, and her small eyes were slightly narrowed in a sullen manner. The white shirt and jeans she was wearing couldn't hide her chiseled figure. The buttons on her body, which had been showing her off, seemed like they would burst at any moment, and with her look, it was just too appealing. A lot of people are running here because of her. Manager, what did Chen Shi say? The waiter asked with concern. Okay, great. Made us all sweat for you. Looks like you didn't get a good night's sleep last night. When Ling Lin heard this, she raised her eyebrows and said, quickly serve me the dishes. Okay, Chen Zhuyu answered. The waitress smiled slightly and bounced over. The bell rang. Fortunately, I was not late. Gu Changa went home first, and in the afternoon, he was a little uneasy, but also uneasy. Coming to the door, he saw some blood that seemed to be drying. He had an ominous feeling in his heart. Gu Changa's heart was beating out of his chest. Did something happen to Xiao Xiao? Gu Changa's heart pounded, and she opened the door with force. The door to the room was pushed so hard by him that the lock fell to the floor. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxia, who was standing in the living room, had been startled by this scene, and she looked back. After realizing that it was Gu Changa, she was relieved. She had thought that a burglar had broken in. Big brother, are you okay? Sure Noah, how are you? What's wrong? What kind of blood is this? This is the neighbor's Uncle Wang. He gave us 2 of them. They've been washed. These are blood. That's more like it. Gu Changa was relieved. His neighbor, Uncle Wang, was known to never have a pilot. No matter how bad the weather was, he would go out fishing. Occasionally for a week and a half was a common thing. Even the divorce agreement was signed on the river, which made him envy Uncle Wang's perseverance. The fish that are caught are divided among them. Chapter 20 Finding Spirit Stones. Gu Changa walked to the sink and found that both fish were placed in the sink and there was indeed a lot of blood on them. He gathered them up and put them in the pot. Tiny, go eat if you're hungry. Don't wait for me. Gu Changa went out the door after she finished speaking and went straight to the store where she worked, estimating that she would have to walk for 30 minutes. It was busy from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m., and there wasn't much work. It's not hard to be a waiter. Serve food, swipe a plate or whatever. Gu Changa walked to the store just in time to see the manager. She held her arms and looked at her watch. You're still on time. You shouldn't be fined. Ha ha. Gu Changa touched her head in embarrassment. Ling Lin took Gu Changa into the changing room, changed into clean clothes, and then brought up the meal. At 6 o'clock, it's work time, and a lot of people dine here at this hour. Soon the restaurant was packed and the rest of the people were standing in line. Outside the restaurant, there were already quite a few people waiting, but their enthusiasm hadn't waned in the slightest. On the contrary, in this way, many people will be interested and will follow along, and the number of people will continue to grow. At the table furthest to the left, there were 4 people. Luckily we got here just in time. There's something odd about the restaurant here. It doesn't offer reservations, so if you want to dine you have to make a reservation, and it won't open a back door for you even if you're of high status. Sun Hang raised his head somewhat triumphantly. The prickly-headed man burst into pride. Young Sun is just awesome. If it wasn't for you letting us have a long look, we really wouldn't have had the chance to come here. Yeah, it's the first time I've been to such a high-class restaurant. Holy, $100 for scrambled eggs with potatoes. The other 2 also nodded their heads in agreement. They had heard about it a long time ago, but they had never really been there. It was really because there were just too many people here, and the prices here were also very high. Just one meal, it would cost thousands, which was not something they could afford. Order whatever you want, Chen Zhuyu said as he glanced at the menu. Sun Hang had a bold face, did not feel the slightest bit of flesh pain, as if the money was not even his general. At the moment his heart could not be more happy. The short-haired man snorted. You mean, at noon today, I saw Gu Changa run to Wang Shuzhen to ask for spirit stones, but didn't ask for them back. Her face was so ugly, it was really amusing. Yeah, I saw that too. He had a hard look on his face. Another person agreed. Sun Hang put both hands on the chair and set up one leg. Nonsense. The spirit stone Wang Shuzhen gave it to me in the afternoon. That punk Gu Changa naturally doesn't stand a chance. Soon, several people had finished eating. Sun Hang was just about to greet the waiter when he noticed Gu Changa pouring him tea from a distance. He was first stunned, then the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Seeing this, the other 3 people also followed Sun Hang's line of sight and looked over. And once they saw the uniform on Gu Changa, they all had a cheap smile on their faces. Waiter, Gu Changa, the prickly man said by name. Gu Changa turned around and realized that it was Sun Hang and the four of them. "May I ask what I can do for you?" A waitress with a tearful mole over her left eye greeted her with a smile. She could sense that Gu Changa was struggling with something. Such a situation, which she had experienced before, was embarrassing and helpless, especially if they know who you are. They will purposely pick on you and embarrass you to fulfill your desires. What's even more annoying is that these guys run every few days. "Sister Xian," Dong Shuabin called out. Gu Changa was somewhat moved. Her name was Lu Xian and she was 3 years older than Gu Changa. When he first arrived, Gu Changa was well taken care of by her and she had been teaching him. Gu Changa called out Sister Xian in every breath. "No need," Wang Yao said. That eye with a pair of small eyes kept staring at Gu Changa. Lu Xian smiled and said, "Gu Changa is busy cleaning up the kitchen dishes at this moment. Customers come first. Our needs must be met, okay? As long as Gu Changa orders for us." The man's tone became tough, and the people around him, hearing his words, cast dissatisfied gazes. Lu Xian felt a huge pressure all of a sudden. She hadn't expected them to be so adamant, so Gu Changa would be even more unable to come, and they would definitely try to deal with him in any way they could. Gu Changa saw Lu Xian's face was tangled, but she insisted on helping. Dong Shuabin stepped forward and said, "Shu Yunxian, leave it to me." Chen Si, Gong Yuning's gaze fell on him. "No need, Sister Xian." The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Seeing that he was so confident, Lu Xian nodded and prepared to go. "If you can't manage that, you go to the kitchen and I'll do it myself." "Aha," Chenju answered. Gu Changa's gaze swept over to the four Sun Hangs and realized that they were all looking at him with interest, as if they were thinking about how to humiliate him. Sun Hang said, "We're out of tea, so quickly make us some tea." Gu Changa turned around and went out, brought in a teapot, and poured another cup of tea. Sun Hang just took a small sip, and a mouthful of tea spilled all over, and the cup in his hand fell down, apparently scalded. He reached out and pointed at Gu Changa angrily. "You shut the up. What's going on here? What's with the hot tea? Gu Changa, we're just here to eat. You have to joke with us. What were you thinking? So, you've been holding a grudge against Sun Xiao's chi and blood concentration until you became the class president, right? Does it amuse you to tease us so?" The hedgehog-headed man and his two companions were all indignant. The more people gathered around, the more confident the four of them became. They knew that once this matter had grown to an unmanageable level, then the boss would definitely treat this matter as a big deal. When the time came, they would definitely want Gu Changa to apologize. And maybe they could even treat her to dinner for nothing. Two birds with one stone. Gu Changa snorted in her heart. This kid really came looking for trouble. This tea isn't even hot yet. It's not that hot. Reparations. That pig's head snapped and slammed the table in Gu Changa's face. The other three were also fearless, and one by one, they all stood up and started attacking Gu Changa. Sun Hang skimmed his lips, but in his heart, he secretly smiled. "Gu Changa, you're waiting to be cleaned up by your boss. Maybe you'll even be fired. I heard that you're very strict in your selection at Nishang Barbecue. After something like this, will you still be able to stay here?" In return, the sound from this side immediately caught everyone's attention, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards this side. "You can eat anytime, but you still have to wait and watch." Lu Xian rushed in at the sound, first looking at Gu Changa, then at Sun Hang, who was covering his mouth, and was anxious. She had long since seen that Gu Changa definitely didn't intend to bring boiling water over, and that these people were specifically targeting Gu Changa. No one knows but her. This matter had to be resolved as soon as possible, or else if things got out of hand, Gu Changa would most likely be disciplined, and perhaps even dismissed. "I was wrong. I was wrong." Lu Xian arched her hand and gave Sun Hang another deep bow. "Sorry, we'll get ice and ice right away." Then, she looked at Gu Changa. "You know what? Cinnabar, get some ice and ice from the kitchen. Hurry." "Che, you think it's enough to seal my pain with ice? Is that what you did? That's a bit hasty, isn't it?" The hedgehog man sneered. Gu Changa clenched her fists, holding a fire in her heart as her chest rose and fell violently. "Hold on. Gotta hold on to it. It was his only job, and if he didn't get a paycheck, he and his sister would starve for a month." When Sun Hang saw this, he couldn't tell you how much pain he felt in his heart. At the sight of this scene, he burst out breathing heavily and, "It hurts, it hurts." Lu Xian was busy enough to deal with the hedgehog's inquiries on her own, plus the fact that Sun Hang was crying out in pain. She asked Gu Changa to bring another piece of ice, and went over the hedgehog man's question from earlier. "No, ice relieves the pain from the burns. No need, Sister Xian." Gu Changa supported Lu Xian and gave the smug Sun Hang a good beating. Chapter 21 Escape. Gu Changa didn't hold back with this punch. 230 points of blood was no joke. With a slap, Sun Hang's entire body slammed into the wall. His nose broke and his nose bled. The three punks froze for a moment before reacting and pointing at Gu Chang'e angrily. How dare you hit someone? This is not over. Chenxi, you can't hit people like that. Lu Xian was in a hurry and hurriedly tugged on him, just in case he lunged to punch someone again. It's too late to make things worse, and it's not too late to take advantage of this opportunity. She also knew about Gu Chang'e's family, and losing this job made her already poor days even worse. The crowd of onlookers were all shocked, and some even began to run outside, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Sun Hang struggled to stand up, shaking all over. Gu Chang'e, if you really do this, I'll send you to jail. With that, he pulled out his phone and tried to dial his father's number. Lu Xian thought it was going to be the police, and rushed to welcome them, with a pleasing smile on her face. My lord, you are so sorry. How will you forgive us? Ha! Forgiveness? You think this is real? Sun Hang snorted. Humph, Gu Chang'e, you won't be able to escape. With my father's power, he can put you in jail in minutes, so that you won't be able to wear clothes for the rest of your life. No need for you to say that. Sister Ko. Gu Chang'e tugged on Lu Xian. What are you talking about? Gu Chang'e, you want to fight? Fine. You come and smash my face. You have guts. Sun Hang said with a sneer, his face filled with mockery. Gu Chang'e struck a blow that slammed Sun Hang against the wall again, and also slapped a mouthful of his teeth away. That's what you want. It's none of my business. And like you said yourself, the customer comes first, and everything has to be the way you want it. You, Gu Chang'e. The three hedgehog men wanted to say something but didn't say anything for fear that Gu Chang'e would beat all three of them up. This guy was like a mad dog. As long as someone messed with him, he would pounce. Sun Hang picked up his cell phone and answered it a few seconds later, his tone filled with anger and resentment. Dad, I got my ass kicked at the Yat Lam barbecue. My teeth are gone and my nose is broken. What man? I'm on my way. Gu Chang'e is my classmate, called Jiang Chenxi. Okay, Chenju you agreed. Dad. Sun Hang hung up his cell phone when he finished speaking and stared at Gu Chang'e with cold eyes. I'm going to kill you. The voice of Sun Hang's father made some people feel a bit familiar, and one of them suddenly reacted and exclaimed, Isn't this the Sun clan's eldest son? This was Sun Hang. Immediately, more people recognized Su Jiao. They thought that Su Jiao was very similar to Sun Hang, but they didn't expect that Su Jiao was the real Su Jiao. The moment Lu Xian heard about Sun's company, the blood color on her face instantly faded. Sun's group. No one in Chicken City knows about it. No one knows about it. It's one of the 5 giants, controlling various industries and powerful people. It's their foundation. If you offend this big young master, you will lose your arms and legs if you offend him, or you will disappear from this world tomorrow. Even if it was debunked, no evidence could be found because their organization did a clean job. They are also said to be secretly taking commissions from killers. Chen Shi has offended such a powerful person. How can this be? Gu Chang'e was indifferent. Sun Hang was his classmate for 3 years and he had known him for a long time. The 3 men immediately helped Sun Hang up, then condescendingly sneered at Gu Chang'e, as they seemed to have predicted their end. Ta-da-da-da-da. A sound of high heels attracted everyone's attention, only to see Ling Lin wearing a pair of high heels, walking over towards the side. The eyes of both men were in unison. What's wrong? Ling Lin walked towards Gu Chang'e and Fu Shi, her tone carrying obvious pressure. Cut the crap. Porcupine Head grunted coldly. Gu Chang'e purposely poured boiling water on us, and Sun Xiao was scalded and asked Gu Chang'e to make amends, but he refused and beat Sun Xiao up. Ling Lin's gaze fell on Gu Chang'e. What do you want me to do? As soon as Lu Xian heard this, she felt her little heart clench. The boss is trying to drive Chen Shi away? Gu Chang'e said, I'll be responsible for this matter. Very well. Ragnar nodded. Ling Lin said, I understand. Sun Hang couldn't help but laugh. Gu Chang'e, this time you're going to be out of luck. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. Lu Xian was so anxious that she couldn't care about anything else. Manager, this really isn't fair. Before he could finish his words, Ling Lin's actions left him dumbfounded, and everyone was in disbelief. Ling Lin held the tea on the table and sprinkled it towards Sun Hang, saying in a calm tone, That's what I mean. Understand? You. Sun Hang rounded his eyes, unable to believe his ears. He had long been mentally prepared to dismiss Gu Chang'e. How could he not expect it to be such a person? He and his boss were only employers, and his boss wouldn't clash with Sun's group because of him. Not normally. The average person would already be trembling at the mere mention of Sun's company. Where would they have the guts to resist? Ling Lin put the only 3 cups left in her hands, and with a face toward the 3, she faintly said, If you were to make any mistakes in the matter of our neon barbecue, we would naturally let you live well, but if you dare to make trouble, we'll be in deep. The people under my command are not capable of such nasty deeds. Instead, it's people like you who don't deserve to dine at my place. So don't go yet. Think about it. I'm at least the heir to Sun. Sun Hang was furious, but he still held back his anger and spoke slowly. Gu Chang'e, get on me and tell them to get lost. Ling Lin said indifferently. Even if your father's son Tianyang was here, I wouldn't put him in my eyes. Who does he think he is? Who do you think he is? If it wasn't for your dirty face, I'd have punched you in the head. And then what would your father say? Gu Chang'e stared at her with an incredulous gaze as if she didn't recognize Ling Lin. Bullying. In this instant, Gu Chang'e was even more certain that the boss was not an ordinary person. Sun Hang rounded his eyes. This one actually even called out his father's name? Does she have any background? Gu Chang'e, what are you waiting for? Drive these losers out. Ling Lin looked at him askance. Good. Ragnar nodded. Gu Chang'e reacted by holding one in one hand and running to the door in 3 steps, directly throwing the 4 people out like garbage. Sun Hang was dumbfounded, and the other 4 boys stood up from the ground in shame. The people around them were taking pictures of them, making them feel so humiliated that they couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Gu Chang'e said, Manager, you've done your job. Well, go ahead and work until you're done. Good. Ragnar nodded. Gu Chang'e nodded, her heart suddenly a little apprehensive. This was to send her away? Chapter 22. What you can't get is always happiness. The more Gu Chang'e thought about it, the more likely it was. Who made her an ordinary sales clerk? With the fame of colorful clothes, finding a waiter is really a simple matter. A wave of the hand. There are a lot of people to grab the head. Gu Chang'e laughed bitterly, but he quickly came back to his senses. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do. Listen to God's will. Sun Hang and the others left in disgrace. Gu Chang'e, I'll make you beg for your life and beg for your death. But you're just a barbecue restaurant manager, and you're still pretending. I'd like to see if I can still act like this when I come. That's right, and they're just acting out. The other 3 were also red-faced and nodded their heads. Sun Hang took out his phone and dialed his father's number, told his father about his humiliation of being kicked out, and Ling Lin's arrogance, and secretly sneered in his heart. These 2 people would not be able to fly. Unexpectedly, his father, Sun Tianyang, was silent for a long time after hearing these words, and finally only said, Go back. Sun Hang froze for a moment and had a bad feeling. Cripes grooves? Could it be that this Ling Lin is really powerful? The 3 of them didn't notice in the slightest. Sun Hang's eyes that looked like they had seen a ghost. All of them were in a state of excitement. Young Sun, shouldn't we go see Gu Chang'e? I figured out a way to make a fool out of him. Me too. Ragnar nodded in agreement. The 3 of them chatted with each other. Without changing his face, Sun Hang said, Go back. What? What? Young Sun, what did you just say? All 3 couldn't believe their ears. I told you to get the hell out of here. Sun Hang finally couldn't hold back his inner rage and roared loudly. Instantly, all 3 of the prickly men collapsed to the ground in a state of shock. Where did they care about what had just happened? They scattered their legs and ran. Only Sun Hang was left alone, and he clenched his fists, his eyes covered in blood. I grew up with the wind at my back, the wind at my back, and the rain at my back. A Gu Chang'e, an orphan. His cultivation was even above his own. So what? I can get myself more than 1 million people with a casual wave of my hand. I'm so good. How come I'm not better than him? After a long time, he suddenly laughed madly. It's now 9 p.m. And although the restaurant in the colorful clothes is closed, there are still a lot of people waiting, at least for several hours. Some were in line from 6 a.m. until 9 a.m. But that didn't discourage them, it energized them. Tell her to come early the next morning. What you can't have, you'll always be happy with. Gu Chang'e locked the store door and went into the locker room to change her clothes before heading to the office on the 2nd floor. There were just 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. The left side was Ling Lin's work area. The right side was her bedroom. And this floor, on the other hand, belonged to herself. Ling Lin sat cross-legged in her office, a black stocking wrapped around a straight, beautiful leg. If it was before, he would have looked twice, but this was the first time he had seen a great beauty like Ling Lin, and even though he thought it was beautiful, he didn't want to do that at all. Take it. Ling Lin went to her desk and took a letter out. On the table were 2 loads of piping hot pig's trotters and rice. She said, Here's my money, plus 2 meals of rice. Gu Chang'e paused and thanked Ling Lin, then took the letter and turned around. He was only going to get paid for 15 days, but his current financial situation made it impossible for him to do so, and as good-looking as he was, his stomach was afraid to suffer. A month's rent would be in the thousands. That's not even counting the electric bill, which alone is $1.500. It seemed like nothing was missing and everything was going to cost so much, and when you did the math, It turned out to be so much money. When she says 3,000, she's obviously talking about a 2,500 plus 500 paycheck. Gu Chang'e also didn't expect that Ling Lin would take out so much money. On her way home, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but think of all the things she'd encountered in her job search. Running around, and no one wanting any of the tougher and tougher jobs. He didn't know what was going on, but afterward he realized that it was all because Sun Hang, that bastard egg, was behind it, so everyone didn't want him. But what could he do? In the end, he chose to hold his tongue. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back, his anger like an erupting volcano. As for the consequences of punching Sun Hang, he didn't care at all. Thinking about it was a bit regrettable. The biggest reason was that he didn't feel comfortable with his sister Xiao Xiao. If he was alone, he would naturally be fearless, treating death as a homecoming and fighting if he was not convinced. But now, there was no use regretting it. It would only cause more pain. How about looking ahead and looking on the bright side? If you look on the bright side, the problem will be gone. Gu Chang'e walked forward while reaching an intersection waiting for a red light. Gu Chang'e didn't think to look at first, but when he realized that the woman was actually their class teacher, Wang Shuzhen, his entire being changed. He then used his own cell phone and filmed for some time. After doing this, Gu Chang'e headed back. When she returned home, it was already around 10 p.m. Gu Chang'e was still thinking about things in her head as she went back, so she didn't walk very fast. Inside the house, there was a light on, which they usually left on to save time. Zhang Xiaoxia was leaning against a lamp, holding a copy of The Prince and Princess Sister in her hands, a fairy tale she had read countless times long ago. Gu Chang'e pushed the door in, carrying a bowl of braised pork and rice with a smile. "This is our store's pig's feet and rice. It's delicious. Wow!" He let out an exclamation. Her eyes lit up. Gu Chang'e walked over and saw his sister bring up the steamed fish. He didn't move a single bite, and there were 2 more big bowls of rice on the table. It let out a low growl. Her stomach rumbled, her face flushed and her head bowed. "I told you, if you're hungry, you can go eat by yourself. Don't wait for me." Gu Chang'e sighed. "Brother, you've been working so long you haven't even eaten. How can I?" Gu Chang'e sighed. He had told this chick countless times that every time he waited for him to come home before letting him taste it. Then peeling back the pork and rice, the two of them began to eat. Gu Chang'e's gaze fell on the book on the table and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It was something she saw at a roadside stall when she was very young and was captivated by it at a glance. It was a book with a drawing of a pair of young girls, both holding hands. This novel is about a princess whose sister is bedridden for medical reasons, and she is surrounded by a secret guard who looks like her. No one but herself knows this. She was so weak and so afraid that her brother would find out about her disability and hate her that she hid it. She had arranged for an escort to stay with him until he reached nightfall and then told her about his daily life. The mere hearing of the words made the princess feel very happy. Later, when the young master's leg was miraculously healed, she ran to the window and watched her brother play happily with the servants. Her heart trembled. Actually, Regner doesn't really want to be with Regner. The squire has a hand in piano, chess and painting, as well as in magic, and once cast a spell to free a prince. After learning the truth, she became increasingly self-conscious and eventually died of depression. Now she was a true princess, always by his side. This one sounds ridiculous and unreal. Gu Chang'e shook his head. It was just a myth, and it would be unrealistic for him to look at it that heavily. And when he thought about it, there were still quite a few loopholes. Li Tianmian thought for a moment and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao. "Tell me what you have to say. Don't hide it." Jiang Xiaoxiao was stunned, and although she didn't know why Gu Chang'e would say that, she nodded. Chapter 23 Caring. Gu Chang'e washed the dishes and took a shower, and after she finished her work, it was already midnight. She looked at her work and was busy until 1 in the morning. This night, he couldn't sleep. Gu Chang'e woke up quickly and went out to buy some steamed buns. After he got his paycheck, he had a lot more money in his hand, so he decided to spend some money. With a paycheck of 3,000 a month, plus various expenses, plus 300 in interest, he's down to 1,200 and has to make it through 30 days. It doesn't cost more than 40 a day. In fact, it works out that $30 a day is enough. That's over 300 a month. It would have been nice if I had 3 pieces yesterday. Gu Chang'e sighed and turned to walk back. Just got home. A beep sounded in his head, signaling that his blood was up. End of day. 200 life points stored. 2 life points replenished. 202 life points. Instantly, the powerful chi and blood power increased from 230 to 432 points. Once again, the impurities in the body were expelled, and this time it took more than an hour. And Gu Chang'e's strength, speed, and all aspects of her body had improved greatly. Looks like my guess was right. In that case, I'll be able to expel the impurities from my body once a day. My points are 447, and this time I've raised them by 43 points, which is better than any tonic, which is just over 2,000 points a month. Gu Changge was incredibly excited. Reaching level 4 in a little over a month was a pipe dream for him, but he was able to accomplish it with ease. Everyone else is in the moment of advancement. 15 rounds of 15 leveled masters. I only need half a month, and it has a 10% lifesteal bonus every time. These people would go crazy with jealousy if they knew. Gu Changge invested another 200 life points, leaving 232 points left. The reason he hadn't invested 300 points of chi and blood before was to take care of Sun Hang, not wanting to expose his bottom card. By the time he finished washing up, it was almost time for class, so he left the 3 buns with Jiang Xiaoxiao and took them to school. He was a bit tired before, but now he was not sleepy at all and his body was full of vigor. The bell rang just as we arrived at the classroom. Wang Shuzhen had walked up to the podium and looked at Gu Changge, waiting for him to sit down before speaking. Gu Changge, you'll go with me, and the rest of you will go to class on your own. Li Yuanbao warned in a low voice. You have to be careful. This old woman is up to something. Aha! Chenju answered. Gu Changge stood up and walked outside, and everyone followed him to recite the morning lesson. Sun Hang looked at Gu Changge, his eyes full of indignation and hatred. He couldn't help but growl at the thought of yesterday. Grr! The man cursed. Everyone was startled, stopping their homework and staring at Sun Hang with a look of early in the morning. You're out of your mind. Shui Qinrui took out a small book from her bosom and read it. 5 points for being noisy, 10 points for interrupting class time, and 30 points deducted for cursing. After hearing this, Sun Hang's face changed slightly, thinking that he was afraid that he was going to be docked this time when he went back. Gu Changge thought that the old lady was going to call her to her company, but she didn't want her to be on the roof. Wang Shuzhen turned her back to face Gu Changge with a serious face. You saw Gu Changge last night, didn't you? Aha! Chenju answered. Wang Shuzhen froze. She didn't expect Gu Changge to admit so quickly. She thought she would have to be tortured to force a confession before she would tell the truth. The corner of Gu Changge's mouth curled up into a smile. Wang Shujin, I'm sure you don't want word to get out about me either. When Wang Shuzhen turned around, she saw Gu Changge pull out her own cell phone and tap on a video. I guessed, and got the photos and video on tape. Wang Shuzhen's face changed greatly. She knows that this matter absolutely cannot leak the wind. If it leaks the wind, then she is really finished. The future to go where do not want to find another job. She suddenly slammed into Gu Changge, who easily dodged it, but she didn't give up and ran towards Gu Changge. Gu Changge, you'd better hand over your phone immediately, or you'll be in for a rude awakening. Since you can do it yourself. Gu Changge threw a punch, and even though Wang Shuzhen was a first-order cultivator, she couldn't withstand the blow, and her entire body flew backward more than 10 meters away. Wang Shuzhen sat on her butt on the ground, her eyes trembling, her face full of astonishment. He wasn't even at the first rank. How could he be so strong? I'm afraid that his strength is already comparable to an immortal cultivator with 400 chi and blood. Wang Shuzhen struggled to stand up, and after a full 30 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, What are you going to do to me? Number 1. I can't agree to your demands. You don't have to worry, anything can happen except this. Gu Changge waved her hand. I know. Wang Shuzhen received a huge shock, and she suddenly had a feeling of being unlovable. Last night she was specially letting 2 strong men help her pick dead fish, and then when she got to the hotel, she didn't know what the reason was, and the 2 guys left, and then the 2 big old men ran out to get a room. Tell me, what's your purpose in going against me? Gu Changge asked with great interest. Why? Ragnar froze. Wang Shuzhen thought about it and couldn't come up with a solution, and finally, she thought of a possibility. Freshman year, I gave you the task of cleaning the athletic field, and you didn't show up, getting me yelled at by my superiors. Just this? Chen Xiaobei's expression was stunned. Gu Changge couldn't believe that such a small matter had been targeted. Besides, I'm here to go to school, not to work for you and not to work for you. Can we delete the video first? Wang Shujin clenched her fists. Wait and see. Gu Changge twisted his head and walked away. He didn't really want Wang Shuzhen to help him, as long as he didn't come back to harass him. Wang Shuzhen clenched her lower lip. She did not expect that she would actually be threatened by a brat. Gu Changge sat back in her seat, and Li Yuanba asked with a smug look on his face. Why is she here? It's okay, I just saw how handsome I am, so I came over to check out my face, and I ended up being mesmerized by her. Hold it, forget it. Li Yuanba's face sank. What could this guy do besides being a billion throws more handsome than himself? Gu Changge realized that Sun Hang had been peeking at himself with a disgruntled look, so it couldn't be that he was coming at him, right? He glanced at the system and realized that nothing special had happened. Sun Hang looked away, but he was sneering in his heart. If it wasn't for Ling Lin's face, I'd kill you in minutes. I'd like to see if that crippled sister of his has any ideas. A 150 blood assassin against a cripple would be perfectly normal. The moment Zhang Xiaoxia turned back at the sound of the voice as she nibbled on a steamed bun. Just then, a soft woman's voice rang out. Care from the community. Chapter 24 Competition. Zhang Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but just carefully pulled out a recording device from underneath her desk and played out the audio that Gu Changge had recorded beforehand. No need. Shinju shook his head. Zhang Chenxi's cool voice came from the recording. She subconsciously closed her eyes. A heart thumping and cold sweat beating down. Gu Changge had told her that when she was alone in the house, she couldn't even make a sound when people knocked on the door. And if the thugs heard that it was a woman, it would be even more excessive. If nothing is said, it's even scarier. They'll think there's no one here and storm in. A stocky man was standing in the doorway, frowning in thought. No way. Gu Changge isn't at school, is she? Seeing that there is no sound outside for half a day, Zhang Xiaoxiao put down her heart. This guy should be gone. 80% is not good. So she went back to reading. His footsteps were light and not half as loud. He darted to her side, then pulled a washcloth from his pocket to wipe away the sweat. The man slapped her across the face. Her eyes were wide open. Her strength drained from her body, and her eyes, too, slowly closed. The school bell rang at noon. The crowd instantly turned into 100-meter sprinters and ate like crazy. Gu Changge stood up and headed out. And Sun Hang couldn't help but smile when he saw Gu Changge leave, and snorted coldly in his heart. When the time comes, I'll see if you can still laugh. He turned his head to Xueqin Zhua. Why don't we go out for dinner? Don't. Shinju shook his head. Xueqin robalked and then quickly left the classroom. She was going to have dinner and that was delaying her appreciation of Gu Changge. Gu Changge was walking quickly at this time, and he wasn't accelerating on purpose. After 2 rounds of baptism, his physique had already changed essentially. How did he get so good? When she was still more than 100 meters away from Xueqin Ro, she had already begun to run, before she could still dodge left and right. But now, she had to run. Gu Changge couldn't have known I was following him. No, wait. It was then that Xueqin Rui reacted as if she was a follower. You probably don't believe Gu Changge believed me so quickly. My mom always said that my dad went fast and made him go farther. Yeah, I can't wait to be able to run down the street more. Xueqin Ru muttered. As soon as Gu Changge pulled open the door to her room, she saw Zhang Xiaoxiao lying on the table, her harumph coming out, and she seemed to still be sleeping. When Gu Changge approached, she saw that there was some blood on the ground. It should have been sitting there for a while, and the blood was almost coagulated. Gu Changge shook her. Hungry, right? Yeah. She woke up in a daze, feeling nothing but weakness. Gu Shizhou's heart stirred. It was Uncle Wang who came running from the side and brought him a fish. Uncle Wang just brought me back 2 fish and put them on top of the sink. Uncle Wang, your luck seems to be very good. You didn't get a single one in the first 2 days, but this is just 2 days and you've got more than a month. This is a big trouble. The corner of Gu Changge's mouth curled into a smile as he saw a streak of blood on the ground, which should also be fish blood. He went to the pool and saw 2 small, fist-sized fish. Gu Changge cleaned the fish, then put it in the pot, then put in the rice, and it was done in no time. After the 2 of them finished dinner, Gu Changge was also tired, so she went to bed first. How did I fall asleep? I thought about it, but I got nothing, so I just stopped thinking about it. Gu Changge woke up with a start and felt much better, greeted Zhang Xiaoxiao and headed out, and just as she reached the door, she saw Uncle Wang going out. This was an extremely plain-looking middle-aged man, and at first glance, it was hard to think that he was a mediocre person. Gu Changge went up and said thank you. Uncle Wang, thanks for the grilled fish last night and today. It tastes really good. No problem. Hearing this, Wang Pengfei nodded. Gu Changge spoke with him for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, she greeted Wang Pengfei and headed for the campus. Did I go fishing? Wang Pengfei scratched his hair, stared at the direction Gu Changge left, half a day did not remember, and finally shook his head. I have a really bad memory. I can't believe I forgot my job. Should I think about retiring? Gu Changge was already thinking about how to find a job, and now that Sun Hang had stirred him up like this, I guess no one would want him. Now that his physique was comparable to a second-stage cultivator, carrying concrete was a piece of cake for him. Most of the morning's lessons were theoretical, focusing on knowledge about the ranks of ferocious beasts. Sun Hang looked at Gu Changge, his face full of puzzlement. In the afternoon, he received a notice that the murderer was dead. Why isn't her sister dead? Even if she was powerful, it was impossible for her to kill a level 150 assassin under the power of a single person. Those assassins were all rigorously trained and were silent. leaving no traces behind. There must be some kind of conspiracy here. I have to hurry home and report to my father. Who will make the decision? Li Yuanba cried and wailed, saying, Gu Chang'e is really miserable this time. What's wrong? Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Gu Chang'e asked, probably because her computer was poisoned. So she didn't have a backup. So she restored everything to the way it was. And as a result, thousands of G of textbooks were gone. 2,000 Gs of classic textbooks. Seized. Li Yuanba had a face of flesh pain. That's good. Now you have to refuel. Gu Chang'e soothed him. Fortunately, there are 99 left. Li Yuanba nodded and said, good. Absolute. He muttered, a smirk on his face. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but sigh. If he could spend 1% of his time on training, he would have soared into the sky long ago. Class is over. Gu Chang'e walked towards the neighborhood while looking around, trying to see if she could find any recruitment signs. Most of them have gone, and the rest are new stores. The two circled the streets, neither finding any new stores. At the other end of this street is a dirty garbage dump with trash everywhere and lots of people collecting bottles. Alas, why don't we take this opportunity to go out and hunt a bit while we have the chance to make some extra money? But there are certain dangers. Gu Chang'e twisted her head and walked back, and as she passed through a shadowy alley, the sound of two men talking came out of the alley. It would have been hard to hear if his body hadn't already undergone a massive metamorphosis. One of the men in short said, how was the harvest? A large man with a scar on his face acted as if nothing had happened. Don't mention it. We've just robbed one here, and although we're poor, we've made $10,000 or $20,000. There's a crippled girl in the house who looks pretty. I only want money, not women. I was thinking of finding a precious antique, but I didn't realize it was just a piece of scrap metal. Scared. Show me. You should be happy to make $10,000 or $20,000 at a time. The man in pants waved his hand. Not much. Although Scarface was outwardly unimpressed, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Above the body of the tripod, it is carved with Tao Tai, chaos, poverty, Tao Tai, Tao Tai, Tao Tai. This stuff, I guess it was used to feed a cat. The man in the pants looked at it. I suppose so. The man with the pants tossed the copper tripod aside and suddenly noticed a student walking past him and picking it up. Hey, brat, I didn't ask you to do that. The man in pants angrily pointed at Gu Chang'e. Chapter 25 The cloud-piercing arrow shake. The pantsman said angrily when he saw Gu Chang'e heading this way without saying a word. I'm talking about you. Scarface taunted. Look at you. You can't control a single student. No wonder you're hiding in an unoccupied house. When the man in pants heard this, he became furious and punched Gu Chang'e. Boom dash came a loud bang. Gu Chang'e delivered another slap, sending the man flying horizontally, more than 100 meters away, and finally crashing into the other end of the alley. The tremendous force directly smashed a brick to smithereens. Midpant's body wasn't as hard as Slate's. His spine was broken, his organs were shattered, and the intense pain made him almost pass out several times. Scarface's smile froze as a wave of fear surged through him. You, what are you doing? No problem. Robbing my silver, not to mention hurting my sister. Gu Chang'e clenched her fists, her entire body about to explode. Scarface sniffed. A hint of horror appeared on his face, and there was Chow Nima running around in his heart. Cripes grooves? Where would a master come from in this hole? If I were here, I wouldn't come even if I was beaten to death. He reached out and pointed at Gu Chang'e, saying with a straight face, are you stupid? I'm a member of the Flying Bandit gang. If you dare to make a move against me, you'll suffer the consequences. Gu Chang'e rushed over to him in 3 or 2 strokes and punched him in the face, followed by his stomach, and in 3 or 2 strokes made his entire body deformed. Scarface leaned against the wall, trembling as he climbed up, and begged, brother, I have no eyes and don't know where Tarzan is, so please spare me. On the wall, the man in shorts pulled a rocket out of his pocket and ignited it. Then his whole body rose up into the air and stabbed into the clouds like a dagger before his head snapped and he fainted. When Scarface saw this scene, he forced himself to hold back the joy in his heart and bowed to Gu Chang'e. An arrow through the clouds. Just wait for them to come. When they arrive, then let them be arrogant. Gu Chang'e had also heard of the piercing arrow shake, a barrage of blows, extremely fast, punch after punch, smashing into him like rain. In just a few seconds, it turned him into a paralyzed state, and even if he didn't die, he would have to spend the rest of his life in a hospital bed. Gu Chang'e picked up Scarface's bag and headed out, encountering no trouble or people on the way. Instead, there were a lot of police coming this way, presumably stunned by that one cloud-piercing arrow. Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e also stopped, knowing that these people would not appear again. Xue Qinrua sneakily followed behind Gu Chang'e. It's too dangerous. Luckily we called the police in time. It won't take long to get there in the territory of the flying pirates. Gu Changa went out the door and passed a stall selling cell phones where there was an old man selling cell phones that just looked a little old. After thinking about it, Gu Changa still wanted to send her one. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao always said that she couldn't use it. And after what happened last time, she had to get one, or else she wouldn't be able to find it in case of any emergency. Gu Changa pointed to one that was still intact and asked, "How do you sell this apple for?" 400. I'll offer 150. Gu Changa looked indifferent. Up to 250. 150. A voice sounded again. This is a great phone. It's still okay to play a game. At the very least it's $200. 100. And if you can't do it, forget it. You're bargaining with me with a dragon blade? The boss was on the verge of cursing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He had never encountered such a killing price. After saying that, Gu Changa didn't wait for him to respond and left directly, not dragging her feet at all. The shopkeeper had both hands in his pockets. Joke. I've seen such a kill countless times. Can I still make you stop? She glanced at Gu Changa, who was almost 100 meters away but had no intention of slowing down, and he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a hard drag, leaving only a small cut. The shopkeeper closed his eyes once and shouted at the top of his voice, "Okay." Gu Changa paused and turned back to say, "You're right. I didn't mean it." 80. Yi Futian opened his mouth. The shopkeeper shook the cigarette in his hand, took a long hard drag, and thought better of it. Gu Changa took out 100 and put together another 20. The shopkeeper shook his head inside. This dragon slayer's ability to kill prices was too strong. Next time, he must avoid him. Gu Changa was heading out when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ling Lin was calling him, and as soon as he picked up, he heard Ling Lin cursing at him. "Brat, do you understand? Tuesday," Gu Changa said as she looked at the time. "You know it's Tuesday and you don't come." Ha! Ragnar froze. Gu Changa froze. Hadn't he been dismissed? "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. If you don't show up in 10 minutes, I'll fine you $100. After saying that, Ling Lin hung up her cell phone. "Didn't I get fired?" Gu Changa was stunned and suddenly scattered her legs. 8 minutes. From Gu Changa to the store. Ling Lin pulled out her own cell phone, looked at her watch, and said, 100. I've already bought it. Sister Ling Lin, why are you looking for someone? Gu Changa asked. She hadn't found a suitable candidate yet. That's why she asked her to come over to help. There are plenty of henchmen. So why did I take you in the first place? What's your salary? Gu Changa always felt that something was wrong. 1 month's salary in advance. Then I'll trouble Sister Ling Lin. Gu Changa gratefully said thank you. She was indeed imagining things. I hope you'll be back soon. After Ling Lin finished speaking, she retreated. Gu Changa went into the changing room, changed into a clean outfit, and walked in with the dinner tray. There were 4 men on the right side of the wall, all 3 dressed in black with black sunglasses, and it was obvious at first glance that they were security guards. A man who looked to be in his 40s and appeared to be very pleasant to be around, saw Gu Changa comment. Gu Changa used to be the first genius of Chicken City, then his chi and blood went to 0 in one night, and recently he seems to have picked up again. His future is unlimited. The 3 security guards all revealed a look of surprise. Their boss was a big tycoon in Chicken City. What kind of talent hadn't he encountered? And no one had ever said such words to him. The waiter ordered. The casual man waved his hand. Gu Changa walked over and was startled when he saw the casual man. How could he not expect that the rich man of Chicken City, Lai Chuanxing, would dine at this place? My Chicken City's #1 talent. It's better to be known than to be seen. And when I see it today, it's true to its name. Lai Chuanxing exclaimed in admiration. The old me is no longer different from a normal person. You're still young, and you have a lot of things to do in the future. I did hear that your sister was hit by a truck some time ago. Lai Chuanxing was also puzzled. That's right, Mo asked and nodded. Lai Chuanxing calmed him down twice before he started ordering, and Gu Changa took the list and headed for the back kitchen. The message is true. Lai Chuanxing's eyes stared and darkened. Chapter 26 A Gift for the Door. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening when Gu Changa came out of the back door of the company. Ling Lin shouted, handing 2 plates of marinated pork chops filled with meat to him without a word. It's made in the back kitchen, and it's yours, but if you forget, I'll make your head explode. Okay. Gu Changa took the gift, and without saying a word, Ling Lin directly closed the car door and then locked it again. Gu Changa jogged back home, and more than 10 minutes later, he returned home and saw that Jiang Xiaoxiao was looking at something on her desk, just like before. Big brother, go back. She put the book away and grinned. Gu Changa nodded and walked over to the table, placing the stewed ribs on the table. Sure Noah, is this yours? Jiang Xiaoxiao looked left and right, then shook her head. It wasn't hers. She had never seen it before. Gu Changa was even more confused. It couldn't be that the thief hadn't come to his house, right? No, it must be my home. How could it be such a coincidence? What's with the copper tripod? Gu Changge couldn't care less for the time being. He rummaged through the thief's bag. Nothing else but his tools. He should have used up the 10 or 20,000. At the thought of this, he hated his guts and couldn't wait to rush back and beat that guy down immediately. After the meal, Gu Changge handed Jiang Xiaoxiao the 4 fruits she had just taken out of the supermarket. This is from me. I'll get you a bank card later so you can use it. Big brother, I've already said that this thing is of no use to me. I've bought it all, and it would be a waste if you didn't take it. Hearing Li Tianmian's words, Jiang Xiaoxiao finally gave in. She took the apple and said with a smile, "Then thank you, big brother." Gu Changge stroked her head. "Thank me for what?" "Taking a bath and going to bed." Placing the copper tripod by his bedside, Renbachi didn't have time to think much. On the top floor of a skyscraper, Sun Hang sat at his desk with an excited face. In the office, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing there. Hearing Sun Hang's words, Sun Tianyang frowned. "Were you the one who killed Gu Changge's sister? Or did you fail?" "Yeah, that's weird, Dad. What do you think we should do?" Sun Hang nodded excitedly. "Come over here." Yi Futian waved at her. Sun Tianyang smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, when Sun Hang took a look, he was instantly happy and hurriedly moved over to Sun Tianyang's side, leaning his head towards Sun Tianyang's ear, wanting to whisper the solution. Snap! A crisp ringing sound rang out. Sun Tianyang slapped him across the face, sending Sun Hang sprawling on the ground with a dazed look as he stared at Sun Tianyang. "How did you get your ass kicked? Could it be that your period is coming? Idiot! I told you last night to stay out of Gu Changge's way. Are you so stupid that you didn't hear me?" Sun Tianyang was furious and continued, "You take 100 spirit stones, and tomorrow you'll say sorry to Gu Changge. I'm your real father, and instead of standing up for me, you want me to apologize to Gu Changge." Sun Hang was so angry that he stomped his feet, angry and annoyed. "It's just because you're my child. Otherwise I would have thrown you into the river a long time ago. Otherwise, I would have to waste both of your feet." Sun Tianyang drank in a cold voice. Sun Hang clenched his fists and got up. "Why do I have such a stupid child?" Sun Tianyang held his forehead with his hand. As long as they weren't cuties, they could all tell that it was Ling Lin who stood behind Gu Changge, and the assassins he sent out were all found by Ling Lin. That woman, Ling Lin, has sent someone to take care of them. Well, I don't want to say much more than that, but I get it when this kid says there's a trap ahead and he doesn't dodge it and says he can walk, and then he falls. If he hadn't gone too far, Ling Lin wouldn't have intervened. That Ling Lin is not that good to deal with. Sun Tianyang shook his head repeatedly. This time, he was truly afraid. If it comes down to it, get a DNA test first. He woke up early the next morning. End of day. 200 life points stored. 2 life points restored. 202 life points. After checking his body again, he had skyrocketed from 477 points of chi to 555 points. 300 points of chi blood. 255 points left. Gu Changge took a hot shower and went outside to buy a steamed bun. And just as she walked in from outside, she ran into the landlord who was also going out for breakfast. The two men walked past her, and Gu Changge didn't notice, but a bunch of keys hung from her belt, making a jingling sound. Gu Changge was the first to say, "Good morning, I've paid all the rent. I'll go home and pick it up for you. I know you used to do a good job and never procrastinated, so I'll pay you next month." "Never mind. I think we should strike up a good relationship first, so that we don't lose again when the time comes." How humiliating. After saying that, Gu Changge went and found another $1,400 and gave it to the landlord. $1,000, 300 of which is still from the landlord, and the other 100 is extra. That's human nature. The owner took the $1,400. The bell just rang. The principal's excited voice came over the radio. "Our famous businessman in Chicken City, Boss Lai, has decided to give a bonus to the students who have performed well. The bonus is $30,000. The bonus is 1 out of 10 students, and the winner will be awarded $20,000. And this time the bonus will be a contest. If you are interested, you can apply to the teacher, which is scheduled for tomorrow, Friday, so if you are interested, please come and register quickly." All of them were as excited as monkeys. "Gosh, Boss Lee is donating to our school. Our academy is getting rich. We might even get a scholarship or something in the future. I'm going to get the title." Gu Changge had a look of certainty on her face. With the 50,000, they can get rich overnight and live in abundance. Even $5 a kilo for the fruit is not likely to deter him. In that case, Feng Xiaoxiao's injury would be much better. A potion that would cure his disability would cost $300,000. Then I'll come over and cheer you on. Li Yuanba didn't make a move. Gu Chang'e was just about to say something, but Sun Hang suddenly stood up and walked towards him, and the whole class was silent. Everyone's eyes followed Sun Hang. More people, on the other hand, were looking at the cloth bag in his hand with unblinking eyes. The cloth bag was filled with spirit stones. So many spirit stones, at least 10,000. Gu Chang'e once offended you. These spirit stones are my way of making amends to you. Saying that, Sun Hang put the cloth bag on the table and left without looking back, as if it was all his job. The crowd looked incredulous. Everyone knew about Sun Hang's relationship with Gu Chang'e. He actually apologized to Gu Chang'e. What was going on? Li Yuanba's expression became grave as he immediately said, "A gift from a weasel, harboring evil intentions. Gu Chang'e, don't take it. Who do you think I am? How could I not know?" Gu Chang'e rolled her eyes, but in her hand she obediently took the cloth bag and started counting. A total of 100 spirit stones, or 10,000. Li Yuanba hurriedly tugged on Gu Chang'e's arm and threw him around. "Holy man, how did you just go in on such an obvious trap? I wouldn't jump down even if I didn't have gold coins. Spirit stones have blinded you." There's a famous quote from Master Chelsea McZellen: "Never make an enemy of the spirit stones. If you take it seriously, you will lose." Bull. He spat out 2 words. Li Yuanba was speechless. He was a person who didn't know anything and couldn't tell if what Gu Chang'e said was true or not. Sun Hang did not move and sat down, but in his heart, he cursed, "Spirit stones, this is the road fee for the Yellow Springs Road." Chapter 27 Anxious Waiting. At the end of one session, Gu Chang'e came to Wang Shuzhen's place to register. Everything went smoothly, and Wang Shuzhen didn't make things difficult for Gu Chang'e anymore. One was very polite. Seeing this scene, several teachers couldn't help but nod their heads. It looked like Wang Shuzhen had learned to be smart and knew how to flatter Gu Chang'e. When she grew up, even she wouldn't take care of her. The history teacher suddenly came up to me, grinning. "Xiao Jiang, do you want some water? I have some excellent dragon well here." "Xiao Jiang, I have a niece, 18 this year. Pretty. Seeing this scene, the surrounding teachers gathered around, concerned about her well-being. When Gu Chang'e left, the other teachers gathered around and laughed. "Wang Shuzhen, what's wrong with you? Don't forget about us when you soar in the future." Wang Shuzhen smiled sarcastically and tried to squeeze out a hum. He had mixed feelings. Flying high? Just don't lose face. The last class of the morning, and the hardest one. Li Yuanba hugged his books and lay on his bed huffing and puffing. If nothing else, he would be called to answer the questions. The history teacher blushed and pointed to a question on the whiteboard. "Li Yuanba, you answer this question. If you can't even answer this question, then go back to farming." "Of course I understand. I'm dumb, but I'm not stupid." Li Yuanba. Since the recovery of heaven and earth's vital energy, the earth has expanded tenfold, and our country of Huaxia has purposely built a towering wall to safeguard the people's safety and security. Moreover, each city is connected by a high wall, preventing some dangers. Gu Chang'e froze. He didn't expect Li Yuanba to say that. Wasn't he making himself out to be a pig? Li Yuanba equals eat, sleep, and shiver. Pigs equals eating plus sleeping. Zhuge won't shiver equals swine. Exactly. This history teacher saw that Li Yuanba could answer more difficult questions and let him go. Li Yuanba raised his head and said proudly, "How about it, Gu Chang'e?" Gu Chang'e didn't have the heart to say, "It's been more than 2 years. You're still complacent, my ass." Gu Chang'e stood up and walked back when the bell rang. As he passed a corner, Gu Chang'e suddenly had a premonition of danger, and he was subconsciously alert. Just as he turned his head to look around the corner, 3 men had rushed around the corner. One of them waved the baseball bat in his hand, while the other 2 used smoke to flick it at Gu Chang'e, and the trio's movements were surprisingly perfect. Shui Qinru, who was right behind her, took a look and hurriedly greeted her, her pleated skirt gently swinging in the air. Gu Chang'e bent down to avoid the bat and psychedelics that were slammed towards him. Shui Qinru jumped up from behind Gu Chang'e and kicked at the 2 men. Gu Chang'e's eyes narrowed, and he, who had been able to hold on just a moment ago, couldn't support himself any longer and fell straight to the ground. Shui Qinru hit a roundhouse kick in the air, kicking the 3 players away, and after she landed on the ground, she quickly pounced on them, killing them with one blow. The 3 big old men, all of them sprawled on the ground like roasted shrimps. After settling the 3 people, Shui Qinru hurried back and saw Gu Chang'e lying there, her eyes lifeless and her nostrils bleeding. "Gu Chang'e, are you okay?" Shui Qinru held him up with a panicked look on her face, while pulling out the phone, wanting to dial 120. "Okay." Gu Chang'e waved her hand. "I know. Are you sure? It's better to get a medical checkup at the hospital first, just in case." "No, I know myself. I know." Seeing this scene, Shui Qinru was also speechless. Gu Changa walked over and punched all three men. What man? The man sitting in the very center of the room sneered. Che, do you think we'd tell you? Don't underestimate them. The two men beside him, as if they had realized what was going on, hastened to say, I say. The two of them looked at each other and were furious. I'll go first, Chen Xiaobei said with a faint smile. You guys. The Xiao realistic Ning's face sank, not knowing what to do. The man standing at the front of the room was angry, saying that we should share the same suffering, but as soon as we encountered trouble, we turned our backs on each other. Since you're being rude to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Grand Duke's son, the man standing in the very center said. The two people who were still fighting next to each other stopped their hands and looked at Lonely Moon with a puzzled expression. Didn't they say that they wouldn't say anything? It's him. Her gaze fell on the man. Gu Changa couldn't figure out what this kid was thinking. He always felt a bit conflicted. If he wanted to mess with himself, don't blame himself for being impolite. It didn't take long for the police to arrive and arrest the three men, leaving them to fix the machine and collect the soap. Thank you for your hospitality. No, thank you for your help, Gu Changa said gratefully. Xue Qinruo nodded with seeming understanding. Her gaze shifted away, not daring to look directly into Gu Changa's eyes, and left in a hurry when she finished. It was a full 18 turns before she stopped, her cheeks flushed, breathing heavily and with a hint of excitement. Just looking at him made me muster up all my courage. But still, something was going on, and sure enough, it was me. At that moment, her cell phone rang, and she picked it up to see that it was the maid, Yin Xiaotian. Who picked it up? Yin Xiaotian, that's what I thought. Missy, the master said that after class is over for the night, you should hurry home and not wander around outside. Ah, does he know? Xue Qinruo only felt a chill in her back. It's over. I'm afraid her thighs are going to break. No, he doesn't know you have this fetish. That's good. Xue Qinruo breathed a sigh of relief, then reacted and hurriedly changed her words. Wait, what do you think I am? And no one is allowed in my room. No one. Gu Changa had just walked to the door and was about to speak when old Wang opened the door. Today is the night of the blood moon. When that time comes, those ferocious beasts will suddenly go berserk, and they might rush into the city at that time. If you don't have anything to do, don't go out. Okay, Uncle Wang. Gu Changa nodded vigorously. Every 10 years, a blood moon descends, round after round, for an entire year. It's like physiology. During this period of time, these beasts would be abnormally crazy, and they would attack the cities and pawns of the human race in droves, bringing huge casualties to the human race. In the blood moon beast wave, I don't know how many families were killed and orphaned. This was still because of this 50-meter high wall. Otherwise, the human race would have been exterminated long ago. Gu Changa returned home and ate with her sister, urging her to never go out, before handing Jiang Xiaoxiao's bank card to her so that she could contact him at any time. Sun Hang sat cross-legged in a 5-star hotel, waiting for the happy news that Gu Changa had been solved. At this time, his phone suddenly drip sound. He hurriedly picked up a look, but it was his father's son Tianyang. Bastard, don't come over here yet. Sun Hang's eyebrows jumped. It couldn't be that the news of him going against Gu Changa had gotten out, could it? No, it won't. I did it in secret. How would he know? You saw it all, and I wouldn't have known if you hadn't returned it. If you don't want to die, get the hell back. When Sun Hang saw this message, he immediately replied, okay, I'll be right back. By noon, in the school, Gu Changa realized that Sun Hang didn't show up, 80% because he had a ghost in his heart, so he didn't dare to show up. This time, you can't run away. A lesson, boring as always, all related to ferocious beasts. Gu Changa, however, perked up her ears this time. Tonight is the blood moon. It was the most treacherous in 10 years. The biology teacher of the ferocious beasts, with one finger on the blackboard. This beast tide. All of them are led by at least 5th-ranked ferocious beasts. 5th-ranked ferocious beasts, also known as kings. Remember? Below, some are taking notes. Some are slacking off. In the evening, Gu Changa went to work on time, because today is the blood moon. Linglin's business hours are maintained until 7:30 p.m. After she finished speaking, she told Gu Changa and the others to hurry back and not just go out. Gu Changa walked home while looking at the blood-red moon in the sky. Chapter 28. A sudden idea. The blood moon emitted an eerie and terrifying aura that spilled onto the ground. The sunlight falling on your body will make you feel a touch irritated. At this moment, a sharp air-breaking sound rang out. This is the cultivation world has not yet begun. Known as the demonic beast warning. Jiang Chenxi's pupils tightened as the beast had already crossed over the 50-meter-high fence and rushed into the city. On this day, all were reminded of their fears and the humiliation of being caged. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. A mournful scream resounded within this city. Many people are hiding in their homes and shivering, and only a very few escape. A young girl shrank in the woman's arms, trembling, tears falling down like broken beads. "Mother, I'm so scared." "Don't worry, everything will be fine," the woman whispered, terrified, for it was during this blood moon that she had lost her mate 10 years ago. Boom dash came a loud bang. The window was smashed open and a monster the size of a large dog rushed in, its scarlet eyes filled with bloodlust. The woman hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth with her hand, and the two shrank under the covers, trembling. The ferocious beast twitched sensitively for a moment, then fiercely increased its speed and rushed towards the large bed. "Finally, we're here. I wonder what kind of people are putting on this show tonight." Ling Lin watched as more and more demonic beasts rushed in from the city walls, her hair hunting in the wind. Her eyes eventually landed on a tiger the size of a bull, its fur like a steel needle reflecting a blood-red glow. Who is the leader of this wave? Cut it down and the beasts will disperse this time. However, not everyone was scared. There was a group of people that were hopeful about this crisis. These men, all mercenaries who hunted wild beasts for a living and licked blood from their swords. A bald man, with a sledgehammer in his hand, saw a large group of beasts rushing over, and after taking a hard drag on his cigarette, he drank loudly. These spirit stones, all of them are used to catch the road. It's usually hard to come across so many demonic beasts. This is a great development. When it's done, my treat. The boss is mighty. Behind him, a group of big men roared, gripped their weapons, and rushed forward. In order to earn the foot washing fee, let's go hunt demonic beasts. After this time, make sure you rub off all your skin. Woohoo! Go! These guys, they're hopeless. Many young girls held their foreheads. Gu Changa heard the siren and hurried back. The road that could have been walked in 10 minutes now seemed like a long time. Gu Changa was more than 100 meters away from the house, and when she saw that the house was fine, a big stone fell from her heart. Gu Changa walked to the door, pulled a key out of her pocket, and was about to insert it. A black shadow attacked from the right side at an extremely fast speed, like a supercar, directly toppling Gu Changa hundreds of meters away. After landing, the rest of the momentum continued, skidding across the ground for over 50 meters. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Gu Changa. Both of his ribs had been broken, his right foot had been shaken and dislocated, and his internal organs had been slightly torn. If it wasn't for the fact that after many baptisms, the quality of his body had improved dramatically, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Gu Changa strained to look upward. A huge silver tiger appeared in the doorway, emitting a powerful aura that made Beifeng gasp a little. The silver tiger's sharp claws swung, and the gate was instantly sliced open. Dash! Gu Changa forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his body and got up from the ground. His ankle was broken and it hurt so much that he broke out in a sweat. His sternum shattered, squeezing his lungs, making it difficult for him to catch his breath, and with the slightest movement, the bone would penetrate his lungs. He couldn't even crawl, so he had to stop the creature as it rushed in. He wasn't sure he could pull it off, but if he didn't then nothing would get done. Gu Changa took a deep breath and suddenly started running, breaking her foot and walking with pain. The entire door of the room was shattered and half of the walls collapsed when the silver tiger slapped down with a claw. Gu Changa made a sprint and used all her strength, but even Silver Tiger didn't take a step back. The strength between the two was simply a world of difference. This can't be a beast king, can it? Such a thought popped into Gu Changa's head. The silver tiger cast a sidelong glance at him, not giving a second thought to a human race with low strength like him. The slap looked casual, but Gu Changa was almost knocked out. With a bang, he crashed through the window and landed on his bunk, covered in broken pieces. The copper tripod on that table also fell down due to the strong shock and smashed on top of Gu Changa's body, which was still covered in blood. The blood was absorbed by the patina and then spread into the eyes of the four behemoths, each with a tiny red dot. A huge suction force emanated from the mouth of the tripod, and Gu Changa's entire body was drained of blood. The blood in Gu Changa's body was forced back by the cauldron just as she was about to suffocate. The silver tiger standing in the doorway, sensing an irresistible pressure, prostrated itself on the ground and trembled. A kind of fear from the bottom of his heart. Gu Changa ran over at some point, holding a copper tripod. The silver tiger raised one of its front paws and slapped at Gu Changa, but it suddenly froze when it was about to hit Gu Changa. The tripod was engraved with a hungry lion, opening its mouth and sucking it in, and before the silver tiger could make any moves, the whole person was sucked into the copper tripod. Gu Changa's eyes widened as she stared at the copper cauldron, only to find that it was empty, followed by a blood-red, palm-sized kernel that popped out of it. It was a crystal core. To them, it's the most precious item besides the heart. This magic beast's crystal core could be used for cultivation or charging. It was very versatile. The 5 lines represented that this was a 5th-ranked ferocious beast. The preciousness of this one beast pill was simply unimaginable. The crystal cores of a first-order magical beast could be auctioned for 30,000, second order for 100,000, third order for 500,000, fourth order for 1,000,000, and fifth order for 3,000,000 pieces. Moreover, this was still the pricing on the market. Generally speaking, the more advanced the demonic beast, the higher the value. This thing, it's got to be $4 or $5 million anyhow. As soon as Gu Changa heard $4.5 million, her hands couldn't stop trembling. It's an overnight success. If it wasn't for this bronze tripod, he would have fed those demonic beasts long ago. Gu Changa saw 5 or 6 people come out of the street to his right, and he hurriedly put the beast cores and copper tripod into his pocket. Killing for treasure. Who knows? $5 million. There aren't many people who wouldn't be impressed. Chapter 29. Who are you? Among the 5 people, there were 3 men and 2 women, and the one in the lead was a red-haired man clad in black armor and holding a black lance, his face full of ferocity. The red-haired man ran over to Gu Changa and asked, "Have you ever seen a giant silver tiger?" The direction he went, Gu Changa pointed to the east street without changing her face. The red-haired man looked at Gu Changa with a burning gaze, as if he was trying to read his mind. "Are you telling the truth?" The red-haired man's eyes stared slightly, the veins at the corners of his forehead rippling. "What am I lying to you for, Gu Changa? Don't you dare lie to me, or I'll make you pay." The big red-haired man opened his mouth conspiratorially. Gu Changa instantly became unhappy as he raised his eyebrows but said nothing. This man and the people behind him were all of the second rank, and if they were to really move, he would definitely have to suffer a great loss. It would be a big loss if something inside blew up. "What do you mean by that?" The red-haired man suddenly grabbed Gu Changa's collar and glared viciously at him. "What are you doing?" A chirpy shout came. The 2 male companions behind him rushed forward to stop him. A woman in a black power suit walked over. She looked 25-6, with a diminutive figure. A tight black power suit outlined her diminutive figure to the fullest. The 2 slimes walked with a sway, making Gu Changa unable to stop herself from shivering. The woman in black clothes bowed toward Gu Changa, apologizing. "I'm sorry, my boy. He's had a bit of a mental lapse and I hope you'll forgive him." "Now that you've said that, I forgive you." Gu Changa's pupils tightened and she cleared her throat before coming back to her senses. He kept the red-haired man's likeness in his mind, and one day, he would repay the favor. "Thanks a lot," Yi Futian responded. "I'm Lancer. How are you?" Gu Changa proudly puffed out her chest. "My name is Gu Changa." "Yes, brother, Gu Changa." Rungi hid a smile. "Hurry up, or who knows where that beast king will be." The other woman, dressed in tight silver battle armor, was running to the east. Lan Ting twisted her head and left, turning back and waving as she went. "Brother Gu Changa, I'll see you later." "Okay, slow down. It's okay, I'm at least an experienced adventurer. How can I be overwhelmed by these things?" Gu Changa nodded. She had just been pissed off by the red-haired man, but now she was much better. Lan Ting turned back to greet Gu Changa and stumbled and fell to the ground as she was unsteady on her feet. "It hurts. Why do I always fall down?" Blue Haunter got up from the ground, patting his clothes as he ran his hands over his 2 sore slimes. It was just a little sore in this area, but her body was not a problem at all, which surprised her. She then remembered that Gu Changa was right behind her, and she had just said that she was an experienced mercenary, but she didn't expect to fall anyway. When she turned around, she saw Gu Changa looking away. This caused his impression of Yang Kai to change dramatically, and he hurriedly followed. The red-haired man turned his head to Jiang Chensi with a humph and followed him coldly. "This guy, he's still sick." Gu Changa sneered. He would soon be upgraded to a second-stage evolver. It wasn't until Lantine stumbled out of her view that she withdrew her gaze. "Sister Blue Ring seems a bit clumsy. Will she be alright?" Gu Changa thought to herself that all of her friends around her were strong. Only the red-haired man was not. Gu Changa looked back at the dilapidated house and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This time he was afraid that it would cost a lot of money, at least a few thousand. Luckily he was safe and sound. Gu Changa looked at her body. Broken bones, sprained legs, and many scratches from broken glass had healed. It must be because of the bronze tripod. What the hell is going on here? Gu Changa took out that copper tripod and held it in her hand to examine it. "I'm not sure how Gu Changa's situation is." Xue Qinzuo was sprawled out on a large, very feminine bed, surrounded by an assortment of cute dolls. She fixed her eyes on the doll's face, which was painted all over, and that face was exactly the same as Gu Changa's. Looking around, he realized that there were pictures of Gu Changa everywhere. On a table, there was an offering, and in the center of the altar, a vial. Gu Changa killed the Beast King with a sword, and the rest of the demonic beasts fled. When all the ferocious beasts gathered together and prepared to evacuate, everyone knew that the Beast King had fallen. This Beast King? Who on earth killed him? Who the hell earned these millions of dollars in prize money? They shouldn't care about someone who can kill the Beast King. Not necessarily. The Beast King doesn't have everything. All of the mercenaries stopped fighting and talked in tongues. Most people were talking. What kind of person killed this Beast King? The following day, the discussion grew louder. After all, so far, no one knew what kind of person had killed a Beast King, and with such a low profile, Gu Changa sat on the worn-out big bed, and a beeping tone came to her ears. End of day. 200 life points stored. 2 life points restored. 202 life points. I then entered a baptismal state, boosting my lifesteal by 10%. From 557, it jumped straight to 613 points, skipping straight through the floor and completing 2 metamorphoses. Zhang Chenxi was tingling. There was such a thing? At the beginning, his chi blood had broken through over 300, and now, he had another 10% increase to over 600 points. With his strength today, if he went up against that red-haired man, he would be able to him up in minutes. Even if he didn't use his chi and blood, he could still crush himself with his physical strength alone. Gu Changa took a hot shower and thought that today was Friday. He was going to compete, and his 213 points would be enough to put back into the system. Above all he has to do is the 2 baptisms tomorrow. A thief would have shaken his head at the sight of the dilapidated window and gate, which was a considerable amount of money. The campus has arrived. Gu Changa found a stool and sat down, and when the class ended, Li Yuanba and Sun Hang didn't show up either. The teacher told him that these two had already taken a good vacation. Will there be a problem? Gu Changa remembered the scene she saw last night, pulled out her own cell phone, and sent a text message to Li Yuanba. No, are you okay? After waiting for more than an hour, Li Yuanba's message finally came. I'm fine. I just suffered from a bit of wind chill. I'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Gu Changa frowned when she heard this. This was not in line with his character. How could a little wind chill cause him so much harm? It couldn't be that something had happened, right? Chapter 30 Competition. Gu Changa continued to question Li Yuanba, and as a result, he all but said that everything was fine and that he would come back to school the day after tomorrow. Gu Changa looked at him and couldn't do anything but tell him to reduce the bounty and get a good night's sleep. At the end of class, a boy suddenly jumped out and shouted, "Awesome!" The crowd was in a daze. The crowd looked at him. All of them couldn't help but shake their heads. Who could not be crazy, but only pretending? Holy, this is too much. At that moment, another man suddenly got up and shouted, "A bunch of people? Could it be infected?" As time passed, more people exclaimed out, "Holy, awesome!" Gu Changa saw that more than 90% of the class said so. So she was also infected, right? What is it? Squad leader? Just then, 2 girls walked up to Gu Changa and greeted her. What? Is there a mistake? Gu Changa, this isn't a sacrifice. It's clearly Wei Yongzhao from the next 2 classes who slaughtered that Beast King. Last night, he led a group of people and decapitated a Beast King. This matter, it's been spreading for a long time. The 2 girls squealed with excitement. Gu Changa blinked her big barred eyes. 2 Beast Kings? Quite impressive. Chen Zhuyu said with a smile. Gu Changa patted her shoulder. Not very strong, but very strong. The 2 girls looked at Qin Feng with admiration. That's incredible. To be able to lead more than a dozen students and kill a Beast King. In our school, there's even someone like that. Gu Changa was puzzled. Wei Yongzhao's identity is similar to Sun Hang's, which is a rich second generation. Wei Yongzhao's company, on the Sun Group's list, is in the top 4. Their main business is the development of all kinds of weapons, and last night, they used their own company to research them. This time, their stock price is sure to skyrocket. Wei Yongzhao, he yelled. Just then, a sudden commotion rang out in the classroom. Gu Changa's eardrums were raw from the sound, and when she looked toward the door, she saw a man in an expensive suit with 7-parted hair, walking over under the gaze of a group of girls. Ms. Jinu, would you like to have lunch together at noon? Wei Yongzhao was very clear about his purpose. He bent down and extended his hand, like a gentleman who was extending his hand to a woman. The girls were envious and couldn't wait to be invited. No need. Chenjiu shook his head. Xue Qinruo refused without hesitation. Wei Yongzhao's face changed. His original smile instantly converged. How could he not figure out how in the world he had lost? You're a man worshipped by millions of people. Ms. Qinruo, please, Wei Yongzhao asked, thinking that Xue Qinruo was just shy and that was why he asked more. No need. Chenjiu shook his head. Xue Qinruo balked without the slightest hesitation. I'm not convinced. After Wei Yongzhao finished speaking, he said goodbye to Xue Qinruo and turned to leave. Many of the girls gathered around, looking puzzled. Why don't you agree? Wei Yongzhao is excellent in all aspects. And compared to Sun Hang, he's not even close. That's just it. It's not like his hair is missing anything anyway, Xue Qinro faintly said. Not like it. A couple of girls nodded their heads in unison and asked again. So, do you have your eye on any boys? The boys in the classroom couldn't help but raise their heads when this statement was made. When Xue Qinro heard this, her heart felt bad, and she quietly glanced at Gu Chang'e. Seeing that he wasn't looking at her, she was a little disappointed. Don't worry, I made great strides yesterday, and I'm sure I'll make progress in the future. Seeing that Xue Qinro didn't respond for half a day, several girls were stunned. Qinro, do you really have a sweetheart? I need to go to the bathroom. Xue Qinzhua stood up and turned around. A few of the girls looked at each other and laughed. Following suit. I'll see what you say. The time passed quickly and it was noon. The participants were all here. The top 10 singers were all here. And Gu Chang'e didn't care about any of that. He knew that the winner was Lan Lei from class 1. It was said to be very pretty looking. Nothing like Xue Qinro's cold as ice. She was so scared and always lowered her head so that people could see her, and she felt embarrassed. So she lowered her head and literally tried to hide her head in her chest. Her timid look, like a frightened white rabbit, made it even harder for the boys to resist. She is notoriously sexy and makes all males avert their eyes. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but think of that big sister named Lanin last night. And what an incredible thing to have an air cushion installed so that even if you fall on the ground, you won't land on your face. It was the hottest day of the year, sunny and unobstructed, giving it a warm feeling. I don't know how long I waited, but someone finally came. A large light bulb appeared in the ring, and the blinding light caused everyone to close their eyes. Gu Chang'e's eyes widened as she realized that it was either a light bulb or the Mediterranean director of instruction, who could still reflect the sun's rays. True to its name. Let me explain it to you first. The system of the tournament this time is randomly selected for elimination. The director of instruction spoke for a full 45 minutes before the students were dismissed. Next, everyone went up to the stage and drew straws. Gu Chang'e's number was 1, which happened to be the first round. The draw is complete. Principal. Who gets number 1? Gu Chang'e had just gotten on stage when an acquaintance appeared in front of him. No other than Sun Hang's henchman, a man named Hedgehog. I surrender. Regner was also agitated at this time. Hedgehog conceded defeat in a swift move. He was well aware of the distance between himself and Gu Chang'e. His blood level was just over 100, and although Gu Chang'e was just about right, with 200 plus blood, how could he not exceed 100? It seems Gu Chang'e has indeed recovered. Now we're afraid we're going to have one more strong opponent in our title fight. There were whispers from the stage. Wei Yongzhao sat cross-legged on a chair, and a few juniors stood by his side, blowing fans on him. So what if I'm better? I'm going to get the title and beat the genius I once was. I'm sure Xue Qinru will look at me differently. Wei Yongzhao was dumbfounded. With your 250 blood, it's still easy to deal with a half-crippled Gu Chang'e, a man said with a smirk, and another little brother answered. That's right, Gu Chang'e's test the other day was only 230. Don't say he only has 299 now. Wei Yongzhao was not afraid in the slightest. The ass-kisser chimed in. Of course, the one you decapitated was a 5th-ranked Fey beast. Isn't it just a beast king? Wei Yongzhao shrugged. The people around them were startled when they heard that it was Wei Yongzhao. When facing such a dude, you have to be merciful, otherwise you are making an enemy of the Wei group and the consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 31 admits defeat on his own initiative. Soon, it was Wei Yongzhao's turn to go to the ring, and when his opponent saw him, he voluntarily conceded defeat without even having the chance to go to the ring. Wei Yongzhao has a proud look on his face before walking out of the ring. Gu Chang'e's number is still 1. When everyone had drawn lots, the dean of faculty cleared his throat. Number 1 out. Gu Chang'e walked slowly towards the ring, and a tall man stood in front of him. Gu Chang'e recognized him. This guy's name was Ma Daxiang, and he looked like a cutie. But his vitality was strong, up to 240 points. Ma Dezhuang. If you lose, I'll buy you a pack of spicy hot pot. Gu Chang'e blatantly bribed. Seriously? Ma Daxiang said gravely. Gu Chang'e froze. She was just joking and he took it seriously? She was just about to say something when he unzipped his pants. Holy, it was intentional. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why can't you open it? Ma Daxiang froze and felt something on his pants that caught the zipper of his pants. It's okay, it's on me. Sweat came down on Gu Chang'e's head. How does that work? Ma Daxiang said firmly. Can I get a shot? Gu Chang'e twisted his head to look at the director of instruction. His judge. Do it! He bellowed and shouted. The principal gritted his teeth and said, if Ma Dezhuang really became an evil dragon, then if this matter became a big deal, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the dean. Gu Chang'e had no choice but to run over and knock Ma Daxiang to the ground in 3 or 2 blows. After Gu Changa walked down, the dean nodded and smiled at him, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Gu Changa nodded her head, thinking that she couldn't joke around so casually next time. This guy was too dangerous. When there aren't too many people at the first level, it's time to fight for the top 10. Gu Changa had another one, and his opponent was a science student with thick glasses and a middle schooler's disease. He walked onto the stage, propped up his eyes, and suddenly exclaimed, "Agility A, Strength A, Force Speed AA. Choosing to admit defeat is the best option." Gu Changa didn't do anything and won? It was so smooth to make it into the top 5. Gu Changa never thought it would be so easy. He felt like he had met some strange people. Wei Yongzhao was also victorious. Wherever he passed, all the warriors conceded defeat. None of them were willing to fight, and many of them had already chosen to concede defeat even before they entered the battlefield. It was as if the two had a cheat, and they killed until the very end to determine the winner. The two stood side by side, wide-eyed. There's no need to ask. The champion this time is not Wei Yongzhao. That's not necessarily true. Gu Changa doesn't seem to be willing to give in at all. The following people were talking, and most of them were in favor of Wei Yongzhao. The glasses-wearing middle child held his eyes. Jiang Chenxi is the power of 2A ranks, and Wei Yongzhao is an E rank, so he's no match for Jiang Chenxi. What brings you here? My eyes never look wrong, the middle schooler with glasses said in a serious voice. Wei Yongzhao tucked both hands in his pants pockets and calmly locked eyes with Gu Changa. Not worried at all. If you're smart, you should obediently tie your hands, so that this seat won't have to go through a lot more trouble. Gu Changa's feet stomped and his entire body scurried up. His movements were so swift that many people couldn't keep up. Wei Yongzhao still had his arms crossed and looked as if he hadn't seen anything, his face expressionless, as if he didn't care about Gu Changa at all. Gu Changa's face also sank. He couldn't help but raise his guard. This kid definitely had a card. He had to be careful. It lasted until Gu Changa slammed his fist into his face, smashing his entire body out. How did he strike? No. What does he want? Gu Changa looked confused and looked down at her hands. He had thought that Han Sen was just an ordinary king, but who knew that it was just a bronze-level evolver? The crowd off stage was also dumbfounded. No one expected that he would really dare to make a move against Gu Changa, and he also gave Wei Yongzhao so little face. He was simply a ruthless person. The head instructor's eyebrows jumped, slightly surprised. His speed, it's already over the second rank. Gu Changa is so fast at such a young age. He must be working out regularly. Wei Yongzhao was directly kicked out of the ring, sitting on the ground with a fart and letting out a miserable scream. He had never thought that Gu Changa would do this. Gu Changa, how dare you? Wei Yongzhao rose violently, his face full of excitement. This is the ring. What else can we do? Are we going to see how big your clothes are? Wei Yongzhao was so blocked by Gu Changa's words that he couldn't speak, and only cursed in his heart. You've embarrassed me. I'll make you look good next time. This battle has come to an end, so please wait to be informed of the exact time. The director of instruction said and walked away with the light bulb. The crowd dispersed, and only Ma Dashan was still wondering how to open the door. When Gu Changa came back, everyone looked at him, and someone else whispered and asked Gu Changa who got the title. Me. He spat out 2 words. Gu Changa's voice was calm. Squad leader, don't whet my appetite. Just tell me straight. A girl next to her asked in a whiny voice. Gu Changa said, it's really me. Really? Ragnar froze. Really? Chen Zhuyu said with certainty. The girl froze, then gave a thumbs up. Awesome squad leader. Ha, want to buy me a bottle of milk tea? And me, squad leader, I want yogurt. A few girls gathered around, but the boys were helpless. They knew they were wrong, but they didn't dare to go forward. In the past, before Gu Changa's cultivation, his classmates were his best friends, but since that incident, he was completely different. Shui Qinrua looked at him, her cheeks bulging, and murmured, I wish Gu Changa would buy me a bottle of wine. Shui Qinrua didn't have a chance to find Gu Changa until the end of class. Gu Changa went home to work after class. Brother, Gu Changa, come. Gu Changa walked around from the locker room and was about to go to work when she heard a familiar voice. He looked around and saw Lancer and 4 other teammates, all waving at him from the 5-person seats to his right. The people around them couldn't help but look over when they heard it was Gu Changa's brother, and then they looked down and realized that most of them were women. This big? A girl with short black hair asked in a low voice. His girlfriend joked, you can try. Step aside. This made Gu Changa a little embarrassed. Gu Changa looked at the red-haired man, and the other looked at him as well, seemingly displeased with him. Gu Changa ignored him and smiled as she walked over to Lan Zhua. Miss Blue Haunting, what would you like to eat? Oh, brother Gu Changa, it's hard to tell that you work for this company. I can give you a 20% discount. Sister Lan Xian, you're right. I'm just a sales clerk and not the owner of this store. I'm certainly not qualified to give you a discount, but you can give me a beating. Blue Haunter couldn't help but give a big wave of his hand as he listened to her flirting. Alright then. She ordered a lot of dishes, all meat, none of them vegetarian. The red-haired man sneered and glanced at Guchanga. Brat, the information you gave us last night was false, causing us to make a huge detour without being able to spot that beast king. Beside Lancer, a young girl in black battle armor coldly said, this matter is of our own doing, Bundle Kong, so don't make it difficult for anyone else. The red-haired youth snorted coldly and twisted his head away, his arms wrapped around his chest. Blue Haunter eased the atmosphere and told Guchanga the names of the team members again. The only thing Guchanga remembered was the woman in armor. Her name was Zhu Qinghua. She was the leader of her squad and was about to be promoted to the 3rd level. As for the other men, Guchanga quickly forgot about them. There was no need to remember. Chapter 32 Heartfelt Gratitude. The 5 of them ate together, and Guchanga was surprised to find that within the 5 of them, the one who could eat the most was actually Lancer, who could top 3 people on her own. Before leaving, Manhwa asked for Guchanga's phone number, and the 2 of them left their phone numbers, which was a normal thing to do. When Bundle Kong saw this, his face became even more ugly. At 9 o'clock, it was finally time to call it a day. Guchanga came out of the back door just in time to get dressed. Take the extra 2. Ling Lin was wearing a long, slim-fitting dress, and when she raised her hands and feet, she had an elegant temperament, especially a pair of towering jade legs, which attracted a lot of people's attention. A fart sits down, one leg resting on his lap, and points to the 2 trays of takeout on the table. Guchanga was grateful in his heart, and he knew that Ling Lin had intentionally given her the gift. It's impossible to have 2 extra servings in the back room every day. Then I'll trouble Sister Ling Lin. Guchanga gratefully said thank you. Ling Lin asked instead of answering. You came back last night, could something have gone wrong? This is okay, it's all dying. Guchanga smiled and said, it's not a big deal. That's good. Be safe on the road. There might be more demonic beasts in town. Aha. Guchanga dropped the sentence and carried her things out the door. On the way back, I passed a small park where many homeless people were asleep. When Guchanga swept her gaze, she saw a man holding a wine glass. When I first saw him, I always felt something familiar. When I fixed my eyes on him, it was really Li Yuanba. He seemed to be drunk, and there was a large bottle under the stool. Guchanga rushed over, and before the person arrived, a strong odor of alcohol hit his nose. No light. What happened? Guchanga realized at the first moment that something was wrong, and just like the question asked of him in the morning, something had indeed gone wrong. Hearing the commotion, Li Yuanba looked up, and when he saw Guchanga, he froze for a moment before shaking his head. It's okay, don't worry. Online dating scammed? Guchanga said. Are you right? You're right. You did get screwed for $500. Li Yuanba shook his head and said, I was going to ask me to go there with him, but it's a good thing I didn't come. Otherwise my kidneys would have fallen out. Guchanga sighed, reached out and pressed her hand on Li Yuanba's shoulder and, I knew you were teasing me. Have a conversation. We're all good friends. Have you forgotten? Li Yuanba didn't speak for a long time until he finally couldn't hold back his tears as he asked with a sobbing voice. Guchanga, last night my parents and my sister were killed by a wild beast. I'm the only one left alive. Why don't you get rid of that useless guy and let the 3 of them live? When Guchanga heard this, her heart thumped and she couldn't help but recall the events of that year, which were very similar to the current situation. Several years ago, their family died at the hands of the murderers. Their brother and sister escaped with their lives, while their father, mother and grandparents were all buried in the mouths of the beasts. He was well aware of his situation, and how agonizing it was to see his loved ones devoured by the beast. Guchanga said a few words to Li Yuanba, urging him to move forward. I'm the only survivor. What's the use of keeping trash like me in this world? I should have known that I would have been swallowed by those beasts. Li Yuanba screamed as he tore his heart out. What's the big deal? A disdainful voice rang out. Without looking up, Guchanga could see that this was the one from Bundle Kong. Bundle just stuck his hands in his pants pockets and strutted this way with a hint of contempt on his face. If I can't even take this step, then I might as well die. Shut up, he bellowed. Guchanga couldn't stand to watch any longer. He stood up and glared at Shuanggang. If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of beating around the bush? I just don't see eye to eye with you. So what if I say a few words? If you're not convinced, just come. Beam Steel smiled coldly. Guchanga clenched her fists, and the eyes that had built up in her heart felt like a volcano about to erupt, which she could no longer control. In the next second, Guchanga had already run out the door as fast as she could, and Shuanggang frowned. His original contempt swept away and became serious. A guy who wasn't even at the first rank actually had such a fast speed. Although Bound Kong was surprised, He quickly reacted to the punch Gu Changa had thrown, and he hastily met it. With one strike, Bundle Kong was directly blown back hundreds of meters. The arm that was slapped by his palm was as if it had been hit head-on by a high-speed train traveling at high speed, and the entire person lost consciousness and could no longer move. Without waiting for him to stop, Gu Changa threw another heavy punch, one after another, and in just 1 to 2 breaths of time, more than 100 blows had been thrown. Bundle Kong had no power to fight back at all, and was completely at a disadvantage. Gu Changa's final blow caused him to completely lose his fighting strength, and he lay there unable to move a muscle. Bundle Kong was dumbfounded. He was actually beaten by a guy who wasn't even at the first rank and was unable to fight back. Gu Changa's voice was cold. "Aren't you joking? Shut up or I'll kick your ass." Bundle Kong coldly grunted, not the least bit impressed. "That's what you said then. I get angry when I see you." Gu Changa landed a heavy punch to his stomach. Bundle Kong was sweating profusely from the pain and finally couldn't support himself and fainted. As Gu Changa walked back, Li Yuanba was in a much better mood. "I taught that idiot a lesson. Don't take it personally." Gu Changa responded. "I know. Yeah, I'm fine. I can go to school on Monday." "Gu Changa, thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to carry it." Gu Changa carefully surveyed Li Yuanba. His eyes had some gleam in them. It seemed that he had really adjusted. "Well then, just remember, if we don't have a 2000G collector's edition by Monday, I'm going to make you look good. Well, this time, I'll put it on your ass." Li Yuanba laughed and said, "Ha ha." Gu Changa asked him half a dozen times if he wanted to help, and he shook his head, saying that their family still had a lot of money, and that it was still no problem to save up for 5 or 6 years. Gu Changa took out a bottle of sobering medicine and handed it to him. After half an hour or so, he was completely sober, and only then did he stand up and walk back. It was after 10 o'clock at night before Gu Changa returned home. "How's no Rio doing?" Gu Changa had notified her in advance because she couldn't make it in time, so she didn't have to rush. "It's okay, I'm already back." "That's good." Chu Feng nodded with a smile. Chapter 33 won the first prize. Inside a tall building, the only source of light in a gloomy room was a small lamp by the bed. Sun Hang said coldly while flipping through the text messages. "Gu Changa actually won the first prize, which is $50,000. He seemed to think of something and slammed his fist into his leg in anger. An excruciating pain came from his legs, making him sweat so profusely that he couldn't even hold the phone steady. Muttering, "Holy, it's over, it's over." At a glance, his right foot was encased in a thick cast. Yes, he's broken. And the person who struck was none other than his old son, Sun Tianyang. The reason he told him to go back earlier last night, besides the reason of the beast tide, was that he learned that Sun Hang still wanted to deal with Gu Changa. Immediately, he shouted the man back. A group of people tied up the man, and Sun Tianyang even personally stopped the man and told him to stay at home honestly. Sun Hang was terrified and warned him that if he dared to touch Gu Changa, he would waste one of his arms so that he wouldn't be able to live in a hospital bed for the rest of his life. "Damn it, I can't just let this revenge go. Gu Changa, I'm going to kill you." Sun Hang's eyes were glazed over. "What's going on?" Just then, Sun Hang suddenly heard his old man shouts from behind and broke out into a cold sweat. He turned his head mechanically to see his dad carrying a wooden stick and walking quickly. "Dad, I'm just saying I want to be BFFs with Gu Changa. Do you take me for a deaf disciple? I've long guessed that you wouldn't stop. That's why I came to take a look, and I didn't expect to be bumped into." Sun Tianyang took 3 steps and arrived in front of him and said angrily, "Dad, don't hit me. I know I'm wrong." Sun Hang hurriedly apologized. Too late. Just then, a loud shout came out. Sun Tianyang swung up the long stick, heavily smashed on his left foot, issued a click sound, the sound of broken bones. Sun Hang let out a heartbreaking scream. Sun Tianyang threw the wooden stick in his hand and spat out 2 words under his breath. "Don't blame me for coming down too hard. You know in your own heart what's more important, one of my lives or one of my feet, and I don't want to do that. You know what I mean?" The face of Gong Yusio became ugly. Sun Hang heart is like a million grass mud horses galloping through. He even began to doubt whether he is really a son or not, so he will not hesitate to do it. Anyone else's oldest son, at most, would have 7 wolves beat him up, but I'm not his real son. He's my enemy, and I can break his legs with a wooden stick. Sun Tianyang turned around and walked out of the room. "Keep an eye on him and don't let him go out or give him excuses." "Yes, boss." Gu Changa had just gotten up from her bed when a beep sounded in her ear. End of day. 400 life points stored. 4 life points replenished. Total 404 life points. The original 617 points of life value plus 10% had now become 679 points. And after 2 enhancements, my physical strength had taken another quantum leap. Gu Chang'e estimated that his body was close to level 3. Gu Chang'e had also accumulated 400 points, leaving 270 points left. When she took a shower, Gu Chang'e brought 2 steamed buns for Jiang Xiao as usual before returning to school. Since it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I'm going to find the truck for me. And with his condescension, I'd think he'd still be around Chicken City by now. Gu Chang'e muttered something on the way, preparing for the next 2 days of the trip. The two, Sun Hang and Li Yuanba, still didn't show up until the end of class. As soon as school ended, Wei Yongzhao led a group of people out of the 3rd grade classroom and surrounded Gu Chang'e. Everyone knew about last night's incident, and as soon as they saw Wei Yongzhao come, they knew he was coming for Gu Chang'e. Wei Yongzhao walked towards Gu Chang'e. Let's fight. It doesn't make sense. Chen Zhuyu shook his head. Gu Chang'e balked. 10 spirit stones. If I can beat it, it's yours, isn't it? Wei Yongzhao skimmed his mouth. For this Gu Chang'e, he had long ago had people check it out and knew that he was short of money. Do you take me for a beggar? Gu Chang'e was indifferent. Wei Yongzhao was slightly stunned. This is 10 spirit stones, equivalent to a few months of your salary. The male son of the Wei family? 10 spirit stones to challenge someone else. You couldn't have bet 10 spirit stones because you knew you were going to lose, worrying that you'd lose out. Why are you going one-on-one with me when you know you're going to lose? Are you giving me away? Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Wei Yongzhao's face flushed red as he violently slammed his fist on the table. Let's just bet 100 lower grade spirit stones. Do you want to try? Verbal promises mean nothing. Gu Chang'e pulled out a piece of paper and a sheet of paper. It's come to this. Might as well write more. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth, forced himself to hold back his anger, and continued to write on the white paper. Alright, Chen Xiaobei said without a trace of anger. Wei Yongzhao snapped and placed a piece of paper on the table. The onlookers of the students were in an uproar. 100 middle-grade medium products. That was a huge sum of money. Only Wei Yongzhao and Sun Hang, such a big young man, could casually shell out. When and where? Gu Chang'e folded up the note and slipped it into her pocket. Class time. Dueling grounds. Okay. Wang Yao responded. Go for it. After Wei Yongzhao finished speaking, he took his men and left. Several girls gathered around. Captain, you agreed so quickly. Wei Yongzhao came so quickly, he must have a backstage. It doesn't matter. The big deal is that it's a failure and there won't be any loss. It dawned on everyone. Gu Chang'e proposed this agreement because Wei Yongzhao had forgotten to mention his request, allowing Wei Yongzhao to make a higher request. Wei Yongzhao entered the class and suddenly remembered that Gu Chang'e's request didn't seem to have been mentioned yet. It's time for class to end. There were a lot of people gathered around the ring, all coming to watch the match, and a lot of teachers. Wei Yongzhao stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of smugness on his face. Finally, I waited for you, but I didn't think you wouldn't come. Scared less. At most we'll just get our asses kicked. It's not that bad. Gu Chang'e finished her sentence. Hearing this, Wei Yongzhao smiled. It looks like you anticipated that I would punish you and that's why you called the director of instruction over. Just then, a bright bulb slowly approached from a distance and students reached out to cover it. The head instructor sat down below and gave the order. Wei Yongzhao took a step out and directly met him. Gu Chang'e was puzzled. Should we pretend to have won and fought a tough fight? Given his temperament, it's 80% likely that he'll challenge himself and make a buck along the way. It's a waste to take it. Gu Chang'e saw Wei Yongzhao pounce and also met him with a punch. But Gu Chang'e frowned. Why were this guy's fists so soft? Gu Chang'e pressed one hand on her chest and took 5 or 6 steps backward, looking like she was in pain. This punch of mine, is it not something that an ordinary person can catch? Wei Yongzhao withdrew his palm. Chapter 34 Really great. The students at the bottom let out gasps of surprise. How could Wei Yongzhao be so powerful? The Dean of Academic Affairs frowned. He really couldn't figure out what the hell Gu Chang'e was up to. Last night Wei Yongzhao was defeated by him in one move. So how the hell did he defeat Wei Yongzhao last night? Wei Yongzhao clenched his fist and took another step forward, and Gu Chang'e followed suit. The two of them were going back and forth, and neither of them could do anything about it. As the clock ticked down, the game reached the 20-minute mark, and that's when the winner was decided. Both of them were panting heavily, their bodies drained of blood, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down their faces. Wei Yongzhao barely straightened up and praised Fan. You're the first one to last this long under me. Gu Chang'e was also breathing heavily. In fact, this was all an act. The hardest part was pretending that she was having a hard time and not letting anyone see the cracks. Must win. Gu Chang'e suddenly exerted her milky strength and pounced on Wei Yongzhao with a single arrow step. I'm going to win. Wei Yongzhao clenched his teeth, took an arrow step forward, and threw a punch at Gu Chang'e's head. Gu Chang'e's head sidestepped his fist, then punched Wei Yongzhao in the stomach, knocking him back several steps. Wei Yongzhao covered his stomach and fell to his knees with a thud. You're not good enough, Gu Changge gasped. In this battle, I will win. Wei Yongzhao gritted his teeth and saw that he was going to win. If I don't attack strongly and save my strength when I come up, I'll be the one who wins. The winner is Gu Changge, the Dean of Academic Affairs said aloud. It's Gu Changge who wins. The third class cheered. $100. You remember that. At noon. Make sure you bring it, Gu Changge said, walking down the ring with a false step. Wei Yangzhao's men rushed forward and helped him up. Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? Gu Changge didn't say anything and walked directly to the school building. In the afternoon, it was just about time to finish a class. Wei Yongzhao arrived at the third grade classroom surrounded by a group of people, each class holding a bag of spirit stones filled with 100 pieces. You can check if you don't believe me. Wei Yongzhao threw the item in his hand toward Gu Changge's desk. No need. Chen Zhuyu shook his head. Gu Changge put his book bag down on the table. It's not like he'd mind if people were willing to give it away. Well, I kind of like you now. But next, I'm going to win. After saying that, Wei Yongzhao left. Gu Changge's heart is secretly happy. Before Sun Hang sent 100, Wei Yongzhao sent another 100, a total of 20, and ranked at the top of the list of 50. 000. There is still 50. 000 less. If Wei Yongzhao comes for him again, he will win. Gu Changge stood up when the bell rang and walked out of the school door towards the small store. Just as he was about to finish his class, he received a text message from Jiang Xiaoxiao, telling him that he had food at home and was fine, so he could rest assured. As soon as he entered, he saw Ling Lin standing in front of the counter. What brings you here so early, little one? Ling Lin was at a loss. Sister Ling Lin, how can you say that about me? Gu Changge, he said, I love reading and working so much. Isn't it right for me to come so fast? Okay, night then. Gu Changge was on the verge of tears. Sister Ling Lin, I'm just talking, don't take it too seriously. Ling Lin, however, was in a hurry. Alright then, I won't be joining you. Go get dressed. Lu Xian needs to rest and we need more staff. Is Sister Lu Xian okay? Gu Changge stood and asked with concern. He remembered Lu Xian's kindness to himself very clearly, and even more so the last time Sun Hang found fault with him. The way Lu Xian bowed down to those beasts and tried to help herself was seared into her memory. I heard it was hit by a car, but it's okay. I should be able to recover in a couple of days. Why did something happen? I'm not sure. And she didn't tell me. Well, don't worry about it, Ling Lin said with a big wave of her hand. Gu Changge sighed and went into the fitting room. He thought about it and still planned to come back the next day to look for her. He had already inquired about her address when the two of them were chatting. Gu Changge took the steaming pickled fish out of the back kitchen and walked towards table 35. At table 35, he saw the richest boss in Chicken City, Lai Chuangxing. You have won the grand competition, so you should do more in the future to benefit the world, Lai Chuangxing said with a smile. Oh, yeah. Gu Changge responded and talked for a while longer before going back to the kitchen and setting up the meals. Still, this place has the best pickled fish. Lai Chuangxing savored a piece of it with great satisfaction before he continued to ask, has the person been found? Not yet. A man wearing black glasses replied in a low voice. That's okay, that's how it was 5 or 6 years ago, and it's really hard to find it again, but you have to hold on to it. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. The man replied. Lai Chuangxing put down his chopsticks and thoughtfully watched Gu Changge walk around the kitchen. It was only at 9 o'clock that Gu Changge could take a break, and it was hard for him to cope on his own without an experienced person like Lu Xian. Ling Lin said. That's it then. Just sleep for the next 2 weeks. Sister Ling Lin, are you going to be the one to pour them a cup of tea for the next 2 weeks? Gu Changge was a bit strange. You kids, where is this coming from? Shouldn't they be closed this weekend? Ling Lin gave him a blank look and handed over the 2 lunchboxes. Gu Changge snickered. Anyone who marries Sister Ling Lin will be very happy. Young man, aren't you going to try for another 30 years? Since Sister Ling Lin insists on me being a gigolo, I'll think about it again. Gu Changge pretended to think. You mixed egg. It's not that time yet. When you grow up, we'll talk about it. Gu Changge was startled. I haven't grown up yet. How did you see it? Sister Ling Lin, you didn't secretly install surveillance in the locker room, did you? Yeah. Surprisingly exposed. Gu Changge went home to have dinner with his sister, washed up and went to bed. Filming was a very tiring thing for him. At this point, she was still playing with her phone in the living room, trying to download a special app, but it wouldn't open and unlock. She looked online and couldn't find any, which made her even more curious. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Xiaoxiao was confused by what she heard. Could this be that antivirus program my brother was talking about? Damn, my phone is broken. I've got to get someone to fix it. Chapter 35 Replenishing Energy Value. Early in the morning, Gu Changa was awakened by a flock of chattering finches, and he rose from his bed to see the window covered by a cloth, which was blocked but useless. He pulled his phone out from under his pillow and glanced at his watch. It was 5 in the afternoon. When she woke up, she wasn't sleepy at all and planned to go out for a run and get herself breakfast. Gu Changa changed her shoes and headed out. The gate, now with only a strip of cloth, doesn't do much, but it's not out of the question. Gu Changa went out to go for a run, and after about 30 minutes, he slowly stopped. There was a very underhanded look right in front of her, and Gu Changa was furious just looking at that face. This person was no other than Bundle Steel. Come on! Zhang Gang shouted at the distant Xin Gu Changa. Gu Changa frowned. This person is really here to cause trouble. Is he really going to find out where I live? He suddenly had a bad feeling that this kid would be in trouble if he came. Lu Zhang was only a step away from Gu Changa and asked loudly, "Fight or not? I don't have that much time." Gu Changa rebuffed directly. Bundle Kong instantly understood his intentions. 3, that's enough, right? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. This was more than 3,000. It would be a shame if he turned it down. Okay, Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa gave a Bundle Kong clenched both his fists. His aura exuded, and his face quickly reddened. The energy fluctuations within Bundle Kong's body were also increasing. At some point, he suddenly took a step forward, and the air currents under his feet stirred, rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. End of day. 400 life points stored. 4 life points replenished. Total 404 life points. A beep sounded in Gu Changa's ear, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Bundle Kong's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling a pressure he had never felt before, as if he was fighting a third-order legend. This guy was actually a third-order expert. Gu Changa stomped his feet and threw a straight punch. Suo Gang hurriedly reached out to block, but realized that he was completely unable to resist, a deep powerlessness rising from deep within. His heart filled with shock. This guy, how could he be so powerful? Bundle Kong's entire body flew out backwards and smashed heavily on the hard concrete floor. The shirt behind him had long been torn and dripping with blood. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his back. Gu Changa stepped forward. Still want to continue? Bundle Kong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. No. Stuff. Yi Futian spat out 2 words. Gu Changa waved her hand at him, signaling him to come over. Bundle just pulled out 3 spirit stones. Gu Changa collected the spirit stones and headed out, not taking 2 steps and then pausing. Bundle just heart thump. This guy is going to ask for a lot of money? If I see you, I won't be so nice. Gu Changa said coldly, turned around and left. It took a long time for Duanji to get his strength back, and he struggled to stand up, but the sharp pain in his back made him nearly pass out. This guy, what a monster. Gu Changa carried the steamed buns towards her home. Brother, you're up so early. Are you going to see your sister-in-law? Your brother is a bachelor. Since when do you have a wife? Oh, I thought you were going out and falling in love? She muttered. Gu Changa handed her 2 meat buns while he went into the bathroom to take a shower. I don't get up that early to take a shower. Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to the sounds outside, pursed her lips, took the steamed buns, and took a big bite. Gu Changa swept a glance at her interface. Life value, 1500. Conversion, 0 stored life value, 0 restored. It will take me a while before I can reach the 3rd rank, and it's unlikely that I'll ever reach the 3rd rank in my life. Gu Changa thought about it and ended up leaving 500 chi in blood. It's the weekend. Nothing major will happen. And with my current physical state, it won't be a problem to deal with the 3rd rank. After taking a shower, Gu Changa went out and explained to Jiang Xiaoxiao that if there was any situation, she must contact him. After saying that, he went out and went straight to Lu Xian's house. And according to this speed, it was not even an hour. Gu Changa followed what Lu Xian had just said, and with a hint of bitterness, it didn't take long to reach a village. As far as the eye could see, there were collapsed houses everywhere. Gu Changa froze as realization dawned on her. Didn't I say? The village has been torn down. No one lives there. It seems that Sister Lu Xian's family has moved to another village. Thinking this way, Gu Changa was relieved, and a smile surfaced on her face. A brash voice came from that abyss. Go on. Go on. Don't think about lollygagging around here and not giving it back. Someone? Gu Changa looked around curiously, and there was a pathway in the one-person high grass. It seems that someone lives here. Gu Changa hesitated, but still chose to move forward, following the path inward. 3 minutes later they stopped in front of a house. The door was pushed open and a child cried out from inside. Come to me if you need anything. Don't beat up my brother. Gu Changa's pupils tightened. Sister Lu Xian. Okay, let's do it, but we'll make you pay for it. Ha! Who let your father escape? The maniacal laughter of the 2 men came from the room. as well as Lu Xian's terrified to the bone pleas for help. Shout. No one will help you here in the middle of nowhere. This kid looks like a fledgling. I'm going to win this time. Gu Chang'e immediately ran into the room, looked around, and when she heard the commotion, she ran towards the room on the right. In the room, a tall man was pressing Lu Xian's hand underneath her, while next to Lu Xian was a man starting to undo the buttons on her body. She is a weak woman. How can she break free? Tears in her eyes, lying there helplessly, letting those two ravage her. A teenager fell to the ground, his head bleeding and unconscious. Stop! He bellowed. An angry growl rang out. The two of them stopped in their tracks, their faces full of horror. Someone was really coming. The duo looked back, only to see a huge fist slamming towards them. Before the two had time to make any reaction, the punch slammed hard into their faces. Boom dash! The loud bang shook the ground. Both of them flew backwards at the same time, hitting the wall hard. Chapter 36 Accepting Reality. Click dash came a soft thud. It was followed by the sound of bones breaking. If it wasn't for the fear that Lu Xian wouldn't be able to take it, he would have slapped these two assholes to death. Although they were not killed by a single blow, they were also doomed to be mentally retarded for the rest of their lives. And I'm afraid that their intelligence was not as good as that of a 3-year-old child. Don't be afraid. Sister Lu Xian will be fine. Gu Chang'e quickly walked to her and calmed her down. Lu Xian finally couldn't control herself and wrapped Gu Chang'e into her arms as tears continued to flow down her face. Thank you, Tatsumi. Thank you, Tatsumi. If Gu Chang'e hadn't arrived in time, she would have been spoiled by these two people. Gu Chang'e didn't even know where to put her hands, so she had to hold him up a bit awkwardly. After a while, Lu Xian's mood finally calmed down. She slowly let go of Gu Chang'e, looked down, a blush flashed across her face, then quickly fastened the buttons of her blouse. After doing this, she then remembered that her brother was still unconscious, and hurriedly helped him up. Luckily, the blood on his head had stopped, and it seemed to have stopped bleeding. Lu Xian pulled out a Kleenex and wiped his face clean. Gu Chang'e pulled the two assholes outside, then took a rope and tied them up 5 ways. By the time she finished her work, Lu Xian had already cured her brother and thanked Gu Chang'e step by step. Where? Sister Lu Xian. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, then asked, so what about Lu Xian and her husband? Are we going to bury them? No need. As soon as Lu Xian heard that she was going to be buried alive, she was also terrified. She was just an ordinary person, and when she encountered such a situation, she didn't take it to heart at all. Okay, Gu Chang'e nodded, then pulled them into the water together. Seeing Gu Chang'e agree, Lu Xian then put her heart down and slowly told the reason. A few years ago, the village was going to undergo a large-scale demolition, and the family was very happy because it represented a large sum of money that they would be able to get. But the moment they got the money, their dad used it to gamble. In the beginning, the price was several times the original, making him ecstatic, but Lu Xian's persuasion was simply ignored by his father, who simply said, I'll stop if you play one more game. Within a few days, he lost all his money with interest, and eventually, he had to borrow money to gamble. His father was also a ruthless man, winning and still gambling, thinking he could make money or not. It ends up in debt. Gu Chang'e shook his head inside. The internet was right. He shouldn't sympathize with those who gambled or trust Qin Shi Huang. In the end, his father couldn't take the blow and fled, leaving Lu Xian's siblings behind. Lu Xian was still a student at the time and had to drop out of school to work and support her brother while paying off debts owed by her father. With this money, the family could have gone to the city to buy a nice house and live a better life. But now it's come to this, and the siblings have to keep living in this hole. Hell knows what year it'll be demolished, and the only thing they can do is stay one more day. Gu Chang'e was furious to have such a father and pacified Lu Xian, telling her to come back next time and make sure to call her. Stay out of Chen Shi's business. They're very powerful. Lu Xian shook her head. She didn't want Gu Chang'e to get herself involved because of her. Sister Lu Xian, don't look at me with such eyes. I'm very strong. It's not difficult to deal with the third rank. The corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth curled up into a smile. Lu Xian answered. She didn't know much about the power of the third-order professions. She just knew that the third-order professions were very strong. Then, Gu Chang'e pulled those two assholes out of the place, and it just so happened that there was a river next to them, so he tied the two up with rocks and threw them into the water. Garbage is garbage, and it's better to be dead. After doing this, Gu Chang'e was busy checking on the truck driver. He was going to wait in a crowded area. Maybe he'd even find it. In a milk tea store, Shui Qinro and Maidin Xiaotian were sitting face to face. It's no fun. Zuikenru, Yin Xiaotian, who was on the side, was also helpless. Why the sigh? Shui Qinzuo looked at her. It's not because you keep following Gu Chang'e. I don't feel bored at all. I didn't. Tiny. I'll let you think about it. That's right. You're not being a nymphomaniac. I'm helping you get stronger. In Xiaotian squinted his eyes and nodded absent-mindedly. When she woke up again, Xue Qinrou's figure had already disappeared. He immediately looked around, but he saw that Xue Qinrou had slipped out of the store at some point, and was now on her tiptoes, looking in the direction she had pointed to, just in time to see Gu Chang'e standing not far away from him. Hey, haven't you been following me all along? If master knows about this, he'll be so angry that he'll spit out blood. In Xiaotian sighed and touched his head. This is also too painful. Missy was fine a moment ago, but now she's acting like a crazy person? What went wrong? I'm an incompetent servant. Ding dong. A crisp bell rang. The phone rang. In Xiaotian took the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Xue Qinruo. Tea on. Bring me a cup of milk tea. In Xiaotian sighed and hurried over with a cup of milk tea. I quickly caught up with Xue Qinruo, who was standing in the corner sneaking a look at me with a stupid smile on her face. Like a stupid pussy. Seeing this scene, In Xiaotian was even more heartbroken, and he had already made up his mind to stop Missy from going down the wrong path. Ma'am, if the master hears about this, he'll be so angry he'll spit blood. What can he do if you don't tell me? Big girl, why don't I play matchmaker for you? Gu Chang'e will definitely be chased by you. Xue Qinruo was a little moved, but in the end, she firmly refused and told him that she would finish it soon. In Xiaotian sighed. A mere follower, how much more could he do? Looks like we'll have to find an opportunity to help her out later. Gu Chang'e was walking down the street when she heard someone coughing. When he saw that it was a van, his pupils snapped shut. It's him. Gu Chang'e didn't rush forward. He might not be able to catch anyone at this time, and with so many people, it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. On the truck, there were a few workers loading things into the truck, and now the truck was almost finished. 10 minutes at most, it would be finished. Gu Chang'e found a random clothes store on the street, took out her hat and sunglasses, and waited for him to go out on the side of the road. It took 5 minutes for that money truck to move. Gu Chang'e hurriedly chased after him, itching to teach this asshole a lesson. With Gu Chang'e's now incredibly strong physique, it was easy to catch up with the car, even with a kick of the gas. Chapter 37 Taxi Driver. Xue Qinruo and In Xiaotian weren't very good at approaching Gu Chang'e, but the two of them still stopped a random cab. Xue Qinruo looked at the driver in front of him. Master, stay close to that truck. Good. Gong Yuxiao answered. The driver held up his glasses with a gossipy look on his face. Is this chasing criminals? He had never dreamed of such a day, but after being tortured for so many years, he had gotten used to it. But now, he had finally found that feeling. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but kick the gas and overtake his opponent at top speed. And Xue Qinruo's duo's hearts were beating out of their chests. Master, this is too fast. Don't get so close. In Xiaotian's voice rang out. Gu Chang'e chased after the big truck for almost an hour. The big truck was still driving around town, and Gu Chang'e was beginning to wonder about his life. He had almost lost feeling in his feet. No matter how good his physique was, he couldn't withstand such a fatal injury. 30 minutes later, the truck didn't stop. It was like it was spinning in place. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but curse, and suddenly realized that behind the big truck, a cab was staring at it. Could it be that the bastard knew he was being followed and made a special detour just to get rid of her? This Gu Chang'e is really something. He hasn't stopped for such a long time. In Xiaotian said with a pat on the back. Gu Chang'e really lives up to his name. Xue Qinruo nodded. Aha. The truck driver was also confused, looking through his rearview mirror at a cab behind him. Damn. Who the hell is following me? This is not good. It's going to be another deduction for a long time. I don't even have enough gas for this trip out, and I'm going to spend a few $100s on gas. The trucker took the opportunity to rush forward and put his foot on the gas. The cab driver hadn't intended to follow, but Xue Qinruo pulled out a $100 bill, which left him a little puzzled. Today, I fight to the death. The driver slammed his foot down on the gas and the car immediately sprinted up, but it was hard to pass because there was a stoplight in front of them and other cars on both sides. By the time he rushed past, the truck had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e kept following, and 30 minutes later, the truck drove into a dirt road. The path was lined with sugarcane over a man's height, and it took 4 minutes to stop. There's no place like home. The truck driver had just gotten out of the truck and was cursing under his breath. With a bang, he was kicked from behind and was directly kicked more than 10 meters away, falling headfirst into the mud. Before he could react, he was picked up by Gu Chang'e and punched and kicked at him. About a few seconds later, the truck driver was left with only one breath left, and his pupils instantly contracted as a hint of fear flowed out of him when he saw Gu Chang'e's face twisted. Why is he here? The truck driver, however, was unafraid and had a ruthless look on his face. I've got surveillance in my car. If you don't want to go to jail. Gu Changa gave him a slap on the face and said in a cold voice. Shut up. So what? Even if you put a camera in the car, my sister won't stop. I didn't mean to at the time, but why would I? The trucker feigned sadness. Humph. If you hadn't run away then, I would have believed it. Gu Changa was so angry when he finished that he punched him, then pulled the keys out of his pocket and pulled the driver towards the truck. In a sugarcane field, a group of ferocious guys with big knives and iron bars in their hands, the two men sitting at the front. The yellow-haired man on the left said, Boss, he's going to take all our goods. Or what? Kill him. This is something we spent more than $1 million to auction off. How could we give it to someone else? A mere yellow mouth is not enough to fear. He waved his hand. Take up arms and kill them all. The crowd gripped the weapons in their hands and slowly left. At the very back, the man poked his buddy who hadn't moved beside him and lowered his voice. Big brother, get up. After waiting a few seconds and seeing him not move, he pulled him off the bed, and then saw a black snake come out of his pants. Holy, it's a snake. The man stepped backward in horror, unable to stop himself from screaming. Gu Changa was about to turn on the traveling video when she suddenly heard a sound, turned back toward a nearby cane field, and couldn't help but frown. What man? Gu Changa stared at the screen for a moment before moving her eyes away and resuming her work. Cocksucker and his men, all on the ground. Is she really here? In Xiaotian and the other disciple walked along a dirt road towards the front. I'm sure that even Gu Changa's shoes can leave such deep marks on it, and Gu Changa's 115 pounds can make such a deep crater in his shoes. Xue Qinruo looked at the footprints on the ground and explained with a serious face. In Xiaotian froze, not expecting that Xue Qinruo would be able to determine Gu Changa's identity through this method. Missy, when we go back, we'd better take the initiative to surrender and fight for leniency instead of letting things get out of hand. She was worried about Missy's future. From a mere heel to a veteran heel. No, I've already learned. The face of Gong Yusio became ugly. In Xiaotian didn't know what to say. When it came down to it, Gu Changa magically used her strength to take the camera off. Just as he was about to leave, Xue Qinruo's anxious voice suddenly sounded behind him. Get out of the way. Gu Changa. Gu Changa saw a 2-meter-tall large sword slamming towards him at an extremely fast speed. He sidestepped and dodged the cut. The machete grazed the corner of Gu Changa's coat and chopped directly into the seat, slicing the cotton fabric off of it. All it takes is one step too late. Grass. He cursed in his mind. Cockatoo cursed and looked back to see Xue Qinruo running furiously all the way here, with mud all over her body, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Get her for me. Cockblocker let out a command and the whole thing was kicked backwards. Gu Changa jumped down, and the people around him were not polite. They raised the weapons in their hands and slashed at Gu Changa. Gu Changa lifted the truck driver up with one hand and lay there like a dead dog, blocking everyone's attack. Be human. The trucker cursed in his mind. Chapter 38 Trucker's Concerns. The truck driver had 100,000 grass mud horses running wild in his heart and had been completely confused. 3 days without food and only one iron bar. The words of the surrounding group of people mercilessly blasted at the truck driver, and immediately a sound of broken bones came from the pain of his roar. Gu Changa took the opportunity to slap the truck and knock over 5 or 6 hooligans. After Gu Changa got her weapon, she was much more confident, and wasn't afraid at all to deal with these hooligans who only knew how to fight a muffler. Xue Qinruo followed suit and ran over, taking an iron rod in each hand. Without saying a word, the surrounding punks smashed the iron bars in their hands on her head. Xue Qinruo quickly got up from the ground and kicked the ground, splattering it with mud. 5 or 6 hooligans couldn't dodge and were drenched in mud, and collapsed. Xue Qinruo seized the opportunity and struck out with both hands, knocking all 5 or 6 people to the ground. That stick hit that called a miserable ah. By her hit, no one can still climb up, either broken bones or broken bones. He moved quickly, and in less than 5 seconds, he had knocked all the surrounding punks down, rolling around in pain. In Xiaotian walked in from the back and said, Girl, I called the police. They'll be here soon. The moment Cockney's group of people heard it was the police, they were scared out of their wits and ran towards the distance. Dude, we're all gangsters. There's no need for this. Gu Changa said coldly. That's your own fault for seeking death. No one else's. Cockney gritted his teeth and said word for word, as long as you let us out, all these things are yours and we can forget about it. How about it? Never mind. Let's go in first. Gu Changa looked puzzled, not understanding what he meant by the things he said, but in the end, she didn't say much. Having to make an enemy of the Red Devil. Are you sure you want to take the blame? Cockney clenched his teeth. This was already his bottom line. If Gu Changa was still holding on for dear life, then he wouldn't be able to think of anything else. No, what's going on? Gu Changa. I've never even heard of such a low-level gang, not even the school bully mechs. When Cockney saw Gu Changa, he was stunned for a moment before he got up from the ground and waved his hand. Go! When did I give you permission to leave? Gu Changa held a stick and blocked his attack. He flinched slightly. Cockatoo Head gave Gu Changa a puzzled wink as if to say, "You're lying to me. Be a good boy and stay here, and you won't suffer." Gu Changa's voice was cold. When the crowd saw this, they fell to the ground. They were lucky to have survived before entering the Ghost Gate. If they went against this guy, they might even be sent to hell. Gu Changa glanced at the truck driver who was lying there unmoving. If he managed to save a life, I'm afraid he'll spend his life in a hospital bed. It would be too cheap for such a person to die like that. Let him experience the pain of not being able to control himself. Gu Changa looked at Xue Qinruo in doubt. Are you telling the truth? Sister Snow, what are you doing here? I was just passing through. Xue Qinruo didn't know what to say, but only turned her gaze toward Yin Xiaotian, constantly giving him a wink. Yin Xiaotian's lips twitched as he wanted to say, Missy, you can't be serious, right? Why did you appear in this place? As soon as Missy ran into Gu Changa, her mind began to wander and her IQ dropped directly to negative. I had come to pick some fresh sugar cane, and I didn't realize you were here. Yin Xiaotian spoke cheekily. Then his words changed. My name is Yin Xiaotian, a lady-in-waiting by the side of the great Miss Gu Changa. He called out, a hint of coldness in his voice. Gu Changa sent her a message, then looked at Xue Qinruo with some surprise. Turns out she's a lady from a big family. At first, he thought the other party was an ordinary beauty, but now it seemed that was not the case. She has always kept a low profile, never revealing her family history, leading people to believe that she is just an ordinary beauty. Seeing that Gu Changa wasn't pursuing the matter, Xue Qinruo was relieved and secretly gave Yin Xiaotian a thumbs up. 3 or 4 minutes later, a number of people arrived on the scene and arrested the Cockney and his accomplice. The officers fumbled around in the truck for a while and soon found a box containing a bottle of red wine. Gu Changa brought Xue Qinruo out of the sugarcane field and traveled a few hundred meters further. Then the three of them separated at a fork in the road, and the two of them just parted ways. Originally, Xue Qinruo had planned to follow Gu Changa, but then her maid tugged at her, saying that she wanted to send her home to take a shower and put on a new set. If the master knew about it, he would definitely interrogate Missy, and once he knew that Missy was a pervert, he would definitely be furious, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Changa didn't see Jiang Xiaoxiao when she came back and hurriedly called over. He was anxious and chanted over and over again, I wonder if Smiley will be okay. Gu Changa waited for a moment before picking up. Where's Dawn? I'm going to Uncle Tian's house to work on my car. Yeah, and you didn't tell me. She paused before speaking. I was afraid you'd hear how upset I was after I broke the phone, so I held back. Why would I say you? Gu Changa didn't have the heart to say, then I'll come over right away. Oh, okay, Joffrey answered. Aha. When Gu Changa arrived at Uncle Tian's house, he saw a middle-aged man with thick glasses lying on his desk, concentrating on fixing his cell phone. He is Uncle Tian, an ordinary middle-aged man. Uncle Tian said while handing over the phone to Jiang Xiaoxiao, There's nothing wrong with my phone. It's my own. Don't worry, there's no virus. Thanks a lot, Uncle Tian. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Thanks. She asked for the price again. Uncle Tian said with a smile, This small matter. It is not a matter of how much silver. Jiang Xiaoxiao sweetly said thank you. And then Gu Changa said thank you as well before leaving with Jiang Xiaoxiao. Big brother, why did you fall on the ground? Aha. Gu Changa said, I forgot to go. It's fine. Uncle Tian looked at the backs of the two departing men and suddenly remembered a strange app he had seen on the phone. What the hell is going on here? Can't uninstall it, can't turn it on, and can't find a clue. There doesn't seem to be a problem. It's just an app. He had been a doctor for over 20 years and it was the first time he had seen this. Chapter 39 Angry Friends. A barren land, overgrown with weeds, where a deserted factory stood, battered by the winds and rains of day and night, had become dilapidated. But in this place, it's in the Red Devil's sphere of influence. A red-haired young man, who was angrily standing on top of the high platform, stomping his feet non-stop, was none other than the Red Devil Gang's gang leader. Hundreds of spectators, all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Under the ring, a big man with a scar on his face shouted angrily, Millions of dollars worth of potions. Just like that. It was something we worked hard to get, and we didn't even see anyone. Yes, that's the student who caused the trouble. We have to settle him, or else what face will we have in the Red Devil Gang in the future? The crowd opened their mouths and looked at their own big brother, wanting to see how he would respond. The red-haired Mosimus grunted coldly. There's nothing to say. This guy has to be cleaned up, and that's something that we'll talk about later. He must be arrested tonight. Get him. Just then, a loud shout came out. Everyone in the audience had a hideous grin on their face and cheered. The red-haired man waved his hand and everyone fell silent. We'll have to change places. We can't stay in this place for long. It might be all over one day. Everyone's faces sank at these words. With a dozen people locked up here, some of them wouldn't be able to keep their mouths shut. The clattering sound of pages turning resounded in the darkened room. A man in a black suit wearing glasses walked into the room and whispered something in Lai Chuanxing's ear. Find out? Lai Chuanxing put away the books in his hand and said with a serious face. Well, it's dying, and it's still in first aid. No matter what, he must be kept alive. Lai Chuanxing said decisively. Yes, Chen Zhuyu answered. Step out of the room. Lai Chuanxing leaned back and sat on the soft chair, his eyes slightly closed, his mind spinning. After a long time, he whispered, I guessed correctly that Gu Changa's sister is the most important. After dinner, Gu Changa pulled Jiang Xiaoxiao outside for a walk. She usually stayed at home most of the time, and it was only during the weekends that Gu Changa would accompany her out. By this time, most people are off work and either out for a walk or a run. A man and woman in tracksuits, one on a horse and one on a pony, walked past them. Jiang Xiaoxia kept staring at them until they turned a corner. Then she slowly averted her eyes. Passing a small garden, her attention was again drawn to the two children. Seeing them having fun reminded her of her childhood when she played with her brother, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Gu Changa slowly stopped, and the two of them were right on the side of the road, looking at the two children playing from a distance. It didn't take long for the two kids, who were still fighting, to suddenly come to a standstill, and then, each in tears, reconcile again as their parents educated them. That's how I grew up. He wouldn't let me do anything. He would compete with me. That's good. Gu Changa just smiled without saying anything. At a time like this, he wouldn't grab it from anyone else. It'll be fine. Gu Changa calmed her down. I hope so. Ragnar nodded. She let out a bitter smile. It had been so many years. If she could be cured, she would have been cured a long time ago. But this time, she had to rely on a wheelchair. It's okay, even if you can't get married in the future. I'll help you retire and get fat. Gu Changa smiled triumphantly. Humph, Jiang Xiaoxiao said with a twinkle in her eye. Well, I'll be relying on you for the rest of my life. Gu Changa touched his head. He was still 50. 000 short of 300. 000. So he would work harder and get it after a while. He's going to have to hurry. If he comes up with 300. 000 and raises the price. Gu Changa planned to go out the next day to find something to do and then go out hunting. With his current strength of the third rank, even if he couldn't fight, he still had no problem escaping. Even a lowliest first-rank demonic beast would cost thousands of spirit stones apiece. If it was some rare demonic beast, it could even be sold for $2,000. A second-rank demonic beast costs $3,000 for one. The higher the grade of the beast pills, the higher the value. Their physical bodies were extremely strong, with sharp claws, sharp teeth, strong physical bodies, and a keen sense of smell that far exceeded those of the same rank. Even for the lowest level first-rank demonic beasts, it would take 3 to 4 first-rank martial artists to join forces to accomplish it. The slightest mistake will result in death. It's so easy for adventurers to make money. Just hunting some beasts can be worth several months of a normal person's paycheck, and they are still walking on the edge of a knife. In other words, it's a fortune bought with life, and it's hard to say if you'll be able to come back unscathed next time. Gu Changa didn't just go hunting to make money. He also trained himself for the future. Last time when he faced the Beast King, the power difference between the two sides was too great for him to have any chance of winning. But since he had never fought with demonic beasts before, he didn't really know how to deal with these demonic beasts, and it was all based on instinct. Last time it was his luck that he escaped with the help of the bronze tripod. This time he might not be able to escape. Moreover, this year, he would have to go through 11 more battles, so if he didn't have enough strength, he would have to wait for death. Gu Changa wandered the streets for most of an hour before sending Jiang Xiaoxiao home. After Gu Changa washed up and lay on the bed, he saw several messages from Lu Xian, and when he clicked on them, they were all thanks to him. Gu Changa replied with a text message and looked up what he had to do in the city, and after an hour or so, he had a general idea of what he had to do. First aid kit, first aid meds, food, firearms, and a cell phone so he can call someone else if he falls into a really big hole. After figuring all this out, it was already after 11 at night, and Gu Changa charged the phone, then lay down on the bed to sleep. It's late at night, which means 2 or 3 o'clock. By this time, most people are in dreamland, even those who like to stay up late. At the same time, 5 or 6 people walked silently to Gu Changa's door, holding a knife. The one leading the group beckoned, and the teenager behind him pulled back the curtain and led the group into it. After more than 10 minutes, the crowd saw that there were no problems and followed cautiously. Chapter 48 Categorical Answer. Day 2. At the crack of dawn, Gu Chang'e woke up as she usually did and went home after breakfast, then sat down and waited for her chi and blood to recover. 1 day expires, 500 life points stored, 5 life points restored, total 505 life points. After 2 times of tempering the flesh once again underwent a qualitative change. This time, Fang Ping wasn't prepared to conserve his chi and blood. When he went out hunting, he had to go all out, lest there be any accidents. 200 points of chi and blood. It was too unwise. Gu Chang'e had just finished her shower when she saw her sister Jiang Xiao in the living room. What's wrong? Are you planning to meet up this morning, old man? There's no sister in my heart, and I can become immortal with the sword. I don't want any sister, and my hand speed is too slow. She blinked. Seriously, if you don't have a sister in mind, then you can draw your sword, but not this landlady. She'll help you buy a better weapon and draw it fast. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to cry or laugh, and as usual, he urged her to tell him if there was anything. Don't keep it to yourself. Gu Chang'e lifted the curtain and went out for 2 steps. It was now after 8 o'clock, and there weren't many people on the street, probably because it was the weekend. Most people had already gone to bed. He realized that there was still a lot of blood on the ground, which should have condensed over a long period of time. From the traces of blood, it appears that the blood came from his own house. Gu Chang'e looked at the door of the room and then looked at it for a while. There wasn't even a trace of blood. It seems that my worries were unwarranted. After making sure that everything was normal, Gu Chang'e set off for the city gates, buying some food, drinks, wearing and carrying on the way, and putting them all in her backpack. This time, he took out the copper tripod as well, to see if it could serve some purpose, and in the meantime, verify his own guess. It was a 30-minute walk to the city gates, surrounded by guards. Every one of them was above the 2nd rank. Most of them were around the 3rd rank, and those of the 4th rank were even fewer. The gate of this city, like the gate of a city, was very crucial, and to have so many 3rd-ranked guards, they were all elites among elites. It's easy to get out, just sign up, but it's not so easy to get in. You have to go through heavy vetting and then you can get in. This was done for fear of any ferocious beasts mixing in. The ferocious creatures mentioned here are not ordinary ferocious creatures, but some ferocious creatures with extremely high cultivation, and there are not a few examples of 10th-order ferocious creatures that can take the form of a human and cause trouble in the city. This 10th-order demonic beast is not that easy to tame. The moment it strikes it is a piece of destruction, and it is unknown how many people have died. Gu Chang'e handed over his credentials to a burly man and confirmed his identity before asking, "Young man, what do you want?" "Kill the demons," Gu Chang'e said firmly. "Not bad. It's good that you're not dead." The muscular man slapped him on the shoulder, then handed over his credentials. "Aha," Chenju answered. Gu Chang'e took the documents and headed out of the city. A short-haired man beside the lanky man sighed. This high school student is out hunting and is likely to die 10 deaths. A few days ago, there were more than a dozen students who acted together, but in the end, it was one person who came out alive, and it was rumored that that person had died of serious injuries. You should never have let him out. The burly man, however, said in disbelief. "Why? They can leave if they want to. I'm afraid that they won't leave. In that case, our human race will really be finished. We, in this city, are not the kind of people who are immersed in cultivation all day long and can only rely on what we learn from books to deal with ferocious beasts. Only those who fight the beasts in a bloody battle and ultimately survive will be able to guard their country." Slate sniffed, mused, and nodded. "Yes, if they don't leave, our human race will really be finished." The burly man continued. "That guy is not an ordinary person. I think that he, alone, can definitely beat Wei Yongzhao, the eldest young master." "What do you mean awesome?" The inch-haired man looked puzzled. "I know, but I can't say it," the burly man said. Coming out of the city gates, Gu Chang'e had to walk 1,000 meters forward, and in front of him was a dense forest with no weeds for a kilometer in every direction. This was also to avoid those ferocious beasts sneaking closer, because once they came out of the woods, they would be noticed by the guards at the top of the city in the first place. About 10 minutes or so later, Gu Chang'e arrived at a dense forest and immediately felt a rush of coolness. It wasn't long before he came across a rotting corpse with some blood and flesh still on it, giving off a sickening odor. Gu Chang'e immediately raised her guard, held her breath, and quickly stepped forward, and those mosquitoes lying on the corpse were immediately scared and scattered. A beast that looked like a canine scurried out of the grass and pounced on Gu Chang'e with a swift, open-mouthed bite. Gu Chang'e was quick on her feet and drew her dagger, kicking the creature, sending it flying backwards and crashing into a tree before it came to a stop. Gu Chang'e ran to the tree at the same time, and as the monster landed on the ground, the dagger slashed directly at the tree's head. Crackle! The dagger went smoothly into its skull. However, in the process of pulling out the dagger, he unexpectedly realized that the dagger had broken into two pieces, with the remaining half of the dagger stuck in the skull. It's really good. Over $100 for a dagger that actually only has one chance. Gu Changa shook her head, then pulled out a small copper stove from her backpack and placed it with the corpse. Strange things happen. In just a few breaths, the monster's body was swallowed up by the copper tripod. A beast core shot out. A horizontal line represents a ferocious beast of the first rank. Gu Changa picked up the beast core and said, "The other broken sword was sucked into the copper cauldron and disappeared. What's going on?" Gu Changa's eyes blinked. What was she going to put in her mouth? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the copper tripod didn't react at all, and just as Gu Changa was about to put it away, it gently shook. A dagger that looked almost identical to the one before, but was intact, appeared in his hand. The handle of the blade was originally made of wood, but now, it was a round white bone. Moreover, there were many patterns carved on the surface of this thing, which looked very odd. The blade was still the same as before, but it was a little different, giving off a stern aura. Chapter 28. Gu Changa flicked her finger on the blade, which made a buzzing sound, and then took the dagger and slashed at the tree trunk. Eventually, the blade easily sliced through a large tree, cutting in 5 or 6 centimeters to 10. It's like a giant tofu tree. Too strong. Gu Changa was thrilled. With such a sharp blade, she wouldn't have to be in such a mess as she was now when she encountered a wild beast in the future. It's all because of the bronze tripod. Gu Changa's gaze fell on the bronze tripod. Currently, it serves 3 purposes. One was to devour the flesh and blood of a demonic beast and refine it, and the other was to restore one's weapon and enhance one's strength. For the third time, Jiang Chensi wasn't sure that it was the copper tripod that helped him heal his wounds when he was severely injured by the Beast King and was dying. Gu Changa didn't want to try this new technique. It would be a shame if she died in the beginning. Putting the beast core and the copper furnace into his backpack, Lin Fan held the dagger tightly in his hand in case there were any accidents. Deep into the mountain forest, only after walking less than a few hundred meters, Gu Changa encountered 2 or 3 first-order demonic beasts, which was hard to beat. It was very fast, and with its sharp dagger, it could easily kill a first-ranked ferocious beast. Gu Changa carried with her a mask purchased from the city, just in case. If you expose the good things you have on you, you will probably be targeted. If he found out his true identity, he would be in deep, and his friends and family would suffer. Wear this mask for self-protection, but also for guarding those around you. It's the old foxes that are the most defensible, and with this face, you can do whatever you want without caring about what others think. Gu Changa killed 4 first-order demonic beasts, then used the bronze cauldron to swallow their corpses before putting the beast cores into it. In front of them was a dense forest, and the vegetation all around them was much higher than where they were. Gu Changa's face sank. The deeper you go, the stronger and more numerous the demonic beasts become, often attacking in 3s and 2s, and there are more hidden in the shadows. It's all about what teachers can learn, identifying changes in an area through changes in trees. If the woods in a particular place suddenly become taller and more lush, this is going higher. Gu Changa felt that he shouldn't enter the second area. He only needed to kill first-order ferocious beasts in the first area, and according to this progress, he would be able to kill 30 to 40 first-order ferocious beasts by nightfall. All of this added up to almost 30 or 40,000, and there was a real possibility that he could come up with 50,000 if he put in a little more effort. After that, Gu Changa was all about hunting in Area 1. Gu Changa killed 1 first-order demonic beast after another by him, from 8 in the morning until the afternoon. Gu Changa chose a large tree that had been cut down and sat down to eat and drink something. Then he pulled out his backpack and counted his beast cores. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 20 first-rank demonic beasts that he had hunted, and 20 first-rank beast cores. The contents of the backpack had long been stuffed to the brim by Qin Xiaobei. It seems that it's better to wait until we return to the city and dispose of these crystal cores. Gu Changa finished all her bread and was about to leave with her backpack. Steeply, a woman's cry came from the woods. Somebody help me! Somebody help me! Gu Changa stopped and looked back. The woman's voice came from the second section of the woods, in the middle of this jungle. Gu Changa didn't say anything for half a day. After thinking about it, he decided to take a look at it first. Judging from the commotion just now, this place wasn't too far away anymore. It was only a few hundred meters at most. This is where we first set foot in the jungle. There won't be much danger. Even if there's really danger, with my strength today, even if it's a second-ranked demonic beast, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Gu Changa took the dagger and carefully headed towards the second district. Not even 200 meters before she reached the demarcation line between the first and second districts. As soon as she entered the second area, Gu Changa's sweaty hairs stood up, as if she was being stared at by a pack of wild beasts. It must be an illusion. I've only just entered and I'm being targeted by so many demonic beasts. It's simply impossible. Guchanga looked around and realized that the woman's scream was in a tree over 300 meters away. Normally, he wouldn't even take 10 seconds. But Guchanga took a full minute to arrive at the entrance of the tree hole. Even just standing at the entrance of the cave, one could feel a bone-chilling chill, like an open refrigerator, emitting a gust of coldness. Guchanga looked towards the mouth of the tree cave, which was pitch black and it was impossible to see inside. Is everything okay? Chen Zhuyu asked with some concern. Guchanga yelled at the cave entrance. If she could, she would rather go out alone. Her heart wasn't solid. It's okay, I can't walk with this broken leg. The woman couldn't contain herself any longer as she said this and let out a wow. Guchanga frowned and thought about it, but walked in. He pulled out his own cell phone and turned on the lights, which, while not bright, were better than nothing. His cell phone, bought at a roadside stand, was fine except for the flashlight. Guchanga held the dagger in one hand, the phone in the other, and moved toward the tree hole with one hand alert. Upon entering the tree cave, Guchanga smelled a very pungent odor. The various smells were mixed together, and piss mixed together with a putrid smell. Guchanga frowned, but had no choice but to head inside. To Yimo's surprise, the tree hole was very deep, and they had already walked 5 or 6 meters inside and still hadn't seen the end. Judging from its appearance, the tree is not really very big, and reaching a diameter of 2 to 3 meters is already a very impressive thing. But this time, he had already walked forward almost 10 meters, and he hadn't even seen the bottom yet, which was a bit weird. Guchanga had to walk inside through the dim light. Just as he was walking, he suddenly felt an extra water on his cheek, which was a bit sticky and had an unpleasant odor. Guchanga only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. He couldn't help but think of those horrible things he had seen in the movies. Those slimy things, the saliva of that monster. And, as soon as you raise your head, you are instantly eaten by this monster. Chapter 41. Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Without looking back, Guchanga put the dagger to the side so he could see what was on it through it, even without looking up. It was a creepy feeling, with his eyes locked on the knife and, at the same time, the screen of his cell phone raised. With the light, the crowd could see more clearly, and thankfully, there were no scary creatures here, but overhead there were a lot of pointy stalactites, and those water droplets were coming out of that stalactite. Perhaps there is something odd about this cave. The water dripping from it carries a fishy odor. Guchanga maintained the image of looking ahead and walked inward. Without realizing it, the hole behind him had, at some point, closed. Guchanga walked forward another 5 or 6 meters before reaching the other end of the road. A woman in rags was sitting on her knees. Her clothes could not cover her charming skin at all, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and a pair of slender beautiful legs bare. It was as if she was wearing a single, ragged garment that wasn't even a dress anymore. She didn't mind that she was dressed too revealingly. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. Senior can't repay, so I can only thank you with my death. The woman stretched out her arms as if she wanted to embrace Guchanga, and proceeded to talk about profound scientific issues concerning the origins of living things and human beings. You want to marry me? Let's go. Guchanga stepped forward and bent down to help the woman up, only to realize that there was a thin red line on the woman's back that stretched out from behind her back, all the way to where she was standing. Guchanga suddenly took the phone in his mouth. He grabbed the woman by the neck and pulled so hard that she was instantly lifted up. Her back turned to her. On her spine, a line pierced her body, apparently solidified by blood. Guchanga choked the woman's neck and could clearly feel the temperature coming from her body, like holding an ice cube. Guchanga didn't even think about it, and directly used the dagger to cut the strings behind the woman. And as soon as the woman was cut, she didn't move anymore, just like a puppet with broken strings. Tricked. His heart fluttered and he instantly realized. Such thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind, and without thinking, she flew out the door. However, just at this time, the earth suddenly moved. Guchanga accidentally tripped and her entire body fell forward. Holy, how did this happen? Before Guchanga had time to get up, she realized that the sharp stalactites above her were rapidly falling downward. To be precise, it is not just the stalactites that are falling, but the entire ground above them is sinking. It gave Guchanga the illusion of being in the mouth of a monster. Guchanga's mind was spinning fast, thinking about how to get out of this. If one was stabbed by these sharp teeth, one would definitely be killed in seconds. There was no doubt about it. After thinking about it, he still took out the copper tripod. It was the only thing that could save his life. As for how to use it, Guchanga was almost clueless. How scary would it be if this hole in the tree was full of monsters? Guchanga plunged his dagger into the ground. The thing let out a mournful scream as if it had been impaled by something. Guchanga only felt like her head was going to explode, and there was only a buzzing sound echoing in her ears. He didn't dare to stay, forcing himself to endure the sharp pain of a splitting headache. Pulling out his dagger, and with a shower of blood, putting the copper tripod back in its place. Let's hope so. If you can't, you're dead. The densely packed sharp teeth on top of his head, only a dozen centimeters away, had already arrived in front of Guchanga, and were still rushing downward at an incredible speed, and by the looks of it, it would only take 1 to 2 seconds at most. Brother, come out. If you don't, I will. Guchanga's attack landed on the bronze tripod. It was not known whether it was because of Guchanga's words or because of the blood of that monster beast, but this bronze cauldron came to life, generating an extremely powerful attraction that directly sucked the demonic beast in. Under this force, a huge wound was torn open in its body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Guchanga spread his legs and rushed towards the broken hole. If he didn't leave, he would be swallowed into the copper tripod with the beast, and he would be in deep trouble then. It was hard to escape from that demonic beast's body, and Guchanga finally saw how massive it was. The shape was somewhat similar to a giant worm, and the original hole was chewed open by the creature. The giant beast, manipulating a woman's body and screaming for help, eventually led Bean's body to the demonic beast. This second layer, it's really treacherous. If it weren't for the bronze tripod, I would have died long ago. Guchanga removed the mask, wiped the sweat, and put it back on his face. It didn't take long for the mammoth beast to be eaten cleanly by the copper tripod, leaving only a ditch where it had been hiding. When Guchanga rushed closer, she saw that the copper furnace looked like it had gone crazy and kept spitting out beast Dan, and in only 5 or 6 seconds, it spat out a large amount of 30 to 40 pills. Holy, this is rich. Guchanga's heart rejoiced. Those beast pills, they must have been left over after being eaten by the giant beast. This guy, it wasn't just to attract people, it was to hunt more ferocious beasts. Guchanga rushed forward and collected all the beast dawn. Most of them were first-order beast dawn, and there was one second-order beast Dan that made his eyes light up. This was the one we encountered earlier, a third-order beast. Such a monster was definitely not of the first or second order. There are 20 of the first order, 10 of the second order, and 1 of the third order. That's a lot of money. 50,000 at least. Guchanga was just about to stuff the beast core into his clothes when he heard a familiar voice ring out from behind him. Brat, daring to kill in my hunting grounds? How dare you? Guchanga turned around and saw Wei Yongzhao, and behind him were 10 or so men clad in black power suits, each holding a crossbow-like weapon in their hands. This was something their company had researched, and it was rumored to be able to kill even a fifth-order king. It doesn't look like the kind, but it's definitely not weak. Good stuff. A black-robed man stared at the third-order magical beast crystal core on the ground and said in a deep voice, Chapter 42. Very good ending. The crowd also shifted their attention to the 3 beast cores in Chen Xiaobei's hands. Something is really weird. The value of a third-ranked beast core is at least 10 times more valuable than an ordinary magical beast, if not more. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the surrounding crowd lit up. The price of a third-order beast core was at least 30,000 or more. With this piece, you can save yourself years of hard work all by yourself. When Wei Yongzhao saw the third-order beast core in Chen Xiaobei's hand, he immediately brightened up. If he could get his hands on this third-order beast core, his fame would definitely skyrocket. By then, maybe Xue Qinrui will be attracted by my charm and fall in love with me. The most crucial thing was that if the matter of decapitating this demonic beast with the weapon the family had researched was told, then the company's share price would definitely skyrocket, just like the Beast King in the Blood Moon. Little one, be a good boy and give me your stuff before I lose my patience. Wei Yongzhao's gaze fell on Guchanga and he spoke coldly. Guchanga lowered her voice and said, I've never heard anyone mention that this area has become someone's exclusive area. If you want to grab it, just let it go. Don't beat around the bush. As long as you can beat me, everything is yours. What a mouthful. I've been pissed off since I first saw you, and now I'm even more pissed off when I hear you talk. Wei Yongzhao stared angrily at Guchanga and waved his hand. Take him down. Let me see his true colors. More than a dozen black-robed men split into several groups. 3 black-robed men led the way, while the other 2 black-robed men waited for an opportunity to move, and the 5 black-robed men behind them bent their bows and arrows. Without hesitation, Guchanga threw her backpack to the ground, held a dagger in her hand, and ran forward with lightning speed. So fast, Lei Linan exclaimed. The 3 people at the front were running towards Guchanga, but Guchanga flickered away before their eyes. The man on the left pulled out a ball of black medicinal powder from his pocket and slammed it against Guchanga. It's something that's sautéed with red chili and pepper. This chili was made from the hottest chili pepper in the world. A finger as big as a first-order demonic beast would be greatly harmed. This stuff would be the absolute ultimate torture if it was thrown into one's eyeballs or lungs. If an ordinary person had received this punch, I'm afraid they would have been beaten to death long ago. Wei Yongzhao, on the other hand, was grinning smugly. One move to stop the enemy. This person, I'm afraid. Didn't even expect us to use such tactics. Gu Changa sensed the crisis, but it was already too late. All he could do was to fight hard. Then, a dazzling scene happened. Gu Changa took the punch hard and fast, but nothing happened at all. Taking advantage of the three men being stunned, Gu Changa succeeded, punching and kicking, and the three men were directly knocked to the ground. No way! Wei Yongzhao exclaimed in shock. That kid took a punch from me and didn't even have a single thing to do? Gu Changa also found it strange that this thing didn't work on him at all. This was the result of going through countless times of body tempering. His body was very different from normal people. Exactly how strong he was, he himself was not sure. When Wei Yongzhao saw Gu Changa running toward him, he immediately shouted, "Hit him! Hit him!" Everyone reacted. 6 people pounced on Gu Changa left and right, and the 5 people behind them shot another arrow at Gu Changa. Gu Changa mobilized his chi and blood, and a large amount of blood flowed through his body, and some even fused with his body. At this moment, Gu Changa's body jumped again, and his speed was more than several times faster than before. So fast, he has at least 2 ranks. He should be 3, or 4. Wei Yongzhao's hands were shaking, and when he realized this, his fists were already clenched tightly together. No, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm the grandson of the Wei group. I'm used to seeing all kinds of people, and he doesn't look like he's in his early 20s. Gu Changa gripped her dagger tightly as the two of them flew forward. One man swung a sledgehammer at Gu Changa. Gu Changa gripped the dagger in her hand and slashed at the hammer. Humph, for a mere piece of trash to try to fight against my weapon. It's simply like eggs touching stones. The man smiled coldly, with an air of victory, and looked at Gu Changa with contempt. A few other people also looked at Gu Changa like a white idiot. Such a small dagger, but it can be hard with a special hammer. This guy is also too shameless, right? With this hammer, even a second-order ferocious beast could be smashed to smithereens, let alone this broken copper. In a jiffy, to everyone's surprise, the hammer was not chopped off, but was cut in half, as if it had been chopped on a piece of tofu. It's made of a special alloy. How can it be cut so easily? The man was startled and hurriedly slashed at Gu Changa again. Gu Changa also didn't expect that the dagger would be so sharp and cut the hammer so easily, which was completely unexpected. Normally a beast of the first rank could be cut by this dagger, but this time, it was cut by a sledgehammer that was more than 50 centimeters long. The difference between that and the other is a world of difference. Remodeling the bronze tripod. No, I should say building a brand new weapon. The dagger in Gu Changxing's hand flew and swung, easily hacking the hammer into pieces. The man staggered backward, looking at the man in his hands without a word. Seeing this scene, the other few people didn't dare to attack Gu Changa rashly. If this were to cut on their bodies, their armor wouldn't be able to do anything at all, and they were afraid that they would instantly be split in half. Everyone shivered at the thought. Wei Yongzhao was startled. What are you looking at? All of you. Hit me or I'll have my dad take your paychecks away. If you want to deduct money, I will. What's the use of asking for so much money when people are dead? One twisted his head and left, and the rest followed after a brief hesitation, pulling their legs out and fleeing. After all, they know that it's money that's worth more, or lives that are worth more. For a while, Wei Yongzhao was left alone. His legs were trembling and his voice was shaking as he saw Gu Changa walking step by step. Tell you what, I'll give you $500,000. Spare me. Chapter 43. Hesitate. 5 million. Gu Ning said. Gu Changa said in a salty manner. Wei Yongzhao couldn't help but a sound. And then his face sank. Brothers, robbers plus a little price won't be so pitiful, right? Gu Changa whispered. $50 million. No, my father would rather have another 50 million than let me live. Che, it doesn't help at all. Gu Changa glared contemptuously at Wei Yongzhao. Your father was willing to spend $50 million in order to save you. How rotten are you? Wei Yongzhao skimmed his mouth, tempted to retort. This was $50 million. How could he just give it away? However, he could only think about it in his heart, and at a time like this, he would never dare to say it. After thinking about it, he still agreed with Gu Changa. Ordinary people, who don't have much money at all, have to go around looking for their children, in which case it's more than their own parents give them. 50 million will hurt him a lot, but it's not so bad that it'll cost him everything, and besides, it's too much of a failure that he won't even give him 50 million, isn't it? A bitter smile spread across the corners of his mouth at that thought. Don't think about $50 million. Pauper, take out all you've got. Gu Changa waved her hand, signaling him to sit down. Wei Yongzhao was already desperate at this time, which still dared to struggle, and could only obediently hand over all his belongings. A watch, 50, 000 or 60, 000 apiece, and not much else. Gu Changa put away her wristwatch and said absently, take off your jacket. Hearing these words, Wei Yangzhao's face changed greatly. This was worse than being dead. No! You have all the valuables. Well, when we get back to the city, I'll go back and pay you back $5 million. How's that? Please, spare me. Gu Chang'e frowned. Don't waste time. Just give me the clothes. I really didn't expect that I would end up like this. Wei Yangzhao's face was bitter. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer I'll do it myself. Gu Chang'e said anxiously. No. It's better if I do it. Wei Yangzhao's face was ugly, and after hesitating for a moment, he still took off his blouse and then his t-shirt. Gu Chang'e had just picked up Wei Yangzhao's coat when he saw that the t-shirt on him was also being taken off, and he couldn't help but frown. What was this kid up to? You have to be gentle. People are new to this. Wei Yangzhao blinked his eyes in some embarrassment and turned his head away. Asterisk. My ass. Gu Chang'e only felt his sweaty hairs stand up, a creepy feeling rising from the soles of his feet, causing him to shiver and stand up all over his body. I'm just going to put my beast core in my clothes. What the hell are you doing? Gu Chang'e slapped him away, only to feel dirty on her hands, and hurriedly took the clothes off him. So disgusting. Gu Chang'e spent half an hour compiling a basket with vines to collect all the magical beasts, then hurriedly left the place. After a while, Gu Chang'e stepped out of the woods, and he took off his mask. Soon, they reached the city gates and began the formalities of entering the city. As soon as Gu Chang'e entered, she drew the attention of many people. The gazes of the crowd fell on the bamboo basket in his hand. Although Gu Chang'e covered the contents of the basket with leaves, she couldn't stop it, and some parts were exposed. Seeing this scene, a big man exclaimed in shock. Holy, this guy wouldn't have robbed the lair of a ferocious beast, right? There are more than 30 in this basket. I'm afraid, and there must be many more in the bag. How many of these are in here? Even though it's only a first-rank beast core, it's still worth a lot of money. Everyone had a look of envy on their faces. Just nearby, the muscular man who was in charge of giving the guards their rounds heard the people around them talking, and also spotted Gu Chang'e, who had returned. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Gu Chang'e return. That guy is here again. Look, it's not what I expected. This son has extraordinary strength. In time, he will be one of my chicken city's great generals. You really are a godsend. The short-haired man looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. He didn't have a person who could get so many beast cores as soon as he came out. Not to mention so many. Even an experienced squad might not be able to get so many. He couldn't help but mumble. Where on earth did he get so many demonic beasts from? It wasn't long before it was Gu Chang'e's turn for a physical examination. The burly man walked forward and laughed after carefully checking it out. You're more powerful than I thought. I'm Maman. What's your name? Gu Chang'e. He called out, a hint of coldness in his voice. Maman recalled and said, the name is somewhat familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere. The bald man appeared out of nowhere and asked in surprise, couldn't it be Gu Chang'e, the rumored first genius of our chicken city? Didn't your chi and blood inexplicably disappear over a month ago? Is it better? Yeah, it just so happens it wasn't that long ago. Gu Chang'e returned a polite smile. Your name is Gu Chang'e. No wonder you're so strong. Mo Mang instantly realized. What's your name? The short-haired man's mouth dropped open in surprise and, holy, that's awesome. It looks like you're not only better, but you've gotten a lot better. Gu Chang'e hooked her lips. Not bad. The inch-haired man looked confused. If you can do this one, then 99% of the population can kill themselves with a brick. The people behind Jiang Chensi also nodded with a bitter expression. With the wealth of these people, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn this much in a year. Maman slapped him on the shoulder and said, are you stupid? Do a good job. The chicken market will depend on you in the future. I'm lucky to be alive. Gu Chang'e smiled bitterly. Mo Meng checked Gu Chang'e's item and after realizing that it was a third-order beast core, his eyes widened and he gave him a somewhat incredulous look, but he didn't say much and handed it back. Maman whispered, all be careful. Keep an eye out for any stalkers back there. And if you can't, come over here. They wouldn't dare mess around anyway. Okay, then I'll trouble Uncle Mo. Gu Chang'e nodded. He knew that this was because he was afraid that someone would beat him up. Okay, let's go. Maman nodded slightly and said, aha. Gu Chang'e carried a small basket and ran towards the Union. This could be sold quickly in the Exploration Union, and could be bought casually elsewhere. You might even get screwed. Not only did he lose his treasure, but he also lost his life. Gu Chang'e had heard this many times from Li Yuanba's mouth. Chapter 44 Verification. Even if they wanted to join the Union, they had to be careful because they were all people who hovered on the edge of life and death. With so many demonic beasts, it would be hard not to want to be moved. And facing so many martial artists, there would definitely be a lot of pressure. The best way to prevent this is to keep your identity out of the limelight. Gu Chang'e bought her another larger bag on the way back. just enough to put all the beast cores in. Then, she threw away her backpack, lest Wei Yongzhao and the others find themselves. This adventurers' union, which appeared shortly after the recovery of Aura, could be said to be the first to be established. Gu Chang'e walked up to the Chicken City Adventurers Union sign. Usually there were stone lions at the entrance, but at this time of the year, the heads of two giant beasts were placed at the entrance. Being able to feel the terrifying aura emanating from this giant beast from such a distance, one could imagine how strong this giant beast was in its lifetime. At least it was in existence of the 5th rank or above. Just as Gu Chang'e was fuming, a maid-dressed girl with short hair greeted her. These two demonic beasts, both of which are of the 10th rank, are both inhabited by the former president. It said that the previous president fought for 3 days and 3 nights to kill these two monsters. Gu Chang'e was taken aback. A beast core of a 10th ranked ferocious beast. What a precious thing that was. Slaying a 10th ranked ferocious beast was enough to earn 100 lives for an average person. And the last president took out 2 of them in one fell swoop. I don't know how long it will be until I want to do that. But if I can take one out, I'll be able to retire myself. Gu Chang'e finally got a good look at the maid who was wearing white stockings with a black and white maid uniform over it. She had a bright smile on her young face that made people happy just by looking at it. A smile that was the best kind of therapy. You're here to sign up, aren't you? You need to register to buy? Gu Chang'e asked. Is what you said true? Nice. The maiden lady smiled and nodded. I can point you in the right direction if you wish to register. Thanks, Chinju said to Chinju. Gu Chang'e returned a thankful smile. You're welcome. I'm just here to work. The maid smiled and said, my name is Roli. Gu Chang'e, he called out, a hint of coldness in his voice. I'm a bit familiar. Rowley rolled her eyes, her mind racing, trying to figure out Gu Chang'e's identity. I'm just a small person. It's better to get the adventurer registration done first. Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Yes. Sorry. Rowley hurriedly collected her thoughts and gave Gu Chang'e a bow to apologize before leading Gu Chang'e towards the labor union. Along the way, everyone greeted Rowley. Gu Chang'e knew that Rowley's smile was infectious. Just by seeing her smile, she put people in a happy mood and no one would be unhappy. There were quite a few people who liked Rowley, and Gu Chang'e could tell at a glance. Rowley led her to a window when Rowley smiled. This is the adventurer status we have registered you for. Just show your credentials and you will be registered. Thanks. Chinju thanked her. Jiang Chen said. And next to them was a row of seats designed to provide rest for the crowd. A man on the left turned around and asked, what level would you say this guy is? The short-haired adventurer standing in the very center looked contemptuous. A brat who isn't even at the 1st rank and still wants to sign up to become an adventurer is simply using those demonic beasts as food. Yeah, the world is so big. There are all kinds of people. The one on the right followed suit. A mercenary in a trench coat walked past the trio and sat down beside them, speaking in a calm tone. I see this guy has some real skills. The short-haired adventurer standing in the very center sneered. Yo, if it isn't Lin Woodman with the best eyesight. How come your eyesight is so bad? Are you dreaming? In response to his sarcasm, Rimu didn't get angry, but said in a novel way. How about it? Want to make a bet? Yes. What wager do you want? I'll make a bet. This guy's chi and blood power is definitely more than 3. If his chi and blood power isn't as good as your 3, I can have 10 spirit stones for one person. And if I guess it, 10 spirit stones for one person. How about it? Why don't you come? Just this guy is worthy of the 3 of us? The slatternly man agreed without even thinking about it. How could I let go of such a great opportunity? My chi blood is almost 600. There's no way he's only a 2nd-ranked martial artist. There aren't many 2nd-ranked martial artists in the city at such a young age. Rimu nodded. Okay. Just at this time, a mercenary suddenly greeted him with a smile on his face. And me. Okay. Wang Yao responded. And me. The number of mercenaries joining in was also increasing. And in just a few minutes' time, more than 30 people had joined the fight. Rowley was slightly annoyed. Frowning, and with both hands inserted on her small waist, she said, we can't bet here. The short-haired adventurer smiled. Lori is so cute even when she's angry. The few remaining mercenaries smiled and nodded. Right? Li Maoshuang froze. It's not so much mean as it is cute. When Rowley heard this, her face turned red and she gritted her teeth. No means no, or else in a while our leader will definitely make you look good. Hearing this, the crowd was not surprised but delighted. Well, we'd all love to see what you look like. I'm not even sure if you're a man or a woman. Rowley gave up once she saw that her boss couldn't even suppress them. Lin Mei smiled. Shaoli, you can testify. Rowley gave a humph and said, I'm with you. It took Gu Chang'e more than 10 minutes to complete her mercenary registration, and the next step was to test her chi and blood. Many people gathered around, wanting to know just how high Gu Chang'e's blood count was. The staff measured Guchanga with a blood pressure meter, and the results showed that his blood pressure had reached 819. The staff member's initial mute slowly turned into shock, and then later, his eyes snapped open, staring incredulously at the machine in his hands. There's not going to be a problem, is there? The staff looked dumbfounded. This kid was only 18 years old and had 819 points of chi in blood. What kind of concept was this? Chapter 45 Shocking Waves. The flat-headed man and the others were dumbfounded, with a million questions in their minds. How does an 18-year-old practice to get to 89? The short-haired man bristled. Originally, he still thought that a first-ranked martial artist was already amazing, but he didn't expect that this kid had not only surpassed a second-ranked martial artist, but he also had more than 200 more blood. Timber stands with his arms wrapped around him, living up to his name. Rowley also stared at Guchanga with an incredulous look. She had never thought that Guchanga was so powerful. What the hell is he? There weren't many 18-year-olds whose chi blood had reached 819 when looking at the bazaar. Why is that name so familiar? Rowley's pretty eyes were filled with curiosity. Those who bet on it, on the other hand, had put on masks with painful visors. A mercenary grimaced bitterly. 10 medium-grade spirit stones are gone just like that. This is the hard work of several months. I should have done what Lori said. Alas, how could this have happened if we knew it would turn out like this? Everyone sighed and shook their heads. 10 spirit stones. That was quite a lot. Not everyone could hunt in the jungle, much less return safely. The staff froze, then responded. This one should be damaged. I'll get another one. With that, she rose from her seat and hurried off to fetch the new equipment. The hearts of the people were glad. Guchanga also didn't expect that his chi and blood test would attract the attention of so many people, and in that case, his aura would leak out. That's good. Let those with bad intentions understand that they are not to be offended. Being able to get things out of the way ahead of time has been the best possible outcome. Thinking this way, there was no need for Guchanga to hide it. If he wanted to, he could have saved it and had over 100 left at once. Staff hurried to the area where the equipment was stored and found an unopened unit. With the equipment, Ren Bakon walked back, but accidentally bumped into a middle-aged man, and the equipment in his hand fell to the ground. The staff member looked up, saw it was his vice president, and hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Vice President. What's going on? In such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to do things calmly and with patience, or else something is likely to go wrong? Understand? I see. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. The staff nodded. An 18-year-old novice came just now, and after testing his blood value, it has reached 819 points. Ha, where is everyone? The vice president couldn't hold back any longer. Stand by the window and wait. Before the staff member could finish his words, he pulled away. I forgot my equipment. Okay. Hearing this, he immediately stopped, told his employees to hurry back to their seats, picked up the piece of equipment, and walked quickly to the window. The staff was silent for a long time. The calmest one is you. Incoming. A player spotted someone coming out of the window. The crowd looked in the direction of his finger and saw a crazy middle-aged man with red eyes looking at Guchanga. Everyone was in a daze. How could a psycho come in here? Vice President. Shifeng couldn't help but call out as he watched the scene in front of him. Rowley exclaimed as she looked at the middle-aged man who rushed out from inside. The crowd looked at Shifeng, their gazes filled with surprise. Short-haired man. What? Qianquan, the vice president known as Nightmare? No way? Although the few mercenaries were a bit puzzled, they could only choose to believe that this person was Qianquan. As a member of the union, Rowley naturally could not be mistaken. Guchanga looked at the crazy Qianquan and was also horrified, and couldn't help but move her chair back. Qianquan hurriedly described the situation. Don't be afraid. I'm not suspicious. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Guchanga. He said it too unconvincingly. Qianquan said excitedly as he sipped the warm water. Reach out and let me see your blood pressure. Rowley left before Guchanga came to Guchanga's ear and whispered, don't be afraid. He's the real deputy head. Don't look like he's agitated right now, but normally he wouldn't do that. Guchanga looked back at Rowley, wanting to say something, but finally reached out her hand. The vice president unwrapped the item in 3 tries and handed it to Guchanga, and the crowd gathered around, their eyes unblinking as they watched the screen. A few seconds later, 819 points of blood appeared on the screen. The room was silent, everyone staring intently at the data on the screen. Qianquan's voice trembled with excitement. It's really 819 points. I never thought I'd see such a demon in my life. As the crowd reacted, those gamblers gradually recognized the fact that their hopes were dashed. This kid, he's simply a demon. The short-haired man shook his head inside. Spirit stones, spirit stones, Ryname whispered, a hint of urgency in his voice. A group of people fondly took out their spirit stones, And it wasn't long before Lin Mu got more than 300 spirit stones. That's got to be $200,000 or $300,000. For the past 2 years, I can rest on my laurels. Reiname was dumbfounded. The short-haired man's face sank. All their efforts over the past month or so had been in vain. Qian Quan said, Gu Chang'e, do you want to come to our union? I'm registered as a mercenary, so won't I become a member of the union? Gu Chang'e asked in disbelief. When the players present heard Shifeng say this, each of them had a look of envy on their faces. Dry Springs said it again. The registered adventurers are connected to our guild. We post them over here. They accept our commissions, and we pay them. I want you to join our guild and be a part of it. What's going on? After entering our guild, you'll be considered one of us from now on. In the future, we'll have to guarantee all your personal safety. And if you're bullied by anyone, we definitely won't sit back and watch. So, how do I serve the cowboy horde? Gu Chang'e didn't think that it would be too impractical if he wanted nothing. This wasn't his family, and he wasn't going to risk his life to save him. Chapter 46 Categorical Denial. When the crowd heard this, they all couldn't help but become interested. They couldn't become official members of Zero Wing, but they were curious about the development of Zero Wing. The most important thing was that it was impossible for them to know in normal times, and now that they were able to get such news, they certainly wouldn't let it go. Qian Quan said slowly with a calm expression. There's not much to ask to join a union, and there's no ill will, so if you want to join, I can explain it to you. When Gu Chang'e heard this, she thought about it and finally said, I'll think about it and I'll let you know when the time comes. Good, Wang Yao responded. Seeing that Gu Chang'e didn't immediately agree, Xianxuan's appraisal of Gu Chang'e was a few points higher. This meant that he was a cautious person who would not make a decision easily, and if he chose to join, then this person was definitely not fooling around and was trustworthy. Even if he, Gu Chang'e, agreed to it in one bite and achieved his goal, he would be happy. Everyone was puzzled by Gu Chang'e's choice. Those benefits offered by Qian Quan alone were enough to make his heart flutter. Did he still need to worry? Qian Quan greeted Gu Chang'e, then stood up and headed out. Rimu stepped forward and patiently persuaded. Young man, you must seize this opportunity. This is the first time I've heard of someone being recruited by the vice president. I wouldn't want to easily agree to such a thing. Several others followed suit and advised. Yeah, it's the first time I've heard anything like that, and since I've got such an opportunity, let's make the most of it. The offer is 100% in my favor, and you'll take it now. A middle-aged man said with a bitter face. A middle-aged man with a leather hat beside him thrust his sword. It's just that you're too ugly to even get an invitation. The middle-aged man's face sank. You didn't receive an invitation either. No matter what, you're trash. Gu Chang'e took a lot of effort to squeeze out of the way, looked around, and when she saw Rowley heading this way, she smiled and asked, You're looking for Gu Chang'e for something? Can you sell something? Rowley walked straight to a large yellow wooden door on the right and said, The room on the right. That's the old man. He's the one who collects magic beast crystals. Once inside, you won't be able to hear outside conversations, and your harvest won't be publicized. Thanks. Shinju thanked her. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e sighed in relief. His biggest worry was that this beast core would be exposed and make other people's eyes red. A man saw Gu Chang'e walking away and asked somewhat strangely, Are you stupid? Could it be that his backpack is full of beast cores? Are you kidding me? A bag this big, filled with the cores of magical beasts. How much do you really have? I don't think so. With so many demonic beasts, it would take at least a year and a half to get them all together. The remaining few people, too, were in disbelief. It was impossible for a rookie who had just registered as a mercenary, to get so many magical beasts. Does this guy have a cheat? Gu Chang'e came in and smoothly brought the door of the room with her hand, instantly shutting out everyone's voices, and sure enough, the soundproofing of this room was very good. In the room, a hunchbacked old man with glasses was intently looking at a newspaper. Gu Chang'e put her backpack down on the table with a thud. The old man slowly put down the newspaper in his hand, and his gaze fell on Gu Chang'e. Raw faces? Aha! Chinju answered. Gu Chang'e let out a Show me, the old man said calmly. Then he began to look through the paper again. He didn't expect much from the rookie, and it would be nice to get 3 of them. After saying that, Gu Chang'e opened her bag, which was full of beast cores, and took them out of it piece by piece. The old man looked toward the table as he listened to the cacophony of voices coming from it. Steeply, her hand trembled and the newspaper in her hand fell to the floor. What's going on here? All at one table? You call that a newbie? What rookie comes up with a table full of beast cores? 40 first-order beast pills, 10 second-order beast pills, and 1 third-order beast pill. Gu Chang'e took out all of the beast cores as she spoke. The old man was dumbstruck, staring at the beast core in disbelief. He thought he was old and had blurred his eyes, rubbing them hard to make sure it wasn't his eyes. then staring at Gu Changa with surprised eyes, he asked, "How much?" Chinju asked. Gu Changa said in puzzlement, 41st order beast cores, 10 second order beast cores, and 1 third order beast core. What's the problem? The old man did not speak for a long time. I'll take a look for you. Longchen slowly counted the beast cores on the table, and when Longchen counted the number of third order beast cores, he couldn't help but freeze. This is the inner Dan of a third-ranked demonic beast? This guy, where on earth did he get the third-ranked demonic beasts from? And moreover, they are all rather special. The old man was at a loss, subconsciously ignoring what Gu Changa had said, and now that he took a look at the third-ranked beast core, he knew that what Gu Changa had brought back was a third-ranked beast core. The old man still didn't hold back. Really? Aha! Chinju answered. Gu Changa showed his mercenary badge. The old man froze, not realizing that this name had just been registered. Where did you get this? I killed him myself. Okay, Wang Yao responded. The old man nodded his head, and seeing that Gu Changa refused to say more, and knowing where his bottom line was, he stopped pursuing the matter. He pulled out his computer and did the math, which totaled $37,000. Aha! Chinju answered. Gu Changa nodded. It was the same as he had estimated, a total of 370,000 pieces, and there were 300,000 third-rank beast cores. The old man asked, "Do you want the money, or do you want to transfer it?" "Cash," Jiang Chen returned dryly. Gu Changa said. "Okay," Wang Yao responded. He grabbed the microphone on his desk and dialed. It wasn't long before the room behind the old man was pushed open, and two men dressed in black power suits carried a silver box on the table with a $100 bill on it. Gu Changa put the money in her bag, said hello to the old man and left. What the hell is this guy? The old man shook his head inside. Qianquan walked out from the back and sighed softly. I don't know. What method did he use to get so many beast souls? I've been in business for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen so many demonic beasts. The old man said. This person is also the #1 demon I've seen, so I must pull him into our union no matter what. Qianquan had a resolute face. Chapter 47 Nice review. As soon as Gu Changa left the house, a group of people came over, talking and inquiring about how many billions Gu Changa had received. Raleigh came up and shoved the two aside as soon as she could, thrusting her back in dissatisfaction. Our first rule is that you can't ask anyone about your income until you've been told. Seeing this scene, the others had no choice but to look at Gu Changa with anticipation. Only how much? Gu Changa said in a salty manner. The man with the flat head had a hand on his shoulder. Yeah, when you first get here, it's nice to get a couple of thousand. Maybe even 10,000 if you keep working hard. Gu Changa smiled without saying anything, and after tossing and turning for more than 10 minutes, she finally escaped. With all this wealth, all he wanted to do was go back and tell his sister about it. She would be so happy. The man with the flat head had his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Changa's departing back with a pointing face. As I recall, I got 5 first-rank beast cores on the day of the hunt and made a big fuss about it. Many powerful hunting squads had extended invitations to me, but I didn't say yes to any of them. It's really saddening to think about what happened back then now. Don't get sentimental. 4 of the 5 beast cores you brought back this time. A close friend interrupted nonchalantly. Oh, that's kind of an ability, the short-haired man said with an expressionless face. Gu Changa ran back while looking back, afraid of being targeted. After walking for more than 10 minutes and confirming that no one was following behind him, his mood gradually relaxed and he never dared to turn back. Gu Changa wanted to come back quickly, so she chose to walk so that she could at least save most of the time. The only downside is that you have to go through an alley that is over 500 meters long. It's frequented by criminals and few people go there. But Gu Changa wasn't scared at all. With his current chi and blood, dealing with these hooligans was simply a piece of cake. Inside an alley, more than a dozen people squatted there, smoking a cigarette, and after they finished, their stomachs rumbled. The red-haired man in the lead had an indignant look on his face, and when he suddenly saw Gu Changa rushing in, he let out a ha breath, then said coldly, "Catch this guy. Torture him, get out of the way, and then ransack him." Everyone followed her gaze, and a blonde teenager instantly recognized Gu Changa. "Boss, this person's name is Gu Changa, and he's ruined us." Yes. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, then grunted. "I didn't expect to meet him, and even God couldn't help but step in to help. All of you." The crowd hurriedly grabbed iron rods and sticks and other things and waited for Gu Changa to come over. 30 seconds later, Gu Changa walked over. Everyone was hiding in a remote place, and Gu Changa couldn't see anything. Everyone was ready, and as soon as Gu Changa came out, they swarmed up to Gu Changa. He thought he was moving fast enough, but in Gu Changa's eyes, it was nothing, let alone those fast-moving ferocious beasts. Gu Changa dodged over a dozen people with a single dodge. After ducking out of the way, She was punching and kicking at a dozen more people, and soon no one was left alive. Gu Changa glanced at the dozen or so people, all civilians. Gu Changa looked back at him and turned to run. The red-haired Mohawk man's entire body froze, his entire body frozen in disbelief as to what the hell was going on. In the next moment, he only felt a heavenly rotation, and his whole body was in severe pain as he fell to the ground. Could it be that his opponent was a powerful man? Fumble. Gu Changa came home at around 2 o'clock. When Jiang Xiaoxiao saw Gu Changa, she greeted him with a smile on her face, but she quickly realized that he was dressed in rags and hurriedly asked what was going on. Gu Changa gave a general account of his outing to hunt, only in general terms and not in detail. This was naturally to try and reassure her. If she knew what she had been through, she would definitely have trouble sleeping the next time she went out hunting. 37 million. Gu Changa smiled and opened the bag. Inside were stacks of cash. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoxiao didn't laugh, but instead lowered her head as tears slid down her cheeks. Big brother, you'd better take the initiative to surrender for leniency. Gu Changa's face sank. Do you think your brother did something bad again? Big brother, I understand your good intentions, but that would be hard on my heart. She hid her face and cried. I really made a lot of money this time out. Gu Changa also knew that her sister wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. After all, the two were still worried about food before, and now that they had suddenly become so rich, it was inevitable that they wouldn't feel it was realistic. It was only after Gu Changa's tireless explanations that Jiang Xiaoxiao slowly came to believe that Gu Changa wasn't breaking the law. Brother, how much is this? She couldn't even begin to think about it. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. What do you say? That's a lot of money. Spend it sparingly, and it'll last for 20 or 30 years. This, Mo Wuji hesitated. Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in some disbelief. There was no need to worry about money in this life. Gu Changa said she was going to have a meal, but in reality she was going to buy a bottle of medicine worth $300,000 for Jiang Xiao. It took Gu Changa more than half an hour to get to one of the largest pharmacies in Chicken City, which had everything from colds to white bones, and if there was enough price, everything. Although there are hundreds of sales clerks, it is still a bit overwhelming. It's a good thing there aren't many customers at this time of year, or else you could lose weight just buying a few things. Gu Changa looked inside with her backpack, and for the first time, she had the illusion of living in a primitive era. The few waiters nearby saw Gu Changa, but they had no intention of serving Gu Changa. A young blonde girl with curly hair shook her head with a fan in disgust. I can smell him from this far away, like he hasn't showered in weeks. Chapter 48. Happy. It's such a short period of time. It could be months. A fiery red-lipped staff member glanced at Gu Changa with a tone of disdain for her. Che, how dare someone like that run inside? We have a lot of herbs in the store, but not just anyone can come in. Who do you think you are? The surrounding waiters all nodded along, whispering to Gu Changa, and between the lines, they were all disgusted with him. Finally, that hot lips couldn't help it, and she got up and walked toward Gu Changa, standing in front of him. This place is not a beggar's place. Will you be allowed to enter? And don't disturb our store by standing outside. You better get out before I call someone. After saying that, she flew back 5 or 6 steps, took a deep breath, and then stared coldly at Gu Changa. He snorted inwardly. Now he finally understands his own weight. If you have any self-awareness, get out of here. I hate you. Gu Changa looked unconcerned as she looked at the report number hanging on the wall. The call was from the manager. So if you have any complaints, you can complain to him. Gu Changa pulled out her cell phone and punched in a number, and the woman's face turned white. It never occurred to her that a little barker would actually report it, and that he had the audacity to do so. Give it to me. The fiery woman ran to Gu Changa in an arrow step and tried to grab her phone. She knew how scary it was for her to get such a call. She lunged forward. Gu Changa easily dodged, and the woman slammed headfirst into the floor tiles, her teeth knocked out. She was just about to get up and fight Gu Changa again when she heard a female voice ringing on Gu Changa's phone. Genji Pharmacy, may I ask what you wanted to see me about? The woman in red was so frightened that she lost her color and grabbed Gu Changa's legs regardless. With a pitiful look on her face, she shook her head desperately, signaling him not to tell the manager. A group of people who had been laughing at him just a moment ago also dispersed in unison and headed for the restroom. She was afraid that Gu Changa would sue her as well. It wasn't a joke. Who would have thought that a small-time beggar would call the police? Gu Changa was indifferent in the face of the woman's pleas for mercy. I came to your store to buy something, and as soon as I walked in the door, I was ridiculed by your store's employees, who also told me that I'm not qualified to sell anything here and to get out. Who? A voice came from behind. An icy tone came from the boss on the cell phone for a moment. Gong Yuxiao's gaze fell on her. Gu Changa looked at the badge hanging on her chest as she spoke. He finally realized that the person's name was Guo Huihong. Then, Gu Changa reported her name. Well, if the matter is true, I will satisfy you. Good, Wang Yao responded. After saying that, Gu Changa hung up the phone. Inside an office, a woman in professional attire with a full head of silver hair was on her cell phone. Pull up the store's cameras. Yes, Chen Zhuyu answered. One spoke up. After saying that, she simply hung up her cell phone. The last thing you can do is judge a book by its cover. And I seem to recall that everyone made a point of emphasizing that when they were first recruited. Guo Huihong looked lost in thought and sat down on the floor with a butt full of pain. None of the surrounding staff members dared to go forward to help, because they knew that if anyone went forward, they risked being sacked. They don't want to lose their jobs because of a coworker. It took a lot of effort to get such a good job. A few of the waiters next to her who had long been displeased with her whispered, "He's been here so long he's become sightless. The guests are gods, and she has a big ego." Yeah. It's also a warning to them about how to let go of their pride and how to posture themselves. Soon, the steward rushed in, and she scanned the room quickly, eventually fixating on Gu Changa and Wei Huihong. The manager hurried over, bowed to Gu Changa, and said, "I'm sorry, we verified that the situation is as you said." The boss had already made a decision. Guo Huihong was sacked. As compensation for you, I'll give you a 30% discount. Good, Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa nodded and looked at Guo Huihong lying there, suddenly feeling that she had done a good job. A 70% discount saves 90,000, which is a lot of money, enough to feed them for 7 or 8 years. Guo Huihong struggled to stand up, her eyes red, and cried to the principal, "Chief, just give me a break. I know I'm wrong. It's your own choice. It's you who don't grasp it. It's no one else's fault," the female foreman said while making a wink towards the surrounding waiters. The implication is that there is no chance at all for them to stop making mistakes. After saying that, the agent let Gu Changa go shopping. Gu Changa asked again, "If I remember correctly, there is a drug that cures quadriplegia, right?" "Well, 300,000 apiece." The surrounding staff and customers all turned their gazes to Gu Changa and said silently in their hearts, "Yes, there is, but do you have that ability?" "Okay, I'll take it then," Gu Changa responded. "I know." The man in charge nodded and said to the attendant at his side, "Blue, take it off." "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. Blue darted away and ran aside to the apothecary store. Everyone's eyes fell in unison on the bag in Gu Chang's hand. Could it be that the bag was all cash? Gu Changa opened her backpack and pulled out stacks of bills from it, quickly pulling out $200,000 from it and placing it on the next table. 300,000. After 70% discount, only 211,000. Total 211,000. You count it. The crowd is dumbfounded. This one is serious. Guo Huihong was on the verge of tears. She only wanted to slap herself twice now. He doesn't look like a beggar, but more like a rich man, with a hand of $210,000. Chapter 49 Tall Men. With the potion in hand, Blue hurried over to see a pile of bills on the table. Her eyes widened as she wondered what kind of person could spend so much money. Could that be the guy? Blue gave Jiang Chenxi a wink. He then realized that everyone around him was looking at him with a look of disbelief. "It's from him." Blue rushed over to Gu Changa and handed him a small box containing pills. Gu Changa took it over and unwrapped it, only to see a golden-colored pill that was only as big as her thumb. "It's $300,000 for a little pill." Gu Changa took the case, greeted the manager, and left. He was going to buy something right away. When Gu Changa left, the foreman turned his head to look at a few waiters. There's going to be a meeting tonight with everyone present. At tonight's meeting, they all knew what to talk about. In the company, the owner of the Renji pharmacy is sitting on her knees. Her black stockings and slender beautiful legs swing in midair, making people look at her with a dazzling eyes. She stared at a picture on the screen and compared it to the video on her laptop screen. A small smile on her face. Looks like he's that absolute heavenly pride that Qianquan was talking about. I didn't expect him to come to me. How could I let go of such a good talent? If Qianquan were to learn of this, that guy would be furious. Just thinking about this excites me to take him down at all costs. Qianquan was sitting on a chair, playing with his cell phone while enjoying the dancing of the beautiful girls, when he suddenly frowned. What kind of people are slandering me behind my back? I always think something bad is going to happen. Could it be that old gray-haired woman? Gu Changa carried a half-burnt roast goose and half of a chicken and ran home in a flurry. Jiang Xiaoxiao had prepared the meal long ago and was waiting for Gu Changa in the living room. When she saw the curtain shaking slightly, she still thought that Gu Changa had gone and returned, and didn't even look back, smiling. "Big brother, you're finally here." After waiting for several seconds and not hearing any familiar answer, he turned his head to see two burly men walk in the doorway, a muscular body that gave the impression that it was going to explode. as if the whole body was separate. A man on the left said, "Gu Changa's sister is you?" "No." Chenju shook his head. Jiang Xiaoxiao insisted. Before, Gu Changa had told her that if others came to inquire, she would say she didn't know, and if they asked her if she was his sister, she would have to deny it. The two men were stunned, then pulled a set of photos out of their pockets and scrutinized them. A burly man took a look at it, hesitated, handed the picture to another person and asked, "Would you look at this picture to see if it's similar?" The other man took the picture and scrutinized it, and gradually, his brow grew tighter and tighter. "I guess so. I just want to catch him. It's not a big deal." "Yeah, why don't you just go find one?" As he spoke, the two burly men had already walked up to Jiang Xiaoxiao. They didn't have much to fear from the girl who was dependent on a wheelchair. Jiang Xiaoxiao was in a hurry, so close that she didn't even have time to make a phone call. Gu Changa had just reached the door when she heard a clanking sound coming from the kitchen, as if something had fallen on the floor. "Dash!" Li Tianming shouted. Gu Changa flew inside and saw two men trying to kidnap his sister. The two men turned around at the sound of the voice and recognized it as Gu Changa at a glance, and were about to intimidate Gu Changa. But before they could strike, he rushed up, punching and kicking, taking both of them straight to the ground. The two men were beaten and convulsed all over. "Sure Noah, how are you?" Gu Changa asked uneasily. "I'm fine, brother." She shook her head. Gu Changa saw that her hand had been ripped off by the rope, and blood couldn't flow out as a palm-sized slap was imprinted on her face. One of those two. No doubt. Gu Changa couldn't hold back any longer. He calmed Jiang Xiaoxiao, then pulled the two children outside. "Tiny, I'll be right back. Don't worry, I'll be around." "Yeah, aha." Gu Changa pulled the two strong men out of the house and led them to a relatively open area. "What man?" Gu Changa said as she walked forward. "Hoof," Jian Wushuang coldly shouted. Both of them had a disdainful look on their faces and had no intention of speaking at all. A look of disdain. A look of "we won't say anything. What can you do to us?" Stared at Gu Changa. "Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curved up in a mocking arc. Although the two didn't say anything, the look of contempt on their faces betrayed their hearts. Without saying a word, Gu Changa pulled out a sharp knife from her backpack, and with a single stroke of the sword, a man's arm was gone. "Well, next time I'm not cutting off one of your arms. I'm cutting off your head." Gu Changa's gaze froze. Kidnapping Tiny while he was away had touched his bottom line. In order to avoid this, he had to find out the identity of the person behind the curtain and take out the person behind the curtain. The man who had one of his arms cut off by Jiang Chensi said, forcing himself to endure the pain. "Yeah, it was the master of the Tianyang gang who told them to come get you." Gu Ning said, "What heavenly sun gang? How dare they strike at me? What's going on here? I don't feel like there's any grudge between us. Last time, the boss let someone come to Luxian to ask for money, but you ended up cleaning up the mess, and then the boss lost face, so he wanted to get rid of you." So, Gu Changa suddenly reacted and thought about it, as if it was time to deal with it, and in the meantime, help sister Luxian. "Well, then I'll make it happen." Gu Changa added to the other uninjured man, "Are you stupid? Take me home." The strong man froze and eventually nodded, while the other man had his throat cut by Jiang Chensi. He took out the bronze tripod and wanted to see if he could swallow this body. It turned out that nothing came out. Gu Changa went back to have a meal with his sister, and after dinner, he excused himself to go shopping, out the door and turn into an alley. Gu Changa entered more than 10 meters, and Gu Changa used a steel pipe to tie him up, revealing a tall man. Chapter 50. A big yell. Gu Changa said as he untied her, "Take me away and don't play any tricks, or I'll leave you in the dust. No one will ever find it." "I know." Ragnar nodded. The man shuddered and nodded repeatedly. Gu Chang Singer was holding a dagger in his hand, as well as a copper tripod. The man then led the two out into the countryside. After an hour or so, the duo finally arrived at a dilapidated, unfinished building on the outskirts of town. Curtains were hung over the windows, making it impossible to see what was moving outside, and generally speaking, curtains were not possible in such a dilapidated building. The crappy building looks unfinished, let alone renovated. Sure enough, it's the headquarters of the Tianyang gang. At the doorway, two hooligans were holding cigarettes with a roguish look on their faces. Gu Changa allowed the man to carry her inside, then pretended to faint. The burly man carried Gu Changa to the door, and the two hooligans immediately greeted him when they saw him come in. "Where's Ada?" "He was whoring." "I knew it. He can't wait to fool around with women all day." The burly man spoke to the two for a while before carrying Gu Changa inside. Gu Changa half squinted her eyes and walked into the first floor, which was pandemonium, with most people playing poker and smoking cigarettes. The burly man pushed his way through the crowd, when suddenly a balding man waved a hand at him. "Oh, I'm sure the owner will be happy with such a short time, and maybe even give you a used one. Ha ha. He laughed out loud. The burly man smiled sarcastically. It would be nice to save his life. As for anything else, it was all nonsense. The little girl from the Lu-like family looks very pretty. The bald man added another sentence. Hearing this, Gu Changa raised her eyebrows. It wouldn't be Sister Lu Xian, would it? Gu Changa pinched the man's thigh hard where they couldn't see. He ate the pain and knew that Gu Changa was telling him to hurry up and leave. Oh, this kid is good looking. I'll be right over. The lanky man grinned. The balding man, however, spoke up. You stay here for now. The boss has something to do. If you go over at this time, not only will you not see the second batch, but you will be reprimanded instead. And that would be too much of a bargain. Hearing these words, Gu Changa could no longer hold back and stared at the man with wide eyes. Lead the way ahead or I'll have your life. The man broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, and immediately, without further hesitation, he took a big step forward. Did it open its mouth? The bald man's eyes went cold, staring straight at Gu Changa. No. The burly man smiled sarcastically. Stop. The balding man realized something was wrong and bellowed. At once, the room was silent, and everyone turned around in unison to look at the burly man and Jiang Chensi. Brat, are you going to betray our Tianyang gang? The burly man fainted. Don't spit blood. Put him down. This is all this seat's contribution. Is it possible that you want to snatch it too? Che, I'm not going to argue with you. Are you kidding? I heard you. The balding man smiled contemptuously. Beside him, a man smoking a cigarette and wearing a vest stood up from his seat and spoke in an icy tone. I heard him too. He was threatening you. And he himself quietly picked up his chair and poised himself. Hearing this, everyone stared angrily at the man. Weapons in hand. He was drenched in sweat. His teeth clenched. The balding man replied. If you won't tell us, we might think you're being coerced, but if you won't tell us, then we'll consider you a traitor. Gu Changa knew she was exposed, and there was no use delaying any longer. The next moment he jumped off the man and drew the dagger at his waist. Take me there now. Get him, he yelled. The balding man roared angrily. The vested man was closest to Gu Changa, and with a turn, he flung his chair at Gu Changa. The other few people were not vegetarians either, and they raised their weapons to kill. There were a few that were far away and threw chairs or whatever at Gu Changa. Gu Changa took out a dagger and quickly cut the chair that the man in vest had thrown out, then picked up the chair that had been cut in half and smashed it against the man. The chair at the break was sharp and easily penetrated the vested man's body. What are you looking at? Don't take us there yet. Gu Changa yelled at the man. Think about it. If you agree to him, you'll be betraying us. The balding man roared angrily. The man gritted his teeth and eventually walked towards the balding man. Several other people also ran to Gu Changa, taking iron bars and iron rods and such, and smashing them at her. A room on the second floor. Lu Xian was bundled on top of a wooden stake, and opposite her, a 28 or 29-year-old youth was carrying a pitch-black leather whip, and was giving Lu Xian a hard whip. Pop! Lu Xian wanted to shout out in pain, but she held back hard. The guy was a pervert, and the more he did it, the more aroused he became. Scream! He yelled. Why don't you stop yelling? Scream! He yelled. The man saw that Lu Xian did not scream. Suddenly furious, shouted, at Lu Xian is 5 or 6 lashes. Whether you yell or not, I'll see how long you can hold out. Hold on. I want to see how long you can hold on. Well, I've never seen you so tolerant. It's really something to look forward to. I'll beat you to tears later. The force of the man's hands grew, and in less than 30 seconds, her body was lashed with numerous lashes, and her clothes were covered in blood. Lu Xian deadpanned. Her mind couldn't help but think of Gu Changa. Perhaps she would never see him again. Can my brother get by on his own? Boom! Everyone froze with a loud bang. A kick in the door. Gu Changa's body was covered in blood, mostly on her hands and face, which was already completely disfigured. Lu Xian recognized Gu Changa at a glance, with a few moments of disbelief and surprise on her face. What's he doing here? Is it here to save the day? Gu Changa tightly gripped the dagger and looked at the bloodstains on Lu Xian's clothes. Furious, she stared at the man and walked straight ahead. The moment he picked up the gun, a smirk curled up at the corner of his mouth. Don't move! He turned his head to Gu Changa and said in a cold voice. Chapter 51 How dare you? A black pistol on Gu Changa's head could kill her in minutes. How dare you trespass on my territory? The man snorted and swept his gaze over Lu Xian, only to see that she was looking at Gu Changa with a worried gaze. At this moment, he finally realized what was going on. This person was actually here to help Lu Xian. The man grunted. I didn't realize that such a cliched hero saving a woman could appear in front of my eyes. It's really disgusting. Lu Xian couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. It was all her fault. If she could have saved Gu Changa, his life wouldn't have been in danger. Now you know you regret it, don't you? The man looked at the pain on Lu Xian's face and laughed. Let me help you. Sister Lu Xian. Gu Changa spoke decisively, but there was no way for him to solve the dilemma at hand now. With such a short amount of time, he wasn't even sure he could dodge it. Lu Xian's voice was tinged with tears. Let him go. Toss him around all you want. I promise. The man hemmed and hawed. Well, no need. Don't you worry. I'm not going to kill him. I'll be right there in front of you, letting him be tortured. That would be fun. Lu Xian's face changed drastically when she heard this, and tears slid down her cheeks. Shan Shi, I'm wrong. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, how could you? Sister Lu Xian, let me bring you out of here. Don't be afraid. Gu Changa gripped the dagger in his hand tightly, his eyes unblinking as he watched the man, ready to dodge at any time, and at the same time, in his other hand, he was ready to take out the copper furnace at any time. Che, that's really touching. I just got goosebumps hearing that. And talk about love. It's disgusting. As soon as the words left his mouth, the man aimed the gun at Gu Changa's arm and pulled the trigger. Boom dash. The loud bang shook the ground. A bullet flew towards Gu Changa's arm at an extremely fast speed. No. Her voice ended abruptly. Lu Xian yelled at the top of her voice. Gu Changa narrowed her eyes, her pupils slowly turning blood red. In that instant, Gu Changa only felt that the entire heaven and earth had become 3 or 4 minutes slower. At first, I was worried that I would be hit. But now, even an old man in his 80s could easily dodge it. Gu Changa moved to the side. With just a single step, time became slow, and Gu Changa's shoulder was struck by a bullet and slammed into the wall. Gu Changa looked as if she was instantly moving in the eyes of Lu Xian and the men. A look of fear appeared on the man's face, but immediately afterward, he realized that Gu Changa's eyes were actually blood red, transmitting a strange aura, as if he would fall into it if he locked eyes with him again. He immediately closed his eyes and avoided Gu Changa. The scene was unbelievable to him. Gu Changa lunged forward, her legs exerting force. The man panicked and shot at Gu Changa, but Gu Changa was able to move instantly to avoid it every time, and in just a breath, Gu Changa was right in front of him. By the time he reacted, Gu Changa's dagger was already at his throat, then snatched his gun. The man's entire body froze as he felt the chill on his neck, afraid that if he moved, the sharp blade would slit his throat and leave him for dead. Take it easy. It's not like I'm going to kill you. Just wait and see. Gu Changa said in a salty manner. The man's pupils shrank as he realized what kind of torture he was about to face. Gu Changa kicked him in the crotch, directly knocking him to the ground, never able to move again. He then untied Lu Xian and tied her up. The man pleaded in a shaky voice. Give me a break. I'll give you anything you want. Kill. Gu Changa's voice was cold. The man's face was ashen. His head hung down, and he looked lifeless. Gu Changa looked at Lu Xian and asked again. What's wrong? Sister Lu Xian, what should we do with this brat? Shensi, I'll leave this to you. Lu Xian added. Okay. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa picked up that leather whip and gave him a good beating. Gu Changa's strength was so great that when this whip went down, the man was almost sent flying, screaming miserably. Mercy, 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 mercy. The man pleaded, but Gu Changa didn't want to hear it even for a minute. It was only after a while that Gu Changa stopped thrashing and then sucked her body in with the copper tripod. Lu Xian really couldn't stand the whip cracking, so she went out to wait for Gu Changa. Is Chen Shi okay? Lu Xian looked at the two men suspiciously. Okay. Sister Lu Xian, let me take you home. Gu Changa walked out from inside and said with a smile. Good. Wang Yao responded. Lu Xian tried to get up, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Gu Changa reacted extremely quickly and rushed up to help her, but she saw that she couldn't exert any strength at all in her 2 feet, making it difficult for her to even stand. I'll carry you home. Sister Lu Xian, that's not good, is it? Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. She had worked so hard, but she also wanted people to carry her home. It was a little hard to say. Gu Changa said, I didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. It's not like you can walk. Just walk. I don't know how long it's going to take. Lu Xian was also in deep thought after hearing this. If she stayed any longer, it was very likely that the Tianyang gang's people would rush over, and by that time, she wouldn't have the time to waste time here. She lowered her head and whispered, well, Shensi, don't think I'm too fat. He, Sister Lu Xian, you're really good at joking. You're even heavier and heavier. 100 kilograms I can carry. Gu Changa laughed out loud. Where did I get that much? A trace of anger surfaced on Lu Xian's cheeks. Gu Changa carried Lu Xian on her back and headed out. Lu Xian's pretty face reddened. She grew up so big. She had never leaned so close to someone else. A pretty face was even more scarlet. Even her ears were red. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more panic she felt in her heart, only feeling that her hands were nowhere to be placed and she was at a loss. Sister Lu Xian, there's no need to be polite, Gu Chang'e said with a smile, signaling her not to be restrained. Lu Xian listened and gave a soft Her mood slowly calmed down. Gu Chang'e took small steps towards the stairs. Answered Cheyenne. When she reacted, she hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to make another sound. Gu Chang'e walked slowly, minimizing the ups and downs of her body. Lu Xian immediately felt a wave of warmth surging through her heart. Chenxi, you don't have to walk like that. There's nothing wrong with me. Chapter 52, Out of This World. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, It's okay, you boys all love to be slow. So? Chen Zhuyu froze for a moment. Lu Xian blinked. Yeah, right. Gu Chang'e nodded, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Lu Xian didn't know what was going on. Is one out of this world? Slowly, she reacted to the fact that Gu Chang'e was in a yellow car. She was so shy and embarrassed that her pretty face became even redder, and she only felt that her face was so hot that she could fry an egg. Chenxi, you. Lu Xian was red-faced and stammered. Gu Chang'e just smiled without saying anything. At least, she could put this painful feeling behind her. Gu Chang'e took a different path, and Lu Xian didn't see the dead bodies lying on the ground. After exiting the building with Lu Xian, Gu Chang'e excused herself and forgot something, then ran back and drained all the corpses with the copper tripod. After dealing with this matter, Gu Chang'e carried Lu Xian back, smoothly sent Lu Xian back home and helped her purchase a few more medications. Lu Xian thanked Gu Chang'e profusely and said she would pay it back later. Gu Chang'e says no, saying that if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be able to work so easily or stay like this. He spoke of his gratitude, and Lu Xian was thrilled to hear it. Gu Chang'e greeted Lu Xian and hurried toward home. Lu Xian's brother, Lu Xi, was using a cotton swab to help Lu Xian wipe the wound on her back with a look of heartache. Lu Xi looked like he was ready to try. How nice big brother Gu Chang'e is. How nice it would be if he were my own brother. The blush on Lu Xian's face had already faded, but after hearing her brother's words, her face reddened again. Lu Xi asked, Big sister, do you have any feelings for big brother Gu Chang'e? What's wrong? As soon as Lu Xian heard these words, her heart thumped wildly. Thinking of some unpleasant scenes, her heart is even more shy. Lu Xi blinked and asked in a serious manner, I just want to ask, if you like big brother Gu Chang'e, how can you marry big brother Gu Chang'e? In that case, wouldn't he be my brother? You're a naughty little guy, Lu Xian said. Gu Chang'e ran all the way home in a whirlwind, and was relieved to see that her sister was fine when she got home. Jiang Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Chang'e, who was covered in blood, and was so worried that tears were falling from her eyes. Big brother, what's wrong with you? There's blood all over you. It's fine. I just bumped into it. Gu Chang'e scratched her head. He just fell once. Should he be so heavy? I fell into a pool of blood. Is it? Jiang Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, convinced of Gu Chang'e's claim. He couldn't help but remind. Big brother, be safe. Don't be in such a hurry. And watch your surroundings on the way. Good. Only then did Suiyun breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Chang'e smiled and ran to the bathroom to take a shower and rinse the blood off her body, a lot of which had dried up and stuck to her face. It took a lot of effort to wash his blood away. After entering the bedroom, Gu Chang'e took out the small box from her backpack and thought about feeding it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. He was well aware that this fellow had a problem that she wouldn't spit out her food, and if this elixir was put in, she would definitely swallow it. Gu Chang'e looked at the wall clock. It was already past 5 o'clock. It wasn't even dinner time. Little shouldn't be too hungry. Gu Chang'e put the box on the table and took out that copper furnace again, looking left and right and chanting, Who the hell are you? What the hell are you from? Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment and decided to try again to see if it could be fixed. Looking around, he didn't find anything good, and eventually, he focused on a broken teacup. This was the wound he had left from his battle with the Beast King, and he had never discarded it, so he would use it to test it today. Gu Chang'e walked over and collected the glass slag on the ground piece by piece, then threw it into the copper cauldron. His eyes were dead on the copper tripod, and after several minutes, there was no reaction. Is it beyond repair? Gu Chang'e frowned. It seems like I was overly concerned. The last repair was just a coincidence. I need more time to study it. Just as he was about to pour out all the residue in the copper furnace, the residue in the copper furnace instantly disappeared. It's done! A soft cry came. Gu Chang'e was thrilled and wondered how well he could recover, but he couldn't say exactly what it was like. 4 minutes later, a beautifully crafted cup floated from the copper oven and then dropped onto the table. Gu Chang'e hurried over to get a better look. Initially, these were little $1 and $2 cups sold on the street, everywhere, and you couldn't see anything special about them. And today, that cup has changed a lot. The glass has a lot of strange patterns on the outside that look as if they were put together randomly, but nothing has changed on the inside. It sure is hard. Gu Changa picked up the water cup and threw it to the ground, not realizing that the cup suddenly split into pieces with a pop. Brother, are you okay? Nothing. Anfi nodded. I know. Gu Changa returned a message, then silently looked at the broken things. Was this a normal repair? He tried and failed, as he had been in the copper cauldron for almost an hour without being absorbed. AI. Sighed Tang Yuyu. Gu Changa threw it into the trash can. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Changa heated up the rest of the food, then quietly placed an elixir on one of the duck's feet. After cooking, Gu Changa shouted at the door of Jiang Xiaoxiao's room. Tiny, you go to lunch. Coming dash just then, a familiar voice rang out. Jiang Xiaoxia came out from inside. She was using a wheelchair. This one's yours. Gu Changa gave her a duck leg. Jiang Xiaoxiao said gratefully, then took the duck's foot and slowly nibbled on it. Gu Changa kept staring at her until she had finished all the duck. Then she said, is she okay? Gu Changa's face was serious, with a hint of fear, afraid that the pill wouldn't work. Well, it tastes good. She laughed a lot. That's good. Chu Feng nodded with a smile. Gu Changa silently nodded. The effect of the medicine has not yet been realized. One has only taken one. It will be fine after a while. He wondered if he should take Tiny to the hospital to see if he could be cured. Upon examination, her leg has healed. Chapter 53 Waking Up. The next day, when he woke up, his qi and blood had not recovered, and there was no reserve of qi and blood from before. Gu Changa then realized that she had to store her qi and blood to get a 10% return. With 819 blood, one could store 600 life points, and these 200 points of life were enough to fulfill one's daily needs. When Gu Changa went out, she happened to run into Uncle Wang carrying a variety of bags to go out fishing. Gu Changa said, Uncle Wang, you went out fishing early in the morning. Yeah, hurry over there. If you're late you won't get a chance. So it is. Aha. Chinju answered. Gu Changa talked to old Wang for a while and then rushed to the school. Watching Gu Changa leave, old Wang muttered, it's no good fishing without bait when you leave early. It wasn't until Gu Changa was gone that his eyes moved away from her, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a burning and murderous line of sight, killing aura. Old Wang twisted his head and saw Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was looking at him with a smile on her face. Li Tianmeng looked at the smile on her face, and the doubts in his heart dissipated. Good morning, Uncle Wang. Yes, Tiny is up so early. The old king next to him said smilingly. Hell no. I get up early every day and just don't go out. Ha ha ha. So that's it. I was out of line. Old Wang smiled awkwardly and said, tonight, Uncle Wang will help you catch a fish as compensation. Good dash Shin Junyao answered. She let out a heave-ho and said goodbye to Uncle Wang. Old Wang carried a large bag and muttered in his mind as he walked forward. Such icy eyes are definitely not something Smiley can possess. His head was really muddled and even he thought he had made a very stupid mistake. Or, I'll just quit. I don't like this job anyway. When Gu Changa entered the class, she heard a group of students talking enthusiastically about something. A girl with short hair exclaimed, it's outrageous. The Wei clan's young master was beaten up in the ferocious beast forest, and it's rumored that he even nearly lost his body. The boys around the room came to a standstill and gathered around. I'll be damned. It's so good that I feel like I can stand it. Really? Ragnar froze. It goes without saying? The boy had a look of certainty on his face. Girls with short hair. It was a man who hit Wei Yongzhao. Gu Ning said, sorry, I didn't say anything. Everyone sat back in their seats, which is creepy to think about. The other girl wondered, didn't Wei Yongzhao already lead the team to kill that beast king? How come there's no one? The short-haired girl then added, yes, all of them were killed. Only Wei Yongzhao is still alive, and I don't know what happened. I heard someone say that he hasn't spoken since he was taken to the hospital and has been shaking. That's pathetic. He sighed inside. Several women spoke up. Gu Changa sat down on her and her entire body was bad. But fortunately, her identity hadn't been exposed yet. Otherwise, it would definitely be said that she had a relationship with Wei Yongzhao, and then she would be in a miserable state, and there would be no way for her to do anything anymore. Eyes to the chair. Not there yet. And wondering if it had come out of the blow. Maybe it'll take some days. It's only been like 5 or 6 days since that day. The short-haired woman spoke mysteriously. That's yesterday's little thing. The big thing is yet to come. Several of the girls were instantly interested and ran to the short-haired woman, urging her to hurry up and answer. Kai Cheong is really the know-it-all of our class. Nothing can be hidden from her. Gu Changa also followed her gaze. Another big event happened last night. Joan Choi sold the story. I've heard that a supreme genius has appeared in the Adventurers Union. He harvested an entire bag of beast pills on the day of the hunt, At least 100,000 of them as far as I know. The point is, he's our age, and I got an offer from the vice president, but he declined at first, saying he had to think about it. What is he? Such a good opportunity. Why didn't he agree to it in one go? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even Wei Yongzhao spent a couple $1,000,000 to get in. The girls were curious and the boys in the class gathered around. Is this place precious? Gu Changge was a bit surprised. No wonder these people were so excited at first. One teenager spoke up. Such a powerful guy must have learned from a ferocious beast. Hey, this is a university that's hard to get into. Those who can get into it are rich and powerful people who can get the best cultivation resources. And it's said that the third-year students are all first-ranked martial artists. The gap is so big. We are still struggling for 200 points of chi blood. And the weakest of others is also of the first rank. This is a huge gap. Everything we do is just a starting point for them. The students sighed, feeling nothing but overwhelming sadness. Kai Cheong grinned. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Look at our class president. He's also the first genius of Chicken City. We have to fight to win. If we fight, we lose. Everyone in my class is a genius, not a rookie like us. Right. Shinju nodded back. Kai Cheong sensed that the atmosphere was off, and her words changed. Oh, isn't everyone curious about what kind of talent we have in the guild? Who is it? Ragnar asked. Unclear. Kai Cheong spread his hands. It seems like the vice president has blocked him out, and there is no other information other than that he is very strong. Che Yi Zichen snorted. I heard you. You're full of. This made the students more and more curious about this vice president's students. There was also quite a bit of talk about the man's identity in Chicken City right now. There were even some great powers that would stop at nothing to bring this genius over. Early in the morning, Qian Quan's phone rang, and everyone was inquiring as to who this genius really was. Chapter 54 Drinking Milk Tea. Qian Quan directly pressed the mute button and coldly grunted. It's impossible for a bunch of foxy girls to smell the wind and come over and want to inquire about Gu Changge from me. It was fortunate that they had made arrangements earlier. Otherwise Gu Changge would have become a household name long ago. Revealing his true identity hastily when he's not sure if he wants to enter the Adventurers Union will only harm him. It didn't take long for a class to begin, and the lead teacher, Wang Shuzhen, came over with a grim face and spoke to Gu Changge. Gu Changge, come to me after school to receive your reward for this competition. Have a milk tea. You remember. Squad leader. The girls all smiled at Zhang Chensi. Okay. Yi Zichen nodded. Gu Changge had no choice but to nod. A $5 or $6 cup of cheap milk tea for a class of only a dozen people adds up to over 200. After school, Gu Changge came to the company to collect her paycheck. Xue Qinruo looked blearily at Gu Changge's departing back, with both expectation and fear in her heart. She hadn't even told Gu Changge yet, so he could help her shop? No, absolutely not. He doesn't ask, and he doesn't ruminate. Wang Shuzhen had a cloudy look from beginning to end. She took out a paper bag from the drawer and handed it to him. Altogether, 50,000. Gu Changge took the paper bag out of the company and brought her another dozen bottles of milk tea. Gu Changge went to buy a cup of milk tea, and when she came back, a group of girls were gathering together. Gu Changge poured everyone a cup. Among the group of women, only Xue Qinruo was still sitting in her original position, but her eyes kept staring at Gu Changge. When she realized that the girls were all smiling and laughing after they got the milk tea, her heart felt even worse, and it didn't take long for all the girls to finish it before they sat back down to their seats with satisfaction. Xue Qinruo was in an inexplicably bad mood when she saw the cup of milk tea in Gu Changsinger's hand. She really didn't get anything. That's true. He didn't ask anyway. Gu Changge carried a cup of milk tea and placed it on Xue Qinruo's table, then smiled. Yuki, this is for you. Thank you for what you just did. For me? He asked with some disbelief. Xue Qinruo froze. Isn't this her cup? Why is it me? Well, take it. Gu Changge let out a You alone? Xue Qinruo was a little hesitant. Could it be that she gave them to herself because she didn't have them? It was fun, but there was an indescribable awkwardness in my heart. Gu Changge added another sentence. This one I don't like. Xue Qinruo's entire body froze. Gu Changge had originally prepared this for herself. She lifted her cup and smiled. Many thanks, my lord. I will never forget you in my life. It's not that serious. The corner of Gu Changge's mouth curled up into a smile. Xue Qinruo smiled without saying anything, but in her heart, she had already made up her mind that she must bring this bowl of milk tea back to be treasured. Xue Qin's smile made the boys' hearts rise in their throats, and one of them froze. I've never seen her smile before. I've never seen her smile in 3 years, so it looks like my efforts over the past 3 years have not been in vain. If he smiles at me, I'd rather lose 10 years of my life. You can't do that even if you cut your lifespan by 100 years. Dude, you're hurt. The group of boys were thinking that if Shueqin-ro saw herself smiling, she would be very happy. The other side. In an office of a building, a man wearing black glasses was talking to Lai Chuanqing. Boss, he's awake. How? Ragnar nodded. Lai Chuanqing's eyebrows jumped and he hurriedly threw the book in his hand aside and looked up at him. The black-robed man said, confessed everything, boss, you guessed right. Okay, you can go now. Lai Chuanqing waved his hand, and the man walked out of the room and closed the door. In that case, let's start with Jiang Xiaoxiao. This girl is not a light. The key is that the person behind her brother is very difficult to deal with, and if we offend him, we have to make sure that everything is fine. This Ling Lin, she's really difficult to deal with. Lai Chuanqing's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something, and his brows tightened as he said, all I have to do now is be careful in case I get caught. They're in such a hurry to catch me. They must not be able to find any traces, let alone catch me. Send someone to kill them and no one will know who I am. In the afternoon, Gu Changge hurried back home, intending to send Jiang Xiaoxiao to the hospital for a physical examination to determine if her leg was already healed. When she heard that she was going to be taken to the hospital, she immediately refused. Brother, no, it costs money every time. Tiny, we're not that far off. Why don't we get a medical checkup and see if we can cure it? Yeah, I know my physical condition, my legs, and nothing has changed. I'll check it out. It's not much money. Brother 150,000 last week. Look, Gu Changge opened the paper bag, and inside were stacks of bills. Jiang Xiaoxiao had no choice but to agree to Gu Changge's request for her to go to the hospital for a physical examination first. Gu Changge pushed Jiang Xiaoxiao out of the house and then hurriedly headed for the hospital. The eyes of Shueqin-ro, who was following Gu Changge, lit up with surprise and called out, this is Gu Changge's sister. She's so good looking. I really didn't expect his sister to be so beautiful. The phone rang. Shueqin-ro hurriedly picked up the phone. Inside was the voice of the maid. Young lady, are you buying me a drink of this? You drank it? Shueqin-ro's beautiful eyes opened roundly as she asked in a trembling voice. Not yet. Chenju shook his head. Hearing these words, Shueqin-ro lowered her heart and said, great, I'm not doing it for you, but for the holy relic. Put it on my altar. Missy, if he finds out, I'll have to waste both your feet. In Xiaotian skimmed his mouth and rubbed his head. He couldn't figure out how his own Missy had suddenly become so powerful. If the old man found out, I'm afraid he'd cry himself to sleep in the bathroom. Why does a cup of tea become a holy thing? His own master, a gift of $500,000 or $600,000, but not even a table. In Xiaotian shook his head and sighed as his gaze fell on a plastic bottle on the offering table. This Gu Changge, what exactly attracts him? Gu Changge sent Jiang Xiaoxiao to the hospital, and an hour or so later, everything was done. Gu Changge sat across from the doctor. Gu Changge looked at the documents on the table and had a bad feeling in her heart. How's your leg, doc? Chapter 55 Teach this guy a lesson. From the report, your sister's feet don't look any different from an ordinary person's. Gu Changge was happy to hear that the medication worked and gradually calmed down, then asked her question. Looks like she can't walk. The doctor said, she's supposed to be having some kind of mental problem, and after having her legs paralyzed for so long, she's not going to believe you when you tell her that you're able to walk. Still, it's a matter of time, and once she's overcome her emotions, she should be fine. You need to make her feel confident enough to believe that she's fully recovered. Yes, Gu Changge nodded and said a few more words to the doctor, and a few more things to do, which was nothing more than for her to go to the hospital for a medical checkup, to see if she had any physical problems, as well as mental problems. After doing this, Gu Changge greeted the doctor and went out. Jiang Xiaoxiao stood in the doorway, her hands on her lap, and obedient face. Brother, are you alright? Jiang Xiaoxiao asked with a smile when she saw Gu Changge come out from inside. Gu Changge said, you guess. Seeing the smile that Gu Changge couldn't hide at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Xiaoxiao asked with some disbelief, isn't it better? At that, she shook her head with a bitter smile. No way. I've done this a couple times over the years, but he hasn't improved at all. Don't worry, brother, I'll be strong. The doctor said that your feet are about as good as an ordinary person's, so you should be able to walk around more in the future. Big brother, you're teasing me. Jiang Xiaoxia let out a bitter smile. I was really prepared for whatever the consequences would be. Can I still lie? I must be right about everything. Just put on some clothes and move your body around a lot and you'll be fully recovered in no time. Gu Changge said nicely, and he knew that he couldn't convince Jiang Xiaoxiao for a while, so he had to say it over and over again. Finally, she nodded and said she'd try to take as many steps as she could. Gu Changge sent Jiang Xiaoxiao back home and helped her try to walk outside. She had used up all her strength and couldn't even take a step. Gu Changa told her to take it easy. He hadn't gotten out of bed in years and didn't even know which direction to go. It's like a child who can't even walk. Tiny, on the other hand, was more seriously injured, and although her legs had recovered, her spirit and body had not yet fully recovered. Gu Changa didn't know how long it would take for her to get better, and no matter what she had to do, he would wait. She tried for over an hour and it didn't last long. Even if it was just a few steps away, it was enough to make him, who couldn't move his legs, happy. She had a surprised smile on her little face, her eyes looking straight at her thighs. That's good, brother. I can walk. Aha. Chinju answered. Gu Changa nodded vigorously, the corner of her mouth hooked. It'll be fine in the future. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Aha. Chinju answered. Out of the corner of her eye, she could no longer hold back the tears that came to her eyes. The 2 hours or so of lunch passed quickly in preparation for class. Gu Changa told her to go back and rest first, while he himself went to the school. Just as the bell rang for the end of class, he glanced at the spot beside him. It was empty. He hadn't arrived yet. There's no light to see what's going on. Gu Changa sighed, pulled out the phone, and told him about Li Yuanba's situation. 5 minutes later, Li Yuanba sent a message. It's fine. Most of it is solved. I guess school can start tomorrow morning. That's good. Mo asked and nodded. Gu Changa didn't know how to comfort Li Yuanba. Anyway, he was in a much better mood now, so she spoke to him a few more times and then continued with the lesson. In a flash, the 3 lessons ended, and Gu Changa hurriedly ran to the store to work. Although with his financial resources, there was no need to work anymore. However, he didn't just want to make some money when he came here, but he wanted to return his boss Ling Lin's favor. If she hadn't taken him in, he and his sister would have been out on the street, alive or dead. Gu Changa didn't expect Sister Lu Xian to be here. Sister Lu Xian, Lu Xuanxin shouted. Gu Changa greeted Lu Xian. Hello. Lu Xian heard Gu Changa's name and a hint of surprise appeared on his face, and when he looked up, he saw Gu Changa standing there with a smile on his face. She remembered what her brother had said to her and hurriedly looked away, a blush creeping over her face. Gu Changa was unsure. What was Sister Lu Xian mad about again? It couldn't be that she was pissed off at herself, could it? He thought about it, like he hadn't offended her. Just as Gu Changa was still dazed, Ling Lin's voice snapped him out of his musings. What are you looking at? Get to work. Gu Changa followed the sound and saw Ling Lin sitting cross-legged in a long red lace dress with a pair of black silk socks on her feet, attracting everyone's attention. Many of the guests frequently looked sideways. Even some of the girls who had brought their girlfriends over couldn't help but look at them a little more as the boys around them screamed. I haven't seen Sister Ling Lin in 2 days. I miss her. Gu Changa came over with a smile. Haven't you resigned already? All about re-recruiting staff? Ling Lin asked. Ha? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa froze. Where did I say I wouldn't do it? Why don't I remember? Nothing. Anthe nodded. I know. Ling Lin waved her hand and said, get changed and start working. Wow, responded Shi Fenghan. Gu Changa didn't know what was going on, so she had to go into the locker room, change into clean clothes, and then serve the meal again. Ling Lin muttered in her heart when she saw Gu Changa working there. He wouldn't have come if it wasn't for that. And do you think he'd be interested in the $2,000 if he could get $300? 000? The power of chi and blood in this guy's body was surprisingly so powerful, and it seemed that he had used some method to astringe his own breath. Turns out, all those things he said were false and made me worry for nothing. Looks like I'm going to have to teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 56 So touching. Gu Changa realized that the men around them were looking at them with a strange look. Then at Ling Lin. She looked into the distance, not knowing what came to her mind, and the corners of her mouth curled into an unprecedented smile. It's like a bottle of honey to indulge in the sweet flavor. The men who came with their girlfriends ended up miserable, receiving a slap in the face alright, and some were even grabbed by the ears and sent home. Gu Changa walked up to her and asked, what's wrong? Sister Ling Lin? Stupid big guy. Ling Lin immediately reacted, and while she had a smiling look just a moment ago, she now looked like a different person as she glanced at Gu Changa. This, me is not funny. Gu Changa suddenly felt a pair of murderous eyes staring at him from behind, and when he turned around, he saw a group of men staring at him. Jealousy, envy, hatred, all written on their faces. A few people were even angrier and started gnawing on the bowls, and if Gu Changa was alone with him, they would definitely pounce on him and tear him apart. I'm going to order. One of them suddenly raised his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent, if any, flashed under his eyes, then unbuckled his tie in a showy manner. Seeing this scene, the remaining few people also raised their hands and grabbed their orders. And me. Me too. Ragnar nodded. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Gu Changa. And the implication was clear, they couldn't wait to eat Gu Changa alive. Gu Changa said, I didn't do it on purpose. Sister Ling Lin, I think I'll stay home from now on. I feel like my life is in great danger. With me, you won't have to worry. I won't let anyone, no matter what they are, touch you unless you can beat me. Ling Lin spoke strongly. Gu Changa said, it's too touching. I can't do anything except my body. Ling Lin turned to him with a serious expression. Good. Then, come to my place tomorrow night, and save yourself 30 years of wasted time. That's for sure. Gu Changa hurriedly left. He felt that these guests couldn't hold out any longer. If they didn't leave they would be caught and tortured. You philanderer, I can let you avoid 30 years of mistakes. Next time, Ling Lin looked at Gu Changa, who had fled, and snickered. Without saying a word, Gu Changa hurried to the kitchen. He was going to help. The night passed very slowly, and it was not easy to reach 9 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Changa closed the door again. Just as he was planning to go out through the back door, Ling Lin handed over 2 plates and asked, this is your only chance to go upstairs with me. Gu Changa was furious and amused. Sister Ling Lin, don't make fun of me. Ling Lin shrugged her shoulders with a reluctant look on her face. Well, you're just a horny guy without the guts to do that. I just have my eye on you. Sister Ling Lin, are you teasing me? Okay. Someone that's straight is better off with a single dog in the future. Ling Lin didn't tease him anymore and put away her smile, turning back to her usual indifference. Aha! Young man, don't trust the words of others. Think about their reasons for doing this. Think about their interests. And if you're not a friend, be more careful. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's all a trap. Gu Changa's face sank. This was the first time he'd heard Ling Lin say this. He always felt as if she understood something. Could it be that someone was behind this? Or want to join an adventurers union? But how did Sister Ling Lin find out about him? Sister Ling Lin probably didn't mean to talk to herself about the guild, but to make herself realize this. Got it. Sister Ling Lin, I'll pay attention. Gu Changa nodded and suddenly changed the topic. Sister Ling Lin, you're taking such good care of me. Do you want me to do something? I'm salivating over a young man like you. Alright, Sister Ling Lin, I've promised you. Let's go up to the 2nd floor. It's okay, I'm on my period. Ling Lin spread her hands and said, it's so late. Your sister should be anxious. Then I'll leave first. Sister Ling Lin. Gu Changa greeted Ling Lin and quickly walked forward. This guy has changed a lot. He used to be timid and scared, but now he's much better. He's just getting more and more unreadable. Seeing Gu Changa walk away, Ling Lin revealed a helpless smile. Gu Changa was standing at an intersection, waiting for a red light, when a limousine stopped right in front of him. The windows of the car slowly came down, and he also saw the person sitting in the car, the big boss of Chicken City, Lai Chuanxing. Gu Changa, it's been a while. Good. Ri Chuanxing asked. Mr. Lai, you're here. Gu Changa responded politely. What's wrong? Lai Chuanxing asked with concern. How did you send my sister here? It's fine. I've got a problem with my foot. You go and take a look at it first. Gu Changa was a bit surprised that Nianju and Ting suddenly asked this, making him a bit surprised. Seeing Gu Changa's bewildered face, Li Chuanxing said, this is when I went to the hospital today for a checkup, and I happened to see you pushing your sister in. What hospital do you run? Gu Changa was slightly stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. Yeah, I'm in charge of a good chunk of the clinics in Chicken City. Gu Changa, he really didn't have much in common with this tycoon. Lai Chuanxing asked a few more questions. Gu Changa returned a short message, and Lai Chuanxing mused and continued. We've recently opened a new psychiatric rehabilitation department here, specializing in the physical damage caused by mental trauma. And we have a lot of top-notch doctors here. So let me know if you'd like to, and I'll help your sister secure a spot. Gu Changa recalled the words Ling Lin had just told him. You have to think clearly. You can't gullibly believe anyone's lies. You have to think clearly about your own situation. As soon as he thought about it, Leyland realized that this proposal of Leyland's didn't seem to be of much use. On the contrary, he will delay a lot of time, and a busy man like him should not go around proclaiming his love. But when he thought of how generous Lai Chuanxing was, his suspicions dissipated. In the end, he just casually said so and walked to the red light to say goodbye to Lai Chuanxing. Seeing Gu Changa walking away, Lai Chuanxing's footsteps were a bit hurried and he slammed his fist on the chair. I was in too much of a hurry. Obviously, he's getting suspicious, but hasn't been exposed yet. We're running out of time. If he doesn't come, we'll have to strike. Chapter 57 Inexplicable. Gu Changa ran towards the house while looking back, lest Lai Chuanxing follow him. Gu Changa walked to the door and didn't immediately enter the house, but found a corner to hide in and watched for a while. After confirming that no one was following behind, Chen Gu then walked into the house. Gu Changge took the initiative to ask after seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao. Has anyone come over to Smiley's house and been hanging out? Jiang Xiaoxia looked at the curtain and thought for a moment. Brother, this place is a piece of cloth. Not even a door. Gong Yuxiao was a bit embarrassed. Gu Changge glanced over to the curtain and didn't say anything. It looks like the door and window will have to be redecorated. And it's too risky to just cover it with a curtain. So, is anyone out there? Gu Changge changed the topic. No. Chenjiu shook his head. Brother, what's wrong? No, just asking. Wow, responded Shi Fenghan. Early the next morning, a prompt came from Gu Changge's ear. End of day. 600 life points stored. 6 life points replenished. Total of 606 life points. With 2 more reinforcements, my total blood volume reached 908 points. With 208 points left, my physical strength was already comparable to a third-rank martial artist. As usual, Gu Changge took the steamed buns to school, and when he walked into the class, he saw that Li Yuanba's seat was actually sitting on a person, and he thought that he had come. The second time, he frowned. It was this man, just the size. It was unlike. Li Yuanba had over 170 kilograms, while this man was at most 100 kilograms, but at first glance, this person does look like Li Yuanba. Why would he become so thin all of a sudden? When Gu Changge came over, Li Yuanba, who saw Gu Changge, also greeted him. Gu Changge smiled and said, what do you plan to do in school? Sort of, but what I'm going to do isn't showbiz. I'm going to be an adventurer and I'm going to kill all the beasts. When Li Yuanba first said this, there was a smile on his face, but behind him, he was so angry that his teeth were almost clenched and his fists were clenched tightly. No, Gu Changge frowned. He hadn't even reached the first rank, and he still didn't know who had killed him. If it was before, he would have agreed to Li Yuanba's proposal without hesitation, but after going out, he realized that the world was much more complicated than he had imagined. Last time, if it wasn't for the bronze cauldron, he would have died. Crap, Li Yuanba squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. I think about how to kill these demonic beasts all the time. Gu Changge asked Li Yuanba what he wanted to buy, and Gu Changge's entire body quieted down when she heard his words. In the end, he chose a better weapon. With his current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to cut open the head of a demonic beast. Li Yuanba looked around to make sure there was no danger, then pulled out a flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Lucian. 2000 G of textbooks, or a limited edition. This is my most valuable thing. You must make good use of it. In addition, you must also make good use of it, not to be dazzled by beauty, but to study. Gu Changge picked up the flash drive and waved it in front of him. I'll give it back to you when you return safely. I'll take care of this matter. Li Yuanba patted his chest with a face of certainty. Noon. When she came back, Gu Changge bought her another identical dagger, then went home and broke the dagger and put it into the copper cauldron. Sure enough, the broken blade was absorbed into the copper furnace. 5 or 6 minutes later, a brand new weapon appeared in front of the crowd. Upon closer inspection, the sword was a bit different from his, with a different pattern on it. Gu Changge felt around the room for a while and found a stick the thickness of her arm and tried it. A knife slashed at the stick, and sure enough, it was like mud, easily split in half. With such a cold weapon, it shouldn't be difficult to decapitate beasts, and he wouldn't be encountering level 3 or 4 beasts, so the knife was more than enough. Gu Changge picked up the metal rod that had been cut off and threw it into the trash bin next to him. It was only then that he realized that the cup that had been broken yesterday had been restored as good as new at some point. Gu Changge bent down, picked up the cup, and looked at it, and sure enough, it was the same as last night. No difference. I didn't realize that this thing could repair itself. It seems like it needs to be studied properly. Gu Changge thought about it, but still held the cup in her hand, letting the cup come into contact with all sorts of things, always finding something useful. If you leave him at home, he sees things the same way and it's almost impossible to find what he's looking for. Boss Jiang, are you back? Doorway, came a male voice. I am. Gu Changge rushed to the door and pulled back the curtain. 2 workers stood there, followed by a truck with doors and windows. After asking Gu Changge what she wanted, the 2 of them immediately went to work, and it took less than half an hour to get it done. Gu Changge offered 3,000, of which 2,500 for the door, 500 for the glass, and 200 for the installation. Gu Changge deliberately picked a large, thick iron door that ordinary people couldn't enter. When it was time for class to end, Gu Changge went out and headed in the direction of the school, and it didn't take him long to realize that he was being followed, and not just by one person. When he looked back, it was 3 ordinary men, and if these 3 hadn't followed him all the way, he wouldn't have found them. Exactly who it was, Gu Changge couldn't guess, until Gu Changge walked into the campus. Those 3 people couldn't follow any further. So they paced back and forth in front of the campus entrance until one of them made a phone call, probably asking for some information, and then the three of them left. Who the hell are they? Are you trying to kidnap me? I don't have any money, for one thing, and I don't have any money, so it's not worth it to arrest me. Gu Changa glanced at them and was relieved to see that they weren't following her. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Jiang Xiaose's number, asking her to contact him. Back in the class, Li Yuanba was already lying on the table and huffing and puffing, mumbling under his breath. I've got to get rid of that one. The first words were commonplace, but the second, he didn't know how to take them. His aim was to capture a 10th order transformed demonic beast, which he already knew, and what he didn't know, he still needed time to understand. Gu Changa woke him up from his sleep and handed him the gun, then said, "This is a very sharp weapon. Decapitating a second-ranked demonic beast shouldn't be a problem. It's so touching. I give myself to you for such a good weapon." Step aside. Chen Zhuyu directly interrupted him. She stared at the flash drive on her desk and looked it up online before responding. What's going on? It seems to be something called a U-disc. Chapter 58, USB flash drive fiasco. She stared at the U-disc on the table, pondering. At first glance, his phone kept suggesting that there wasn't enough memory so he could transfer some unused files over first. She connected the USB flash drive to her cell phone, studied how to operate it, and soon mastered how to use it. He found that he had an extra textbook on his flash drive. Only then did Jiang Xiaoxia react. So this is my brother's textbook. I wonder what class he's going to take. I'm curious. She grinned and opened teaching materials to a row of MP4-sized documents. What kind of class is it when you don't pass the test and are kept by the teacher? She opened a video and after about 30 minutes of watching it, she blushed and just turned it off. What the hell is this? No. There must be something wrong with this video. I'll go find something else. Mr. Cosplayer, you wouldn't want this to be found out. That what is cosplay? Is it a class? Jiang Xiaoxiao opened this video and watched it for a full 30 minutes before her face turned from the redness she had before, to a blush that spread all the way to her neck. Trembling, she turned off the video and pulled out the flash drive. What is that? She thought about it for half a day, then went to the internet to find out what it was, and it finally dawned on her. He's a healthy boy. That's what it says on the internet. There shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Xiaoxiao stuffed the flash drive back in, as if she hadn't moved it at all. Achoo! He called out. Gu Changa was in the middle of a lecture when a sudden sneeze hit him. Why would anyone miss you? Li Yuanba snickered from the sidelines. No, I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Gu Changa sank her face, pulled out her own cell phone, and dialed Jiang Xiaoxiao's number. How's Dash doing? Seeing Gu Changa's text message, Jiang Xiaoxiao trembled. It couldn't be that I was privy to the YouTubes and my big brother found out, could it? After waiting for 30 seconds, she bravely opened the message and saw that Gu Changa didn't ask about the USB flash drive. Then she put her heart down and immediately sent him a message back. No, I'm fine. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa returned. Inside a study, a member of the Mo clan wearing black robes was talking to Li Chuanxing. Boss, it seems like Gu Changa isn't going to give free treatment to the hospital that Jiang Xiaoxiao runs. It looks like he's really getting suspicious, and he was in too much of a hurry last night. Li Chuanxing frowned and his hands kept tapping on the desktop as if he was thinking about something. Last night, she was in too much of a hurry and ran to Gu Changa's place. It wasn't like he could take action himself. Once Ling Lin, the madman, came to his door, no one could stop him, so he had to be careful. If you want her to come to you, you have to at least wait until you're done with this. At the very least, it will take a day or two to resolve. Li Chuanxing rubbed his brow and closed his eyes in contemplation. And in the end, he chose to slow down and carefully treat his feet. Move. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. After that, he retreated. Li Chuanxing immediately went forward and locked the door. After saying that, he pressed a switch underneath the desk, and the wall behind the bookcase automatically parted on both sides, revealing a pitch-black corridor. Just as Li Chuanxing came to the corridor, the lights on both sides of the corridor lit up one after another. When I came to the alloy gold door, I entered my password, then my fingerprint, and finally my face recognition. All three options were selected correctly and the alloy gold door opened. A crystal coffin in the center was revealed, and all the surrounding light gathered in the center of the coffin. It was a stunningly beautiful young woman who looked to be 25 or 26 years old. Her skin was lightly flushed and she had a faint golden curved moon on her forehead. Almost. In a little while I'll be able to find the man, and then I'll be able to see the man's soul, Li Chuanxing said while staring at the woman in the ice coffin. In the classroom, Li Yuanba was bored, so he opened his mouth. The 5 top experts. Gu Changa knows, right? That's natural. Gu Changa rolled her eyes at him. There are said to be 5 superpowers, all at level 15. It is said that her looks are so beautiful that all men are irresistible and fall in love with her whenever they see her. Li Yuanba nodded his head and swept his gaze around before lowering his voice. Yeah, I heard she died a couple years ago. No way. 15th floor is the highest level. Can anyone else kill her? Gu Chang'e naturally didn't believe such absurd rumors. Li Yuanba nodded and said, this matter wouldn't happen without a reason. So it's likely that something has happened to the Moon Empress. When Gu Chang'e heard this, she thought about it and nodded. Yeah, but then it's not something we can reach. That's a 15th ranked powerhouse. Much stronger than us. Li Yuanba nodded and said, that's true. That's a legend. It seems like it only took 10 years to advance to the 15th rank. When she reached level 15, everyone was only level 10. Such an empress only exists in myths. She won't die. Gu Chang'e shook his head. These things were nothing to him. Even if something happened, there would be better people to deal with it. Li Yuanba said goodbye to Gu Chang'e and left after class. Gu Chang'e told him to keep everything safe, and if he encounters an unstoppable beast, don't hesitate to run away if you can. Li Yuanba said with a smile. In fact, he would have done so without Gu Chang'e's command. Gu Chang'e and Li Yuanba parted at the school gate, not knowing if they would have the chance to meet again in the future. Gu Chang'e took out her cell phone and looked at it as she went to the small store. A message appeared on the screen. A news item related to Lai Chongheng. He intends to open up psychiatry. All of it, for free, a program he's been thinking about for a long time. With 1,000 slots for whoever shows up. Gu Chang'e opened it up and the bottom was full of praise for Li Chuanxing. Is that why you asked me last night? Chapter 47. Gu Chang'e couldn't think of anything even after half a day's thought and shook her head, shaking the idea out of her head. He didn't want to take any chances. My sister is also recovering gradually. Not without hope. It's slow, but it's better than steady. And that's the key to success. Yuan Zhou went into the small store, changed into a new outfit, and then went to work. As soon as she saw Gu Chang'e, she hated her teeth so much that she wanted to eat Gu Chang'e alive. Ling Lin is still sitting in front of the counter, her legs folded, her slender beauty, legs trembling, snickering. I thought you wouldn't be here lately. Sister Ling Lin, if you don't dock my paycheck, I won't go. Just try it. No need. Gu Chang'e ordered. Gong Yujie walked over with a tray in hand. A delicate voice rang out from the left. Gu Chang'e followed the voice to see who the person shouting at him was. It should be to call him over so he could finish him off alone. Where in the world is such a cute girl? At first glance, it's quite a cute girl. It was Ranchu, the big sister who had greeted him. This time, she had also brought her friend with her, but she didn't see the red-haired man, and she thought that the red-haired man didn't show up because he had been beaten up by herself last time. Lanzo just waved at him, all eyes focused on him. Many people were stunned, never seen such a harsh scene in their lives. Gu Chang'e walked up to Lan Ting and asked with a smile, Sister Lan Xian, what do you want? Little brother Gu Chang'e, can you give me a discount? Lancer asked with a smile, desperately prompted. Gu Chang'e said, when I take down the owner of this store, I can give you a discount. In an instant, one could only feel a burning line of sight shooting on his neck, like a drop of 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice being frozen into a droplet of water, giving one goosebumps. There was no doubt that a look like that was something only the boss could do. Oh, well, I remember you. Brother Gu Chang'e. You must cheer up. Oh, I like you very much. She ordered a few more dishes, then handed the menu to Gu Chang'e. Brother Gu Chang'e, are you interested in teaming up with us and going hunting? Xu Qinghua touched Lancer's head. He's still in school. How can he have so much free time? Wow, responded Shi Fenghan. Gu Chang'e, it'll be fun if you come. Is there still a need for manpower? Gu Chang'e asked. Xu Qinghua nodded gently. Aha. Lu was fighting a wild beast a few days ago and ended up being bitten by one. By the time we arrived he was dead. A pool of blood and an arm. At these words, the faces of Lancer and the others sank. Xu Qinghua didn't care about this and replied in a calm tone. This is natural. We hunt demonic beasts. And demonic beasts will hunt us. How can so many people come out unscathed? Xu Qinghua said. Then turned to Gu Chang'e. Are you stupid? If you make it, then study hard and try to get a good job instead of facing danger every day like you do now. Aha. Chunju answered. Gu Chang'e hummed and took the recipe and headed for the kitchen. Only when Gu Chang'e left did Xu Qinghua touch Lan Yin's head and said to her, what the hell were you thinking? Letting him be an adventurer? Well, next time I won't tell you. Lancer pursed his lips. This is the number of next times, and the next time will never come again. Xu Qinghua sighed. Gu Chang'e entered the kitchen and when she saw Lu Xian, he greeted her with a smile. Sister Lu Xian, she shouted. Aha. Chunju answered. Lu Xian hurriedly bowed his head and answered. carrying the dinner plate and walking quickly to Gu Chang'e. She didn't dare to look Gu Chang'e in the eyes. She couldn't do anything at all against Gu Chang'e right now, and there was no way she could meet Gu Chang'e. Sister Lu Xian? Her voice trembled a little. Gu Chang'e looked back at Lu Xian, but realized that he had already walked away. What's the situation? Gu Chang'e was at a loss. When it was time to leave work, Ling Lin delivered the food, and Gu Chang'e hurried towards home. Gu Chang'e had just walked to an intersection, waiting for a red light. Behind him, a petite girl walked slowly. Before she even approached, Gu Chang'e sensed it. He was about 5'5". Instead of wearing that lovely dress, she wore a pair of white stockings, and a twinkle in her eyes that was completely at odds with her figure and her maturity and sophistication. Those who didn't know thought it was some old monster possessing a little girl. It looks a little unorthodox. Your name is Gu Chang'e, right? Sure enough, it wasn't the little girl's voice. Yes, what are you looking for me for? Gu Chang'e asked. I didn't think to do anything to you. She bit down hard on the word I and then smirked. My name is Dongyu, the owner of the Renji Pharmacy, 28, and don't think I'm a child. A little girl in the legal sense. Such a thought flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. Then more questions flooded his mind, and his first reaction was that this little girl was here to play. The owner of this Renji Pharmacy is actually a little girl. Do you think? You can think about the little girl-in-law, but if you want to take me on, then weigh it up. If you can beat me, then I'll let you be your woman. Though, if you can beat me. Dong Yue's eyes narrowed. She could see through Gu Chang'e's small mind at a glance. Oh no, I'm not interested in 3 years in jail. Gu Chang'e was stunned by Dong Yu's words. He had never met such a blunt girl. It couldn't be a new scam, right? If he gets serious, he's going to be at a big disadvantage. Little girl, what brings you here? Gu Chang'e continued to ask. Little girl? His voice trembled a little. Dong Yu raised her eyebrows and kicked Gu Chang'e's leg, then said, Brat, are you stupid? You called me a chick? Old me went out to cut down the demons back in the day, and that was the year before you were born. What's wrong? Naturally, I want you to enter our Renji Pharmaceuticals. I can pay whatever you want. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you can beat me. Chapter 59. Please advise. Dong Yu kicked him in the knee, and Gu Chang'e only felt like his bones were going to break. If it was a normal teenage girl, even if she let her beat her up, there was no way she could hurt her. Just now, she had fractured his legs with a single kick. There was no doubt that this man's physique was even stronger than his, which showed that she was not an ordinary person. Genji Pharmacy, sure enough, she runs it. You see, I just used 99% of my strength. Dong Yu spoke calmly. If I don't have this habit, then think about it and tell me now. Gu Chang'e thought about it, but still shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in Renji Pharmacy. Dong Yu froze. Why did he just refuse without even making a request? It wasn't enough that he himself had just said that he would do anything he wanted? Does this mean that he hasn't done what he asked? Sure enough, not many men can resist my charms. Dong Yu thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Okay then, you come to our Renji Pharmacy first, and if you can fulfill my conditions, I'm willing to give you the chance to be your girlfriend, but my conditions for you are harsh. No problem. Gu Chang'e balked without even thinking about it, and after his manager's harsh training, his requirements for beauty had increased a lot. Otherwise, he would most likely be played by this little girl. There are very few who can resist. You, where had Dong Yu ever seen such a scene? She was speechless. Gu Chang'e saw that the red light was on and moved forward. Dong Yu's heart was in a hurry as she exclaimed. Are you sure you don't want to go to Gu Chang'e? Not coming, Chen Zhuyu said dryly. Gu Chang'e balked, not even thinking about it. Dong Yu looked at Gu Chang'e's departing back and didn't speak for a long time. Since when can't I handle a little kid? Gu Chang'e walked out for a distance and looked back, realizing that Dong Yu did not follow him. Then he put his heart down. The man didn't know how tall he was, and it was so scary to see his legs shattered in one kick. When she came home and saw Gu Chang'e, her eyes were red and she said with a sobbing voice, Brother, something big has happened. What's wrong? Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Gu Chang'e hurriedly ran that way. She handed him her phone and said, Big brother, that phone call. There was a man who called me and he said that if I didn't give up his phone, he would kill me. Gu Chang'e blinked his eyes. Hearing this made him feel much less apprehensive. Presumably it was from some scammer. Not even as good as me. The first emperor of Qin. At best, I can scare a guy like Tiny. Gu Chang'e picked up her phone and looked it over. I don't care what you are. This phone is mine. I'll give you one chance. Hand over your phone obediently and I can spare your life. I have a locator function on my cell phone. I can see all your coordinates. Don't think you're lucky. This is your only chance. I don't want a bull ***** you anymore. so I'm going to let you off the hook once today. And you're going to take your phone to that little garden in downtown Chicken City tomorrow, where there's a fountain. If I don't see my phone the next day, I'm in big trouble. I'm not lying to you. Gu Changa returned the phone to her. Don't be afraid. It's purely a scam. Brother, it doesn't seem like a lie. Gu Changa added another sentence. Of course it won't be a problem. If you can tell it's a fake, then what are you fooling us with? That's true. The thought brought another smile to the corner of her mouth. After the two of them had dinner, Gu Changa took a bath and got into bed, starting to look for information on the Adventurers Union. Give them an answer in the next 2 days, or it will be too late. Gu Changa went on the official website of the Adventurers Union, and as soon as she entered, she found quite a few people inside talking enthusiastically. Bailon, what kind of person is it that has been invited by our vice president? These days, I can't stop teasing and have been inquiring about his identity. At Baron I know who? Who is at Gambling Dogs Dante die? Tell me and I can give you $1. Baron at Gambling Dog shall not die biggie. Tell me something. I was diagnosed with late-stage cancer last night. I have at most 1 more day to go. I will regret it for the rest of my life if you don't tell me. I'll come back to see you on the 7th day. At Bully Dragon. You're such a tough guy. How dare you say something like that? At Gambling Dog shall not die good brother. Send a message so I can keep an eye out for you. At Sister White Snow I know who it is. Please private message. Gu Changa frowned, a little dissatisfied. Those guys. Those people. Actually use my information to cheat the pictures of beautiful women. At least send me my pictures. Gu Changa searched the forums for the conditions and benefits of entering the mercenary union, but after half a day of searching, he couldn't find any useful information. Maybe it didn't leak out because not many people could get in. Gu Changa returned to the course forum, and everyone was still talking enthusiastically. Brothers, I fell for it. At what are you doing brothers in detail? I love it. Baron replied. The guy was a guy. Fell for it. Bailong, big brother is mighty. Sure enough, it's you. Instantly, a whole bunch of people started talking about it, and some even asked him to take out his friends offline. Not the handsome Gu Changa. Honey, want to learn about the perks of joining the guild? I don't have any talent, but I have some learning materials here. At not Gu Changa big handsome brother. I sent you a private message. Baron replied. At not Gu Changa big handsome brother. I sent you a private message. The crowd watched by Shui ate Gu Changa with a confused look on their faces. So he's a good buddy. A minute later, Gu Changa's private message count was already over 99. Is this what you call a textbook? Gu Changa didn't know what to say. How could he not expect that the textbooks Wu Liang sent him could still be used for this kind of thing? Almost an hour later, Gu Changa got an answer from a man named Spring Blade, and gained a better understanding of the union's inner workings. Gu Changa was curious to know who that ID really was. It must be the guild. A middle-aged man was looking at a laptop and sent a message to Gu Changa. Big brother, data. Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh, but on second thought, the smile at the corner of his mouth faded. Where's my flash drive? Gu Changa suddenly remembered that she seemed to have left it on the desk, so maybe Xiao Xiao had already seen it. No way. How could Tiny watch it? Gu Changa couldn't help but break out in a sweat even after thinking this way. If Tiny saw it, then her image of herself in her mind would be greatly diminished. Chapter 60 The sword has not aged well. It's fine. It's fine. Tiny hasn't been that curious. Yeah, Tiny never used it without my permission. Gu Changa forced herself to calm down and wiped her sweat while carefully opening the door. In the living room, the lights were on and Tiny was reading a book. We'll pick it up later. There's no rush anyway. Gu Changa carefully closed the door and returned to his room. And then he saw Quan Shui Baojian Fountainhead calling him non-stop. Quan Shui Baojian is still there. You guy, why don't you say anything? Quan Shui's precious sword is not yet old. Damn. I thought you people from the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't cheat us. What do you really want? Spring water treasure sword indestructible. Okay. I'll send this message to you now. Otherwise, you'll be eating your words. Seeing that Quan Shui Jian was still cursing himself, Gu Changa was helpless, and it had only been a minute since he hadn't returned. What's the big deal? Why run away? Dark house. Spring water sword is not old is now crackling on the computer. Face red, gritted teeth. How dare he deceive me? When I find you, I'll make you look good. In the name of the vice president of the Adventurers Union, I will definitely break you into pieces. Gu Changa pulled out her own cell phone, typed on it, and replied, Brother, wait, 2000 Gs isn't 200 Ms. You think I'm going to send it over to you? The sword of the spring. Oh, that's good. I'm just impatient, and I run into a lot of people, so be careful. This old brother. I'm sorry. Gu Changa had been waiting here for almost 30 minutes, and it was almost 11 o'clock. so he took the opportunity to sneak in and get the flash drive. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be a thief. This is not his home. Why be so sneaky? Gu Chang'e did not know how long it would take to transmit the 2000 G of data, how much time it would take, and how much money it would take to make people believe it. But it was very rewarding and worth the trip. According to him, most of the adventurers' unions wouldn't take any quests. There were many things he needed to do, such as killing demonic beasts and avoiding too many of them, which would be an irreparable loss once they appeared. Gu Chang'e really understood this time. So it turned out that the adventurers' union had a limit on the number of ferocious beasts. If it wasn't for the major adventurer guilds controlling this war, the consequences would be unimaginable. And when you enter the adventurers' union, you also get more resources to make those who don't have enough potential become faster. In addition, Gu Chang'e was most interested in this matter. If you can join the exploration union, then you will be able to obtain the dragon's legacy, and you can be admitted without having to take any exams, which is definitely a backdoor way to get in. Ordinary people simply couldn't get into key colleges and universities, and even if their chi and blood were up to par, they often couldn't get in. Without money and power, the doors of top academic institutions cannot be opened. Gu Chang'e took a look and knew what to do. Qianquan stared at Gu Chang'e, looking at one MP4 after another, couldn't help but smile and returned it 666. A true man of the Dragon Kingdom would not deceive us. Qianquan grinned. Gu Chang'e had already sent all the information over, and all that was left was to push it out step by step, which might take 1 to 2 days to complete. Put the phone down. Gu Chang'e rolled over and fell asleep. Two men sat down around a chair in an old house, one with a baseball cap and one with a scar on his face, enough to make little kids cry just by looking at them and give them nightmares in minutes. The scarred man had a murderous look that would make even an adult tremble in fear if they saw him. A quick glance at him reveals that he is a ruthless man with a heart of gold. Boss, let's send them a message. Do they believe us? So far, he hasn't responded, so it's 80% that he's taken him for a liar. If you don't believe me, forget it, we'll just go get it ourselves. But, hesitated Mo Wuji. The baseball cap hesitated. The scarred man said firmly, there's no buts, we must get our hands on this thing, and with it, we'll be clothed and fed for the rest of our lives. Baseball cap smiled awkwardly and stopped talking. The scarred big man said angrily, this was originally the boss's cell phone, and now that the boss is gone, we naturally want a piece of the action. But I didn't realize that the boss's phone was stolen by thieves and is still missing. The man in the hat sat silently to one side. Day 2. Gu Chang'e's mind was still echoing with the system's beep. End of one day. 700 life points remaining. Increase 7 life points. Total 707 life points. When this power returned to the body, the north wind directly broke through the barriers of the first and second layers and washed twice. And this time, the quenching of the physical body was also a suppression of the physical body. So there shouldn't be too many impurities in his body. The second is that neither the first nor the second washing removes the dirt from the body, and a higher level of washing is necessary to remove it completely. 915's chi blood recovered 10%, and after rounding it up, it ended up being 1007. It was still far from the third rank, and it was expected that it would reach the third rank in 6 days at most. He picked up the phone and realized it was still going. Gu Chang'e was about to go out to buy steamed buns when Dongyu from the Rinji pharmacy called out. She was wearing a black and red gothic lowly dress today, almost as if it had been designed especially for her. She headed towards Gu Chang'e, both hands tucked in her waist as she walked out with her long legs. She's a sharp-tongued heartthrob, heartthrob. This was the answer Gu Chang'e received after meeting with Dongyu. Gu Chang'e was the first to speak. Coming to my house so early. What is Mr. Dong's business? Gu Chang'e, come to our Renji medicine shop. Dongyu opened the door and said. Gu Chang'e said, I didn't do it on purpose. Didn't you say last night, you, of all people, always love to pick your words apart here, and I made it very clear last night that I wasn't going to participate. I've been thinking all night about how much you must regret this, so I came here today to give you a chance. Dongyu raised her head and tried to look more confident and arrogant. Then she realized that it was as if she hadn't seen Gu Chang'e and had to look up at him. This scene is just bizarre. Chapter 50. Facing the confident Dongyu, Gu Chang'e still didn't have any hesitation to directly rebuff him. Oh, no. I said that yesterday, and, besides, I don't regret it at all. Really? Fish looked at him in surprise. Dongyu frowned, revealing a hint of surprise. I had thought that if I went to Gu Chang'e's door at 5 o'clock and waited for him, Gu Chang'e would be remorseful. However, it was all unexpected. I'm sure, Gu Chang'e said. Dongyu's face became ugly. She knew that Gu Chang'e wasn't joking. She couldn't figure out how he could refuse such a good opportunity she had given Gu Chang'e. And you've even dragged yourself into it. So how can that not be a turn on? Does this guy not get close to women? Other than that, Lin Sanjio couldn't really think of any other reason. Dong Yu sighed. Can you tell us why? Gu Chang'e thought for half a day before saying, I should say that I'm not right for you. Not because you're bad. Oh, well, where are you going? Can you tell me about it? Gu Chang'e hesitated for a moment before saying, Adventurers Union. Well, then I'll see you tonight. After Dong Yu finished speaking, she headed towards the Mercenary Union. She was going to make a trip to Qian Quan's place to get out a mouthful of bad anger. If he could buy this Mercenary Union, then Gu Chang'e would be equivalent to entering his organization. Gu Chang'e didn't understand why he was so insistent. He wasn't exactly a sought-after diamond. So why did he have to invite him? A black limousine, with the word Wei written in bright red on the front, was heading towards Shiguang High School. Wei Yongzhao sat down with a fart chair, his two legs racked together, his arm resting on the edge of the door, looking at Chen Fan with a smile or a laugh. Is the man still missing? At that moment, the butler's voice came from the passenger seat. My lord, this man is not small. We can't find out his identity at all. If we could find his face, it would be much better. The man was wearing a mask. How was I to know what he looked like? Wei Yongzhao said angrily, when I catch that kid, I'll have to make him look good. It caused me to become the joke of Chicken City, and I was even scolded by my father. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Gar, young lord, could this be the one that Lord Vice President of the Adventurers Union invited? That guy? Ragnar froze and whirled in reaction. Wei Yangzhao's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. Well, the possibilities are high. This kid looks very young. You check it out for me, and notify me immediately if you have any news. The butler suddenly regretted a little what he had just said. If he goes to the Adventurers Union, Wei can't do anything about him. This Adventurers Union is one of the most powerful few in Chicken City. And the most crucial thing is that there are so many experts inside that if we take out just one of them, we can remove our Wei's name from this world. Wei Yongzhao sneered and said, let's finish him off before he becomes ours. Although there didn't seem to be any problems, it was tantamount to slapping Qian Quan in the face, and no one knew what would happen when the time came. She had no choice but to do what Wei Yongzhao said. A little thought. In the end, he decided to speak to his own father about this matter and let his own father teach him a lesson. Naturally, he wouldn't do that, and that would make things very bad for him. In that case, let him be, and if anything happens, it will only be blamed on him and have nothing to do with him. Inside a building, in a study, Lai Chuanxing sat down with a fart chair, and his hands kept tapping the desktop, his brows locked and his face unsightly. This matter has been spreading for a day now. Gu Chang'e didn't even want to go to the hospital to receive free treatment. He's surprisingly not moved at all. It looks like he's really guarded against me. If this doesn't work, then we'll have to use force. Gu Chang'e, I've given you your path, and if you won't, I'll have to force you to go. As Lai Chuanxing finished his sentence, the worry on his face was swept away and replaced by an intense killing intent. His eyes filled with aggressiveness. Gu Chang'e went to the school and saw that on the desk next door, all the books had been emptied and nothing was left. Li Yuanba had stepped out of the campus and into a jungle of crisis, and he only hoped that he would be safe and sound and survive. The bell rang. Wang Shujin said as she walked out of the classroom. Later, they will come to our academy and fight us. Whoever wants to go, come and register now. And whoever comes will come. Just 2 people. No one made a sound. Just looked at me with a, are you kidding me look. Is he crazy for competing with students from an elite high school? Otherwise, why would they want to compete with themselves? And competing with any school is a definite no-no. They are all demons. The entire senior class is basically first rank. Most of us have less than 200 chi blood. The gap is too big. There is no chance of winning. And to say it's just 2 people is just asking for trouble. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. And most of them looked at Gu Chang'e and Xue Qinrui, the 2 best people in the class. Wang Shujin turned her head, looked at Xue Qinrui and Gu Chang'e, and said, do the 2 of you want to go as well? What's the prize for victory? Gu Chang'e asked. This was what he cared about the most. If he could get any favors, he would find a way. Those students who came out from the elite middle school, their strength was at most a first-ranked martial artist, not at all comparable to those ferocious beasts, and it was easy to deal with them. Wang Shujin smiled and said, the champion is rewarded with 50,000, as well as 3 spirit elixirs that can boost chi and blood. I'm in, Chen Zhuyu said dryly. When Gu Chang'e heard this, she signed up without saying a word. It was like a free gift. She must buy it. Xue Qinrui hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Only then did Wang Shujin turn her head and walk away, leaving the radio to Gu Chang'e and Xue Qinrui. 6 well-dressed high school students with confident smiles were at the edge of the ring. All of them the best of the best at Feral Elite High School. A man with a center-parted hairstyle revealed a look of disgust and spoke. Worthy of being Westlight Middle School, an ordinary middle school. It's just so shabby. Half of our playground is half as big as theirs. How can such a tiny place be an arena? It's really speechless. This should be used by 80-something-year-olds for fighting. A man with a big back followed suit. Chapter 61 can't help but reply. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at these words. The man with the short hair gave a few chuckles and added, "That's an apt analogy. And yeah, this room is just what old ladies use. And with such a small space, the slightest push would push us outside, and we wouldn't be able to squeeze in at all. It's quite understandable. There's no tier of trainees here. Naturally they can't reach our level. So the arena doesn't have to be built very big. It's enough for them." The crowd nodded deeply. A man in tight work clothes suddenly spoke up. "Our sole purpose is to trample Guchanga underfoot. How dare such a loser call himself the first genius of Chicken City?" The man with the short hair replied calmly. "One finger can crush 10 Jiangchensi. Not even 50. I heard that his cultivation has just recovered. It should only be around 230. A man with short hair and dreadlocks spoke up. The man in the suspenders froze. "What? It's just 230. Not even at the first rank. Are these people blind? This kind of person deserves to be called a genius? These people are so discerning. Naturally they haven't seen any of our school's students. Otherwise how could they have gotten such a title? Very well, after today, I'll let them see who the real geniuses are." Everyone nodded approvingly. In the third classroom, a group of people surrounded Guchanga, and one of the short-haired girls asked with some concern, "Are you sure? These students, they're all very strong." "That's right. I've heard that they are very nonchalant in their strikes, and often waste people's arms and legs, only in the way of their status. Those who have their limbs wasted don't dare to say anything. This has happened many times, and it's safe to say that these guys are old hands." Everyone was worried. "That goes without saying?" The short-haired girl replied. "If you can't beat them, then admit defeat. There's no shame in that." "That's right. A great man can give and take." The surrounding students followed suit, urging Guchanga not to stand firm, or else they would be afraid of getting hurt in time. Guchanga smiled and nodded. 10 minutes or so later, the principal's voice came over the radio. "All the participants, all the cadets, are to gather here, and I hope you can get here within 10 minutes. Shuechinro and Guchanga stood up in unison and headed out. "Squad leader, be safe. There's no shame in admitting defeat. It's better than fighting with your hands." All the students screamed, all of them rushing towards Shuechinro and Guchanga. Shuechinro followed Guchanga without saying a word, only occasionally glancing at him to see him looking eager to try. "Guchanga, are you sure you can win?" Shuechinro asked doubtfully. "Unclear," Guchanga responded. "Wow," responded Shifenghan. Shuechinro turned her head and said no more. "Why are you You've been talking about this for a while now." Both had 1,000 words to say when they didn't speak. Trying to speak, he found his mind going blank. What he's talking about is only a small part of the story. Shuechinro sighed powerlessly. She herself didn't understand how she had become like this. That is, in front of Guchanga. The duo went downstairs and happened to run into a player from another class, Wei Yongzhao, who was also inside. Guchanga only glanced at him before she saw a girl at the back of the line walking forward with her head down, with a pair of eyes and a pigtail. She looked plain, but when she walked, she had such an aura about her that her uniform held up a bit. Guchanga was even more curious. Could she really see the road with her head bowed like this? The first thing Guchanga remembered was that the blue lei of Class 1 that she had just mentioned seemed to be the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Lan Lei looked down and indeed couldn't see her feet. But in front of so many people, she didn't even dare to raise her head, because she was too nervous. Her face had already risen to a pig's liver color. She walked carefully because she couldn't see her feet and was afraid she might fall if she wasn't careful. As soon as she stomped her foot, someone dropped a lollipop on the ground, which Blue Lei couldn't see. As if she'd stepped on a banana peel, Blue Lei fell to the ground with an ah sound. She was now about 3 meters from the corner platform. Falling would certainly be very painful, maybe even bruised, maybe even hurt their feet. Guchanga and Shuechinro stood on a corner, right where Lan Lei had fallen, and both of them were startled. Guchanga quickly stepped forward and caught Lan Lei, and just as he was about to take her into his arms, she collapsed right on top of him. Lan Lei smashed her head hard against Guchanga's head. She could have easily caught her, but now it was completely different. Guchanga only felt as if she had been hit by a car. Her brain was a mush, and her 2 legs kept falling back. He didn't stop until he hit the wall. Lan Lei instantly jumped into Guchanga's arms. She felt a heartwarming touch. Moreover, she also smelled a hint of ethereal fragrance. Guchanga knew exactly what he was holding. Seeing this, Gu Changa hurriedly pulled her hand out and raised it high above her head. In novels and comics, there's always someone grabbing something and tapping on it a few times. Those two moves alone will keep you in there for years. Xue Qinrui didn't know what to say either. She was in a torn mood. Lan Lei reacted and immediately broke free from Gu Changa's body, taking 2 steps back and giving Gu Changa a deep bow. Sorry. Nothing. Anfi nodded. I know. Gu Changa touched her head, wondering if she was in over her head. This head. How can it be an ordinary person's head? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Blue Lei was so anxious that she was about to burst into tears. It's okay, there's nothing to apologize for. Gu Changa responded. I know. Lan Lei continued to apologize before expressing her gratitude to Gu Changa for saving her life. Gu Changa encountered such a situation for the first time and said sorry while thanking her. As rumor has it, a timid little white rabbit. Seeing that Lan Lei was so anxious that she was about to cry, Xue Qinrui walked over and calmed her down, telling her not to be so nervous and not to blame herself or herself. Lan Lei's mood gradually calmed down as she gave Gu Changa a 90-degree salute, and Gu Changa felt that she didn't deserve such a big gift. Chapter 62 The Ring of Three. Gu Changa, Lan Lei, and Xue Qinrui were the last 3 to walk to the ring. The dean and the faculty were waiting in the ring, and as soon as they saw Gu Changa's trio, they knew what they were going to do. The principal took the microphone, stood at the front of the ring, cleared his throat, and spoke. Well, since everyone is here, I'll announce the rules of the match. This match, a match between our academy and Fierce Land High School, prohibits killing, the use of weapons, and the taking of forbidden drugs. That person's name is Zhang Chenxi. The man in suspenders pointed at Gu Changa. Everyone around them looked over and stared at Gu Changa, scrutinizing from top to bottom. Oh, so it's Gu Changa. It doesn't seem like much of a big deal. It doesn't look like anything special, not even half as good as mine. The man with short hair had a hint of contempt on his face. Gu Changa felt 6 pairs of eyes staring at him, and when he looked to the side, he saw that the 6 Fierce Beast Elite students were all staring at him. The middle-aged man noticed Gu Changa sizing him up and glared at him disdainfully, gesturing to cut his throat and giving him a middle finger. Chen Juyu cursed. Gu Changa shook his head. He still thought that the students of the Fierce Beast Elite High School were all elites, but he didn't expect them to be so stupid. Out of his expectation. Battle method, 1 to 6 numbers are randomly selected and paired 2 by 2 to face off in a team. The dean spoke while holding 2 boxes with the words Shiguan Middle School and Fierce Beast Elite Middle School printed on them. The reason why the 2 boxes were separated was because they were afraid that people from the same academy would meet a team. The principal's voice rang out. Okay, you guys can go on stage now. With that, both parties headed forward. The center-parted man chatted with Gu Changa for a few moments. Are you stupid? I hope you don't have a number with me. Gu Changa, you mustn't go up against me. Ha. The man with the center-parted head sked disdainfully, as if he were looking at a stupid person who didn't know any better. Gu Changa came up and drew lots. The number was 6, which meant he was in the back, and Xue Qinrui was 1, so she was the first to go out. Lan Lei's number is 2, and Wei Yangzhao's number. Gu Changa doesn't care at all. It didn't take long for a match to get underway, with 2 competitors taking the stage. Opposite Xue Qinrui was the last girl representing this session of the competition. I really didn't think that such an ordinary academy would still have such beautiful girls. It's just that the level gap is a bit big. Do you want me to give you a hand? There's no need. Just let go and do it. Xue Qinrui's eyes condensed. Her fists clenched violently. A powerful energy surged within her body. Her entire body tensed. Her legs tightened, ready to strike. The young girl in front of her, on the other hand, was in a cloudy manner, without the slightest bit of nervousness. As her gaze fell on Xue Qinrui, it was as if to say, even if I don't use my chi and blood, I can still easily finish you off. Gu Changa stared at the ring, but in her heart, she was a little worried. Xue Qinrui's blood level was only 250 points, so I'm afraid it would be hard to win against a high-level cultivator. Begin! A low voice rang out. The director of instruction barked in order. Xue Qinrui's feet stomped, and her entire body disappeared from its original position, and in the next moment, she arrived in front of the woman's body, and slammed her fist on the woman's stomach. With a bang, the young girl was directly blasted out of the ring, and then her eyes went white and she didn't move. This scene happened really fast, just a second before and after. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and some people didn't even have time to sit down before they saw that a match had ended. Chen Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Crap, what's going on? Everyone's eyes widened. What's going on here? Gu Changa was also surprised. He didn't expect Xue Qinrui to move so quickly. Even if it was the second rank, it couldn't compare to her. and Gu Changa felt that she couldn't reach that speed. Is this the first order or not? He was expecting a big loss, but he didn't expect to win. This is one of the best schools in the entire Chicken City, and one win is already a big deal. Shui Kinru, you win. Team 2, stand by. Blue Lei timidly stepped forward, as she was so nervous that she even had some difficulty walking. Moving up the hill, still can't see anything. One of her legs was already on the ring, but she tripped over the other leg of the ring and fell right into the ring. By some miracle, when Blue Ray fell, she didn't land on her head. The boys on stage couldn't hold back any longer and burst out with asterisk 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 asterisk. Turns out it's air cushioned. You can beat 99% of the girls with that alone. The few people who were competing with Lan Lei were stunned. Even if he was a high achiever from the Noble Academy, he had never encountered such a situation before. I had to keep my composure. It was the man's tactic. He chanted over and over in his mind, trying to banish the negativity brought on by the Blue Lei from his brain. Blue Ray struggled to her feet, slapping her legs and slapping herself. Everyone down there is tempted to say, Blue Ray, you don't get a speck of dust. There's no need. The head instructor looked up, touched his nose, and said, all right, the contest has officially begun. Without any hesitation, the people from the school directly rushed towards Blue Lei, and with the lessons learned from last time, they also knew that in this battle, they absolutely could not be careless. The man came quickly to Blue Ray's side and punched her in the head. Definitely defeated, Gu Changa said in a salty manner. As soon as the middle-aged man heard Gu Changa say that, he sneered. What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? The results are in. Can she still win? Instead, he saw the man land a hard punch to the side of Blue Leaf's head. The man sneered and took my blow so hard that she didn't even have the strength to fight back. Boom dash. The loud bang shook the ground. The man slammed his fist into Blue Leaf's head in an unexpected way. The man threw a punch at Blue Ray and cried out with an ah. Seeing this scene, Lan Lei was a bit at a loss for words. She suddenly closed her eyes and bowed deeply, saying under her breath, I'm sorry. This worship caused the man to completely collapse to the ground, and his forehead swelled up. The man with an inch head was dumbfounded, and the smile that had originally carried a few hints of mockery and contempt was now gone. Chapter 63. Who would have thought? No one expected this outcome. The garter man froze. Is he out of his mind? Holy, I've never seen anything like this in all my life. Bull, Lin Fan said with a smile. This scene convinced everyone. A chick with no hands just let him beat her up, and she ended up headbutting him. Blue Lei was unsure of what was going on and just kept nodding her head and apologizing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, he nodded. The principal had a smile on his face. He could brag about his abilities later. Blue Ray, you win, the principal said. It was only at this time that Lan Lei slowly stopped, and only then did she notice that her teacher was already lying in front of her, motionless. How come? Blue Lee looked overwhelmed, completely confused as to what was going on. Her whole body froze. Next, it's Wei Yongzhao. So it's him. It was as if Gu Changa had already seen the image of him being crushed on the floor. Gu Changa didn't expect Wei Yongzhao to not lose, and to win so easily, as if the other party was giving in to him. A second-year student not far from Gu Changa said, it is said that Wei Yongzhao graduated from that school. However, it seems that he didn't like staying there and chose to leave instead. It looks like they're friends with Wei Yongzhao. A man who knew English replied, of course I know. Wei Yongzhao is also one of the top young masters in Chicken City. His strength might not be comparable to these people, but the Wei group behind him was one of the largest groups in the entire China. These children of the world's families are, at most, just very rich and wealthy, and compared to Wei Yongzhao, they're a world of difference. Gu Changa realized that the man was afraid of Wei Yongzhao just now. One more round, then it's not a letdown. It's a setup. Wei Yongzhao came and sat down next to Gu Changa, his two legs folded together as he spoke carelessly. With your strength, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with Gu Changa. Gu Changa just smiled and didn't say anything. Only then did Wei Yongzhao turn around and heave a smile at Shui Kinru. How's Jinu doing at this level? Did you call it? With that, she cast an icy gaze towards Wei Yongzhao. Wei Yongzhao smiled sarcastically. Xiao Shui, this is too much. Shui Kinru interrupted. Shut up, don't bother. Okay, Chen Zhuyu answered. Wei Yongzhao smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything, just sat down silently. The students of Fierce Beast City were stunned. How could Wei Yongzhao lower his voice so lowly? He was one of the top young masters in Chicken City, towering above the rest, and now he was being scolded by a little girl. If this was spread out, I'm afraid no one would believe it. In the next two games, Westlight High School lost without a doubt and was straight up blown out. Although he had lost 2 consecutive matches, he still had a smug smile on the corner of his mouth, not caring about his defeat at all. He was prepared for the worst, and it was a surprise to win 3. After the 4th and 5th matches had been played, there were now only 6 matches left, and everyone looked at Gu Changa, and the man with the center-parted hair. "You're going to challenge me? Let's see if you're praying?" The man with short hair glanced contemptuously at Gu Changa, then said, "Actually, it's not like there isn't another way. If you can admit defeat in the first place, you can avoid getting hurt." Same to each other. "Good. Then let me see how you can make me admit defeat. I want to see if you have that strength," the short-haired man said. "This Jiang Chensi, you must teach him a lesson." "That's right. If we can't even deal with him, then we'll lose a lot of face. We've lost 3 matches in a row, and if we still lose this one, then it's 4 matches, and if this becomes known, our academy's reputation will definitely be damaged, and we'll be penalized." The group looked at the center-parted boy and opened their mouths. Everyone's face was ugly. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. This one, they had to win. The man with short hair glanced at Gu Changa, his eyes filled with contempt. "It's not a handful to clean up a guy like that." Gu Changa brought the man with the center-parted hairstyle on stage. "Go to war." At the order of the director of instruction, Gu Changa exerted her feet and lunged forward. "So slow," the man with short hair sneered, then moved, pouncing on Gu Changa like lightning. Originally, he wanted to catch up with Gu Changa from behind, insult him ruthlessly, and then defeat him. How could Gu Changa catch up with him? In the world, nothing is invincible. Seeing that Gu Changa couldn't even catch the shadow of the man with the long, medium hair, everyone laughed out loud, their worries dissipating. "This fight, it's already a nail-biter." Dean glanced at the situation above him and spoke calmly. "This guy deserves to be the school's top student. His speed is indeed fast. A first-rank martial artist, even a second-rank martial artist, is no match for him. Gu Changa won't live long." A couple of the teachers next to him spoke up as well. Wang Shuzhen's face was worried, but her heart was secretly happy that there was finally someone who could clean up and pick up Gu Changa. He definitely wouldn't be soft, and he was going to clean up Gu Changa and beat the crap out of him. "Che, who do you think you are? You can't even see my shadow and you dare to compete with me," the short-haired man sneered. But just as he walked up to Gu Changa reached out a hand to choke him and threw him to the ground. The short-haired youth froze before he could react to what was going on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Everyone jumped out of their seats in excitement, looking at the scene with disbelief. Gu Changa he. The dean looked at Gu Changa speechlessly, originally thinking that he was going to fail, but now it seemed as if he was going to win. Wang Shuzhen changed her previous worry and put on a beat-up look. Anyone who looks at it will wonder if she is being punked. What's the point of playing God and being fast? Gu Changa kicked him away. "I lost?" He looked at the scene with some disbelief. The middle-aged man fell into the ring, his entire body confused. "The winner is Gu Changa." The Dean of Academic Affairs smiled and got up, nodding with Gu Changa. Gu Changa also nodded and returned the favor. "Good job, Gu Changa. I told you could win." The Dean gave Gu Changa a thumbs up and cracked a smile. Chapter 64 Ask the Principal. The surrounding teachers looked at the principal in surprise. How could they not expect that this guy would be so shameless? Before they thought Gu Changa would lose. A teacher saw Wang Shuzhen gritting her teeth and grimacing, and hurriedly inquired with concern, "Mr. Wang, are you okay? Well, what's wrong? So dark? If you're sick, get to the hospital without delay." Several other mentors spoke up, concerned. Wang Shuzhen's lips twitched imperceptibly, barely squeezing out a smile. "It's okay." "What? Is this anemia?" "No one but me." Wang Shuzhen barely managed to squeeze out a smile and cursed in her heart. Gu Changa walked out from the stage and smiled when she saw Wang Shuzhen's appearance and went forward to ask with concern, "Teacher, if you're feeling unwell, it's best to have a medical checkup, and if there's any major problems, it's better to receive treatment earlier, so don't delay." When Wang Shuzhen heard this, she was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. She was cursing her with a terminal illness, but at this point, she had to give a small smile. "Oh, that would be a pleasure. Okay, take care." Gu Changa dropped a sentence and left. A teacher replied with a wry smile, "This Gu Changa is so powerful and cares about me so much. If I could be 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him." A few other teachers, on the other hand, turned their attention to Wang Shuzhen. "Teacher Wang, you're too lucky to be Gu Changa's teacher. If I were Gu Changa's teacher, I'd be dead happy. Yeah, with such an apprentice, you'll be able to walk with more confidence in the future." A group of teachers said one thing to each other. Wang Shuzhen only felt her heart was going to break. Every word of these people was like a knife, ruthlessly stabbed in her heart. If she hadn't bothered Gu Changa before, she would have been kind of happy to have such a proud student. Unfortunately, it was too late. "Hey," Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Wang Shuzhen couldn't help but sigh. She herself wasn't sure exactly what she was thinking at the time. Perhaps it was because Gu Changa had lost all her powers at the time, and she no longer needed to worry about him, that she dared to deal with him so recklessly. In the end, Gu Changa's cultivation not only recovered completely, but instead became even more ruthless. Even with those elite students, they could easily win. The middle-aged man was helped up by his companions, and he still couldn't believe that he had lost to Gu Changa. It's not that I lost, it's that you played a trick. He ran towards Gu Changa with an excited face. Not convinced? Richard grunted. Gu Changa asked in a calm tone when she saw the center-parted man lunging towards her. Yeah, you must have pulled some kind of stunt. I want you to do it again. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he headed for the ring, knowing that Gu Changa would definitely want to fight him. Then forget it. If you can't do it, then get lost. Gu Changa walked towards his position and saw that the center-parted man was still confronting him in the stairwell, and his original smug smile froze, slowly turning into an eerie expression with a hint of disbelief. Wait a minute, said he'd fight me again. The short-haired boy noticed a lot of people covering their mouths in a gloating manner. In this moment, he felt as if he had become a clown. It made him more content, more patient, and his anger, like a volcano about to erupt. The man with the inch hair, the veins bulging on his forehead, gritted his teeth and, "Are you afraid of being seen and ashamed?" Gu Changa was still indifferent. The center-parted youth almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and roared furiously in his heart. Shouldn't you be helping me get rid of them at this time? Are you sure you want to do this? A few students couldn't help themselves and rushed over to pull him back. They couldn't wait for people not to know about him. They were all so embarrassed for him that they couldn't wait to squeeze the room into 3 rooms. For the rest of the competition, there were only 2 students from Elite High School and 3 from Westlight High School, who didn't even have a chance to form a team. In the end, they still chose one of Gu Changa, Wei Yongzhao, and Xue Qinrui to advance to the finals. In the end, Wei Yongzhao advanced to the final. The man with the short hair looked over at the 2 who had passed the test. You guys have to clean up Gu Changa and make him cheat. I'll be down there to videotape the whole thing. He won't be able to cheat even if he wants to, and we still have the evidence. The 2 men sighed. The fact that Gu Changa hadn't cheated was something that several of them had seen down there, but he didn't believe it. The other 3 students from the Fierce Beast Elite Middle School also shook their heads. This kid, who had never been defeated before, and had been defeated in the hands of someone he despised, this was a huge shock to them. The battle soon began. With Xueqin's was first, as clean as ever. Gu Changa watched everything from below, silently calculating in her heart that Xue Qinrui's movements were faster than the man with medium-length hair. However, that man with the middle-parted head was already at the first rank of cultivation, while Xue Qinrui was still less than the first rank. This was too much. If she was already at the first rank by now, then wouldn't her cultivation speed be heaven-defying? Don't worry, we'll win. The man with the short hair looked to his opponent. Well, Zhao Yu nodded seriously. The man looked a little shriveled up, knowing that his strength with Gu Changa wasn't something he could win by putting up a fight. Gu Changa and the man walked onto the stage, and the middle-aged man had already started videotaping at the principal's order. I abstain. A voice came from the side. The man immediately raised his hands and admitted defeat. What's wrong? The short-haired middle-aged froze and couldn't help but ask. Even the nicest man has a temper, especially a live one, and he was already upset, but now he was being asked about it, which made him even more furious. The more he did, the more angry. Said step back, you a hemp paralyzed and so on. To the man in the middle was a scolding. Cheer up, damn it, wasn't it just one loss? I'm telling you, you were defeated by Gu Changa, and it was a complete and unresisting defeat. You're nothing but a fast guy. You really take yourself seriously. Let me tell you, I can beat you down even if I let you have half a hand. The center-parted man received a bad scolding and his face suffocated into a pig's liver color. He gritted his teeth and finally relented and walked towards the man. Eventually, the man held him down with one hand and punched and kicked him. Chapter 65 looks lively. Gu Changa and the others were here to join in the fun, and they couldn't wait for this battle to get as intense as possible. The students of Fierce Beast Elite Middle School, on the other hand, were helpless. She had just told him about Gu Changa, but it turned out that this kid was acting like a psychopath and didn't even take his words seriously, so there's nothing they can do to stop it. The man with the short hair covered his head and crouched on the ground until the man stopped beating, then he slowly lowered his head. Seeing that his man had left the stage, he let go and began to remember everything that had happened before. His heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do about it. The burning eyes of the people around him made him feel incredibly ashamed, and staying here for one more minute would be torture. He stood up and gave Gu Changa a wink, then turned around and left without any delay. Who do you think you are? The friend who had assaulted the middle-aged man sneered as he fell away. What a dumbass. The 5 students from the Fierce Beast Elite High School also left in droves. They had already been defeated, and there was no longer any point in continuing to stay here. They're gone, but the battle rages on. At this time, Wei Yongzhao walked over and looked at Shui Qinruo with a smile. Little girl, if you can beat Gu Chang'e, I can help you out for once, and then you'll get the title. Zuikenru. Wei Yongzhao took her silence as consent, then sneered at Gu Chang'e. If you make it to the finals, I'll clean up and pick up Gu Chang'e for you and save you the trouble. No need. Shinju shook his head. Shui Qinru was indifferent. That's true. With your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to clean up Gu Chang'e. Wei Yongzhao smiled and nodded. Not long after, when it was Gu Chang'e's and Shui Qinruo's turn, Shui Qinruo took the initiative to admit defeat. Wei Yongzhao's eyes widened. He couldn't figure out. With Shui Qinruo's strength, it was hard to say who would win or lose when she fought Gu Chang'e. Don't worry. When I win, I'll return all the money from the championship to you. Wei Yongzhao already had a decision in his heart. Not long after, it was Gu Chang'e's turn to take on Wei Yongzhao, and the two walked onto the ring. Once on stage, Wei Yongzhao began a frantic attack. He told Gu Chang'e that he had been out practicing for the past 2 weeks, and his hands had improved so much that it was effortless to deal with Gu Chang'e. Cultivate? Gu Chang'e nodded and said, yeah, I can feel that you're not the same as you used to be. Of course, he gets his ass kicked. Wei Yongzhao smiled. Of course, the previous me, although I have improved a lot, I only had a slight advantage, and now it's impossible for you to win against me anymore. And now, the final game. Seeing that both men were ready to fight, the dean of faculty gave the order. Wei Yongzhao hooked his hand at Gu Chang'e. What are you talking about? Come on, show me. Gu Chang'e's feet powered up and she scurried out in an arrow step, landing a heavy punch on Wei Yongzhao. I've told him that his strength has improved greatly, and he still dares to fight me hard. I don't know if he's confident or if he's just talking nonsense. This time, I'll make you pay double. Let everyone see that I, Wei Yongzhao, am not a vegetarian. Wei Yongzhao was confident and slammed his fist at Gu Chang'e with a cloudy look, as if he could defeat Gu Chang'e with a single blow. The fists of the two men clashed together. Compared to Gu Chang'e's punch, Wei Yongzhao only felt that his punch was like a ball of cotton wool smashed on a steel plate, unable to bring him the slightest damage at all. Wei Yongzhao's face sank. This sudden change of heart, not even a second. Boom dash. The loud bang shook the ground. Gu Chang'e slapped Wei Yongzhao so hard that he flew backwards, then sat on the ground with a fart and landed under the ring. He hadn't expected to be hit by a blow at all. No way. She and Gu Chang'e had only fought to a draw. But now, he was completely suppressed and had no power to fight back. Did he lose to him too? Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Wei Yongzhao covered his right arm and let out a miserable scream. My hands! My hands! Hearing this, the principal and several other professors gathered around. If it was an ordinary classmate, it might be okay, but Wei Yongzhao, the youngest master of the Wei family, having an arm wasted, that was no small matter. Are you okay, Wei Yongzhao? The principal broke out in a cold sweat. Wei Yongzhao clenched his teeth and gritted his teeth. My, Gu Chang'e broke my arm. The surrounding students, too, gathered around. When Gu Chang'e saw Wei Yongzhao's appearance on the stage, she almost couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. This kid is clearly acting. Is he not aware of the power of his own strikes? Let's show you. After saying that, he took Wei Yongzhao's sleeve and walked over. Wei Yongzhao gave him a hard look. Don't. I'm going to the hospital now. Can you move it? Can you afford it? The principal sniffed and didn't want to fight any longer, so he called 120. So, that's the end of this competition. Before Gu Chang'e could announce that she had won, Wei Yongzhao kept shouting, Gu Chang'e intentionally hurt me and deserves to be disqualified from the competition. Wei Yongzhao is trying to blackmail Gu Chang'e, but there is nothing he can do about this matter, so he can only send him to the hospital for a physical examination. It didn't take long for Wei Yongzhao to be sent out of the hospital. Off to the side, the principal spoke up. Now there's a problem. If you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep this title. Gu Chang'e said firmly, I earned this on my own, and if he wants it, then he'll have to step over me first. Hey, Zhao Yu sighed helplessly, not expecting Gu Chang'e to be so resolute. He thought for a moment and said, Gu Chang'e, how about I offer 50,000 and you give up the title? Thank you for your kind words, but I will never give away everything that is mine. The principal frowned. If Wei Yongzhao really wanted to deal with Gu Chang'e, he wouldn't even have the ability to resist. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great, but Gu Chang'e was unwilling, and he had no choice but to continue watching the fun. Wei Yongzhao leaned toward the car as soon as his butt was in the air, one leg resting on the seat, and while walking, he said in a cold voice. Gu Changa, I'm going to make you kneel down and apologize to me. What, $500,000? What champion? You don't have to think about it, even if you can fight. So what? Chapter 66. Very strong, very strong. A nanny not far from Wei Yongzhao directly hung up the phone and put it down. Young lord, I've already hired a doctor. Now all we have to do is forge a false identification certificate and then medicate Gu Changa. Definitely make him pay. If the discipline is too severe, even fire him, hire a lawyer and bankrupt him. Great. I'd like to see if he can still be so rampant. Wei Yongzhao was relieved. The two men had been waiting by one of the park's fountains since 5 o'clock in the morning, and had waited until now, well past 2 in the morning, without even a shadow. Boss, we've been waiting here for so long and there's no movement at all. No way. They'll definitely come. It's 2 in the morning. If that person is a staff member, then we'll have to wait for the night. The man with the scarred face said with a serious face. Said the baseball cap with a bemused look on his face. But what are we doing here at 5 o'clock in the morning waiting for him? Then we'll just have to wait, or we have no idea where they'll be. This brother is too clueless for one message. Afternoon. Gu Changa had just arrived at the school and had just sat down. Before she had a chance to sit down, when she heard a familiar voice, Wei Yongzhao and a group of people walked aggressively to Gu Changa's side, followed by a big butler holding a stack of photos and x-rays. The students in the classroom turned around, and when they saw that Wei Yongzhao was rushing towards Gu Changa, a worried look appeared on each of their faces. Gu Changa, you know very well in your heart the purpose of my coming here this time. Wei Yongzhao's right arm was wrapped in a thick bandage as he stared at Gu Changa and questioned him. Gu Changa glanced at him and said in a nonchalant manner, of course I understand. You're trying to set me up. Go ahead, but it's best if I kneel down and apologize to you. Poof. Jian Wushuang coldly shouted. Wei Yongzhao took a document and placed it on the table. This is the proof that you ruined my arm. Since you're not polite to me, don't blame me for not being polite. If you give me face, I'll give you 10%. Wei Yongzhao had come specifically for Gu Changa, and everyone in the class knew that he didn't look like he was injured at all. Although they didn't dare to say anything in front of Wei Yongzhao, they still had to consider their own families. One word from him and he could fire his own parents in a minute. Also, a lot of people's parents work for their companies, so if they do mess with him, the consequences are unimaginable. I'm going to kick you out of Shiguang Middle School. We can't have any more losers like you, relying on your cultivation to do whatever you want. After Wei Yongzhao finished speaking, he left, and before he left, he still had a hint of a smile on his face. Just wait for him to come to himself. No matter what he says, I will never forgive him. The butler organized the information on the table and followed him out. When Wei Yongzhao left, the classroom was abuzz. Deception. Yeah, he's no match for the class president. That's why he used such a despicable method. He must have bribed the doctors at the hospital to falsify the evidence. A group of people surrounded Gu Changa, talking and giving him ideas, but 99.9% of the methods were ineffective. They all thought that it would be much better if they could cure Wei Yongzhao's illness and then make him confess. However, he immediately vetoed it again. Wei Yongzhao definitely had his own plans, and would definitely not let the other party divulge his secret, and might even arrange for someone to spy on him. Moreover, even if he could find that doctor would never admit that he did it, because then his life would be completely over. And what's the difference between that and killing him? Thank you all for hanging on. The ship will go straight. You don't have to be in a hurry. Gu Changa responded. I know. Although Gu Changa said this, she wouldn't actually do anything. That way, even if he gets expelled, he can still get into the best university in the country. Gu Changa was determined to enter the Adventurers Union. Gu Changa walked up to the roof of the building and used his phone to contact Qianquan, expressing his desire to enter the Adventurers Union. Qianquan quickly replied, This friend, our adventure group is very happy. I wonder when you have time. I'll introduce you. Gu Changa pondered for a moment before saying, It seems like Saturday. I'll let you know after a while. You can just address me as vice chairman. That's a little out of the ordinary. I'll still address you as Chunshi. Okay? Don't worry. Okay, let me know when you have time. Good. Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa chatted with Qianquan for a few moments before he heard someone coming up behind him. He put down the phone and turned his head to see that it was Xue Qinrua. What's going on? What's wrong? Gu Changa asked. Is what you said true? Gu Changa, are you planning to drop out of school? Xue Qinrua asked, squeezing her small hand. We'll see then. Wei Yongzhao, this person is really bad. He didn't even win himself. He actually dared to frame you. I guess it's because of my face. Wei Yongzhao saw that I have such a good relationship with you that he intentionally looked for trouble with you. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Xue Qinrua gave Gu Changa a bow to apologize. No, he had a problem with me in the first place, and this has nothing to do with you. There's no need to apologize to me. After saying that, Gu Changa supported Xue Qinruo. Xue Qinruo lowered her head. She pursed her lips and was silent for a long time. Gu Changa looked at her breathlessly until the bell rang. Then said, "The bell is ringing. You can leave." "Aha." Chinju answered. Xue Qinruo answered and returned to her class with Gu Changa. After class, Gu Changa hurried toward the cafeteria. This time, Xue Qinruo was in a hurry to come back, and she usually sent to the restaurant with Gu Changa, which made her reluctant to go back. "Help me find out who helped Wei Yongzhao forge this. If he doesn't tell the truth, I'll let him die without a burial place." Yin Xiaotian's face sank. "Girl, this isn't someone from the Jianghu." Regarding Yin Xiaotian's words, Xue Qinru simply ignored them and said directly, "You go and call for someone to waste Wei Yongzhao's limbs for me. Let him taste the pain of having his limbs cut off." Chapter 67. Really good. Yin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. "Girl, are you alright? Wei Yongzhao, that bastard egg." When he was sparring with Gu Changa's masters, he was beaten by Gu Changa, and in order to cover up his disgrace, he purposely broke his arm. Xue Qinruo told everything that had just happened, and when she said it, she hated it with a passion. Yin Xiaotian asked, "So, you want someone to waste Wei Yongzhao's limbs? Crap." Xue Qinru asked with a frown. Yin Xiaotian sighed and said, "Big sister, Wei Yongzhao isn't as easy to deal with as a cat or a dog. If someone knew about it, it would be disastrous. Leave it alone and him, or I'll do it myself." Xue Qinruo chopped her head off. "You can ask the master. If the master agrees, then there's no problem. We'll send our elites over to finish him off unnoticed." "It won't work." Regner was in a hurry when he heard that. Xue Qinru twisted her head. When Yin Xiaotian heard it, it really wouldn't work. If he really did it, I'm afraid that Missy would have to lose both of her legs. In the end, Yin Xiaotian nodded. "Okay, I'm on it." "You're amazing." Xue Qinruo took her in her arms as soon as she could. Gu Changa entered the store, and just like yesterday, Lu Xian was just about to talk to him when he walked away with his head down, looking like he didn't dare to talk to him. Gu Changa thought about it, probably because of the last time she was taken captive. Perhaps she was too much of a liability to face him. It looked like for a while, when Lu forgot about it, she could forget about it herself. Walking away, slacking off, deduct 1,500. Linglin suddenly appeared behind Gu Changa and hit Gu Changa's shoulder with her left hand. Asterisk. "Sister Linglin, how can you be so cruel? One time you cut my salary by 1/3. If you don't want your paycheck docked, then get to work. I didn't invite you here to be lazy." "Alright," Chen Xiaobei answered. Gu Changa stood up straight and gave a military salute. "No kidding." Linglin waved her hand and headed towards an office on the second floor. A little girl with silver hair was sitting on the couch. Gu, so angry. You have pushed. Why are you still frozen? This is not a fight? Crap, we lost." Dong Yu angrily threw the phone to the ground, then stomped one leg a few times with force, directly kicking that phone into pieces. Linglin pushed her way in and sat down in front of her. "Did you do this specifically to play online? Because I've been waiting for you, and I've been waiting for you for 30 minutes, and if you haven't come back, I've waited in vain." "Okay, what's going on?" Linglin wasn't surprised. Since the other party had come, there must be something that didn't go up to the three treasures. Dong Yu shouted angrily. "I'm so sad that Gu Changa he even got into an adventurers union. I tried to get him to go to my organization several times, but he refused." "And then what?" Regner asked. Linglin blinked as if she hadn't heard. "Nope." Chen Zhuyu shook his head helplessly. Dong Yu blinked her little eyes. Linglin held her temples and said with some impatience, "What's wrong with using the phone to tell me about such a small matter?" Dong Yu looked serious. "Why don't you accompany me on a trip tonight? Clean up Qianquan and ask him to hand over Gu Changa to me. If it works out, I'll send you $300 million. Linglin didn't even think about it and rejected it outright. She even revealed a hint of disdain. Asterisk. Off. "I don't want anything to do with the mercenary union. I feel sick when I see them." Under Linglin's scolding, Dong Yu muttered, "If Gu Changa is in the adventurers union, doesn't that mean that you're also from the mercenaries union? Then wouldn't he work for you? And like I said, if you could get him, you wouldn't feel sick, would you?" Linglin heard that it was true, but after careful consideration, she gave up. "Don't worry, he hasn't become a member of the adventurers union yet, and I'm afraid he won't have as much time to work here when he becomes a member of the mercenaries union." Dong Yu was furious and rolled over on the sofa with an aggravated look on her face. Linglin gave her a look and said, "Are you in such a hurry to take him in? With these 300 million, you can totally recruit a group of experts. Anyway, I just want him." Dong Yu skimmed his lips. "You can go by yourself. I don't want to get into this mess. After Ling Lin finished speaking, she walked out of the conference room. Dong Yu muttered, we used to do a lot of great things there, and if it wasn't for that incident, we would have been able to make a good living. Suddenly, she felt a stern line of sight and hurriedly closed her mouth. Ling Lin's voice rang out. What's all the noise about? Hurry up and go. Believe it or not, I'll kick you out? Wow. Zhao Yu responded. After saying that, Dong Yu stood up and turned to leave. It's time to go home. Gu Changge closed the door to her room, took the 2 dishes from Ling Lin, and hurriedly left. Ling Lin walked to the back, fished a box of cigarettes out of her pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. This guy, I'm afraid he's going to take a new path, entering the Adventurers Union, and I don't know if it's good or bad. Ling Lin smoked a cigarette, closed the door and went upstairs to the bathroom. She had just gotten out of the bathroom when the phone rang. It was Dry Springs calling. Miss, you should go back. We can't leave our Adventurers Union without you. Ling Lin had a cold look on her face. Okay, I'll go first. Chen Quan let out a long sigh and hung up his cell phone, sitting back in his chair and looking up at the roof. Since Ling Lin doesn't want to go back, the only thing we can count on now is Gu Changge. I really don't know what they were thinking at the time. If Ling Lin hadn't separated from the adventurers, she wouldn't have become like this. In the middle of a dark alley, 5 or 6 men dressed in black with masks on their heads and steel pipes or bats in their hands were gathered there. One of them sneered. Gu Changge has to work every night until after 9 o'clock, and as soon as he gets home, we'll kill him. He would never have guessed that we would kill him at this point. Don't hold back, just let him live. Understood. Regner nodded. The group behind him, too, nodded. Chapter 68. Waiting quietly. The group waited for a long time before they saw a figure sweep past them. The leading man was a little excited and whispered, "That's right, it's Gu Changge." The rest of them nodded and gripped the weapons in their hands. Gu Changge hurried towards her home, only to find that the door was open and there were signs that it had been knocked on. Gu Changge flashed a million thoughts in her head and hurriedly opened the door. The hallway was littered with muddy footprints, and it was obvious that someone had broken in, at least a dozen people. Not good. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Who could be knocking? Dash! She yelled. Smiley, how are you? Reply if something happens. Gu Changge quickly walked into the room. When he walked into the living room, his whole body froze. The room was a mess. Everything was destroyed. Across the entire lobby, sprawled across the floor, everyone holding a weapon in their hands. Gu Changge had an ominous feeling in his heart, and his eyes darted around, hoping to see his sister's figure. Again and again, Gu Changge was sweating profusely, but time passed by, and he still didn't see Jiang Xiaoxiao. Finally, he saw Jiang Xiaoxiao lying in the corner, who was surrounded by a group of people in black power suits and couldn't be seen at all. Gu Changge rushed over to support her, and the first thing he did was look at what injuries she had on her body. Luckily, there was no major damage except for a cut on his palm, but even so, he was only slightly injured. Gu Changge took Jiang Xiaoxiao into his bedroom first. All he had to do was finish dealing with these people before calling 120 for them. On closer inspection, it was dead as a doornail. Gu Changge was filled with question marks. They don't look like they're here to rob us. So what are they doing here? Why were so many people killed? This was definitely not Little's doing. She didn't have any cultivation and was no match for these people. What saved him? Is it Wei Yongzhao? Gu Changge suddenly felt it was very likely that this kid must be deliberately screwing with him, especially on this day. As soon as she thought of this, Gu Changge was furious, itching to grab Wei Yongzhao and beat him up. Bang! The door to the room was kicked off and slammed against the wall. Are they? Gu Changge's eyes glazed over and she smoothly took a knife from the floor next to her. Just then, 5 or 6 men in black suits came over aggressively. The leading man, in particular, was smiling from ear to ear, excited and happy at the thought that he could beat Gu Changge to the point of begging for mercy on his knees. They stared dazedly at the bodies all over the ground. What's going on? He saw Gu Changge slowly get up from the ground, still holding a knife in his hand. For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, and in the end, there was only one thought: it was over. This kid has only tackled about a dozen people, and it's killing people. The remaining 4 people's faces were unsightly. How could they not expect to meet this pervert? If that was the case, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. At the back of the crowd, a man in a black power suit tiptoed around, trying to leave quietly. Just as he turned around, before his feet moved, Gu Changge's wrist flicked, and the knife in his hand came out, lightning fast, stabbing into the back of the opponent's head. Boom dash! The loud bang shook the ground. The man fell straight to the ground. Dead man! Someone exclaimed. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. They were just here to clean up Gu Changge, and at most, they would just beat up Gu Changge, but they wouldn't really take his life. but Gu Changa's face didn't change when she killed. So she was really a ruthless person. Forget it, the leading three yelled and ran off. You guys, Chen said as he watched the scene. The chief was shocked. If he was alone, he really wasn't sure he could defeat Gu Changa. Just as he was about to turn around and run, suddenly, he felt a strong wind sweep past him. No matter what, Gu Changa would never let the three of them go. They weren't moving too fast, but in front of Gu Changa, it was nothing. Gu Changa caught up with her in almost the blink of an eye and took her down in 3 or 2 strokes. The leader froze, then saw that Gu Changa had disappeared. Hearing the voice behind him, he knew that Gu Changa was right behind him and had taken out his companion. He wasn't even that fast. Could it be that in today's battle, he had been hiding his strength and hadn't utilized his full strength at all? During the daytime, his speed was so incredibly fast that he couldn't even capture it, and that was even with his deliberate concealment. Just how strong was this man? He swallowed. Originally, he had planned that even if he couldn't run away, he could still put up a fight. But now, even if he put up his best effort, he couldn't possibly be an opponent. The difference is not just a half a star. It is simply a heaven and a hell. Christ grooves. He won't come over even if it kills him. Now, he wasn't even sure if he was dead or alive. Still, one has to complete a task first, and once done, it gives one at least 10% more chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately fell to his knees. I admit defeat. Let me live. As soon as Gu Changa heard the person leading the fight, he immediately recognized him as the boy with short hair who had fought with him today. He stepped forward and planted a foot on his opponent's back, pinning him to the ground in case he suddenly attacked. I said Wei Yongzhao that found someone to deal with me. I didn't expect that it was actually you. The moment you came up, you found more than 10 people to kidnap my sister. You are also too bold, right? Gu Changa's voice was cold. The man with the short hair shook his head hurriedly. No, I didn't let them in. I'm new here too. I don't know who they are. He couldn't take on this responsibility. Once he did, he would surely die. And he could feel the suppressed anger and murderous aura in Gu Changa's tone. You didn't let them go? No. I was just hiding in an alley with a couple of my brothers just waiting for you to come home so I could beat you up. Didn't realize you had a sister. Okay. The short-haired man let his heart drop at that. It was so hard to survive the ghosts. Just the moment he thought he had escaped, Gu Changa took a knife and aimed it at his head. Chapter 69 Twitching all over. A short knife plunged into the man's head, and the man twitched and never moved again. Gu Changa drew out a knife, which was covered in red and white liquid. Gu Changa didn't intend to just let it go. Taking out the copper furnace, one by one, he sucked the bodies of these people away, and took out a mop to wipe the blood from the ground. After doing so, Gu Changa pulled out the phone to dial 120. Smiley's fine. It's better to go and see. Wei Yongzhao was helped by his nanny and ran outside while complaining. Send Gu Changa under the bridge and let him spend 2 days in jail. Who do you think you are? Trying to play tricks on me. I'm going to kill him. The duo walked to the car, by which time the butler had pulled the door open for them. My lord, be safe. Wei Yongzhao was pushed away by Wei Yongzhao and asked with some displeasure. You think I'm going to fall? I'm not drunk. As he spoke, he staggered, looking as if he would fall at any moment. 300 years have passed. The corpse is gone, and the lips are still there. The butler had no choice but to shield the guy for now, and when he came to his senses, he would surely take a shot at himself. The thought of it made his head spin. Wei Yongzhao turned around and got into his car, but before he could get in, he was pulled down. At a glance, it was a man dressed in black, pulling Wei Yongzhao up. What do you want? We're from the Wei clan. If you want to kill us, you have to weigh it up. Shut up, he yelled. A raspy, low sound was accompanied by a crisp slap. A resounding slap sent the butler flying backwards into a nearby dumpster. Wei Yongzhao was dragged and fell to the ground, and at this moment, he finally came to his senses. He found himself surrounded by a large group of black-robed men and could only see a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent. They had a steel pipe in their hands and approached step by step. Wei Yongzhao didn't look the slightest bit intimidated. He might have been drunk, or he might have been a rash person in the first place. What's going on? How can I say that I'm also Wei's youngest? If you dare to make a move against me, you will end up in a terrible situation. If you understand, then kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize, and I will be merciful and spare your life. What consequences? Shut up. Before Wei Yongzhao's words fell, a man in a black uniform instantly chided loudly. He swung a stick and gave Wei Yongzhao's head a fat beating. A stick slammed into his head, immediately smashing his skull to pieces. With blood pouring out, Wei Yongzhao was lying on the ground with a disoriented look, and his head hurt before he came back to his senses. Before the man had time to beg for mercy, another group of people rushed over, waving their sticks, and gave the man a fat beating. with the sound of bones breaking endlessly. If you want money, I can pay for as many as you want. Stop, stop, I'll be killed if you keep this up. Be generous, gentlemen, and let me go. I apologize. Only then did a few people stop, only to see Wei Yangzhao's face was swollen, his body was covered in bruises, and all his limbs were broken. He forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body, trembling as he fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly to the man in black. Gentlemen, have mercy. If I have offended you in any way, I am here to apologize. Hoof! Jian Wushuang coldly shouted. A man in a black suit kicked Wei Yangzhao in the head, sending him flying backwards and crashing into the car, directly fainting. All the black-robed men retreated. In the park, the man in the hat blushed and sighed. Boss, they're definitely not coming. Nope, maybe they're already coming. If we just leave, it's all over. So, to keep waiting? Crap. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. The man in the baseball cap had a bitter look on his face. But, boss, we haven't eaten anything for a day. If we wait here, we're really going to starve to death. And if something happens, we won't even have the ability to run. Dinner? Why would we do that if we have enough money to fix it? Fair enough. The baseball cap man had a bitter face and an indescribable sadness in his heart. Gu Chang'e sent her to the hospital for a physical examination. A doctor's pupils shrunk violently when he saw Gu Chang'e and Jiang Xiaoxiao together, and he hurriedly grabbed the phone and rushed to the restroom. Gu Chang'e sent her to the hospital for a checkup, and it turned out that she had suffered serious internal injuries and a great deal of shock. And her internal injuries were so severe that she had to stay in the hospital to receive treatment to avoid any changes. When Gu Chang'e saw Jiang Xiaoxiao, and then associated it with the way Jiang Xiaoxiao was lying on the ground, he knew that she must have been beaten up. After saying that, Gu Chang'e went straight into the hospital. Jiang Xiaoxiao's doctor gave Gu Chang'e a few words. Back in his office, he immediately called to report. He glanced back and saw no one, which led him into the restroom and dialed a number. A minute or two later, the call finally came through on that side. That doctor replied excitedly. She's been hospitalized. Lai Chuangxing said happily. Very good. The doctor was a little embarrassed that. Regner hesitated. It won't be long before you're the dean of the academy. Thank you. Thanks. Lai Chuangxing could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart and said maniacally. I've waited for this moment. I've been waiting for this day for more than 10 years. After a while, he finally got his breath back, and that's when he called his son and told him to be prepared for anything. Gu Chang'e stayed in Jiang Xiaoxiao's room, and Jiang Xiaoxiao was still in a coma. By the next day, Gu Chang'e excused herself to take 2 days off and didn't come to school to find Wang Shuzhen. That's fine. Gu Chang'e, go to bed early. Wang Shuzhen had no choice but to agree. What's there to be proud of? When you get in, I'd like to see if you can still be so arrogant. The doctor had his hands behind his back and was in a good mood. In 2 days he was going to be the principal. Chapter 70, Making a Scene. When he went to Jiang Xiaoxiao's room, he saw that Gu Chang'e hadn't left yet, and then looked at his wrist. It was 8 o'clock. Why doesn't he go to school? In that case, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. No matter what, she had to do everything she could to get rid of Gu Chang'e. He thought for a moment and headed inside the hospital room. Dr. Li, my sister is still in a coma. What happened? Dr. Li walked up to him and spoke. Took a violent blow to the head. Hurt him pretty bad. Guess it'll be a day or two before he wakes up. When Gu Chang'e heard this, she froze for a moment. Who in the world wants to deal with me? Just deal with me if you want to. Why do you want to deal with Xiao Xiao? I'm going to find that asshole and show him what pain is. Dr. Li said. Tonight, we'll do a thorough examination of her so that we don't miss any details. That's my offer. You can consider it if you don't want to do it. Check. Gu Chang'e said firmly. He wasn't short of that sum. A small body, more than anything else. Okay, Wang Yao responded. Dr. Li nodded and pretended to walk over to a piece of equipment and spoke to Fong Xinyan. It's fine. Heart rate and blood pressure are fine. Don't worry. Dr. Li finished and left. He went into his house and spoke to Lai Chuangxing. At noon. Ri Chuangxing stated his intentions. Good. Ragnar nodded. Dr. Li hummed. The moment. A man in a black suit stood at the door of Gu Chang'e's room. Dong Yu bounced to the door and knocked. Hey, is Gu Chang'e in? Is it there? However, after waiting for several minutes, there was no response from inside. Dong Yu blinked her eyes wide. What's the situation? The people aren't there. I was planning to wait for him at the school gate. Now the people are gone. The people are gone. Where are the people? She sniffed suddenly and whispered. What's that smell? It seems like something from a person. Something seems to have happened. Dong Yu pulled out her phone. Hey, ask around for me. In a luxurious room, Wei Yangzhao was sitting on a hospital bed. his limbs were all tied up, and there were all sorts of equipment hanging from them. He couldn't move. A lot of people are standing in front of the hospital bed. A middle-aged man with white, graying hair was standing on a chair with a few angry looks on his face. He is Wei Bingqing, Wei Yongzhao's biological son. He gritted his teeth. Who did this to you? Wei Yongzhao could no longer control his emotions and cried. Last night, the butler and I were about to drive home when we were surrounded by a group of men, all dressed in black, with only one pair of eyes showing, who were punching and kicking me. Revenge must be taken. He must be afraid of our retaliation. That's why he doesn't dare to show himself. I also want to know what kind of person is it that is so arrogant. Wei Bingqing became furious, then commanded to one person, turn the camera over, give me a good search, and find me traces. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. With that, he was gone. Wei Bingqing looked at Wei Yongzhao and spoke. I already know about this matter. Young Hui, feel free to recuperate. I'll make you happy. With that, he turned and walked away. Wei Yongzhao closed his eyes as a thought flashed through his mind. It couldn't be Gu Changde, could it? Maybe. 1 hour later. Just then, Wei Bingqing hurriedly ran over. Wei Yongzhao saw Wei Bingqing rushed in, and immediately felt a joy in his heart. He would not find out what kind of people are messing with him. Unable to suppress his inner excitement, he smiled and asked, Father, which one? Wei Bingqing took an arrow step forward and slapped at him with such force that it made a crisp slapping sound. Wei Yongzhao was dumbfounded. I didn't do anything to you. Why did you hit me? He was puzzled. The pain in his face made him feel aggravated and angry. No matter what, she had become like this. No matter what, she didn't deserve to be beaten. He looked up and saw that his father Wei Bingqing's face was flushed red, and it was the first time he had ever been so angry with his own father. Father, what's going on? I don't seem to have done anything? Wei Bingqing shouted in exasperation. Are you crazy? That's very kind of you. I'm still pretty pissed off from getting my ass kicked, and I can't wait to take down the guy behind it and unload on him. But now, I can't wait to break you into pieces, throw you into a frying pan, fry you into meat sauce, and feed you to the dogs. Me? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Wei Yongzhao almost didn't pull his soul out. Dad, how big of a crime have I committed? See for yourself. Wei Bingqing threw the phone out. This throw directly smashed him. The pain. He almost fainted. A movement in his mind. She's definitely not his child. Wei Bingqing skimmed his mouth, and seeing that Wei Yongzhao was also unable to answer the phone, he continued. You're really making me lose face. It's just as well to be beaten up, but don't you dare have any dignity. Getting down on your knees and begging for mercy? When did I have a son as weak as you? If I had known that, I would have thrown you in the trash with toilet paper and never let you out of the world. Crouch, groove. Crouch, trough. With that, he raised his hand and gave Wei Yongzhao a resounding slap, and 2 bright red handprints appeared on his cheeks at the same time, forming a bright red palm print. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Wei Yongzhao, heart full of despair, but cannot say anything. He has been overwhelmed by fear. The only thought is survive. As long as I can stay alive. I don't want my face. Humph. Wei Bingqing coldly snorted. I don't even need to look at the camera. Do you understand? Wei Yongzhao shook his head. I'm not sure. Wei Bingqing said. This matter is all over the internet. Everyone knows that I, Wei Bingqing, such a big man, have such a cowardly child. It's really a shame. Wei Yongzhao froze, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to get out in his life. Last night was humiliating enough, but now it's all over the internet and making a big deal out of it. From now on, don't go out, ever, and I'll treat you as my own son. Wei Bingqing left after saying that. Wei Yongzhao cried and mourned. His heart was mixed, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. No matter how much it takes, I'm going to find that man and make him beg for his life and death. Chapter 71. Why aren't you there? Why isn't Gu Changde here? In class, Shui Qianro couldn't help but glance back at Gu Changde and skimmed her lips. Originally, she wanted to tell Gu Changde the good news. He must be very happy, but he was not there, much to her disappointment. Even though they were still in class, the students started whispering, and even passing messages to each other, all of them talking about Wei Yongzhao. No one had expected that Wei Yongzhao, one of the great dukes of Chicken City, had actually been beaten up by someone. At first everyone thought it was a fake, but it was soon confirmed. For a while, the chicken market was abuzz, and everyone from over 100-year-olds to 3-year-olds were talking about it. Seeing that the students were not interested in the lesson, the homeroom teacher stopped teaching and started talking to the students. It's the kind of thing that would be hard for him if he didn't talk about it, so he had to put himself out there so that everyone could empathize with him. Outside the hospital, old Wang was squatting under a large tree, looking at one of the doctors coming in from outside, and spoke expressionlessly. It's finally coming. Gu Chang'e also waited until 1 o'clock noon, accompanied by Dr. Li and the other nurses. Under the command of Dr. Li, Jiang Xiaoxiao was carried to a bed. When they arrived at the clinic, Gu Chang'e waited outside the door, and a female doctor did a physical examination for Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Dr. Li went back to his own section to see the patient. Gu Chang'e stood up and asked as the female doctor was about to enter, "How long will it take the doctor to heal?" "It'll probably take an hour or so," Gu Chang'e answered, then walked in and closed the door. Gu Chang'e waited like this. Time passed minute by minute. More than half an hour had passed. He was getting a little impatient. He always felt that something was wrong. He forced himself not to think about it, though, because it was as if the time had been extended indefinitely for him. It's been more than 2 hours. Why isn't it out yet? Gu Chang'e frowned, and just then, a small nurse passed by him. "Nurse, my sister has been in there for over 2 hours. Is there a problem?" "It's okay, just wait. Can I get checked out?" "That doctor said an hour would be enough. It's been over 2 hours. You've got a lot of work to do, and there may be a lot of it, so just hold on a minute. The doctor is doing an operation and there has to be an absolutely quiet place, and it would be dangerous for you to venture over there like that, wouldn't it?" Gu Chang'e knew why, but he was worried now. After that, she said a few more words to Gu Chang'e, and the little nurse had to nod her head, but she still agreed, just letting her go on her own. The little nurse had just opened the door to her room when she let out a mournful scream. Gu Chang'e's heart thumped. What's wrong? Something's wrong. He rushed over, only to see that the female doctor was already paralyzed, her body still backing up. Gu Chang'e followed her line of sight and saw that the doctor who had treated Xiao Xiao before was lying there. The back of his head had still been stabbed several times with a knife. Blood was flowing all over the place, and he had already died for an unknown number of days. She yelled. Gu Chang'e searched around quickly and couldn't find anyone. Where's Xiao Xiao? Has she been taken? Then they killed the doctor. It's the only thing that makes sense. Gu Chang'e's first thought was that last night, those people had taken advantage of her absence to lay hands on her. It must be their accomplice. The only way to escape is through the window. Gu Chang'e raised her head and looked out the window, and sure enough, the window was open. I rushed inside and found an area under construction, but it was still raining, so no work was being done. Damn it! Ragnar let out a roar. Gu Chang'e gritted her teeth and slammed her fist on the window. However, they don't know where they have fled to, and this is a construction site with no cameras, so who knows where they might have fled to. Thinking about this, Gu Chang'e's anger grew even greater. That little nurse rushed to find the security personnel, and at a glance at the situation inside, they all freaked out, and told Gu Chang'e not to mess around, not to walk around, and hurriedly told him to hurry up. Gu Chang'e jumped down from the window, scaring a few nurses and bodyguards. This is the 5th floor. Falling down is either death or injury. Everyone thought Gu Chang'e was suicidal. Gu Chang'e fell to the ground, and although her feet were a bit numb, it didn't look serious. When they arrived at the construction site, Gu Chang'e hadn't noticed anyone passing by. They were well prepared. They should have planned it. Gu Chang'e shook his head, no longer thinking about it. His purpose was obvious. First of all, he had to find Xiao Xiao out. These people should have planned to kill Xiao Xiao and Da Fu when she came in. And now, Xiao Xiao has been kidnapped for almost 2 hours. More than 2 hours was enough for them to escape for a long distance. However, there was nothing else he could do, which was to run to a nearby store and inquire if he had found anything. At this rate of work, Gu Chang'e felt how long it would take to complete it, and even if it was to be done, I was afraid that she might not be able to inquire about it. Gu Chang'e asked 7 or 8 shopkeepers, but the result was that they didn't know anything. They didn't understand anything, they didn't see anything, they didn't have anything. Just as Gu Chang'e was about to go to the next place, a sports car stopped next to him. The window slowly came down. It was a little girl named Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, come with me. No time. Chen Zhuyu replied back dryly. Gu Chang'e didn't even turn his head. He could recognize that it was Dong Yu just by that one sentence. I've found your sister's location. I wonder if she has time now. Gu Chang'e paused. I'm serious. If you dare to lie to me, I'll definitely blacklist you. I'm not kidding. Let's go. Gu Chang'e followed, and Dong Yu turned around with her foot on the gas. All the bosses felt that they had been too cold before. It seemed that he had missed a good opportunity to get to know Chen Fan. Gu Chang'e immediately asked, where is my sister? What is your business? He knew that Qin Ran would never help him for no reason. Gu Chang'e, is nothing, Dong Yu said. As long as you can fulfill one thing for me, I'll tell you what happened, and then I'll personally send you there. How about that? Okay, I agree. Gu Chang'e agreed without even thinking. Homian froze slightly. Dong Yu was dumbfounded. Boss, I haven't even made any requests yet, and you're agreeing so quickly. That's too hasty, isn't it? No matter what price you offer. I agree, Gu Changa said firmly. Chapter 72 It's a trap. Yo, not bad. Dongyu kept looking at Gu Changa through the car window, her eyes getting hotter and hotter, and the smile on her face getting brighter and brighter. Well, I haven't decided yet, and when I do, I'll let you know. Whatever you promise me, you can't refuse. Okay, Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa agreed. He was only over 100 kilograms, so he was afraid of nothing. Dongyu was in a much better mood when she received Gu Changa's approval and slowly spoke. First, I had nothing to do with what happened to your sister. And I didn't do it because you asked me to. You must think it strange that there could be such a coincidence. You should know that the man who hijacked your sister, Lai Chuanxing, the #1 tycoon in Chicken City, that man? I have nothing against him. Why would he want my sister? Gu Changa frowned and thought about it. She really hadn't offended him. Dongyu's voice rang out. You have no grudge against him. He was originally after your sister. As to why, I'm not sure. Gu Changa gradually recalled those things related to Li Chuanxing in the past. It seemed that every time they met, it wasn't that easy, and the things he said just now were all prepared for. Cripes grooves. Why would that old man do that? Gu Changa continued. Where's my sister? Your sister lives at Lai Chuanxing's house, and we're only a 30-minute drive away. 30 minutes. That's long. Gu Changa frowned. He had missed more than 2 hours and now he had missed more than an hour. That would be a shame. Fine, I'll spell it out. Without the slightest hesitation, Dongyu slammed his foot on the gas, and the engine roared and whooshed. Coupled with her superior driving skills, she overtook one after another, and where it would have taken more than 30 minutes to get to, it only took 5 or 6 minutes to get there. Inside a hidden room, brightly lit, 3 beds lay neatly made. Her hands and feet were chained and bound to the bed. She still had her eyes closed and showed no signs of waking up. A 12 or 13-year-old girl was lying on her back with all sorts of equipment hooked up to her body and an oxygen mask. His face was pale, with an unhealthy hint of ghastliness, and it was clear that he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. She also fell into a deep sleep. She just didn't know how much time had passed. And on the leftmost hospital bed was a person who was about 25 or 26 years old, with a woefully stunning face. On her forehead, there was a faint golden light like a curved moon. This young girl, who was no one else, was yet not Lai Chuanxing's room. Lai Chuanxing smiled at Jiang Xiaoxiao, and his gaze fell on the girl lying on the bed. Mao Mao, I'll cure you. Don't worry. After so many years of waiting, it's finally come to this point, and after putting in so much effort, it's worth it. Between me and you, there is no deep hatred, but I must allow my daughter to be able to live. Lai Chuanxing took out a syringe and drew out Jiang Xiaoxiao's blood and injected it into the woman on the far left. Drops of blood, flowing from her body, merged into her body. The process may seem slow, but it continues. Get these done. Lai Chuanxing turned his head towards the machine on the side and checked the number that was displayed, only to find that it wasn't what he had imagined. His face, which was originally overflowing with laughter, gradually turned serious until it was completely converged, without a trace of laughter. What's going on here? If it were usual, at this time of day, it would have been ready long ago. Couldn't have just gotten a blood transfusion, could you? Let's wait. This item originally belonged to the Moon Empress. Perhaps it has been sleeping for a long time and that is why it is slowly recovering. I've been preparing for this day for over a decade and there's no rush. Soon, the two of them stopped near Lai Chuanxing's villa, and outside of his villa, there were more than a dozen bodyguards patrolling back and forth to and fro. They were holding a shield and an electric baton, which was their biggest weapon, and if they were hit, they would probably pass out. Dongyu spoke with a sincere face. You'd better prepare yourself first, or you'll be shot into a hornet's nest, and by that time, you'll be dead before your sister gets there, so we have to be careful. You're on your own, and by the way, the bouncers here are fake. They're the real cops. Aha, Chinju answered. Gu Changa hummed and got out of the car. Dongyu thought that Gu Changa was going to sneak in from somewhere else, but she didn't expect Gu Changa to head straight for the bodyguards. Is this guy out of his mind? When he says no, he means no. Doesn't look like it to me. He wouldn't be that stupid. Gu Changa had just approached a few meters away when she was stopped by a group of bodyguards. No one is allowed to enter this place. If there is no important matter, leave quickly. Gu Changa didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. The faces of the several bodyguards sank, realizing that things were a bit bad, and one by one, they pulled out their weapons, ready to strike at any time. The one leading the group shouted angrily, "Say something. If you come over here, we'll kill you." Gu Changa only felt red spots of light all over his body, and the red color meant that there was a pistol pointed right at him. With so many red dots of light, there were at least 100 guns aimed at him, and if these people fired, he would be shot to pieces. Dong Yu was right. She was really going to be impaled. What the hell is this guy up to? Dong Yu frowned her eyebrows. It was a hand that left her a little puzzled. It took half a second for her to respond. He expected to do it himself. It's impossible that someone as important as me would be fooled by a milquetoast brat like Gu Changda. He merely saw that he had some talent, so he took him as a disciple instead of using him as a bargaining chip. Do it! He bellowed. Seeing Gu Changda's indifference, the leading bodyguard lost his scruples and directly cursed. More than a dozen security personnel around him surrounded him, and they held shields in one hand and electric rods in the other, zapping Gu Changda's body. Gu Changda finally made a move. The bodyguards that surrounded them, one by one, fell to the ground, and on the shield in their hands, a huge hole appeared. Those were originally directed at Gu Changda, but now they were all pointing at his head. Chapter 73. It's good to be young. A thick, cold male voice came from a small loudspeaker in the doorway. Young man, you're very powerful. If you want to pretend to be a pussy, you can change the place. Don't fail to pretend to be a pussy at that time. You'll also put your own life on the line. Once you enter this door, there's no turning back, so think about whether you're going to die or live. Gu Changda looked at the megaphone and then at the closed door of the room. Many people were hiding in the villa, looking at Gu Changda through their scopes, their fingers on the triggers, just waiting for a command to fire. Bang! Gu Changda kicked hard, and the originally closed door was kicked open. He took one step. What a stubborn kid. Dong Yu held her head and looked confused. Originally, she wasn't going to intervene. If Lai Chuanxing was alone, she would have been perfectly capable of rushing to Lai Chuanxing with Gu Changda and beating him to death. But there was more to it than just Lai Chuanxing. There was someone she didn't really want to make an enemy of. What a headache. Dong Yu only felt a wave of headache. Do it! An icy voice came from the headset. Everyone did not dare to hesitate, have pressed the gun in their hands. At once, the whole manor resounded bang, a loud bang. Hundreds of bullets were shooting towards Gu Changda. He couldn't escape even if he had wings. This, he knew. He was a second-order evolver, not a high-ranking professional. However, he is not going to die. Ugh, I'm so impressed. I always have the feeling that I'm being played by you. Dong Yu had already appeared in front of Gu Changda, and all the bullets were blocked 2 meters in front of her, no longer able to enter. When all the power was expended, all the bullets fell to the ground. Gu Changda had anticipated that Dong Yu would strike, but she didn't expect Dong Yu to be so strong that she could easily block even that many bullets. The gunmen hiding on the property were taken aback. What kind of person was this little girl that she could withstand all the bullets so easily? What a powerful presence this is. Fire! Regner bellowed. In the headset, a voice rang out. Everyone pressed their hands, and sure enough, another shot was blocked. Their expressions changed from surprise to fear. Hey! Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Dong Yu sighed once again, somewhat feebly. It's going to be a fight anyway, so 2 more punches won't make any difference. Thanks a lot. Yi Futian responded. Gu Changda responded. I know. Since this is the case, even if I do you another favor, I won't do it for nothing, Dong Yu said. Afterward, Dong Yu flexed his fingers. Hundreds of snipers in the manor, each in a bizarrely writhing position. One crunch after another came from all directions. Then there were the screams of several people, but they were all less than a minute long, and because they were so short, Gu Changda wondered if she was hallucinating. Gu Changda had no other choice but to use the word cow. He had expected Dong Yu to be strong, but he didn't want it to be this strong. Dong Yu spoke. Well, help you deal with them, the rest is up to you. Both come and go. No, I'm not the type to give up easily, Dong Yu said decisively. Then she turned around and walked towards the door. Gu Changda then guessed that old Sixth Li Chuanxing must be hiding in this room. In a house of this size, figuring out the mechanism of a secret door is like looking for a particular grain of sand in the sand. It takes a long time, maybe a day or two, maybe a year, maybe a year, maybe a year. He didn't want, when he found her, for her to be dead, or even dying. If this can be done quickly, then don't dwell on the losses. Don't get to the end of the day and regret what you've done. And you won't be here today. Dong Yu was just about to go out when Gu Changda said to her, count me as thanking you one more time. It's a rare opportunity to reap such rewards. Maybe you'll regret it in the future. Won't you? At those words, Dong Yu's footsteps slightly lurched. Gu Changda saw that it worked and immediately added, I won't owe you too many favors, and it won't be difficult for you to tell me the location of that secret. Cough. As I said before, I also have my own principles, Dong Yu said in a serious manner. When Gu Changda heard it, she understood. If she really didn't want to do it, she wouldn't have said so. As long as she agreed, things would be much easier. You just gave me a few words of advice. You didn't send me there or help me beat the out of him. That's not against your principles. After thinking about it, Dong Yu turned her head and her gaze fell on the house. Boss Dong Yu was investigating, and Gu Changa was well aware of it. Dong Yu was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Deepest part of the first floor on the left. There's a mirror in the restroom. Thanks a lot. Ragnar nodded. Hearing her words, Gu Changa quickly walked towards the door. Dong Yu turned back and slowly walked towards the supercar that was parked nearby. The moment he stepped out of the room, a voice rang out from the right. You can't interfere too much. Not in your position. Dong Yu didn't even want to look back for more than a glance and said in a cold voice, what do you care? Do what you need to do. If you're not happy, Gu Changa will probably get her killed. Dong Yu dropped these words and stepped back. Get in the car. Dong Yu muttered, bad luck, as she stuffed chocolate into her mouth. Gu Changa smoothly found a button behind the bathroom window and immediately pressed it. The left wall slowly receded backward, revealing a massive titanium door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is this going to break open? Gu Changa frowned tightly. His weapons were still left at home and he brought that copper furnace with him. How was this thing going to smash through the alloy gold door? At a glance, one could see that the thickness of this gate was extraordinary, and even if one were to hold a weapon, I was afraid that it would not be able to cut it open. Gu Changa took out that copper tripod, pondering. Think left, think right, think right, think right. Gu Changa crushed the cup and removed a shard from it. A sharp pain struck. He tossed the cup in his hand to the side and pressed his other hand dead center on his wound to keep the blood from flowing. Chapter 74 Wearing rough. Gu Changa desperately gasped for air as he felt his wrists hurting so badly that his back was sweating. His heart beat violently and his chest swelled. Came to the titanium door. Gu Changa's finger moved away from his wound. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the titanium door red. Gu Changa placed the copper cauldron there. Then with a twist of his wrist, the blood sprayed onto the copper furnace, and all of his attention was focused on it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Sure enough, it lived up to Gu Changa's expectations. The four beast pupils around the copper furnace emitted a faint red glow, and a huge suction force emanated from it. The entire titanium alloy door was pressed and bulged, and it was also squeaking. Gu Changa hurriedly covered her wound with her other hand. There was no need to bleed so much at this point. If he hadn't stopped it, he would have bled to death, let alone saved the day. Time passes by. Right now Gu Changa felt like every minute was like years. He felt like at least 10 minutes had passed, but in fact it wasn't even 10 seconds. With a click, the titanium door swung open. Finally, the metal door couldn't withstand the pressure and the whole thing was sucked in. Gu Changa saw a narrow corridor. As Gu Changa ran, she ripped off her jacket and wrapped a long strip of cloth around her arm in less than 10 seconds. He had a simple bandage at best now, and didn't have much time to treat the wound carefully. It didn't take long for Gu Changa to see the other end of the tunnel. At the other end of the passage was a clear glass door filled with an assortment of equipment that I had never even heard of. And in the center of the ward was his sister, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Lai Chuanqing only felt a slight vibration coming from his feet, and he turned to look down the corridor to see Gu Changa running over quickly. Everyone froze. This titanium lock could only be opened by himself. Even if there was no question about it, he had to confirm his voice and fingerprints before testing it. He could never do it. How the hell did he do it? Lai Chuanqing fixed his eyes on the door, but he saw that the titanium door was completely gone. That alloy gold door that even a 6th-ranked martial artist couldn't open was just gone? The thought flashed through his mind momentarily. Grr! The man cursed. After Lai Chuanqing reacted, he immediately picked up a scalpel from the ground and pressed it against his sister's throat. He didn't have any cultivation. He was just a mortal with no first-order cultivation. And in front of Gu Changa, he had no ability to fight back at all. And that was all he could do. Boom dash came a loud bang. Gu Changa kicked open that window. As soon as Gu Changa entered, she stared at Lai Chuanqing, not daring to move. Gu Changa, stop right there, Lai Chuanqing said viciously. As long as you take one more step forward, I'll make life worse than death for you and your sister. Gu Changa kept her feet on the ground and didn't blink. He saw a pipe with blood in it that was gushing towards the woman on the left. Gu Changa could no longer control her anger, and the veins on her forehead bulged. Don't move, he bellowed, loudly. Seeing that Gu Changa was so furious that she looked like she was about to fight, Lai Chuanqing let out another bellow. Because of his overexcited emotions, the scalpel in his hand trembled slightly, instantly cutting Jiang Xiaoxiao's skin. But strangely enough, this time, no blood flowed out, and after lasting for more than 20 minutes, this time, a trace of blood even appeared. It was as if all the blood in her body had been drained. Seeing this scene, Gu Changa became even more angry and clenched her fists. Gu Changa gritted her teeth and said, Lai Chuanqing, my sister and I, We've never offended you. What gives you the right to do this to us? Yeah, but your sister is important to me. That's why I'm using her. Do you think I'd use her? To tell you the truth, your sister wouldn't have been hurt in any way if she hadn't been hit by a truck. And now that she's been in a car accident, we're just going to have to use her. Li Chuanqing's words made Gu Changge even more confused. The car accident has nothing to do with him? Do you know him? Li Chuanqing looked towards the young girl on the far left. Is it yours? Gu Changge's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be because her daughter is a rare blood type and that's why there's a shortage of blood? And that's why it's happening? How? Li Chuanqing spoke. You should have heard of this person. She is the world-famous Moon Empress. She is the first 15th ranked martial artist in the history of mankind. And it is rumored that she will soon break through to the 16th rank. Gu Changge continued. So, he suppressed the anger in his heart and accompanied Li Chuanqing as he chatted idly, not really asking about what happened. He just wanted to paralyze Li Chuanqing so that he could take advantage of it. He didn't want to compete with Li Chuanqing, who was faster on 2 legs. The hands are just too fast for someone that age. Li Chuanqing glanced at the equipment next to him, then averted his eyes again and opened his mouth. A few years ago, the Moon Empress obtained a treasure and is now on the verge of breaking through level 16. But right in the middle of her promotion, she was besieged by 2 other 15th ranked experts. She killed 2 15th ranked experts, and the rest of them were injured. She was attacked in the middle of her promotion, and she was also severely injured. She took the treasure and fled, and she doesn't know where she is. Is that why you were able to find it? Not bad. I did find her. When I went out to collect herbs and inadvertently found the Moon Empress, and when she died, I realized that the heavens had not abandoned me. The Moon Empress has obtained a treasure that is said to be able to turn one's life force into one's own life, as well as being able to eat some special things. I originally planned to, with a treasure, suck out all the toxins from my daughter's body. However, I didn't get any treasures from her hands, and I've heard that martial artists in this realm can take treasures into their souls. We were going to take her away and study her soul properly, then use a regular truck and hide her body. Gu Changge sniffed and raised her eyebrows. So the truck hit my sister? Chapter 75 Soul Possession. That's right. Hearing Rod's inquiry, Rod nodded. Li Chuanqing squeezed a sentence out from between his teeth. After that, when the Moon Empress brought it back, I tried everything I could to get that treasure out of her soul, and after more than a year, I finally figured it out, only to realize that, in her body, there was no soul left at all. Gu Changge said, once a person dies, his soul will definitely disappear. Isn't that a normal thing to do? Why had he never heard of it? No, once a person dies, their soul dissipates, but that's for the average person. At level 15, once the body dies, the soul doesn't dissipate immediately. At the very least, they have a year and a half, and within those 2 years, they must find a body that can be resurrected, or rather, a new body. Gu Changge narrowed her eyes. So the Moon Empress's soul had possessed Xiaoxiao's body? You should know that the soul of the Moon Empress is in your sister's body. Impossible. Gu Changge's expression suddenly perked up, like she couldn't believe it. Oh, isn't it hard for you to believe that your sister has suddenly changed, but you don't even realize it yourself? And when you do, will you go crazy? Seeing Gu Changge's emotional outburst, Li Chuanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Changge suddenly remembered something. The expression on her face slowly became calm. He, do you think so? If the Moon Empress really took over my sister, do you think you can succeed? With one hand, the Moon Empress can crush you 100 times over. Li Chuanqing was a bit surprised. He also did not expect that he could not fool Zhang Han. That's right, the Moon Empress didn't take over your sister, but she's in your sister's body now. There's no doubt about that. That's just your own imagination. Gu Changge said coldly. But you can't believe that you can't cure your own daughter. And that's why you're making up stories like this to convince yourself that I've done everything I can and that I'm going to cure her. In fact, you yourself know that the Moon Empress's soul has long since dissipated. It's just that you yourself refuse to admit it. The arrogant smile on Li Chuanqing's face was completely gone, and as Gu Changge spoke out sentence by sentence, it was as if he had been hit in the soft underbelly by Gu Changge, gradually losing his mind. Of course not, Li Chuanqing said loudly as if he was stabilizing his Taoist heart. Seeing this, Gu Changge added fuel to the fire. Do you think the Moon Empress as well? For so many years, the Moon Empress has been in my sister's body, so why hasn't she gotten better until now? With her current abilities, she should be able to fully recover. You're the one who won't admit it. No! A mournful scream emanated from his mouth. Li Chuanqing shouted frantically. The Moon Empress's soul is inside your sister's body. As long as I offer your sister's essence blood for the Moon Empress, she will definitely be able to retrieve it. Li Chuanqing's mental quality was getting worse and worse, and anyone could think that he would not be really crazy. Gu Changge's eyes fell on the scalpel in Li Chuanqing's hand. In the next second, The scalpel in his hand was only about 10 centimeters away from her neck. And at this time, Lichuangxing's attention was no longer focused on him. But there was a moment of disorientation, which was the perfect time for him to strike. Gu Chang'e flew out the door. A heavy punch ruthlessly smashed on top of Lichuangxing's face, smashing his entire body into the wall, making a click sound. There was no telling how many bones on Lichuangxing's body had been broken. He slid right off the wall and then sat on his ass on the ground. His mental defenses were destroyed. Yes, but Gu Chang'e's words destroyed her heart. In fact, Gu Chang'e was the one line that crushed him. However, he just refused to admit it, found a bunch of reasons to convince himself, and then forgot about it. By Gu Chang'e's 3 words, his long-dusted memory surged out like a dike-breaking flood. Moreover, he had also input a drop of blood into the Moon Empress, but the Moon Empress didn't react at all. At that time, although he had expected it, he still did not dare to believe it, thinking that if he just waited a little longer, he would surely succeed. Gu Chang'e pulled the vein out of her arm and touched her skin, only to feel that the arm was particularly cold, frighteningly cold, and her face was even more pale. Gu Chang'e carried Jiang Xiaoxiao on her back and was planning to go up and kick Lichuangxing to death. However, a voice that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar came from behind him. Spare his life. Gu Chang'e looked and saw a man clad in a black trenchcoat with a fish scale mask on his face, and from his tone of voice, one could tell his age. In his 30s or 40s, seemingly ordinary and uneventful, he made Gu Chang'e feel that he was a beast in sheep's clothing, ready to reveal his beastly side at any time. It was the greatest pressure he had ever encountered in his life. This person's strength was very powerful, and I'm afraid that only a strong person like Dong Yu would be able to handle it. The man said nonchalantly. Lichuangxing, we're also investigating his crimes, which are murder, human experimentation, and child trafficking. Gu Chang'e's heart thumped. The Cultivators Union, that was an organization that stood at the very top of the Dragon Kingdom. To be an enemy of it is to be an enemy of the entire Dragon Kingdom. To avoid complications, we have set this world as a virtual world in which only the Cultivators Union can perform. Got it. Gu Chang'e let out a thanks. Without saying a word, Gu Chang'e carried Jiang Xiaoxiao on her back and turned around. It wasn't until he stepped out of the villa that Angry relaxed completely. Lichuangxing was actually targeted by the Cultivators Union. This person really had nothing to lose. Simply a madman. Seeing that Dong Yu hadn't left yet, Gu Chang'e smiled. Dong Yu rolled down the window and looked at Jiang Xiaoxiao. She's lost a lot of blood. Go to the hospital. The fish-faced man looked at the sleeping Moon Empress inside. Empress Moon, such a stunning woman, actually died just like that. What a pity. If she was still alive, I'm afraid that the human race, now, has gone to a new peak. After saying that, the man looked towards Lichuangxing and slammed his fist towards him. I'll kill you. How many families have you killed? Chapter 76 Clouds of Lightness. The fish-head masked man struck out viciously, and within a few moves, Lichuangxing was severely injured by him and almost fainted. Lichuangxing had a cloudy look from beginning to end. Even if it was death, he would not be afraid because his mental defense had collapsed. Staying here made no sense to him. After all these years of hard work, it turned out to be self-deception. How could he not break down? How sad it is to have to rely on yourself to survive. When the fishman masked man saw the pale Lichuangxing, he didn't even have the heart to teach him a lesson. Just the sight of him made people unhappy. He took out his own cell phone, dialed a number, and said, Lichuangxing's side is taken care of. And also, send me one of the best crystal coffins. What's the use? You'll see in time. Goodbye. Dong Yu put her foot on the gas and before long, she arrived at the hospital and smoothly injected blood into her body. Since then, Gu Chang'e had never taken a step away from Jiang Xiaoxiao for fear of another situation like the last one. Dong Yu was playing right next to Gu Chang'e, and when she was smashed 5 or 6 times in a row, her whole body got bad and rushed to the balcony to yell. Gu Chang'e sat down on the edge of the bed, her mind going over the words Lichuangxing had just said. Was he just buying time by saying that? Or was that the way it was supposed to be? I am afraid that only Lichuangxing himself knows it well. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He wasn't sure about the rest, but there was one thing he was certain of, and that was his own sister, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Inside the garden, the two men, still at the spring, cooing and hungry, their gills deflated, answered weakly, brothers, we're going to starve to death if we stay any longer. We haven't eaten for days, and now we're being exposed to the sun. It's just too much. It's been a few days since we've eaten, and we're about to do something big, so it's not that easy to say we're hungry. Scarab was sitting upright. The baseball cap man was on the verge of tears. How he couldn't understand why his brother had to insist on such things. Finally, he relented and decided to go out and look for food first. Even if it's garbage from the trash can, He can eat it. When a man is in a frenzy, he will do anything. As soon as he stepped on the ground, the man with the scarred face took his arm and said solemnly, "Just wait a moment. I'll be right there." "Dude, you're crazy," the baseball cap man yelled at the top of his lungs. "No, I'm normal. What happens when they come back after you leave?" "Boss, aren't you here? I'm over 700 degrees and I can't even see people or animals within 3 meters. So where am I going to find them?" The baseball cap man skimmed his mouth. He really couldn't do anything about Zhang Heng, so he could only agree to wait for 5 o'clock. If Zhang Heng hadn't come yet, he would have to leave. The scarred man agreed without the slightest hesitation. This time, he was really screwed. Gu Changa followed her every inch of the way. She wouldn't leave unless she went to the restroom, and Dong Yu would even send her to him. After several days, she didn't wake up, and I don't know if it was because she had lost consciousness, or because the blood in her body was about to run dry. It was also the first time the doctor had seen such a patient, and although he said she was fine, it was unknown exactly how long it would take for her to wake up. During this period of time, Gu Changa also didn't store up his qi and blood, lest something happen and he couldn't do anything about it. If you don't store it, you don't return it and you don't accumulate it. His current qi blood, which had reached 117 points, should be fine unless he ran into a freak like Dongyu, but if he ran into that level, there was nothing he could do. But fortunately, Dongyu, this person, would come to play a game once in a while, and if she lost 5 or 6 games in a row, she would leave in anger, and when she won, she would continue to play until she won, and then she would leave. "Here, take it." A somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind Gu Changa, and she turned around to see that it was the manager. Sister Lu Xian followed closely behind. "Sister Ling Xiao, Sister Lu Xian, what are you doing here?" Gu Changa asked in surprise. Ling Lin took a step forward and yanked on his ear. Angrily, "You stinky girl, I didn't even answer your call. I was afraid you'd hang up. I was thinking about how to arrange it, but it turned out Dong you told me." "Yeah, I forgot to look." Gu Changa scratched her hair. "What are you looking at?" "Here." Ling Lin handed him the food box. "Then thank you, Sister Ling Lin." Gu Changa said thank you. Ling Lin let go of Gu Changa's ear, walked over to her, leaned down, and showed her. "Sister Ling Lin, have you noticed?" Gu Changa hurriedly leaned forward, but he knew that Ling Lin was not an ordinary person. How could Dong Yu be her friend? Judging from her mannerisms and the aura she exuded, she was strong. To put it bluntly, it's just pretending. Ling Lin checked and said, "There's nothing wrong with her body. She should be fine. She just has to get used to it." "Where are you used to?" "Gu Changa, it's okay. You know she's fine now. Don't worry. She's not nearly as fit as you are." Gu Changa was even more confused. Her entire body was confused. Next, Ling Lin and Lu Xian told Gu Changa about all the major events of the past 2 days. Lai Chuanghing was pretending to die in a traffic accident, but was actually kidnapped and sent to a place where no one could find him to repair a sewing machine. Unsurprisingly, Lai Chuanghing's industry has been eaten up by the major corporations in Chicken City, the Wei Group, on the verge of bankruptcy. The root of the matter lies in the fact that Wei Yongzhao was rounded up by a group of men in black suits, and Wei Group's stock plummeted as a result. Soon some people began to question whether Wei Yongzhao had gone to kill a beast king with his dozen or so juniors. It was impossible for such a weak creature to kill a king. They couldn't believe it. But soon, everyone knew. Wei Yongzhao didn't go out. He stayed in his room playing with his cell phone. When this news came out, Wei's group was like a heavy bomb that exploded, and the whole company was going bankrupt. By then, the entire Wei group would be dragged into the land of doom. Wei Yongzhao's father Wei Bingqing fled with the money, but Wei Yongzhao stayed behind. He was kicked out of his lavish room, broke all his limbs, and now spends his days scavenging for trash in garbage cans. Gu Changa cited her words. Chapter 77 Top Rich. A generation of top rich kids, one night turned into a beggar picking up garbage on the street. Such a contrast, the general public simply cannot accept. The fact that he was able to grit his teeth and endure it shows how ruthless this person is. Everyone is looking for the murderer who killed this beast king. I would like to see what kind of person is so patient. Ling Lin smiled and looked at Gu Changa. Sister Ling Lin shouldn't have guessed it already, right? Gu Changa smiled shyly. Well, I'm also curious to know what he really is. I'm curious too. If I could find that man I would marry him. Ling Lin sighed. I don't recognize it, though. With Sister Ling Lin's character, I can't be more modest. Ling Lin glanced at Gu Changa and said with some regret. What a shame. I gave you a chance a long time ago. It's just that you didn't treasure it yourself. Alright then. Chen Zhuyu nodded helplessly. Gu Changa, Ling Lin and Lu Xian, after an hour or so, were about to leave. Ling Lin was also helpless. Okay, let's go. Okay. I wish Sister Ling Lin and Sister Lu Xian a safe journey. Aha. Chenju answered. Lu Xian lowered his head with a hum. It looked like Sister Lu Xian had slowed down. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Not long after Lu Xian and those two left, Qianquan returned with a basket of fruits. At first, Gu Changa didn't know what was going on and just thought it was a bandit, running over without saying a word, ready to fight him. Xianquan's dress made something feel wrong. He was dressed in a black trench coat with a mask, sunglasses and a hat. She jumped down from the car, with a basket in her hand, and Gu Changa could tell at a glance what kind of weapon should be in this basket. Gu Changa throws a straight punch to the side of Qianquan's head, but it's easily blocked. Jiang Chenxi's pupils shrank. This guy could actually take his strike so easily. His cultivation was far above him. Just as Gu Changa was thinking about how to proceed, the person on the opposite side spoke. Would that be a bit much? Gu Changa was stunned. This was a very familiar person. Vice President? Qianquan removed his own mask and glasses and said, "It's me." So close. Gu Changa let out a long sigh, and a taut heart finally relaxed. That was a close one. I was really afraid that some enemy would come after me. Qianquan patted his shoulder and sighed. I'm here to tell you something. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa let out a hum. Qianquan walked in, closing the door behind him, and the two of them found a chair and sat down. Qianquan put down the basket and added, I'm looking for you today because I want to tell you something about your sister. My sister? His gaze fell on her. Gu Changa's face sank. Could it be that Tiny is in trouble? Qianquan obviously had something important to discuss this time when he came over. What's going on with Lai Chonghing? Don't worry. It's fine. Qianquan said. I already know about your sister's situation, and after my discussion with the president, I'm ready to go. When you get to that place, you and your sister will live in that place. There won't be any assassins. No one will bother you, and you won't have to worry about anything happening to her. Qianquan smiled faintly and continued. I'm just suggesting that you leave if you want to, or if you don't. Gu Changa thought about it, and yes, he was always relieved to see Xiao Xiao during his absence. During this time, Tiny had 2 accidents in a row. As long as they stayed in the mercenary union, no one would come to mess with them, and the mercenary union was full of experts, so no one would be able to leave alive. With pleasure, Gu Changa responded. I know, as it should be, as it should be. Qianquan added. I'm not sure. I'll send for you when you decide. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa let out a hum. Afternoon. A doctor came in and looked over the instruments. Gu Changa asked, Doctor, how long before my sister can be discharged? The doctor was slightly stunned, then smiled. It's okay, you can go home and get better if you don't mind, but I'd advise you to stay in the hospital. She'll be taken care of 24 hours a day. After listening to the doctor's words, Gu Changa was able to get a general idea of the hospitalization. The advantage of this is that you have a little babysitter and any problems can be dealt with in a timely manner. But the downside is also obvious, which is that if he takes a step too far, Tiny's life is in danger. Therefore, Shifeng decided to return to the guild first. Having not closed her eyes for several days in a row, Gu Changa's physique was no longer good, but she couldn't stand being tossed around so much. If she falls asleep, she won't wake up even if the sky falls, and she'll be in danger then. So, he decided to make a trip to the Union first. Before that happened, Gu Changa took a long time to get discharged from the hospital, then dialed Xianquan's number. Okay, I'll have someone come to you in about 15 minutes. Rowley is already here. Good. Wang Yao responded. Aha. Gu Changa responded and hung up. 5 minutes later, Gu Changa saw a large SUV in camouflage uniform stop nearby. Passers-by around the area stopped and eyed the menacing SUV curiously. There was no doubt that the person sitting in such a car was at least 2 meters tall. Gu Changa's eyes were also drawn over, and he thought to himself that this must be a stout man with a beard. A man who recognized him sighed. That's a $3 million SUV, and the number is limited. Even if ordinary people have money, they may not be able to get it. I heard that Lai Chuanghing offered $5 million but couldn't get it. Holy, $3 million. It would be so difficult to get Lai Chuanghing to get it. Even if you give more money, it's impossible to buy it. I heard later that he raised the bid by another 2 million, and another 5 million, and it didn't even come up for auction. And that's not something you can get with money. If even Li Chuanxing can't get the chicken market, I really don't know who else can. Everyone was stunned. Gu Changa was also shocked when she heard this. A car with more than $10 million. How many years would it take to save enough? He rolled down the window. Everyone's attention was attracted. And when they heard Lai Chuanxing shouting for a price without getting a bid, they became even more curious. And they all wanted to see who it was. Chapter 78. Students at Westlight High School. A man in a wheelchair, with an air of confidence, spoke. Definitely a pervert. A burly man beside him looked at him askance and sneered. Are you an idiot? It's okay if you say he's a guy. But if you say that, then you're the one who's stupid. How can such an important person be a guy? The man was also furious at being scolded like that by the burly man and snorted coldly. Cootie! What does it mean? You know it in your own heart. How can such a high and mighty person drive himself? There must be a chauffeur in this car. And to not even think of that shows that you have a low IQ. Hearing this, the burly man's face reddened, and he finally let out a cold snort and said, What's the point? I'm not here for you either. Why are you so excited? I'm not here for you either, the man said. Just as they were arguing, the crowd noticed the man in the driver's seat. A young man's eyes widened as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Holy, so it's not a guy. Really, really beautiful. A young man with a secondary seal embroidered on his body said with a face of infatuation. I've never thought before that there would be such a beautiful girl in this world, but I know that I'm for real. For the first time in my life, I know that her smile, like the sun, warms the heart. Not for nothing. I'll always remember your smile. Looking at Rowley's brightly smiling face, everyone present couldn't help but feel something in their hearts. Gu Changa recognized it at once, and Rowley had a sunny smile on her face. He could never forget her bright face in his life. Gu Changa didn't think that driving such a powerful and domineering SUV would be driven by a girl like Rowley. The crowd gradually reacted after being laughed at so much by Rowley. One of them had an incredibly serious face and said in a deep voice, Crap, a pretty girl, a crazy SUV. It's almost like a pretty woman, sitting on the back of a monster. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's ed up. It's ed up. Man, I'm serious. It's not a joke. The other one was also patting his chest with a confident face, looking like he had to marry this beautiful girl. There were even a few boys who cursed at a few of the boys who were glaring angrily at Rowley. Brother, don't look at my wife like that. I need to go to the bathroom. Me too. I just had a sudden stomachache and went to the bathroom. Rowley didn't even hear them or pay them any attention. Her eyes kept glancing at the front of the hospital. Suddenly, a security officer with a whistle ran in aggressively. There is no parking here. Many people looked in the direction the voice came from. A thin security officer walked in. Someone recognized him and burst out in shock. This man is the head of security at our school, known for being strict and never giving anyone a good look. The last time a girl tried to stop, she was made to cry by a shout from him. Damn, this guy is too perverted, isn't he? Seeing this scene, everyone shook their heads. He looked at Rowley with some concern. Wouldn't it taste good to have such a big, dainty beauty crying? Suddenly, someone thought of something. The head of security, who had a thin build, took a step and came to the door, slamming it hard and said solemnly, Did you all hear that? Rowley sniffed and turned her head, looking at him with an aggrieved face, and said, I'm looking for someone. I'll be leaving soon, okay? The skinny head of security's eyebrow jumped, and everyone around him saw that this was a disaster, and this was going to scold the pretty girl. Well, get a grip. The skinny head of security suddenly grinned, and then he turned to leave. The seriousness on his face was swept away, and his steps became much lighter. Holy, really? She can't stop anyone with that smile. Rowley craned her head and glanced forward again. The two of them stood side by side, but they saw Rowley looking over with a smile, her small eyes curving into two crescent moons. The man on the left got a little excited and said, She's peeking. The man next to him immediately said with displeasure, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He was smiling at me. You don't take a piss and look at yourself. He must have been smiling at me. When he finished speaking, he looked at Rowley again, only to see that she was waving at him as well, and for a moment, his heart melted. This life is not in vain. He looked to the man on his left with a hint of arrogance on his face. Isn't that a wave to me? He's waving at me. What impudence is this? To dare to say such a thing. People around them are lamenting how they can't be like that. Just as the two were arguing, Rowley finally spoke up. Come, Gu Changa. The two men stopped arguing at once. Looking puzzled, hadn't the woman waved at me? Gu Changa? His gaze fell on him. What Gu Changa? Many people are at a loss. There were also some people who felt somewhat familiar, but couldn't remember who they were for a moment. Gu Changa wrapped Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms and walked towards Rowley with a smile. So that's the car. I hadn't thought about it. That's what our vice president told me to drive. I'm not sure of the specifics, Rowley asked with a smirk, but her head was tilted to look a little puzzled. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Of course he knew what this meant. It was this vice president's ride. He was announcing to everyone that he was going to become a member of the mercenary union, just to warn those Xiao hiding in the shadows to see if they had the strength. This vice president, he's really something. The eyes of everyone around them turned after Gu Changa, and those gazes were filled with questions, envy, and hatred. to name a few. This guy. My heart is broken. +1. Just then, a voice rang out. I'm on the verge of tears. I've just been in a relationship and I've been dumped. Do you know how much it hurts? I understand. Soo-yoon took a deep breath. Everyone sighed and watched the SUV leave. One of them asked in disbelief. Gu Changa, why are you here? Could it be that Shiguang middle school student? Chapter 79 Your Call. Wei Yanzhao's heart pounded as he heard the approaching footsteps. It wasn't long before a footstep came from behind. Wei Yanzhao's heart was about to jump out of his chest. But fortunately, the sound didn't stop, but continued on, and I don't know how much time passed before the sound faded away. Wei Yanzhao then breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he collected his excitement. It's not that he doesn't see it, but he pretends he doesn't. What's going on here? Sympathize with me? His former enemies are taking pity on him. How ironic. How sad this is. What could be more maddening? In that moment, he thought that Gu Changa had recognized him and laughed at him, and that he wouldn't be so upset. With an indescribable emotion. So it's Gu Changa who's taking pity on me. So it's an enemy. It's really sad and pathetic. Wei Yanzhao laughed out loud. The surrounding people were startled by Wei Yanzhao's laughter, as if they were looking at a psychopath. More people hurried out, fearing another attack by these lunatics. After all, it's not a crime for a lunatic to kill. A 5 or 6-year-old boy, pointing at Wei Yanzhao, wondered, where's mother? Do you want to help out? The girl's mother grabbed her child, covering her eyes with one hand, and the two of them walked quickly out of the room until they reached a safe place. Don't underestimate him. If you don't study hard, sooner or later you'll end up like him, scavenging in dumpsters. Oh, is that why you don't read well? Yes, usually did not study seriously. Are like this? Must study seriously. Otherwise in the future are like this. Wei Yanzhao didn't care what these people thought of him right now, because he knew that what they said was superfluous to him. His dignity was gone the moment he picked up trash. I have nothing to fear. And what to fear? Yes, I have nothing. Nothing. Wei Yanzhao shouted in triumph. He picked up the rest of the burgers in the dumpster and put them in his worn-out pockets. He held on to his cane and walked briskly toward the shadowy alley. He's always lived in this place, so he stays here alone. His dwelling was so humble that a mere board spread on the floor and a tarpaulin over his head made his simple hut. Again, it was rummaged through the trash. He pulled a burger out of the fridge and despaired a little when he saw that there was only half of it left. He used to disdain this food, but now it seemed that it cost, at least, tens of thousands of dollars. Still, at $10 a burger, it had been the best he'd ever seen in his life. Just as he was about to enjoy himself, he suddenly heard a footstep, coming from the side. Gu Changa wouldn't be coming back, would she? He had no intention of letting her go yet. Wei Yanzhao's heart thumped, barely raised his head to look, only to see a man clad in a black suit, wearing black glasses is walking towards his side. Who are you? His gaze, falling on the man. Wei Yanzhao was the first to ask. Besides Gu Changa, he really hadn't been afraid of anyone. Me? Ragnar froze. I'm just a mortal. I'm here to make you a new man. Do you want to? The man in the suit spoke in a flat tone. I want it. A voice came from the side. Wei Yanzhao agreed in one breath. He is not afraid that his opponents are evil, for he is fearless and has nothing to lose. So who can covet him? He's a barefoot man, and he's afraid of a man who misses him? Very good. He nodded in satisfaction. The man in the suit grinned and pulled out a baseball bat from his waist, taking a step towards Wei Yanzhao. You? What are you going to do? Wei Yanzhao's voice was trembling. Naturally, it's to bring you back to life. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. In the dark alley, Wei Yanzhao's constant wailing was heard. But soon, he could no longer hear it. A lot of good people gathered around, looking like they were watching. A woman poked her head out and asked, "What's going on?" No. One of them spoke up. "That's not right. That beggar just now seemed to have come in from outside." Gu Changa passed a small garden on her walk, and she could save a lot of distance from here. He looked out into the garden and suddenly thought of something. I think I was running some errands in the park, but I don't remember exactly. Gu Changa shook his head. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days, and now his brain was a bit sluggish. It didn't take long for Gu Changa to walk to the center of the square, but she saw a number of people standing there, pointing and talking at them. Gu Changa walked over, and because there were too many people, he couldn't see anything, so he had to ask at an old man. "What's going on, my lord?" "Aha! We've got two guys over here that have been in this little garden for days, and we see them basically every day. At first they were healthy, but the further back they got, the worse they got. Then it was found, and then it was there for a long time, without food, without anything but water in the spring. A man, who just needs some water to survive, then passes out." Gu Changa was silent when she heard this. This world is so big. Nothing has ever happened to them. Their hands and feet are fine. And they can still starve themselves to death. Which means that they do have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Even though Wei Yongzhao had his limbs broken, he would go to the dumpster and pick up something instead of sitting around. Even the old man couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's so frustrating to be young these days. Gu Chang'e also sighed and shook her head. Lin Fan walked directly towards the distance. The scarred man struggled to raise his head from the crowd and watched Gu Chang'e disappear from sight. When Gu Chang'e went home, she immediately called up the landlord and made sure to compensate for everything in the house. Because of the battle just now, everything was destroyed and none of it was intact. Gu Chang'e hired a master to fix the windows and the windows. But the walls and other places were damaged to varying degrees. As it turned out, Gu Chang'e imagined it was not quite the same. He was expecting to be reprimanded by the landlord. But he didn't expect the other man to just ask him, "Have you thought about a place to live?" Chapter 80 I found out. Gu Chang'e was stunned, then smiled and nodded. "Yes, I found out. Just have a roof over your head." "I know. The total value of all this damage is 5,000. Aha," Chinju answered. Gu Chang'e nodded. His bags were pretty much packed and he had tens of thousands of dollars in his pocket. "That's because you fixed the doors and windows." Gu Chang'e shook her head, then pulled out a stack of bills from her pocket. He found out that the refrigerator, TV, couch, and other things alone were worth over $5,000. The boss said with a stern face, "I've been told not to give it away again. You have this time. Why don't you go and change your sister into a nice set of clothes?" Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. This landlord really is a knife mouth and tofu heart. The last time he let him know, seemingly menacing and looking like he owed her a lot, the person was actually quite kind. No. In fact, he's been doing this kind of thing since the beginning. He just never realized it. Both had lived under a bridge before, and it took many years before they had some savings, which led them to find a place to rent. At that time she had also accidentally met the landlord who had posted a notice for rent, and at that time he had asked her about the rent. The store owner quoted a price of $1,000. Gu Chang'e thought it was expensive at the time, and it wasn't until now that he realized his apartment was the lowest priced in the neighborhood. These unfinished houses, not even furnished, cost over $1,000 just for a bed and a place to live by yourself. All together, Gu Chang'e and the landlord discussed the matter for half a day, and finally put away the 10,000 yuan. After saying that, she greeted Gu Chang'e and headed out. Gu Chang'e watched him leave for a while before he came back to his senses and began to pack his things. Gu Chang'e didn't have much luggage. Using a few suitcases was enough. Instead, she had only 3 boxes, 2 of which contained a variety of books, all of which she had read countless times, and many of which had fallen to the floor. The last box contained 3 years' worth of old clothes that had been mended over 3 years. Gu Chang'e walked to the door with the cardboard box in her arms, took a carton out of it, and then dialed Rao Li's number. "Okay, I'll be right over." With that, Rao Li hung up her cell phone and flew to her car. Gu Chang'e looked back at his home with mixed feelings. The home he had lived in for so many years was leaving. A low voice came from the left. Is Ko moving out?" Gu Chang'e looked back just in time to see old Wang holding a box from the side, which was stuffed with things and placed in front of the door, which, like him, was filled with all sorts of things. "Yes, Uncle Wang." Gu Chang'e nodded and spoke casually. "Uncle Wang, are you moving out too?" "Yes, I was transferred to another city." The old king nodded, looked back around, and sighed. "Uncle Wang, I'm afraid it's difficult for you to see him. We'll be separated." "Aha," Chinju answered. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously. The old king next to him, however, continued to speak as if he had remembered something. "Where's your sister? I haven't seen her in days." The corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth curled up into a smile. "It's fine. It's all out of the hospital now. It just stays unconscious. I don't know how long it'll take to wake up, but the doctor said he's not in very serious condition and that he'll wake up in a little while." "That's good." Xu Feng nodded with a smile. The old king next to him hummed. Gu Chang'e felt that his neighbor, old Wang, looked somewhat familiar, which reminded him of the fish-faced man he had seen at Lai Chuanxing's place, and the two looked almost identical. Gu Chang'e shook her head. Where did Uncle Wang get the Cultivators Association? If he really had it, why would he need to stay here for so many years? 30 minutes later, Rao Li arrived in an SUV, and Gu Chang'e put all of her things in the car before she walked to the door and carefully looked at the house. Gu Chang'e sat in the car and left with Rao Li. "I'll see you soon." Old Wang looked at the speeding SUV and said in a flat tone. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Odds are, he'll hold a grudge against himself by then. That's right. Scum like me who used their siblings as bait don't deserve their respect. It was already not easy for the two siblings to survive in this world. and now they had encountered so many difficulties. Uncle Wang seemed to be a good man, but now it seemed to be a different story. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Let's talk about it later. I don't know what's going to happen. This guy has officially become a member of the Adventurers Union and is still living in the Mercenary Union. Is he still worried that we'll abduct him? Dongyu was holding a $300 pack of ice cream in her hand, shoving it into her mouth one bite at a time. Spara thought. She couldn't help but curse, her cheeks bulging. The direction she was facing was none other than Linglin. First, delete us. 2. Drop your legs. This table is for storage, not for washing your feet. Linglin was disgruntled. Dongyu, with a pair of small feet resting on the table, let out a disgruntled yelp when she heard Linglin's words. My feet don't stink, and Gu Changa shouldn't be coming. Are you sad? Linglin blankly glanced at her and returned in an unfriendly manner. Are you stupid? What have I got to be sad about? Come on, eat and then we'll go. Dongyu grunted. Tough talk, tough talk. Actually in her heart she is very unwilling to let Gu Changa go. That's why she cries every day. Linglin skimmed her lips, really having an urge to clean up Dongyu herself and rub it in her face. Dongyu then added, these past few days, there seems to be some unrest in this jungle. I think there will be a new beast tide, and it's said that this one is so large that it's nothing compared to the last Blood Moon battle. Then forget it, it's none of my business anyway. Yes, and it's important. You seem to have forgotten one thing, only the Mercenary Union can solve such a problem. Gu Changa will definitely participate in the extermination of the demonic beasts. Dongyu's gaze froze as she spoke in a deep voice. Chapter 81 Dangerous Mission. When Linglin heard this, she slightly frowned her eyebrows and looked a little worried with a cold look. Seeing this, Dongyu couldn't help but purse her lips and stifle her laughter. I was right. Cough. Chen Zhuyu coughed twice. Dongyu cleared her throat. Linglin looked back at her, as if asking her, what do you want? Dongyu snickered. You seem worried, and you just said that this has nothing to do with you. So why are you frowning? Linglin skimmed her mouth and had the urge to punch someone, but in the end, she held back. Linglin said righteously, it's only right that I care. He's my employee, and it's only right that I, as the boss, care about my employees, right? Do you think, with his cultivation level, it would be dangerous to team up with us? Dongyu pursed her lips, and seeing that it was not possible, she stopped talking and started over. Targeted, Linglin said with an expressionless face. I wouldn't let them rookies do such a dangerous task. I take them all away and put them to work on simple tasks instead of risking their lives. I don't think so. Dongyu's voice rang out. What does that mean? Hearing Dongyu's strings, Linglin's eyes narrowed slightly. It's okay. Dongyu slowly stood up and walked out of the house. Gu Changa sent all his things to his bedroom, and it didn't take long for them to arrive, and he carried the 2 suitcases up the stairs. And just then, a man blocked his way. Gu Changa turned around and finally saw the person blocking his way. It was a strange man who looked to be in his mid-20s, about his own age, with short dark hair. He was fashionably built, with a pair of torn pants and a tattered shirt, and if he had paired it with a broken china bowl, he would have looked like a beggar. The man looked at himself, at first without any mood swings, but soon, his face changed. The man smiled and sighed, shaking his head and sighing. Just by you. You deserve to be in our common tribe? Do you have some special connections? I knew you weren't a rich man. How did you get in here? Can you tell me about it? I'm curious. Hearing this, Gu Changa instantly reacted to the fact that he worked for the Adventure Union. It was 80% because he had become a member of the Mercenary Union and had specially run here to look for him, only to find out that he was not strong enough. Gu Changa didn't want to bother with such a person and walked directly to the left. Gu Changa was just about to walk to the other side when a flamboyant man had already reached Gu Changa. Gu Changa didn't say anything and turned to the right, intending to go over this way. Sure enough, the man with the messy hair took a step to the right and blocked Gu Changa, with a "what can you do about me" expression on his face, and raised his chin condescendingly. What's wrong? Jiang Chensi asked coldly. Nothing. Mo Wen returned indifferently. The man with messy hair looked at Jiang Chensi and said casually, get out of my way, all of you. Gu Changa's voice was cold. Hey, this place is run by your family, right? Can't even block me? The newcomer is really arrogant. The man sneered. Just as Gu Changa was about to make a move, a person's voice suddenly sounded behind her. What happened, Gu Changa? As soon as the man with miscellaneous hair heard Rowley speak, he hurriedly moved to the side, giving way to Gu Changa, and looked over at Rowley with a 5-star smile on his face. Rowley, it's been a while since you've seen me as well. It hasn't been very long. I only saw you this morning. Rowley smiled back. Oh, I don't have a good memory. What's wrong? She asked. You want to see Gu Changa? Rowley looked puzzled. Aha, it's fine. I just want to meet this newcomer. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If we can recruit him into our guild, then we, Zero Wing, will surely go to the next level. Gu Changa saw the problem at a glance. That the man with the messy hair was interested in Rowley, and that's why he played the role of a kind man in front of Rowley. Gu Changa couldn't see such a scumbag anymore. Isn't that what you said? The man's pupils shrunk violently as he looked at Gu Changa in horror, opening his mouth but saying nothing. The man with messy hair smiled sarcastically and answered in front of Gu Changa. Oh, I didn't say that. Yeah, that's you. Gu Changa told the story once and for all, and the man's face was so hard to see that it was almost dripping. If it wasn't for Rowley here, he would have knocked him down at the first opportunity, and then beat Gu Changa with an ow. The smile at the corner of Rowley's mouth gradually faded, and her original gentle expression turned into an icy cold one that was a bit unbelievable. It was hard to believe that this little girl who was always smiling and always made people feel warm and happy on weekdays was also so cold and scary when she started a fire. Gu Changa shivered, but Rowley didn't target him, so he didn't feel much danger. The chill that the messy-haired man felt was far too strong than Gu Changa's. Rowley, make it clear to me. Gu Changa is throwing dirty water on me. Am I that kind of person? I'll report this to the vice president, as you should be well aware. And if you don't want to get in trouble, talk to the vice president yourself. Rowley spoke in an icy tone. At this point, the scruffy man still doesn't want to admit it. I didn't. Gu Changa is falsely accusing me. Gu Changa, on the other hand, had a look on her face as she watched. Rowley returned. Well, let's tell the vice president about it first. He has a prop on him that can tell who is real or not. Yes? The weedy man was startled, but he couldn't wait to be punched in the face, and by saying that, it would be an admission of guilt. He hurriedly changed his story. I haven't really heard anyone talk about this. Rowley, how did you know about it? How should I know? Let's go, Rory said firmly. Yes. The man with disheveled hair mustered up the courage to speak. There was no turning back when things came to this. Wait a moment, I'll go clean up. Gu Changa picked up her own clothes and headed for the bedroom. Chapter 82 in person. The man stared in the direction Gu Changa had left with an unpleasant and ugly expression on his face. He glanced at Rowley next to him and suddenly covered his abdomen with a somewhat pained expression. My stomach hurts. It hurts. I have to go to the bathroom or I'm going to pee my pants. No, I need to go to the bathroom. After that, he jumped out of the car and ran towards the distance. Rowley's heart was burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do, and in just a second's time, the messy-haired man disappeared into thin air. Gu Changa put down his suitcase and walked out of the room, only to see the man disappear, and he knew that the man must have been a thief, so he ran. Rowley saw Gu Changa come over. Su Xiufei said he had a stomachache and left. I couldn't stop him. He ran too fast. I'll tell the vice president about this. He won't get away with it. Okay, thanks. Gu Changa responded. I know. It's fine. Shen Xingyan smiled. Rowley shook her head. I'll leave you alone then. I have things to do. You go to bed early. Gu Changa hummed and didn't rush to bed. Going back to the 202's bedroom, she first took out some things from her suitcase, which didn't seem like much, but Gu Changa took more than an hour to pack them up. After doing this, Gu Changa unlocked the door to her room and lay down comfortably, and in less than a minute, snoring could be heard. It was obvious how tired Gu Changa had been lately, especially him, with a high level of mental tension. The man with disheveled hair came out of the adventuring group, intending to find a tavern to have a good drink, only to run into two punks halfway across the street. A man as obese as a ball, following Su Xiaofei, was panting every 2 steps. At this time, he realized that Su Xiaofei didn't seem to be in a good state, so he opened his mouth. What's wrong with Xiaofei? Look at you. You don't seem too happy. A disgruntled Su Xiaofei with messy hair replied. Alright, our guild has recruited a new person. It seems like the vice president took the initiative to pull him in. He originally thought it was quite powerful, but at first glance, it turned out to be an ordinary high school student, and there was nothing special about it. I was going to teach him a good lesson and teach him to respect his elders in the future, but I didn't expect Rowley to run over and tear me apart. Then Rowley seemed like she was going to tell the vice president about it, and I got even more pissed off. As Su Xiufei spoke, he smashed a stone against the window a dozen meters away, and a woman's curses came from inside. A yellow-faced man, somewhat surprised to hear the news, said, Holy, why does this guy look so much like a dog? What do you say? Ragnar asked rhetorically. Su Xiaofei sneered and said, it was Rowley's distaste for him that was the most difficult for him to bear. Just thinking about this made his teeth itch with hatred, itching to break Gu Changa into pieces. The next day, he would leave the city and head for the dangerous jungle, looking for the right moment to cut him down. Su Xiaofei made up his mind, and just then, Rowley walked up to the vice president and told him what happened in detail. Hearing Zhang Han's words, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he said, "Don't worry, I will definitely make this a beautiful thing. Su Xiaofei, that bastard. I will definitely make him look good." "Good," Wang Yao responded. Rowley hummed. In front of Rowley, this vice president did not put on airs, but chatted calmly with Rowley. Rowley suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth. "Yeah, does Gu Chang'e want to participate in tomorrow's hunting mission?" When Xian Quan heard this, his eyebrows jumped. What deep meaning was there in these words? She didn't want her to send Gu Chang'e to the front line? Or just asking? Xian Quan's attitude towards Rowley was somewhat elusive, which made it difficult for him. After thinking about it, he felt that he should ask first, so that she would know what he was thinking. Otherwise there was no point in just guessing. Xian Quan asked tentatively, "So, you don't want Gu Chang'e to participate in this expedition?" Rowley blinked her eyes and said with some confusion, "President, isn't that what you do? What are you looking for me for?" Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Xian Quan skimmed his lips and his face sank. "That's right, I originally wanted Gu Chang'e to join our expedition as well, since he's very strong, and on his last hunt, he was able to obtain a third-ranked beast elixir. Such geniuses, such combat power, we haven't encountered for a long time, and we won't be in too much danger, and we won't encounter monsters that are too strong, and we also have experienced mercenaries guarding us from the side," Rowley said with a slight smile. "I'm just asking, there's no need to say so much." Xian Quan skimmed his lips and did not know what to say. It was hard to get rid of Rowley, so he relaxed a little. What a difficult guy. I don't know if Gu Chang'e will piss him off, but it doesn't matter. It's not something I should think about, and Gu Chang'e isn't that kind of person. Poor Su Xiaofei. I thought he was quite handsome and had a good personality, but it turns out he's this kind of goods. Day 2. Dawn. Dukes of Hazzard. Someone was pounding on the door. Gu Chang'e made an effort to open her eyes, but only opened a slit. That is, to the extreme, how could she not open them? On it. What man? Gu Chang'e got out of bed and yelled at the door. Rowley's voice came in from outside. "My name is Gu Chang'e, and I'm calling you." "What is it?" Gu Chang'e's sleepiness was gone. He walked to the door, pushed it open, and saw Rowley smiling. His sleepiness was gone, and his whole body was much more awake. Rowley waved at Gu Chang'e and greeted her. Gu Chang'e greeted. "Good morning. What's wrong?" Rowley returned. "It seems like it's to prevent too many beast tides next month. I've heard that the ferocious beasts have become more active since the last blood moon beast tide, and, as time passes, it's very likely that this red moon will erupt again, just like it did 10 years ago, the Blood Moon Rebellion." Gu Chang'e frowned. This was something he had heard about and experienced firsthand. Chapter 83 Awakening. This was the most tragic one that the human race had experienced since the recovery of the aura. In that era, there was no such thing as a beast wave, but rather after the blood moon. Back then, when the blood moon descended, the ferocious beasts attacked crazily, killing and injuring a lot of people. Fortunately, there were many cultivators here, so, this time, they survived. Instead of wiping out all the beasts after the blood moon, the people began to rebuild their crumbling homes. Unbeknownst to him, after this blood moon, all of these ferocious beast swarms entered the peak of their reproduction, and it had only been half a month since then, and the number of these ferocious beast swarms had increased by another amount. The wave of beasts didn't start out by attacking us, but was manipulated by a powerful being. They waited until the next blood moon came down. At that time, the ferocious beasts here would be more than 10 times more than they are now. With the blood moon's enhancement, their strength increased by 1 to 2 times. It was a dark night for all. A large group of endless ferocious beasts attacked the human race, and at that time, the human race was only slowing down from the last scarlet moon. And in front of these endless demonic beasts, just overnight, the human race lost more than 80%. Only 20% are still alive and the remaining 20% or 30% are very badly injured. From that day on, a union of adventurers was set up here, and a tall wall was built to protect all of them. Gu Chang'e's mind was slowly diverted. Think back to that day. The family sat around and watched TV together. Just then, the window was suddenly crashed open by a fierce beast, and Gu Chang'e's father went alone to attract the beast, while his mother took Gu Chang'e and Jiang Xiaoxiao to hide inside. Just as her mother took Gu Chang'e and the two of them to hide, the demonic beast had rushed over, its mouth full of blood and a piece of meat in its teeth. His mom, who was watching in tears, yelled at the beast and headed for the back door. And he doesn't remember what happened after that. Rowley said, "I think the vice president wants you to take part in this operation." Gu Chang'e reacted and said with a smile, "If that's the case, I'll definitely follow you without a second thought." "That's too risky. Do you want to think about Gu Chang'e?" Rowley was a little worried. "Don't think about it. Gu Changa said firmly. Aha! Raleigh answered and rushed to Qianquan with Gu Changa. It didn't take long for the two to stop in front of Qianquan's office, and Raleigh knocked on the door to his room. Qianquan's voice came from inside the house. Come in. A soft cry came from the door. Gu Changa pushed the door and Qianquan rested both legs on the table, swaying around leisurely, when suddenly, he stopped and stood up straight. Qianquan cleared his throat somewhat embarrassedly and turned his head to look at Gu Changa. Since you're here, I'll tell you one thing. You have the right to refuse. I agree. Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa said bluntly. Hey, I didn't even say anything. Why are you? Qianquan was stunned and looked at Raleigh outside the door, and it suddenly dawned on him that she must have told Gu Changa. She had told Gu Changa why she was still letting her come. It was either redundant words or a waste of time. What the hell is this little ancestor thinking? Qianquan sighed. Oh, Raleigh told you all about it. Well, just pack up and we'll leave this afternoon. It'll be about a week. Yes, Chen Zhuyu answered. Gu Changa went back to her house and organized her luggage. There was only a bronze tripod, a short sword, and an unknown cup. Wei Xiaobei packed all these things into his backpack, and the next thing was food and drink. After packing her bags, Gu Changa put on her own backpack and went out to cook. Gu Changa had just come out of the labor union when she saw a supercar waiting nearby. It's very similar to Dong Yu's supercar. Well, yes. Rolling down the window, a bad smile appeared on Dong Yu's pretty face. Gu Changa had a bad feeling. Did he want her to do something? Or pretend you don't know anything? Gu Changa turned around and walked to the right, but Dong Yu stepped back. Come over here. Dong Yu waved at Gu Changa, signaling her to come over. Seeing that he was like this, Gu Changa couldn't do anything about it, and he suddenly realized that there was another person behind him. None other than Sister Ling Lin. Ling Lin looked at the sign of the mercenary union, then at the door, and then at the door again. Raleigh was standing in the doorway with a smile on her face, and everyone around her would come up and say hello to her when they saw her. Raleigh glanced at Gu Changa, then at Dong Yu, and then at the supercar. However, she quickly reacted as her gaze fell on Ling Lin. Raleigh entered the union after saying that, and when she looked back, she realized that Gu Changa and the others were no longer there. Dong Yu pulled Gu Changa into the car, and she sprinted off with a kick of the gas. Gu Changa asked doubtfully, Are you telling the truth? Sister Ling Lin, you've come this time. What's the matter? Dong Yu is a person who was only interested in the world. Said, We're going to fight and compete to see who's better. I've got the location all picked out. It's only 25 minutes from here. One incense burner? You're just looking down on people, and you can last for 500 minutes. Gu Changa said. Ling Lin gave Ling Yin a blank look and said, You brat, you're horny as hell. After not seeing you for a few days, you've grown a lot of guts, and you're actually able to joke with me so recklessly. That's not, a middle-aged man exclaimed. Gu Changa said with a serious face. Dong Yu nodded approvingly. Yes, I'm not kidding, we really need to do this. The two chatted for a while longer before Gu Changa brought the conversation back to business, asking the two about the purpose of coming here. Dong Yu immediately closed her mouth and hummed, pretending that she didn't see or hear anything and not to bother her. Gu Changa skimmed her lips when she saw the scene, as if something had gone wrong, and it wasn't that easy to fix. What's wrong? Sister Ling Lin? It's okay, I'm arranging a safe place for you. What? To not be so extravagant? Yes. What? What the hell is going on here? Dong Yu suddenly said. Don't you mind those demonic beasts? Chapter 84. What a pig teammate. Hearing this, Gu Changa raised his eyebrows, and instantly became even more curious about Dong Yu and Ling Lin coming to see him. Why don't you let him do it? Dong Yu blinked and immediately stopped talking. One slip up and you're exposed. Ling Lin glanced at Dong Yu and couldn't help but shake her head. This person was always so unreliable in what he did. He couldn't even hide his own secrets. What else did he have to hide? What's wrong with Sister Ling Lin? Gu Changa frowned and looked at Ling Lin very seriously. Dong Yu glanced at Ling Lin with a look that said you had the final say. Ling Lin slapped her head. This kid, every time he threw dirty water on her. She shouldn't have followed him here. A pig teammate is worse than a powerful enemy. What's wrong with Sister Ling Lin? Gu Changa asked again, this time with a heavier tone, with the air that if Ling Lin didn't explain, he would go ballistic. Ling Lin sighed silently and turned her head to Gu Changa and said seriously, this time, you don't want to come with us to hunt the ferocious beast packs. Why? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa and Ling Lin looked at each other. It's a very dangerous journey. You're likely to fall if you follow us. Ling Lin looked serious. What? Sister Ling Lin, how did you know about this? Gu Changa was uncertain. That kid told me. You can ask her about it. Ling Lin twisted her head and looked at Dong Yu again. Gu Changa glanced at Dong Yu. At that moment, Dong Yu spoke. Well, that's just the way it is. and there's no need for me to lie to you. I just want you to live, and if you really die, then my 3 demands will be in vain. I've gotten some information that there are quite a few wild beasts gathering in the middle of this forest, and leaving at this time would be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap. Of course, Gu Changa spoke with a firm hand. That was the last thing he wanted. It had been more than 10 days since the end of the last blood moon, and if it wasn't resolved, the next time the red moon descended, it would be troublesome. Dong Yu didn't expect Gu Changa to be so resolute. Anyone else would have hesitated. Was this man out of his mind? No, he absolutely cannot be let go, or he is looking for death. Brother, don't think that this place is full of 5th order beasts. Let me tell you, the 5th order beasts here are cannon fodder, and the 7th order beasts are even more numerous, and will be able to cut you down in minutes. Even if you go over there, you won't be of any use. At best you'll become food for those ferocious beasts. Understand? 7th ranked ferocious beasts are really powerful. Dong Yu took a deep breath. Originally she wasn't going to tell Gu Changa this way because it would embarrass him. However, he was very determined. It was the only way he could better understand the terrifying nature of these demonic beasts. Ling Lin didn't say much and agreed with Dong Yu's statement. It's at least level 7 or higher. Gu Changa's expression was unusually serious. He had never thought that there would be such a big risk. From the way things were going, it was certain death for him to leave here, and it would probably drag him down. However, he didn't feel fear. On the contrary, his desire to leave this place grew stronger and stronger. At this point in time, everyone backs down and who is left to protect their country? He doesn't want to see too many families that have been torn apart by this disaster. In the Blood Moon battle back then, I don't know how many people died, but there were still many people who went forward to hunt. There were less than 10 out of 100 people who went in at the time, yet not one of them backed away. Gu Changa was watching this tragedy. Back then, his neighbor, Uncle Li, who was nothing more than a mortal, participated in this hunt. In the beginning, he had asked Uncle Li that he didn't have any cultivation at all, so if he followed them, he would only become food for the demonic beasts and would drag them down. At that time, he was only 6 or 7 years old, and his mind was still so tender that he did not know what to say. In short, he was just a child with a foul mouth. When he thought of this, he couldn't wait to slap himself a few times. How sad would Uncle Li be if he knew about this? But at that time, Uncle Li didn't get angry, but touched his head and smiled. I hope that, in the future, you will live in a place where there is no danger whatsoever. I'm also self-aware. If I were to hold a large sword again, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to kill a first-order ferocious beast. Being able to kill one, even if I can kill one, it's worth it for myself. How can he win? He's completely defeated. When Gu Changa was still small, her head was tilted, full of question marks, and she didn't expect it at all. Uncle Li laughed and said, "He, you say this demonic beast that killed me. Do you want to fight with me? If I can hold it off for a minute, I'll win. What can you do with 1 second of your time?" Gu Changa's younger self pursed her lips in a flash of disbelief. Uncle Li smiled and said, "When I get back, I'll buy you ice cream." Gu Changa nodded happily. Gu Changa waited for Uncle Li at the door. Because of the ice cream, he was almost 7 o'clock, and Uncle Li hadn't come yet. The next day, he made another trip, and still didn't see Uncle Li, and then another trip, and still didn't see Uncle Li. It was like that for a long time, and Uncle Li didn't come back. Gu Changa returned to her senses and smiled faintly. "I'm weak and I don't think I'm capable of saving the world. I am weak but fearless." That's not true. The strength of a 7th-ranked demonic beast, just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. Someone has to step up, and I may not be able to do anything about it. But if I don't step up, there's nothing I can do about it. If I die here, I'll regret it, and if I can't leave, I'll regret it even more. Dong Yu didn't say anything, while Ling Lin didn't say a word. 30 seconds later, "Are you sure?" Ling Lin looked at Gu Changa. Gu Changa was furious and amused. "Sister Ling Lin, do you think I'm joking? If it was a joke, I wouldn't have said such creepy things." Chapter 85 Make up for it. Ling Lin was a little amused by Gu Changa's words, and while she was still a little depressed, she wasn't upset at all at this point. She smiled slightly. "Yeah, normally you wouldn't say that. You know me, Sister Ling Lin." Gu Changa nodded. "I'm embarrassed. I can't wait to jump out of the window and disappear from your presence. Tahoshi, turn around." Ling Lin opened her mouth and looked at Dong Yu. Is there a mistake? Dong Yu was conflicted in his heart. He didn't want Gu Changa to die. Ling Lin was also helpless. Isn't it obvious that Gu Changa is not determined to do this? If you don't release him, not to mention these 3 demands, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge against you, let alone mention these 3 demands. Dong Yu felt that what he said made sense and glanced at him. Seeing Dong Yu's gaze fall on herself, Gu Changa followed suit and spoke. That's what I thought. Sister Ling Lin. Hey. Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Dong Yu let out a long sigh and spoke. I really don't see how protecting our country is such a wonderful thing, and all we can do is put our own little lives on the line. It's just not worth it. Well, if you really feel that way, I won't stop you. I promise you that if you do die, I'll help you raise your sister properly, even if she's out on the streets. Thanks. Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa was impressed by Dong Yu's words and didn't expect Dong Yu to be so helpful to him. And it's not just because of 3 promises of my own. Dong Yu's voice rang out. Don't thank me. Live well. I'm already grateful. Your sister doesn't want you to die here, so you must come forward. This is too difficult. Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Dong Yu turned around and walked back. There were no words all the way. The car was silent. Only the sound of the engine echoed. Soon, the group arrived at the mercenary union. Dong Yu stopped the car and Gu Changa got out after greeting Ling Lin and Fuxi. Gu Changa was just about to leave when she heard his voice. Wait. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Dong Yu called out. What's wrong? Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Gu Changa turned her head, her gaze landing on her. Come here. A voice, from a distance. Dong Yu mysteriously waved her hand toward Gu Changa. Gu Changa curiously walked over, wondering what he was going to do. Dong Yu opened the safe above the garage and removed a tube of unknown green potion from it. Green and disgusting to look at. Take it. What's going on? Gu Changa held the potion curiously. It looked ordinary. Nothing special. Dong Yu softened her tone and whispered. It's a bottle of resurrection potion, which sounds powerful, but it's actually very powerful. If you still have a breath left in you, I can bring you back, but you have to be careful not to let anyone else know about it, or even your vice president will be moved. When Gu Changa heard Dong Yu's previous paragraph, she almost didn't explode with anger. What kind of bull **** literature? Gu Changa almost cursed when she heard the words that followed. Damn, it's good to be able to save your life. It looks like this thing is worth quite a bit of money. Holy, that valuable? Dong Yu said. Not too high. $150 million. ****. Sis, you just can't get enough of me to sell my body. Gu Changa was shaken. The potion in his hand was almost unsteady. He was made to pay out more than $5 million by this small bottle of green potion. How is this possible? A small bottle is $1 million. Dong Yu said. This is my gift to you. And if you can return safely, I won't hold you responsible. When Gu Changa heard this, she didn't say anything for half a day. Take it. People are the most important. If a person dies, everything becomes meaningless. Only if a person is still alive, everything is possible. So no matter what kind of hardship you face, you must persevere. Ling Lin said as she dropped the window. Good. Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa nodded seriously and carefully placed the bottle of potion into her bag before leaving. Originally, he was able to jump around, but now, he didn't even dare to take a step, for fear of accidentally bursting the test tube, which was $50 million. A full $50 million. Just these gold coins alone. Even he would have to count them until the year of the monkey. Dong Yu looked in the direction Gu Changa had left and spoke. Are you stupid? Alas, the little one who was trembling in the closet back then has now gained such strength. What a surprise. That's so cool what you just said. I'm dying to be mesmerized by him. After all these years, it's this guy who's been seducing me. So? Ragnar asked. Ling Lin was expressionless. Dong Yu spread his hands and said, how can that be? Didn't you rescue the 2 of them from the demonic beasts when we were fighting them? But now it seems as if he's forgotten about it. Perhaps he lost his memory because of the shock. Ling Lin listened to Dong Yu's words and fell into deep thought, as if she had gone back in time. Earlier, she and Dong Yu had been trying to eliminate those invading demonic beasts in order to free Gu Changa and Jiang Xiaoxiao from the city. At that time, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he blocked his sister in front of him, holding a long sword in his hand as he continuously cut down a huge ferocious beast. The corner of Ling Lin's mouth curled up into a smile as she said, this kid, he really hasn't changed at all. It can't be, can it? Before he was quite small, but now, so big completely not a grade. Dong Yu frowned and said seriously, as if angered by Ling Lin's words. Stop driving and do more work. Ling Lin gave him a blank look and said, go on, I'm not comfortable staying here. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Dong Yu dropped a sentence and stepped on the gas, instantly driving that sports car away. A passing player, looking at the sports car, lamented. One is a little girl in the law, and the other is a cold big sister. This is definitely a perfect match. The surrounding pedestrians followed suit. That's right, 10 little girls, 9 little girls, all rich. I'm tired of talking about envy and jealousy, and I'm jealous that this guy can get on the bus. Holy, That scared me. Gu Chang'e made a trip to the supermarket with his backpack. All he had to do was eat. He wanted compressed cookies and chocolates, which were the best supplements. Chapter 86 Checkout. Gu Chang'e took these two things and went to the cashier to settle the bill, spending a total of several hundred. He was in pain, but when he thought of the $50 million he had in his wallet, he felt again that this amount was nothing. It was a waste for a potion worth $50 million to be contained in a backpack that cost more than $50. Even Dongyu's potions are stored in a safe. Gu Chang'e had just left when she ran into a familiar face. The asshole named Su Xiaofei. The guy smelled of alcohol, presumably drunk, and you could smell the strong odor of alcohol 5 or 6 meters away from him. Su Xiaofei stopped the moment he saw Gu Chang'e and staggered, afraid that he would fall to the ground. He stared at Gu Chang'e and was silent for a long time, seemingly pondering his thoughts. Gu Chang'e had already made plans to leave. He didn't want to bull **** with this kind of drunk. As soon as Gu Chang'e moved, Su Xiaofei pounced on Gu Chang'e as if he knew her, and he said through clenched teeth, "Are you crazy? Gu Chang'e, I finally caught you. I was fired because of you. Who do you think you are? Just a nobody. Rowley hates me. Su Xiaofei's feet slipped and he fell to the ground. He was already drunk and staggered a bit when he walked. Now he even fell to the ground. Originally, he was going to pounce on Gu Chang'e, but as a result of him doing this, his direction changed and he directly pounced on the dumpster to Gu Chang'e's left. He tried to control his feet, but couldn't quite manage it. Then he fell into the trash can next to him. After saying that, the man didn't move at all, as if he was dead. The surrounding passers-by were all shocked by this scene, and they all stepped out of the way, lest they be mistakenly thought to have bumped into Su Xiaofei. Gu Chang'e just swept Su Xiaofei a glance, then stopped paying attention to him and walked straight towards the labor union. I didn't expect to encounter so much trouble on a trip out. He was captured by Dong Yu and Ling Lin, and only after a long time of negotiation with Dong Yu did he save his life and get a gift. As a result, I went to the supermarket and ran into that douchebag Su Xiaofei again. When Gu Chang'e walked to the entrance of the labor union, she saw Rowley with a bright smile on her face, and the depression in her heart was swept away. This smile was like a magical power. "Did you get all your gifts?" Rowley looked at Gu Chang'e and asked with a smile. "Yes, I'll have some compressed cookies, and some chocolate." "Well, not bad." Rowley nodded, and when she saw that Gu Chang'e seemed to want to say something, she hesitated and finally asked, "These two are your girlfriends, right?" Gu Chang'e froze, seeing Rowley's embarrassed face, and didn't understand how Rowley could ask that. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but they eventually came together in one place. "She's got her eye on me. Don't. It's absolutely impossible. It is the greatest illusion of mankind. She's got her eye on me. If I think so seriously, I'll fail. Yeah, that's it. I'm just a little bit handsome and nothing else." Rowley wasn't the kind of person who looked at faces either. There was no way she could judge someone's preferences based on their appearance alone. Gu Chang'e's mind raced, and when it came to it, his pounding heart finally calmed down, and he immediately stopped casting the spell. Gu Chang'e dryly coughed and was just about to say something. The men in the guild, upon hearing the names of the two women, ran over. "Holy, there's two more coming? Who is it?" A voice came from the other end of the line. "This is a waste, isn't it? Damn, what a jealousy. Let me take the blame for all this immorality." "Forget it, it's just immoral to be like you." All the men surged out and surrounded the doorway, then looked at Gu Chang'e in unison. If eyes could kill, Gu Chang'e would have been cut into 1,000 pieces by him. A man stared at Gu Chang'e with a pained face and asked in disbelief, "I didn't realize there was such a person, scum, on my team." "Get this straight." One man's eyes were crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to explode as he looked at Gu Chang'e with a burning gaze. A man held a dagger in his hand, licking the blade as he spoke. "I'll give you one more time to speak. This blade of mine is coated with a poison so intense that even a first-rank beast just a little bit is enough to be fatal." "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Gu Chang'e skimmed her mouth. The man froze. The short sword in his hand came out of his hand, staggered backward, and eventually fell to the ground, white foam continuously coming out of his mouth. He strained to spit out a few words. "The antidote is in my pants pocket." A kind person removed the antidote from his body and fed it into his mouth, which stabilized his condition. Seeing this scene, everyone put their hearts down. "This guy's moving." Immediately after, everyone's eyes returned to Gu Chang'e's face. Gu Chang'e's heart was beating out of her chest when they made such a fuss. Upon hearing Yi Zichen's words, the scowls on the faces of the people around him disappeared and were replaced by bright smiles. A man tapped him on the shoulder and smiled. "Surely you won't betray us. If you want to come to this restaurant for dinner in the future, just give my name and you'll get a half-price discount." A few of you were talking, and soon they were gone. The man lying there unconscious slowly raised his arm and gave Gu Changa a thumbs up. I just thought it was strange to say more. I didn't expect to make it so difficult for you. Rowley lowered her head in some embarrassment. No harm done. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Turns out he was just saying it off the top of his head. I told you so. Luckily I didn't think much of it. Otherwise, I'm a loser. Rowley, these two seem to be treating you okay. Gu Changa sighed. Yes, they have helped me a lot. If it weren't for Sister Ling Lin and Vera, I wouldn't have survived until now. Rowley smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Her eyes went back to the front and looked at the crowd bustling on the road. I was thinking that they would tell Gu Changa about my news, but from the looks of it, they didn't say anything. Chapter 87. Back to the room. Gu Changa returned to room 201 and saw Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was still passed out, moved a chair over and complained to her. We're going out of the city to kill demonic beasts, and we're not sure we'll make it out alive yet. Until Rowley came to the 201 dormitory. It was already midnight clock. That's it? Gu Changa got up from her seat and walked towards Rowley. Rowley nodded. Okay, let's go to the parking lot and get in the car. Gu Changa led Rowley out of room 201 and turned back to Jiang Xiaoxiao with a wink. Li Tianming noticed that her eyes blinked. Gu Changa hurriedly wiped her eyes, but saw that she didn't react at all. Is it an illusion? Gu Changa pulled the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Rowley asked again. Gu Changa added another sentence. I noticed my sister's eyes blinking and blinking, and it looks like I was wrong and she hasn't moved at all. Rowley glanced at her and didn't say anything, because she wasn't even paying attention to her, so she wasn't even sure what was going on. On the way to the parking lot, Gu Changa also asked Rowley to help her take care of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, if she woke up and didn't even know an explanation, she would be scared to death. When Rowley heard this, she nodded and said that when she had time, she would definitely come to see her. Gu Changa also made a point of explaining that if Xiaoxiao woke up and asked where he was going, he would say that he had to go to the labor union for a secret training session and couldn't go back for a while. Rowley nodded, signaling that she would take care of it. Hearing this, Gu Changa nodded. At this point, he no longer had any mental burden. Even if it meant going to his death, he could accept it openly. That's not to say, however, that he's here to get killed. In the face of death, he would not wait to die. But now, his attitude had changed, and he was no longer afraid of Xiaoxiao. It didn't take long. Gu Changa went to the parking lot and saw a black sedan parked there. He had thought that there definitely wouldn't be too many people coming this time, but he didn't expect that there would be much more people coming than he thought. Less than 10. Plus him and the vice president. That's 10 people. Among the 10 people, they are the weakest in terms of cultivation, and the rest of the people all look like they have been in the battlefield for a long time. Every single one of them has a scar on their body from countless great battles, and every single one of them is a grueling battle. A woman in a tight-fitting tracksuit was looking at Gu Changa with interest. Gu Changa, who was being stared at, also noticed her. It was a 27 or 28-year-old woman with short hair and tan skin who looked heroic. At around 1.75 meters, she was almost as tall as Gu Changa herself, and visually, she even surpassed Gu Changa. A slender thigh that gave an explosive beauty, soft yet powerful. Too much muscle makes you feel too strong, and too little makes you feel like you're missing something. The woman looked at Gu Changa. You're the Gu Changa that our vice chairman was talking about? Gu Changa gave a hmm. The young girl asked. I can't believe that you are a scholar. He's supposed to be a student. How can he be a nerd? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. The woman nodded, smiled, and walked over to Gu Changa. I'm a mess. Yuli, I'm the person in charge here. A 4th order cultivator who is about to be promoted to the 5th order. You can address me as Sister Yuli, or as MS. Yuli, whatever you want to call me. Yuli stood beside Gu Changa and held out her hand for Gu Changa to see. Hello, Sister Yuli. Gu Changa hurriedly extended her hand to shake his. She didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was about to break through the 5th rank. There were no more than 5 people who could do that. Since everyone's here, it's time for us to go. Every time we go out to hunt demonic beasts, people die. To say that they return safely is a lie. We are all adults, and I don't want to let you down. If you're afraid, you can go, and I don't blame you, but you'll regret it when you get into the woods. Leave if you want to. Xian Quan swept a glance at the crowd and saw that none of them had any intention of retreating before he smiled and opened his mouth. Well, since there are no cowards, let's go. Xian Quan was the first to get into the SUV, and the others followed. Gu Changa then reacted. No wonder he had to bring such a large car. It was for this matter. A foot of gas went down and the car roared out. Rowley looked at the departing back of the SUV and said, I don't know how many people can go back alive on this trip, 5 out of the 10 that went out last time. This time, we crossed the blood-colored moon, and the ferocious beasts here are definitely countless times greater than before. Alas, after so many years have passed, there aren't many people who remember what happened back then, and now that everyone has turned their backs on the demonic beasts, I don't know who else will contribute to this time in the future. Our group is getting smaller and smaller every day. When we had to deal with the ferocious beasts, we had to stand in a long line. Now there are only 10 of us. We have hundreds of people on our team, but by now, not one of them has stepped up, which is why neither of them want to stay with us. Is this, perhaps, the end of the human race? Yuli was sitting in front of Guchanga. The next 9 people, except for Yuli who opened her mouth, the rest of them, all just responded from time to time. Guchanga felt that everyone present, except for Yuli, was a cold face that people didn't dare to approach. Although Guchanga wanted to listen to them say a few words, she didn't know how to reply. Guchanga was already overwhelmed by the dull atmosphere. Yuli looked toward Guchanga and smiled slightly. This time, just keep an eye on us and give us a hand every now and then. You're here to learn from us. What? I'm not going to fight then? Guchanga froze. He had come here to kill the ferocious beasts, but now he was told that he didn't need to hunt them. Chapter 88 Running. Instead, it was Yuli and a few others who looked at Guchanga with surprised gazes. What else could it be? Yuli said with a disbelieving face. Guchanga pulled her lips. So what am I doing here? Tour the mountains? Pretty much. You're just like us. You're all here to train. If we let a newcomer like you take the field, the casualty rate would definitely be over 90%. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Guchanga, let them say whatever they want. If it's really a war, they won't be able to care about me. Of course Guchanga wouldn't stand by and watch the match so calmly. He had long been mentally prepared to be punched in the face. Which middle school? Yuli asked Guchanga. Yeah, Guchanga responded. Yuli smiled. Coincidence. Sister Yuli, are you at school? Gu Ning asked. Guchanga was surprised. He never knew that Shiguang Middle School had a 4th-level powerhouse. It's not Westlight. It's an elite murderous high school. Yuri smiled and shook her head before pointing to a serious man beside her. Old Buster is from Westlight Middle School, and although he's usually quiet, he is, however, a very good talker. When that guy went to school, he was a bully who didn't care about anything and dared to do anything. 1 against 2. Isn't that exciting? Guchanga looked at the man beside Yuli. He hadn't really thought that this man would be this kind of person. He looked 25 or 26 years old, and there was no trace of the arrogance of youth in his eyes, but only a kind of composure. Old 8 also glanced toward Guchanga. Still not speaking, Guchanga greeted her. Good morning, Elder 8 Senior. Old 8 was at Guchanga's answer for a full 30 seconds before he nodded. Yuli glanced at Lao Ba and shook her head. You've suffered so much in prison that you're blind. Sister Yuli, have you been bullied since you were a child? Guchanga asked. In this car, it was only Yuli who was more outgoing, and a few others were silent. Even if it was a wagon, no one would say anything. Guchanga was suddenly very happy. It was fortunate that Yuli was there. Otherwise anyone in such an awkward and tense atmosphere would not be able to stand it. Even the thugs of society would have no effect on him. When they heard Jiang Chenxi's question, the people around them all revealed puzzled looks. Yuli opened her mouth with 2 dry coughs and a light cough. I never get my ass kicked. 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 Qian Quan sped along, and before long, he arrived at the city gates, which were not so big anymore. Even some of the strongest people who went out hunting were banned. Qian Quan lowered the window, and Mo Meng took the paperwork from Qian Quan's hands, and with just a glance, his eyes widened. Mo Meng's face changed as he handed the paperwork in his hand to Qian Quan and bowed again. Qian Quan nodded slightly. Maman looked aside to the slate-haired man, opened the door. The bald man rushed into the control room, began to busy, only to hear creak. The door opened. Qian Quan kicked the gas and drove the car out of town. These are warriors. I just seemed to see Guchanga there. Maman smiled slightly and said, no, that's him. Really? The inch-haired man looked surprised. He was curious as to what kind of person would be able to leave at this time. Without a strength of 3 or 4 levels, there was no way to get out of here. And those who were at one level or another would only become food for the ferocious beasts. These days, whenever night falls, the hissing of wild beasts comes from the mountains. Even at night, there would be some wild beasts trying to scale the 50-meter-high walls to enter the city. These days, they hardly ever get a good night's rest. He had been in office for 5 or 6 years and had never seen such a scene. Just the moment Qian Quan lowered the window, looked inward, then she saw Guchanga sitting at the very back, and at first she thought that it might be because the two of them looked somewhat similar, since they were usually at the 3rd or 4th level of cultivation. As for Guchanga, he hadn't even reached the 3rd or 4th rank. and had only recently recovered to just over 200, not even reaching the first rank. Maman froze slightly, then broke into a smile. I didn't see it, but his name came up on the profile. I didn't realize it was really him. The bald man was astonished. So, he's a level 4 or 4 now? I'm not sure. Maman spread his hands and said, but I think he'll be fine. Maybe. Ragnar shook his head. The bald man glanced at the closed door and then out the window. The SUV was still there, but it was gone. 1 hour later, the jeep pulled into the woods. Gu Chang'e then realized that the mercenary union had a separate passageway to the jungle. It was a project that was built by the mercenary union, and it took a lot of time and effort to both build the road and guard against the wild beasts that appeared out of nowhere. After long years, the road was finally completed. When the SUV stops, that's where they're going. Gu Chang'e and Yuli's legs had gotten off before they even hit the ground. From time to time, a sizzling sound came from the one-person high grass. Could there be some ferocious beast here? Gu Chang'e was flabbergasted. This had just arrived and a beast was charging over? Shasta! 2 fierce beasts sprang out of the grass and pounced on Gu Chang'e and Yuli's necks. And if they were to be bitten by them, I'm afraid that their entire heads would fly up. The 2 beasts were the size of dogs, with sharp fangs and a hint of saliva. Unperturbed, Yuli raised her foot and kicked the demonic beast away, crashing into a nearby tree. And with the sound of bones breaking, the demonic beast fell to the ground. Motionless, Gu Chang'e smashed his fist into the beast's head with his intuition. And fortunately, Gu Chang'e was 1 step ahead of him and was the first to hit the beast's head. The blow smashed the beast to the ground. But the beast wasn't in any trouble and jumped back up to pounce on Gu Chang'e after landing. Before Gu Chang'e had a chance to kill the beast, a sharp running sound came from the grass. Chapter 89 Hope. What the hell? Jiang Chenxi was tingling. That's too soon, isn't it? If they had this knife, they wouldn't have to work so hard. Right at this moment, Yuli made a beautiful sideways kick that sent the beast that was trying to attack Gu Chang'e into the grass. After the beast was kicked into the grass, within a few minutes, a mournful scream came from the grass, accompanied by a sizzling sound that seemed to be going away. Gu Chang'e could finally feel relieved, and for a moment, a cold picture suddenly surfaced in his mind. He didn't want to be taken out before he could do anything. Sister Yuli. Hard work. Gu Chang'e gave Yuli a grateful look. It's okay, I'm your teacher anyways. Yuli smiled faintly before adding, how about it? Do you understand your shortcomings? Gu Chang'e nodded seriously. I should have known that I would have had my gun in my hand, and I was just about to take it out of the car. But I didn't realize that as soon as I got out of the car, I encountered a fierce beast and didn't have time to pull out my weapon. Half right. Ragnar nodded. Yuli's voice rang out. Which half is wrong? Gu Chang'e asked. His life was at stake. He needed to know that only by correcting his deficiencies would he have a better chance of survival. Yuli did the same. Relying too much on the weapon in your hand is not a good thing. I'm not too sure about this. Sister Yuli, can you tell me the specifics? Gu Chang'e asked. Oh, good. I love it when you get to the bottom of things like that. Yuli said as she reached out and pressed her hand on Jiang Chenxi's shoulder. What I hate the most is that obviously I've told you, but you pretend to know nothing, but pretend to understand everything. So die to face is not a good habit. Correct the mistake is the same as to improve your fighting ability, reduce the chances of being cheated. That's exactly what I'm saying. Gu Chang'e. Yuli continued. Your first weakness is that you're not vigilant enough. When you're in a life and death struggle with a demonic beast, the enemy won't tell you that you have to be careful and always be on guard against surprise attacks from the enemy. Secondly, it's common sense that you're overly reliant on your weapons, but occasionally your weapons break. And when that happens, how do you react? Gu Chang'e stopped talking when she heard Yuli's words, and it suddenly occurred to her that she hadn't really thought in that direction. A person relies too much on one item. Once an item is destroyed, then he will go into a panic because the only thing he can use is this item. Once he loses this item, he loses his fighting power. This is a great weakness. Gu Chang'e then realized. Before entering the jungle, he thought he was able to go on a killing spree like he had before, but as soon as he got off the bus, he was pointed out 2 weaknesses. Gu Chang'e suddenly realized that what he came to internship is to find out the problem, only to hear Yuli then add, what I'm proposing is that you learn a variety of skills, including your own weapons, and that you learn how to turn your surroundings into your weapons. One more thing, is to constantly improve your strength, no matter in any environment. You have to rely on your physical body. Even if you lose your weapon, you can use your body as a weapon. At that time, your weapon will still fall on the ground? Okay, Sister Yuli. Gu Chang'e nodded seriously, instantly figuring out how to make herself more perfect. Yuli's words gave him great inspiration. Forge yourself into a weapon, so that you don't have to worry about your weapon falling off. Indeed, with this skill, he wouldn't have to worry about losing his weapon. and he could also strengthen his body. Indeed, all the weapons are just flowery. The most important thing is still to temper the physical body. In Jiang Chen's mind, the bronze tripod appeared. Since he was able to forge a broken weapon, was it possible to forge his own physical body as well? Want to try cutting your own waist off? Gu Chang'e just thought about it for a moment and then gave up. He's a genius for coming up with such a method. Yuli pointed out Gu Chang'e, and Old Eight and the others also got down from the car and took care of all the beasts hiding in the shadows. The weapons in their hands all seemed to be quite ordinary. Some were just a short sword, while others were a nondescript curved sword. By the looks of it, these people's comprehension, similar to Yuli's, was based on the physical body, with weapons as a supplement. Qianquan walked up to Gu Chang'e and spoke seriously. Even with Yuli's shelter, you have to be aware of your surroundings. No one is invincible. Okay. Gu Chang'e nodded and hurriedly pulled out her own weapon from her own bag. Then together with Yuli, she entered the middle of a forest. Old Eight and the others led the way at the front, Yuli and Gu Chang'e in the center, while the vice president was at the back, just to prevent them from being attacked by demonic beasts. Gu Chang'e asked Yuli for advice on how to train her body, and Yuli answered very dryly. It's all about pushing your limits by taking on one challenge at a time. Gu Chang'e looked at Yuli. She could say such words, so she must have experienced challenges over and over again, constantly improving herself and progressing. Yuli's voice rang out. You don't have to exceed your own abilities. All you have to do is find your weaknesses. Only then can you make yourself stronger. Otherwise you'll never be able to break through. Gu Chang'e didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The group continued to go deeper into the dense forest, encountering quite a few corpses of demonic beasts along the way, but they didn't bother to clean up the corpses of those demonic beasts or take their beast cores. It seems that to kill a ferocious beast is to kill a ferocious beast, plain and simple and clear. Gu Chang'e was also heartbroken when she saw so many corpses of ferocious beasts. If only all these things had been swallowed by the copper tripod. Gu Chang'e suddenly realized something very important and asked in disbelief. Sister Yuli, I don't quite understand something. If we don't clean up the corpses of those demonic beasts, then the bodies of those demonic beasts will most likely become a dish for other demonic beasts, in which case it won't hurt them too much. Chapter 90 Researching the Method of Beast Taming. Gu Chang'e continued. That's why, for those demonic beasts to reproduce their offspring, they have to be well fed and watered, and without enough food, they simply can't thrive in this jungle. Oh, looks like you found it too. Yuli nodded approvingly and added. You're right, if you don't clean it up in time, it'll become food for other beasts instead. And you'll avoid killing each other. If they know how to raise livestock and feed them like we do, that's not good. Before Gu Chang'e could say anything, she suddenly remembered that 10th order ferocious beasts transformed into humans, and their intelligence at that time wasn't much worse than that of a human. It's definitely possible. Yuli continued. I don't know if you've heard, but in the early years, a 10th ranked ferocious beast took the form of a human and infiltrated into the major cities. Gu Chang'e shook her head, paused, and asked carefully. Could it be looking at the survival and development of our human race? Yes, it took 3 years for the beast to appear. Enough time for all humans to learn about it. Damn, this guy is hiding too deep. Instead of going into hiding, he lived a life of luxury, and he used his power to drug a rich man into going to occasions every day. Why is it here? Gu Chang'e was very strange. He had only heard something about this matter, and was not clear about the specifics. It's all hearsay. Don't take it personally. Yuli continued. She once attended an event on the characteristics of ferocious beasts, and she brought along a very strong working dog that specializes in searching for wild animals. After that, the project dog was barking at him, and at first he didn't think anything of it, but then he yelled a few more times, and he still wouldn't listen. Then he got suspicious, and then he went to check it out, but it turned out to be a case of not finding the guy. It was like he came out of nowhere, and he noticed something unusual about that one working dog, so he reported it to the top first thing. Then we sent our men after him, and at his villa he finally showed his true colors, and the battle, it is said, destroyed half the building. Eventually, the beast left our world and, perhaps, has taken on another identity and lived in another world. Gu Chang'e's back chilled when he heard these words. 10th-ranked demonic beasts were most likely hiding in the human metropolis. Perhaps his companion was a terrifying beast. He didn't even know it himself. Once it explodes, I'm afraid the entire city will be destroyed. Qianquan stood behind him and faintly said, Don't worry, the Cultivators Association isn't just for show. Every once in a while, it will inspect each city. It's just that we don't know about it. In the middle of this city, they are absolutely safe. If they want to make a move against us, our human race will definitely not let them leave alive. The current us is far too powerful compared to 10 years ago. Well, don't worry, Yuli also spoke up. Gu Chang'e nodded. He was still in shock. If he hadn't joined the mercenary union, he wouldn't have been able to know such hidden news. Yuli smiled slightly and opened her mouth. You're not clear on that. Our association is a part of the cultivation world. What? Our union also belongs to the Cultivators Association? Gu Chang'e froze at this name. He really didn't know it. Qianquan added. That's good. That's right. It's one of them, our Adventurers Union. One of them is Tiandong, who controls the pharmaceutical market in the Dragon Kingdom. And then there's Tianlong Heavy Industry, which is in charge of the big construction and equipment manufacturing in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the Dragon People's restoration of the dragon. Our Adventurers Union mainly hunts monsters, and the monsters we collect are sold to the Tiandong Group and the Tianlong Group for the production of medicines, and can also be used to research weapons. Oh, I see. The crystal cores of these magical beasts can be used to refine medicines as well as weapons. Only then did Gu Chang'e understand why that potion had such a good medicinal effect. The so-called living dead was actually refined from the inner elixir of a magical beast. No wonder. The more advanced the demonic beast, the more precious it was. It does a lot more than you think it does. Qianquan had a hint of a smile on his lips. With Qianquan and Yu Li's introductions, Gu Chang'e had a better understanding of both the Adventurers Union and the other three major forces, and immediately had a feeling of unreality. Then she knew. The ferocious beasts have now learned to raise livestock and to make tools. What they do is make it better for everyone to die. When Gu Chang'e heard this, she suddenly remembered something that seemed right. The ones who know you best are often your own enemies, not your own loved ones. Qianquan added with a slight smile. But it's not like we're doing nothing. Right now all the major powers are researching the method of taming beasts. And some guilds have even trained beast tamers to raise their own pets and turn them into their own mounts and weapons. Time passes by. Qianquan looked at his watch and said to the crowd, "Rest for an hour and we'll set out again." "What's this about?" Gu Chang'e asked doubtfully. "Are you telling the truth?" Qianquan added. "Let's raid that ferocious beast's nest first. Then we'll kill it. There is a special kind of demonic beast called Mother Beast. As long as there are enough resources, they will be able to reproduce a steady stream of offspring, and within 3 days, a demonic beast will be born." "So powerful?" Gu Chang'e was startled. Qianquan nodded and said, "I understand. That is to say, if we kill this 10th-ranked ferocious beast, then this giant beast, at least, will be quiet for a few months. After all, this giant beast is not born naturally, it is a special creature. The study of living things." Gu Chang'e had never thought that these ferocious beasts could be so terrifying. They could even create a completely different kind of creature through their research. And in some ways, these ferocious beasts had far surpassed humans. Chapter 91 in the 3rd grade classroom. At first, he thought that these demonic beasts were all very intelligent. Gu Chang'e gave another wink to Old 8 and the others. And several people had already brought out the meals they had prepared and started eating. There were also some guards nearby, keeping an eye out for movement around them. The so-called 30 minutes is not for everyone, but in rotation. 30 minutes is said to be enough, but in fact only 15 minutes is enough. Gu Chang'e hurriedly stuffed the compressed crackers into her mouth, suddenly remembering that today was Monday and she was usually in class. What day it is this week has nothing to do with me at all. Wei Yangzhao kicked me out a long time ago. That's a good choice. And you can still go to the Adventurers Union and go to the best academy in the future. The other side. Westlight Middle School. In a 3rd grade classroom. Since Gu Chang'e was away, Xue Qinrui became her homeroom teacher. The students in the classroom were talking about it. Why hasn't Gu Chang'e returned? Did something happen to him? I don't think so. The teacher said Gu Chang'e took several days off, but didn't say why. Why don't we go over there and take a look? It would be rude of me to just leave. That's true. Let's wait. Xue Qinrui had come to Gu Chang'e's room yesterday and met Gu Chang'e. They found nothing left in the house. There was no Gu Chang'e. When she got home, she asked her maiden Xiaotian to help her check Gu Chang'e's whereabouts, but it was as if Gu Chang'e had disappeared off the face of the earth, with no clues at all. Later, she went to Gu Chang'e's landlord to inquire and learned that Gu Chang'e had rented out the house and found him a room, but she didn't know where he lived. Xue Qinrui was relieved to know that Gu Chang'e was safe. "Where's Gu Chang'e? Why are you so late?" After a short break, the group continued on their way. The further in they went, the more demonic beasts they would encounter, coming from all directions. Fortunately, none of these demonic beasts were too strong, and with Old 8 and the few of them around, it was still easy to deal with them. Gu Chang'e also killed several of them. Just then, Yuli also stopped joking, always keeping an eye on the surrounding movements, alert to the nearby beasts, and couldn't wait for her left eye to open and blink. In such a grave atmosphere, Gu Chang'e's entire body was tense and couldn't relax at all. Until nightfall, the group found a hidden cave to rest in. The crowd continues to rotate and catch some rest. Even though old 8 and the others had strong physiques, after a day of fierce battles, they could not help but feel a bit tired, and they closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At first, Gu Changa and Yuli were the two people patrolling outside, and neither of these two people had a heavy burden, so they didn't feel too tired along the way. But Gu Changa's spirit was already tense, and as soon as she loosened up, she couldn't bear it a bit. Yuli glanced beyond the cave before speaking. I'm afraid this night won't be peaceful. There's a ferocious beast assembling in a faraway place. Once a powerful demonic beast appears, they'll rush over, and then it'll be troublesome. But it's not there yet. In another 5 or 6 hours they'll attack. They're smart. Gu Changa looked out of the cave entrance and could only see the scarlet eyes of a ferocious beast flickering in the pitch-black woods, as if they were endless. If someone with a dense phobia came here, they'd go crazy for sure. But those were just up ahead. There were more beasts in the back. With so many demonic beasts, it was not a simple matter to resist. Late night 11 to 12. Yuli and Gu Changa also had a few hours off, and now old 8 and the others had to take turns keeping watch, each for half an hour. 1 or 2 in the morning. The guard whispered, "They're leaving." The few people who were still sleeping were suddenly wide-eyed. Gu Changa wasn't sleeping, but was resting his eyes as he took his gun, got up from the ground, and looked out of the cave. Sure enough, outside the cave, a blood-red eye was rapidly approaching. A hill that wasn't too big or small, and from this angle, one could clearly see the cave that Gu Changa and the others were in. There were 2 men that were standing on top of the hill. It was a man and a woman. The pair of eyes of the duo flickered with a demonic green light, as if they were 2 burning flames, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. This woman was extremely coolly dressed, with only a few pieces of cloth covering key areas on her body, and the materials used were extremely worn out. It's like a piece of cloth that's been washed hundreds of times, and when you give it a little tug, it's torn to shreds. And beside him, naked and topless, with only one arm and a pair of animal skin pants draped over his body, the man glanced at the cave and whispered, "It's only 10 people, is there a need to be so vocal about it? Don't take it lightly. They have a saying among the human race, the lion fights the hare and the fox dies, which says that a fierce lion, when it encounters a hare, it must exert all its strength, warning people that when they encounter someone who is not as strong as they are, they must bring out their full strength." The man still looked contemptuous. 8 rank 4 demons, 1 rank 2 demon, and 1 rank 9 demon. Excluding that rank 9 demon, the rest of the demons, to us, are like ants. We only need 1 strike to kill them all. We don't need such a long time at all. Back then, because you were too gullible, you had an arm chopped off by someone 1 level higher than you. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have lost an arm as simple as that. The man sniffed. He remembered the woman with the cold blade and icy eyes. A trace of pain appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "It was just a coincidence just now. If I see her again, it won't be like this." You can elevate, but he can't? This man, he thought, was a reckless man with no intelligence at all. Out. Yi Futian opened his mouth. She landed in the cave. A group of people stepped out from the crowd, waving their weapons in their hands and cutting through the wave after wave of beasts, followed by more people rushing out after them. "I'm going to get them now." The man sneered and jumped down from the hill, rushing in the direction Gu Changa and the others were in. The woman looked at him and sighed. This kid, he still doesn't have a long memory. That's just it. Let him go first and see if he can kill all these people. Chapter 92. I'm going to make up my mind about you. Gu Changa took her own weapon and fought with him. Beasts pouncing from every direction had their throats slit by sharp blades. Less than 30 seconds. Gu Changa could no longer remember how many demonic beasts he had killed and was covered in blood. His hands were covered in the blood of ferocious beasts, which caused Gu Changa to be unable to hold the hilt of his sword, and was in danger of being thrown out at any moment. They couldn't even wipe the blood off their hands as more beasts poured in. Not knowing what death was, Gu Changa could only grip the knife in her hand tightly, slash after slash, slash after slash, and with each slash, a beast would fall. Gu Changa's eyes were red. Looking at its madness, even a wild beast would have to retreat. Those beasts that pounced on Gu Changa also became hesitant, not as humongous as they were at first. Yuli wasn't far away from Gu Changa, and her attention was always on him, fearing that he would be surrounded by a group of fierce beasts and then startled. I'm going to use my strength to make those demonic beasts jealous. Seeing this scene, Yuli smiled slightly. When Yuli said this, everyone rolled their eyes and realized that those demonic beasts actually didn't dare to attack Gu Changa. Bad guys have to deal with bad guys. Even ferocious beasts are afraid of this kind of guy who doesn't know how to die. Even those demonic beasts were frightened by the aura emanating from him. Qianquan looked into the distance, frowning slightly with a slight headache, and I don't know how long it was. His voice suddenly became serious. All beware. there is a powerful enemy. The crowd's faces sank, and they couldn't help but look at Qianquan, but they found nothing, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. Anyone who could be called a great enemy by this vice president was at least a 9th-ranked demonic beast. Here they are. Only their vice president can fight against it. Qianquan droned on. Yuli, you must protect Guchanga for me. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Yuli moved closer to Guchanga. Guchanga gasped for air. It was no joke that the enemy was coming before so many demonic beasts were dealt with. Just then, a gale struck, as if it was a hurricane of over 10 levels, making Guchanga almost unsteady on her feet. Guchanga couldn't care less at this time. He only saw a person, flying from the front. Yes, flying toward him. Guchanga, you can fly in the air. It's at least the 7th order. Come as you are. Come as you are. This monster, if it were to transform into a human ferocious beast, would be at least of the 10th rank. The 10th rank. This was an incredible realm. The tornado just now was nothing more than a shockwave that was set off when he flew up. What a powerful presence this is. The shockwave alone made him unsteady on his feet, let alone attack. Yuli took Guchanga away, and the others went with her. Qianquan's expression was solemn, and he ordered on the spot. A ferocious beast of the 10th rank. He hadn't seen a monster like this in a long time. What he didn't expect was that on the same night they entered the forest, they encountered such a powerful enemy. Was it a coincidence? Or was it intentional? Facing such a huge beast, Qianquan had no certainty of defeating it and could only stall for time, but exactly how long he could hold out, he had no idea in his heart. After all, he had never fought a 10th-ranked ferocious beast before, and although he had seen them, he had watched from the sidelines. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Yuli didn't even think about it and immediately took Guchanga by the hand and fled. Those beasts that had been frightened by Guchanga, seeing that they were retreating, roared angrily and pounced on Guchanga and Supasian. The surrounding beasts pounced on Old 8 and the others. As soon as the group of beasts moved, Qianquan waved his hand, and a huge pressure enveloped a large area in front of him, and all the ferocious beasts were crushed in unison. Only then did Guchanga come back to her senses. Sister Yuli, are you really going to leave him behind? Crap. Yuli questioned Guchanga and then said excitedly, facing a 10th order ferocious beast, it would be a drag if we continue to stay here, so we might as well withdraw directly to avoid dragging our feet. If you want to go, go, mother-in-law. When the time comes there won't even be a single person. I've seen more than enough. So don't let our vice president down. Guchanga could see that Yuli was also having a hard time. Not only her, but Old 8 and the others were also having a hard time because they had probably experienced too much of this kind of situation. Guchanga silently lowered her head and continued to walk forward. In front of such a monster, we don't stand a chance. This is what no one expected. It had only been here for one night, and he had encountered a 10th order ferocious beast. This kind of chance was simply comparable to winning $100 million jackpot. The man sneered when he saw how fast Guchanga and the others ran. In an hour, you still won't be able to escape. The words just fell. The man looked at Qianquan, and his expression shifted as a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. I really didn't expect to see you in a place like this. Qianquan's tone was calm, without a single ripple. I don't know. You don't seem to have improved much over the years. Humph. No progress at all. It's easy for me to kill you. Tell me where the woman is and I can give you a hard time. Humph. That's useless. How can you of the 10th rank be her opponent? If that person hadn't stepped in to help you, you would have been killed by her long ago. Truth be told, she has long since been promoted to the 10th rank. The man's lips twitched and his face gradually twisted as he rushed towards Qianquan without a word. Qianquan looked back and saw that Guchanga and the others had all walked away, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. The man blasted his fist at Qianquan, a terrifying force sweeping out. Qianquan reached out to block, but failed to block the blow. The gap between the 9th and 10th orders was more than just a star. It was simply like a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. Qianquan was directly hit by this punch, and his body exploded back, crashing into a tree trunk that needed 3 or 4 people to hug it thick. A terrifying force traveled down Qianquan's body to that giant tree, which was shattered by his raw impact. Bang! The giant tree fell to the ground with a loud bang. That's the difference between you and me. He walked towards Qianquan with his hands behind his back and an expressionless face. I've made up my mind to make your life worse than death. Chapter 93 I am weak. Qianquan weakly collapsed onto a large tree, spraying out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row. His internal organs shattered, and his body was covered in severe pain. That strike just now had actually caused him to narrowly escape death. There was indeed a huge difference between the strength of a 10th-ranked powerhouse and a 9th-ranked powerhouse. I can still stall for some time. Just run away. Qianquan wasn't the least bit afraid. But that's it? Qianquan asked in a calm tone. The The man descended from the sky and arrived in front of Qianquan. I'll see if you can still be so tough. After all, no one gets through this. Take out your torture methods and let me see what kind of torture methods can be researched by a ferocious beast of just over a decade. The man spoke after a humph. I can see that you're deliberately stalling. Don't waste your efforts. I've told you, even if it's just for an hour, I can easily catch up. How can you be sure if you don't try? Qianquan didn't seem surprised. He's deliberately stalling, and with a little brain power. You can see that. The man's composure made Qianquan a little worried, as the man's speed was too fast, and it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Qianquan didn't understand how on earth he and the others would be able to escape this. Well, it's time to clean them up. The man glanced at where Gu Changge and the others had left, then rushed up into the sky. Qianquan clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the intense pain coming from all over his body as he slowly raised his hands up. In an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped his surroundings, enough to crush a third or fourth ranked demonic beast. But this time, he was unharmed. The man sneered in disdain. After so many years, you don't seem to have grown at all. I just stood there and let you beat me up. I couldn't even pull my hair out. You're really getting more and more useless. Qianquan didn't say a word. The man slapped his palm out. The powerful force blasted Qianquan out. Just one move. Qianquan lost the power to resist. The man was about to leave and go after Gu Changge and the others when he saw a large group of wild beasts surrounding him as if they were going to swallow him. Get the hell out of here. I've got my eye on it and it's my food. All of the demonic beasts, scared to death, retreated backwards. However, there are still some stubborn guys who refuse to leave, and have been hiding in the dark, waiting for that person to leave. They will swarm up and share the Qianquan. The blood of human experts was extremely tempting to them. The more advanced the human race, the greater the power contained in their essence blood, allowing them to evolve rapidly. His 10th rank cultivation was not for show. He could tell the number of ferocious beasts hiding in the shadows with a single glance. Surprisingly, there were ferocious beasts that didn't listen to his command. The man threw a left and a right punch with a strong force. The ferocious beasts hidden in the shadows couldn't even dodge and were directly smashed. With 2 consecutive attacks, countless beasts died, and those that didn't want to leave followed. Count your blessings. Just as he turned around and tried to leave, he was showered with a warm cloud of water. The man frowned and sniffed through his nose, realizing instantly that it was blood. Looking down, Gu Changge was standing in front of him, and his left arm was wrapped in gauze, as if it was used to bandage it. In his right hand, he also held a vial filled with blood. The man couldn't understand Gu Changge's actions at all, nor did he understand why he was doing this. The man snorted. A second-level alien, trying to deal with me too? Not only can I attack you, I can also kill you. Gu Changge clenched her teeth and endured the oppressive feeling emanating from the man, looking straight into his blood-red eyes. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would have already been propped up by this powerful pressure and turned into a puddle of blood. Even Gu Changge felt that her entire body was under immense pressure, and she could be crushed into mincemeat at any moment. It's hard to imagine just how strong this guy is. This pressure alone was enough to kill a person, let alone fight with him. But luckily for him, his blood had splattered all over his body, and he wasn't sure he could destroy the metal door like he had just done, so he had to test it on his own life. Yu Li and the others didn't leave, but hid in the surrounding bushes, looking like they were standing by. What a mouthful! When the man heard this, he only felt amused. He had never encountered such an arrogant person who was clearly only at the 2nd rank, yet he wanted to put him to death. So, Ragnar asked, you think I didn't notice the people hiding nearby, waiting for me to attack you before they struck out at me? The man sneered. Never seen anyone so stupid. How do you know? Gu Changge pretended to be surprised. In fact, he was also surprised that a 10th-ranked ferocious beast's perception ability was so strong. Yu Li and the others who were hidden in the shadows were shocked when they saw this scene, because they were discovered before they could even make a move. Now that it's been discovered, there's no need to hide it. That would be foolish. Yu Li can only pin her hopes on Gu Changge's plan. Otherwise, everyone will have to be accounted for here. The man loved Gu Changge's surprised expression and said calmly with pride on his face, "Ha, it's just a carving. In your human terms, I've been through far more than you have." The other side. Gu Changge quietly took out that copper tripod and thought in her heart, "Brother, please make a move and help me kill this person, and I'll help you collect a batch of corpses of ferocious beasts. How about it?" When the man saw Gu Changsinger holding a copper furnace in his hand, his pupils contracted violently, and a never-before-seen panic surged through his heart. At once, the eyes of those 4 ancient beasts emitted a red light, and at once, an intense suction force erupted from the copper furnace. The man was instantly sucked in by that copper furnace, and in the next moment, he appeared in another place, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. Then, the man had seen the most horrible sight in his life. Don't. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Chapter 94 seems pretty good. Outside the door, Gu Changa didn't hear the man's pleas for mercy or the sound of bones being bitten. It worked? Ragnar froze. Yuli stared at Gu Changa with an incredulous face. He wiped his eyes and took a closer look. And sure enough, he found that the man was really gone, having been sucked in by a copper cauldron held inside Gu Changsinger. It's the 10th order, an existence that was capable of destroying a city and making everyone tremble in fear. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast. No one is unafraid of it. Such a powerful figure had been devoured by Gu Changa's treasures? It's insane. A seemingly ordinary item was able to easily kill a 10th-ranked demonic beast. Just sprinkle some blood into the opponent's body and pull out your own magic weapon. Who could kill a 10th-ranked demonic beast so easily? Bull. Yi Futian spat out 2 words. Even old 8 and the others, who had always been unsmiling, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. The 2nd order slaughtering the 10th order. If this news were to be spread, it would definitely be a sensation to the entire Dragon Nation. They also knew that this matter could never be spread. And if it was spread, Gu Changa's life would definitely be in danger. Although this magic treasure was powerful, Gu Changa's power was simply too small. Once he met an expert, and he was well aware that the power of this magic treasure, he was bound to be on guard, and if he couldn't make his blood splash onto his opponent's body, he would lose the battle. This kind of magic treasure could only be maximized when the enemy was defenseless. Yuli walked up to Gu Changa and said with a surprised look on her face, "What's going on? Gu Changa is so great. I can't believe it's really possible. I wasn't sure if I could do it before, so I casually tried it, but I didn't think it would actually work." "That's right, or we're all going to get killed." Yuli's voice rang out. Old 8 and the others came to the vice president's side, slung him over their shoulders, turned and ran. On the other side, on a small hill, the young girl's eyebrows knitted deeply. Her face was unusually serious, and her surprise was mixed with a trace of incomprehension. Her expression was extremely complicated. Niu Biao was killed? What's in this guy's hand? How can it be so powerful? When he removed the item from his hand, Niu Biao had already been sucked into it. The human race? When was there such a terrifying existence? Never heard of it. The woman thought about it and something didn't feel right. I guess so. If they had known this, they wouldn't have escaped. They should have killed Niu Biao first. The guy didn't think the thing would work at first. Then he simply went out on a limb and didn't think it would work. To be able to inhale Niu Biao into it, it must be something that guy poured on him. After saying that, she walked over to where Niu Biao had just stood. He walked over to where Niu Biao had just been standing and noticed that Niu Biao had been splashed with liquid. Sniffing and somewhat puzzled. Why blood? Could it be his own blood? Is there some connection between the two? We can't act rashly now. We'll see. The woman then told the other beasts to go after Gu Changa and the others. And those beasts desperately pounced on Gu Changa and the others. The woman flew into the air and followed suit, waiting to see what Gu Changa was going to do next. A little guy of the 2nd rank is able to exert such power. If it falls on the human race, I'm afraid it will cause us fatal injuries. That is to say, if I am able to get my hands on it and master its usage, then, with it, I will be able to wipe out all the experts of the human race. All of them. Gu Changa hadn't been walking for long before they were surrounded by the beasts behind them. They put Gu Changa behind their backs, and the gang surrounded Gu Changa in a U-shape. Yuli scanned the surroundings and quickly judged where they were. No good. There's a cliff further on. Everyone's faces darkened. They could only run forward at this point, while there were beasts to the left and behind them, but not in front of them. Old 8 said, "There are simply too many demonic beasts here. If we don't make a move, we will most likely be exhausted alive." Before you were decapitated by the vice president, and now that the vice president is sleeping, we simply can't hold back so many demonic beasts. Yuli's voice rang out. If it's not possible, then take a leap off the cliff and maybe there's a way to live. Is there some kind of current? Gu Changa said. Are you right? If there was a big river below, it might be possible to save your life. If not, then this fall-in would be a puddle of flesh. It doesn't seem to be. If this falls, it will surely be smashed to death. Gu Changa's words fell. He suddenly thought of the elixir that Dong Yu had given him and hurriedly said, "Sister Yuli, I need an elixir that can restore the vice president's health." "Just wait." "Okay." Chen Zhuyu agreed. Yuli and the others didn't ask Gu Changa much about what was going on, as they had absolute faith in Gu Changa, and immediately stopped and greeted the countless beasts. They're not afraid to die at all. Gu Changa lowered his hand and quickly took out a bottle of potion from her backpack, then opened the cap and poured the liquid inside into Qian Xuan's mouth. Not a single regret. The medicine is drunk. The wounds on Qian Quan's body were healing rapidly. Even the places where he had broken his bones before were being repaired rapidly. he's really dying. Gu Changge was startled. He didn't expect the medicine to take effect so quickly. He thought it would take several minutes for the medicine to kick in. At once, the wound recovered rapidly. He's pretty much recovered. Gu Changge hurriedly told Yu Li and the girls about this good thing. Good. Ragnar nodded. Yu Li and the others were energized. All they had to do now was to hold out until the vice president awoke. And just 500 or 600 meters above Gu Changge and the others, the woman stood in the air, her gaze fixed on Gu Changge and the others below. The woman frowned. What the hell did this kid feed him to make his injuries heal so quickly? Niu Biao broke more than a dozen of his bones. He's lucky to be alive. And he'll be healed soon. She was weighing the stakes and whether or not to do it. That's the third question. Facing the bronze tripod, she couldn't help but do it. The woman took a deep breath, then flew in the direction of Gu Changge and the others. And in just a moment's time, she rushed to 100 meters away from Gu Changge and the others. Crap, crap. There's another 10th ranked ferocious beast. Yu Li and the others also spotted the young girl. And Yu Li even broke into a rage. Chapter 95 she already knows. He shouldn't have demolished the lair of a 10th ranked ferocious beast, right? Holy, this is too much bad luck. I've only seen one 10th order one in my life. And two of them at that. 10th ranked demonic beasts, which are already rare, have now appeared two more. Yu Li and the others cursed angrily, while Old Bastard and the others were grim-faced, clenching their fists tightly as they looked towards the woman who was lunging towards them. Jiang Chenxi was also in a daze. A 10th ranked ferocious beast. Was he also here? Isn't a ferocious beast of the 10th rank very rare? What's going on here? How can this be? He didn't have the slightest chance of winning against a 10th ranked ferocious beast, and the fact that he was able to defeat a 10th ranked ferocious beast before was purely a fluke and a surprise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had even the slightest chance. He glanced at the vice president, who had collapsed on the ground, and realized that he was almost healed. Chief, get up! Gu Changge grabbed Chen Xuan's collar and shook it off. Under Gu Changge's continuous efforts, Chen Quan finally came back to his senses. It's the 10th order. Gu Changge pointed at the woman. Who are you? Chen Quan was confused and didn't understand what was going on, and as soon as he heard Gu Changge say that, he immediately jumped out. He could no longer care about how Gu Changge and the others came back or how she recovered from her illness. But one thing was clear to him. In order to leave Gu Changge and the others a way out, they had to fight the 10th order demonic beasts. That young girl didn't slow down when she saw him waking up. All she had to defend herself against was Gu Changge. The rest of the people wouldn't pose much of a threat to her. Even the 9th-ranked martial artist Chen Quan would have a hard time doing any harm to her. The woman was tens of meters away and launched an attack towards Gu Changge and the others. The plants and trees around Gu Changge and them were swaying rapidly and growing fast, surpassing Gu Changge and them in just a second. Countless vines extended out from the surrounding trees, slowly approaching Gu Changge and the others. Gu Changge used a sharp knife to cut all the surrounding weeds, but with Yu Li's and their weapons, it was a bit difficult to cut the small grass. The grass, more than one person high, wrapped around their arms and legs from all sides, tightening rapidly, the pain growing more intense as they desperately tried to break free, but they couldn't. Gu Changge wanted to run over to help, but she couldn't move a muscle, and the grass that had been cut would soon grow back. If it was one-sided, Gu Changge would still be able to come over and help, but unfortunately, things weren't that simple. As the grass contracted, both men's skin was cut open and blood flowed out, dripping onto the grass. With this momentum, it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few seconds for them to be split up by little grass. Gu Changge was anxious in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. That kind of watching his partner die in front of him and he couldn't do anything was just too torturous. Bang! An extremely strong aura exploded near Gu Changge. A shockwave like a nuclear explosion spread out, obliterating the entire surrounding area of 500 to 600 meters. The grass around the bodies of Yu Li's few people were all twisted to pieces by this force as well. Gu Changge and the others hadn't been injured at all by such strong air currents, and they hadn't even retreated a single step, as if all those air currents had passed by Gu Changge and the others. The young girl in the air was also lifted more than 20 meters away by this sudden air current. She was not injured, however, and was merely caught by the gale. However, these 3rd and 4th level demonic beasts weren't as powerful as the young girl, and were decimated in droves, blood and flesh flying everywhere. A pungent odor filled the entire world. Gu Changge and a few others looked at Chen Quan in unison with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, his body was gnarled with muscles. A single vein rippled out. His body exuded a gust of intimidating aura. A head of long hair was blown in a hunting manner, and his face was red at some point. Gu Changge and the others only knew that Chen Quan was already at the 10th rank. Why else would he be so vicious? The young girl's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Chen Quan with a somewhat grave expression. It is? Chen Quan gritted his teeth and said word for word. Gu Changge, Take your people and hurry out of here, Shan Khan said in an almost hissing voice while looking extremely uncomfortable. The young girl observed carefully, before it dawned on her, and she sneered. So, you didn't advance to the 10th rank, but used some special methods to make yourself stronger. How long can you support yourself in this situation? When Gu Chang'e and the others heard this, they immediately knew what was going on. When Yu Li and the others heard it, they immediately remembered one thing, and that thing was the explosive Yuan Dan. Therefore, he would never use it easily. Eating it allows one to explode their potential for a period of time. During this process, the martial artist's power would increase dramatically, and at the same time, he would have to endure pain that ordinary people could not endure. Legend has it that even just 1% of the pain felt by an ordinary person would make them go crazy. But right now, he was only feeling 1% of the pain. In 5 minutes, the drug will be over, and they will have to live with the consequences. It was said that none of the people who ate the surge pill could make it through. They had always thought that this elixir only existed in rumors. Go! He bellowed, turning and running. After Qian Quan finished speaking, he leapt forward and directly pounced on that young girl, slapping out a palm. With a casual wave of her hand, seemingly lightly, she blocked Qian Quan's strike and appeared to be unharmed, not even furrowing her brow a bit. The power obtained by improper methods is not something we can obtain on our own. Being at the same 10th level, we are still very different. Let's show you the real power. The woman pulled Qian Quan's arm down to prevent him from escaping, and with a fist in one hand, she slapped her palm on the small of Qian Quan's back. Boom! Qian Quan was sent flying backwards, and if it wasn't for a young girl pulling Qian Quan tightly, I'm afraid he would have been thrown into the distance. One punch, Qian Quan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost shattered into smithereens, and his heart almost stopped beating as he sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. That's strength. The words just fell. The woman once again slapped her palm at Qian Quan's face. Chapter 96 A Great Power. Ka-ching! A crisp ringing sound rang out. The sound of bones breaking came. Qian Quan's bones were shattered all over his body. Qian Quan felt like his brain was going to short-circuit. Just now, with that strike, he didn't hold back at all. And with a single strike, he could have blown his head off. He clenched his teeth and raised his arm, wanting to blast his fist at the woman. But the woman's speed was far beyond Qian Quan's. Qian Quan took the initiative to strike, but the woman's fist struck Qian Quan first. Again! Bang! A huge force came from Qian Quan's body, and his internal organs almost collapsed. Qian Quan only felt that his vision was getting blurry and his eyes were sinking, as if they would collapse at any moment. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast really isn't that easy to break. I still have a long way to go. Gu Chang'e had already been dragged away by Yu Li and the others. They were well aware of this woman's frightening nature. And this woman wasn't as arrogant as the 10th-order demonic beast from before, who had tried to kill people from the start. Most likely, everything that had just happened had been discovered by this woman, so it was even more unlikely that Gu Chang'e had struck behind her back. Even the most powerful magic treasure was useless if it could not hit the opponent. With this amount of Gu Chang'e's strength, it was definitely impossible to directly hit that woman. The vice president had risen to level 10 in such a short period of time, yet he still couldn't help this woman. So it was obvious how strong this woman was. It was even more powerful than an ordinary 10th-ranked expert, and among the 10th-ranked, it was considered a top figure. But facing her, he could only flee. The woman looked at Gu Chang'e and the others, and when she saw them running away, she naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, reaching out and grabbing towards Gu Chang'e. Just as she raised her palm and was about to strike, a terrifying force converged on her hand. If she hadn't been afraid that her power would be too great and would destroy the spell, she would have done it long ago. But it's not an easy thing to do. Qian Quan suddenly struck out and slapped his palm at the woman's face. With a single blow, the woman was blown out thousands of meters away. And if it wasn't for the fact that the woman had crashed into the top of a high mountain, I'm afraid she would have been blown out thousands of meters away. The woman was ruthlessly smashed into a mountain peak, smashing into it more than a foot deep. And even though her strength was far superior to Qian Quan's, she was still lightly injured after being blasted by this blow. Not only was she hurt, but she was hurt so badly that the left side of her face was shattered. If Qian Quan's strength had been a bit stronger, he might have been able to crush this woman's skull with a single punch. It's a shame. After one strike, Qian Quan exhausted all his strength, and he didn't even have the strength to rise up in the air, and his body fell limply to the ground. With his height and the injuries he had, this jump would probably kill him. It's over. It's over. My whole life. Finally something. 2,000 Gs of textbooks that I just gave up on before I had a chance to read them. Qian Quan smiled bitterly, his eyes gradually closing. The woman struggled to get up from the large pit and a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground. How could she not expect that the dying Qian Quan could still attack? This guy, what exactly he ate is what matters. His injuries are still recovering. Otherwise, if I had punched down, he would have died long ago. Careless, Yi Futian secretly said in his heart. The woman reached up and held her face. Qianquan's blow not only shattered the left side of her face, but even her lower jaw was blown into a deformed state. Falling down from mid-air, he closed his eyes and had no idea how far he was from the earth. At the moment, he couldn't even feel the passage of time. Time passes very slowly. The days are like years. So, he doesn't really know the gap between himself and the ground, which could be less than a second or a centimeter. Just then, he suddenly had the illusion of being grabbed. It can't be this monster, can it? This can't be right. Why would he help himself? He opened his eyes and saw Gu Changde pulling him. Qianquan didn't have a trace of joy on his face. Instead, his face became extremely gloomy and became abnormally gloomy. Why are you back again? Looking for death? He yelled at Gu Changde. He knew what Gu Changde had come back because of. And while he was helpless, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, he couldn't wait for Gu Changde not to come back. I can't leave everyone and live by myself. After Gu Changde finished speaking with a resolute face, he stood up and his gaze fell on the woman. That woman rushed towards Gu Changde at a very fast speed. Then, Gu Changde pulled her own copper stove out of her arms and aimed it at the woman. When her gaze landed on this copper furnace, her pupils contracted dramatically and her face became extremely ugly. Even her flying speed became slower and slower, seemingly stopping at any moment. Seeing the situation, a stone fell from Gu Changde's heart. This was just the beginning. He should have known that he had sucked the 10th order ferocious beast in. Gu Changde was right. The woman felt a terrifying pressure from that bronze furnace that made her soul tremble. It was as if there was a terrifying beast hidden inside that would pounce and devour him in one gulp the next second. Gu Changde eyed the woman's face, trying to see something in her expression. It is estimated that in a short period of time, he will not make a move, and the bronze tripod alone will not work. It must be deterred. I know that you are very powerful and can easily kill me, but, if I have this treasure, you will definitely die, Gu Changde said while walking quickly towards the woman. The woman looked at Gu Changde, who was getting closer and closer, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind. This guy, he just eats me up. Are you trying to scare me? Gu Changde stopped more than 10 meters away from the woman and stared at her with an expressionless face, as if to say, if you dare to touch him, I will kill you. At this point, Gu Changde felt that she had won most of the battle. If she really wanted to do something, she would have done it long ago and wouldn't have been forced to this extent. It's a dead end left and right, so might as well put up a fight. Maybe there's a bright future, and if she's willing to leave, it's a win, Gu Changde calmly said to the woman. You probably don't know how your friend died. Chapter 97 Huge Pressure. No. Aha. Gu Changde. He felt he could brag. After all, she didn't know. People had already found out, and he couldn't say anything. In case she found out something, everyone would be finished. Gu Changde said in a gangly manner like a street gangster. You know all about it, so I won't say any more. You make your move. We'll have one thing for each of us. You leave, I'll leave, and all will be happy. I'm only at the 2nd rank. I've only just started practicing. Even if I'm killed, I won't feel sorry for it. It took you a long time to reach the 10th rank. This magic treasure, every time I move it, it will consume a large amount of energy. I can only use it once more. Consider it as a burial for you. Just now, the blood of that friend of yours was the one that was aroused. Gu Changde purposely added a heavier tone to the word blood, just to trick her and make her realize that she didn't have to use her own blood to inspire. That way, she wouldn't think that as long as she dodged the blood that was splattered all over her, she'd be okay. Yuli and the others came from nearby and listened to the conversation between Gu Changde and the woman in their ears, with only one sentence in their hearts. Awesome! This kid had the audacity to come over here and scare the out of people. Qianquan didn't think that Gu Changde would be able to use this method to eat the 10th stage demonic beast. Indeed, he has a pretty good eye for people. This guy, he's pretty good. The woman's face was filled with disbelief. She neither dared to make a move nor was she willing to let go. With this magic treasure, he would have the confidence to exterminate all the humans. The human race's rate of progress was so fast that in just over 10 years, it had made such a huge progress. If something isn't done, these ferocious beasts will be destroyed and enslaved by humans and turned into livestock. Either that or they were kept as pets. Her breath caught at the thought. When Gu Changde saw that she didn't put up a fight and looked angry, she thought that she was going to win, but she suddenly backed up more than 100 meters. Gu Changde thought he had left and was about to relax when a woman's voice came from the distance. This move can only be performed once, so let me try it. Can you kill all of these beasts? The words just fell. Gu Changde realized that there were many blood-red eyes glowing around her, and they were getting closer and closer. Grr! The man cursed. Gu Changde couldn't help but curse. They were using a huge number of demonic beasts against them. She was truly afraid and scared, which is why she let those demonic beasts come over. The woman stood in the air, arms wrapped around her chest, a faint smile and a hint of smugness on her face as she looked at Guchanga and the others from afar and coldly snorted. "Humph, just by you. You're worthy of competing with me? I'm convinced that this spell of yours works even from a mile away. This many demonic beasts are enough to kill you 100 times. What do you care if I don't go?" Guchanga did not expect her to do this. Guchanga was just trying to scare him on a whim. As for the response, it is just an off-the-cuff comment, and it is impossible to cover everything. In such a situation, they didn't have any other choice. The only thing they could do was to kill all the mutant beasts that rushed over first, and then find a way to escape. Guchanga's greatest fear was that the woman would strike out at them from a distance, in which case he wouldn't be able to scare her. With her 10th rank battle power, attacking them from hundreds of meters away was completely doable, but the man was careful and didn't strike immediately. Guchanga thought the same thing. If she and the others were to escape, she wouldn't just sit back and watch, and at that point, she would definitely make her move. The expression on Guchanga's face slowly sank. It's a dead end, and there's no way to crack it at all. Guchanga and the others just kept hunting the beasts. They themselves couldn't even count how many they had killed. Their bodies were already red with blood. Qianquan's breathing also became weak. At first he could barely open his mouth, but later on, he couldn't even lift his eyelids and couldn't even say a word. I don't know how much time has passed. More and more people couldn't take it and were knocked to the ground by the beasts, followed by more beasts pouncing on them and tearing them apart. Seeing that there were fewer people, Guchanga and the others felt a huge pressure. Hours without rest, even just a little movement, can wear a person out. He was now consuming his power every moment of every day. Guchanga and the others weren't sure how much longer they could hold out. Yuli clenched her teeth and opened her mouth. "Guchanga, hurry up and leave. You have the treasure in your hand. She won't hurt you. If we wait any longer, we're bound to die," she gasped as she spoke. "I'm not leaving without you," Guchanga said firmly, only to hear Yuli then add, "If we keep this up, we'll be killed. We have no family. Don't worry, your sister is still waiting for you." Yuli's words played right into Guchanga's hands. His emotions were mixed, like there was a needle sticking in his heart, causing him pain and suffering, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Since he had made such a choice, he had already had the realization of dying in this jungle. If she does that now, what about her future? Is she going to give up on herself at the first sign of trouble too? Guchanga freed one of his arms and took out a copper cauldron, filling it with the corpses of the surrounding demonic beasts. Countless corpses of ferocious beasts were piled up around them, and at this moment, these corpses of ferocious beasts were being rapidly devoured by the copper tripod, followed by countless beast dawn being ejected from the copper tripod. Her smile faded and was replaced by seriousness. This magic treasure was too terrifying. It was fortunate that he hadn't tried it just now, or else there was a real possibility that this guy could have gotten his hands on it. What wasn't expected was that the rest of the ferocious beasts, once they saw this scene, were instantly terrified, stopping in their tracks and quickly retreating backward. From afar, he roared at Guchanga and the others. Yuli and the others looked at Guchanga, and they grabbed the time to gasp for air. The continuous fierce battle left them breathless and gasping for air. She bellowed again, but none of those demonic beasts dared to attack, instead continuing to retreat backwards. Guchanga didn't even turn her head for a moment before speaking. "Sister Yuli, you and your 2 vice presidents go first. I'll hold them off. They won't mess around." Chapter 98. What are you doing? "Sister Yuli, don't be a mother-in-law. Be quick." Yuli was still a bit sad, but when she heard Guchanga say this, she didn't know what to say. "I'm a woman. Who do you think I am?" Eventually, Yuli held Qianquan in her arms and quickly withdrew. "A real man." Gong Yuxiao spat out 2 words. Old Aide gave Guchanga a vertical compliment before he followed Yuli and the others. Guchanga watched everyone leave, then looked down at the boundless beasts in front of her, not knowing what to do. Yuli led a group of people away, and she saw them, but she didn't pay any attention to them. Her only purpose was Guchanga. If she went to find Yuli and the others, in case Guchanga escaped and hid somewhere, she would lose a treasure that could reverse the life and death of a demonic beast. By comparison, those people are negligible and there's no need to go after them. Even if they could catch up, it would just be more trash to kill. But the loss of a treasure is not trivial. The lesser of the two is clear to him. Guchanga saw that the woman wasn't coming at Yuli and the others, so he put his heart down, and suddenly, his mind moved. Could their purpose be themselves? In that case, Sister Yuli and the others can also go back first to ask for help, and they might even be able to arrive in time. Guchanga's face sank. It looked like he couldn't escape without killing her. "It's the only way. Sister, when will you get your revenge?" Gu Changa blurted out. Stop dying to brother. Brother is a legend. Let go of me. The woman's face changed, and in the next moment, she had already run 100 meters away from Gu Changa. The veins on that woman's head popped out. Her hands clenched into fists. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Changa was holding a copper tripod in her hand, she would have pounced on Gu Changa and beat her up. No woman can tolerate being addressed as her sister, and she will forgive him as soon as she calls her sister. This one had the nerve to go dancing in the ground. The woman shouted angrily. Asterisk 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 you. I just turned 15 this year and I'm calling out to my sister? Gu Changa froze. He looked at least 27 or 18 years old, which is 15 years old, and well younger than him. Wait, why are all the ferocious beasts so distraught? The woman skimmed her mouth and gritted her teeth. Today, either you or I will die. No, sister. Gu Changa's voice stopped and his face gradually sank. He had said it completely subconsciously and there was no way to stop it. Gu Changa's face sank. Are you stupid? No. Do you want to keep spending time with me? I told you, it's either you or me. The woman was still angry at being called sister in one breath. Still angry, her breasts heaving up and down. Gu Changa was helpless. He couldn't run away anyway, and he couldn't run away, so he made a big deal out of it. He sat down with a fart and pulled out a piece of chocolate and a compressed cookie from his backpack. After hunting monsters for several hours in a row, he had long been exhausted. Under the intense excitement, he had forgotten about his stomach. As soon as he was relieved, his stomach began to rumble and his body ached all over. This guy was so arrogant, and he wasn't worried that he would suddenly make a move to snatch it. So where exactly did he come from? The woman was puzzled, and the more calm Gu Changa acted, the more scared she became. He thought it was just to paralyze him, and that as soon as he got loose, he would fall for the trick. Humph, this little trick of yours, you still want to hide it from me? What a joke. I've been on Earth for 3 years and I know everything here. Gu Changa saw the woman with her arms wrapped around her chest and a smug look on her face, and didn't understand what the hell she was thinking. Gu Changa didn't want to think about that much. His brain just needed to rest. After a long time of being relieved, Gu Changa only felt weak and only wanted to close her eyes to rest. But Gu Changa fell into a deep sleep when he wasn't paying attention. Snoring. In the woods, there was no more sound other than Gu Changa's huffing and puffing. Che, just this little trick of yours. Also want to hide from me. What kind of person snores so loudly? What to pretend? You try to look tired and groggy and then pretend to snore. And that's just fake. He doesn't even understand himself that it's an act. Let's see how long he lasts. 10 minutes later, Gu Changa was still unresponsive, only snoring slightly lighter. Humph, how long has this been going on? And he can't help himself? Even the snoring is so faint. Time passes slowly. The minutes ticked by. Gu Changa was sleeping soundly. Even if she gave him a few slaps now, he wouldn't wake up. The woman still hadn't moved, but she was now also wondering if Gu Changa was there or not. No way. He said he might have been acting, and now it looks like he should be asleep. He's probably sleeping. Why don't I go find him? No. That guy must be acting. I was almost fooled by him. I have to admit that he does have 2 skills and was able to see through my judgment, but I'm not as careless as Niu Biao. Just you. You want to fool me? 30 minutes later. At this point, the sun had just risen. 30 minutes later, the sunrise slowly rose, and the warm light shone on the ground. Gu Changa only felt her eyes blinking, and she was awake. He yawned and suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen asleep. Holy! He hurriedly looked inside himself, but there was nothing. The bronze tripod was still next to him and did not dissipate. He turned his head and looked at the woman next to him. Instead of floating in the air, he rejoined the ground and sat on his knees not far from him. You're good at acting. Even at this point, you're still acting. I've never admired someone so much, and for the first time in my life I'm impressed with you. Pretending to be asleep for so long, that willpower alone is more than a lot of people. Gu Changa was first stunned, then slowly reacted to the fact that he thought he was pretending to sleep, so he didn't dare to mess around, and thought he was deliberately trying to trick her. Chapter 99. Don't believe it. Gu Changa. I have to say, the kid is talented in some ways. She's really low-key. The fact that she hadn't struck out at herself after hours of slumber was a commendable thing in itself. He would have been dead if she had wanted him to be, but she did nothing. After this period of rest, Gu Changa had slowed down, and he had to think about how to get out of it. Wanting to retreat in front of a 10th-ranked expert was definitely not an easy task. It would be better if Yu Li and the others could call in reinforcements. Gu Changa glanced at the woman and saw that she was sitting cross-legged, leisurely clipping her hands, with a relaxed face and not the slightest hint of nervousness. No way. How could she not have thought that once Sister Yu Li and the others came back, they would call for help? Sister Yu Li and the others were able to escape from in front of her. How could she not see that? Could it be that these beast waves were coming towards Sister Yuli and the others? Gu Changa thought about it and could only say so. Otherwise, how could she not be worried at all? Did she really want to spend 10 days or so with herself and then wait until she ran out of food and starved herself to death? Damn, that's a lot of patience. She's really good at holding back. Gu Changa didn't understand why she was so calm. If he were her, he would have done it long ago. Why bother dragging it out for so long? He really couldn't understand women. This brain circuitry, it's really different from humans. Time passes slowly. Noon. The sun was extraordinarily hot, and Gu Changa walked forward step by step until she was less than 3 meters away from him to avoid the scorching sun. There was no talk all night. The young girl's voice rang out. Little one, put down that thing in your hand and I'll spare your life. I'll give you a minute to think about it. It's the only choice you have. Think about it. Let me go before you do it. Gu Changa didn't believe it at all. The bronze tripod in his hand was his only opponent. Without it, he became a lamb for the people. Aha! I'm not going to kill you for no reason. I just want that thing you have on you. And you, to me, don't matter. Gu Changa saw that the woman had lost her patience, and if he didn't agree, she would strike out at him. Let me think. Gu Changa finished her sentence. A little over a minute to go. Any later and you won't have a chance. The woman didn't want Gu Changa to think much at all. Gu Changa silently cursed in her heart. He had lost his patience. 20 seconds or so went by in a flash. Time. A low voice rang out. If you don't reply, it's a default. After saying that, she stood up from her chair, a majestic pressure radiating from her body. Gu Changa gripped the dagger in her hand tightly. Since it was already certain death, let's take a gamble. Percent. Ah. The woman said something Gu Changa had never heard before. Something completely unlike the words of a human. The other side. Gu Changa only felt that the earth felt like a major earthquake had occurred, and her entire body lost its balance, almost falling. He didn't understand what was going on and just focused his attention on the movement around him. He also didn't understand how the hell this woman did it. Looking at the woman again, he saw that she wasn't about to make a move. Boom dash, a violent boom rang out. Just then, Gu Changa's feet crumbled on the ground. Gu Changa's entire body was lifted up more than 3 feet by the huge shockwave. At that moment, he remembered the scene. At this point, he was a living target. He couldn't fly, and if this woman wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Is this going to be hard with her? If he could, he wouldn't be just a second-ranked cultivator. However, when he saw that the young girl had no intention of making a move, he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled, wondering what kind of medicine she had in her gourd. Is this suicide? Falling from a height of more than 4 meters is already a miracle. He looked down. All the suspicions in Gu Changa's head had dissipated. She had either done nothing or found someone. Just at this time, 2 behemoths covered in sharp teeth suddenly burrowed out of the ground. It was also the first time Gu Changa had seen such a huge creature. This one has teeth that are bigger than his own. I don't believe that you can escape, since you don't want to live. It's no one's fault. The woman looked indifferently at Gu Changa, then at Dongfeng, her gaze slightly condensed. They're coming this way, and it looks like the guys who ran away aren't dead yet. Another 10 minutes or so and they'll be there. More than enough to deal with this guy. After saying this, the woman looked at Gu Changa again. The moment the ferocious beast opened its mouth, an incomparably terrifying suction force emanated from the creature's mouth, and Gu Changa, being in the air, was unable to resist or grab hold of it. She wasn't waiting, she was thinking of a response. Gu Changa was swallowed by the creature in one gulp, and an indescribable stench emanated from him, which was harsh to look at. Gu Changa was so sucked in by the smell that her eyes went blind and tears streamed down her cheeks. He won't die, and this behemoth, actually, doesn't even chew. Gu Changa gripped the dagger in her hand tightly and slashed at the wall of flesh and blood around her. However, not even a trace was left behind. There was a layer of sticky liquid inside the ferocious beast, and when the dagger was inserted, it was stuck to it, unable to enter even a centimeter. With a sweep of her eyes, Gu Changa could roughly determine how thick the slime was. 10 centimeters, but he only penetrated less than half a centimeter and could go no further. What's worse, the dagger wouldn't even pull out. Gu Changa gripped her dagger tightly, and because of the forward rush, Gu Changa was pressed against the wall and couldn't move a muscle. He was like a mouse stuck in glue, struggling desperately but only letting himself fall deeper and deeper. Retreat! A low voice rang out. The young girl looked towards the demonic beast. The ferocious beast closed its mouth. Gu Changa's entire body was bad. The behemoth slowly backed away, following the path it had come from, filling the ground with all the soil. Gu Changa's face was covered in dirt, sticky and emitting a foul odor. Chapter 100 Argument. As if it were mud at the bottom of a pond, it emitted a sickening stench. Luckily, Gu Changa wasn't an ordinary person. or else he would have fainted to death long ago. And the pungent smell made it harder for him to endure year after year. Every breath he took was an extreme pain. A pungent sensation that hurt even more. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't move. He couldn't do anything. And if he continued like this, he would surely die. He noticed that a corrosive liquid was flowing out of the beast's open bloody mouth. If it continues like this, it will erode into a puddle of pus and blood. If not suffocate. Not much time. Gu Changa estimated that she could hold out for 10 minutes at most. Seeing that demonic beast leave, the woman also followed. When I learn how to utilize it, I'll kill all the humans. Dead. Poof. The man snorted coldly. The other side. The three people were approaching at an extremely fast speed, and an intense energy fluctuation emanated from them. Everywhere they went, all the trees were shaking madly, and some of the ones that didn't have strong roots were even uprooted and collapsed. One was Dongyu, one was Rao Li, and one was Ling Lin. The three of them used their maximum speed to run towards where Gu Changa had just been. All three of them were grim-faced and frowning. Ling Lin had an indescribable annoyance in her heart. If she had known this, she should have tied him up in the first place. No matter what, she wouldn't have let him out. Originally, they thought that with Qian Quan around, they shouldn't have encountered a 10th-ranked ferocious beast. However, they had only left not more than a few hours ago, when they ran into two 10th-order fierce beasts. This kind of chance was comparable to winning the 300 trillion lottery, and they never thought that they would be able to run into them. A 9th-ranked powerhouse had no chance of winning against a 10th-ranked powerhouse. Two 10th-ranked ferocious beasts. Such a combination would be extremely terrifying wherever they went. Two 10th-ranked ferocious beasts joining forces was enough to destroy a city. Such a terrifying strength caused fear in many people's hearts. Not to mention that, within the human race right now, it was already in a state of chaos, and very few people would make a move against a 10th-order magical beast. Ling Lin looked to Rao Li, who was at the side, and said in a cold voice, "If anything happens to him, I will definitely destroy your adventurers' union." Humph. Letting him take the risk is going to be a big trouble. I'll see how you explain that. Rao Li this moment, her face no longer has the previous bright. There is only a piece of ice cold. She was already in a bad mood, and now that she was scolded by Ling Lin like this, it was even worse. She hadn't intended to take care of Ling Lin, but at this moment, she couldn't help but say in an icy tone, "Come on then, I'd like to see whether your guild will be destroyed or my men will be defeated." Since he wanted it himself, and the two of you didn't persuade him just now, and were persuaded as a result, do I have to be the villain? He's going to explore the world and help humanity. What's wrong with that? He wouldn't have come out if you hadn't talked to him. Ling Lin laughed coldly and said, "Are you stupid? I won't tear down this adventurers' union. Come on, let's see what I can do to you." Rao Li wasn't scared at all and directly retorted. Then coldly said, "If you say this in front of Gu Changa, I'd like to see if he can endure it. Afraid of death? I'll tell him that it's a sign of respect, and if he doesn't want to go, I'll never force him." Ling Lin was just about to speak, but Dong Yu couldn't help herself. Okay, you two just stop arguing and hurry up. Don't delay. Every minute is critical. There's no room for delay. If we argue and something happens to Gu Changa, I'll make you two look good. Rao Li and Ling Lin sniffed and didn't say anything else, continuing to focus on their planes. When they heard that Gu Changa had an accident, they immediately rushed this way. But it had been almost half a day since Gu Changa's accident, and she wasn't sure that he could still hold out. All they could do now was hope that Gu Changa was safe. Gu Changa bit his tongue every now and then to prevent himself from passing out, and the sharp pain kept him in a state of wakefulness. Once asleep, he never wakes up. His mind went round and round, eventually rejecting all of them, very few of them viable. There was only one thought in his mind, whether it had any effect or not, he had no idea in his heart. If he did, then he would be in for an unprecedented metamorphosis that might give him an unparalleled power. There was just no telling what would happen. This is about killing people. Yes, the other party wanted to kill himself and then swallow himself with the bronze tripod, then let the bronze cauldron quench itself and turn itself into an indestructible divine weapon. It's like what Sister Yuli said. He's not sure, but now it seems that this is his only option. Several places on his body were eroded, deep enough to be seen in the bones, and the kind of pain that drilled into his heart made him want to pass out several times. But in the end, he managed to hold on by his strong willpower. Gu Changa drew in a breath of cool air, only to feel his lungs ache, like he was breathing in a pungent flavor, a feeling he would never taste again in his life. He urged the blood chi in his body and exerted his last ounce of strength to pull out the dagger. It took him all of 2 minutes. 2 minutes seemed short, but now Gu Changa felt tired. After getting the dagger, he breathlessly said to the bronze tripod, "Don't fail me. This is my only hope." The words just fell. Gu Changa stuck the dagger in her chest, only to feel weak and her eyes getting heavy. It's finally time to take a break. Ling Lin and the three of them flew towards where Gu Changa had just stood, but they couldn't find anyone. The only thing that could be seen was a pile of demonic beast corpses scattered on the ground and a small mountain. No! Ling Lin clenched her fists. Dong Yu quickly searched for any clues that might exist, and eventually, her eyes landed on the mound. With a big wave of her hand, a powerful wave of air lifted the dirt. The three found a large pit in the ground, filled with loose dirt that reeked. Dong Yu saw the problem at a glance and said in a deep voice, "It seems to have been taken." Chapter 101 Changing his character. Too late. Just then, a loud shout came. Rowley clenched her fists. Ling Lin squatted down, looked at the soil on the ground, and said, "That was drilled out of the ground." Unclear. Dong Yu sighed. She didn't understand why Ling Lin had to mention this. Now that Gu Changa had been captured, Ling Lin was also helpless. The soil he spewed out is still warm. He should have been gone not long ago. 10 minutes at the most. You mean, we dig down and then track all the way down this tunnel? Dong Yu asked incredulously. Of course it's true. Do you have any other way to find Gu Changa? Ling Lin said as she dug up the dirt on the ground. Sister, it's not the first time you've fought that demonic beast. You should know very well that we can't catch that demonic beast at all. Dong Yu's mouth quirked. She was usually quite resourceful, but this time, her intelligence was -10,000. She couldn't read her thoughts at all. Dong Yu could never have imagined that the always composed Ling Lin would say such a ridiculous thing. It sounded ordinary to others, but coming from her, it was oddly familiar. It looked like Gu Changa was very important in her heart. At this point, where could she maintain her composure? Nor would he have made such an offer if he had thought it over carefully. Dong Yu's face sank as she opened her mouth. Normally, it would take us about 10 seconds to clear a foot of land, but the underground creatures are able to excavate a meter in a second. And, with the underground creatures' range of movement usually being in the tens or even hundreds of miles, it's impossible for us to follow the path. Ling Lin put down the work in her hands and said faintly, I understand, but that's all we can do for now, and you're forgetting that every once in a while, the earthbound beasts have to rest for a day. This is an opportunity. Keep up the good work, and one day, we'll catch it. And it doesn't necessarily take us 5 or 6 seconds to clear everything within a meter. Dong Yu smiled faintly and spoke. That's right, there are only 3 of us, not 1. I just hope Gu Changa can hold back a little longer and not get eaten by the recluse. As soon as Dong Yu's words left her mouth, Ling Lin and Rowley slapped her on the back of the head at the same time. Ling Lin said, if you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. If you can't talk, then cut the crap and get to work. Rowley also looked upset. Dong Yu pouted with a pitiful look. Of course, this monster's digestion is so strong that even steel, not to mention human flesh, can be digested in a matter of hours. Why do I get the feeling you want to punch someone? Rowley raised an eyebrow. This kid just owes it to himself. Ling Lin added. Hey, Dong Yu sighed. After saying that, he joined Ling Lin and Li Jun, and together they made their move. Working together, the 3 of them could clean everything within 1 to 2 meters around them in a minute. By the end of the day, they had simply compressed the height and width enough for 3 people to fly at once. They cleaned up well, but the recluse was spewing out dirt at a rapid rate. They weren't digging tunnels, they were just spewing it out, which made it much easier. And inside this recluse, Gu Changa's dagger pierced through his heart, and after a full 5 minutes, the cauldron remained motionless and unmoving. Gu Changa had already been corroded by the acid that the recluse had spewed out. It was bone deep in places, and white smoke was still pouring out in others. His backpack had long since been melted, and so had the chocolate and everything. Even the cups melted. The water in the cup then quickly recoalesces, but is soon corroded. After a long time, Gu Changa's body had turned into a skeleton, but his bones were still attached to the wall, while the cups behind him were still slowly dissolving and recovering. And I don't know how long it was. The cup of water fell on Gu Changa's skeleton and splashed. A strange scene happened. The water in the cup was actually sucked away by Gu Changa's bones. A drop of water was sucked away, and all the remaining water in the cup surged towards Gu Changa's skeleton. And eventually, all the water in the cup was sucked into the skeleton. And at the moment, the copper tripod shook slightly, and a trace of suction came from within. The white bone near the copper furnace was directly sucked into the copper cauldron. The first bone, just like that, was eaten. And in the 4 corners of the bronze cauldron, there was a flashing red light. In the midst of the darkness of the abdomen, only a little red light emanated a glow, and the red light was getting stronger. The second, third, and fourth roots were all absorbed by the copper furnace, and an indescribable power of rules permeated out from the furnace. Those corroded flesh and bones were sucked into the copper furnace. A dark sky. All around them stood a huge demonic beast, which was the true bodies of the 4 divine beasts. In the very center was Gu Changa's body. What if he dies? What if I don't eat? Good. Eat him. He yelled and bellowed. The Tao Tai on the side also spoke up. The poor man thought for a moment and replied, "This is no time to fool around. There must be some kind of strange encounter on this guy that we don't even know about." Tao Tai nodded. "Yeah, this guy is getting taller by the day, and he hasn't taken any elixirs. It's simply impossible." The poor man added, "Vote. I'll take him. I want him to live." 2. Bu Feng was slightly stunned. Tao Tai is casual. If that's the case, I'll save him too. Since it's 3 votes, I won't have any more objections. 4 votes in favor. The poor man's gaze landed on Gu Changa and faintly said, "This guy is so lucky. If his soul hadn't been absorbed by the tea, I'm afraid his soul would have been scattered 100 times over. That was his destiny. He wasn't supposed to fall here." The poor man said, "It's a good time to change his character. Otherwise he'll soon be dead again." Which material is currently the most powerful? The corpse of a 10th order ferocious beast. The poor man looked at Blockhead and said, "Blockhead, where is your body?" Chapter 102 Miracle. Yeah. Tao Tai smiled sarcastically. "It can't be helped. I don't know what I'm going to do with his body, and I'm not allowed to eat it in a hurry before the smell turns foul." The poor man seemed to have remembered something, and his gaze stared and landed on Blockhead's face, causing him to be a bit frazzled. The poor man added, "Wait, you couldn't have eaten it in the first place. There are so many corpses. You must be hiding somewhere. Hurry up and give me his body. You know what's important right now?" Legend was silent, only to hear the poor man say again, "A 10th order small demon can make you delirious. How will you be able to cross the world in the future? Look at you. You're making people laugh. It's not like we can get out of here. We've been locked up here for so long, and finally we have something to eat. And I'm definitely not going to spit it out. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. The poor man was on the verge of cursing. "If you get this guy killed, do you think you'll have food later? Are you stupid? Got no brains?" Tao Tai realized his mistake when he was spoken to by Por Chi, and he had to look at the big picture. "Understood," Legend said with displeasure. "That's only right." Chu Feng smiled and nodded. The poor man's voice, too, became softer. Chaos exclaimed, "Being able to consume everything you eat is really some growth after all. You do seem to have changed a bit after all these years." A mouthful of it sprayed Niu Biao's body out. There was a faint shield around his body, and it was this shield that kept him alive. Otherwise he would have turned into a fart long ago. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast, in their eyes, was like a mole cricket that could be crushed with one hand. However, they were locked up in the copper furnace, so even if they had more power, they couldn't utilize it. The poor man shifted Gu Changa's body into the air. In the next moment, his body burst into pieces and turned into a cloud of blood mist, and even his impenetrable bones were burned into powder. With a wave of his hand, the blood mist around him quickly converged over, and in just a few moments, a blood-red orb the size of a human head appeared in front of him. The blood inside, boiling away. It was a fine bubble that seemed to boil. Time passes slowly. The blood-red orbs. The bubbles became more numerous and became faster. Tao Tai said in a bored voice, "What for? You could have totally fused your bloodline into that guy's body. Why did you go through all this trouble? His flesh, at most, is the strength of a 3rd-order demonic beast. It simply can't hold the power of a 10th-order ferocious beast. Once it's poured into his body, I'm afraid that he'll burst into flames in a matter of minutes. The human body is just too weak and falls apart at the slightest touch, whereas we raptors are different. Some of the newborn raptors, like us newborn ones, have strengths around the 15th rank, and with one claw, they can wipe out a kingdom. However, they have only been born for a short time. They can't even walk, and they have to rely on their parents for shelter, so they are really too weak. Have you forgotten how we came to this place?" Poverty asked. "Our human race's strength is very poor, and their life cycle is also very short. Without any training, they can only live for 100 years at most, so they desperately cultivate. But they have never done so, so they have been desperately cultivating until now, and we are still stuck at 2. 3. It's really ridiculous." All the ferocious beasts shivered at the thought of the one who had been in control for countless years. The 3 words that guy just now made Legend tremble and break out in a cold sweat. "Why do you have to talk about that guy? Are you out of your mind?" The little white tiger on the side also nodded. "That's right. This one is a fierce beast. Frontal and fierce, shattering the bones of our entire body with his bare hands without a single scratch. Is this still a human being? No, he's not human. How can he look like that? This is a human Tyrannosaurus Rex, and I don't want to run into him again." The poor man's voice rang out. The human race, from the very beginning, was at a disadvantage, and the end result was infinite, so powerful that it made all the ferocious beasts despair. When he finished speaking, He looked at Gu Changa. Maybe he can become like that person. Tao Tai said. Are you kidding me? I don't think anyone will be able to surpass him within 10 epical years. That's right. This kid is definitely still alive. I just don't know where he's practicing now. Both of them were in agreement. Because neither of them thought that Fang Jingji would die. Nor did they think that there was anyone else who could surpass Fang Jingji. Let's see it first. Don't jump to conclusions before the time is up. The poor man didn't feel any exaggeration. Everything was possible. Just as the man had once said, everything is possible. You shouldn't deny yourself or anyone else. Everyone is unique. How is he doing? Conquer the world? Or maybe he took a trip to bottomless hell to kill a god? Or have you traveled a long river of time? He's not sure. That person, who had exceeded everyone's imagination, transcended the rules of this world without any cause and effect. Death, to him, was like a thought, and rebirth, just a moment. Eternity, eternity, eternity. Without further thought, the poor man fused the best blood with Gu Changa's bones. The blood, which contained a rich breath of life, continuously seeped into the white bones, and on top of the white bones, blood and flesh began to grow. Soon, these wounds were wrapped by the bones, and the internal organs, hair, and fingers, were all being methodically repaired. This process wasn't very fast, but if it was in the eyes of a human being, it would be an extremely horrifying thing. The poor man was a little worried. This kid seems to have a trace of augur blood, but it's not nothing, it should be greatly affected. Yeah, this dragon, he's a womanizer. Tao Tai nodded and said, it's not just Jiaolong, it's even dragons, or else where do the 9 sons of dragons come from? Tao Tai was disgruntled. It's no big deal. It's a miracle I was able to save him. What are you picking on? Chapter 103. Strolling through the marketplace. Outside. I don't know how many hours have passed. The recluse emerged from the ground, and so did the young girl. Say it. This recluse beast was very good, directly spraying out the copper tripod, which still had a layer of sticky liquid attached to it, which looked disgusting, let alone pick it up. The woman had been very happy, but when she looked at the liquid-stained copper furnace, she changed her face and didn't speak for a long time. No one else. He was thinking about how to get the bronze tripod without touching the liquid. Eventually, she turned away and avoided the subject. He asked, where is that guy? Is he dead? The recluse nodded. It knew that this was a very powerful force. The woman waved her hand, looking unconcerned. Well, go ahead and get busy. The recluse, however, did not leave immediately, as if it was waiting for something. The woman sighed as she watched the scene. I'll put this money on my account and I'll pay you back when the time comes. Hearing this, the recluse returned to its lair in satisfaction. Finally, I've got it. And when I've studied it thoroughly, it'll only be a matter of time before the human race is annihilated. The woman covered her nose and with a very reluctant look, removed the bronze vessel from the sticky liquid, walked to the river nearby, and began to clean the bronze tripod. These 3, I'll deal with them later. We'll definitely be in trouble if we cross paths with them. She glanced off into the distance and shoved the copper stove in her hand into the slime's stomach before taking a long leap and flying straight away. Ling Lin's trio tossed and turned for half a day before they plowed through the ground, but they still hadn't found Gu Changa's figure. Dongyu roughly swept a glance and opened her mouth. The recluse appeared in the area, but quickly plowed a hole in the ground nearby and disappeared, as if it didn't even have to, as if it was taking a leak. No! A mournful scream rang out. Ling Lin was lying on the ground, looking at the large puddle of sticky liquid on the ground, and muttered, what's going on here? It should be gone after giving something away. Was Gu Changa the one who sent it out? Dongyu was thoughtful. Seems like it. Ling Lin nodded and then stood up, looking around for something. Dongyu clenched her silver teeth and stomped her foot with hatred. Damn! I don't even know where she's going. Just now the recluse was able to catch up, but now I can't even find its direction. Not a clue. Gu Changa is not easy to find. Ling Lin pondered for a moment and said, let's go. Let's go to the cultivation center that is closer to here first. That side is a very dangerous place. He should go there. Even if we don't, we can destroy their breeding machines. Better forget it. It's too dangerous over there. It's a toss-up whether the 3 of us will make it back alive or not. Dongyu shook her head with a resigned look and continued to attack Rowley. I just don't understand. Why would they do that? The strongest 9th-ranked demonic beast dares to use a 4th-ranked demonic beast to destroy the demonic beast's breeding base. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Awesome. Rowley didn't respond to Dongyu's question, and she didn't know how to respond to Dongyu's words. It was already difficult for the 9th rank to lead a large group of 10th rank powerhouses to destroy a demonic beast's breeder, let alone after the Blood Moon stage. But many people in the Adventurers Union nowadays were avoiding this quest when they heard about it because they didn't want to be chosen. If they could, They would even be willing to deploy thousands of people to raise this cultivation base to the ground. No way. No way. She didn't tell anyone about Rowley. Seeing that Rowley didn't say anything, Dong Yu didn't say any more. As someone who had worked in the Adventurers Union, she still knew a lot about the situation of the Adventurers Union. Rowley is the head of a group, and the burden of all the people is on her. Moreover, there was only one Adventurers Union in the middle of this huge country. Within the Dragon Kingdom, there are 12 cities. Each one represents a constellation. In any city, there is an Adventurers Union, 12 in total, by one named General Union. Rowley was the person in charge of the bazaar. There were some things that were handled by her. She just needed to do what she said. Being in an awkward position, pleasing neither side, made him uncomfortable. This was the reason why Dong Yu didn't say much to Rowley. At this moment, Ling Lin looked at Dong Yu and spoke. They had a problem with their breeder, which did them 2 favors. First of all, we need a 10th ranked demonic beast to repair this demonic beast. Or perhaps, we can take this opportunity to capture this demonic beast. And perhaps, we can find out from him the location of that female. Secondly, we've already cleared out all the enemies for your Adventurers Union. So isn't it time for you to send someone to find Gu Changa? What about the promise of never leaving? We can't leave Gu Changa behind, can we? Don't you think so? Rowley cut in. That's for sure. If we hadn't destroyed the feeding equipment, we would have had people looking for Gu Changa as well. Well, it doesn't make any difference if you send a few people to look for it. Ling Lin smiled. Rowley squeezed her small hand. No. I'll mobilize the full force of the entire company on Gu Changa's whereabouts. Seeing this, Ling Lin did not say anything more. Well, good idea. Let's do it. Dong Yu pondered for a moment and nodded. What Ling Lin said made sense. Immediately after, the 3 of them turned around and headed straight for the area they recognized. Rowley followed the 2 with a long sigh. Dong Yu skimmed her lips. She also realized that her words were a bit too much. Rowley didn't really want to make this kind of arrangement. And since Gu Changa participated voluntarily and wasn't forced to, she couldn't really blame Rowley. Dong Yu added, "It was me who spoke too much. I take back your words." Rowley shook her head and opened her mouth. "I do have responsibilities. We need to destroy the machinery that feeds the beasts, or else the next Blood Moon Bazaar will be completely destroyed by a wave of beasts, and all the mercenary unions will stop at nothing to destroy the machinery that feeds the animals. This time, if I'm in command, there shouldn't be any problems." Chapter 104 Killed by the Human Race. Dong Yu's face became more and more ugly, and her heart became more and more depressed. "I'm sorry, but out of the 3 of us, you're the only one who stayed in the Adventurers Union, and we were able to live a peaceful life, while you, on the other hand, were the one who worked the hardest. All this was done for me, and now it seems that my sins can never be repaid." Rowley smiled bitterly and shook her head. Dong Yu wanted to say something. You know what? The atmosphere gradually froze. No one wants to say another word. In Class 3, the students were still talking about Gu Changa, because Gu Changa had been absent for the past 2 days and everyone was worried. A girl sighed as she looked in the direction where Kong Ryu was. "Gu Changa is on vacation too." "Well, I'm not sure." That's what the teacher said. Several students also shook their heads and sighed in unison. A student suddenly spoke up. "It couldn't be that Wei Yongzhao really put Gu Changa in harm's way, could it?" Everyone dismissed this possibility when this statement was made. "What are you talking about? I don't even know where Wei Yongzhao is. Why would he hurt Gu Changa?" The disciplinary secretary suddenly frowned. "Let's not discuss this any further." Yes, that's not something to be taken lightly. All right. The surrounding students, seeing that they had said something they shouldn't have said, also shut their mouths and didn't dare to speak. Where the hell is Gu Changa? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace of him. Did Wei Yongzhao really do it? No way. Wei's group has long been bankrupt, and Wei Yongzhao's father is nowhere to be found. Wei Yongzhao didn't even know himself, let alone hurt Gu Changa. Xue Qinro looked at the blackboard in a daze and let out a long sigh. She and Gu Changa hadn't seen each other for almost a week, and she wasn't sure about Gu Changa's current state. She was worried. Wang Shuzhen entered the company, humming a little tune on her lips. One of the teachers noticed the scene and spoke up. "Mr. Wang seems to be very happy these days." "It's all right." Jiang Chen smiled and replied. Wang Shuzhen pursed her lips and said. The teacher continued. "Why yes, I haven't seen you this happy in a while. Is it good news? Did you win the lottery? How can I have a boyfriend? If I win the lottery, I'll quit my job." Shaking her head, Wang Shuzhen sat back in her seat and said, "I've been in a good mood these past few days, and for no other reason." That's what the words say, but that's what his heart says. It must be good. In other words, Gu Changa wouldn't show up, and he wasn't sure where he was going right now. In her opinion, every day was happy because she had never seen Gu Changa before. She also didn't have to worry about Gu Changa divulging her past, and she was a little uncomfortable that this feeling was gone all of a sudden. By the end of the night, she could be woken up in her sleep by the sound of her own laughter. The secret realm. The injuries on Gu Changa's body were almost healed. Many areas are patched and only a few are still in the process of being patched. When they were repairing it, they not only added a lot of blood from ferocious beasts, but also added their own blood. Aside from the poor Chi, the other 3 demonic beasts all refused to give a single bite. They had been locked in the copper furnace for such a long time. They had long been weakened to the extreme, and even a drop of blood was incomparably valuable. As a result, as soon as poor Chi opened his mouth, the 3 demonic beasts handed over their blood without reservation, eager to give all of it to Gu Changa. These were the poor man's exact words. This son's body is a fusion of dozens of different ferocious beasts' blood, and my blood was added later on, but it didn't even cause him to burst into flames, so it's obvious that this son's physique is extraordinary. When this son achieves something great in the future, it will be known that this son has taken my blood, and at that time, he will have made a name for himself, and he will also be able to let him take a favor from me. When it comes to that, I think you guys are going to be jealous. As soon as the poor man's words fell, the 3 Taotai couldn't wait to offer their blood. The poor man saw that Gu Changa's body was healing at an alarming rate. What exactly is it when so much demonic beast blood is incorporated into a person's body? It's really intriguing. The young girl hugged the copper tripod and her speed did not decrease, not even stopping for a second. The tree wasn't very tall, probably only about 50 meters, but its diameter, however, was more than 500 meters, and around the giant tree, there were densely packed beasts. Some were lying on the rocks and huffing and puffing, some were eating, and some were fighting with each other, and the loud noises woke up the sleeping beasts around them. The demonic beasts that were awakened also struck out. As the great battle was about to escalate, a thick voice rang out from the sky. "Stop!" he bellowed. The few demonic beasts that were still fighting originally stopped and turned to run after this loud bang. Then, they prostrated themselves on the ground, in a gesture of worship similar to that of humans, and from within their throats, a murmur similar to a plea continuously emanated. Shasta. A man in humanoid-like clothing fell from the sky and stood in the center of these monsters. "You're wasting your time. Fighting is not allowed here. I don't need to tell you that. Anyone who dares to commit another offense will be killed on sight. The same goes for the rest of the world. There will be no next time. If there is a next time, you will die. Remember." The man's face was expressionless and his voice didn't waver. All the ferocious beasts spoke at the same time. The man was about to leave when he realized that a woman was flying in with great speed and leapt in front of her. "Yuan Peng, how is Niu Biao doing?" the man said. "Dead." A voice rang out. Yuan Peng said blandly, "He was killed by a human race." He himself didn't know what was going on, and told him to pay more attention, but as a result, he wandered off on his own and ended up getting himself killed. The man was very surprised and frowned. "Who did this?" "He's the leader of that adventuring group. This kid, he actually broke through to the 10th rank? No, he's only a 9th level bloodline." "What? The man hesitated. "Yes, as a human being, I was a bit careless." He had known that, given his nature, he would be in trouble, and now it seemed that his people were gone. The man suddenly realized something and his gaze towards Yuan Peng became sharp. Chapter 105 frowned. The man frowned. "Wait, Niu Biao was in front of the vice leader of the adventure group. He was too careless. You were too careless too, right? Why didn't you step in to help?" "Boss, he asked me to take care of it. Don't you know him? And what is he?" "Of course I'm going to follow him," Yuan Peng said irritably, and stared hard at the man. The man continued. "So, when Niu Biao was killed, was that deputy leader taken out by you? Hey, what kind of mindset are you in? Are you questioning me? Who gave you the right to question me?" Yuan Peng couldn't hold back any longer and cursed. "What do I have to worry about with my friends? But you're too excited, aren't you?" The man's gaze was fixed, as if he wanted to see something from Yuan Peng's body. As soon as Yuan Peng heard this, his heart was a little weak and he couldn't help but curse that person's ancestors. "Crap, this guy is still a pain in the ass. How did I run into this kid? It looks like he won't let me go." Yuan Peng lowered his eyes and spoke slowly. "The vice leader of that adventuring group didn't die, so naturally I made my move, and although I beat him to a half-crippled state, I didn't know where 3 guys came out of nowhere, so I couldn't defeat them and had to flee. Who? Dong Yu, Rao Li, and that Ling Lin. These 3. The man's pupils snapped shut and he muttered, "These 3 women appearing here at the same time must be up to something big." Yuan Peng said some polite words, then excused himself and left. He had to go back to sleep. he was still pondering Yuan Peng's words, as well as the intentions of Ling Lin and the others. In the end, he concluded that the Ling Lin trio had already made plans to destroy the Beast Mother. Their purpose in attacking Chicken City is to keep us out of the next blood moon. No way. This matter must be reported to the Empress. The man turned around and jumped right off that tree and into it. The entire giant tree was hollowed out and turned into a small 3-story building, each with several small rooms. The first floor was the place where the 10th Order beasts lived, while the second floor was for ferocious beasts of the 10th Order and above. The third floor was the Queen's Lordship's residence, and most of the rest was used as a study or something like that. Yuan Peng had just entered the door, and before he had a chance to sit down, he saw the man walking quickly up to the second floor. How did he get to the second floor? How did this guy do that? Wait, he's going, not the second floor. Yuan Peng's face was cloudy, his mind spinning with many thoughts. Her breathing became rapid. This kid isn't trying to go to the Queen and tell her off, is he? So, make sure you check it out. By that time, he would have found out that he was lying, and it was even possible that even the secret of the bronze tripod would be exposed, and he would definitely be caught and questioned at that time. She did have the idea of using the bronze tripod to exterminate her clan. Destroying the human race and becoming the lord of the world can't be done without the bronze tripod. No way. He should never be allowed to tell anyone about this. At that time, he would not only lose the bronze tripod, he would also lose his life. As soon as Yuan Peng thought of this, where could he stay here? He directly ran out and followed that person. Gu Xin, what are you doing? Are you crazy? It's not like we live on the second floor. Yuan Peng explained to Huang Xiaolong. Gu Xin didn't answer Yuan Peng's question, but asked, you said you were going to go home to recuperate, so why don't you come back again? When Yuan Peng saw that Gu Xian did not respond positively, he became more and more certain in his heart that Gu Xian wanted to discuss this matter with the Empress. He must not be allowed to find the Queen under any circumstances. Yuan Peng sighed. It's your fault I'm falling asleep. Wow. Chinju answered. Gu Xin smiled blandly. Go, let's go. With that, he was heading upstairs. As soon as Yuan Peng saw this scene, he couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Gu Xian, saying, you're making me lose my sleep, so you have to come with me, and if you don't stay with me, I'll break your legs. Gu Xin was calm, and after hearing Yuan Peng's words, he didn't react too much, but calmly explained. Strange, you don't look like this. If there's a problem, there must be a problem. Come on, what's going on? I'm not the kind of person who likes to beat around the bush and say what's there. Yuan Peng was even more frightened by Gu Xin's words. He couldn't help but curse Gu Xin's ancestors to death. Christ grooves, why favor yourself? It doesn't make sense. If it were any other person, they would have been arrested already, but this man did not do anything about it. Yuan Peng said angrily, isn't that what I want you to do with me? I don't care. You have to stay with me. You ruined me. You must help me fix it. Gu Xin's calm face twitched. What kind of words were those? Yuan Peng took a look at it and it worked. He put on a soft woman's face and said to Gu Shizhou, I wasn't like this. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. For making me what I am. I don't even understand it myself. Why I'm like this. I'm scared, and I just want you to be there for me. Okay, I'll go with you. Can you stop talking? It's disgusting to watch. Once Gu Xin's words left his mouth, Yuan Peng's heart was happy, but the sentence that followed made her entire being bad. 3 o'clock in the morning. Only then was Yuan Peng satisfied and returned to his house. Gu Xin didn't really care if Gu Xin would come to see her at this point. It was late at night and she didn't want to disturb her sleep. This is because she wakes up grumpy and usually wakes up unhappy, let alone being woken up in the middle of the night. At that time, her anger would definitely reach its peak, and she would be able to smash Gu Xian to pieces with a single slap. As for tomorrow, at that time, he could find Gu Xian himself and then make up a random reason to hang him. When he fully grasped this treasure, he would no longer have any worries, and even if the Empress was here, he would be able to instantly behead her. Yuan Peng went back to his house and took out that copper tripod, then recalled in his mind what Gu Chang'e had done back then when he had eaten Niu Biao. He cut his finger with a small knife, smeared a drop of blood on a stone, and then held the copper stove up to the stone. Chapter 106 Copper Tripod. Yuan Peng stared confidently at the bronze furnace. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this time. 30 seconds later, neither the bronze tripod nor the rock reacted. I'm afraid it's going to take some effort to start it up, Yuan Peng muttered. 2 minutes later, there was no movement from either the bronze tripod or the rock. Yuan Peng frowned. Why doesn't it work? At that time, this guy just sprinkled a drop of blood on Niu Biao and Niu Biao was inhaled. Why didn't anything happen to me at all? What am I wrong about? Yuan Peng didn't say anything. He suddenly had some regrets that he shouldn't have let the recluse kill him in the first place, torture him for a while, control him completely, and then kill him. She was like a headless mosquito, completely at a loss for words. It looks like it's going to take some research. Yuan Peng tried a few more times, wanting to use different methods to catalyze this bronze cauldron. She stared at the bronze furnace with her full attention, having no idea what was going on. Guxin was right outside the door, and when he heard her words, a smirk spread out at the corners of his mouth. This kid must be hiding something, and it must be important. Guxin had been waiting in front of Yuan Peng's door for several hours, and he already had a general understanding of this item that Yuan Peng had gotten, as well as its origins and what it could do. Guxin, who knew the role of this copper tripod, was horrified. It took him by surprise. There was such a powerful magic weapon in the world. Niu Biao, just like that, died in the hands of a second-rank martial artist. It looked like Ling Lin and the others were going for the bronze tripod on that guy, and they didn't want that guy to be obtained by us. Yuan Peng does not report this matter to the Empress, and his intentions are malicious. Yuan Peng studied for half a day until the sun rose, and only then did he put away the bronze cauldron, trying to stop Gu Xian from going to look for the Empress. Eventually, Yuan Peng had just gotten up from the bed when he heard a burst of sizzling footsteps at the door, and it looked like there were quite a few people. Yuan Peng felt a sense of foreboding surging through his heart. That bastard Guxin wouldn't have found the queen, would he? Yuan Peng's throat rolled as countless scenes flashed before his eyes. She had one hand behind her back and the other was carrying the copper tripod. Then let's fight. The deer is yet to be seen. Yuan Peng, open the door, Di Fui commanded. A muffled thud came through the door. As soon as Yuan Peng heard those two words, he already guessed it. This man was one of the strongest guards beside the Empress, and the strongest of all the ferocious beasts. This is second only to the queen. Yuan Peng knew she was no match for Di Fui, but she obediently opened the door. At that moment, she felt the icy cold sight from all around her, as if she would be beheaded on the spot if she made the slightest movement. One of them was stout, more than 3 meters tall, and he reached out, pointing at Yuan Peng, and said in a chilling voice, Yuan Peng, put both hands up. Yuan Peng, however, did not listen to Huang Yu, but asked, where have I offended you that you have so many people coming to find me? Huang Yu looked indifferent and ignored Yuan Peng, instead asking in a cold voice, put your hands up, there's only one chance to live, or die. The words just fell. Huang Yu exuded a breathless pressure that was specifically targeted at Yuan Peng, causing him to be almost unsteady on his feet and even have the urge to fall to his knees. It was an extremely depressing feeling. In the outside world, she was a 10th-ranked ferocious beast that made people scared, but in the hands of this one woman, she was like an ant that could be killed at any time. Yuan Peng hurriedly pulled out his own copper tripod from behind his back. Don't mess me up again, or else. Yuan Peng's words had not yet fallen. The copper furnace in her hand directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. A sharp, tearing pain spread from the wound. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Yuan Peng could no longer control his screams, and his hands clenched at the break. In the past, she had only known that Huang Yu's dog was strong, but she hadn't expected it to be this strong, destroying one of her arms in a single move. This is already his mercy, if that's what he wants to do. It wasn't his arm, it was his head. When the only ceremonial copper furnace fell into Huang Yu's hands, she had no resistance left, and because of that, she gave up resisting. Under such strength, any treasures are useless. It's impossible to exert them in my hands, let alone kill me. Outrageous. Huang Yu looked disdainful. Yuan Peng's face turned blue as he felt that he was still overthinking things. Yes, Huang Yu wasn't the reckless type. He wouldn't die here. If Niu Biao hadn't been too gullible, he wouldn't have succeeded. Take her and wait for the queen's orders. Huang Yu waved his hand. Another person stepped forward and set Yuan Peng up. Yuan Peng didn't struggle either, so how could she possibly resist? She had no resistance at all, and could kill her in minutes if she wanted to. In other people's hands, a copper tripod that could not be grasped by one hand was so exquisite in Huang Yu's hands. He looked again at the copper stove in his hand and realized there was no difference. After that, he headed for the 3rd floor. Yuan Peng is escorted into the dungeon by the guards and meets Gu Xian on the way. She just glanced at him and didn't say anything more. In this moment, she was incredibly calm, knowing what she was about to face. Huang Yu took 3 steps and walked into an extremely luxurious box on the 3rd floor. The entire hall was made of gold, and on either side of the doors, it was heavily jeweled. Huang Yu half squatted down and spoke. Lord Queen, Yuan Peng has been captured, and the threatening magical treasures in his possession have also been taken away by us. A cool voice came out of the room. Just leave it here. Stand down. Duan Ling Tian glanced at him and said indifferently, yes, The crowd responded in unison. Huang Yu placed the copper tripod at the door and walked straight out. He couldn't help but sigh. There was no need to even outwardly release her aura. Her voice could make people feel threatened. A queen is a queen. It has definitely reached heights that are beyond anyone's reach. Huang Yu walked out from the third floor. There are only 3 people on the third floor. One is the queen. The other 2 were gatekeepers. Both old men with white hair and big teeth. Chapter 107 The Great Beast. The 2 old men sat on their knees, staring down in disbelief. Both of them were looking thoughtful. Or rather, watching something. It went on like that for 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe longer. An old man seemed to have remembered something. His eyes flickered and he seemed to be thinking while speaking. It took a few minutes to do all this. After doing so, he turned his head to look at the other old man. He's gone. What? He hasn't been here long. Has he? Yes, he's gone. The words just fell. The 2 old men were quiet again, their eyes fixed ahead of them as if searching for something. That huge golden door that was closed tightly. Just by glancing at it, one could feel how heavy it was, so one could imagine how heavy it really was. A slender palm gently pushed open the thick golden portal. The passage quickly became large enough for one person to pass through, and the golden door stopped at that point. A tiny head poked through the gap. She had long silver hair down to the ground and was wearing a pink and white dress that made her look like an angel with broken wings. No one would think she was a scary beast. The girl's pair of soulful eyes quickly swept the surrounding area, and seeing that there was no one around, she relaxed and focused on the bronze furnace on the ground. She couldn't help but bend down and pick up the copper tripod and look it up and down. The little girl stared at the little copper stove, thinking for a long time, and then came back up to it and sniffed. She then opened her mouth wide and used her snow-white shell teeth to gnaw on the bronze tripod. But she couldn't. Even its teeth didn't bite out a single mark. Can't eat. Gong Yuxiao's voice was soft, as if he was warning her. The little girl carried the little copper stove, went into her house, and put it on her bedside table. When she finished speaking, the girl drew a copy of Love from the bookshelf and flipped through it with great interest. The Secret Realm. Gu Changa's injuries had healed. Legend stared at Gu Changa before speaking. This guy's physical body has been repaired. I just don't know when his soul will wake up again. It will take about 10 days at least. Chaos said. The equivalent of a resurrection would take at least 10 days. The poor man added. His soul is still hidden in his bones, and his body will only reappear when his soul returns to his body. And his body has changed, and I'm not sure his body can handle it. Hearing this, Tao Tai couldn't hold back any longer and, what? If even his soul can't be integrated into his body, then the essence and blood of all of us will be wasted. The poor man was not modest at all, but on the contrary, he was unusually tough. Didn't they say that soldiers come and go? Tao Tai was speechless. The blockhead opened his mouth, with a bit of disdain in his voice. Hopefully, he will be reborn successfully. All 4 ferocious beasts' eyes were fixed on Gu Changa. Time passes slowly. Ling Lin's trio arrived at the feeding grounds without incident, and the 3 of them fought with countless beasts, eventually decapitating the beast mother who was feeding them. What was said to be machinery for raising demonic beasts was actually a beast that looked like a tree. Wherever this ferocious beast passed, not an inch of grass could grow. This was all because it absorbed all the nutrients within a kilometer of its surroundings. Even those weeds with extremely strong vitality couldn't survive. So one could imagine how terrifying this giant tree was. I'm so tired. My back is twisted. It's been a long time since I had such an intense battle. Dong Yu collapsed to the ground panting, bean-sized sweat rolling down her forehead. Ling Lin and Xia Jingyu weren't as tired as Dong Yu, but they were almost as tired. There's something wrong with the demonic beasts here. Rowley saw a beast's corpse, and many other beasts' corpses, all bleeding thud thud thud. The blood of one ferocious beast wasn't much, but the blood of thousands of ferocious beasts added up to a small stream, and the pungent smell filled the entire space. Yeah. Ling Lin glanced around and said, it seems like a good plan. Could it be him? Dong Yu looked at him in disbelief. Rowley, however, shook her head and refused. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast can't drive so many demonic beasts at all. In a ferocious beast group, grade and bloodline are the most important things. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast can order lower-ranked demonic beasts as it pleases. Moreover, a 10th-ranked ferocious beast can, at most, summon thousands of them. To send out as many as tens of thousands at once can only mean one thing. This is an order from a king. Dong Yu was puzzled. Is there really a beast king in this world? Isn't this something theoretical? Rowley, that's not true. It was only recently confirmed, but it hasn't been made public yet. Not long ago, an adventurers' union from an outer city captured a 10th order ferocious beast, and gained more knowledge of the ferocious beast world, which led to the realization that this 10th order ferocious beast, surprisingly, has a queen and is extremely strong. How strong is it? It shouldn't be 15 steps, right? I'm not sure about that. But there's one thing I'm certain of. And that's that one of the strongest 15th ranked Fey beasts under the Queen's command has said itself that it's not even a fraction of the Queen's lord. 15 steps, not even 10% of the opponents. So it must be 16. Our human race doesn't even have a 16th order divine warrior. So if the Empress Sama starts a war in a fit of rage, it will only cause unimaginable disasters, and no one will be able to stop her. Dong Yu let out a soft cry, having the feeling of understanding something incredible. No wonder this information has not been made public until now. Once such information is made public, it is bound to cause a huge panic, and when that happens, it will be all of humanity that will be paralyzed. In fact, there was no need for this fierce beast queen to do anything. The human race had already been scared out of their wits by themselves. Dong Yu came to a realization. That's why they're going out of their way to destroy these feedlots. This kind of machinery was simply tailor-made for ferocious beasts, and once there were enough of them, I'm afraid that the next time there was a blood moon, this queen of ferocious beasts would lead an endless number of ferocious beasts and launch an attack on the human race. Raleigh glanced at Dong Yu, where she didn't understand her mind. Ling Lin continued. They surprisingly didn't send a 10th ranked powerhouse over. Are they afraid we'll capture another one? Chapter 108 Daydreaming. Raleigh continued. Now that the 10th ranked demonic beasts have been deployed, it's impossible to find Gu Changa's whereabouts. Ling Lin was thoughtful. Dong Yu's voice rang out. Perhaps they will send out ferocious beasts of the 10th rank or higher. They've already discovered us. And even if they send a 10th ranked ferocious beast over, they'll still be defeated by us. So they'll only send stronger demonic beasts instead of 15th ranked ferocious beasts. If a 15th ranked foreign beast is deployed, all of us will be buried here. Ling Lin's voice rang out. How can this be? Dong Yu. Ling Lin continued. Lu Zhe smiled and spoke. I'm going to wait a little longer. Let's see how strong those guys are first. If we can fight, then we'll fight. If we can't, then we'll flee. In that case, let's wait here. Dong Yu said. You can't be left to wait here alone. If there's another 10th ranked demonic beast, the two of us won't be able to beat them. The minutes ticked by, and I don't know how long it was. The secret world. The poor man suddenly felt a surge of power pass over from Gu Changa, and his chest was still beating violently. Help! 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 This guy has finally come back to life, and I've been taking care of you day and night. Tao Tai screamed in excitement. Both Por Chi and Por Chi rolled their eyes. Such brazen words were coming out of his mouth. These days, he was so envious of Gu Changa that he was on the verge of devouring her a few times. It was fortunate that the poor man and Tao Tai were keeping an eye on him. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. We need to get him out of here. The poor man's voice rang out. Yeah, hey, you're not looking for death if you let him go. It's too dangerous here. If he goes, he'll be eaten alive by that little girl. The poor man added. Still can't. There's no oxygen in here. It won't take long for him to die. People are just so weak. They always have to take a breath or they're dead. As long as your cultivation is sufficient, they can stay here for a long time, the poor man said, not stopping his work in his hands for a moment. About 10 seconds later, Gu Changa had already left that mysterious space and reappeared outside, where he was lying on the queen's big, soft bed, looking half dead. Luckily, the queen was a heavy sleeper, and it wasn't easy to wake her up. Even more embarrassing, Gu Changa was naked. If the empress woke up, what would happen would be unimaginable. For beasts like Tao Tai, they wouldn't care about what they wore, as they felt that clothes would only become their shackles, and it would be better not to wear them at all. Even if they were to cloak Gu Changa's clothes, it would be impossible to accomplish it in that mysterious space where there was nothing. Gu Changa was lying on his stomach on the hospital bed, panting heavily. He was really short of oxygen right now and couldn't wait to spit out the breath he had taken in. The next day, when she awoke from her deep slumber, it was close to midday. His eyes were still heavy with sleep, as if he hadn't slept all night. Her small hands rummaged around the bed for a book. It was the one she had fallen asleep with last night and woke up to read the back of it. There was nothing more important than this book. As a veteran bookworm, she can skip meals and sleep, but she can never miss a single novel. She wondered why there was a book. At first she just looked around, and then she couldn't stop. And after 2 or 3 months, she realized that there were millions, tens of millions of works in this world, and it stunned her. He wondered if he would survive. Her small hands ran over the bed, and suddenly she felt a soft lump, which she ignored, but continued to run down the bed until she touched her hair, and ignored it. Ryoko. The girl managed to flip the book out of Gu Changa's back. She didn't even turn her head back and didn't have the heart to think about what she had just encountered. So she hugged the book and read it carefully. 1 bell, 2 bells, 3 bells. After a long time, the girl finally got to the last page and she gritted her teeth, pounding her chest. Aha! Why can't they be in one piece? Aha! Why are they so angry? Which writer is it anyway? LOL. The girl was frantic for a long time and finally calmed down, but her heart was still aching. She got up from her seat and pulled out a yet-to-be-read book from among the bookcases, only to see what she had already read all the way through. That's good. I'm going to find a new book again, but I can't leave, and I can't let Huan Yu and the others discover my presence. A struggling look appeared on the girl's face, and she eventually let out a long sigh, pulled a long-prepared book from her arms, and walked towards the large bed. It was at this moment that she realized that there was a naked man lying on her bed. Instead of panicking and screaming, she tilted her head in confusion. What man? How did you get in here? The girl walked over and flipped Gu Changa over, then was startled by Gu Changa's face. Good looking. Could it be that I wake up one day and there's a guy I don't know next to me and I'm pregnant, and he comes up with $3 million and tells me to forget all about it, and then I'm gone? For a moment, various scenarios surfaced in the girl's mind, and a pang of heartache ran through her as she had even arranged for her own miserable life. I'm falling for him? No, this heartless guy actually came up with $3 million to humiliate me. I'm definitely not going to bow down. I'm going to throw this check in front of him and say, I'm not some watery pussy, even if I sleep with a dog. You're not going to humiliate me with money. Then he came back with, chick, you've ruffled my feathers. After saying that, the girl leaned towards Gu Changa's side and pretended to be asleep, trying to wait for Gu Changa to wake up. More than 3 hours passed. Gu Changa woke up leisurely, only to feel that her body was heavy, as if she was being pressed down by 1,000 pounds. It smells so good. What is this place? Me? I've been eaten by a wild beast, and my body is melting. Gu Changa slowly recalled his memories before he lost consciousness. By now, he had slowed down and woke up with a start to see that he was lying on a strangely large bed. Chapter 109. A gift for you. The whole roof is pink. A large bed with huge stuffed animal toys. There are bookcases all around. What is this place? Gu Changa got up from the bed, and only then did she realize that she was no longer wearing any clothes. Chen Xiaobei was dumbfounded. What's going on? In the afterglow, he saw a woman lying next to himself, also a silk knot hanging, snow white spine, pink and silver hair. Let Gu Changa have a kind of dazzling feeling. Is he or she traveling? Gu Changa was completely confused. Her eyes suddenly opened. She pulled the covers over her violently and wrapped her entire body in them. Bai Susu was shocked and angry, and there were hidden tears flashing in her beautiful eyes. Gu Changa was at a loss, not knowing how to answer. The woman sobbed. You guy, don't think that by occupying my body I'll necessarily be yours. I'm telling you, I'm already possessed by you. No amount of money can move my heart. You want my person, not my heart. Ha! Homian froze slightly. The more Gu Changa thought about it, the more confused she became. Why did she get eaten by a beast and choose to commit suicide to be reborn, only to wake up again to find herself in another man's bed? Can't figure it out. It seemed like the two had something else unseemly going on, causing Gu Changa a headache. Gu Changa was dumbfounded by her words. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. His heart was flustered and he didn't know how to respond. Girl. Gu Changa pulled the corner of her mouth. Aha. My name is Yin Ping. Gu Changa, he called out, his voice carrying a bit of excitement. Understood. Ragnar nodded. Yin Ping nodded, a pretty face filled with excitement. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. Gu Changa was dumbfounded. What was there to be happy about? It was only then that Yin Ping reacted, and she hurriedly put away the smile on her face. Gu Changa wanted to lighten the mood and asked again, where are we now? This is my home. Yin Ping replied seriously. Gu Changa was speechless at Yin Ping's words. Gu Changa didn't know how to take this question or how to ask it. However, Gu Changa had to clarify the situation at hand before she had to speak. Miss Yin Ping, what am I here for? You're forgetting how you pushed me down last night and then, that with me. Yin Ping's lips were trembling. What? Last night? Gu Changa was dumbfounded. Why did he have no impression at all? The only thing he remembered was being in the belly of that demonic beast. Miss Yin Ping, Gu Changa opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Yin Ping gripped the sheet tightly and recited under her breath. Mr. Gu Changa, I understand what you're saying. I don't need you to be responsible for me. I'll take care of him when he's done giving birth. There's no need for us to see each other again. It'll be better for both of us. What? Really? Gu Changa was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Yin Ping blinked her eyes. What the hell was going on? Didn't it say in the novel that she got pregnant in one night? Upon learning the news that the heroine is pregnant, the cold-faced bully immediately takes her home and cares for her carefully. However, Mr. Bully has a sister who is not his own. Her sister went around looking for trouble with her in order to gain the favor of the Baji, and as a result, She was framed by the Baji and kicked out of her home. My sister got a group of people to beat her to death and knock her off. Electricity. Numerous thoughts flashed through Yinping's mind. Well, it should. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. A shot through the heart was too much of a possibility. So it is. Yinping winced and said, "So, you still have a sister?" "Yeah. What's up?" Gu Chang'e returned. "Not bad for a bully." Her sister. Yinping was a little excited. This is going to follow bully's routine. Even though she was now doing everything she was told, she had to be on her guard. "Nothing, just wondering about your family. We're also dash." Speaking later, Yinping was a bit embarrassed and wanted to stop talking. Gu Chang'e held her head. What the hell was she doing when she lost her memory? After a long time, the two made some more small talk and got to know each other a little better. The expression on Gu Chang'e's face grew wonderful. What? This girl is probably paranoid. She's the king of the ferocious beasts. This, indeed, it is common for many girls to have the idea that they are a queen. It's like a man who will always be a man who has practiced immortality. Wait a minute, is he underage? Hey. It's a jail sentence. Not only had he done certain things with his own amnesia, but it seemed to be serious. Gu Chang'e asked breathlessly, "Are you lying to me? Miss Yinping, how old are you?" "You're 20 years old." Yinping's voice rang out. "So very good." Gu Chang'e let out a long sigh. "How?" Richard asked rhetorically. Yinping inclined her head in some confusion. "Nothing." Anthi nodded. "I know." The corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth curved up in a mocking arc. "Wow." Zhao Yu responded. Yinping stopped pursuing the matter and turned away. Gu Chang'e looked around and didn't find her skirt, and was wondering in her heart, did she have to get naked to come in? Gu Chang'e asked in disbelief. "What's wrong? Miss Yinping, have you ever seen my clothes? Tuxedo?" Yinping inclined her head, also confused, not knowing what to say. "Put mine on for you." Yinping hurriedly got up from the bed and headed for the nearby cabinet. Gu Chang'e hurriedly averted her face. "There's no movement. I didn't even see it." Yin pulled the cabinet open, and a pile of fine clothing lay there, glowing with a golden sheen and emitting a fresh scent. Gu Chang'e smelled the scent and looked over with some curiosity, and sure enough, her cabinet was full of the empress clothes, which looked luxurious. Even Gu Chang'e, a layman who didn't know anything about clothes, could see that those clothes were worth a lot of money and were definitely the daughter of a rich family. Holy, is the door and the floor made of gold? How do rich people get so rich? Not good. When the time comes, he or she will definitely talk to her parents and ask her to give him or her $5 million and let his or her daughter go. Just when Gu Chang'e was distracted, "Gu Chang'e, this dress is for you." Yinping walked over with a jacket in her hands. "Okay," Chunju answered. Gu Chang'e looked in the direction of her finger and saw a white mass. He hurriedly averted his face. "Miss Yinping, you're not dressed yet." "Oh, it's okay, we went public last night." Yinping pursed her lips. Chapter 110 Pretty Girls. Gu Chang'e. Luckily, Yinping had picked an outfit that was on the neutral side, and Gu Chang'e didn't feel embarrassed. It was better than nothing. Gu Chang'e was grateful to have new clothes. If he didn't have new ones, he probably wouldn't have been able to get out of this room. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but have a thought pop into her head when she heard Yinping's sibilant dressing next to her. Gu Chang'e pinched herself on her leg, the pain went straight to her head, and the images in her head disappeared. This girl is pretty and rare. She has long silver hair, snow-white skin, and is about a meter tall. Not bad. Gu Chang'e shook her head. He never thought he'd get a new girlfriend in such an incredible way. If her father finds out, he'll kill me. Yinping said doubtfully. Gu Chang'e, then what time do I go back with you? Where are we now? Gu Chang'e was uncertain. Yinping's voice rang out. "Ha, which one?" "Great Emperor Tree," Li Qiye said indifferently. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. "I've never heard the name mentioned before. Is it possible that this place isn't a chicken city?" "That's unlikely. I can't go to another city, can I?" "Maybe. This guy, he came to another city." Gu Chang'e thought about it and finally figured it out. "Do you want to go outside for a while?" Yinping sensed Gu Chang'e's strangeness and knew that Gu Chang'e was going out. "Good." Ragnar nodded. Gu Chang'e let out a hum. Only then did he take Yinping and leave the house. Gu Chang'e's entire body froze when she saw this scene. "I'm sure it's a big girl, and the house is too big. It's not something an ordinary family could afford, or at least the richest woman in the city." Yinping added. It was a giant tree suspended in mid-air, specially designed to look like what it does now, and we're now on the third floor, where there are two of us. "It's a tree?" someone exclaimed. Gu Chang'e suddenly had the illusion that Granny Lu had entered the Grand View Garden and was curious about everything. "That's a big tree. Never heard of it." Then, Yinping led Gu Chang'e on a tour of the third floor, explaining to him the purpose of each room. As she passed by a drafty window, Gu Chang'e realized that the ground was littered with beasts lying huffing and puffing, making enemies on all sides. Miss Yin Ping, we've been surrounded. Gu Chang'e hurriedly yanked Yin Ping back with one hand. Yes. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was in such a hurry, Yin Ping nodded her head in mock seriousness. Luckily, they're all asleep. Gu Chang'e saw that it was still sleeping, so she put her heart down and continued. We can't stay any longer. We must find a way out as soon as possible. A flash of color flashed in Yin Ping's eyes as she sniffed. Does this count as an elopement? They would leave their family and friends and travel to an unfamiliar world to start their lives over. Then let's go. Yin Ping nodded seriously, then instructed the crowd. Then don't waste any time. Go make some preparations now. Gu Chang'e nodded. Well, if there's more, we'll go together and have a better chance of surviving. Yin Ping spoke. Let's both go. Ignore them. Gu Chang'e understood what was going on after a little thought. It must be that the family treats her badly to be like this. Gu Chang'e thought about it and nodded. Then let's go. Aha! He nodded. Yin Ping nodded with a look of eagerness. The adventure is about to begin. We're up against endless obstacles. They'll do everything they can to prevent us from escaping, and we'll fight as hard as we can. The two went to their respective rooms and started doing something. Gu Chang'e and Yin Ping tiptoed out of the room and walked to the doorway on the third floor, where they saw two old men watching them intently. Yin Ping whispered. This old man is the one guarding the entrance to the third floor. Aha! He nodded. Gu Chang'e let out a Nowadays, they recruit old people as janitors, and he's encountered a lot of things like this. The first level is without difficulty. Gu Chang'e and Yin Ping walked downstairs together. A few more minutes passed. The two old men then reacted. An old man asked, who was down there just now? No, you're looking at it wrong. Oh, pretty much. Further up, there's no danger. But just as the two were about to leave, Guxin spotted them. Guxin half squatted down and said, Your Highness, are you going out at this late hour? No. Ragnar froze. Yin Ping's aura changed all of a sudden. From the playful innocence at the beginning, to the dementedness later on, to the coldness of being in charge of everything. Just those words alone made Guxin shiver. No, am I not worried about the Empress? Uneasy? You can outwit me? What need is there for you to worry about my safety? Yin Ping chortled coldly. How could the little one be so bold? Guxin was shivering all over. He couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps. That's right. The Queen Mother is no soft little girl to worry about. She's just being nosy and upset. Gu Chang'e was also stunned by Yin Ping's attitude, but quickly reacted. This should be the reason why Yin Ping asked them to call themselves Empress, which could be explained by the fact that nowadays, rich people are all honored by the terms Prince and Duke. Get the hell out of here. Yin Ping held Gu Chang'e's hand and walked out, a happy smile on her face, as if the queen who was as cold as ice just now had changed into a different person. Guxin slowed down for half a day and finally slowly got up from the ground. He suddenly remembered that there was someone who had been following Yin Ping. What man? Why did it never show up? To be this close to the Queen-sama, he must be the one she trusts the most. It's really odd that someone who came out of nowhere was able to gain the favor of the Queen-sama. Guxin was originally ready to pursue the question, but once he thought of Yin Ping's icy tone, he immediately swallowed the idea back. With her power, naturally, she doesn't need to heart. If I intervene, she isn't unhappy. I will be dead. As soon as Yin Ping yanked Gu Chang'e, she ran toward the door. Jiang Chensi. He plunged headlong into the ferocious beast. Chapter 111 Demonic Beast Controversy. It's like shoving it into the mouth of a ferocious beast. Crap, trough. This time, he's afraid he's going to break his arms and legs. There were at least 5,000 or more ferocious beasts. Even if he had 3 hands, it was impossible for him to face so many ferocious beasts at the same time. Just when Gu Chang'e thought something was going to happen, a voice rang out. This was much better than he had expected. All the demonic beasts didn't dare to approach, and they rose from the ground to make way. Gu Chang'e and Yin Ping just walked forward unharmed. What's going on? Why aren't they attacking us? Gu Chang'e asked in disbelief. Our queen. Of course. Yin Ping's voice rang out. Ha! Ragnar froze. Gu Chang'e's small eyes were full of incomprehension. Gu Chang'e meant what she said to Yin Ping, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. At this time, Gu Chang'e and Yin Ping had already stepped out of the treehouse and looked back, but suddenly realized that there were no longer any human cities or tall fences around them. If one really came to a human city, then one would definitely see the tall wall, and not seeing the city would mean one thing. In other words, he wasn't even in the middle of a human city. Isn't this the lair of a wild beast? Holy! Gu Chang'e's gaze towards Yin Ping gradually changed, as if she really was a beast king. Then she should be very powerful, right? Why would I sleep with her? Many possibilities flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. but they were ultimately dismissed by him one by one. So, he'll just have to wait and see what happens. It was incredibly difficult to be in this group of ferocious beasts, and one mistake would be the end of everything. This person alone is already a 10th rank beast. The old man guarding the third floor was there, but that wasn't the case. Any one of them could easily crush me into a pulp. And the woman in front of her, although she looked pure and lovely, she was an extremely terrifying person. That was a ferocious beast emperor who held thousands of ferocious beasts in his hands, and was not an idle person. 15 steps? Gu Chang'e believed that the person's cultivation was at least above the 15th rank, otherwise he would have long been surpassed by the human race's 15th rank experts. Yin Ping. Where is this going? Gu Chang'e called out Yin Ping's name with some hesitation. Unclear. Yin Ping shook her head and said, let's go to your place then. My family, Chen said thoughtfully. Gu Chang'e stopped talking and finally said, I'm homeless. Yin Ping, however, was not surprised at all and continued, yes, we don't have a home of our own. And the word home is so nebulous to us that we can even choose our own biological parents. Gu Chang'e noticed that Yin Ping's tone of voice was a bit low, as if what she said wasn't that important. Yin Ping continued, in the eyes of those people, we are cruel and unorderly creatures who only know how to kill and plunder their territories so that they have to cower in their cities. This statement was made. Gu Chang'e could tell that Yin Ping was really a bit angry. He couldn't help but mumble, could there be a hidden agenda here? Yin Ping's voice sounded again. This battle, from the moment we appeared, has never stopped. It seems that it's either you die or I die. Gu Chang'e was feeling more and more out of place, as if there really was something he wasn't clear about, a movement in his mind. If he is made aware of this, then his three views will completely collapse. However, Yin Ping seemed unwilling to say more on this topic and stopped talking. Yin Ping smiled. Then, let's stay in some deserted cave for the time being. Aha! Chenju answered. Gu Chang'e let out a all the way. Gu Chang'e had been prying for news about her during the time she had lost her memory. Gu Chang'e was getting more and more disbelieving. This was too much. The two got drunk and slept together in a daze, which led to this morning's events. One night stand. Cold Overlord will not leave me alone. Overlord's strong marriage and love. Iceberg Overlord and Cinderella. All of these, are those works that she has read before? Wait a minute. Gu Chang'e suddenly noticed her dead center. Yin Ping, this little girl, wouldn't be a bully, would she? Did she read too many bullying novels and substituted herself into the role of the heroine and then I became the boss? Gu Chang'e thought it was just a guess at first, but as soon as he remembered the inexplicable things Yin Ping had said to him today, he understood. Typical bossy middle child. This made Gu Chang'e even more puzzled. Why was she lying naked on his bed? What did this have to do with the world? Yin Ping led Gu Chang'e to an abandoned cave and was about to enter when a loud roar came from inside. The earth then shook, accompanied by the sound of dull footsteps. Gu Chang'e's face sank. Yin Ping, it seems to be somewhat interesting. This is not a deserted cave, but a cave with an owner, and by the looks of it, it's not exactly a saving grace. Get out! Right at this moment, a bellowing cry came out. With Yin Ping's words, the thick footsteps in the room became silent. One looked like a wild boar, very small, estimated to be about a dozen kilograms. A tiny boar cub was able to cause the earth to shake and make such a loud roar? Gu Chang'e was confused. Yin Ping squatted down and touched it on its back, saying, it's a porcupine, small but fierce, and obedient despite its level 5 strength. 5th rank? This time, everyone froze. Gu Chang'e pulled her lips. It was such a little piglet that was also a 5th rank expert, and he was actually not a match. The moment. Huang Yu asked the two old men on the 3rd floor, where did he go? It took the two old men a second to spot Huang Ding, and they spent 30 seconds recalling their memories and the remaining minute organizing their thoughts. I don't know. Ragnar shook his head. Huang Yu frowned. Normally, the Empress never goes out. What is it today? Saying she's leaving. I don't know. Chenju shook his head. The two old men responded. Huang Yu turned around and descended the stairs, only to run into Gu Xian halfway down. After that, he realized where Yin Ping had gone. Chapter 112 Never met before. Never met? Huang Yu looked solemn. His face twisted. His 3-meter-tall body instantly became tense, and a powerful aura emanated from him as if he was about to explode the next moment. In front of him, Gu Xian felt a tremendous pressure. The 10th ranked him was still an ant in the eyes of the other party. A terrifying pressure. Guxin flashed such thoughts in his mind, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Sure enough, it's second only to the queen. Guxin nodded reluctantly. Yes, the queen Sama is with a man she's never met before, and it looks intimate. Huang Yu's face grew weirder as he listened to Guxin say this. The queen Sama was cautious. In all these years, she had never made a move against the human race. If it was her, she would have long ago unleashed many attacks. Huang Yu understood very well that he wasn't a qualified leader. He was a person with a simple limb and a simple mind. If he was allowed to lead the team, it would only lead these ferocious beasts to destruction. Given her nature, she shouldn't be so close to an outsider, right? And the Queen-sama's power is strong, the strongest among all of our ferocious beasts. Huang Yu knew this very well, but he was worried about Yin Ping. Think about it. When he thought of this, Yimo's heart moved and he immediately wanted to go find Yin Ping. A few days later, Ling Lin's trio had faced countless demonic beasts, and the weapons in their hands had been wielded countless times. Where Ling Lin's trio stood was one monster after another, each stacked one on top of the other. After this period of fighting, Ling Lin and the others had all sustained considerable injuries. It was just that the clothes on their bodies had already been dyed red countless times by the blood of ferocious beasts. A thin film of blood covered his clothes. When Ling Lin moved, the dried blood on her body came off. Dong Yu sat on top of the head of a ferocious beast and spoke somewhat helplessly. I think we should go back and organize ourselves before we make a big adjustment, because we don't have enough food or water anymore, and I don't know how long we'll have to wait if we keep running out like this. Gu Chang'e will be fine. A 10th rank demonic beast can kill Gu Chang'e, but it can't kill it on the spot. Instead it takes it away, which means that it will still use Jiang Chenxi. Moreover, this guy Gu Chang'e, who is also considered a beauty, is probably having a good time on the fierce beast side, and has even hooked up with the fierce beast queen. Seriously, a voice came from behind. Ling Lin glared at Dong Yu. Dong Yu skimmed her lips and stopped talking. Rowley spoke up after a moment of contemplation beside her. Dong Yu is right. Let's go back and rest first. And by the way, let the people in the guild help us look for Gu Chang'e. If it's just the three of us, it'll be hard to find him. Ling Lin had a difficult look on her face. Her eyebrows knitted together. After a long moment, she nodded. Let's go. This time, that fierce beast queen won't send out weaklings, and will most likely send out strong people of the 10th rank or above. Dong Yu then added, I have a feeling that this guy won't be some kind of good, evil man among evil men. Ling Lin was silent. The three of them turned around and headed straight for the chicken market. For Ling Lin's trio, this route would only take a little over an hour to reach Chicken City. Dong Yu finally got to the point. How long is the break? 5 hours. Ling Lin's voice rang out. Dong Yu nodded her head after a brief thought. 5 bells of sleep. That's enough. The three spread out and began their plan. After Dong Yu returned home, the first thing she did was to take a bath, and then she had a variety of potions mixed up. If you want to fight for a long time, you must have enough medicine to treat your injuries. Without treatment, a little minor injury is real death. It takes at least an hour or so to get to Chicken City from here, and there's no time to spare. After taking care of that, she went to take a shower and go back to rest. Rowley walked into the union. Many people stayed in the guild with their heads hanging down. They hadn't seen Rowley for days, and without her sunny smile, everyone was a bit depressed. As soon as I saw Rowley over, the people have surrounded. See Rowley body covered with bloodstains. Rushed forward to ask what happened. It's okay, don't worry, Rowley said so on her lips, but the smile on her face had already disappeared. Went into her room, took out the phone and dialed out, and it didn't take long for the other side to connect. Rowley replied, it's me. Go and check the number of people we can mobilize, and kick out anyone who pretends to be sick and doesn't want to go. It was quiet there for a moment, then finally spoke. Chairman, isn't this a bit much? It's not like you don't know that we're in a situation where we need to mobilize immediately. There's no deal. If you don't want to do it, get out. We don't need freeloaders. Rowley's voice was resolute and cold, not allowing anyone to doubt it. The person on the other end of the phone had no choice but to say when he saw how determined Rowley was, okay, I'm on it. Aha. Chinju answered. Rowley hung up her cell phone as if all her strength had been drained from her body, and fell on her butt in her seat. How many of them will come? Rowley looked up with a hopeless look on her face. Our Adventurers Union was originally founded to banish the beasts so that everyone could be safe and sound. But they are only concerned with themselves and have no regard for everyone's well-being at all. A guild spends so much money and time training, and not many people are willing to do it when they really need to. Don't need them for a while. Gu Chang'e stood in the middle of a cave with the fierce beast queen, Yin Ping. Gu Chang'e asked in disbelief. What's wrong? Where did you get that? Yin Ping said with a proud face. That was a few years ago, when I sold them to the human race under the pretext of spying on them. Want to leave? No, they won't be able to rest easy without me. Yin Ping smiled faintly and spoke. Most of the time, I keep myself in my house, and this book will allow me to travel all over the world. What realm are you in now? Gu Chang'e asked. He had been thinking about this question and finally couldn't help but say it. Chapter 113 Superlatives. No class. Yin Ping, however, shook her head. I simply won't. Ha? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa froze. He had never practiced transformation before. I really have no experience in cultivation or transforming. In Ping spoke. Because I was originally a human being, I was unable to transform into a beast, so I occasionally wondered if I was a human being or not. In Ping shook her head and smiled bitterly. I'm not sure who I really am. If I say I'm a person, then I'm not a person. If I say I'm a monster, then I can't turn into a real monster. Gu Changa's eyes instantly narrowed. Perhaps the queen of this behemoth is not a beast. What if this matter became known? Wait a minute. Not alive? They can tell if it's a human or a beast by the smell. But I'm a human. So why can't they tell I'm a human? That's odd. Even I'm not sure. Gu Changa shook his head. He had said this on purpose, wanting to know what In Ping would say about him. In Ping added. Sure enough, it's a ferocious beast. The aura on its body is very strong, but its cultivation level is a bit peculiar, as if it's only at the second rank. Gu Changa smiled sarcastically. I'm hiding my strength. Walking in the Jianghu, you always need to have a vigilant heart. Otherwise you'll be stabbed in the back at any time. Oh, I say, I take it you think so too. A hint of a smile appeared on In Ping's face, but her complexion was a bit grim. Speaking here, she looked up at the bright moon in the sky and added, among our clan, there is a saying. I wonder if your excellency has ever heard of it. What? Gu Changa instantly became excited. Myths are often true. After all, it's not like there's no reason for it. In Ping pointed to the bright moon in the sky with her hand and added, it is said that we did not come from the earth, but from the moon. Human eyes are white with a hint of yellow, but our eyes are red. Unclear. Gu Changa raised her head and saw that the bright moon in the sky was actually blood red. He flinched slightly. Gu Changa frowned and thought she had gotten it wrong. Wiped it. And sure enough, she saw a bright moon, and her whole body was dumbfounded. He mulled it over. There are times when the moonlight is blood red, and right now, it's blood red. It has to be. Gu Changa cheered himself up in his mind. He had a vague guess, but he refused to accept this fact. From the bottom of his heart, In Ping looked toward the moon and muttered under her breath. If we were able to return to the moon, would there be a conflict? Is this fight not because of your ferocious beasts? If it weren't for your ferocious provocations, maybe we could live with them in peace. Gu Changa shook her head. What was I thinking? How can man and beast coexist peacefully? Their parents, who had been killed by the ferocious beasts, had to be avenged. Gu Changa was furious at the thought, but his mind was clear and he could sense that In Ping wasn't lying. She didn't have to lie to herself. In her eyes, she was a beast, so there was no need to hide it. Gu Changa saw a very small black dot in the distance, and his eyes stared at the black thing. Time passes slowly. As the distance grew closer, the figure became clearer and clearer. It's coming at us, Gu Changa said and pointed at the black spot. When In Ping looked in the direction of Gu Changa's finger, she saw Huang Yu flying in with great speed. There are enemies after us. We must flee. In Ping grabbed Gu Changa and rushed to the right. Chasers? Ragnar froze. Jiang Chensi. In Ping nodded earnestly and replied seriously. Yes, it looks like our plan has been discovered. But they are ahead of us. I was hoping to stay here for the night and move on. But now, they won't let us rest. Gu Changa skimmed her mouth, immediately realizing that In Ping's middle child was about to strike again. It's not even a chase. Apparently, he had come to pick her up. With a queen like that, they must have a headache. Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Gu Changa and In Ping's speed, naturally, was not as fast as Huang Yu's, and after only 2 minutes, they were caught up. Huang Yu blocked the way of Gu Changa and his son. Gu Changa only felt the pressure when he saw the 3-meter-high yellow giant tripod with thick, uncharacteristically thick arms that were almost catching up to his legs. If you really want to be hit by this guy's fist, you will definitely be smashed alive. That's what really crushes it. Huang Yu added. Finally got you back. That was close. If anything happens to you, won't our lineage be left unattended? Under Huang Yu's persuasion, he finally opened his mouth. In Ping frowned and her face sank, no longer looking like the simple little girl she was before. Huang Yu felt the immense oppression and half kneeled on the ground, cupping his fists and saluting towards In Ping. Your Highness, you must not be alright, although I know you're very powerful, but the current situation is dangerous. You can't take any chances. Do I need your permission to go out? In Ping asked Huang Yu with a slight gaze. Of course not. Huang Yu's voice rang out. In front of In Ping, he couldn't even breathe out loud. I'm not worried about you. Huang Yu's voice rang out. Okay, I'll walk by myself. Get down there. In Ping waved her hand in an unkind manner. Yes, Ragnar nodded. Huang Yu answered and got up to leave. And it was at this time that he saw Gu Changa, while In Ping was sitting beside her. Gu Changa only felt an inexplicable sense of oppression come over him, as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down on his back, making it difficult for him to breathe and almost causing him to fall to his knees. Fortunately, Gu Changa endured it. Even if it meant kneeling down for him, he was willing. The only exception to this is kneeling for the ferocious beast. It's better to die than to kneel here. Huang Yu just stared at Gu Changa for a few moments before moving his eyes away and memorizing Gu Changa's appearance in his mind. As soon as Huang Yu left, Yin Ping was like a play, instantly regaining the appearance of a soft young girl, beaming. Now that we've been caught, we have no choice but to return. Chapter 114 Sudden Realization. Aha! Chenju answered. Go back. Yi Futian waved his hand at her. He suddenly realized that he was completely confused about Yin Ping's mood, and if he said to her, I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave for now. Later, her temperament changed greatly. To himself as a fat beating. He is not a 10th order demonic beast. 3 or 2 will be able to take his life. Not a joke. Gu Changa was confident in what Yin Ping had just said. This person had a great tendency to be middle-aged, and no one could tell whether she was telling her own story or telling the truth. In short, we can't be reckless. One bad one and it's all over. Okay, let's go. Yin Ping sighed, then whispered to Gu Changa. We'll go out quietly in a while. Let's see it first. Gu Changa. It's hard to tell. That little brother of Yin Ping's had just stared at him with a look that if anything, seemed to have a feeling of wanting to kill. Traveling to the land of ferocious beasts requires excuses. Where to come from, and everything to be well thought out. He wasn't even sure that he would be able to reach Chicken City safely. The two walked into the cabin. Huang Yu and the others had long been waiting outside the door. Greetings, my queen. Huang Yu and the others even kneeled on one knee. Get up, he bellowed. Yin Ping spoke faintly, her tone calm. His expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Huang Yu, a few people, followed suit and got up. Yin Ping was planning to go to the 3rd floor with Gu Changa, but she was stopped by Huang Yu. Your Highness, the 3rd floor is inaccessible to those below the 10th rank. That's why it's restricted to the 1st floor. Yin Ping frowned slightly and was just about to say something, only to hear Huang Yu continue. It's a rule you made in the first place. Hearing this, Yin Ping could do nothing but wave her hand. When Huang Yu saw this scene, a stone fell from his heart. This was for the future of all the demonic beasts. He clasped his fists and took more than 10 steps back. When the crowd saw Huang Yu retreating, they all retreated far away as well. After that, everyone hung their heads, no longer paying attention to Yin Ping or Gu Changa. Yin Ping looked at Gu Changa. Are you trying to tell me if you're plotting something? Gu Changa is also helpless, but this is the rule. I will place you on the 1st floor. Let me know which room you prefer. Both. Yi Futian responded. Then go to Yuan Ping's house, which is temporarily empty because he was imprisoned for being a thief. And you can stay over there. Yin Ping pointed at room 10 again and said, Here. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa let out a Yin Ping reluctantly said goodbye to Gu Changa before heading to the 3rd floor. It was only after Yin Ping left that a few of Huang Yu raised their heads, their eyes looking at Gu Changa without exception before sweeping Gu Changa from head to toe. I'd like to see who can hide it from the Queen Mother. This person is not a good person by any means. I'd like to see him flip when he's exposed. When we get our hands on you, we'll kick your ass. That's what everyone thinks. Some people were even calculating in their minds how to deal with Lin Fan. Gu Changa wasn't very afraid, and most importantly, she had Yin Ping behind her, and they wouldn't touch her without evidence. Thus, Gu Changa was not at all abashed, and was especially hard-headed, as if to say, you dare to hit me? You can try. Some people hated it so much that they couldn't wait to clean up Gu Changa right now. Suddenly, they reacted. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, trying to provoke us. As long as we can't help but strike, he will report this matter to the Empress, and then all of us will be severely punished. What a sly one. Seeing Gu Changa's face, all of them gritted their teeth in hatred, but they didn't dare to have a seizure, and they couldn't fight, so the whole thing was bad. Only Huang Yu, who was the most calm of all, was not overwhelmed by anger, but instead revealed a faint smile. On the contrary, Gu Changa felt that he was the most dangerous. In such circumstances, a person who could still smile at him was far more scary than a person who bared his teeth, and he could never guess what he was thinking. He was able to control his mood very well. No wonder he was known as the #1 beast after Yin Ping, and was also considered a great help to Yin Ping. Without her own help, a geek like Yin Ping, who stayed in the house all day, would never be able to control such a big monster. This family wasn't a brainless, reckless person, but this person was in charge of all the ferocious beasts. To be precise, Yin Ping was only in charge of supervising. As for the feeding of those beasts, he was in charge of it. In other words, he's the one behind this game. Finish him off. This is the equivalent of taking out a ferocious beast. It is simply the number one enemy of the human race. There were only two ways to get rid of him. One being that he was powerful enough to kill him himself. The second way was to find that bronze cauldron and destroy it. But the latter is highly unlikely. With his current speed, he didn't even have the time to splash Yizichin with a single drop of blood. And the bronze tripod was gone. In case he ran into the people who captured him last time, it would be too humiliating. In case the other party revealed that he was a human. Hiss. It looks like there's nothing to do, so don't go out and wave. Just stay in your room and cultivate properly. Anyway, with the system, sooner or later you'll be able to rise to level 15 or 16. Huang Yu calmly said to Gu Chang'e. Second floor. First floor. First floor. Gu Chang'e. What? I'm surprised he didn't threaten himself. Is there something wrong with this plot? He had expected that he would open his mouth with a look of contempt and disdain. Ha! Take care of yourself, now that the road is wet. He's right. Hiss. This one doesn't follow the script at all. It made Gu Chang'e unable to guess what was in his mind. Since he had said so, Gu Chang'e couldn't afford to say any more unpleasant words. As the saying goes, when one is under the roof, one has to bow one's head. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for taking the trouble. Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Huang Yu nodded. So he led the crowd up to the second floor and went back to their respective residences. Those people looked at Gu Chang'e with unfriendly gazes, and a few of them even made a point of moving closer to Gu Chang'e, pushing their arms towards her. In the end, he himself was taken aback, while Gu Chang'e stood there motionless as if nothing had happened. The man who sat down on the ground with a fart looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. Chapter 115. Very caring. No way. He's never lost to anyone in a head-to-head battle. How did he beat his opponent? The people around them also looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. This person looked weak, but his physical body was strong, and it was a bit unbelievable that everyone else was sent flying a few meters away while he didn't move at all. Not even a single tremor. The people who were about to leave stopped, their gazes falling on Zheng Chenxi in unison. This son is truly extraordinary. This kid, he's really not an ordinary person. A group of people whispered, could this be the Queen Mother's preference? Everyone couldn't help but think so, and their eyes looked at Gu Chang'e with some complexity. The man looked embarrassed and struggled to his feet. Gu Chang'e also froze. How come it's so hard? This guy was at least an expert of the 10th rank or above, and it would be good if he could not break any bones after being hit like this. One is literally working one's flesh to the point of being invulnerable to knives and spears. Where's the bronze tripod? Gu Chang'e asked with concern. What happened to you? Why did you fall by yourself? Is it because of the wind today? Look at you being blown so hard. The short-haired man's face instantly rose to a pig's liver color. He couldn't control himself enough to attack Gu Chang'e, and luckily someone pulled the man back, or else he probably would have fought Gu Chang'e for his life. Rowdy, rowdy. One yanked him over with one hand. That's right. It's too bad. He's trying to seduce you. Don't fall for his scheme. You'll be screwed if you do. Hearing this, he immediately calmed down and didn't want to kill Gu Chang'e, and his companions let go of him. The short-haired man looked at Gu Chang'e with cold eyes. She definitely wouldn't just let it go. Not only had she lost her face, but she was also hitting on her. What filth this is. I'll never spare you. Even if you have the Empress behind you to protect you, if you commit an irreparable crime, it's still a dead end. Huang Yu won't let you have your way. Gu Chang'e gave him a mocking look and said, really? The eyes are glazing over. Shouldn't you go see a doctor? It's no small thing to have your eyes glazed over. If I don't get your blood up in time, you're dead. That's not for you to worry about. Just take care of yourself and don't worry too much. The short-haired man snorted coldly and quickly left with the crowd. Gu Chang'e saw him leave and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was quite tolerant. He wanted to settle a prick and scare others, but he didn't expect to be so easy to deal with. Gu Chang'e twisted his head towards his bedroom and suddenly realized that someone was looking at him. A man in a suit, and his gaze fell on him. Gu Chang'e instinctively felt that this person was not a good person to deal with. He was very suspicious. Even Yin Ping was able to question him to his face. He must be careful. Don't let him get a hold of you. Especially if you can't reveal your human identity. Your original name definitely can't be used. You can only change your pseudonym. Therefore, he decided to replace Gu Ning with Wei Yongzhao. Gu Chang'e went into her bedroom, closed the door, and went to bed. He looked at the roof. If you think about it, I wonder how Xiao Xiao is doing now. Can you still wake up? I wonder how that vice president is doing now. He's already taken his meds and it won't be too much of a problem. Inside a bedroom, Yin Xiaotian looked at the disoriented Shui Qinrua and let out a somewhat feeble sigh. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was that important in Missy's heart? During the time he had been missing, Missy had been practically bedraggled. Alas, it's not just one guy. The world is full of good men, so it's good to go for one more. She couldn't figure it out. Did Xiao Tian find out about Gu Chang'e? Shui Qinro said weakly as she lay on the hospital bed. Xiao Tian shook his head. Missy didn't find out about Gu Chang'e. We searched several times and turned the chicken market upside down, but we didn't find any clues about Gu Chang'e. Shui Qinro sighed and said, no way. Could it be that he's doing something secretive? What's going on here? Xiao Tian opened his mouth, but he wanted to speak. Perhaps he was on a mission. Not only is Gu Chang'e missing, but even his sister is missing without a single clue. So what do we do? Aha. Do you want to change it? Xiao Tian asked tentatively. Shui Qinro suddenly stood up from the bed. Her face was ugly and a trace of anger remained on her face. Xiao Tian could see Shui Qinro's anger at a glance. She was familiar with Shui Qinro and knew very well that if she said that, Shui Qinro would be very unhappy. However, she still had to go and confirm it. Shui Qinro, Xiao Tian, are you talking nonsense? Is there any mistake? Xiao Tian sighed and said, I'm just curious. Missy, you're like a stubborn donkey. No matter what you say, you won't change your mind. Knowingly, Shui Qinro's cheeks bulged with anger, but luckily, the frown on her face stretched. Xiao Tian just smiled and didn't say anything. Inside a hospital room, on the hospital bed, the vice president was lying on his back, watching him. A researcher clad in a white coat was taking notes on the information inside one of the machines and recording something in a notebook. The scholar couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect his physical body, after consuming the elixir, to actually survive. It's simply a miracle. What miracle? A middle-aged man, also wearing a white coat and a pair of sunglasses, walked through the door. The young learner was puzzled. That's not even a miracle. What else could it be? Aha. You don't know. He ate a strike from a 10th-ranked ferocious beast that almost killed him. Or that Gu Chang'e fed him a bottle to keep him alive. Which one? Resurrection potion. $50 million. It's not a miracle. It's money. The young bachelor bristled. Chapter 116 Defying the Odds. $50 million a bottle. What kind of luxury is that? What kind of big shot can only spend $50 million? Even if there's a zero missing, that's $5 million. That's $5 million. That's $5 million. Can an ordinary person afford that? I know. I understand. The after effects of such pills are not cured only by the poor, but also by the rich. But, who would want to be on the front lines with the after effects of this agent, which are impossible to cure? Originally, he only wanted to come here to see what could be done to remove this incurable after effect, but now it seems that the hierarchy of this world is really too puzzling. Hey! The young maester couldn't help but let out a sigh. Aha! There's nothing more desperate in this world. People will fall apart one day. Aha! Chinju answered. The young maester nodded. Inside a lavish and extravagant bedroom, brightly lit, a television, almost the size of the entire wall, hangs on the wall directly opposite the bed. Sun Hang was lying on the hospital bed, stoned on melon seeds while watching a TV series. Both of his legs were broken, and now he couldn't do anything but lie on the hospital bed. Also, his father wouldn't buy him any medication, leaving him to recover slowly on his own, and it would probably be months before he could get off the ground. These days, he couldn't stop thinking about Gu Chang'e all the time. Until the news of Gu Chang'e's disappearance came, he wasn't happy at all. Instead he was angry and couldn't wait to see Gu Chang'e right away. In theory, he should be happy, but he wasn't happy at all. Gu Chang'e disappeared on his own, not by himself. Unlike him, he did not want Gu Chang'e to be killed. Originally, he had planned to personally clean up Gu Chang'e, but now it seemed that he didn't have that chance. Grass! He cursed in his mind. How could he die? Isn't he quite the pretender? That's good. No more pretending. Sun Hang was furious and slammed the corn vat in his hand hard on the ground. Day 2. Gu Chang'e didn't close her eyes for the night, where 10th rank magical beasts were all over the place. To sleep properly, how big of a heart would it take to do that? It was simply impossible. Maybe some tough guy will get himself killed one day after he falls asleep. Being careful is a good thing. Being careful is a good thing, especially in such a dangerous place. Gu Chang'e hadn't eaten anything for a day and was also a bit hungry, and was planning to get out of bed. Dukes of Hazzard. There was a knock on the door of the room. Gu Chang'e's eyes narrowed. Early in the morning, surely no good intentions, either to commit adultery or to steal. Who? A voice came from behind. Gu Chang'e's tone was unkind and cold. It's me. Chinju spoke up. Yin Ping forced herself to suppress her emotions and passed in from outside. When Gu Chang'e heard that it was Yin Ping, he immediately put his heart down. He walked to open the door, but he saw Yin Ping standing there with her hands behind her back, smiling, with a commanding look on her face. Ahem. Gu Chang'e, do you still want to have dinner with me? Wei Yongzhao will do. Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Why? Ragnar froze. Yin Ping was at a loss. She suddenly remembered something and nodded her head vigorously. Oh, I see. Do you understand? Humph. Of course I understand. Ajk means ajk, but aj also has another meaning, which is that it's going to be okay. In Ping raised her small white head in a condescending manner, with a smug look on her face, as if to say, you're strong. Come and praise me. Well, you sure are knowledgeable. Gu Changa patted her shoulder. Nonsense. I've read quite a few books. In Ping smiled smugly. These are overbearing novels. Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Gu Changa was interested in the food of these beasts. He didn't want it to be with blood or human flesh. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. If that was the case, at that time, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him or her? He or she could just shrug it off. But 1 or 2 reasons would be fine. But more than that, it would definitely be seen as a breakthrough. And then things would go wrong instead. At that point, he would be forced to accept it. Gu Changa couldn't help but take a deep breath before asking In Ping, what's your breakfast? Not necessarily. How is that possible? Gu Changa asked, is what you said true? Let's see. It seems like it's buns and then pasta. Hearing this, Gu Changa couldn't help but smile before being tickled again. Do they know how to plant too? It shouldn't. All of these things, they come from humans. Gu Changa suddenly asked, where did you get these buns and noodles? In Ping blinked and stared at Gu Changa with a look that you wouldn't fail to understand. Gu Changa scratched her hair in embarrassment. You forgot. Oh, right. In Ping smiled awkwardly and went on to explain. It's made from wheat that we grow ourselves and grind into a powder. So, Ragnar nodded. Sure enough, it's a bun. Just be afraid that these two are not doing what they think they are doing. In Ping led the two of them to the first floor, where there was a restaurant for many wild beasts. Walk into the dining room. Because In Ping and Gu Changa had come relatively quickly, there weren't any fierce beasts in the restaurant this time, so they just ate some buns. In Ping and Gu Changa sat face to face. Gu Changa stared at the bun in her hand, silently thinking that the bun made by the beast was more or less hard, and it wasn't a joke to use it as a slab. Why don't you eat? It was the first time that In Ping had finished a bun in 3 or 2 tries. Gu Changa took a bite of the bun, only to feel her teeth itching, like she was eating a stone, and one of her teeth was about to knock off. Although they are buns, they are unfermented and the wheat is not particularly delicate. It wasn't flour. It was grains of rice. Each piece was a test for Gu Changa's teeth, and after he swallowed a mouthful, his throat began to ache with the illusion of cracking. This bite was like swallowing a stone, heavy and hard to digest, very uncomfortable. Swallow the bun in 1 gulp, In Ping said with an expectant face. Well, Chanju asked. Yummy, he couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Changa rarely praised her with a clear conscience. Chapter 117 Real Fierce Beasts. This is the real beast. With something like that, it's amazing he'll be okay. The food in their mouths is simply beyond their own comprehension. If they were allowed to bite into a piece, they would all think their buns were garbage. But for a ferocious beast to have such an achievement, it was quite remarkable. Only fierce beasts between heaven and earth could make buns, and fierce beasts below the 10th rank could not take human form, let alone fine cooking. In Ping said emotionally as she looked at the bun in her hand. In the old days, when we didn't grow wheat and steam buns, everyone was hungry and often starved, and there was just so much to hunt that it wouldn't take long to eat it all. I'm reminded that a year ago, a number of people died of starvation, and as far as the eye could see, there were bodies everywhere. Oh, so it was the enemy that saved us. As In Ping spoke, she couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile with a sinister look on her face, as if to her, this was no longer as simple as humiliation. Hearing this, Gu Changa was startled. After all, the human race supported the ferocious beasts. What's going on? In Ping wasn't surprised when she saw that Gu Changa didn't believe her. There aren't many people who know about it now. Plus you. It's already 5. Such news, naturally, won't be easily spoken to anyone, nor will it be spread out. It's an insult to us demonic beasts. At that time, there were only 2 ways for our ferocious beasts to go. One was not to go to the rescue, and the other was to endure the humiliation. Yes, I promise. Gu Changa was first stunned, then puzzled, then a hint of anger. He had already saved them. Why should he turn his nose up at them? Was this the legendary story of the peasant and the viper? The more Gu Changa thought about it, the more excited she became, her eyebrows knitting together. In Ping noticed Gu Changa's abnormality at the first moment, and Gu Changa also realized that her emotions were not right and hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. But it was still a step too late. In Ping had already seen it. Gu Changa lost her mind for a moment, as if it was inappropriate to say anything. In Ping gave a somewhat mocking laugh. I know exactly what you're playing at. You're thinking that how we do it is like a farmer and a poisonous snake, where a farmer sees a frozen snake in cold weather, and he can't bear to take it away. But the snake wakes up and instead of thanking him, it kills him. This farmer is also too stupid. Knowing that this snake is a wild beast, he still dares to make a move. He really doesn't know how to die. Moreover, this snake isn't a good thing. I saved his life, and he even dared to strike out at me. What an asshole. The story of the farmer and the snake is actually quite easy to understand at a glance, without too much trouble at all. However, you have to understand that we don't return favors with favors. Hearing this, Gu Changa was at a loss. Is it not a virtue for a virtue? Could there be something else going on here? And so on. It was impossible for ordinary people to help demonic beasts. Isn't that crazy? He'd be crazy to do that. Why would he do that? They were eager to step in and help. First of all, he had to have enough resources, which he was still able to do. As for the latter, 99% of people won't do it. It is the transportation of large amounts of resources, from various gates. If there is a rescue, it can still be transported from the gates of the city, not in bags, but in large trucks, at least 50 or so. With that many trucks, there's no way they could have gotten out of the city, and it's impossible for the average person to drive a car, let alone a truck. Gu Changa suddenly felt that things weren't that simple. Yin Ping continued. Since then, we've been thinking about how to feed ourselves, and eventually, we decided to farm like humans. Since then, we've been raising livestock until now, and we've gotten so big that we have no problem being self-sufficient. The more Gu Changa thought about it, the more confused she became. If they can be self-sufficient, why do they have to go after the human race? Gu Changa didn't know why this was. It would be great to find out where these ferocious beasts originated from. All they had to do was empty the entire feral beast of food. They'll starve alive. By then, we won't have to fight. The purpose is obvious. What is that place? The best way, naturally, was to ask Yin Ping. Thus, Gu Changa looked at Yin Ping. Where is our factory? Gu Changa's heart was beating faster and faster. This was the moment that would decide the fate of mankind. It's a good time. When that happens, it will be hard for him to stay out of the way. Once this is over, it's hard to undo. It would be bad if someone found out. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it. Yin Ping smiled faintly and continued. Our factory is located in. Gu Changa saw Yin Ping's bright smiling face and felt some guilt in her heart, but it quickly disappeared. No, these are not worthy of my pity. What do I have to be sorry for? My parents were killed by them and here I am pitying them. It's so funny. If it wasn't for them, how would we be hiding in that Bloodfall fortress? Just as Yin Ping wanted to speak, someone else stood up and shouted at her. Good morning, my queen. This person was no other than Huang Yu. His actions caused Yin Ping's voice to come to an abrupt halt. Yin Ping nodded at him and was about to speak to Gu Changa again when she heard Gu Changa shudder. Yin Ping was startled by his words. He was questioning her and that was why he didn't let her know. All he had to do was to interrupt Yin Ping and divert her attention from what he was about to tell her. Gu Changa understood this very well. He can't be bothered. If he stopped Huang Yu now, it would be tantamount to acquiescing. And at that point, he would be considered to be harboring evil intentions. And at that point, he would surely die. The next scene was just as Gu Changa had expected. Huang Yu said a few more things to Yin Ping, which diverted her attention, and talked about a few more topics that made Yin Ping interested in the beauty of the neighborhood of the big treehouse. Yin Ping couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, turning around. Chapter 118 Huge Dining Room. Yin Ping left, and the two of them, Gu Changa and Huang Yu, stayed in this huge restaurant. The atmosphere was oppressive as if it had frozen, and Gu Changa felt like he was having some difficulty breathing, unsure if it was Huang Yu deliberately pressuring him. Huang Yu and Gu Changa looked at each other with 4 eyes, neither of them letting the other go, not even blinking. Time passes slowly. At times like these, 1 minute is more unbearable than the next. Gu Changa didn't know how long it had been. He felt sore all over, and he wanted to move around. However, Huang Yu glared straight at him and he glared back. This was not the time to make a move. Gu Changa had no choice but to put her head on the line. I don't know how much time has passed. At that moment, Huang Yu's voice rang out. I have a job for you. What for? Gu Changa frowned. This was to embarrass him. He's a waiter at the restaurant. Huang Yu's voice rang out. Sure enough, it was directed specifically at him. Depend on others. Gu Changa nodded helplessly, but it was still fine to have her do errands, which greatly exceeded Gu Changa's expectations. He had thought that Huang Yu would definitely arrange for him to do some very hard work, and running errands or something, that would be easy. It can't just be an errand boy. It couldn't be that he could arrange a good job for himself at the restaurant and then cause trouble for himself, right? Thinking about this, Gu Changa didn't know what to do. Huang Yu added, you come by at noon today. Someone wants to see you. Aha. Chinju answered. Gu Changa responded. Huang Yu followed suit and left directly without any hesitation. This made Gu Chang'e somewhat unable to understand Huang Yu's intentions. Seemingly brash, he has a deep heart that doesn't match his stature. With such a great character in it, no wonder we humans can't deal with those ferocious beasts. Or, back then, our human race clearly had the ability to exterminate these ferocious beasts, but we were settled by a stir. Thinking about this, Gu Chang'e had a fit of rage. This bastard can't be crazy to help these demonic beasts. It should be some saint. It was a time of chaos, and the first to be killed was Our Lady. After noon, Gu Chang'e went to the restaurant, found a small bench to sit on, and waited for the guests. He had just sat down when he heard a rush of footsteps. This guy's got some serious weight on him. Gu Chang'e turned around and saw who it was. A tall woman with an apron tied around her waist and a pair of slippers on her feet came down the stairs. Ha! Gu Chang'e. She seemed to weigh less than 100 pounds. But now, every time he stepped out, the entire earth trembled. There was absolutely no way this could have a strength of more than 100 kilograms. It had to be at least 2,000 kilograms or more. The woman walked towards Gu Chang'e's side. Gu Chang'e's eyes instantly narrowed. I'll go. Did he just have an apron around him? Don't. No way. Ping and the others were all wrapped up in their entire bodies. And how did this guy do it? Newcomer. Yes, I am Wei Yangzhao. And so am I. Okay. Aha. Hi Yun. Hello. Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Yanma returned the favor. Smooth talker, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you call me a sister. I'm very strict, so you need to have a mindset. Wake up at 8 a.m. And be home at 5 p.m. You get 3 days off a week, but you have to work in shifts to make sure the cafeteria is occupied. Jiang Chenxi blinked. Ha? This is called strict? Start at 8, leave at 5, and have 2 hours of vacation in between? After that there are 3 vacations per week. Cripes, grooves. What's harsh about that? This kind of high-density death. She was afraid that she had never experienced it before, and if she was allowed to experience it for another day or two, it would be an absolute blessing. Yanma felt that Gu Chang'e was afraid. Wimpy is as Wimpy does. Since you're one of us, don't blame me for not warning you. It's okay. Gu Ning responded. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. For her sake, he would not be polite. I think you can say the same thing later. Yanma reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Gu Chang'e just lightly touched on Yanma's shoulder, and felt that his shoulder was almost dislocated by the impact. This strength, it really wasn't something that ordinary people could have. Not to mention the rest. The slap went down and her shoulder was bruised. Follow me. Yi Futian opened his mouth. Yanma twisted his head away. Gu Chang'e immediately averted her gaze. He was only wearing an apron. Gu Chang'e lowered her head to follow. Yanma didn't know when to stop. Gu Chang'e didn't realize, and collided head-on with her. Gu Chang'e looked up with a bewildered face, only to realize that he couldn't raise his head at all. However, when he saw the scene, she saw the clothes on Yanma. The only problem was that there was too little dress on her. From the front, it looks like it's naked. So quick to wimp out. This year's rookies suck. Yanma nodded. Gu Chang'e stopped talking. Is the task of these ferocious beasts that easy? What seemed so easy to them was a difficult thing to do. Take our human beings. We take 2 days off every month. That is, 1 day, working at 7 o'clock in the morning and 11 or 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Into the kitchen. Gu Chang'e. This kitchen is very basic. It's too easy. It was a metal pot. There's firewood all around. Against the front door was a large cupboard with various materials. Gu Chang'e followed her gaze. The information he found was very valuable. Even though you're just an errand boy now, you have to learn to cook a meal. Yoma's voice rang out. Then use water and noodles. Watch it, Chinju said to Chinju. Yanma ran while talking to Gu Chang'e. Watch well. Gu Chang'e let out a Yanma swung the dough in his hand towards the iron plate, and the next second, he was smashing at the piece of flour with a frequency of thousands of times per second. After 30 seconds of beating, the pastry was pinched up and beaten again, and so on for 30 times, until it became a rock-hard piece of flour. Gu Chang'e's face sank. No wonder the bun is so tough. Me, what wrong had the flour done to cause him to suffer such a sin? Yanma returned the favor. It's so easy, get it? So it is. Gu Chang'e let out a Go on. Yanma pointed to a bag of white noodles off to the side. Gu Chang'e planned to show off her craftsmanship and let her see the tender and delicious buns. Chapter 119 Practicing Boxing. At first, his steps were the same as Yanma's, adding water and flour, originally to let the dough ferment for a little while, but this time it was clear that he didn't need to, even with his legs, so that he wouldn't become stiff. Yoma, however, suddenly shook his head inside. Look, you don't even know each other. What do you mean you know each other? If you say you don't know each other, I won't scold you, right? Am I that easy to bare my teeth? Yenma went forward and yanked Guchanga aside as she opened her mouth. What do you mean? The most crucial part of the bun is kneading the dough. If you don't knead it well, the steamed bun will become tasteless. First, you have to practice a hand speed of 300 times per second. That's the basic condition. If you can achieve what I did, it will take you at least a few years. 300 times a second. Such speed. I am afraid that it is faster than the poisoned dragon arm that he has cultivated for 1,000 years. Then Yenma had Guchanggu and Flower practice a set of boxing together, while he himself watched from the side. Half a day later, Yenma sighed. You're so slow, you don't even get 30 chances. Guchanga, 30 times a second is fast enough. It only takes a few seconds to complete a purification. Yenma pulled out a bracelet-like object from somewhere and handed it to Guchanga. Do you want to try it? Take it and train it. Yenma took Guchanga's hand and put it in Guchanga's hand. One moment. Guchanga's hand was pressed to the floor with a bang, and then he pressed it to the floor. His whole body was confused. A few breaths later, there was a sharp pain in her hand, and Guchanga reacted to the fact that this thing was at least 1,000 kilograms. Yenma returned the favor. Don't pick it. Yanma-san, this is quite heavy, let alone doing it. I can't walk with it. Cheer up. If you don't carve, you don't carve. What else can you improve if you don't push your limits? It's the ultimate. Because it's so difficult. It's not as easy as you make it out to be. You just have to put in enough effort to get to the end. Yoma's words are very much in evidence. Guchanga's entire body was confused when she heard this. That's true. Yanmafai's appearance made Guchanga think of the words Yuli had initially told him. Okay, I'll do my best. Guchanga nodded seriously. Since it was a good opportunity to practice, why not practice a little bit? If he could have the speed of punching like Yenma, then he would not kill everyone in a minute. Yanma Ken training. She is not afraid. If he is still worried, is not it a disgrace? Very well. Ragnar nodded. Seeing Guchanga's resolute look, Yenma nodded her head with great relief. Even though you didn't meet my expectations, that steely gaze alone is enough to impress me. You're not afraid to be weak. You're afraid you don't want to change. Yoma's voice rang out. Yeah, I promise. I can do it exactly like you. Yanma-san, Guchanga said firmly. You're not even close. Practice, practice, practice. Sooner or later. Yenma smiled faintly and said, that's it then. Go back and digest it. And tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, be sure to come. Guchanga exerted her milky strength and managed to climb up, only to feel that both arms were about to be torn apart, and her bones and joints hurt terribly. That's just the beginning. The road ahead. It's harder. Forward again and again. For the first time, Guchanga realized that her path was so difficult. How long would she have to walk? Yenma returned to her senses and began to knead the flour, her small hands smashing into the flour like a torrential downpour. And due to her excessive movements, the squeezing air currents all created a loud sonic boom. Time passes slowly. Guchanga took a long time to get out of the dining room, but it was still a long way from his bedroom. It could be said that Guchanga had used all her strength to get from the kitchen to the entrance of the restaurant, which was only 50 meters. He had to collapse to the ground, gasping for air. Yo, what's up? A voice with mockery sounded outside the door, and Guchanga realized that 3 people were standing in front of him. The man was the short-haired youth who had blackmailed him last night. The short-haired man was interested in Guchanga, and when he saw that Guchanga didn't say anything, he started sneering again. TSK, 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 TSK. You were fine last night, now you're gone for a day. What's going on? Tell us. If anyone dares to bully you, we'll definitely stand up for you. Right. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The short-haired man stifled a laugh and turned to the other two. The other two nodded with a serious look on their faces. A man spoke up. Yes, of course we're going to avenge you. The 3 of us are notoriously kind and hate bullying people. Tell me instead, who on earth is so arrogant as to dare to go against our Queen-sama? No, a friend of the Queen-sama. I'm afraid you're the only one with this proud title. The 2 men also stifled their laughter and looked at Guchanga with a sympathetic look. Guchanga was too lazy to bother with these 3 brainless guys. The 3 men didn't say anything, just staring at Guchanga with an increasingly arrogant attitude. The short-haired man bent down and looked Guchanga over from head to toe, and when he saw the iron ring Guchanga wore around her neck, he was instantly enlightened. You're carrying a jack ring on you, so it's no wonder you didn't say a word, because you just couldn't do it. Aha! The other 2 also saw the iron ring on Guchanga's hand, and both had evil smiles on their faces. They had already figured out how to make a fool out of Guchanga, and their hearts were itching to get Gu Changa killed right away. The two of them looked around first to make sure there was no one else, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Such a great opportunity. Why don't we castrate him now? The short-haired man's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but explode with a asterisk. Seriously? How did you come up with that? Gu Changa naturally heard it and was dumbfounded. These three guys were really cheap. Perhaps they were originally a dog. Gu Changa was exhausted and couldn't move anymore. He couldn't even get the iron ring off. The short-haired man drew a knife from his waist. Chapter 120 Cultivation. Don't worry. It'll be over in a minute. The short-haired man smirked as he looked at Gu Changa. I'm curious to see what you'll look like if you don't do something about it. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste time. That's it. Hurry up. Cut the crap. Hurry up. The other two hurriedly advised. Okay. No need to rush. The short-haired man put his small hand up and slowly approached Gu Changa. The eye saw the dagger getting closer and closer. It had to be said that Gu Changa was really a bit nervous. Other things were fine, but this one was making it hard for him to keep his composure. The smile at the corner of the short-haired man's mouth was getting more and more lewd, and the knife in his hand was already only a dozen centimeters away from Gu Changa's pant leg. There's nothing to be proud of in bullying the few with the many. An indifferent voice came from the back. The short-haired man and the others were focused on the dagger, and the sudden noise startled them. The short-haired man's hands trembled and he nearly fell over. And Gu Changa was so nervous that he was forced to become an eunuch. Gu Changa raised her head. Yanma stood back, his eyes falling on the three. Gu Changa had never been so excited, and he thanked Yanma 1,000 times in his heart for saving his life. When the short-haired man and the three of them saw Yanma, they were startled and hurriedly retreated to the side, bowing respectfully to Yanma. Ms. Yun, what brings you here? Gu Changa. It made him think that Ms. Yun was the boss. The three of them were horrified when they saw Miss Yun. Gu Changa quickly responded. Looking at her amazing punch, everyone was dumbfounded. 3 Karami naturally couldn't be her opponent. She could hold the three of them down with one finger. The short-haired youth smiled sarcastically and said, Yanma-san, we're teasing him. It's not like you're not aware that we people love to tease. It's not like you're not aware of that. A joke? Ragnar froze, then reacted. Yes, the short-haired man nodded. We're at least known for being third-ranked ferocious beasts. Okay? Che, don't think I don't know you guys. Yanma spoke in a cold voice. Get out of here. If I ever see you again, I'm going to waste your dog legs. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. The short-haired boy and his 2 minions didn't dare to say anything more and turned around to run. Yun. Gu Changa thanked Yanma gratefully and continued. Sister Yanma, if you hadn't come, I would have been very sad. Those 3 little guys aren't very strong. You'll be able to hang them in a few days. And if they dare to come back, let me know and I'll break both their legs. Awesome Yanma-san. I'd rather you do it yourself. Yanma, a true master. Or rely on yourself. No one can rely on you. Only you can rely on yourself. No, I'm just trying to hug Yanma-san's thighs, Gu Changa said with a serious face. Step aside. Chen Zhuyu directly interrupted him. Yanma gave him a blank look, then went to the kitchen and started cooking. Gu Changa rested for a while and started to walk forward again, and by the time he returned to his bedroom, the sky had completely darkened and he had finally fallen asleep. When he finished, he fell straight back to sleep. Day 2. Gu Changa woke up with a bang and struggled to open her eyes. Just the moment he was about to get up, an unspeakable sharp pain spread out from all over his body, as if he had been viciously punched in his sleep. All he felt was as if his arms had been removed and then reattached, and his lower back ached as if his arms had been stretched and his waist squeezed around. Who is it? A voice came from the other end of the line. It's 10 o'clock. Why don't you show up? Yanma's voice came out with a bit of excitement. Gu Changa was dumbfounded. How come it was 10 o'clock? He seemed to have just dozed off. How come it was 10 o'clock? Gu Changa managed to get out of bed, got out of bed, and walked to the door. What came into view was Yanma, who had a displeased look on his face and had his hands on his waist. Gu Changa had to give herself an explanation. Sister Yanma, it's not like you don't know well. This thing is very heavy. I went back and tossed it all for a long time. And then, as you can see, I was careless and fell asleep. There's no next time. Okay, Chen Zhuyu answered. Gu Changa also followed behind Gu Changa and ran towards the restaurant. Yanma suspected that he was moving slowly and picked him up and ran towards the restaurant. When he entered the kitchen, Gu Changa was like an old man doing housework, tired and slow, and the fact that he could finally go home gave him a sense of being off his feet. He finally realized what Yanma had meant by what he had said before. Working in the kitchen was really hard, and carrying this on his back was just torture. But Gu Changa didn't complain, treating this as her own practice and not thinking much about it. However, I'm afraid that if someone did come to work here, they would go crazy. There are not many people who can remain unharmed in the hands of Yanma, and it is impossible to do so without a year or two. But how many people are able to do so? Not even 1 in 100 may be able to do that. Gu Changa walked towards his bedroom with a tired face. He didn't want to come back in the middle of the night again. Just as Gu Changa was exhausted and managed to walk to the bedroom door, someone walked in. In Ping stood less than 5 meters away from Gu Changa, smiling as she walked towards him. Ha. Chenju grinned. What's wrong? In Ping's voice rang out. Well, I'm going home to rest. Gu Changa finished her sentence. Good. In Ping was a bit frustrated. Gu Changa sighed helplessly. Why? If you don't want to run much farther, I'll go with you. In Ping shook her head and said, it wasn't that long, it was just a kilometer or two. What? How big? 10 kilometers? In Ping blinked, somewhat confused. Gu Changa's face sank. 2 kilometers was not fatal to him. He wouldn't even step 100 meters, let alone a kilometer. In Ping said, Huan, you told me that there is a very beautiful place there, and I plan to go there with you. A kilometer or two is too far for me. Why don't I untie you? It's practicing. Gu Changa finally agreed to In Ping's request, and since she had to cultivate as well, she would have to make a trip out as well. But how long it would take, she wasn't sure. Chapter 121, Storing Life Values. In Ping led Gu Changa, step by step, towards where she wanted to be. He's practicing? In Ping pointed to the 1,000-kilogram ring on Gu Changsinger's wrist. Do you think so? Work on hand speed. Gu Changa responded. I know. Oh yeah? In Ping nodded her head. Time passes slowly. Gu Changa was also slowly approaching, and it didn't take long for the two to arrive. Nightfall. The duo stopped by a small lake. The blood moon in the sky reflecting on the water. The breeze was fresh and the blood moon swayed. The wind from the lake, brushing over Gu Changa and her body, dispelled Gu Changa's heat, and a hint of coolness, spreading out from his surroundings. The coolness is just right for comfort. Gu Changa only felt a sense of relief, as if she had been blown by the wind, and all the exhaustion in her body disappeared. Look, that bright moon, isn't it different from before? In Ping pointed with her hand to the place in the lake where the moonlight was reflected. Gu Changa also glanced that way, wondering what would happen. However, when he looked closer, he noticed something different, reflecting the bright moon in the lake. Gu Changa narrowed her eyes and looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and sure enough, it was a blood moon. However, the lake has not changed at all. What is going on? Seeing Gu Changa's bewildered face, In Ping smiled faintly and spoke. Except for this area, the rest of the area is red. So, Gu Changa gave a hmm. He had never imagined that something so marvelous could be here. Wait a minute. The lake can reflect moonlight, but the sky is blood red, which tells you one thing. I was literally transformed into a beast. Otherwise, I see a blood red moon. Hey! Gu Changa sighed silently in her heart. But there's no way around it. If he didn't, he'd be dead already. Where would he be sitting here enjoying the moon? It wouldn't matter if my body was a beast, but my heart is human. In Ping calmly said with her hands behind her back. The same world, which is felt by different people, is also different, so that we can tell the difference between man and beast. I think about it occasionally. What is the greatest difference between man and beast? Gu Changa was puzzled. For him, and the biggest difference between a man and a ferocious beast is that one is ferocious and the other is intelligent. However, once one reaches the 10th rank, this argument is no longer valid. By this time, these demonic beasts weren't much different from the human race, and couldn't be distinguished from their appearance at all. Gu Changa said, it might just be your mindset. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately regretted them. He didn't even understand why he was saying that himself. Heart, Yi Futian muttered. In Ping pursed her lips. At Gu Changa's words, she didn't respond immediately, but thought for a while before smiling. Perhaps, as you say, it's the difference in hearts and minds. Gu Changa didn't know how to answer. He was just acting on impulse. In fact, this idea was Gu Changa's temporary idea. He didn't think much about it. He didn't expect In Ping to actually agree to it. In Ping then added, you know what? I don't know how far those demonic beasts and the human race will grow. I don't understand it either. What's in front of me is a mess. Either the human race wins, the ferocious beasts win, or both lose. Gu Changa wondered if she was one less person to phase out. Gu Changa flickered the thought away. Where is there anything to talk about? When the two swords are crossed, no one can think of a good time. In Ping continued. It's not that I haven't thought about making peace with them, but after what I've just encountered, I've given up on that intention because it's so unlikely. What is it? The man gave us the grain, and I haven't had a peaceful life since. What? How did that happen? Gu Changa was dumbfounded. Didn't this make her believe even more that she could be at peace with each other? After all, the humans were treating these ferocious beasts as food, which was a gesture of goodwill. There are some complexities here that can't be explained in a few words. Ping shook her head, not meaning to say anything more. Gu Chang'e gave a He was curious as to who was helping those demonic beasts, and he wondered who had given them food to make Ping give up the idea of living peacefully with them. What kind of hidden secrets are hidden in this? The human race and the ferocious beasts, both changed because of a free resource. If we can find out why, maybe even peaceful coexistence? Gu Chang'e shook her head and stopped thinking about it. It would be better if the human race could eliminate these demonic beasts. After all, we, the human race, have survived on this land for countless generations. While those demonic beasts came to this land later, they are the ones who invaded our homes. They are the ones who killed our loved ones and friends. They are the ones who destroyed our families. Go back. With that, he turned and walked away. Ping pursed her lips. Aha! Chenju answered. Gu Chang'e withdrew her anger. When she came back, Ping helped Gu Chang'e lift the heavy ring, and Gu Chang'e only felt that the weight on her body had lightened quite a bit, and at this time, Gu Chang'e really felt that she was still alive. It's really hard. Inside the house, Gu Chang'e was still recalling Ping's words. Every time Ping talked to him, he got some unbelievable information. Among the group of ferocious beasts, Ping was the only one who knew about this. Why is it that the more I come into contact with her, the more my Dao heart is shaken? Gu Chang'e, what's going on here? Is it possible that my head has been corrupted by those beasts as well? Otherwise, why should I worry about the movements of those ferocious beasts? It took Gu Chang'e a great deal of effort to suppress these thoughts, and then, he looked internally again and stored some qi and blood. He was so exhausted last night that he had forgotten to store it. Gu Chang'e tapped on the interface and saw what was displayed on it. His own qi blood. Why had it skyrocketed to 5,000? He was just over 1,000 before, but now it had actually risen by over 4,000. 5,000 life points. Equivalent to level 4. Holy, it's actually a 4. Jumped from level 2 to level 4 and skipped level 3 without incident. In that case, the copper cauldron was very useful, and if he could find it, he would be able to temper his flesh again and again. And that's just thinking about it. Gu Chang'e would never do that. If it doesn't work, then he's a cutie. Immediately stored 4,900 life points. Chapter 122 Courage. A few days later, Gu Chang'e always felt that something was wrong. All this time, he'd been worried that he'd be found by her, but he hadn't realized that he'd been overly concerned. It would be nice to find out the other person's name. Gu Chang'e pondered for a long time. He planned to make sure to ask Yanma tomorrow. From Yanma-san's looks, she should be able to recognize her. After all, those demonic beasts were going to eat at the restaurant, and Yanma knew them as well. Day 2. Gu Chang'e woke up early and struggled toward the kitchen. After tossing and turning for the past 2 days, Gu Chang'e had gotten somewhat used to this 1,000-heavy circle, and at the very least, she wouldn't be so tired. Nowadays it's good enough to be able to walk 100 meters at a time. When he arrived at the restaurant, it was already past 8 in the evening, so he didn't think Yanma would come. When he arrived at the restaurant, he heard roar after roar, and there was no doubt that it was from Yanma, for only she could throw such a fast punch. When Gu Chang'e entered the kitchen, Yanma turned back to Gu Chang'e and said, "You know what?" Her gaze fell on him. "You'll sleep well today." Gu Chang'e, "It's okay. I like to work. Working is the best." Seeing that Gu Chang'e had said so, Yanma did not say any more and left his affairs to Gu Chang'e. "Yanma-san, is this restaurant the place where everyone goes?" Gu Chang'e asked doubtfully. "Are you telling the truth?" "Not necessarily." Yanma shook her head. "Most people come for the food." "So?" Ragnar nodded. Only then did Gu Chang'e beat around the bush and ask about the female beast. After hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Yanma raised her eyebrows and gave Gu Chang'e a surprised look, as if to say, "You child, your brain is in the water. Could it be that this guy had some untold secrets?" Gu Chang'e was a bit puzzled. She then asked about Yanma. Yanma frowned. "Brat, it's okay for you to love other people. You just can't love this one." Gu Chang'e tugged at her lips. Asking about men really made people misunderstand that he was really looking at him. It's not a big deal to be misunderstood if you can get that person's information. Gu Chang'e gathered her courage and asked again. "For what?" Chen Zhuyu looked confused. After saying that, Gu Chang'e once again defended herself, also wanting to keep Yanma from getting suspicious. If she can't even find that out, wouldn't she be a suspect if she went to check on her herself? Besides, I'm just saying, I don't look good. I got a friend to ask around. Yanma gave a big wave of his hand. Okay, I heard you had a friend. Well, I won't ask too many questions. It's understandable that you're new here and not sure about the situation in Yuanpeng. Her name is Yuan Peng. Yanma continued to speak. She is being held in prison and should soon be punished by the queen. I wonder what will happen to her. Ha, Gu Chang'e froze. When was she caught? No wonder she hadn't been seen for such a long time. Dare I say she had been taken? Yanma continued to speak. That's not impossible to say. I'll tell you why she was taken. Good. Wang Yao responded. Gu Chang'e gave a Yoma. The queen sent her out with another, only for her to return alone. With all who traveled with her dead, Gu Xin ran into Yuan Peng, who was coming home from outside, and felt that something wasn't quite right, so he was right outside her door, secretly watching, just in time to hear her say something like this. She acquired an item from a human and wanted to use it to kill the queen, conquer all the beasts, and eventually kill all the humans so she could dominate the world. Huang Yu and his guards captured her and are now in prison. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he immediately understood and admired her. He didn't expect her to be so ambitious. She was still so cautious when she fought with him, and when she got the bronze tripod, she got carried away. The most crucial thing was that Gu Xian had also noticed Yuan Peng's abnormality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to find her at all. What happened after Yuan Peng was taken away? Gu Chang'e didn't even need to think about it. He was supposed to have given the bronze tripod to Yin Ping, and he happened to leave it and happened to appear on top of her bed. So what happened that day was not on his mind. Gotta. Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, the only way is to resurrect the middle-aged Yin Ping. Any other man, if he let others know that there was a shirtless man in his room, I am afraid that he would not hesitate to kill him. And, in the beginning, if Gu Xin hadn't found and exposed Yuan Peng, and he had left the bronze tripod, Yuan Peng would have definitely killed him. All of this is necessary in order to survive. This means that there was a bronze tripod in Yin Ping's room. Damn, he wasn't paying attention at the time, otherwise he might have gotten the bronze tripod. A moment of contemplation. Gu Chang'e thought about it. He couldn't hide any of his movements from Yin Ping. This man was definitely not an ordinary person. It was fortunate that he had just seen that copper tripod. Otherwise he would have been shocked. And at that time Yin Ping would have known that he would surely die. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but take a deep breath. She realized how hard it was for her to survive. Seeing Gu Chang'e's frightened look, Yen Ma added, "Do you realize how dangerous that man is? Don't you forget. These people are waiting for you. Once they find out what you're up to, they'll definitely make a big deal out of it, and then you won't be able to defend yourself. At that time, even the queen won't be able to protect you." Yeah, Sister Yenma, thank you for your guidance. Gu Chang'e hummed. I know. Then later, she learned about Gu Xin's identity from Yanma. Sure enough, it was the man in the black suit. He decided to stay away from this kid from now on. As soon as he came out, he was suspected by this person, and even Yin Ping dared to ask. So it was evident that this person was difficult to deal with. Finishing her work at 5 o'clock, Gu Chang'e wearily headed home. Even if you find it, it's hard to find, let alone get it. He couldn't even enter the 3rd floor. If he went to the 3rd floor, Gu Xin Huangyu and those two guys would definitely punish him. He felt that he should keep a low profile. Wait until he has that power. Chapter 123. What a surprise. Gu Chang'e was just about to head inside when someone greeted her. And the last person Gu Chang'e wanted to see was Gu Xian. Gu Chang'e moved her eyes away and was just about to go open the door to her room when she heard Gu Xian's voice. Wei Yangzhao. I'm looking for you for something. Is it convenient for you? No time. I just finished working. I'm quite busy. Gu Chang'e balked. He definitely didn't come here to give her a good look. Alright then. Gu Ning responded. Gu Xin sighed and added. What are you going to arrange? Not available. Yi Futian opened his mouth. Gu Chang'e said. I have to work every day. It's hard work, but it's even harder after work. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I want to go home and sleep. After Gu Chang'e finished speaking, she pushed the door and even brought the room door with her hand. Gu Chang'e closed the door and ran to the bedside with a tired face. So tired. What the hell is going on? I'm going to kill him. Gu Chang'e knew that this guy had a good ear and could even hear the walls. That's why Yuan Peng was caught by him. And he would never make the same mistake again. Luckily, she discovered Lin Yi's strength. Otherwise she couldn't imagine what would have happened. He couldn't take it lightly, let alone talk nonsense. Especially when it involved him and a human. I will find out where he came from. I've never seen that we need to sign up to be promoted to the 10th rank. And this kid doesn't even have a name. Whoever dares to disadvantage our fierce beast realm, I will never let it go. When Gu Xin saw the doorway of Gu Chang'e's house, his eyes narrowed and a coldness flashed underneath his eyes. End of day. 4,900 life points remaining. Total life points 4,949. In the evening, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. The accumulated chakra was restored. Then there's the 10% commission. This one absorbed 10% of the energy and became 504. 9. Rounded up to 504. 9. Eventually, his total blood count reached 554 points. In a day's time, Beifeng's life value had increased to 500 points, filling Beifeng with a powerful feeling. At this rate of progress, in a few more months, he would be able to ascend to the 10th rank, and it wouldn't be difficult to hide now, provided that he wouldn't be discovered. Next, Gu Changge accumulated over 400 chi blood. This baptism of the body still had an effect on Gu Changge. He used to be one layer at a time, and after many purifications, he was now at the peak of one layer at a time. Beifeng's body was now at the first and second levels, and there was not a single trace of impurities in his body, and all impurities had been eliminated. The third and fourth levels of baptism are much more useful. After taking a shower, Gu Changge felt better as a whole. The heavy bracelet from before was not so heavy at the moment, and walking would not be a problem. Early the next morning, Gu Changge got out of bed, opened the door, and all he saw was Gu Xin's face. His good mood in the morning was instantly bad. He cleaned up, and as soon as he left the house, he was drenched with a bucket of icy water from his head to his feet. "Good morning," Ragnar greeted with a smile. Gu Xin grinned. It was good at first. At first glance it wasn't good. Gu Changge opened the door. "I didn't expect Gu Xin to be so shameless," not embarrassed in the slightest, but continued. "Now you can be free. I'm working, I don't have time." After saying that, Gu Changge walked towards the restaurant. Gu Xin said to Gu Changge, "We'll talk as we walk. There shouldn't be any problems. And there's a lot of fallout from this." Gu Changge cursed in his heart. He couldn't even do walking speed anymore. This kid had to keep following him. If he walked slowly, he could still excuse himself as heavy and not wanting to talk to him, but he couldn't keep pursuing him like this. Could he? If she quickened her pace, there was a good chance he would follow her into the cafeteria, or into the kitchen. "Sheesh," Gu Xin inquired while walking forward. Gu Changge didn't even bother with him. She couldn't win if she didn't open her mouth. Gu Changge took a lot of effort to get to the restaurant, and Gu Xian didn't inquire with Gu Changge and directly found a corner seat. Gu Changge pulled her lips. This kid, it seems, is determined to go with himself. The bastard couldn't have been guarding his door. Could he have been eavesdropping on his ravings? "I'll go." What a good dog. No one has ever been as cheap as him. If we can defeat him, then we should do whatever it takes to waste one of his dog legs first, and then let him lie in bed for 10 days, and then waste his bones when his legs have recovered. Into the kitchen. Gu Changge then went to help Yanma clean up the mess. After these days of bonding, Gu Changge has long known how to do it and how to do it. Yeah, Yanma said smugly. "I'm glad you're the first to do so. You seem to be an experienced man. Big sister Yanma has flattered me. It's just a part of the job." Gu Changge smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to admit that he used to do the same thing when he was in the human race. Yanma looked at Gu Xian in the living room, then at Gu Changgu, and instantly knew what was going on. After saying that, Yanma ran outside. Gu Changge was unsure. What is sister Yanma doing? Another minute passed. Yanma pulled Gu Xin in, and with a casual throw, he took out 4 jack rings from within the box, and put them on both his hands and feet. "What's wrong, Yanma-san?" "Gu Changge, I'm understaffed here and need someone," Yanma replied calmly. Gu Xin was angry and anxious. "I didn't even agree to work here. Please don't." "What?" Ragnar froze. Yanma clenched her fists, and a sharp sound rang out from both of her fists. Gu Xin swallowed hard. If he was hit by this punch, he would definitely die on the spot. This person, surprisingly, was able to fight Huang Yu to a draw. Very few people knew about it, and he was one of them, and he was well aware of the woman's awesomeness. Huang Yu didn't have the courage to go to her several times, and each time he sent someone with a message. Rumor has it that Huang Yu gets beaten up by Yanma every day, and this has put a shadow in his heart, so he doesn't dare to face her at all. Yanma's gaze landed on Gu Xian's body, and he spoke in a calm tone. "Now, I'm going to give you one more chance to organize your thoughts. Chapter 124 has his eye on you," Gu Xin said with a bitter old face, barely smiling as if he was about to cry. "Very sincerely, to be able to work here, that's my honor. Thanks to Sister Yanma for taking care of me. This favor, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. If I don't see you at 6 in the morning, I'll make you eat your words," Yanma threatened. "Yes," he nodded. Gu Xin's face sank. "This matter, it has nothing to do with you. Please return." Yanma waved his hand. Without saying a word, Gu Xin directly turned around and ran. He was afraid that if he ran slowly, he would be cleaned up by Yanma. Gu Changge sighed and looked at Gu Xian's back as he fell away. This kid also looked like a good and obedient person in front of Sister Yanma. Yanma spoke to Gu Changge just as Gu Xian walked out of the kitchen. "It looks like he won't do it for a while." "Aha," Chen Changge answered. Gu Changge nodded and unconsciously glanced toward the door, worrying if Gu Xian was hiding outside to listen to them. Yanma returned the favor. Don't worry, he's gone. Can you see Yanma-san? Gu Changa was uncertain. Sense it. Yanma, when you reach a higher level, you will naturally understand that at my level, any subtle movement cannot escape my senses. Sister Yanma, how far can you sense? Gu Changa asked suspiciously. At that time, he still felt that he was safe staying in the house, but when he realized that bastard Gushin was able to eavesdrop through a wall, he felt danger for the first time. And now, Yanma's words were too great a blow to Gu Changa. Could an expert like Yanma hear voices from 100 miles away? Yanma returned the favor. I can sense anything within a kilometer if I want to. Gu Changa was startled, and her eyes widened in response. Ha? Yanma-san, what are you talking about? I don't know. 1,000 meters, he said while quickly calculating the distance. Yanma spoke faintly. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Chen Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Sister Yanma, aren't you great? Gu Changa had originally thought that Yanma's attack speed was only buns, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Not only did she have a fast attack speed, but her sensing ability was also very strong. If she wanted to discover her presence within a meter range, Gu Changa swallowed hard. Luckily he didn't utter any threats or say anything about Yanma's faults. Otherwise, he would be in a very bad situation right now. Gu Changa didn't say anything for half a day and asked boldly. Sister Yanma, how many levels of cultivation have you reached? 15th rank. Yi Futian spat out 2 words. Yanma calmly opened her mouth with an unimpressed look, as if the 15 floors of steps were nothing more than a number to her. Ah, the crowd froze, then reacted. Gu Changa. There were only a handful of 15th level existences in the entire human world, and there was no chance to see them at all. But in front of him, there was a level 15 expert. What was even more ridiculous was that a 15th ranked expert was actually made into a bun. Could it be that the 15th ranked ferocious beasts were more numerous and the 15th rank was worthless? It doesn't seem like a lot. If there were a large number of them, they would have been destroyed by the ferocious beasts long ago. Yanma shook his head and spoke in a calm tone. 15 is 15. 15 is 15. 15 is 15. I never thought I was great at the 15th rank. What's 15 ranks? It's still the same thing. It's all the same thing. Yanma-san, your idea is better than 99% of the people. How many people are there like Yanma-san who are so out of this world? Not transcendence, but doing my will. Don't think I'm great. I won't rely on the 15th rank to be superior. Other people's respect for me is only the 15th rank. In fact, I don't think it's necessary. I'm supposed to be me. Even if I'm not the 15th rank, I'm still me. Gu Changa didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This kind of mentality he could never do. How many people in the world could be like her? No wonder Gushin didn't have any complaints when he faced the Yanma. So it turned out that the Yanma was a 15th ranked ferocious beast, and it was also a group of existences that stood at the top of the food chain. Yanma went on. To me, it's the food that counts. And if you can eat it, everything else is a moot point. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes as she said, it's hard to be hungry. When Gu Changa saw Yanma like this, she knew that something must have happened. It couldn't be because of the last disaster, right? With Yanma's ability, it's not enough to let her starve? Could it be her family and friends? Yin Ping said at that time that there was a great famine back then, and many fierce beasts were starved to death and on the verge of extinction. According to Yanma-san's nature, running to a crowded place to look for food is to be starved to death alive. Yanma snapped out of her own realization and wiped her thoughts from her mind. Don't waste time. Get to work. Yanma threw another jab at the dough. Seeing that Yanma had no intention of mentioning this matter again, Gu Changa also stopped asking more questions. This was a past she did not want to recall. Gu Changa lowered her head and went about her business. It took him until 5 o'clock in the evening to leave without incident. Gu Changa was still walking back in exhaustion, and when he returned, he realized that Gu Xian had already disappeared. I guess I stayed in my house and didn't want to walk around with the ring on. Just as Gu Changa was about to open the door to her room, a rush of footsteps came from the doorway, and Gu Changa turned her head to see Yin Ping standing in the doorway. Gu Changa didn't know what to say. Couldn't it be that she still wanted him to accompany her out? Admiring the scenery was secondary, but most importantly, all of the things Yin Ping spoke about were of great interest to Gu Changa. Want to hang out? Yin Ping greeted him with a smile on her face. Gu Changa was furious and amused. Why do you go out and swim in the mountains every day? It feels good to see a good time, Yin Ping said with a smile. Okay, so where are we going now? Gu Changa finished her sentence. This time, I'm going to find a place I visit most often that has a beautiful view. Highly recommended. Yin Ping smiled faintly. Good, Wang Yao responded. Gu Changa let out a hum. Yin Ping led the two of them outside. After walking for about an hour or so, Zhang Chen and Huanger came to the edge of a cliff. Gu Changa collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. So tired, If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Ping added with a faint smile. Next time, you'll be sorry. I'm waiting. If you don't meet my demands, Chapter 125 can't satisfy you. Ping looked to the front, sticking her small waist and looking like she was talking to herself. It definitely satisfies you. This place is my favorite. I've seen everything different, but this one is my favorite. If that doesn't satisfy you, I'll find a way to satisfy you. The world is a big place. Looks like you're good at appreciating the view. Gu Changa's gaze looked at Ping. Are you telling the truth? Ping added. Either look at the view or something else. We were born on this mountain, and there are only mountains. It's the only way I can love the view. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Gu Changa was puzzled. This seems to be very similar to Yanma. She wasn't a big fan of cooking, and now she was even less of a cook, but she was relieved to have a hot meal. Ping opened her mouth as soon as she stepped forward. In 30 minutes, you'll know. Aha! Chinju answered. Gu Changa let out a hum. Lifting his head, he looked toward the front. The view is wide open. The horizon is wide open, and you can't see the edge of it at a glance. It looks grand, but there's nothing else, and you have to wait at least half an hour or so to see it. Ping said doubtfully. Your cooperation with Yanma, is it alright? She's always been known for her harshness, and ordinary people wouldn't even last more than a few days. But I can't imagine that you were able to hold up. Gu Changa, Sister Yanma is really nice to me. Ping pursed her lips and said, it hasn't been long and you're already calling her sister. Wait 2 days. You'll have to call me your husband. Gu Changa was furious and amused. He couldn't figure out if Ping was fed up or if she was a bachelor. If it has anything to do with Yanma, Gu Changa didn't dare to imagine that this would happen, and it scared him for a minute. That won't happen, Chinju said with certainty. You're older than me. It's only right that you say that. Ping pursed her lips and didn't say anything more on the subject. Where did we talk last night? Gu Changa froze. He was going to chat with himself every day? Thumbs up. In that case, I could have easily known about this famine. By then, they would be able to guess who was behind the demonic beasts. Gu Changa's eyes flickered, but they quickly disappeared. Let me think. We're talking about the difference between man and beast, and the reason why the two can't coexist, all because of that great famine. Yes. I've forgotten about it since last night. Something seems to be wrong with my head. I'm old. What a way to go back in life. Yanmar takes a slap on the side of the head. Ha! Ragnar froze. Gu Changa stared at Ping in disbelief. I'm getting old. My body is failing. Gu Changa didn't know if what Ping said was true or not, so she took everything she said as fact. Maybe I've been reading too many novels. My head hurts. Ping, however, shook her head with a look of disbelief. Gu Changa, looks like he's bull ting again. How does a person have so much time to read all that stuff? His brain is short-circuiting. Ping coughed lightly and continued. You said yesterday that the difference between man and beast is the mind. And I've been thinking hard about it all night. And I realize you're right. If a man is caged with a wild beast, do you think the beast will help him? Or will it? Gu Changa pondered for a moment before speaking. Are you hiding something from me? I think they'll help the demonic beasts because they raised them since they were little. And there's affection, friendship, and bonding between them. Yeah, okay. Ping nodded and continued. That's what divides them. Gu Changa pondered for a moment and asked cautiously. Are you telling the truth? That's true. If we can let go of our former hatred, we might even be able to live together peacefully. You could say that. Ping nodded and changed the subject. But that's absolutely impossible. Because this battle has never been something that we ferocious beasts can sway. We're not just going to let it go. Why? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa hurriedly asked. Focusing on the latter, she had to get the answer from Ping's mouth. That's because, from start to finish, this battle has nothing to do with us. Ping's voice rang out. Gu Changa frowned. His heart was uncomfortable. He had known since he was a child that everyone but him was saying that the human race was being invaded by demonic beasts, and the only thing the human race could do was to resist. In his opinion, Ping was clearing the name of that ferocious beast. Ping was still muttering to herself. Do you know what it is that made us what we are today? Technology? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa asked cautiously. Yes, their scientific research is advanced and not comparable to us beasts. Ping nodded. Within the body of every demonic beast, there will be a beast elixir. This beast Dan, for us demonic beasts, is the lifeblood, and without the inner Dan, it's a dead end. Nowadays, humans are able to develop so much solely because of our demonic beasts. Whether it's potions or weapons, they all rely on our demonic beasts. At this, Gu Changa was speechless. It was true. He wasn't aware of it before, and it wasn't until he entered the Adventurers Guild that he realized the importance of beast pills to human life. Ping then added, you know what? We, the human race, are similar to the livestock they raise. Hides, skins, cores, and teeth are all necessary. If all our demonic beasts die out, where will they get so many of them? How can we move science forward? Gu Changa's eyes instantly narrowed. At this moment, he finally realized why that person had gone to help those demonic beasts, because they don't want the person who killed them to die. Yeah, once you're dead, you'll never find anything else. Gu Changa thought about it for half a day and felt that what Yin Ping said made sense and was wrong. If it was really to obtain magical beast crystal cores, then wouldn't it be enough to raise the beasts? Why would they let their adventuring group come to die? It can be seen from this. Yin Ping is wrong. Chapter 126 Piercing the Conspiracy. If the humans really wanted to get the beast cores, there was absolutely no need to go through so much trouble. They could have captured all of these alien beasts. Although Gu Changa heard Yin Ping's strings, she didn't refute Yin Ping's intention. Yin Ping's words were intriguing. This incident had indeed given Yin Ping and the others a big shock. As if she had read Gu Changa's mind, Yin Ping continued. I understand what you're worried about. If you guys can get us arrested, you can totally get us arrested. Why waste time trying to help us? It's just a thankless task. However, one can't just look at appearances. One has to see through them and you will realize that many things are not as innocent as you think. It's because it looks so innocent that I don't think it will be hard. And I certainly don't think about it and naturally recognize it for what it is. Gu Changa frowned and asked, so, what's going on? He didn't feel anything wrong about Yin Ping's thoughts. Since she was on the side of the human race, she had to think with the utmost malice, which was why she thought of many things that might not exist. Of course, he couldn't be sure that what the other party was saying was a lie. Whether it was true or not, he still needed to take a closer look before he could do so. We ferocious beasts are originally an integral part of our human race. And the human race has a saying called, an enemy is a friend. If we face an opponent together, then we can ally ourselves with another opponent. And if one opponent is still alive, then the alliance between us will last a long time. If they are no longer around, then our alliance will be meaningless. And instead we will turn against each other and fight. That is to say, we are an essential part of the human race, the root on which the human race relies for survival. And they naturally don't want us to be exterminated. Moreover, our demonic beasts, which were also created by them, are not clear to us. Gu Changa fell into silence when he heard this. He didn't agree that humans needed demonic beasts to be their opponents. There must be a deeper meaning to this. On it. Yin Ping's words brought Gu Changa to her senses, and Gu Changa followed where Yin Ping pointed and looked. He saw a blood-colored curved moon that was rising from the mountains. This round of blood-colored curved moon seemed to be rising from his face, giving people the illusion of wearing 3D glasses. At this instant, Gu Changa felt so insignificant that her mind wanted nothing but shock. After about 30 seconds, the blood-colored curved moon completely emerged from the mountain and the 3D effects dissipated. Yin Ping continued, it's only a few minutes a day, so if you miss it, come back tomorrow. It's fresh. Gu Changa nodded. He finally realized why Yin Ping had come to this place. Not only was she shocked, but it also took her mind off her boredom. Don't look at her doing nothing but reading books all day long. But her mind was not idle for a moment, constantly thinking about ferocious beasts and the relationship with humans. Now it seems that she wasn't acting. This kid, he's really deep. I'm about to be misled by her first impression that I'm a midget nerd. Yin Ping smiled faintly and said, go back. Aha! He nodded. Gu Changa nodded. He felt that he had gotten too much information and couldn't react for a moment. These days, he had learned more than he could have ever imagined. Reversal after reversal. Failure after failure. Each one incomprehensible. Gu Changa was in her bedroom and hadn't been asleep for long when she heard a system beep saying that her chi and blood had entered the account. End of one day. 5,400 life points remaining. 54 life points. 54 total life points. After that, I absorbed another 10% for a total of 169 points of blood. After a tempering, Gu Changa became even stronger. And now the 1,000 heavy ring in Gu Changa's hand wasn't too heavy anymore. And he was only using pure physical strength, not even operating his blood veins. If he operated his chi and blood, his strength could still be increased by several times. And he was afraid that a 1,000-pound circle would be without any pressure. Build up 100 points of chakra and you'll make a ton of money the next day. Gu Changa was just about to fall asleep when she heard a very light footsteps coming from outside the door. And there was more than one. There were at least 3. After this baptism, not only the physical body was strengthened, but also the all-round strengthening. And the sound that could not be heard before could now be heard. Are you sure? What else can we do? Now that we're here, we can't just leave, can we? However, if someone knows about it, then it will be troublesome. I think it's better for us not to offend this young man. Offending him won't do us any good. That's right. If someone finds out, it'll be a problem. Even if we succeed, we'll just be killing this guy. This guy is simply a waste. We'd better not move him. If you don't want to, then go. I'm not going to let you go anyway. Make it look like I'm pointing a knife at you. These three guys were actually rushing towards him, and before he could store up his chi and blood, these three guys came running to him. Gu Changa. Without blood, he was no match for these three, and he had no bronze tripod or weapon. Now there was only waiting for the other party to make a move, and then they could decide what to do next. Gu Changa narrowed her eyes and waited for them to discuss it to see what they were going to do. The short-haired youth stared at the two men and agreed. Since you don't want to leave, you don't have to say much. I must kill this guy. I must kill him. Hey, Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. The other two let out a sigh. I paid good money for this. The short-haired man pulled a translucent glass test tube from his own pocket. Once this box is opened, it will emit a colorless and odorless poisonous gas that will make it impossible to defend against, and in less than 30 minutes, he will be poisoned to death. Chapter 127 Ways of Disapproval. Ah this. The Shao realistic Ning was taken aback. A big man doesn't know what to say. This is too long. The short-haired man looked at him with a look you wouldn't know. This liquid is invisible. Even if he inhales it, he won't have any reaction. At most another half an hour. By the time he reacts, everything will be too late. The most crucial thing is that once this poisonous gas is absorbed, it won't leave any traces. No one will even notice it, much less suspect us. And even if they have suspicions, they won't have any evidence. When he was hit by this poison, besides being unable to move, he couldn't even speak. He could only watch himself die step by step. The pain. It's indescribable. Sounds strong. The other two nodded in agreement. He thought that the kid was scared by Yanma, did not want to meet with him, but it turned out to be a big gift to send him. It was so hard to get me killed. I have to return the favor, no matter what. If that substance is invisible, has no odor, and leaves no residue, then wouldn't one be able to kill them too? They're going to kill me, and I'm not going to make it easy for them. I'd like to see what will happen to these three guys. The three of them tiptoed to the door of Gu Changa's room, and the short-haired man was just about to unscrew the bottle cap. Walk! Gu Changa's voice suddenly came out of the room, startling all three of them, and the bottle of wine in the short-haired man's hand was unsteady and fell to the floor. Luckily the vial wasn't broken, otherwise it would have been a problem. All three of them were shocked into a cold sweat by the scene. If this thing was pinched and burst, the three of them would definitely be poisoned to death. Even if you won't be poisoned to death, you will lose your fighting ability. And being trapped in a room and inhaled for 30 minutes of poisonous gas, you will surely die. Even if you don't die. Inside the room, Gu Changa only heard the sound of a pipe hitting the ground, but not the sound of anything breaking. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to his room and headed outside. Before the three of them could react, Gu Changa opened the door and ran out, and Gu Changa pushed hard. At the same time, Gu Changa's eyes quickly fell on the pipe on the ground, and Zonko kicked the pipe into the room. Gu Changa's strength was well mastered before she didn't break the pipe. The three men collapsed to the ground, and by the time they reacted, Gu Changa had already walked up to them, and smoothly brought the door with her. Before the three could speak, Gu Changa snatched a word to shut them up. Are three people hiding outside my house in some kind of plot to get me killed? The short-haired youth got up and sneered. Che, it's not your turn to tell you what to do with your limited abilities. The other two followed suit. Yeah, do we have to ask your opinion on going out too? You defeated the three of us. You should apologize to us. Sorry. Gu Changa's tone was mocking. The short-haired youth looked down, but realized that the pipe was no longer on the ground, which made him a bit puzzled. What the hell? Could it be broken? No. This thing won't break. Will it? If it does, then what can they say? Where the hell did they go? The short-haired youth looked around and eventually found nothing, which made him a little anxious if the ring was obtained. Wei Yongzhao didn't have any relatives here and didn't have anything to worry about. But if all these people were killed, it would be troublesome. Gu Changa said with dissatisfaction. Are you stupid? What are you waiting for? The short-haired youth had an unhappy face. What do you mean? Who do you think you are? You have to realize that your place is your bedroom, not your bedroom. And even if I sleep here, what can you do to me? If he really had it in his hands, he would have left at the first opportunity. But that wasn't important. What was important was that he didn't even know where the other party was. Could it have landed in Wei Yongzhao's house when he opened the door? Holy, he's not going to know. No, it can't be. If he really wanted to see it, there was a good chance it would be opened by him. If he accidentally stepped on a glass pipe, then he would be dead as well. At the thought, a smile gradually appeared on the short-haired man's face. Hurry up and leave. We've already been controlled by Wei Yongzhao. If we stay any longer, he'll kill us. If Wei Yongzhao gets angry, it will be troublesome. The short-haired man spoke to Gu Chang'e in a mocking tone. Mr. Wei Yongzhao, I'm sorry for troubling you as we passed by your room. We'll be more careful in the future. On your territory. Those two men were also mocking Gu Chang'e. They stared at Gu Chang'e. The corners of their mouths curved into a mocking arc before they followed the short-haired man away. Gu Chang'e saw the three of them leave and didn't say anything. Anyway, after getting what she wanted, it was time to start moving. When they go back, they can do it themselves. The first person to watch out for was Guxin. If Lao Lu had been following him around, then his every move could not escape his eyes. A thought popped into Gu Chang'e's head that if he could kill Gu Xian as well, he would no longer be in danger. This is the man that is the biggest danger, more of a threat than the other three idiots. Gu Chang'e walked into the room, picked up the test tube on the floor, and looked at it. It was just an ordinary glass test tube, and there were no impurities in it. It was indeed a colorless, odorless, toxic gas. Gu Chang'e held her breath to keep from inhaling. After double-checking that it was sealed tightly, he let his heart drop a little. Gu Chang'e had been waiting in her hospital bed for 3 or 4 hours, and now it was almost midnight. Gu Chang'e was about to get up when she heard a rush of footsteps. Chapter 128. The face is especially hard to look at. If Gu Chang'e hadn't gone through purification, all of her physical qualities had improved greatly, and she definitely wouldn't have heard such light footsteps. Who the hell is that? This man is definitely up to no good. Normally people would deliberately keep their footing down, but it was clear that this was just a dog doing something bad. Could it be that those people are spying on them again? Gu Chang'e frowned. It was very possible. It was also possible that they had already noticed the loss and remembered that it was in her hands, so they planned to go over and take a look. Gu Chang'e didn't move in the hospital bed as he settled down and listened carefully to the man's footsteps, standing outside the door. He didn't move for a long time. Gu Chang'e waited and waited until she fell asleep, until she heard voices outside. Gu Chang'e woke up from her sleep. Half a day later, the footsteps were getting farther away. Who is it? Gu Chang'e was puzzled. It seemed to him that Guxin was the most likely, and that the man was most likely there to hear if he was dreaming. This guy just knows where to go all day long. Perhaps he had been here during the time he had been asleep and he just didn't know it. Lean. He didn't even have time to sleep with him around, and he was really afraid that if he opened his mouth, he'd be taken. Thinking about this made Gu Chang'e even angrier, itching to kill him immediately. But with Yi Chang's current strength, he was not a match for Yi Chong at all. But if Yi Chong had a sharp weapon in his hand, Yi Chong would still consider it. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be impossible to kill a 10th-ranked demonic beast. All things must be done in moderation, and all things must be endured. When he had enough strength, he had to kill him. About 30 minutes later, seeing that no one was outside the door, Gu Chang'e quietly went out and headed straight for the short-haired man's bedroom. After 10 minutes or so, the two walked outside the store. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything, and directly took the glass cylinder over, then aligned the hole in the cylinder with the small hole under the doorway, so that the odor in the cylinder could be transmitted to the house from that direction. Gu Chang'e took a deep breath first. He couldn't breathe for the past few days, or else he himself would fall down before he could defeat that person. How humiliating it would be then. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chang'e picked up the lid of the glass cylinder, and an invisible smell filled the air. Gu Chang'e has to make sure that she doesn't make a mistake with her breathing. She has to use her hands to blow on herself. The strength has to be just right. If it's big, it will cause the other party to be alerted. If it's big, it will cause the other party to be alerted. If it's small, these poisons won't be able to get in. In short, his mastery of power is very important. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had to end this fight as soon as possible. It was almost dawn now, so if he waited a little longer, someone should get up. Moreover, Gu Chang'e couldn't be bored all the time. In the room, the short-haired youth was sleeping soundly, and seemed to realize that he slowly opened his eyes. Many possibilities came to mind as he felt that he could not move, not even in anger. What's the situation? I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just felt heavy and my mind was a mess. What was happening? It's similar to the poison I gave you. Could it have been broken at the time? Unlikely. I checked it out very carefully. On the ground, there are no more pipes. What the hell is going on here? The short-haired man thought about it, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was indeed infected by the same toxin he had messed up. Wei Yongzhao, that bastard egg, must have heard our conversation and found out the function of this bottle. So he got the glass test tube and then drugged me while I was sleeping. The short-haired man tried to growl, but nothing came out, and he felt his vitality draining away a little. This made Wei Yongzhao feel a deep fear. But now, he felt a sense of being infected. The anger in his heart could not be expressed in words, and if he could still shout it out loud, it might make him feel better, but he could not vent it. and it made him very uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e closed the lid of the glass cylinder and turned to leave. He had just walked out a little ways when he encountered Gu Xin. The guy was pale, panting, and looked like he was going to die at any moment. Gu Xin didn't care about Gu Chang'e at first, until the two passed by. He realized that Gu Chang'e had walked past him, looked back at Gu Chang'e, and didn't care. He went straight ahead. Gu Chang'e stepped back again and again, taking in every move Gu Xin made. Was this one poisoned when he passed through that entrance? If he falls out of the door, this is going to be a tough one. Thankfully, Gu Xin walked past the short-haired man's door and continued on without noticing anything out of the ordinary. Seeing this scene, Gu Chang'e lowered his heart. Fortunately, this kid didn't notice him. Gu Xin had already left a long distance away, but he suddenly froze. Gu Chang'e took a nap in her room and slept until after 8 o'clock in the evening, which was when she went to the restaurant. When she arrived at the restaurant, Gu Chang'e was surprised to see that Gu Xin guy was actually there, lying motionless on the table, looking like a dead dog. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I would have been killed. Gu Xin also noticed Gu Chang'e, took a sideways glance and then looked at Gu Chang'e and said, "Can you tell me what's going on?" "No." Chenju shook his head. Gu Chang'e balked without even thinking. "I'm very busy at work. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, but I think you're quite free. I'll talk to Sister Yanma." "Don't." Chenju interrupted her. "Forget it." When Gu Xin heard this, his face turned white and he immediately changed his mind. If Yanma helped, he would have to lie in the hospital bed for at least a few days, so he decided to give up on this idea. Gu Chang'e got up and went to the kitchen to cook. He was sure that someone would soon know that the man was dead. Sure enough, by mid-afternoon, word had spread that the short-haired man had been beaten to death, and a number of people had gathered around the door of his room, craning their necks to see what had happened. His eyes were wide open, as if they would pop out of their sockets if he moved the slightest bit. "Why is that?" "I'm not sure. I just got the news and rushed back. But I didn't see his body either. He didn't have any injuries on his body. It doesn't look like he was killed." Chapter 129. Go. 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 Go go go. Lord. Look. Go 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 go. A soft cry rang out behind them. All eyes turned in unison. As soon as they saw that it was Huang Yu, they immediately made a passage for them to enter. Huang Yu stepped into the short-haired youth's bedroom. He looked around and then closed his eyes. Everyone held their breath. Taking a deep breath would attract Huang Yu's attention. And once he became angry, the consequences would be unimaginable, and he had no injuries on his hands, so he obviously hadn't been killed. Well, there's only one possibility: poisoned. Judging by the pain in his face, he was conscious before he died. If it really does look like it hurts like that, then it's probably poison. Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes and instructed the servant beside him. "Have someone give him a full body check for any more toxicity." "Yes." Ragnar nodded. The servant bowed respectfully and then retreated. Hearing Huang Yu say this, everyone around him understood that the short-haired youth was most likely poisoned to death. So, what the hell did it? That was the question on the minds of the crowd. The same goes for Huang Yu. The first thing to consider is who is his enemy and who is the enemy. Huang Yu pondered for a moment and twisted his head to look at the people around him. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. He was worried that Huang Yu would think he was the murderer. In his opinion, nothing Hansen said would be of any use. He was the number 2 person besides the Empress, and no one would question his words. Huang Yu's line of sight eventually landed on the 2 henchmen of the short-haired youth. Huang Yu's eyes caused the 2 henchmen to shiver and nod their heads. One replied hurriedly, "I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I just realized it too." Huang Yu replied calmly, "I want to know what he's offended before." Both of them were relieved to hear this. "Wei Yongzhao," a voice came from behind. Between him and Wei Yongzhao, there was once a conflict. Huang Yu nodded after hearing this. "And how long ago did you meet him?" At those words, both men fell silent, their minds racing with the impossibility of this being their first meeting. If they did, Huang Yu would question why they stayed up late last night and how they should respond. "Are we going to kill Wei Yongzhao?" Huang Yu stared at the two of them, thinking for 30 seconds, always feeling that something was wrong. After all, they had already known each other for a day. There was no need to spend such a long time thinking. The reason for thinking about it for such a long period of time was simply to avoid something and not to expose himself. She had originally intended to question these two people. Huang Yu Wusheng sneered, quietly looking at these two. Not speaking, what could they say? Huang Yu looked at the two men, not allowing them to speak, while the other nodded in agreement. "Both of you, please be prepared to answer when I say it's okay. And then at the same time, remember to answer at the same time." The two of them instantly blanched, instantly understanding Huang Yu's intentions. The other party was now suspicious of them, and if they answered wrong, they would be in deep. The two men swallowed at the same time. their faces hard to see, and exchanged a look with each other, as if to say, "Big brother, please." Huang Yu continued, "I only have a minute to get this told to me." "Yes," the two of them hurriedly answered, but their hearts were tight, deeply afraid that they had said the wrong thing. If she had told him from the beginning that she wasn't here, everything would have been solved. Holy, missed the boat. Too careless. This time, he didn't dodge. The people around them were also paying attention to them, and some even understood Huang Yu's meaning, with a look of watching the show. There were also some people who hadn't thought about it at all. They just wanted to see what was going on, not something they cared about. They just needed to wait and see what happened. A minute passes in a flash. Huang Yu looked at the two. "Now is the time. After I count to 3, answer immediately. 1, 2, 3, 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock. The two men spoke in unison, but unfortunately the timing was not right. Both of their faces showed a hint of gravity. "What are you thinking? We just went out at noon. Did you forget?" The other one gritted his teeth in hatred and cursed in his heart. That asshole had the audacity to put the blame on me, and that was telling me that what he was saying was a lie. The reason why he didn't tell the truth was because of this pot, which made him very upset. But since the guy had said so, he couldn't refute it. Since he started it, now, everyone is thinking about it and recognizing it, so it's hard for me to change their minds. In that case, it would be better to just admit it, which would make him much less suspicious. The man rubbed his head in some embarrassment. "Ha ha, look at my memory. I can't believe I forgot that we used to go out fishing together, so I don't care." Instead of doing so, however, his friend looked at him with a strange look. "No, a few of us haven't been out much. Shasta." The people's eyes changed as they looked at each other. He was utterly confused. "When you betrayed me, you were willingly on your side. But now, you're betraying me, which is to put me to death." Chapter 130. The Man in Black. The man straightened out the black robe on his body, his expression calm, without the slightest hint of falling into a well. "Weren't we fishing last night?" The man's expression turned ugly. Not only did he insult me, he stabbed me in the back. "If you're not righteous, don't blame me for being heartless." The man sneered and said, "We just met last night. We were together last night. How did it become this morning? Why do you say that? Is it because you were with him when we were separated? Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to make a point of saying we just met this morning." The black-clothed man's face became unusually gloomy. Did he want to fight himself to the death? "She's going to say everything that happened last night. If he really told us about Wei Yongzhao, we'd be in big trouble. There was no relationship between us, but if he told everything that happened last night, at that point, neither he nor I would be able to get away with it. It's obviously to drag me along." Thinking about this, the black-clothed man's face became more and more gloomy. The man sneered. "Why don't you say anything? Weren't you quite talkative just now?" The man in black's face sank. He didn't know what he was going to say. If he said any more, he would tell what happened last night, and in that case, he would be in the middle of everything. The man's face was full of madness, and his face was red. "Since you don't want to talk about it, I'll go on." The man in black suddenly looked up and rubbed his head, a little embarrassed. "Well, we did fish together last night, but I'm so bad at remembering that I couldn't remember for a moment, which is why I was talking about you. I'm so sorry." He was the first to admit defeat, mentally cursing. Is he going to tell what happened last night? In that case, there would be no turning back. He's got a fair man on his side. He might just slaughter us both. It's no joke. He had lost count of the deaths of his own people, at his hands. He never showed mercy because of his own people. Everyone makes mistakes, but you have to understand that if you know the mistake and still do it, then you've broken the rules. There's no room for negotiation. There's only death. He had witnessed Huang Yu kill all of his own clan members and then strike them down without hesitation, without blinking an eye. Blood splashed and splattered all over him, but it didn't move. Either way, she can't talk about what happened last night. The man saw that his partner had conceded, but he did not want to spare him. He had been very cooperative before, and as a result, the other party had not only kicked him to the ground, but also used him as a shield, blocking an arrow for him, and then pressed him to the ground again. The anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. He continued. "Hoof." Jian Wushuang coldly shouted. "Oh, we didn't even catch any fish last night. I lied to you and you lied to me." "What? He doesn't want me to go? Is this suicide? Is he really afraid of death?" The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrunk. "What are you babbling about? We were indeed fishing. I apologize. Don't make fun of us. This is no joke. True or false, everything I have said is true." The man sneered. "Last night, we were with him, trying to take out Wei Yongzhao, but failed, so we left." Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. The black-robed man's face sank. and he couldn't help but burst out an expletive. This guy is a nutcase. He actually wanted to drag himself along with him. Everyone was stunned at these words. I thought it was a girlfriend's quarrel, but I didn't realize it was such a big deal. The onlookers were satisfied. The man in black, on the other hand, quietly glanced at the youth named Huang Yu on the side, and saw that he was calm, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. He also understood that it was useless to say more at this time, and perhaps a confession was the best option. He turned to look at Huang Yu and spoke. What do you mean, Mr. Huang Yu? We did follow Wei Yongzhao last night, but when we arrived, we found that he wanted to kill Wei Yongzhao. We couldn't even stop him. He had to put Wei Yongzhao to death, and there was nothing we could do. What about Wei Yongzhao? Huang Yu calmly asked. No, he was just about to do it when Wei Yongzhao sabotaged him. So, you just left? Yes, he told us to come out of Wei Yongzhao's room, and at a fork in the road, we parted ways, and as for what happened after that, it's unclear. Okay, Chenju waved his hand. Huang Yu waved his hand. He was supposed to kill Wei Yongzhao, but he was killed today, so Wei Yongzhao must have been involved. The man in black pondered for a moment, and realized with a jolt that the cause of Hai Ti's death was consistent with those signs of poisoning that he had mentioned. Last night, Hai Ti got a glass cylinder from somewhere, saying that there was a colorless, odorless gas, and that if this was put into Wei Yongzhao's house, it would surely poison him to death. He was poisoned, unable to speak, unable to move until he died, and there was nothing left of his body, no matter how much we tested it. He immediately reported the matter to Huang Yu. Are you saying that Wei Yongzhao got Hai Ti killed? Right. He nodded. The man in black nodded. Just now when Wei Yongzhao opened the door, he accidentally touched that glass cylinder of his. Now it is not clear where it is. After we left, it is estimated that Wei Yongzhao found him later and killed him with that glass cylinder. Aha! Chenju answered. The matter is settled. Huang Yu continued. Hearing these words, the man in black breathed a long sigh of relief. It looked like he was finally out of danger. Of course, in this case, you are also responsible. I will clean you up later. The man in black immediately had a bitter face. There was no way he could run away now. His companion gave him a disdainful look. Chapter 131 Simple Things. Huang Yu stared at the dead body lying on the hospital bed. If this is really the case, then it is Wei Yongzhao did it. Things are not so simple? There is no conclusive evidence that Wei Yongzhao was responsible. What if that glass cylinder is picked up by someone else? The same person who killed Hai Ti with it? However, this matter still needs further investigation. Even if Wei Yongzhao really killed someone, he still has to go through the queen's consent. If I dispose of Wei Yongzhao privately, the empress will be furious. She couldn't stand the queen mother's anger. When she started her fire, she could be much scarier than that crazy woman Yanma. However, Yanma seemed to have a soft spot for that man, as if he was treating him as his brother, and if he was disposed of, Yanma would never let it go. Yanma and the empress got angry at the same time. Huang Yuguang shivered at the thought of it, a kind of heartfelt fear welling up in his heart. That's just it. You just concentrate on watching. As for how to dispose of it, that was the queen's business, and he would never say a word more about it. If he doesn't say yes, then he's the one who gets cleaned up. Hey he sighed. Huang Yu let out a long sigh. This Wei Yongzhao, just how much magic does he have? To be able to get the favor of the empress and Yanma, and not look so good, just a little bit thin, and look weak, not like a beast at all. If we let him appear here, it would be a disgrace to us humans. What's so great about him? Everyone's eyes fell on Huang Yu, not understanding why he sighed. Thinking about it like that, it's really troublesome. Even senior Huang Yu is sighing. Not bad, things definitely won't be that simple. If Wei Yongzhao was really that easy to kill Wei Yongzhao, Mr. Huang Yu would have already made his move and would have killed him in minutes. This matter may seem easy, but the difficulty involved is not trivial. It's possible that there are ferocious beasts circling. Yeah, it's rumored that a lot of homicidal maniacs go to the crime scene to survey it when they come back. We all have a sense of the difficulty of this problem. In fact, this is not difficult, because they have long known who did it, but did not think it would be so easy, so the Wei Yongzhao was ruled out. Noon. Gu Chang'e found a seat in the restaurant and Gu Xin, who had just slipped out from outside, came back in, sighing to Gu Chang'e. Hey, murderer, did you think I'd find you? That didn't. Shinju shook his head. No, Gu Chang'e spoke frankly. He had seen himself then, and now that he had heard of his death, it was natural to associate him with himself. Gu Xin's voice rang out. I can't tell. You actually dared to slaughter Hai Ti. So, the man's name is Hai Ti? Gu Chang'e was calm and didn't care at all. Gu Xin was slightly stunned, staring into Gu Chang'e's eyes. Not really. This kid really didn't dare to kill Hai Ti. Just now High Tea and the others held him down and beat him furiously on the ground. He didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Where else could he lay his hands on him? High Tea tells the story and everyone believes it. Gu Changga calmly glanced at Gu Xin. Although he said he wasn't in a hurry, his heart was in a panic and he didn't know what to do. If Huang Yu rushed up, he himself would hang in minutes. 100 of him wouldn't be able to carry him, and he would turn into a pile of broken meat in minutes. If he had known this, he might as well have just slaughtered Gu Xin in the first place and made him an eyewitness. You wait for me. Huang Yu will be here soon, Gu Xin said to Gu Changga and turned to go. He said this purely to threaten Gu Changga. Naturally he didn't expect to scare Gu Changga. To be honest, Gu Changga was really frightened by her. So, he waited here, and it turned out to be after 5 o'clock, and no Huang came. Why hasn't he shown up yet? It wouldn't take long for Gu Xin to pass the news to Huang Yu. Well, what about Huang Yu? Gu Changga looked at her in disbelief. You're not leaving yet? Just sleep here? From the rear came the cry of Yanma. Gu Changga turned around and said, I was waiting for him. Ha! Homian froze slightly. Why are you still waiting for him here? You're not thinking of having a romantic dinner with him, are you? Yanma looked uncertain and stared at Gu Changga. What's wrong? Sister Yanma, in your eyes, am I such a person? Gu Changga's face sank, not knowing what to say. Yoma, two grown men, meeting in a restaurant in the middle of the night. For what else but this? Nothing. Anfi nodded. I know. Gu Changga waved her hand, not having the heart to talk nonsense with Yanma. It's impossible. He's gone. Yoma's voice rang out. Ha! Homian froze slightly. Gu Changga's face sank. People are gone. What's going on? He left this afternoon. Yoma continued. If you want to see him, it might take a few more days. Gu Changga was speechless. Why is he going out? I've heard that during this period of time, there are some human races in rebellion, and Huang Yu has already made plans to strike. Is it far? He asked. It's not too far. 1 trip is a day. It is said that there are 3 women, who have hunted and killed many beasts over there, and it is said that the corpses of those beasts are piled up in small mountains, and that the blood could make a river. These 3 guys are kind of strong. Inexplicably, Gu Changga connected Ling Lin with Dongyu. No. What are these 2 guys doing here? I wonder how they are doing now. Did you return to Chicken City safely? Gu Changga went back to her bedroom and got into bed, her mind still thinking about Ling Lin and the others. They shouldn't be in a hurry if they've disappeared. Should they? Is sister still alive? If she wakes up and realizes she's missing, she'll be devastated. Hey, when will you be back? Just as Gu Changga was rambling, there was a knock on the door from outside, pulling Gu Changga back from her musings. Who? A voice came from behind. Me. He spat out 2 words. Yin Pingxi's playful laughter came in from outside. Huang Yu's gone. We're going to steal chickens and dogs. Lord Queen, if you escape, that demonic beast will be in trouble. Gu Changga was flabbergasted by him. Was this guy trying to make things happen? Chapter 132 Inner Ranting. Gu Changga walked over to open the door, and all she saw was Yin Ping's brightly smiling face. Yin Ping replied, Don't worry. I know they can do it. Without me. Where are we going? Gu Changga's voice came through. We don't know what to do yet. We'll just have to see what happens. Yin Ping looked as if she had taken it for granted, not feeling that she had done anything wrong in the slightest, as she held her head high and puffed out her chest. Gu Changga didn't know what to say. Missy, you like that? Well, it doesn't seem to mean anything, does it? This is literally Robert's cliffhanger. Gu Changga didn't dare to say anything. If he did, he would be killed. He wanted to curse, but he had to restrain himself. He had to. What's wrong? Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Yin Ping looked at Duan Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Nothing, Summer said, a little embarrassed. Gu Changga waved her hand. Alright, you can leave now. Gu Changga thought that Yin Ping had something to say to him. Even if she was a powerful bug queen, she was still a girl. Gu Changga also saw that Huang Yu and the others were too jealous of Yin Ping. Gu Changga was uncertain. Yin Ping wasn't a very talkative person. She was playful all day long, not at all immodest. She looked like a cheerful girl. It was also because of her fear of Yin Ping, and Yin Ping couldn't find an object to confide in, so suppressing it for such a long time had made her about to collapse. So he enters a fictional story and immerses himself in it to experience the joys and sorrows of those characters, and then he showed up. To her, he was someone to talk to. So, she comes and talks to herself every day. Gu Changga tiredly followed Yin Ping and rushed out of the treehouse. Step out of the treehouse. It was only then that Gu Changga realized that Yin Ping was still holding a knitted school bag in her hand. Gu Changga asked in disbelief. What's wrong? You're really going to come with me? Yin Ping blinked her eyes, not knowing what he was talking about. Crap. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Changa. What's this? Book. Yi Futian spat out 2 words. In Ping said, you didn't bring any food? Gu Changa was uncertain. No. Chen Jiu shook his head. In Ping's head shook like a rattle. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Changa was angry and amused. This guy usually didn't read a lot. Did he? What did he have to do to have a date? After about an hour or so, Zhang Chenxi was almost paralyzed with exhaustion. And when he looked back, he couldn't even see the wooden house anymore. So he had to sit down and rest. Perhaps Yin Ping had really made plans to run away. Being the empress was really hard work. Jiang Chang looked at Yin Ping, only to see that she was looking up at the bright moon in the sky, humming a little song, looking very happy. Yin Ping took her backpack from the side and rummaged through it. It looked like she had some books with her. Gu Changa came over and wanted to know what she had brought. Gu Changa was interested. Yin Ping took out that copper tripod and handed it to him. This is your stuff. Gu Changa froze for a while before reacting. He thought he was in a dream. How could he give it away so easily? He must be in a dream. Gu Changa pinched her cheeks. It hurt a little. It wasn't like she was in a dream. Gu Changa was wondering how he could suddenly give him the ring. Was this a test? No wonder she suddenly pulled herself away. The only reason she pulled him out was to get him to let his guard down under the guise of eloping. When the time came to take out that copper tripod and try it again, once he got it by himself, there would be absolutely no good consequences. Gu Changa swallowed hard. He didn't understand Yin Ping's words, but he thought that it wouldn't end well. She also knew that this bronze tripod Yin Ping was very dangerous and would definitely not hand it over to herself. And there was no need for her to hand it over to herself. There is definitely something fishy going on here. Is there something wrong? Gu Changa. Yin Ping's head tilted, very confused. It's okay. Gu Changa shook her head and said with a smile. No. How come? Yin Ping's mood stirred a bit. When Gu Changa took a look at Yin Ping's reaction, he knew that this was a conspiracy. And no matter what, he couldn't have this. Although, as long as he took this bronze cauldron, he would be able to escape with his life. He could not go and take it because the time had not yet come. Gu Changa shook her head. I can't have it because it's too precious. Doesn't belong to me. Yin Ping shook her head, a look of helplessness on her face. Isn't this for you? The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Could it be because she had guessed that the bronze tripod was his and deliberately tested him in this way? Seems like the only explanation. Yin Ping said with a straight face. Well, it's all mine anyway, so I'll just give it to you. Gu Changa shook her head. But I can't take such a precious gift. Inwardly growling. If I accept, you could have killed me at any time. What do you want me to take? I would love to, but reason tells me not to. I'm not a cutie. Yin Ping looked at Gu Changa, and tears suddenly gushed out uncontrollably. Gu Changa was startled to see the scene, and he used tears. It was very effective against Gu Changa's tear attack, which dealt 1,000,000 damage. Gu Changa is dying. Should we arrest him? What is it? Gu Changa anxiously asked. What's wrong? Nothing. Yin Ping smiled and wiped a tear from her face. Gu Changa saw the disappointment, sadness, pain, and all kinds of emotions in her eyes. Gu Changa suddenly had the illusion of being seen through by Yin Ping. The thoughts that suddenly popped up frightened Gu Changa. No way. No way. Can she read minds? In this world, there are people who can read other people's thoughts? Gu Changa suddenly remembered her conversations with Yin Ping. She would occasionally say a phrase in her mind and Yin Ping would follow. I hadn't noticed it before, but when I think about it, it seems to be more than once or twice. And every time, Gu Changa's pupils contracted violently as she looked at Yin Ping in disbelief. Yin Ping, can you hear me? Yeah, I heard it all. Yin Ping smiled, but her expression was masked by a smirk. Yin Ping couldn't stop her tears from flowing down her face. Sorry, I didn't tell you at first. I know I can read minds and I don't just show my mind reading to anyone. It only listens to one person. I wouldn't want someone to say something like that either. Chapter 133. We're just friends. We're just a normal friend. But, I'm already happy because, I can't read your mind. So, I'm happy. Sorry. I really don't want you to know what I really think. Yin Ping covered her face as tears flowed down her fingers. As Gu Changa watched from the side, he suddenly had an indescribable feeling of loneliness and pain. At that moment, Yin Ping's voice rang out. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hansen said indifferently. You can't trust anyone amongst our shelter. If you do trust anyone else, you'll probably be exposed. And then your situation will turn out to be very bad. Exactly. No one can be trusted. Gu Changa had mixed feelings in her heart, so she was also a human. Yin Ping said. I found that out when you came to my hospital bed. I'm sorry. Gong Yuxiao looked at her and said softly. Gu Changa had a stomach full of things to say, but when it came out of her mouth, it turned into a phantom. I heard. Gu Chang'e, I know what you're thinking. Ping's voice rang out. Gu Chang'e gave Ping a thoughtful look, then said nothing. He knew that Ping was able to read his thoughts, so he didn't necessarily have to say it, but he was able to say his thoughts in his mind. Time passes slowly. Ping looked up at Gu Chang'e, who had a faint smile on her face, only now she looked a bit leathery. Gu Chang'e, we sent you here to actually get you home. Ping raised her hand and pointed to the west. If you go in this direction, you will be able to return to the city you are in, and you won't run into any of the demonic beasts on the way. I've evacuated all of the demonic beasts here. Take it. Ping picked up the copper tripod and suddenly gave a weak laugh. Nope. Since you say it's mine, I'll give it to you. Ping's smile inexplicably made Gu Chang'e feel uncomfortable. Ping could see what Gu Chang'e had in mind and continued with a smile. Don't say that about you. I've seen the world and don't trust anyone. I've been living in the people for 3 years, and I've gotten to know a lot of people, but I've never trusted anyone. If I say, I am a beast, will they say, we are friends? I don't think so. They just looked at me with frightened eyes and said, you devil, don't come near me. Gu Chang'e was inexplicably uncomfortable as he clenched his fists and looked at Ping without a word. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Don't talk about yourself. Ping said as she pushed the bronze tripod into Gu Chang'e's arms. Another bouquet of flowers was pulled out of his arms and placed into the Gu Chang singer. This is my handmade flower bag. If you carry it on your body, even if there are any fierce beasts, they won't attack you. See you later. Gu Chang'e clutched the bag of flowers in her hand tightly, then said to Ping, thanks. Chenju thanked her. Aha. Chenju answered. Ping smiled faintly and nodded. Gu Chang'e carried that bronze cauldron, as well as the scented pouch, and headed west. Goodbye. With that, he turned and walked away. Ping waved at Gu Chang'e. Perhaps, never again in this life. It's like the people I knew on Earth, who I haven't seen since I left, wondering how they're doing. Gu Chang'e took advantage of the moonlight and carefully examined the copper tripod and the scented pouch in her hand, and sniffed again as an aroma, if any, filled the air. Smells good. It's like standing alone in a sea of flowers. Gu Chang'e glanced over to the copper stove and saw a neatly folded note. Ping left it? Gu Chang'e took the piece of paper out of the box and opened it. I only saw that the paper was densely filled with words. I'm sorry, Gu Chang'e. I didn't mean to deceive you or cheat you. What I said to you just now is not a lie. You must ask what happened to that catastrophe back then, so I'll tell you what helped us. He's the president called Son of Heaven. I'm not sure what his exact name is. He did this because he didn't want us to be exterminated. Only then would we be able to get more beast pills and ensure the peace of the human race. You mustn't tell anyone about this. It's classified, and your little life will be in jeopardy. They would definitely not allow such news to leak out, because if it did, then the confidence that they had built up for so long would completely collapse, and that would be a huge blow. Also, your 3 friends, one is called Ling Lin, one is called Dongyu, and one is called Raoli. They are all looking for you. You should hurry back. Huang Yu is running towards them. I can't stop him, but I can't stop them. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I really don't have any strength. I'm just an ordinary person. Aside from the fact that I can look scary and intimidating, I can read people's thoughts and am no different than a normal human woman. If you can see me again next time, please don't take me to heart. It would make me sad. Well, what's done is done. Gu Chang'e stared at the screen, not slowing down for half a day. There was too much content in it for him to digest for a while. This time, it was Tiandong who came to his aid. It's an organization that specializes in potions. Nowadays, alchemy was used to refine pills, so his demand for demonic beasts was also the greatest. It's something he'll have to look into before he can do anything about it. Sister Ling Xiao, Dong Yu, and Raoli were all looking for him, and Huang Yu was also looking for them. While he left in the afternoon, Dong Yu and the others, I'm afraid, hadn't seen them yet. Huang Yu was the strongest of all the demonic beasts. I'm afraid that even Dong Yu and the others weren't his opponents. Only the strongest of the 15th rank or above would have the power to fight. Otherwise it would be almost impossible. No way. I'm gonna hurry home. Gu Chang'e scrambled inside. He had to come back as soon as possible. Ping stared at Gu Chang'e's departing back in a daze, and she hadn't moved her eyes away until his back had completely disappeared into the darkness. Will there be a next time? Maybe the next time we meet, it'll be sword fights. Ping slowly closed her eyes, her heart filled with unspeakable pain. Chapter 134 Leisurely Chats. A fresh breeze blew by, and the night breeze was a bit cold, making people shiver. Go! Ping's eyes widened when she saw Gu Chang'e running to her. We've only been apart for a while, and we're under the illusion that when was I so untouchable? She smiled slightly, but her face was tinged with a hint of bitterness. and she herself couldn't understand how they had become like this when they had only just met a short time ago. She turned, her feet not stopping. Even as the voice grew closer, she didn't stop, didn't even look back. Her whole body froze when she felt herself being held tightly together. No way. It's not right. He left a long time ago. He's been waiting all this time, and now that he has the chance, he naturally won't come back. It's just an illusion. Thank you. Ragnar nodded. Ping smiled faintly. Gu Changa added another sentence. Don't thank me. I have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead right now. Thanks a lot then. Ping stared back in disbelief with a pair of big eyes, and sure enough, she saw Gu Changa's face. Reaching up, he pinched him in the face. Soft and warm, so it wasn't an illusion. Ha, isn't this a hallucination? So, am I not just wrapped up in his arms right now? Wait a minute. This is too. Ping immediately faced a scarlet red. Head buzz sound. At a loss for words. Do not know what to do. But one thing was clear to her. He's never been happier. If I could, I'd rather you never woke up. Half a day later. Gu Changa, you, why did you come back? Ping asked in a low voice after her surprise. Not doing anything, just thanking you. Gu Changa responded. I know. So it is. Ping smiled with a hum and said, thank you very much then. I am genuinely happy. And even if I were to die right now, I would have no regrets. What are you talking about? Are you dead? I'm just saying. Ping smiled slightly, a hint of disappointment on her face, which was a good idea. That way, he wouldn't have to grieve for Gu Changa anymore. Gu Changa released Ping and touched her head. Are you stupid? Ping crossed her arms in a dignified manner. Unbridled. How dare you touch my head? Arrest me and chop it up. Okay. Chenjuyu answered. Gu Changa said in a serious manner. Put. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Ping didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. After a long time, Gu Changa greeted Ping and left in a hurry. What a goodbye forever. Ping watched Gu Changa disappear into the night before she took her eyes off of her and then walked back. The night passed and the second day. A piece of news is circulating in the treehouse. The person who killed Hai Ti was Wei Yongzhao, and Wei Yongzhao had already been easily killed by the Queen Sama last night and thrown into the sea. When these words came out, all the ferocious beasts were shocked. No one expected that the Empress Dowager would actually take matters into her own hands. When they heard that Gu Changa had been killed, the two black-clothed men both revealed expressions of disbelief. This pleased him. He thought he gave it to them, which led him to the murderer, Wei Yongzhao. That's why he was so arrogant and proud, as if he was the smartest person in the world. The surrounding people were all looking at him with a sympathetic face. Just yesterday, this kid was begging for mercy in front of Huang Yu, but now he was acting all high and mighty. It was really uncomfortable. A ferocious beast finally couldn't help itself and opened its mouth. Don't get carried away, or Master Huang Yu will come after you. The man in black looked at him with a hint of disdain on his face, as if to say, had planned to beat him up, but now he was even more desperate to beat him up. He said, however, since the real culprit has been found, then Huang Yu won't be able to do anything to me. Lord Huang Yu has always been able to distinguish between love and hate, and won't be affected by anything else. The ferocious beast that was scolded, its face turned blue and its fists clenched in anger. The man in black looked to the crowd. Cut the crap. Master Huang Yu will not follow your orders. He is acting according to his heart. In a jiffy, the people around him couldn't stand to watch and rushed over, smashing their fists into the black man's stomach, causing him to grimace in pain. But that was just the beginning. Raining shadows of fists kept smashing into him. What a nerve! I just want to beat you up. You really think you're good enough? Don't even piss on yourself. Damn it, don't think we can't do anything about him. Kill him. Beat him, beat him, beat him, beat him. This time, he was really in a hurry. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make any sound. Before he could speak, a hand had been shoved into his mouth. And just then, in the dining room, Yanma is a fat punch to the dough. Gu Xin, on the other hand, is Yanma's henchman, and his heart is very bad. This person, finally hung up, and she killed him herself. Looks like this Empress Sama is really getting the hang of it. Gu Xin looked at Yanma and saw that her expression was unchanged. Wei Yangzhao's death didn't affect her much. Yes, her hands are hard, but her heart, it's like a rock. How could a woman like her be upset by an unrelated man? Besides, they'd only just met and hadn't yet become fully acquainted. About half a bell or so later, Gu Xin finally still couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked, "What are your thoughts on that man's death?" "No." Chenju shook his head. Yanma responded calmly. "How is this possible?" Gu Xin's voice came. "You're pretty laid back. Got time to chat?" "No. No. No." Ragnar shook his head. A mournful scream rang out. The restaurant resounded with Gu Xian's wailing and the sound of breaking bones. Throughout the night, Gu Chang'e ran all the way, not daring to stop for a moment, lest she be caught again if she stopped. Chapter 135 The Cultivator Guild's People. He also didn't know how long he had to travel before he could return to Chicken City, so he had to get there as soon as possible. He didn't keep the chakra he recovered last night. His current chi blood was 6,853 points. Gu Chang'e had almost reached the afternoon. He was so tired that he had to stop and rest for a while. His body was already covered in sweat. He tore off his shirt and wrung it out hard, and a stream of sweat that smelled of perspiration squeezed out of it, as big as a half a cup. Gu Chang'e was just about to put on his own jacket when he saw a small dot on the horizon. If it was before, Gu Chang'e would never have understood what was going on, but with the exchange just now, he understood. He could see that the dot was flying through the sky. It was just so far away that he could only see a small dot. What the hell? It can't be that what's his name Huang Yu, can it? Gu Chang'e's pupils tightened and she scanned the surroundings quickly, trying to find a hiding place. Eyes flicked around the shelves, but found no place to hide. If he sees it, he'll think I'm going to run away, and by then, I'm afraid he won't even know about Yinping. Time passes slowly, and the dark shadow, too, gradually became clearer. Only then did Gu Chang'e see that it was indeed Huang Yu, only that he seemed to be carrying several other people in his hands, and because they were quite far apart, Gu Chang'e wasn't able to see what they looked like. Could it be Dong Yu and the others? Gu Chang'e's eyes instantly narrowed. From Yinping's words, he knew that Huang Yu was trying to kill Dong Yu and the others. So would Dong Yu and the others have been captured by him? There was no way around it. Gu Chang'e had to find a patch of denser grass and hide. And from afar, he saw the large yellow tripod that was flying this way at an extremely fast speed. The closer Huang Yu came, the clearer Gu Chang'e's vision became. And finally, he could see clearly that the three people who had been taken were not them at all. And those who were kidnapped, Gu Chang'e didn't even know about it. Everyone had their own selfishness, including Gu Chang'e, who wasn't going to run back to the treehouse just because of a stranger. If I leave now, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to get out. This time, Huang Yu had come out entirely because of some special reasons. Otherwise it would have been absolutely impossible for him to walk out of the treehouse, or else he wouldn't have been able to walk at all. Listening to Yun Ma, their 15th ranked ferocious beasts, within a 2,000-meter radius, any slightest movement could not escape their senses. Moreover, Huang Yu was paying special attention to him, so if he left the treehouse, he would easily be discovered. 5 minutes later, Huang Yu flew over Jiang Chenxi's head. A strong air current swept through, and Gu Chang'e were almost lifted out of the air. But luckily, he clung to the grass. The large cauldron in the sky suddenly came to a halt, and Gu Chang'e was the first to notice this, and was immediately too shocked to even breathe. Huang Yu's eyes darted across the ground, and Gu Chang'e was startled that he had actually sensed it. He's looking for me right now. How perceptive is that? He could even sense his own breath, and he didn't move a muscle. Gu Chang'e silently took out the copper tripod. His only hope now was that this matter could save his life. If not, he would gamble. Huang Yu floated in the air with a frown on his face. Where's his breath? This power doesn't just dissipate. With my senses, it's impossible for even a human of the same level to hide their aura in the first place. This is Wei Yangzhao's flavor. Huang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked downward, but it was quickly shaken out of his mind. I don't think it'll be that guy, because he can't escape, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to hide his scent so quickly. It must be an illusion. It was also a bit tough for me to fight those human experts. These guys appeared out of thin air, and I was on the verge of being killed by them, which is why I was nervous. Huang Yu reversed his direction and flew towards the distance. When Gu Chang'e saw that Huang Yu had left, he immediately put his heart down, and it looked like his life still depended on that bronze tripod. Although Huang Yu had left, Gu Chang'e hadn't made a move yet. He wasn't sure if Huang Yu would suddenly kill back. It was better to be careful. Gu Chang'e waited for about 30 minutes to make sure there was no sound before slowly standing up and walking forward again and again. In a room where Jiang Chenxi's designs were hanging, Shui Qinrua sat on the bed with a gloomy face. She sighed. Gu Chang'e hasn't moved in the past few days. Is he okay? How come there's no more information? It should be the work of someone from the cultivation world. And the only ones who can do this to this extent are the Cultivator Alliance. Cultivation Club. Shui Qinrua's pupils shrunk. Yes, in this world, only the Cultivator Alliance can do it. But why would they go to the trouble of destroying all traces of a person? It's also possible that Gu Chang'e could be from the Cultivator Guild, but we don't know for sure. What do you think? Shui Qinrui thought about it and nodded. That's true. Thinking this way, Shui Qinrui smiled in a rare way. All this time, her face had been ugly and she had never smiled. Yin Xiaotian let out a helpless sigh. He didn't know how long he could hide his lies from Missy. Mind you, it's not an easy thing to do. Was Gu Changa from the cultivation world? If he really did this, Wei Yangzhao's district is a small karami, but he can't really do anything to himself, and he will be found in a minute. Missy was really uneasy about him, and now that she had the opportunity, she had to take advantage of it. It was like a drowning man, trying to hold on to something to keep himself from sinking. How he wouldn't let go, holding on tightly. If it was usual, Missy would have been the first to notice that something was wrong, but now, she didn't notice anything, or rather, Xu Mengyao didn't realize this. It was just that she was still holding on to a sliver of hope. Yin Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he thought, it's already 4 or 5 o'clock. Gu Changa walked to a very, very large pit. Chapter 136 The Threat of Extermination. Gu Changa stood on the edge of the pit, making it difficult to see what was going on in the pit. It's hard to imagine what a huge pothole this is. This large pit, not only was it extremely wide, but it was also so deep that even the sun couldn't reach the bottom. What is this place? Gu Changa stared at the large pit in disbelief. He was surprised. Since this road has such a big hole, Yin Ping would definitely tell me. Could it be that I'm lost? How is this possible? I was obviously driving straight ahead. I didn't turn at all. Why am I lost? Say, where did such a big crater come from? Gu Changa looked down at the large hole. It's a 90-degree pit. Very steep. And if you fall in by accident, I'm afraid you'll never get another chance. Gu Changa couldn't see it from so far away. Gu Changa shrank back in fear, deeply afraid that she would step on the ground. I'm afraid I'll be scared alive before I even get to the bottom. Just then, he suddenly realized that the black area in the large pit shook slightly. Gu Changa raised her eyebrows. He hastily wiped his eyes, and only then did he notice that there wasn't a single ripple on the black curtain of light. These black areas, why are they moving? From the very beginning, Gu Changa felt an inexplicable danger. At first, he thought it was because he was worried he might fall, but that wasn't the case. His instincts told him there was a very bad feeling. Just how much risk was involved, Gu Changa herself couldn't say. There's nothing to see. Let's go. Gu Changa stopped looking at him after he finished speaking and turned around in the pit. He couldn't fly, so he just circled around in the pit. While walking, Gu Changa looked at the large hole. At first, he thought he was blinking, but soon, he realized that the ripples in the pit had become more frequent. It wasn't until this time that he realized that he wasn't blinking, and that there was a strange energy fluctuation in that pit. Gu Changa thought that if she just went around, she could go a long way. However, it was 7 or 8 o'clock before this stroll came to an end. It made him have a moment of doubt about his life. It looked like they hadn't finished walking for a stretch of the day. What a big hole! Because of the special nature of the sinkhole, Gu Changa hadn't thought about walking at night. If she accidentally fell into that big pit, Gu Changa didn't dare to go any further and simply carried her back on a tree. It was a lie for Gu Changa to think that he wasn't tired. If he wasn't worried about her, he wouldn't have hoofed it for 2 days. When this stopped, Gu Changa only felt weak and her organs were roaring. He felt like he couldn't keep his eyes open and fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the large pit, the black curtain of light wriggled and soon formed 2 silhouettes. These 2 figures, all black, had no eyes, no mouth, no ears, and no visible features. It's not even human. They slowly raised their heads and their gazes fell on Gu Changa. Could it be that he is being watched? If he senses it, we must kill him at all costs. We must not leave him alive. A man on the left said in an extremely husky tone. Have you forgotten? We can't interfere. And neither can you. Just wait here. There's no need to go to all this trouble. The figure on the right, with a clear voice, gave a very comfortable feeling. One is a shrill sound and the other is the sound of a bird, which are not at all on the same level. Hearing this, the dark shadow on the left fell into silence. All right, it's useless for that kid to know. It's just a 4th-ranked cultivator. I can exterminate him with a single sneeze. This level of cultivator is simply not enough to be feared. If you're not worried, why are you so nervous? Although this guy is only at the 4th rank, who knows if he'll continue to stay at the 4th rank? Maybe he'll stay at the 40th rank as well. Who the hell are you? Why are you favoring that guy? That's what I'm going to say. What's the problem? The figure on the left, disliked, was speechless, and in the end, he only spat out one word. You can. He nodded. The words fell. The dark figure's body quickly collapsed and was eventually enveloped in darkness. The man on his right was still looking at him, and after a long time, he slowly averted his eyes and muttered, I sense a hint of a familiar flavor. No, it should be his. The black shadow muttered something, and then his figure faded into the darkness. Huan Yu soon got the news that Wei Yangzhao had been killed by the Empress. He mused, and so on. She had sensed Wei Yangzhao's scent at that time, Could it be that the Empress had spared him? Wrong. There was no way this guy's aura could dissipate all at once. He must have misread it. Even if the Queen-sama really spared him, there was nothing he could do about it. The big thing was to walk away. After all, it was just a beast, and there were quite a few other beasts around him. I'm just afraid that this kid will fall into the hands of the human race, in which case our whereabouts will be exposed. Huang Yu frowned. Eventually, he still shook his head. This was something that the Empress Mother should have taken into consideration, so he wasn't worried. He just needed to do his job. And the rest? It was the Queen's lordships. The Queen's move must have a deeper meaning. Huang Yu threw the three of them towards the ground, looked at the several beasts beside him, and opened his mouth. To the brig. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The ferocious beasts are approaching. One of them still maintained his sanity and yelled at Huang Yu. Humph. No need to waste your efforts. Even if we are killed, we will definitely not reveal half a word to you. Our human race will definitely win, and you people will be exterminated sooner or later. Huang Yu faintly said, take it down. The ferocious beast stepped forward and directly yanked the three down. This battle, we're sure to win. Huang Yu chopped his head off. Chapter 137 Dawn Breaks. The next day, dawn broke. The mist in the woods was getting thicker. It's so thick you can't see anything. Gu Chang'e was awakened by a cool sensation. He opened his eyes and swept his surroundings, but he only saw a misty fog. He couldn't see anything. Therefore, Gu Chang'e decided to stay here. The visibility was less than 2 meters, and it was too dangerous to walk in such an environment. And if you were not careful, you would fall. This mist is too weird, isn't it? Gu Chang'e looked around, always feeling that the fog here was a bit heavy. Just as Gu Chang'e was frowning and thinking, a scream came from the distance, which looked somewhat familiar at first glance, but she couldn't recall it for a moment. But it must be an acquaintance. Gu Chang'e was immediately alert and looked around quickly, and something was really wrong. 80% of the time, it's the beast that's doing it. About 10 seconds later, a cry for help came from nearby. Help! A mournful scream rang out from her mouth. Somebody, anybody, stay back, a voice came from behind. A mournful scream rang out. As soon as Gu Chang'e heard the second half of the sentence, he knew that this was his good friend Li Yuanba. A thought flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind. Wait, what's he doing here? Upon further reflection, it became clear that this was definitely not Li Yuanba's doing. Gu Chang'e's instincts made him move forward. It was definitely a trap. However, what if it's Li Yuanba? The man was indeed hunting in the middle of the jungle, so there was a good chance he would meet up with him. If Li Yuanba hadn't stayed in the city to hunt, he wouldn't have been discovered. Gu Chang'e would have insisted on staying where she was, but that wasn't the case. Li Yuanba really did go out hunting. Being careful is a good thing. If Li Yuanba was calling for help and he stayed where he was and waited for Li Yuanba to come back, then he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Gu Chang'e bit his lip and walked forward stiffly as Yin Ping gave him a bouquet of flowers that had her scent on it. The beasts wouldn't even come after him, so maybe he could use a scare. One thought to this. Gu Chang'e was so confident that her waist was straight when she walked, and her footsteps were much faster. The flowers and plants in the morning were all dewy, and Gu Chang'e had only just taken a few steps forward when she was covered in dew. The coolness of the morning, and the pressure of the beast. Gu Chang'e's body and mind were chilling. Gu Chang'e wasn't sure how long she had been running, and finally stopped in a cave before she heard Li Yuanba's miserable screams. The first thing Gu Chang'e remembered was the beast she had encountered in the woods, manipulating a corpse and then crying out for help, then waiting for someone to come in. If so, Li Yuanba will be unlikely. This one didn't hang up that easy. Gu Chang'e took a deep breath and headed inside. Luckily, the cave wasn't too deep. In less than 30 seconds, he saw a barbarian and a serpent fighting. The snake man was gripped to death and was about to be strangled alive. The snake man struggled desperately, but he couldn't shake it off. Gu Chang'e fixed her eyes on it, and it turned out that the sound Li Yuanba made to call for help came from this snake man. Gu Chang'e instantly remembered a professor in class who had mentioned a talking beast. You can make the other person hear the screams of your closest friends and relatives, and the other person will be attracted to it and eventually devour it. Li Yuanba really isn't him. Gu Chang'e put her heart down. He had just dropped his heart when he heard the savage's voice. Savage Road. Even if you yell as much as you can, no one will come to help you. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e. He didn't even know what to say. This explosion left him speechless. Not to mention the rest. He was wrong about this ferocious beast. He wasn't killed. He was the real victim. Moreover, he recognized that Gu Chang'e. He is Li Yuanba. Gu Chang'e really wanted to turn his head and leave. He had no idea who this person was. Finally, Gu Chang'e didn't hold back and cleared her throat. Ahem dash, she coughed lightly, a little embarrassed. The man and the snake stopped coughing at the same time and turned their heads to look in the direction of the coughing. Guchanga could never forget the fear and sadness in the eyes of that ferocious beast, the pleading written all over that adorable little face as if saying, "Help me." Li Yuanba saw Guchanga at a glance and was first stunned, then frowned. "You head. How dare you disguise yourself as my best friend and try to deceive me? Really damned. What I can't stand is you guys pretending to be my best friends." Li Yuanba's teeth were almost clenched. 2,000 Gs of canonical textbooks. Guchanga spoke gently. Li Yuanba stared at Guchanga in surprise with wide eyes. "Guchanga? What are you doing here?" In a nutshell, Guchanga looked at the serpent who was tightly strangled by herself, and a hint of severity flashed in her eyes. Li Yuanba. You know. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Guchanga. Right at this moment, Li Yuanba grabbed the snake man. "That snake person was nasty. That night she used your voice to trick me. I was fooled by her. Luckily you gave me a sword and saved my life. I've run into him every night since then, and I'm worried that something will happen to you, that you'll get screwed over. Now, I finally got her, and it's not what you think." Guchanga glanced at her as she shook her head vigorously, pointed her finger at her neck again, and shook her head again, resuming her pathetic appearance. If it had been in the past, Guchanga would have definitely pulled out a knife to kill her. In his eyes, that pathetic look was all an act to make them drop their guard, and when they slacked off, that would be her chance to strike. Whether it was the mentor, or someone else, they had all said that there was nothing to be pitied, because these demonic beasts, there was not a single good thing about them, but now it was different. After he met Yin Ping, Yen Ma, he knew that the beasts were not all bad. Chapter 138 Third Order Fierce Beasts. The same is true for people. There's good and there's bad. Not all people are good or evil. And the ferocious beasts, likewise, not all people are evil. You can't just exterminate everyone at once, can you? When that snake person saw that Guchanga didn't mean her any harm, her face looked slightly better, as if she had relaxed a bit. Guchanga looked at Li Yuanba. "Stop fighting. Alright, don't tie her up. She'll be fine. Have you really thought about it, Guchanga?" Li Yuanba looked at him in surprise, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? That goes without saying?" Guchanga rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean by that?" Li Yuanba looked at the serpentine that he had pressed to the ground, but he had no intention of letting go of her. Li Yuanba frowned and replied with a serious face, "If she suddenly strikes, that would be bad. Sure is a monster. There is an old saying, pitying your opponent is tantamount to harming yourself. You must know the legend of the farmer and the snake." Li Yuanba was a bit excited. It was a matter of his life. He had to be careful. "I can assure you that she will not be in any danger." Guchanga continued to be heartless. "If she really wants to deal with you, do you think you, a person who is not even at the first rank, can deal with her? That's a third-ranked ferocious beast. Do you understand? If she's willing, she can take your life in minutes." The snake man nodded his head vigorously, as if agreeing with Guchanga's words. Li Yuanba looked at the serpent lying in front of him with a face of disbelief. This woman was actually a third-ranked ferocious beast? One would think at first glance that she was a soft woman. Indeed, how can a ferocious beast be so weak? Even the weakest one had the strength of the first rank. And even if it was only the first rank, the North Wind was not that easy to deal with. These few days of life and death combat had caused his chi and blood to grow quite a bit. Still, there's a ways to go with the First Order. He was well aware of his own strength. Li Yuanba slowly let go of the snake man in his hand, which was already in his grip. As soon as Li Yuanba let go of his hand, this snake man immediately shrank towards Guchanga's back, looking terrified. This made Li Yuanba a bit proud that even the third-ranked ferocious beasts were deterred by him. Based on this alone, he was able to toy with these ferocious beasts. Guchanga glanced at the snake person. It was a snake with the upper half of its body and the lower half of its body. Its skin was white and it looked like a little girl. She had long hair that didn't seem to have been taken care of for a long time, covering half of her face and revealing only a pair of eyes. His eyes were turquoise and his pupils were blood red, giving him a creepy look. Its eyes, however, were filled with human spirituality and were no ordinary animal. He wore a plain leafy garment that covered his vitals. Suffice it to say, this is a huge boost for LSP. For those demonic beasts that hadn't yet transformed into forms, this was simply a beautiful sight. Guchanga spoke nonchalantly. She didn't mean to pass out. It's just that her voice carries a compelling flavor. She didn't mean to do it just because of her powers. The snake man nodded excitedly. Guchanga, don't look at her as pretty. The mentor also said that those beasts are used to trick us. Their aesthetics are different from ours. They're just misleading us, making us move step by step in the direction we want to go. Li Yuanba's face was incredibly gloomy as he stared at the serpent man with fear in his eyes. Guchanga rolled her eyes. That was meant for you to hear. Li Yuanba gave a somewhat embarrassed smile as he cleared his throat and said to Guchanga, I was just tricked. I realized how dangerous this matter is. You mustn't be tricked. Otherwise there's nothing I can do to help you. You should be clear that your strength is above mine. Even if I were to forcefully take you away from me now, there's no way to do it. How? What am I? 2000 Gs of canonical material that I haven't had a chance to read yet. Guchanga rolled his eyes. If he really wanted to do this, he would have died in the gentle land long ago. Where would he still be able to come out of the treehouse? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Fan cursed. Have you ever quit smoking? This kind of temptation, you are able to resist. I just want to say one word. Awesome. Li Yuanba looked dumbfounded. To Li Yuanba, this is the best of the best. The best of the best. He gave Guchanga a somewhat wary look. He hadn't even seen the 2000 G textbooks. And the only explanation was that this kid was a. The more this happened, the more Li Yuanba felt this way. She suddenly remembered that she seemed to be Guchanga's only friend of the opposite sex. This kid. Li Yuanba couldn't help but shrink back. I see. You really are an unearthly person. I see. Li Yuanba nodded solemnly. You have something on your mind? Guchanga's face sank as Li Yuanba's expression made him feel a hint of strangeness. Tolerance is so high these days. Li Yuanba comforted. Don't worry. When we go drinking together later, don't forget about me. Guchanga's face became ugly. At the end of the day, he didn't want to bull asterisk 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 anymore. If it gets dark, do you know how to get back? I don't know. Li Yuanba straightened his back. What are you so proud of? Guchanga. He actually got lost. Guchanga didn't even know if she was on the right track with this route or not. Why, she always had the illusion that she couldn't find her way. If a pothole of that size appeared near Chicken City, it would definitely be spreading around the city. That is to say, it's away from the chicken market, which means that one is not getting closer to the chicken market, but rather moving away from it. Just as the two of them were at a loss, the snake person who had been hiding behind Guchanga suddenly made a move as she picked up a stone from the ground. He drew a circle on the ground, 2 matchmakers on the edge of the circle, and a 4-square house nearby. Guchanga crouched down, his gaze falling on the large circle. He was pointing at the large pit, and the 2 figures, that was him and Blackie. The little square house in front is the chicken market. Guchanga pointed at the woman lying there. This is you and her? Aha. Then, on the edge of the square room, he drew a chicken. Chicken? The man froze, then responded. Chicken City. A familiar voice rang out. Guchanga glared at the snake man. Chapter 139 Suspicious by Nature. Guchanga's face was excited. How could he not have imagined that she could even inquire about the location of the chicken market? Fortunately he had not been taught a lesson by Bu Liang. If it was before, he would have taken her down on the spot. That way he and Bu Liang would be running around like headless flies. It was just one seemingly insignificant choice that turned both men's lives upside down. Indeed, different decisions determined different outcomes. Unbelievable. He grunted coldly. Li Yuanba's face became grave. Guchanga, if she leads us to their base, what do we do? How is it possible that we don't even know where our destination is until we reach it? You're also being paranoid. I didn't even see you being this paranoid before, and it's only been a few days since you went out. Guchanga responded. I know. It's prudence, not paranoia. Li Yuanba glared at the snake man, who was so scared that he ducked behind Guchanga, not wanting to meet Li Yuanba's eyes. There's no way around it, Guchanga said. By his own senses, he didn't know how long he'd have to walk, maybe deeper and deeper, never to return to Chicken City. What's more, if they encountered other ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be so easy to deal with, and by that time, it was still unknown who the deer would be. Guchanga still trusted this snake person. She didn't have to deceive them. Seeing that Guchanga was so sure, Li Yuanba had no choice but to nod. In the end, the snake man led the way in front. Whether Guchanga and Fujio would go to the chicken market or not, Guchanga wasn't sure if something would happen to her. The other side, inside the city of Chicken, a hospital somewhere, on the bed, the 3 of them, Dongyu, were lying down. Dongyu was having a hard time sleeping no matter how much she slept, and her body ached all over, while Ling Lin and her sister had no reaction whatsoever. Ling Lin, in particular, spent the entire time with her eyes closed in contemplation. Dongyu didn't have the heart to say, what the hell is going on here? The 3 of us joined forces and we couldn't even break his skin. This kind of monster is the only one I've seen in my life. Dongyu's small face carried a hint of fear. If we really want him to charge into our human race's city, there aren't many people who can stop him. Rowley, who was originally on the bed with her eyes closed, began to move at this time, only that she hadn't even sat down completely when she felt the blood in her body boiling, causing her to cough uncontrollably. The doctors and nurses waiting at the door rushed in. They didn't want to waste time here. In case there was a short or long term, they would be dead. One of the doctors running at the front of the pack had an anxious look on his face. Rowley Sr., are you okay? It's fine. Shen Xingyan smiled. Rowley took a big swing. If you're in any discomfort, be sure to let us know first, and we'll be right here. Okay, Rowley said. Okay then. The doctors left the house and closed the door. Don't move around if you're not cured yet, or you'll be really hopeless if you die. Even Dongyu spoke up. No, it's just that I've been in the hospital bed for a long time and I need to rest. Rowley smiled faintly, then leaned towards the hospital bed and said, what we saw just now was the commander among this demonic beast. It's already remarkable that the three of us can survive under him. He's said to be a 15th ranked demonic beast. Level 15? Dongyu's mouth opened wide when she heard the news. Really? At first I wasn't sure, but after yesterday's battle, I'm almost certain that he's level 15. So it is. Dongyu sighed. It's really not an easy thing to survive. Originally, I was planning to capture a 10th order, 11th order, or 12th order ferocious beast to explore Jiang Chenxi's bottom, but people didn't send out 11th order ferocious beasts even once, and they sent out 15th order ferocious beasts to hold down the fort at the very beginning, which is really unexpected. Rowley nodded in agreement. Perhaps, they started out to make us let our guard down, and then after we let our guard down, they will send 15th ranked demonic beasts over to cut us all down. So close. So many days have passed, and Gu Changa hasn't returned. So far there's no news of her. Dongyu shook her head helplessly, not knowing what to do. Rowley also stopped talking. Her heart was not in the right place. The only way to do that was to send a 15th ranked god warrior over there and scout it out. However, absolutely not. Their lives were precious beyond measure and they would never give their lives because of a tiny human. The two of them, Gu Changa, followed behind the serpent, and having Li Yuanba around made it a bit more interesting, making their trip less boring. Time passes slowly. This snake man led the way. Link and Celine had no idea how long they had been advancing. The only thing they could do was to estimate the time based on the sunlight in the sky. Until nightfall, Gu Changa hadn't eaten for 3 days, so she wasn't particularly hungry. The most important thing was that his cultivation and physical quality had been improved, otherwise he would have starved to death long ago. Late afternoon, Gu Changa suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Yuanba. Is what you said true? Hungry? Li Yuanba was slightly stunned, and then he opened his mouth with some laughter. Of course, there's nothing else here, and I haven't eaten for days here. Also, Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa didn't think much of it when he heard this. It just made him puzzled that Li Yuanba didn't even call himself hungry at all. This kid often said that he was hungry in school and couldn't wait to eat more. If it was outside, then he wouldn't have anything that could keep him alive even if he was really hungry. Can't even scream. Gu Changa closed her eyelids and fell asleep. Beside him, also napping, was Li Yuanba. There was no talk all night. Li Yuanba stood up steeply, his gaze landing on Lu Zhou's body. He looked up at the blood moon in the sky and then at Gu Changa beside him. Day 2. Dawn. The fog was still thick. Visibility is less than 2 meters. 2 people and a giant snake in a cave are pretty safe. At least they can see each other. When Gu Changa woke up again, Li Yuanba had already disappeared. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 140 Captured by a wild animal. No, where are the people? Did he just go to the bathroom? When Gu Changa thought about it, it seemed to be the same thing. Is it possible that he fell asleep and was taken by a wild animal? He had a bag of flowers gifted by Ying Ping, and unusual beasts wouldn't even come close to him. He looked aside to the serpent man, who was lying on the ground, seemingly still in a deep sleep. Gu Changa started walking towards the cave entrance. He was supposed to find Li Yuanba, but the early morning fog made him unable to see anything. Even if he had to go to the bathroom, he wouldn't be more than 20 meters away. Gu Changa looked around and didn't see Li Yuanba's figure. Something must have happened. Gu Changa's face sank. It couldn't have been pulled down by some fierce animal. Otherwise, how could there be no trace at all? With its intelligence, it shouldn't have erased these traces. But if there was no light, how did he disappear? Well, there's only one possibility. Gu Changa glanced back at the sleeping snake man, but immediately dismissed it. If it was really that woman, she would have been perfectly capable of not leaving herself alive, since she was asleep at the time, and it would have been easy to kill her, and there was no reason to spare her. It's not like there's some beast of prey at work. Did he go off on his own? It's impossible. It doesn't make any sense. Gu Changa thought about it left and right, but still couldn't find a good excuse. At some point, the fog had lifted and warm sunlight poured down. It was getting hotter and hotter, and these serpents were coming to their senses, and one by one, they went to the entrance of the cave and cozied up to the sun. Changa also noticed the snake man rushing in, and he asked, "Did you find anything strange last night? Did you hear any strange noises?" The serpentine man thought for a moment, then shook his head again. Changa said bluntly, "That friend of mine disappeared early this morning. Have you seen him?" That snake man gave Changa a puzzled look, like you don't recognize me. Changa stared at the snake man's little face and couldn't figure it out even after half a day of thinking. And then the snake man started to dance and draw around on the ground with a rock. Changa looked down and saw that the snake man had drawn a circle on the ground and placed 2 more matchmakers in a triangular cave. And those 2 matchmakers ran towards that box and dug a hole on the side of the road. Ready to sleep. That's right. That's right. Changa nodded, not understanding her words. Changa had to scrutinize it again and found something different. As it turns out, she didn't draw 2 matchmakers on the paper because one of them was legless. So he didn't notice. This time, Changa noticed a hint of something wrong. Why is it just the 2 of us and none of us are black? In the beginning, she just painted herself an unglowing, not coloring herself, and this time, she didn't go any further, just to make herself look better. Wait a minute, and so on. It seemed to be the same 2 little people in her first painting, but he hadn't looked closely. So what about the darkness in front of one's eyes? Wait, didn't she just get pounced on by that man and then tangled with that snake? Weren't you pushed down by my companion in that cave last night, and did you force him out of the way? Changa asked the question in his mind. Finally, the snake man gave Changa a puzzled look, like what are you talking about? I didn't understand. Changa continued, didn't my friend have a fight with you last night? The serpent shook his head profusely. No way, is it just my eyes? Just me? Changa continued, I know. Aha. Changa, what's going on here? Is it a delusion or is it just you? Really? It can't be an illusion all day, can it? Changa's mind was now a mess. Slowly recalling the events of last night. When I woke up yesterday morning, I was about to wait for the smoke in the air to clear when I heard a faint cry for help from outside. By the time he got there, he was just in time to see Boo Boo and those snake people fighting. In fact, it was a snake man talking, and if it had been a man, he would have thought it was his family and friends talking as a way to get his attention. This point was clear to Changa. If it wasn't in the cave, but the person I imagined was here and we walked together. After a night's rest, my brain recovered and the visions dissipated. He makes a good point, but what about the facts? Changa couldn't jump to such hasty conclusions. There are many possibilities now. The first possibility is that I'm delusional. Secondly, the serpent loses the memory of the uncleanness. The third snake guy is lying. If it's the latter, then someone must be playing a trick on us, distracting the lights and leaving me here alone, angry, annoyed, suspicious, teasing us. If these 3 reasons were mentioned, then this snake person should have already swallowed Bu Liang. It was just that she didn't have the confidence that she could solve Zhao Fu, so she didn't do it while Zhao Fu was sleeping. Changa believed that the latter was a bit more probable. He didn't think his judgment of the man was wrong. There was absolutely nothing wrong with this snake man. Either it was tricked or it was tricked, and since it was a beast, the beast's intelligence was definitely high, and it might even have evolved into a 10th order ferocious beast. If it was a 10th ranked ferocious beast, the chances of them winning were slim. If he likes to tease us, then he must not want us to be together. That would be no fun. With all the suspicion, hatred, and other things that go on between us. Changa touched her head. It must be my eyes. There were clearly only the 2 of us last night. The snake man answered and went on his way with Changa. Changa walked all the way without thinking much about it, singing a little song as she walked, looking very relaxed. If he looked around, the others would surely notice the anomaly, and at that point, he would never intervene. Changa didn't know how much time had passed when she suddenly noticed something shaking behind her. Chapter 141 Exposing the Trail. It was true that Changa didn't look around, but his senses were constantly catching the movements around him. Even if he didn't use his eyes, he could still catch everything around him through his sense of smell and hearing. If it was usual, Changa would never have noticed. But right now, he was paying special attention so that he could hear the slight sound. From the movement, it seemed to be in the middle of a patch of grass, and if it was a beast, it certainly wasn't too large. If it was a large beast, there was no way it could have approached him without a sound. The larger the size, the more weight inside, in which case even walking inside would expose you. Also, there weren't any trees too high or any place to hide, so the beast was not as big as a dog. Changa couldn't see his cultivation at all. Not only was it far away, but it was also deliberately hidden so well that Changa had a hard time spotting it. Changa pretended not to see it and walked forward on her own, waiting for them to make a move, to see if they were going to play tricks or if they couldn't resist a fight. Whatever, if it wasn't always hiding in the shadows, there was hope. Changa wasn't sure if those snake people would find out. and now he only hoped he wouldn't. In case she found out, it was 80% likely that she would point her finger at him, and then she would be in big trouble. Gu Changa glanced at the serpentine and realized that she seemed completely unaware of what was happening behind her. Gu Changa was relieved. Go further. Gu Changa could always hear light footsteps coming from behind, and he was following them, trying to find a suitable moment. So, he had to create an opportunity for his opponent. Gu Changa added another sentence. Take a break. Gu Changa leaned his back against a huge tree, and he was flanked by dense shrubs. This was an opportunity delivered to his door, and if he didn't do it, Gu Changa really didn't have the means to create such an opportunity for him. The serpents, on the other hand, were trapped on the ground. The sun is hot and warm. Gu Changa squinted her eyes and pretended to be asleep. He closed his eyes and listened with his ears, feeling the breeze, the sound of the leaves and the cicadas. Time passed by minute. Gu Changa listened intently without the slightest hint of sleepiness, while the snake man was lying on the floor, still huffing and puffing. After a long time, only then did Gu Changa hear footsteps coming from behind her, so small and tiny that she couldn't be heard at all. Fortunately, Gu Changa listened carefully and didn't miss a single detail. It didn't take long for the voice to stop in the grass to Gu Changa's left, roughly only 2 meters away from Gu Changa, and with such a short distance, the enemy could launch an attack in an instant. Stupid human race, you should be proud. A gruff whisper came out of the bushes. It was a 10th order ferocious beast. Gu Changa's mood was suddenly low. Against a 10th ranked ferocious beast, he could only utilize the bronze tripod, which was his only chance, but in such a short period of time, it was impossible for him to launch an attack before the other party. What can we do about this? Gu Changa was puzzled. It was unknown if the giant beast was still waiting and didn't attack Gu Changa. This made Gu Changa a bit anxious and couldn't wait for him to start quickly, and I don't know how long it was. Gu Changa could clearly sense that the man was coming for him. Gu Changa stood up at the first opportunity, then took out the copper cauldron and prepared to fight for her life. Then he saw a mouse the size of his fist. Its fur was gray, its eyes were red with eyes the size of soybeans, and its claws were sharp but dusty, obviously digging. Gu Changa didn't let her guard down because of this little white mouse. Even if this guy was a mouse, it was at least a 10th order mouse, and there was still a big difference between it and a normal mouse. An object the size of a man's head fell from the sky just in time to crush the rat into the ground, killing it almost instantly. It's over. It's over. It's over. The rat called out. Gu Changa stood there dumbfounded. What was going on? Is this really a normal talking mouse? This, defeated by a fruit of unknown name that looked somewhat similar to a coconut, but not exactly the same, and the layer of skin was hard. Gu Changa picked up the fruit that he didn't know what it was. It was the size of a man's head, probably more than 20 kilograms, and it was very heavy. This little white mouse was crushed to the ground, half of its body submerged into the ground. It doesn't seem to be just any mice. Gu Changa thought about it. In exchange for ordinary rats, I'm afraid that they would have been smashed into meat paste. This one in front of me, still alive, is already remarkable. This little white mouse was so exasperated that he roared. You! A large white rat trying to break through its defenses was like an ordinary mouse. Yo, that's quite a mouthful. Gu Changa gave him a curious look. Humph, something that doesn't know how to die. Can that old rat of yours talk? That won't happen, Chinju said with certainty. That's good. I'm an ancient gold-devouring beast. How can I be compared to a mouse? What? Could it be the gold-devouring beast from ancient times? That's right. This is an ancient beast, the strongest beast of the ancient era. Even the poor Chi and chaotic Tao Tai are just my subordinates. You'd better obediently hand over your golden master, or else I'll make your life worse than death. Gu Changa threw the fruit in her hand to the ground, right towards his face. Holy, don't you dare, to actually dare to beat up your master Jean. Very good, very good. I'll let you know today. Is your master Jean a soft target? The rat then pushed the fruit aside with a firm push. He struggled to climb out of the deep pit and pointed at Gu Changa. You know what? Very well, human race, I have become interested in you. This seat has swallowed countless ferocious beasts since the ancient times. A human race is not enough for the seat to swallow in one bite. Today, this seat will reluctantly try. Gu Changa picked up the fruit that he had just squeezed aside. Oi, brat, what are you doing? The mouse was so startled that it jumped back and fell into the pit. Chapter 142 Ancient Gold Devouring Insects. Ouch. I'll go. Are you really going to do it? The ancient gold devouring beast raised its head, and when it saw that Gu Changa was about to lay down a cruel hand, it hurriedly asked. Nonsense. Yi Zichen faintly replied back. As soon as Gu Changa threw the fruit out, it was already accelerated. And now that Gu Changa had added buff to the fruit, the power of this strike was simply strong to the extreme. ********. Lin Fan cursed. The ancient gold-devouring insect hurriedly tried to get up, but it was already a step too late, and the fruit ruthlessly smacked its tail, pinning it firmly to the ground, so it couldn't even try to escape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That hurt. Mark my words, I'll make you pay. The ancient gold-devouring insect let out a woo-woo cry and cursed at Guchanga, looking like it couldn't wait to bite Guchanga to death. Guchanga wasn't scared at all now. He thought it was some scary 10th rank ferocious beast, but he didn't expect it to be such a stupid one. Not scared at all. Not scared at all. This guy spits out human words, yet it doesn't look like a 10th order ferocious beast, and the body doesn't even feel a trace of life breath, as if it is really an unusual rat. Someone who isn't even at the 10th rank can speak? Guchanga didn't have a clue in her heart. In his impression, only 10th ranked demonic beasts that transformed into human form and became human could open their mouths. Unlike the other serpent people, this serpent person was no different from a human even though he couldn't speak. How could an ordinary 3rd ranked ferocious beast have as much intelligence as a serpent man? This is clearly impossible. Perhaps that's why the serpents are more intelligent. Like humans are smarter than pigs. However, they have better noses and ears than humans, and no race is perfect. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps one good thing about snake people is that they are a little more intelligent. However, this ancient gold-devouring beast seemed to be a bit more intelligent. The ancient gold-devouring beast ate the pain and struggled desperately, but it couldn't pull it out, and it sneaked a glance at Guchanga, and saw that he looked like he was sighing. It angered him to the core. Are you crazy? The ancient gold-devouring beast pointed a finger at Guchanga and shouted angrily. Young man, I can make you a new man. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything when your master Jean gets angry. Where's the friend you brought me? Guchanga's voice was cold. Humph. The man chortled coldly. Humph. If you still want to save people, then be honest with me, or else I'll let your friends die without a burial place. This is your one and only chance. Little one. Serve me well, and perhaps at my pleasure I will return your companion. Guchanga tugged at her lips and didn't understand what made this little rat so confident. I knew it. It's not an illusion, but there really is light. I can't believe this kid took it. This guy, he was able to take him unnoticed, unknowingly, and tamper with his memories. This guy must still have a backhanded plan. We must be careful not to let him get away with it. Guchanga's gaze froze and landed on the ancient gold-devouring beast. I can also think about it. If you obediently hand over my companion, I can let you live. The ancient gold-devouring beast's small eyes were filled with contempt as it glanced at Guchanga, seeming to say, even if you're my savior, you're still threatening me. The ancient gold eater said, it's a strange thing. Don't you understand the situation now? I've got your friend. Guchanga wasn't scared at all and retorted, I think you're the one with the least amount of self-awareness. Now that you've fallen into my hands, if I wanted to, I could get you killed in minutes. I am an ancient gold-devouring beast with an invincible flesh body. Do you think you can kill me? If you can injure your golden master, I'll let your friend go. Guchanga didn't understand where he got the confidence that a single fruit could make him cry out. If his body was stronger, the fruit wouldn't have harmed him. Really? Third Duke Ji was stunned. Guchanga asked, is what you said true? Truly, this seed is as good as its word. The ancient gold-devouring beast proudly said. That's fine, Chenjuyu answered. Guchanga looked around and couldn't find one that worked. This old man, are you alright? Is there any way to hurt me? The ancient gold-devouring beast sighed. That seems to be the only way. Guchanga took out a bronze tripod. A pair of small eyes, which were already very small, became transparent in this instant. Where did you get that? The ancient gold-devouring beast shrunk in fear. The little mouse shuddered as if it had been terribly frightened. Guchanga was surprised. This one actually recognizes it. Even Yin Ping didn't recognize him. Could he really be an ancient gold-devouring beast? Hiss. This kid is so arrogant. He must have some kind of card. Boy, that's sweaty. Guchanga sighed and slowly brought the copper stove to him. No. There's something to discuss. Don't fight and kill. We're all educated people. No, you're just a scumbag. Guchanga said nonchalantly. The ancient gold-devouring beast's face was gloomy. He didn't even have the courage to curse right now. He just cursed in his heart. What's going on? Guchanga. Never heard of it? The ancient gold-devouring beast stared at Guchanga with a surprised expression. Unclear. Guchanga didn't hide it and said it bluntly, but she also didn't want him to get up to mischief and added, I'm not sure what that is, but I'll use it. He had only intended to trick Guchanga so that he could get his hands on that treasure, but he hadn't expected that he would use it, so it would be best if he didn't make it easy. This treasure, too, has been passed down from the ancient age. The ancient gold-devouring beast hemmed and hawed, not daring to be arrogant any longer, and said everything he knew. For fierce cauldrons? Li Qiya's face changed drastically as he watched the scene. It sounded very powerful. Gu Chang'e scrutinized the 4 fierce cauldrons from top to bottom. In the 4 fierce cauldrons, there is the poor man, the Tao Tai, the chaos, and the Tao Tai. I know, they're one of the 4 divine beasts, but what happened after that? This 4 fierce cauldrons, it's really powerful. It's said to be able to devour everything, and when you control it, you can also turn the absorbed energy into your own use. Very powerful. Chapter 143. So strong. So strong. Gu Chang'e's heart was shocked. He didn't expect the 4 fierce cauldrons to be so strong. If he could control it, absorb so many demonic beasts, and absorb so many people, his blood chi would definitely skyrocket. Then it spoke again. In the ancient times, there were many people who were fighting for this treasure, and even an earth-shattering battle broke out, known as the Battle of the Ancients, a battle that shook the heavens and the earth, and blood dyed the entire world red. I don't know how long this battle will take. This matter, I am also not clear. And so on. After that battle, the sky of this world has turned into a ruin. 1/3 of the space has been destroyed. 99% of the people have been destroyed. Only a very small number of people are still alive. In the end, the 4 fierce cauldrons. In the end, which one of them has been obtained by which one of them? I can't imagine that the 4 fierce cauldrons have landed on your body. Could it be that in your last life, you really did save the entire universe? Gu Chang'e. For a long time, no one spoke. A moment of contemplation. It was as if the thing had grown out of itself, taken by thieves. If he hadn't met that thief, this divine object would have been lost somewhere by now. Gu Chang'e suddenly thought of what the richest man had said. Could it be that this was what he was looking for? It is a weapon that can absorb the energy of the enemy for its own use. Gu Chang'e looked at the ancient gold-devouring beast and said, "What is this thing? This can also absorb life force? Humph. Vitality? Are you despising me?" The 4 fierce cauldrons is one of the 4 greatest treasures. Not only can it devour vitality, but it can also devour everything. Everything you can see, everything you can see, everything you can see, can be devoured by you? And that's what makes it truly powerful. You mean you can turn it into your power? That's for sure, Chen Zhuyu said dryly. Gu Chang'e gave a Then, the 4 fierce cauldrons were what he was looking for. But wasn't the 4 fierce cauldrons owned by the human Moon Empress? It can't be true that Lai Chuangxing said that. The Moon Empress' soul directly drilled into Xiao Zhao's body. Gu Chang'e couldn't believe it at first, but now all the evidence showed it. The 4 fierce cauldrons were in the Moon Empress's soul. So naturally, they fell from her soul. Since the Moon Empress hadn't been here, why would the 4 fierce cauldrons be here? The soul of the Moon Empress was in Smiley's body. The 4 fierce cauldrons came to our house more than a month ago, which means that the Moon Empress should not have died more than a month ago. It was likely that the 4 fierce cauldrons fell after the Moon Empress fell. I can't imagine that inside my sister's body, there is actually the first human expert, the Moon Empress. Moreover, he had also obtained the 4 fierce cauldrons by chance, and if not for the 4 fierce cauldrons, he would have been killed long ago. The 4 fierce cauldrons had played a large role in his own ability to survive so far. Tell me where my companions are, or else you'll become the dish of the 4 fierce cauldrons, Gu Chang'e warned, then stared at the ancient gold-devouring beast. Ha! In fact, your friend was never there to begin with. And everything you see is a creation of mine. You take me for a cutie. Gu Chang'e took the 4 fierce cauldrons and slammed them against that ancient gold-devouring beast. This is my one and only chance. You have to take it. If you don't know how to take it, I don't have any choice. I'm not lying to you. Everything you just saw was your illusion. If you don't believe me, forget it. I'll let you meet your friend. Afterwards, that ancient gold-devouring beast rummaged around inside. And soon, a person appeared by Gu Chang'e's side. And it was Li Yuanba. Gu Chang'e, you're here. Gu Chang'e frowned. It couldn't be an illusion, could it? Yes. I saw you last night and made a joke on the spur of the moment. Your friends must not be there. Think about it. Didn't you say last night that you weren't hungry? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's face eased up. So he was acting. Seeing that Gu Chang'e believed it, the ancient gold-eating beast then put its heart down. And only after half a day did it ask breathlessly, "Will you leave me alone? Am I not being obedient?" Humph. There's no such cheap thing. Gu Chang'e sneered. What are you going to do? This ancient gold-devouring insect was scared out of its wits. It wanted to escape, but it simply couldn't. Gu Chang'e looked at him. Are you really an ancient beast? Nonsense. 10 times odds. Humph. I've been unconscious for a long time, and the power in my body is slowly draining away. Otherwise, I would have already blown up this heaven and earth with one palm. What tier were you on before? Gu Chang'e's voice came through. At that time, we hadn't used this level of weapon. I was at least a master of the transitional stage. only one step away from immortal, and as a result, transition realm, Meng Chuan said darkly. Gu Chang'e muttered that he knew. The two lives were different, the chi and blood levels were different, and it was likely to be very strong. It would be a waste to just die. This senior's learning was definitely a valuable asset. Perhaps, he would also have some other cultivation methods. The ancient gold-devouring insect asked vigilantly. You seem to have something planned? I'm letting you live, Gu Chang'e said in a cold voice. Otherwise, I'll get you killed right now. Have mercy, it rushed to say. He had only just recovered and was killed before he had the chance to make a big move, which was something he absolutely could not accept. Gu Chang'e intimidated. Take out that cultivation method of yours. I don't think it's quite right, the ancient gold-eating beast said. Humans also have human cultivation methods. We humans have different physiques. How can we practice? When Gu Chang'e heard about it, he was greatly disappointed. It turned out that there was a technique but he couldn't cultivate it. This was simply more unfortunate than losing 100 million. How can you raise your strength if you don't practice? Eat my kind, Gu Chang'e responded. I know. The ancient gold-devouring beast was dumbstruck. Chapter 144 Eating one's own kind. Eating your own kind? That's a bit harsh, isn't it? I'll go. Even amongst the ferocious beasts, there were very few cases where the same clan devoured each other. It's not something humans value above all else. But now, why are they like this? The ancient gold-devouring beast looked at Gu Chang'e with a strange look, as if Gu Chang'e was the bad thing he had done. Gu Chang'e saw that she couldn't get an answer from that ancient gold-eating beast, and there was nothing to inquire about this person. Okay, I'll let you off the hook, Gu Chang'e responded. I know. At first, he wasn't very scared, but when he heard Gu Chang'e say that his companions would be eaten by his kind, he was terrified. They could eat them, let alone the other races, who were worried that they would become Jiang Chenxi snacks. He wasn't very afraid of being killed at first, but he couldn't stand the thought of being eaten. I can only give you one chance. The second time, you'll have to die. Gu Chang'e gave that ancient gold-devouring beast a dissatisfied look. Yes. It didn't want to meet up with Gu Chang'e, and next time it might actually become his snack. Gu Chang'e picked up the fruit that was pressed onto her tail, and the ancient gold-devouring beast had already disappeared. Staying here would be a threat to him as well. He was, after all, an existence that had lived from the age of the ancient world to the present, and the breadth of his knowledge was far beyond his comprehension. It looked from side to side and finally set its sights on one of the tallest trees not far away. It quickly climbed up the tree, its eyes staring straight at Gu Chang'e. The 4 fierce cauldrons, how did they end up in his hands? Is it just luck? Or is it just luck? Li Chia laughed and said, the 4 fierce cauldrons, are they a blessing or a curse? Humans are more than a decade ahead of us, but judging from the current situation, they haven't reached their peak yet. Once those powerhouses awaken, the last advantage of the human race will disappear, and at that point, they will be reduced to someone else's dish. I just don't know if he'll make it through or not. The ancient gold-devouring beast turned its head to look at the large pit. It looks like they're going to recover again. These people are no good. I guess it won't be long before they turn on the human race. Gu Chang'e waited for more than half an hour before the serpentine opened her drowsy eyes and saw Gu Chang'e staring at her. She hurriedly got up from the bed and rushed to Gu Chang'e. Then, Gu Chang'e left with Jiang Chenxi, and along the way, he was glancing back, wanting to see if that ancient gold-devouring beast had chased after him. He looked halfway around the room and realized the man wasn't following him. Gu Chang'e spoke as he pulled out the bouquet of flowers that Yin Ping had given him from his arms. It seems that this treasure is only effective against some low-ranked demonic beasts. Demonic beasts with high spiritual intelligence are usually distinguished by their eyes, not by their scent, and won't be deterred by an aura. Just like that ancient gold eater from before, this bouquet seems to be completely ineffective against him. It makes sense. Although that demonic beast is weak, it has at least existed since the ancient times, so it naturally has a few points of strength. Otherwise, why would it be the only one that's not? Moreover, to be able to survive from the ancient era until now, how long his life should be, to be able to live until now, his cultivation level, is definitely not low. Gu Chang'e thought about it and put the bouquet in her pocket. There wasn't much trouble along the way. When Gu Chang'e left 2 days later, her entire body was a bit numb. Gu Chang'e basically didn't eat much. At most he drank some spring water. Except for those 3 days in the beginning, he didn't eat much for almost a week. He suddenly realized that the bun, which was as hard as a slab, didn't seem so hard to swallow. This snake person hadn't eaten for at least 3 days, but she looked so normal that she couldn't even speak, and Gu Chang'e didn't know her exact condition. 1 man and 1 snake, traveling through this jungle without any path is a very difficult thing to do. Walking in this dense forest was too treacherous to see any obstacles at all, and there were several times when the two of them nearly fell into bottomless pits. If it wasn't for the bag of flowers sent by Yin Ping, it would have inevitably contained all sorts of poisons and snakes, insects and ants, and by then, their risk would have increased greatly. The serpent man suddenly stopped, and Gu Chang'e looked up, asking weakly, "What for? Is there some kind of trap?" Gu Chang'e walked over to take a look, and her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene in front of her. From afar, a tall wall could be seen, a wall used to ward off attacks from demonic beasts, and here was the chicken market. Back. If it hadn't been for the snake men holding him, he wouldn't have been able to get back at all. The route was much more complicated than he had expected, and he had originally thought that he would be able to reach Chicken City in another day's travel, but that was not the case. It's a long way from here to Chicken City, taking at least a week. Gu Chang'e had barely rested in the past 2 days. Otherwise, she would have traveled for 3 or 4 more days. The snake man pointed at the chicken market and then at him. "What did you say?" "That would be a pleasure. Thanks a lot then. If it wasn't for you, I might never have come back." Gu Chang'e's gratitude wasn't feigned. It was genuine. The snake man shook his head and pointed at himself and Jiang Chensi. Gu Chang'e smiled uncertainly as Gu Chang'e continued. "When will you open your mouth and tell me?" That snake person was stunned, as if she didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say that, and she pondered for half a day before she finally nodded slightly and smiled faintly. Gu Chang'e said a few words to the snake man and walked forward, and the snake man could only watch as Gu Chang'e walked in the direction of the chicken market. It wasn't until Gu Chang'e walked to the door that her eyes moved away from him and back into the depths of the dense forest. The 2 security guards stared at Gu Chang'e with disbelief. Maman said, "Is that you?" "It's not me." Mo Mang was a bit excited. He had heard that Jiang Chensi had died in the outside world. Chapter 145 Leader of the Adventure Troupe. Just a short while ago, they had heard the news that the leader of the adventure group had been severely injured. Gu Chang'e is still alive now, and it's not clear if she's dead or alive. At those words, the crowd was surprised. This vice president of the adventuring group was a top-notch powerhouse, yet he was now dying, so one could imagine just how terrifying a monster they had encountered. As soon as they asked, they realized what a terrifying demonic beast Gu Chang'e and the others had encountered. What they had encountered was a 10th-ranked ferocious beast. A 10th-ranked ferocious beast. Moreover, there were still 2 10th-ranked ferocious beasts, and more than 1 10th-ranked ferocious beast. A 10th-order ferocious beast. That was something they would never see in their entire lives. And once they were discovered, it was certain death. It was all thanks to Gu Chang'e alone that they were able to survive the siege of 2 10th-ranked ferocious beasts and come out alive. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. Mo Mang's heart was mixed after hearing this. He didn't think that the teenager he was looking at would actually do something like this. He wanted to say, "You're too pretentious." After Gu Chang'e disappeared, the head of the adventure group went through a lot of trouble to find Gu Chang'e, and even the president was out looking for Gu Chang'e. Within a few days, he was back in his territory. Instead of bringing Gu Chang'e, he was seriously injured, and the president and the others were seriously injured. His body was covered with scars, deep to the bone, and in some places even his bones were exposed. The fleshly bodies of these powerhouses were all extremely powerful, but even so, their fleshly bodies were chopped open and even left with a deep wound. It's hard to imagine how strong they are. At that time, as soon as they returned home, Mo Mang was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such serious injuries. Moreover, these 3 were among the greats, and hurriedly had them brought to the Cultivation Alliance's specialized medical center. Even he was seriously injured, let alone a Gu Chang'e who had been missing for almost 10 days. But now, Gu Chang'e was standing in front of him, and he almost thought that he was dead, so how could he not be surprised? The security guard with the eyes was very excited as he pointed a finger at Gu Chang'e. "What's wrong with you? This must be a beast impersonating Gu Chang'e." Just as he wanted to rush up and pull the alarm, he was pulled back by Maman. Gu Chang'e laughed a little. Those people still thought he was dead. He had been missing for at least half a month or so. An ordinary person who went missing for 10 days would have died long ago, let alone fighting a 10th-order ferocious beast. "You're so excited before I've even said anything?" Maman asked, disgruntled. The guard smiled back and said no more. Mo Mang looked at Ling Xian, then at him, then at a man with glasses beside him, and said, "Take it out." The man with the eyes turned and walked away, seemingly searching for something. "Looks like you're still alive." Maman said, "That's good. Of course I'm still alive. What would I be talking to you about if I were really dead?" Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. He just wanted to go home and shower and eat, then go see his parents and get some rest. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you don't even know it yourself. You've been dead for a long time. Mo Mang spoke in a serious manner, and Gu Chang'e was on the verge of wondering if he had really hung up already. Half a day later, The young man wearing sunglasses walked over with an excited look on his face, and in his hand, he was holding a small, inconspicuous bell. If one looked closely, one would realize that this small clock was no ordinary small clock. It was carved with many patterns that one could not understand. It was an ancient symbol, common, yet difficult to understand. Imomang took Gu Changa's small clock and then said to him, "This bell recognizes fierce beasts." Gu Changa was furious and amused. "If I were really a beast, wouldn't that be the same as you revealing this information? If you were a beast, you would never be able to escape from this place." Maman was confident and shook the bell sound in his hand. Once the bell rang, a silent sound came from inside, and Gu Changa couldn't help but frown. He felt uncomfortable all over, as if there were countless steel needles, piercing his skin, making him almost scream. He knew that this loud cry would definitely cause an uproar. Gu Changa knew the reason why Mo Mang did this in the afternoon, and sure enough, once the ferocious beasts heard the sound of the bell, their bodies would suffer unimaginable pain. He knew that he wasn't a pure beast. If he were an ordinary beast, I'm afraid he would have been scared to death and wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This thing is so powerful. Why have we never heard of it? Only after a long time did Maman slowly stop shaking. The two men looked at each other, neither of them saying anything. Maman handed the small bell to the man with the eyes, who grabbed the man and then left the place without hesitation, as if he was afraid that his companion would take him away from him. Mo Meng turned back and his gaze landed on Jiang Chensi. "It's over?" Ragnar froze. Gu Changa asked in disbelief. "The other one," Maman said, pulling 10 paintings out of his own pocket, each one of the moon. Gu Changa narrowed her eyes. This thing was not something that could be solved by hard resistance. It was a test of the human structure. The bright moon in the eyes of the ferocious beasts was blood red, while in the eyes of the human race, it was an ordinary color. Once or twice, he could still guess, but 10 times, how could he guess them all? There will always be some of these 10 that are more common and unusual. Crap, trough. This time, he really couldn't leave. I was thinking that walking back would be tough, but I didn't realize that the toughest step would be how to identify the color of the moonlight. Maman said, "That's easy, as long as you can make clear the colors of all 10 patterns. Wouldn't that be easy?" "Very good." Gu Changa said so with her mouth, but in her heart, she was cursing. What color will he ask later? Don't hesitate. A hesitation is a dead end. Is this man contemplating the color of moonlight? Gu Changa swallowed. If he can win 10 times in a row, why didn't he win $30 billion? Look, what's going on? Maman took one of the earliest paintings out. Chapter 146. It's a big deal. From Gu Changa's perspective, it was a red picture, but Gu Changa wasn't sure if it was due to allergies. Gu Changa had to bite her tongue. Red, right. Ragnar nodded. Maman nodded with a slight smile on his face. A stone fell to the ground in Gu Changa's heart. This is just the beginning. The real show is still to come. If his guess was wrong, well, he'd never get out of there again. After Mo Meng cast that bell, Gu Changa felt that her body had become abnormally heavy, and even walking was a struggle, not to mention escaping. It would be hard to tell if we really had to flip out. Maman pulled out another painting and said calmly, "Which one is this?" Gu Changa's face sank. His eyes were all red. He really wouldn't. Mentally, he grumbled, but returned without hesitation. "Red." Gu Changa silently looked at Mo Man's face. Fortunately, Mo Man didn't react to his words. "Who?" Lin Yun let out a long breath. Gu Changa's hanging heart finally relaxed. He had guessed correctly. With 2 red moons, the next deck shouldn't be red all the time. No, these images are randomized without any special match, which means that one can't calculate them at all. A randomly synthesized picture seems to be really down to luck. If he guesses wrong, then sorry, he will be considered a beast, and at worst he will be killed. By then, even if he didn't die, 80% of him would be caught, and he would be in big trouble then. Torture was definitely inevitable, not to mention going to see my sister and family. In their minds, as a ferocious beast themselves, they should enter their city and destroy it, stealing some important information. Thinking about this, Gu Changa's face became ugly. At that moment, Mo Mang gave Lin Fan another picture. This time, a blood-red one. In Gu Changa's eyes, it was just plain red. When he did the math, he actually saw 2 red dots in quick succession. This one, which is about as plain as colors get, has half of the 10 pictures in red and the other part plain. If that's the case, that would mean that he could still get 3 red dots after having lost 2 earlier, meaning that there's only 3 possibilities for him to find the red pattern. It's unlikely that the first 3 times it opens in red, so the next time it's bound to be regular. However, Gu Changa wasn't aware that out of the 10 photos, all but 1 was normal. The other 9, all of them, were red. With a fit like that, it's impossible to guess. If he's picked every time, then the next card will be red, and then he'll lose. Maman pulled out the picture and said, "What's going on here?" Gu Changa was just about to speak when she saw 3 people walking this way. "Go go go." A very unfriendly voice came from behind Maman. When Gu Changa heard this voice, she only felt that it sounded familiar, and when she looked up, it was Dongyu, who was holding her back and moving forward step by step, with a very unhappy look. Maman thought who was so bold, but when he saw Dongyu, he immediately wimped out. Maman reluctantly smiled, stepped aside and said, "Miss Dongyu, you go in first." Dongyu held her waist and slowly stepped forward. "Sister Dongyu," Shan Yu greeted. Dongyu looked up and saw that it was Gu Changa, and immediately frowned, her face a bit ugly. "Who are you to approach me? Believe it or not, I'll break your dog's legs." Gu Changa's face sank and she didn't know what to say. What kind of expression did he have? Even Maman could recognize him. Why couldn't she? Are you kidding me? Actually, Dongyu wasn't joking because she didn't know Gu Changa at all. The current Gu Changa, cloaked and wearing tattered clothes, looked like a beggar at first glance. Nope, not even a screamer. "My name is Gu Changa. Sister Dongyu." Gu Changa didn't know what to say. "Ha?" Homian froze slightly. Dongyu's gaze was fixed, and she looked Gu Changa over carefully from head to toe. The next moment, Linglin slapped her hard on the back of her head. "Why did you hit me?" Dongyu bared her teeth at Linglin with a fierce look on her face, as if to say, "Do you think I'll eat you?" Linglin gave her a blank look and snapped, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you say I cared about Gu Changa? And now that the person is right in front of you, you actually don't recognize her. Tell me, are you lying to me? What? Where am I being modest?" Hearing these words, Dongyu was even more furious and was nearly ready to strike. Rowley covered her mouth and resisted the urge to slap Dongyu's face. But this girl's movements were too slow, weren't they? Dongyu blinked her big eyes with a look of disbelief and stared at him. Who the hell is Gu Changa? 1,000 times over. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Dongyu asked seriously, "Why are you putting on a fake look? I almost didn't recognize you." Pretentious. Pretentious. How can you say that about me? Gu Changa's face sank. Her lips twitched twice, not knowing what to say, her heart cold. After so many days of not seeing her, she actually called me an imposter and didn't even recognize me. Gu Changa said with tears in her eyes. "Sister Dongyu, do you have any idea how much of an impact it will have on someone who has gone through so much when I do this?" "I don't know." Chinju shook his head. Dongyu blinked, not feeling embarrassed at all. "No love." Chinju sighed helplessly. Gu Changa didn't want to bother with her anymore, and turned to Ling Lin, and Rowley. Rowley still had that smiling look on her face, and when Gu Changa saw her, she only felt better, and her physical exhaustion dissipated a lot. "Sister Ling Lin, I haven't seen you for a while." "Rowley, don't come back." Gu Changa greeted the Ling Lin duo with a smile on her face. Dongyu skimmed her lips and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why don't you say hello to me? You mean I'm a hypocrite?" Gu Changa's face sank. "Can I reverse it? What do you say?" "Shouldn't be a problem." Gu Changa suddenly had a feeling of powerlessness. "Loved ones, what the hell is this?" Ling Lin looked at Jiang Lushir coldly, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. "That's wonderful." "Aha," Chinju answered. Gu Changa let out a hum. Gu Changa asked, "Sister Ling Lin, are you okay?" Ling Lin nodded slightly. "It's okay. It's a big deal." Dongyu pursed her lips. Chapter 147. It's really wonderful. I wasn't even healed when you pulled me out. Dongyu pursed her lips. Hearing this, Gu Changa immediately thought of what Yin Ping had told her. Huang Yu, on the other hand, rushed towards Dongyu and the others. The three of them, Gu Changa and Dongyu, had gauze wrapped all over their bodies. Looks like they've been fighting. Gu Changa was going to ask if they had fought with Huang Yu, but on second thought, this question might cause a lot of trouble. Gu Changa, Sister Dongyu, are you okay? You don't believe it. We encountered a 15th rank ferocious beast some time ago. Dongyu's face was hard to see. This battle was the worst battle of my life. As you can imagine, I was almost killed by him. One move killed me. Dongyu lifted her shirt, revealing a top-to-bottom wound on her belly, and that was only a small part of it. Most of the wounds on Dongyu's body were covered by the clothing she was wearing, and if she tried to pull it up, then her slime would be exposed. Dongyu dabbed at her collarbone again, starting from this position to his abdomen. It's a good thing I have a potion for my injuries, otherwise I'd be a corpse by now. I'm okay. Ling Lin, she's really killing herself. Look at the gauze wrapped around her neck. The artery inside is cut open. Blood is coming out. I'm freaking out. Luckily, she was quite calm and used her power to condense a layer of frost to seal her wounds. Hearing this, Gu Changa twisted her head to look at Ling Lin, and sure enough, she had a ring of gauze wrapped around her neck. Gu Changa also had a serious look on his face. Fighting a 15th ranked ferocious beast was indeed dangerous, and it would be difficult to escape from him. Both of them, in their search for him, had narrowly escaped death. Gu Chang'e had an indescribable feeling inside, but it was more bitter. The temperature in the room, all of a sudden, dropped to 0 degrees. No one dared to say more than a word, and the scene became somewhat awkward. Gu Chang'e reluctantly smiled. I know, Sister Dongyu. Raise your hand. I didn't notice. Dongyu pinched him in the face and said angrily. Okay, stinking rascal. I'm like this and you still want to take advantage of me? Ha ha. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately laughed. Gu Chang'e smiled awkwardly. Anyway, it's good that you're okay so that we don't have to search for you. If you don't face those horrible creatures, we might not make it back. Dongyu breathed a sigh of relief and her entire body relaxed. Thanks. Chenju thanked her. Gu Chang'e said heartily. He never thought that they would risk their lives to find themselves. Dongyu's voice rang out. Come on, let's go. I don't think you've showered yet. Let's go ahead and shower. Gu Chang'e nodded. Aha. Mo Mang, who hadn't opened his mouth, couldn't hold back any longer when Dongyu said so, and he quickly walked over. Duke Dongyue, his test is not yet complete. We can only go out if the test is finished. What's the test? Dongyu gave him an angry look. This test, will it be a demonic beast? Mo Mang asked cautiously. What? Are you teasing me? Dongyu stared at him with a you're crazy look. It's not. Chen shook his head. Maman sighed and said. According to the rules, he disappeared for such a long time and suddenly appeared again. According to the rules, we should test him. Dongyu was dissatisfied. What's the test for? If he's a demonic beast, how could we not know? But if anything happens, I'm dragging him with me. Dongyu took Gu Chang'e and started to run towards the city. Miss Hoshi, Mo Mang shouted at Dongyu, yet Dongyu ignored him and walked away without looking back. Seeing this scene, Mo Mang had no choice but to watch Dongyu take Gu Chang'e away. Gu Chang'e was relieved. It was fortunate that he ran into Dongyu and the others, or else he would have been locked up and tortured to death 9 times out of 10. Rowley looked to Maman and spoke. If an accident does happen, it's our responsibility. Good. Chen Xiaobei nodded. If Maman had said that, it would be a sign of respect for him to say anything else. Boss, that's not very nice, is it? Maman sighed and shook his head. I don't even know what to say. It's 3 big guys, but I don't think that's a problem. Maman smiled slightly and said, I have a feeling that this guy is the real him. Feelings, Maman continued. I'm still feeling really good. Also, the boy with the eyes smiled slightly and said no more. Since all 3 of them were fine, then they must be fine, because all 3 of them were the rare 10th rank experts in Chicken City. Gu Chang'e went back to the Mercenary Union and first went to 201 to look for Xiao Xiao, then carefully opened the door to room 201 and walked in. And in front of her was an instrument that was examining her. Rowley pushed her way in and opened her mouth. His physical indicators are stable and there are no problems, but his mental state. It's been a long time. You're waking up. Gu Chang'e spoke with a firm hand. Yeah, Rowley hummed. Thank you for your help, Chairman. Gu Chang'e turned around and said. You found all this out? Rowley smiled slightly. Aha. Chenju answered. Gu Chang'e nodded. Dongyue and the others are all above the 10th rank. Fighting with them shouldn't be weak. I'm nowhere near as strong as they are. Dongyu smiled. These 2 were once the elite warriors of our Adventurers Union, and wherever they go, the beasts are wiped out. What? These 2 are from the Adventure Union as well? Gu Chang'e was surprised. Rowley was slightly stunned, then smiled. Yes, they used to work for the Mercenary Union. Why don't they stay in the Mercenary Union? Rowley returned. You should ask them, and if they want to talk, they will. When Gu Chang'e heard this, her mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene of Rowley being whipped, even though it wasn't said. Chapter 148 Conspiracy and Intrigue. Rowley noticed Gu Chang'e's hee-hee smile, as if he was thinking about something. At first she didn't react to it, and then after careful consideration, she gradually reacted to it. Rowley's pink face slowly reddened as she reached up and squeezed at his waistline, then twisted it hard. Sharp pain struck his entire body, and Gu Chang'e felt a sharp pain as he finally came to his senses and twisted his head. He saw Rowley staring at him with a nuclear goodness expression on her face. That. Regner hesitated. Gu Chang'e smiled awkwardly. What the hell is going on in your head? Rowley pressed him. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e had almost forgotten about it, but now that Rowley said so, Gu Chang'e's mind couldn't help but flash back to that scene. The less he wants to do it, the more he has to do it, and his brain simply won't listen to him. Zhao Yu was also stunned. Rowley's eyes were slightly closed, with a few shy, and a few more in her eyes. Pink cheeks, like ripe peaches, are endearing. It's okay, it's okay. Gu Changa cleared her throat. I'll take a shower first. After saying that, Gu Changa headed for room 202. Gu Changa heard Rao Li's hurried footsteps walk in and busied herself. Boss, I'm naked. You can't go in there. You. Chen Xiaobei looked stunned. Rao Li's small hand, which had been resting on the doorknob, hurriedly took her hand off as if she had been hit by something when she heard Gu Changa's words. Her flushed, pretty face was more than a little shy. What an insidious tactic. Rao Li looked away, not daring to turn back. With her hands behind her back and her mouth agape, she kicked a stone out of the way. What the hell was he thinking? It's not supposed to be a whip, is it? Ah, it's so humiliating. Gu Changa wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then she put her heart down. Rao Li was as fierce as a white rabbit even when she started her fire. Gu Changa went into the restroom and turned up the temperature to the maximum, which could be used to slaughter a pig. His hair and everything else was a mess and he needed to melt it with warm water and wash it with a shampoo to make it soft. She walked around in the woods and didn't even have time to take a shower, so the acrid stench emanating from her body was much better than salted vegetables. It took nearly an hour before he finally cleaned himself up. Gu Changa changed his clothes and opened the door to his room to see Rao Li looking at him with her back. Gu Changa asked doubtfully, "Are you telling the truth?" Rao Li lowered her head, and about half a bell or so had passed. She still looked shy, and her hands were both twisting her shirt a little unnaturally. When Gu Changa saw Rao Li's shy and adorable appearance, he felt a desire to pamper her, as if he was touching a cute little one to see what she would be like. "Just now," he said after a pause. Rao Li looked down without even glancing at Gu Changa and kicked a small stone under her foot, which happened to hit Gu Changa's shoulder. Gu Changa was shot in the head, almost killing him on the spot, and he gasped in pain. It's a pain that only one man knows. Gu Changa was on the verge of fainting, and Rao Li was still shyly bowing her head, not even realizing that Gu Changa had already knelt in front of her. Rao Li rambled on, and when she saw that Gu Changa didn't respond, it was a bit strange, and she raised her head to see Gu Changa looking like he was in pain. "What's wrong?" Chen Zhuyu looked at him suspiciously. Rao Li hurried over to help Gu Changa up. You can't move." A heartbroken expression appeared on Gu Changa's face. Rao Li was also bewildered and worried, and hurriedly asked, "Why is this happening? Did you hit me with that kick?" Gu Changa responded, "I know." A mournful scream rang out. Rao Li, with an anxious and bewildered look on her face, thought about it and said excitedly, "Come on, we'll go first. Don't worry, I'll rest for a while." Gu Changa shook her head. "You're right. I didn't do it on purpose." "Good," Wang Yao responded. Rao Li gave Gu Changa a worried look and whispered, "I'm sorry. It's fine." Gu Changa smiled faintly. "It's just this little thing. No big deal." After resting for a while, Gu Changa followed Rao Li towards the restaurant arranged by Dongyu. It takes a little while. The duo walked towards the restaurant. Gu Changa stared at the skyscraper and stopped talking. "Is this the restaurant? Did she forget to say anything?" "5-star hotels." Sure enough, this Miss Dongyue, she could even take out a 5-star hotel. Otherwise it would be too much of a drop. And in front of the restaurant, there were all kinds of limousines parked, each costing more than $1 or $2 million. A red sports car drove past Gu Changa and Fu Shi and stopped next to them. A richly dressed young man came out of the car. He was followed by a woman, her feet wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes. "Every step down will make a thud sound. It's the only 5-star hotel in Chicken City that I haven't heard of before," the man said proudly. "Ordinary people can't get in. This 5-star hotel is not an ordinary restaurant. Not just anyone can come in. You have to have at least $5 million in assets. Otherwise, you can't even have an expensive meal." Wow! He couldn't help but let out a gasp. The woman looked at him with envy and exclaimed, "If Mr. Lu could bring me here, I would never want to go in for the rest of my life." The man waved his hand triumphantly and, "No, I got tired of these a long time ago." The man was walking out with his girlfriend when he suddenly saw Gu Changa and Rao Li walking this way. How can there be such an innocent woman in this world? Unbelievable. The man came to Rao Li with his long legs, and gave Rao Li a nobleman's salute. "Beautiful woman. I wonder if you can give me this face to have dinner together." Puts on a show, but Rao Li doesn't fall for it at all. Sorry. Rao Li still had that sunny smile. "Please move over." The man was becoming more and more enamored with Rao Li. This smile, this voice, he had finally met the girl he was going to protect for the rest of his life. "Marry me," the other replied bluntly. There can be no more hesitation. The woman in the black high heels, on the other hand, was at a loss. She had just said that she had a crush on her, so why was this happening? Sure enough, Rao Li balked, making it very clear that this was not her type. The man is still in pursuit. "Which one do you want?" "Not like you." After Rao Li finished speaking, She led Gu Changa forward. Chapter 149 Charge. The man rushed towards Rowley and Gu Changa, stopping them before speaking. Any of them don't work. I can change. Even if Rowley had a good nature, she was a little impatient when he chased her like this. I'm not going to like you no matter what you become. Okay? And don't ever come back to see me again. Rowley's meaning is very obvious. The meaning is very obvious. A little bit of intelligence can hear Dao Rowley very dislike him. The male was really getting it. And his face turned ugly. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Everyone will respect me, fear me, and try to get close to me and suck up to me. I was trying to talk to you nicely, but I didn't realize she was so stubborn. The man had never been angrier than he was right now. His fists clenched tightly as a wave of anger surged through him. Yes, yes, yes. The man snorted and pointed a finger at Rowley. I was kind enough to advise you, but you don't know what you're getting into. Do you know what I am? Your identity is none of my business, and I'm not interested in what you are. Rowley's expression was a bit cold. She really hated Jane Dick, and even had a feeling that she wanted to slaughter Jane Dick. The man had a look of contempt on his face. Humph. Then I'll kindly tell you that my name is Gu Zhangyi, the eldest son of the Gu Tian group. Is that clear? That face. It was hard to hide its smugness. Gu Zhangyi glanced at Rowley with contempt. You're already too late. Even if you kneel down for me, I won't let you go. Hurry up. Get on your knees for me. Oh, you're so calm after learning who I am. Our company is now in the top 4 in Chicken City. Thinking of this, Gu Zhangyi became more and more pleased in his heart. He stole a glance at Rowley, but saw that she was looking at herself expressionlessly, as if she didn't put herself in her eyes at all. I remember his name. Rowley's face was expressionless and her tone was calm, chillingly calm. As soon as Gu Zhangyi heard Rowley say this, the smile on his face became even more intense. Indeed, no one could be so calm after hearing his name. She looked calm on the surface, but in her heart she must have been anxious and was thinking about how to remedy the situation. Nothing she can say will help. I'm not that kind of person. After saying that, Rowley led Gu Changa past Gu Zhangyi and headed for the door. See, Ku, why didn't she come to me? No way. He's got to have a way. Yes, yes, yes. This kid was playing cat and mouse. Who knew that this seemingly innocent girl was actually such a devious and cunning woman? He's crazy, Rowley said without a word of humor. Gu Changa nodded helplessly. Yeah, I could tell right away he wasn't a normal person. An extreme narcissist. Rowley said. Then I'll get him later when I have time. Aha. Chen Changa answered. Gu Changa was also clear that Rowley wasn't joking. As the head of an adventure troupe, the power she held in her hands was definitely not comparable to an ordinary person. Such a power was simply not something a small company could fight against. And if she wanted to, she could easily bring down the Gu Tian group. Rowley's looks were so attractive that it was hard to believe that this cheerful-looking girl was the head of the big-name adventurers union. If Gu Zhangyi found out Rowley's true identity, he would probably slap him twice when he woke up tonight, and he probably wouldn't even have the time to slap himself. If his father found out, he'd be the first to clean him up. Stop, he bellowed. Gu Zhangyi growled angrily. Gu Changa cursed impatiently. Why are you so annoying? Didn't you hear me? She's already rejected you and she's still clinging to you. It's disgusting. Go go go. No one cares. Gu Zhangyi glanced at Gu Changa expressionlessly, his tone filled with contempt. Who the hell are you? Get out of my way. It's not your turn to tell me what to do when I'm talking to her. Rowley walked quickly towards Gu Zhangyi with a viciousness between her brows. Seeing Rowley approaching, Gu Zhangyi smiled and said, I want to talk to her. Okay? Before Gu Zhangyi could finish his words, he was grabbed by Rowley's throat and his entire body was lifted up. Gu Zhangyi's face rose to a pig's liver color as he was stiffly blocked and choked by Rowley. A sharp pain that had never been felt before came, as if his neck, at any moment, would be pinched off by the other party. He looked at Rowley in disbelief as this weak-looking woman was just lifted up with one hand. He's not average. Gu Zhangyi knew that he had kicked the bucket, and a creepy feeling assaulted his body. And right now, if Linley put in a little more effort, Linley would definitely be killed. Gu Zhangyi gritted his teeth. You, what are you doing? Don't do anything, don't do anything, don't around. His girlfriend was stunned by his actions. This guy is just too arrogant for that. You are a scum. Just at this time, the head of the restaurant rushed in, and as soon as Gu Zhangyi saw the store manager, it was like he had grabbed a lifeline. Knowing that he must be rushing towards him, when he saw the manager walking towards him, he immediately put his heart down. Worthy of being the manager of a 5-star hotel. It was said that he was also a 5th-order cultivator, one of the strongest few people in Chicken City. If he made a move, this kid would definitely not be able to carry it. Let go of me. There's still a chance. Gu Zhangyi snorted and said. Shut up, he bellowed. Rowley threw a big slap in the face. The sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Rowley this slap. Gu Zhongyi such a waste of time where to withstand. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, splattered all over the place. His mind was confused, and the buzzing in his ears went on and on. Gu Zhongyi froze. How dare this woman attack him? She's got a lot of nerve. Gu Chang'e gave him a hard punch at his side. Bang! If it wasn't for Rowley pulling Gu Zhongyi, he would have definitely been blasted more than 100 meters away. His figure constantly shaking as if he were a falling leaf being blown by the wind. After a few breaths, the tremendous force disappeared, and Gu Zhongyi came back from his floating position, his body going limp, and was caught in Rowley's hands. With Gu Chang'e and her care, he's lucky to be alive. Gu Zhongyi's heart was burning with anger. How dare he make a move on himself? This matter the two of him remembered. Turn around and find him to settle the score. Store manager, help! Gu Zhongyi glanced at the person in charge who was rushing this way and opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 150 Lessons. The man in charge was dressed in a black suit with a pair of black-rimmed eyes, and under his feet were a pair of fine leather boots that looked ordinary. It's not ugly to say the least, at least 10 out of 100 are. He looked ordinary, and his clothes were also ordinary, but it was such an ordinary person who exuded a very strong aura. That's confidence in your own strength. Gu Zhongyi placed all of his expectations on the agent's head, counting on him to take the heat for him and teach these two guys a good lesson. That supervisor took a step, came to Rowley, bowed slightly, and said, "Greetings, Miss Gu Chang'e, and Miss Rowley." Gu Chang'e gently nodded as a greeting. The store manager glanced at Gu Zhongyi and said in a calm tone, "Mr. Rowley, should we dispose of it?" The words were not spoken fiercely, nor were they too harsh, but Gu Zhongyi felt a chill that he had never felt before. "Mr. Rowley? This guy's coming from a big place? This ordinary-looking girl is so strong that even the store manager has to call in young master. Even when my father came, he didn't call him that. Who the hell are these two? Is he still stronger than my father?" This time, he had really kicked the bucket. The only trace of fluke left in Gu Zhongyi's heart was also shattered, and he could only desperately beg. Blackmail? He wasn't scared at all. Gu Zhongyi's voice trembled a little. "This, Rowley, Lord, Gu Chang'e, this gentleman, it's me who doesn't know Tarzan. Please, let me go. If you leave me alone, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'm serious. Not kidding." As soon as Rowley dropped him to the ground, Gu Zhongyi thought he was saved and hurriedly knelt down for Gu Chang'e and Fu Shi. "Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you." After Rowley finished speaking, she walked inside with Gu Chang'e. "Finish him off." "Yes, MS. Rowley." "Aha." Gu Zhongyi froze, then became excited. "No, how could that be? Didn't he release me?" Just as he was about to move forward, he was hit by a leg kick and was directly kicked 7 or 8 meters away. "Okay, I'll go first. When did you hear that mess? Rowley and MS. Gu Chang'e wanted to spare you? What a waste. Don't take a piss and look at yourself. And you still want to make things difficult for Mr. Gu Chang'e? Your Gu Tian group is nothing in that gentleman's eyes. With trash like you, you're also worthy of being arrogant in front of our master. How great do you think you are? How honorable do you think you are? You're nothing more than a humble ant, sitting on a well, not knowing the sky." Gu Zhongyi flung himself to his knees and kowtowed to the store manager with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times, and his brain was hit with blood, and drops of blood seeped out of his brain. Although his head hurt terribly, he didn't dare to slow down at all and continued to kowtow non-stop. And the agent, seeing him like this, didn't dispose of him immediately. He wanted to see how long he could kowtow. Time passes slowly. Gu Zhongyi kept kowtowing his head, which was already covered in blood, almost shattering his skull. He was moving slower and slower, taking a long time with each kowtow. He felt like his head was going to explode. The store manager said calmly, "By the looks of it, that's as far as you go." Gu Zhongyi begged with a bitter face, "Consider this my sincerity. Consider it a favor. I'll get my dad to give you a ton of money. And I won't go out anymore. That way, they'll think I'm a dead man, right?" As long as he could live, he would fight to the best of his ability. The agent let out a "Heh. I don't give a about your money. Get the hell out of here." After saying that, the store manager choked Gu Zhongyi with one hand while walking towards the restaurant. And just as he was about to enter the restaurant, he stopped and looked back. The woman who had gotten together with Gu Zhongyi was also in a state of shock at this time, sitting on her butt on the ground. She struggled to get up, but her feet were wobbling uncontrollably and fast. She felt the store manager's gaze, but didn't dare look directly at it. "I would do anything for him if he would just leave me alone." She couldn't imagine that the hallowed Gu Zhongyi would be so easily toyed with by a man, like a pathetic worm that no one would care about even if he was killed. Gu Zhongyi really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes, and actually got himself involved. Really bad luck. If he hadn't come with him, his life wouldn't have been in danger. The store manager said coldly, "We never kill people indiscriminately. If you don't want to be killed, you'd better shut your mouth. If you can't do that," the woman hurriedly said, "I will definitely seal this matter off. Even if it kills me, I won't leak half a word." She knew very well that falling into the hands of such a terrifying organization would definitely make her life worse than death. And the thought of that feeling of life being worse than death made her feel incomparably terrified. In any case, it can't be said. He acted like he didn't know anything. Even Gu Zhengyi didn't know that Raoli and Gu Changge weren't at the five-star restaurant. "That's good. We'll follow up." The woman was taken aback by his words, but nodded. "If you don't want to be watched, then please, go down." "Aha. With pleasure, sir." Even if she was on the ground, she was crawling out. "Help!" Gu Zhengyi asked his companion for help. The woman didn't look back. If she could, she would have killed him herself long ago, and wouldn't have tried to save anyone. Not only did he play himself in the palm of his hand, but he also brought himself into such a dangerous place, where the slightest mistake would lead to his death. "Good. Now it's your turn." The store manager gave Gu Zhengyi a wink and directly pulled him in. Gu Changge and Nianjuanting walked into the restaurant and were led by a hot beauty towards the restaurant's VIP room. He opened the door to the room. In front of his eyes, on the other hand, there was a ground paved with gold, and a strong aura of gold coins permeated everywhere. In the center of the hall was an oversized carousel with a table piled high with all sorts of delicious food, flanked by a group of bunny girls. The two columns of bunny girls bowed in unison. MS. Raoli. MS. Gu Changge. Courteous. Chapter 151 Happy Girl. Two columns of bunny girls, double the happiness. Gu Changge glanced at Dongyu, who was sitting nearby, looking at the bunny girls with interest. Geez, Gu Changge was surprised. He hadn't really seen that she loved rabbits so much. Looking at her professional eyes, he knew she was a landlubber. If it were a man, he'd be a womanizer. Gu Changge and her friend were brought to a table. Dongyu glanced at Gu Changge and gave her a meaningful look. "Well, which aspect are you talking about?" Gu Changge looked at her. "Dongyu, don't play dumb for me. I saw it all. My eyes were glazed over. Can't understand." Gu Changge twisted her head to the side. Raoli slightly closed her eyes and looked at Gu Changge Zhang. A thoughtful look. Dongyu snapped her fingers, and several rabbit-like women came forward and began to pound Dongyu's back and even peeled some fruits for her. Gu Changge was watching from the side and was very jealous. Gosh, this was simply going to the peak of life. It's a paper-thin, extravagant life, and it's so hateful. Why don't I have this feature? Dongyu snapped her fingers, and pointed at Raoli, and Ling Lin, take both of them with you. Gu Changge said without changing her face. Hey, how come there's no more me? Are you working against me? If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you don't like bunny girls, and you're asking for it. Unfortunately, they don't fight back, they don't curse, and they don't resist. With that, Dongyu's hand reached out and touched the two bunny girls' pants with a crunch. Bummer, he muttered. A woman in a rabbit dress shyly touched Dongyu. Lord, you're so evil. If I'm not a bad person, how come you don't like me? The corner of Dongyu's mouth hooked up a bad smile. The color desire of the small hand is not honest. Touching her body. Damn, I'm in the new century, okay? How is it possible to be mesmerized by beauty? A woman is like a hungry wolf. She can make a man lose his mind, lose himself, like a corpse. I, Gu Changge, am incompatible with gambling and drugs. What a jealousy. Seeing these three women, being served by five rabbit-like women, they were all jealous as hell. I'm not jealous at all. If it was just one bunny, when he got back to Earth, he could have more bunny girls, and not five, but bunnies all over the world. Gu Changge had to turn her anger into an appetite, eating big chunks. In a short while, Gu Changge ate all 5 or 6 plates in front of him. If not for the crowd around him, he would have started the CD-ROM action, making the plates look as fresh as when they came out of the factory. Bon appetit. Dongyu was slightly stunned. She hadn't eaten much yet. Gu Changge added another sentence. Be careful. I have a feeling I'm going to make you lose all your money. Dongyu blinked and glared at Gu Changge with a look of disbelief. Was this going to make her lose all her money? What's going on? How's that work? Dongyu waved her hand and said lightly. Give it to me. Eat as much as you like. Don't be polite to me. You can eat as much as you want. Even if you use this black truffle as rice, I don't mind. You can eat as much as you want. That's what you said yourself. You can't back out when the time comes. I will never go back on what I promised you, but don't go back on it. I can help you from behind if you want. You don't have to be so desperate. Gu Changge's face sank. This person is sick. Humph. Dongyu handed the recipe to Gu Changge. Gu Changge took the recipe, and very seriously surveyed Gu Changge, a rabbit-mother-raised girl, who had a very nice smell. Gu Changa ordered the menu again. I'll take all of these. I'll take 10. The bunny girl was also confused and couldn't believe her ears. A plate of 10? This, I'm afraid, is not as much as the most edible person in the world. 100 men. 100 men. 100 men. 100 men. 100 men. 99 men. Dong Yu was also stunned when she heard Gu Changa's words, then she reacted and looked at Ling Shen. Gu Changa, you're right. It's too bad that so many things are inedible. Even if you're rich, you can't spoil the food like this. It's too extravagant. Yeah, lots of good food. Rao Li nodded approvingly as well. Her waste of food was in line with Dong Yu's. Gu Changa said, okay, 1 plate per person. Good. Wang Yao responded. The bunny girl took the recipe and turned around. Dong Yu gave Gu Changa a pitying look inside. It seems like you're really starving. Gu Changa's face sank. He wanted to curse, but he was speechless. In fact, he hadn't eaten anything delicious here. Not even something simple. Gu Changa ate all the dishes in 3 tries, and even Ms. Rabbit couldn't serve the dishes faster than Gu Changa. Dong Yu gave Gu Changa a speechless look. This kid was probably going to eat all the food, but with 99 dishes, she was having a really hard time eating them, and she thought she might not be able to do it. But she could bring it back, and Gu Changa's food for the past few months would leave. Ling Lin was rarely this surprised. She really didn't believe that Gu Changa could eat so much, and her stomach wasn't big, so how did he manage to cram so much into it? In fact, Gu Changa's stomach wasn't even able to hold so much. It was just that his stomach was breaking down rapidly, so he had just gotten it into his mouth and digested everything. Gu Changa thought that it must be because of the 4 fierce cauldrons, or else he wouldn't be underfed. Gu Changa didn't feel it at first. But then Gu Changa realized that the qi and blood in his body seemed to be slowly rising as well. Very slowly and slowly, but there was no doubt that he was indeed rising. Eating and boosting qi and blood? It's unheard of. Is this a change in physique? It seemed that these ferocious beasts did not grow their qi and blood by eating. What the hell is going on here? Gu Changa didn't care about that much. It was food that could boost qi and blood anyway. Chapter 152 Throwing Away the Money Bag. By then, Dong Yu would definitely lose her money bag. Gu Changa's stomach didn't feel a bit full by this time. It was like he was starving. And, after he ate so much, his stomach didn't move at all. It was as if he had swallowed a cloud of air. 99 plates of dishes were swallowed in one gulp by him. What the hell? Has it been too long since you've eaten anything? Dong Yu was surprised beyond words. Gu Changa looked at the rabbit girl beside her. Who are you? Get on the ones before. 10 each. Yes, Mr. Gu Changa. The bunny girl bowed respectfully and retreated. She didn't move on the surface, but inwardly she was shocked. In all the years she had been doing this, she had never met someone who could eat so well. Damn, are you trying to make me dump my family? I'm tempted to invite you to the cafeteria. A meaty pain ran through Dong Yu's heart. One should know that the dishes here were not normally expensive, but at most, they would be more than 10,000, whereas he would have to eat 999 kinds of them, and even 100 of each would be close to 100,000. It was fantastic. Dong Yu gave a thumbs up in approval. In the days that followed, Gu Changa wolfed down her meals while Dong Yu and the others watched. Time passed by, and Gu Changa finally finished eating 999 dishes. Holy, do you eat with that skill? Dong Yu skimmed his lips. Ling Lin spoke up. His psychic ability has already reached level 10. He's not even close right now. Hey, could it be that his powers woke up before we did? Rao Li asked. Ling Lin nodded and said, that's true. There's nothing strange under the sun. So, he really does have psychic abilities. I just don't know what's going on. Dong Yu was puzzled. Rao Li said, it must be swallowing and sucking or something like that. Otherwise where would there be so much stuff? So much stuff. I'm afraid it's all going to turn into his qi and blood, and he must have realized this as well. That's why he's trying so desperately to stuff it into his mouth. Dong Yu said, damn, this kid actually awakened the enviable supernormal ability. No matter how much he eats, he won't grow any meat. This is something I can only dream of. Gu Changa said, 100 sets of one kind. What the hell? Gu Changa, are you trying to make me lose all my money? Dong Yu's eyes were glazed over. 100 sheets. One is 9,900 sheets. Gu Changa spread her hands with a reluctant face. You said you could eat whatever you wanted. Why so fast? Dong Yu's face sank, and she couldn't say anything even if she had something to say. Those were his words, and he was going to keep acting even if he cried. I'm sorry, Ms. Gu Changa, we've finished all the dishes we made. So, okay. Gu Changa was so sorry that Dong Yu couldn't be ruined by her. In fact, Gu Changa would not let Dong Yu dump her family. $50 million for a single pill, and she gave it away without batting an eye. $50 million was an astronomical figure to Gu Changa. This shows how rich Dongyu is. Dongyu gave him a look. Next time I'll treat you to a cafeteria. Gu Chang'e shrugged his shoulders. There weren't many dishes in the cafeteria in the first place. Not enough for him to show off. When that happens, he'll be blacklisted from the rest of the buffet. Gu Chang'e tapped on her interface to see how high her life value was. He clearly remembered that his life value was 6,853, but this would be 6,900 points, as if it had only increased by 47 points. A meal had only increased 47 points, and it looked like it wouldn't increase much just by eating. After all, the meal would cost a lot of money, and he didn't have enough money to buy food. It was only a great lady like Dongyu who could feed her so recklessly. What's the increase? Rowley asked with a grin. Gu Chang'e also heard Rowley's three people's conversation, and he also thought that he had awakened his psychic abilities. Otherwise, where did he get such a magical thing that could turn what he ate into his own energy? 47 points. Gu Chang'e replied. Rowley pondered for a moment and said, for such a small amount of food, it can increase 47 points of chi and blood, which is already quite good. Gu Chang'e was flabbergasted. He had just eaten thousands of dishes, and these were only 47 points, so how could it still be too much? That's too rare, isn't it? In order to increase the experience value by 47 points, it cost more than $100,000. That's all? That's too much. I can't believe it only went up 47 points of chi blood. A lot. Richard nodded. Rowley nodded. Evolution isn't such an easy thing for other people, but you, on the other hand, ate a lot of things to be able to upgrade so quickly. That's too perverted. Gu Chang'e's face sank. He could hire a bunch of experts just for dinner. Over the course of the day, the chi and blood had recovered around 600 to 700 points. However, it was only Gu Chang'e who thought so. Who could make so many people's chi and blood grow rapidly in one day? Rowley smiled faintly. Let Dongyu make more meals in a while. You just eat and raise your cultivation earlier. Well, no, it's only going up a couple hundred at the most in a day's time. Gu Chang'e shook her head. You're right. Don't. I've already thought of a plan. You don't need to eat. Just lie down properly. Dongyu wiggled her fingers. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a bad smile. Gu Chang'e suddenly had a bad feeling that he must have something on his mind. Dongyu said, how about a tube that will go down your throat and let the liquid flow out of your stomach, so you can just lie there and get more powerful? Gu Chang'e saw Dongyu's harmless face, and immediately skimmed his mouth. This is a living Yan Wang. How can she say something so cold with her 37-degree mouth? Rowley thought for a moment, then added, looks good to me. Fluid food. No need to chew. One bite and you can increase your chi and blood by tens of thousands of points in a day. In a little over a month's time, he's more powerful than a 10th rank, more than a 15th rank. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e's face sank. Such a horrible thing, and they could actually say it without changing their faces? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Dongyu hummed a little tune and got up. Giddy up and go. Don't, said Shinju, startled. Before Gu Chang'e could stop Dongyu, the person disappeared. Even if she heard it, she would just pretend she didn't hear anything. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Chang'e and Rowley headed for the Adventurers Union. So, Vice Chairman, what is it? Gu Chang'e asked. Chapter 153 thought of something. Him, Mo said indifferently. Rowley mused for a moment, as if weighing her words. Gu Chang'e's face sank. Could it be that he was in some kind of trouble? He's fine. Rowley paused and continued. It's fine. He's just still in a coma. Who knows when he'll wake up? He was already a dead man and still managed to survive thanks to the bottle of medicine you fed him. It better be. Well, Zhao Yu nodded seriously. Gu Chang'e let out a hum. Rowley added. He uses a potion that can make him stronger in a very short period of time, but the after effects of this potion are so severe that his body has exceeded its physical capacity. His body and organs will collapse, and within a period of time, he will die due to severe pain. He took the potion you gave him and he got better quickly. Otherwise he would have died long ago. 50 million? He can't even buy it. Not even me. Which is why, although Dongyu seems angry on the surface, he's actually very nice to you. Rowley sighed. Yeah. Gu Chang'e nodded. She couldn't understand this reasoning better. Gu Chang'e looked at Rowley and saw that she didn't even have a gauze on her body and wondered. President, how are you doing? Aren't you curious? Rowley gave Gu Chang'e an evil smile. This, I still don't want. The injuries are not serious. Rowley pulled back her long hair, revealing her snow-white neck, where there was a huge scar of about 10 centimeters, with many stitches as if it had been sewn together. That's still a minor injury? Gu Chang'e's face sank. Is it not a big deal that Rowley's head is in danger of being chopped off if she pushes a little harder? Rowley said. Compared to them, this injury of mine is not that serious. Ling Xian sighed. Both of them were seriously injured, but that didn't mean that she had suffered some minor injuries. Even the neck has to be sliced open. And you call that not a big deal? Both were injured because of him, so he had to be responsible. Gu Changa hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind to meet this vice chairman. Rao Li nodded, then reversed her direction and went to a special medical institution. A special medical institution that was exclusively open to cultivators and was located in a very secretive place that very few people knew about. Rao Li led the way ahead without looking back. It's a bit far to the medical center for cultivators. You need to walk. It's fine, Gu Changa responded, but in her heart, she couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with Rao Li. As the president of an adventurers union, Rao Li should know the situation of the cultivators union very well, especially if it was related to Tiandong. Gu Changa didn't think there was anything wrong with what Ping had said. He had considered this matter long ago. He carefully studied Ping's claims and realized that most of what she said was true. And most importantly, he trusted Ping. If I ask Rao Li, can she tell me about my tendon? I can't just go to him like that, can I? Whoever asks about something so secretive on their first meeting will 80% attract attention. And in case they get caught, they'll definitely die a horrible death themselves. Gu Changa tugged at his lips. He always felt like he was a spy and had to be careful in everything he did, lest he be discovered. It was simply more terrifying than when he was in the treehouse. Originally, he had thought that he could regain his freedom as long as he could return to the human world, but this was not the case, and he had already stepped back into the human world and become cautious. Well, what are you going to ask me? Rao Li came from behind Gu Changa and suddenly asked, but it made Gu Changa a little scared. It's fine, just a little weird about the Cultivators League. What's wrong? Ping said. She felt that Yu Li and the others must have told him about the Cultivator Alliance. By the way, I should have told him earlier. He's already a member of the Adventurers Union, and if he finds out, he'll think we're ostracizing him. We, the Cultivator Alliance, are divided into 4 major divisions, each with their own duties. With our strength, we are perfectly capable of hunting a powerful ferocious beast. Why don't we do it? Gu Changa asked. He wouldn't be stupid enough to ask anything. In that case, even if he had 100 lives, he would still be dead. Gotta get this topic off the ground before we can move forward step by step so Rao Li won't have any doubts. Ping pondered for a moment, unable to imagine that Gu Changa could really see it. That's right. The humans nowadays were different from more than a decade ago. Their weapons and all aspects of their lives had developed greatly. And nowadays, they could completely kill all these demonic beasts. But they always use the phrase the size of the beast tide is unknown. Don't be impulsive and joke about the future of the human race. It's not the same as what we want. Everyone understands this, but no one says anything about it because they don't understand what is going on in this case. Now that Gu Changa was talking about it, Rao Li's feelings became even more complicated. Now, even the newcomer, Gu Changa, had noticed that something was wrong. So many people, none of them were gifted. They couldn't have failed to see it, could they? The words were heard by all, but no one said them. If Gu Changa knew what Rao Li was thinking, she would have blushed and said, I'm just talking casually. I won't think more or go deeper. Ping thought for a moment before she slowly replied, that, I can't say. In the past, our human race did have the ability to destroy those ferocious beasts. However, we didn't grasp it, and by the time we realized it, it was all too late. What's wrong? Gu Changa kept pursuing the question, and she just casually asked it. Rao Li sighed. There aren't many people who know about this, just a few of us who are more aware of it, because the higher-ups don't want this news to leak out. That's why they're trying their best to suppress it. So you can't talk about it? Gu Changa said. Are you right? Chapter 154 That bottle of medicine. Since it was deliberately suppressed by the top management, it means that this matter is important. Gu Changa had a feeling that this matter was important, and if he knew about it, he would definitely know more. Gu Changa glanced at Rao Li. He knew very well that he couldn't pursue the matter any further. If she was interested in herself, then it wouldn't be good, so he had to relax. If she wanted to talk, then she would definitely tell him. If she didn't want to, then don't blame him for not being polite. Rao Li spoke up. It's true that you can't tell anyone in general, and if you do, not only will the person in question be punished, but I'll be punished as well. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Changa couldn't help but curse. He still didn't understand. Did he? From curiosity in the beginning, to curiosity and then interest. If this leaks out, not only will he be fired, but Rao Li will go down with him. I'd rather not say. Gu Changa called out. It's fine. Shen Xingyan smiled. Rao Li shook her head. I'm not telling you. I'm a person with good eyesight, and I don't think I'll tell anyone else. Gu Changa let out a hum and didn't know what to say. but he was still happy to see her confidence in him. It's nice to be trusted. If it was Gu Changa, he didn't think he could fully trust someone who would be executed if exposed, and he would be worried. From this, it was clear how much Rowley believed in Gu Changa. Rowley said, "That was a long time ago. I'm not too sure when exactly, but I still have a memory of that time. It was winter, and the number of wild beasts was obviously much reduced, and there wasn't even a single one coming out of the mountains, and there were corpses everywhere, every one of them dying of starvation. Since then, we've learned that without enough food, all the beasts will starve. Ever since those beasts left, the mountains and forests have been devoured by them, and there hasn't been any food for the entire winter. And at that time, our human experts were guarding the entrance, so those beasts couldn't even enter. At that time, I felt that this was a perfect time. If we could seize this opportunity, we would be able to wipe out all the ferocious beasts in one go. And at that time, even though I wasn't the president, I would still be a figure of honor in our guild." Afterward, Dong Yu, Ling Lin, and I were about this very thing, and their answer was to tell us not to act rashly, which, it was said, was their tactic. "I can see that you're not telling the truth, but that the brass forced him to do it." Ling Lin and Dong Yu. It was at this time that the idea of leaving the guild was born. It was only after Gu Changa heard this that she reacted to the fact that this young man, and what Ying Ping had just said, it seemed that it really was Tian Dong who was manipulating everything behind the scenes. That's not true. If the other three major member organizations were all about exterminating the ferocious beasts, then there was no room for him to refuse. At the very least, he would have one more helper, 2 against 2. At this time, even if the two organizations joined forces to exterminate the ferocious beasts, they couldn't do it. There was also the fact that both parties supported him, and at that time, no matter what that power said, it wouldn't be of the slightest use. 3-1. There wasn't the slightest bit of room for negotiation. Gu Changa said, "Doesn't that mean that those ferocious beasts were deliberately released by them?" "Pretty much." Rowley nodded inside, her complexion somewhat. "They are selfish people. Everything they do is selfish. But we can't leave them. Without them, no one can guard these millions of people. They will die." Gu Changa also stopped talking. "Indeed, if it wasn't for the Immortal Cultivators Alliance, I'm afraid that the human race would have been destroyed by those demonic beasts. However, it was also their existence that kept this war from being decided. And no one wanted this war to end. Just like Rowley said, they needed to solidify their position. And once the ferocious beasts were wiped out, the Cultivator Alliance would inevitably split. So some of the people who were forced to stay within the walls would leave them. And over time, this once lively city would slowly turn into a desolate place. The most crucial thing was that without the threat of the ferocious beasts, many people wouldn't believe that the days when they used to dominate the world would also cease to exist. Therefore, they didn't kill all the ferocious beasts. In this area, no one was willing to risk their lives, so they all hid within the high walls. Tian Dong, one of the 4 major forces of the Cultivator Alliance, specializing in the development of pills, they had a high demand for demonic beasts and would sell them to everyone. Rowley returned. "I don't know how to go about it. Let's take one step at a time. This is a good thing for most people. Without the threat of demonic beasts, it's lucky to be able to survive." Gu Changa suddenly remembered something and said, "Did they deliberately lure all those demonic beasts from Blood Moon Rushing City? Over here? I thought just now. This is a 50-meter high wall, and there are quite a few people on the wall, so it's hard for these beasts to rush through." Gu Changa had never seen a clock that could suppress demonic beasts, and if that was the case, it wasn't uncommon for those demonic beasts to be able to break in here. There won't be just one of them. Moreover, even if they wanted to stop it, they could have sent an 8th or 8th ranked expert to guard it, and 105th ranked beast kings wouldn't be able to breach it. The reason why these ferocious beasts were allowed to enter was just to make these people understand how terrifying these ferocious beasts really were, so that those who had slacked off would realize that the danger had not disappeared. If you hadn't been hiding behind the walls, you could have been eaten by those beasts at any time. All it takes is a few kills and everyone will realize it and no one will think about getting out of here. Before, he wasn't sure what was going on, and thought it was just a ferocious beast, but now, he finally realized how naive he had been, how stupid he had been, how silly he had been, and how he was just like a worm kept in a cage. Chapter 155 Being controlled by someone. All the way to the end, they all felt that they were unlucky, but they didn't know that there had long been a force behind it, and they, the people, were like a pawn being manipulated. Rowley heard Gu Changa's strings, and he thought he had been led here. That's what I think. There aren't many good people in the world. They're all profit-oriented. With a wall more than 50 meters high, it's hard for these demonic beasts to climb, and if there were soldiers guarding the wall, we could easily kill them. But in the end, They were killed by some demonic beasts. Controlled. Rowley let out a long sigh. And there was nothing she could do about it. Dong Yu and those two women, who weren't willing to work for such sordid things in the first place, ended up being betrayed. It's really funny. We put in our best efforts to hunt demonic beasts in order for us to see a brand new future. But now, they are deceiving us, which is unacceptable to everyone. That's why, the two of them left the Adventurers Union and never wanted to join us again. Ling Lin left to open her own restaurant, and Dong Yu is coming back and taking over her estate. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to say. Dong Yu was really a flat billionaire, a lady of the house, but she wanted to go on the first line to hunt demonic beasts. Obviously, she was also for the sake of the human race. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run here. Gu Chang'e suddenly remembered why Rowley was still in the mercenary union. She had been hit by a sword and actually managed to stay here. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Rowley is already amazing for being able to endure this until now. By all rights, she should be very angry, but she has never shown such an expression in front of others, and she can still comfort others with a smile. Rowley's face was grave. Gu Chang'e knew much more than she thought. There is an old saying, if you know more, you will be killed. So, a lot of things that aren't really good and aren't great, the ignorant are not guilty. Earlier she had thought it was a silly way of saying that she didn't know why it was a blessing, which obviously wasn't a good thing. Later, when I became president, I learned many things and facts that, in retrospect, I do not think so. There are times when ignorance is a good thing, and when you know more, you think, and there are times when just understanding what you've learned can be devastating. The fact that Gu Chang'e knew so much was both good and bad news for him. He wondered why it wasn't explained to him. Rowley gave a serious reminder. Just know this matter yourself. Don't say it out. Otherwise, you will really die without a burial place. In the case that you don't have enough power and strength, you'd better restrain yourself. Otherwise, your sister, and your relatives, will all be implicated. Yeah, Gu Chang'e nodded his head, his face serious. He never thought that he would make things so clear. Previously, they still held a glimmer of hope that humans wouldn't do this. But now, their hopes, however, were completely dashed. He would never divulge his secrets until he was strong. Road trip. Boss, why are you still staying here? Gu Chang'e finally couldn't help but ask. That's because of what? I don't know. What I was feeling. Rowley frowned, thinking hard. Remember, that's when we had some clashes. So I decided to stay and work my way up the ladder one step at a time to make some changes in the common tribe. They didn't want to stay. They thought I was too naive, that they wouldn't give up for a little thing. So we didn't see each other anymore. So, Ragnar nodded. Gu Chang'e had a smile on his face. He had thought that this was another very serious case. It was supposed to be a small matter. In fact, it wasn't much of a big deal at all. The matter should be over. But the three men have a chance to reconcile because they have found themselves. Rowley led Gu Chang'e in 7 turns and finally reached a tunnel that led underground. And there was a lift at the end of the tunnel. Rowley made a few gestures, entered her password, scanned her glasses, did a few tricky questions, and hung up the phone. Only after this was done did the elevator slowly open, and Rowley led Gu Chang'e, walking quickly inside. Gu Chang'e swept a glance and found that this elevator had a total of 3 buttons. First, second, and third floor. It's so mysterious that it turns out to be 3 layers. Rowley returned. Hold on to the railing. I'm going to push the button. It's only the 3rd floor. No need. Gu Chang'e squeezed her eyes. He just couldn't figure out how scary a 3rd floor elevator could be. You'll understand soon enough. Hurry up. I have to make a call. Rowley urged. Aha. Chinju answered. Gu Chang'e gripped the railing and watched as Rowley pressed on the 1st floor, accompanied by the sound of machines running. Gu Chang'e was slightly startled. Next moment, Gu Chang'e had the illusion of falling from over 10,000 meters in the air. He was scared out of his wits and his blood was boiling. Asterisk. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e's eyes widened in bewilderment. At this time, he realized why he had just grabbed the railing. If there was no railing, he was afraid that he would have already sprawled on the ground. Only 1 floor? Should we be so dramatic? Rowley, however, had a cloudy look on her face as she said, the height of each floor is around 500 meters. Holy, why didn't you tell me earlier? Gu Chang'e's face sank. And, is there something wrong with that elevator? Falling down so fast, can we brake in time? Don't worry, anyone who can't stop him will be killed. Gu Chang'e's face sank. What did this mean? All the victims were already dead before they were safe and sound? After going down to the 1st floor, Gu Chang'e came out of the elevator. Her feet went soft and she almost fell to her knees. Fortunately Gu Chang'e reacted quickly and grabbed the wall, so that she didn't get beaten into a pig's head. Chapter 156 thought he was dead. Yeah, it's just missing a railing. Rowley pursed her lips and hid a soft smile. Gu Chunga's face sank as she asked without answering. This elevator? I thought I was going to the netherworld. That sounds a little familiar. I wonder who said it. Rowley pondered for a moment, not knowing for a moment just what this man was. Sure, wouldn't I get dizzy sitting in it if I were you? Gu Chunga tugged at his lips. He really hadn't experienced this kind of thing too often. It was the first time he had ever seen such an elevator, and if he hadn't been familiar with it, he would have thought it was a broken one. A rapidly descending elevator. Body in front, soul behind. Rowley led Gu Chunga forward, and Rowley walked forward as if nothing had happened. Gu Chunga's 2 legs trembled as she walked, and she looked up and asked, President, how much farther is it? Rowley said, it's only like a 5 or 6 minute walk. It's pretty short. Damn. 5 or 6 minutes. Are you trying to get me killed? Gu Chunga had no way to retort. And now, it's killing me that it takes 5 or 6 minutes to get to my destination when one step is incredibly difficult. 5 minutes later, the two walked into a closed room with 2 masked soldiers with pistols whose expressions could not be read. The 2 guards at the door gave Rowley a military salute just as she arrived at the door. Open the door. A low voice rang out. Rowley's tone was calm. Yes. One of the guards stood up, walked to the door, and pulled it open. Go. Rowley greeted Gu Chunga, who followed her out. Aha. As soon as she entered, a chill came over her face, causing Gu Chunga to get goosebumps. An instrument of unknown origin was struggling to emit hot air out of the room, and the room was cold, blowing out from amongst this instrument. And in the center of the room, on a hospital bed, there was a vice president lying. At his side were many instruments whose names could not be discerned, checking the indicators of his body all the time. Gu Chunga walked to her side. Her heartbeat and heart rate were good, and her breath was even, as if she was still sleeping. Rowley returned. At that time, he took the potion, which not only injured his internal organs, but also his brain, and a brain injury is not a simple thing. He might be in a coma forever. Everything is up to him. I'm sure the vice president will be able to cure it. Gu Chunga said firmly. Hopefully. Rowley sighed. Rowley Gu Chunga observed the room for about 30 minutes, then twisted his head and left. Rowley looked at Gu Chunga. Are you trying to tell me if there's something wrong with you? Now that you're back, live your life how you need to, and remember to make extra trips to school. Your friends are anxious. Gu Chunga froze and shook her head with a bitter smile. I've been fired. Where else can I go? Where did you hear the news? Rowley blinked. Ha? Ragnar froze. Gu Chunga asked in surprise. Wasn't he dismissed? That's natural. Rowley said. If you are sacked, why would I look for you? Shame on you? Well. Gu Chunga mused and nodded. We leave tomorrow. Rowley responded. Good. Gu Chunga returned to the mercenary union, made a trip to his room, and deposited all 900 points of chi and blood into the system. After doing this, Gu Chunga closed her eyes to recuperate. There was a sharp sound and Rowley's anxious voice came in. Wake up, wake up. It's late. Gu Chunga made an effort to open his eyes, and his entire body froze. Hadn't he just closed his eyes? Why do you have to go to school? Gu Chunga raised her head and saw the wall clock above her bed. It was already 7:50. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Gu Chunga hurriedly jumped off the bed, quickly washed up, and opened the door to her room to see Rowley's anxious face. Gu Chunga said, President, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I haven't been here for a long time either, so it's okay to be a little late. Rowley said in a serious manner. You have to be serious about what you do. You can't be sloppy, or you'll never get anywhere. If you don't take this matter seriously, then this matter will start with this matter, and this matter will start with this matter. I told you, you have to mean it. Aha. Chinju answered. Gu Chunga let out a Rowley led Gu Chunga toward the hospital, and halfway there, Gu Chunga asked Rowley, is that car yours? It seems to be the president's. Rowley blinked, mulled it over, and said, yeah, I do own this one, but I don't usually use it much. Why? Ragnar froze. Gu Chunga was uncertain. I just don't want to drive. Gu Chunga, since you don't like it, why did you buy it? Rowley, however, said, I didn't spend any money. Someone gave it to me. Gu Chunga, which boss is this? Casually giving a car worth millions? One potion is enough to buy you 10. Rowley, Gu Chunga sighed. I should have sold it so I could have been a millionaire. If you give him the money, he's dead, and even he's not worth it. Rowley, however, shook her head and said with a smirk, but he's already worth 50 million. Gu Chunga didn't know what to say. If the vice president knew about it, he was afraid that he would spit out a mouthful of old blood. He was a deputy leader of an adventure group, but he actually didn't even have 50 million. 5 minutes later, Rowley drove her car and quickly arrived at the school entrance. As soon as the car stopped, a number of people looked this way. A man with a slightly chubby body and a pair of eyes, holding his own eyes, asked in surprise, "So that's what it is, and it's really that powerful?" Being an automobile enthusiast, he could tell at a glance each model and the value of each model. To be able to ride in such a luxury car, one must not only be rich, but also have a background. He looked over to the driver's seat to see just who it was. When he saw Rowley, his entire body froze and cursed, "Holy, this is a top-notch lesser Row." Hearing this, everyone stopped and followed his gaze, equally captivated. Someone spoke up. 10 little girls, 9 of them are rich, and one of them is even richer. At first sight, he saw Gu Changa come out from backstage. I thought he was dead. Chapter 157 Jealousy. Why was he in this place and in a young woman's car? All sorts of images flashed through everyone's minds. Please go easy on me. When they thought of that scene, everyone hated their teeth, and if they had a heart condition, they were afraid that they would be scared out of their wits in minutes. A boy with a slate-shaved face and a school uniform spoke up. So, he didn't die or disappear, but he was adopted by that big lady called Xiao Luo. One of them said disdainfully, asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll be damned. When will I get that chance? Damn it. You mean what you say? A student said. At that, he rushed to say, damn. Excuse me, we are all heirs to a new world, a new generation, and behavior like this deserves to be envied, despised, and despised. The students around him looked sideways and saw that his eyes were crimson, blood red in color, and his teeth were being ground to a clicking sound. You're mocking me. You're jealous of me. You're not at all convincing. The bald man stepped forward, puffed out his chest, and said proudly, that's right, you're jealous my ass. A top-tier young Ru is just a top-tier Ru. I've never seen one before. Damn it. Rowley rolled down the window and asked Gu Changa, do you want me to wait here? Trouble. Gu Changa pondered for a moment and nodded. Several people sniffed, a meat pain in their hearts. This man is really too bad. Being fed by a rich woman and obey her. How can they not be angry? The bald man said in agony. When Gu Changa disappeared, it seemed like he was with that rich woman. I'm even more upset now. Grass. Luli cursed. Don't look. I'm going blind here. The students fishtailed. Gu Changa followed closely behind and rushed into the classroom. And he was a bit disbelieving when he saw the familiar surroundings. Not long ago, he was struggling in the jungle of ferocious beasts, and now he was in a calm and uneventful school, which made him somewhat unable to believe that it was all a dream. Wang Shuzhen was organizing her textbooks in her office, while a history teacher beside her looked at Wang Shuzhen with a puzzled expression. Mr. Wang, you seem to be very happy these days. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Shuzhen waved a big hand. Words, but the corners of her mouth, but not half a smile. The history teacher nodded. You're right. It looks like you're having so much fun every day, aren't you? Wang Shuzhen opened her mouth with a big wave of her hand. No, if you want then today is a good day to take it easy on yourself and not get too stressed. Ugh, it's so jealous. I work every day and it's so annoying. Cheer up. Wang Shuzhen smiled as a sign of encouragement, while the history teacher sighed and nodded silently. Okay, I'll go first. Wang Shuzhen packed up her things, left the office, and went straight to the senior class. The history teacher watched Shujin Wang walk away. I want to have a life as good as Mr. Wang's. It's heartbreaking to be pissed off at these assholes every day. A teacher with a Mediterranean haircut spoke up. Just get used to it. Can't you see Mr. Wang used to look sad every day, and it's only in the past few years that he's figured it out. He's not happy about it, and he's not happy about it. You're not even close. The Mediterranean man sighed. He was the most senior one here and had taught countless students. Wang Shuzhen went out the door and breathed in the fresh air, feeling so fresh. A mouthful of it refreshed his heart and gave him a feeling of being transformed. Hey, what a great day. Without that smelly man Gu Changa, she lived happily every day. Wang Shuzhen sang a little song as she walked, and although she didn't walk fast, she was just in time for the dismissal bell. Just then, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. The first thing that came to Wang Shuzhen's mind was the class, and she frowned slightly as the smile at the corner of her mouth faded. When it was clear that he was going to class, he was lounging leisurely in the doorway with no sense of danger at all. After saying that, she walked quickly to Gu Changa. Stump. Gu Changa didn't look back and continued forward. Wang Shuzhen and Gu Changa were originally very close to each other, probably only 30 meters or so. Moreover, Wang Shuzhen walked forward at a quick pace, and it was just a few minutes before she was standing behind Gu Changa. Wang Shuzhen cleared her throat, hoping that he would turn his head, but he had no intention of turning back, which made her feel like her dignity had been trampled on. Okay, Okay, pretend you don't see me, right? You can get away with it by pretending I don't exist? It's so childish. I'd like to know who has the audacity to ignore their own cough. Wang Shuzhen quickly stepped forward and took a few steps towards Gu Chang'e, talking to her. You. Chen Xiaobei looked stunned. At the sight of Gu Chang'e's face, she swallowed all her words, feeling only puzzled and a hint of embarrassment. How could it be him? Gu Chang'e. He's gone? Why are you here all of a sudden? Could it be that this is the first 7 days? No, that's not even possible in broad daylight. Wang Shuzhen stepped back in fear and glared at Gu Chang'e with a serious look. Gu Chang'e asked snidely. What's wrong? I'm here. Why don't you greet me? Is it possible you don't want me to participate? Hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's expression froze and she hurriedly said, No, that's not what I meant. I'm so happy you came. All the time you've been missing. I've been. Gu Chang'e said, I don't have an appetite. And I don't have an appetite. Right. Wang Shuzhen hurriedly nodded, a bitter smile appearing on her somewhat stiff face. Chapter 158 Graduation is coming soon. The corner of Gu Chang'e's mouth curled up into a smile. It's comforting to know that you care so much about me. And I'm grateful to have you as a teacher. Part of the job. Wang Shuzhen said with a smile on her face, but in her heart she was cursing. Didn't he die out there? Cripes grooves. Wang Shuzhen's face was unusually unattractive, and she knew very well that her current expression was already bad, but she still had to force a smile. I'm still excited about his return. Gu Chang'e asked in a concerned tone. Teacher, you don't seem to look well? It's okay, I'm fine. Thanks for taking care of me. Wang Shuzhen said with a wry smile. Damn, I'm not happy to see you. Since the first moment I saw you, I felt like I fell from heaven to hell. Wang Shuzhen couldn't wait to leave right away, but she was in class all morning and simply had no other choice. In other words, she would have to face Gu Chang'e for an entire morning, and just thinking about it, her body couldn't help but tremble, and the expression on her face became increasingly difficult to see. Anyone looking at her would wonder if she was sick again. Numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Shuzhen's mind as she thought for a long time. So I'm not going? Self-study? How about I just quit? Don't. The guy is about to graduate and I don't want him to lose his job. Wang Shuzhen thought for half a day and finally let out a long sigh. All of you go back. It's time for class. Wang Shuzhen said to Gu Chang'e and turned to leave. Without saying a word, Gu Chang'e went straight ahead. In the class, a girl wearing a uniform with a sad face opened her mouth with a long sigh. Alas, so many days have passed and there's no movement at all on the squad leader's side. I really don't know if he's doing well. It's okay, don't worry. He probably found a rich guy and got a rich guy and had a good time. We just didn't realize it. Yeah, it's not easy for a squad leader to hang up. The girl in uniform screamed excitedly. Didn't I tell you she was dead? She hurriedly defended herself. She didn't say that on purpose, in case others misheard her. Wouldn't she become a mole? The girl with the big head was also in a hurry to explain to the girl in uniform. I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted to let you guys know that the squad leader is still alive and you don't have to worry. I didn't have anything else in mind. At that moment, the squad leader came forward and said with a smile, you don't have to say it. Everyone knows it in their hearts. Aha! He nodded. The girl in uniform smiled and nodded, casting a thankful look at the squad leader. In front, Shui Qinrui let out a light sigh, a pretty face carrying a few moments of worry. It was at this moment that the bell rang in MS. Wang Shuzhen stepped in. Everyone stopped frolicking and returned to their seats, resuming their seats. And it was only then that the students noticed that there was something wrong with Wang Shuzhen's expression. The girl with the mushroom hair whispered from her seat. Is there a period coming? Her friend whispered. She had a bad look on her face. It's only recently that she's gotten better. There's nothing wrong with her. You could even say that she's fully recovered. I see. Indeed. This teacher was only a little better these past 10 days, and the rest of the time he had a sad face and never smiled. The students in the class all noticed this, and when they raised their eyes, they could see Wang Shuzhen's extremely ugly face. Everyone was horrified by this scene, as if they were seeing a demon coming out of hell. There's a good thing to say. Student Gu Chang'e is here, Wang Shuzhen said. At this statement, the students on the stage were still a bit unresponsive, still recalling Wang Shuzhen's words. Shui Qinrui jumped up all of a sudden, her feet hitting the tabletop from the force she exerted, and her entire body fell to the ground. Bang! The students in the classroom were all startled by the loud bang and turned their heads to see Wang Shuzhen. She looked at Wang Shuzhen with an excited expression. Gu Chang'e is here? Where is everyone? The surrounding students also got excited and asked questions. The classroom was a mess, like a food market. Wang Shuzhen had a headache and reached out to point to the door. Everyone turned around in unison and saw a somewhat familiar figure. The students excitedly rushed in and surrounded the school gates. making it impossible for him to move. She exclaimed, "Captain, you're not dead. You're finally here." "Squad leader," a short girl said. A boy came over to the girl and asked, "You couldn't have fallen for a rich man, could you? At least go make a cup of milk tea." "Squad leader," he shouted. Seeing this, Wang Shuzhen did not say more, because she knew that her secret was in the hands of this man. She didn't realize that Gu Chang'e had long ago lost her phone, and now there was nothing left to blackmail her with. Xue Qinro looked excited. She had a lot to say in her heart, but the words reached her mouth and she swallowed back. She was still able to squeeze out some toothpaste, but now she couldn't even say a word, just staring excitedly at Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was flabbergasted by their enthusiasm. He had thought about it before he came, but he still hadn't expected to be so excited. It was only after a long time that the cadets gradually calmed down and resumed their seats. Gu Chang'e had just sat down, and before she even sat down, the surrounding students turned their heads in unison to look at Gu Chang'e. A girl saw Gu Chang'e and asked in a low voice, "Who are you, Captain? You've been missing for 10 days without a word. Are you going to be some kind of savior? That's all you can see." Gu Chang'e put on a surprised look, looked around, and whispered to her, "Don't tell anyone." Chapter 159. What do you want? "Yeah, I'll never tell." Gu Chang'e couldn't tell if she was joking or if she really believed it. Gu Chang'e remembered that girl. She was naive and innocent, and she was also very deceitful. It was said that on a couple of occasions, she came close to being fooled by the trafficker. There were others who pretended to be beggars and acted pitifully on the streets and were pitted by her. 9 times out of 10, so many beggars are imposters. They have empty legs, but they don't go out to work. They have to beg for food. They have no education, and they don't have a proper job. But carrying bricks in a building will certainly keep him fed. Gu Chang'e even heard that he almost sold his house to a beggar. This is more than stupid. It is simply white idiocy, like a little cutie who has been cheated and is still smiling and helping to count the money. Seeing her in a serious manner, the people around Gu Chang'e were on the verge of bursting into laughter. When Wang Shuzhen saw this, she was furious in her heart, but she couldn't show it on her face or say anything. So, she could only pretend that she didn't see anything, so that she could pretend that she didn't know anything. It didn't take long. When class ended, Wang Shuzhen hurried out of the classroom and went straight to her office. When she walked into the classroom, the teacher of the history class looked up and saw that Wang Shuzhen had already walked over, so she smiled and called out, "Miss Wang." Before the words left her mouth, Wang Shuzhen's expression became incomparably hideous, causing her entire body to freeze, and the words that reached her mouth were swallowed. "It's only been more than 2 hours. Ah, Mr. Wang's attitude is a 180-degree turn. It cannot be that something happened at home, right?" Waiting for Wang Shuzhen to take her seat, the history teacher asked in a low voice, "Mr. Wang, are you okay?" Wang Shuzhen covered her vaguely painful brow for a long time. The history teacher could tell at a glance that something had happened to Wang Shuzhen's family, which, to put it bluntly, was a dead mom face. "Mr. Wang, please forgive me for my mistake," the history teacher said bitterly. "Ha?" Homian froze slightly. Wang Shuzhen froze. What was going on? Hearing these words, all the teachers put down what they were doing and walked towards Wang Shuzhen. The physical education teacher consoled Wang Shuzhen. "Don't be sad. You have to take care of your health too." "Well, you take care of yourself too. It's time to go home." The entire office of professors gathered around and thanked Wang Shuzhen. She didn't understand herself what was going on. "Condolences. Did something happen to my family?" At the thought of this, Wang Shuzhen could no longer maintain composure. Hurried out of the company, hurried out of the campus, straight to home. The history teacher sighed. "Alas, Mr. Wang is such a professional that if we hadn't warned him, Mr. Wang might have acted as if nothing had happened." "That's right, Mr. Wang is more professional than 99% of the population." That's when I realized that Ms. Wang's passion for education was something she was not willing to give up even at the end of her life. All the teachers, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because Wang Shuzhen had taken a vacation. Gu Chang'e and the others were in self-study for the next 2 classes. Although it was a late class, the students in class 3 could not hold back their inner excitement and gathered around Gu Chang'e to inquire about Gu Chang'e's recent situation. The corners of Gu Chang'e's mouth hooked up into a smile and said with a smirk, "It's okay, I just went to save someone. It's no big deal." But someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. The girl with a small head couldn't hold back her mouth even though she desperately wanted to cover it. Everyone else couldn't help but laugh, but they just thought it was funny and weren't really trying to mock Gu Chang'e. They naturally wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing and just thought Gu Chang'e was playing a joke on them. A friend goes missing for over 10 days, and when he comes back, he tells everyone that he was helping the world for the 10 days he was missing, and no one will think he's crazy. Moreover, It was impossible for him to convince Sumo, because once Sumo believed it, he would really go crazy. Guchanga just smiled without saying anything. He was happy to be able to joke with these people now. Ever since he knew about this, he felt like he was carrying an unseen burden, exerting enormous pressure on Guchanga all the time. He knew he didn't have that ability or qualification to meddle in other people's affairs, but he just couldn't help but ramble on. 2 sessions are over and the afternoon program is over. Guchanga stood up and walked out of the classroom as usual, and Xue Qinrui stared at Guchanga, thought for a moment, and followed. After leaving the school, everyone's eyes were focused on this SUV, and everyone's eyes showed a shocked look. One boy stopped and looked at the SUV in surprise. Too big. Too big. It's more than 3 times bigger than the average sedan. Not only is it 30% more expensive than the average car, but the pricing is way over the top. This would scare me to death if it got out. What a beautiful little girl. Who's a rich little girl? I can do it. At the mention of lowly rich woman, everyone seemed to be triggered by a certain switch, and all of them became excited and looked at Rowley in the driver's seat with one eye. She can't be a real person, can she? No, it must be my eyes. The other boy squeezed his leg hard. The sharp pain hadn't gotten to him yet. He didn't want to be in a world with such a beautiful woman. One of the boys said, "It looks like they're waiting for someone." When they heard this question, everyone hated their teeth. Which person dared to get into the car with this little girl? They got tired of talking about it a long time ago. Coming, Guchanga. Rowley suddenly reached out to greet Rowley with a warm smile on her face, causing the group of people at the entrance of the school to freeze as all their gazes fell on her. Chapter 160 really good. Guchanga didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Rowley had people everywhere she went. Everyone was shocked by Rowley's sunshine-like warm smile, and when they looked further to where Rowley had chosen, they saw Guchanga. Everyone stared at Guchanga as if they wanted to burn him into a ball of flying ash. Killing aura. Guchanga turned her head and saw that the people around her were staring at her, and all of them had bad eyes. One boy covered his heart with a look of bitterness and pain. It hurts. It hurts. I can't help but want to. When I think of that young Lo being pushed down by him. Several other players chimed in. Envy and jealousy alone shouldn't be here. Why show me such a cruel scene? Originally I thought he was going to hang up. Who knew that the one who killed him halfway out not only survived, but also brought a superb beauty with him? Simply a great lady. Xue Qinrui, who had secretly followed behind Guchanga, stood there dumbfounded, not coming back to her senses for half a day. For a moment, in his mind, many thoughts flashed, until Guchanga got into Rowley's SUV and quickly disappeared. She then slowed down, but Guchanga was nowhere to be seen. Xue Qinrui gazed into the distance and muttered, "Mr. Guchanga, why would he say that? Mr. Guchanga must be in great trouble. Guchanga is not that kind of person. If he's that kind of guy, can I give him the benefit of the doubt?" Xue Qinrui couldn't help but see the scene in front of her eyes as she held a bunch of bills in her hands. Guchanga was in front of her, staring blearily at the pile of banknotes in her hand, when Xue Qinrui slowly lifted up, revealing a pair of white jade-like feet. She gave Guchanga a gangly look. "Do you want this money too?" "Yes, very much." Guchanga's eyes lit up with excitement. "Very well." Xue Qinrui stared expressionlessly at her white jade feet. "If you wish." "Ah, what the hell was I thinking? Ah, I wouldn't think so." Xue Qinrui's pretty face was all scarlet. For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into her mind, and once it appeared, she could not stop it. She didn't understand why she was like this. No, Guchanga is not that kind of person. We can't look at him like that. It took Xue Qinrui a great deal of effort to stop herself from thinking about that scene, but her mind was a blank. That is to say, her imagination has been magnified indefinitely, all in vain, and she is getting more and more imaginative. Rowley took Guchanga to the Adventurers Union and had a casual lunch in the Union. Moreover, during this period of time, they had been busy dealing with the ferocious beasts, so they hadn't released any quests. So the mercenaries who didn't have regular jobs chose to roam the streets, looking for any part-time jobs they could find. Guchanga swept a glance at the empty living room and asked Rowley, "Are you up to something?" "Chairman, what about the news about that monster, the one that acted with us before?" "This matter Rowley pondered for a moment, and after a long time, she finally answered, "Yeah, well, the 3 of us dealt with it in order to find you. Why don't you release the mission?" Guchanga asked in disbelief. Rowley mused and said, "I'm not sure what's going on over at the top. It could be that something is going on." "So it is." Guchanga nodded her head, but in her heart, she was thinking that if the higher-ups wanted to do great things, it must be the Cultivators Association, which stood at the very top, that would be able to do great things. Everything they do sends shockwaves across the country. Rowley sighed. Just get on with your life. After all, Our power is limited. We can't reach higher levels, and it's a difficult thing to make your life better. She tried many times, but ultimately failed, and she had to work hard to change herself to fit in with the world. If she hadn't, she would have gone crazy. There are times when the more you know, the more you feel a tremendous amount of pressure and there is nothing you can do about it. All the negativity comes rushing back and it's enough to break a person. Gu Chang'e was silent for a while and didn't say anything. She just needed to take care of herself? No, it's a very cruel society. You can't live a good life. If you don't have enough strength and power you will be killed easily. Didn't they tighten up when the beast tide invaded before? No, they had been very restrained and hadn't left the city gates at all. But there were still some demonic beasts that had entered the city. This was not because the walls had been broken down, or because the soldiers defending the city had not done their best, but because, in this case, it was simply man-made. If you don't have enough power to fight against the ferocious beasts, you're just looking for death. Will something like this ever happen again? To them, the lives of these people were nothing at all, just puppets under their control. Even if everyone in this city was killed, they wouldn't be the slightest bit moved. With such a person manipulating behind the scenes, it's not enough to rely on your own strength. However, he wasn't strong enough to do very much right now. Obviously understand, but cannot do anything about the pain the original Rowley chairman experienced. Is this kind of pain? She herself couldn't remember holding out for a long time, countless attempts, failures, and disappointments. And it will take a lot of power to change that. Only with enough power would he be able to guard everything he was guarding in this solidified space. Even an existence like Chairman Rory couldn't do it, let alone me. Gu Chang'e let out a long sigh. Only feeling weak. Chapter 161 Confident. Rowley gave him a light pat on the back, then spoke. Are you stupid? Don't worry, they'll always be there for you with me. Gu Chang'e just smiled and didn't say anything. As a big old man, he also hoped that someone would be able to shield him from the disaster, and be able to shield them from the disaster. When they came here, they had paid a small price, and even suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Why should they be made to work so hard to guard themselves? He didn't even put up a fight, but sat there enjoying the peace they had traded their blood and sweat for. Where else could he honestly accept a favor from two people? He wasn't cold-blooded or emotionless either. Even though she didn't have any injuries on her body, her heart was uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. President, I will definitely improve my strength and guard everyone. Gu Chang'e had 1,000 words in her heart, but in the end, she couldn't say them. Rowley was taken aback by Gu Chang'e's reply and froze there. After a while, she slowly recovered, her pretty face slightly red, and smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you. The person who could protect them had to be at least at the 10th rank, and these three had started at the 10th rank, and the only way to break through to the 10th order in a short period of time is to eat. Eat? Gu Chang'e asked again. President, do you have any methods to raise your chi and blood and enhance your battle power in a short period of time? Rowley mused for a moment and returned. There are many ways to increase chi and blood, but they are few and far between. Most of them involve eating a lot of medicinal herbs and are expensive and generally effective. So I advise you to utilize your strength. Your power is strong, but perhaps there is no limit to how much more vital you can become with the same amount of food. If you practice hard enough, Gu Chang'e said, only those above the 10th rank will have this power, but I already have it. Rowley nodded and continued. Indeed, that is to say, you are very strong. You don't have to wait for the 10th level. You can start to study your own strength. Perhaps, when you rise to the 10th level, you can put your own power, perfectly utilized. It's reached the realm of the out of this world. Gu Chang'e muttered. He really didn't know how useful this supernatural ability of his was. At the moment, it seemed like it was just a matter of eating some food. That's what he's got? Could it be that it wasn't because of the power granted by the 4 fierce cauldrons? Wouldn't that mean that the 10th order would be able to awaken powers as well? In that case, wouldn't he or she be able to have 2 abilities at the same time? Rowley returned. Some abilities may seem insignificant, but if you study them closely, there are always new ways to use them. Man's labor is sometimes poor, man's labor is sometimes poor, and man's mind is infinite. Gu Chang'e nodded. Aha! He was thinking about what to do to improve his strength, and finally came to the conclusion that he should keep eating. Gu Chang'e then came out of the Adventurers Union. No matter what, he was going to have a buffet dinner. Not much longer. When Gu Chang'e walked to the entrance of a cafe, she saw a sign hanging on the door. Discount on the following items for a limited time. Free for those who spend more. Gu Chang'e swept around. There were many dishes on the menu, and with Gu Chang'e's current cooking skills, it wasn't a piece of cake to get it right. Just at that moment, a rough bellow came from the back. Funny, really funny. Probably never experienced what is called a beating in the Jianghu. And let me, the foodie Zhang Dundian, Teach them a good lesson. Gu Changa turned around to see that it was a tall man, estimated to be over 150 kilograms, with half of his legs as thick as he was. Simply a moving mountain of meat. The shopkeeper who was in charge of counting the silver counters immediately became a bit ugly on his face when he saw this big appetite Zheng Dundian staring at his store. What the hell? So it was him. How did I forget to blackball him? Just a short time ago, he heard that Tundin Young had been in a restaurant that had been open for 5 years and had put it out of business. Hearing that shopkeeper almost fell off the roof. But luckily he was saved. Otherwise he would have died this time. Without the buffet. He's going to go looking for victims again? This store of theirs, it's only been open for a week. How come it's closing? Forget it, let him eat here for now, and when I blacklist him, he won't bother me again. It was only then that Zheng Dundian realized that Jiang Chensi was staring at him. Dude, $300 a person. You look like this. I'm afraid you're going to lose money. Don't worry. Thanks for the kind words. Gu Changa said calmly, if you want to eat here, we can eat for free. Eater Young Tun Dian added. What do you mean by that? 15 pounds of the stuff is a lot. And it's all of a very filling kind. I'm afraid the average person would have to burp in one meal. 15 kilograms. Even he wasn't completely sure he could win. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. Isn't it just 15 pounds? I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zheng Dundian looked at Gu Changa with surprise. Then he carefully looked Gu Changa over from head to toe. An ordinary high school student. Not too tall. As if he was full after eating 2 bowls. More than 80% of it is bragging. And the real eaters are faking it. Like they're wasting their food, not vomiting. What he hated the most was this kind of people who wanted to vomit when they ate. If you can't afford it, don't eat out. Wasting food is a disgrace. Zheng Dundian glanced toward Gu Changa and asked again, why don't we compete and see if anyone can get more food and just buy us dinner? Really? Third Duke Ji was stunned. Gu Changa said, are you right? That's for sure. Zheng Dundian said with confidence. Chapter 162 Not very good at it. He wasn't good at running or anything else. But he definitely wasn't afraid to eat. And he's never lost. With that little body of his, how can he beat me? $300? I'll pass. Zheng Dundian laughed heartily, his chubby face shaking. After just a moment's effort, he felt hot and dry, and pulled a washcloth out of his pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Go! Yi Futian opened his mouth. Zheng Dundian waved his hand at Gu Changa and headed for the cafeteria. Gu Changa was in a good mood. She was supposed to pay 300. But today she was able to enjoy a free feast, which was too good. As Zheng Dundian entered the dining room, the waiter greeted him and said with a smile, 2 of you, would you like something? Zheng Dundian added, this thing, I did it. I'll race you to see who can eat better. This way please. Yi Futian waved at Yi Futian. The store assistant sniffed and hurriedly walked Zheng Dundian towards the inner room. Gu Changa followed suit. The store assistant glanced at Zheng Dundian and thought to himself, it looked like he was able to order whatever he wanted for this meal, but the guy following him was coming after him, too. If he's here, it's 100% a free meal. No one has eaten for free since they opened because every meal fills the stomach. Also, he smelled a strong odor of grease that made him almost want to vomit, let alone swallow it. So it's surprising that not a single person has been exempted from the order in the past 3 days. Pie in the sky is not so easy to pick up. The waiter brought the 2 to a very large box. In the middle of that hall, there were table after table, and each table held a variety of delicacies. A lot of people are stuffing their mouths. There were strong men, weak women, and middle-aged men in rags. Everyone is putting their best foot forward to get it into their mouths. It's all free anyway, and it fills their stomachs. If you can't eat it all, you're going to lose a ton of money. Zheng Dundian took a seat at the table closest to him, and Gu Changa casually found a table to sit down at. Looking at the plates full of dishes on the table, the waiter came forward and said, the rules of the competition are like this. First of all, you can't spit out what you just ate. If you spit out everything you have, even if you lose, if you have to go to the restroom, there will be someone to accompany you so that you don't have to worry that you'll spit out what you've eaten. Secondly, one is never allowed to give one's things to anyone else, much less to anyone else. Third, you can't have too many intervals between each meal, and you can't have more than a minute between each meal, or you're considered a loser. Fourth, if you can't use them all, then you need to pay a price of 800 spirit stones. After talking for half a day, a long list of rules was finally made clear. They can't wait for you to continue to gulp down so much that you can't even catch your breath. Zheng Dundian had been waiting impatiently for a long time and heard the waiter's order. She picked up a piece of fried potato and swallowed it in 3 swallows. Gu Changa didn't have much of a reaction to the dishes in front of him, and he wouldn't be able to use a few seconds for such a small amount of food. Zhang Dundian glanced at Gu Chang'e and saw that he hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. So he asked, "Why don't you want to eat?" Gu Chang'e shook her head and said in a daze, "It's so little. I can barely hold it together." Hearing this, the waiter next to him could hardly hold his tongue. "That's a lot of bull, isn't it? So many things. If it were anyone else, even if they had 2 stomachs, they might not be able to fill them up." And he even said that it wasn't enough. With his current physical fitness, at most 130 kilograms, how many could he have? Zhang Dundian glared at Gu Chang'e in surprise, thinking, "This guy is so arrogant? How the hell do you talk? So much food is not enough? What kind of food is this?" The surrounding people, who were also attracted by this arrogant to the extreme statement, looked at the person who spoke. To their surprise, the person who spoke, a fat man of less than 150 pounds, with his small body, it would be good to be able to cram a whole table into his stomach, and he actually didn't think it was enough. He had already started complaining before Qingguan even started eating, but after he tasted Qingguan's flavor, he realized that what he had said was really stupid. Neither said anything, just thought silently. Even, they no longer have the ability to speak. Originally, eating a meal is a kind of enjoyment, but now, it is a kind of work, which makes people feel tasteless, and it is difficult to swallow even a piece of meat. And I'm afraid that when I come back this time, I won't eat any other food for several days. Gu Chang'e could feel their contempt for her. They didn't say anything with their mouths, but their expressions betrayed them. Despicable, mocking, skeptical, all kinds of expressions were written on their faces and in their eyes, all of which were telling Gu Chang'e what their current attitude towards him was. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything about these people's ridicule and skepticism. Letting time speak for itself, the staff gathered themselves, slowly collected their laughter, gathered their emotions again, and looked at Gu Chang'e. "You don't have to worry. I'll have a constant supply of food for you, okay?" Then, Gu Chang'e nodded. It looked like he could not only eat for free, but also keep eating here. In that case, his competition with his rivals wouldn't mean anything, as long as he could get him $300 in the end. Afterward, Gu Chang'e was like eating something, sending a large chunk into her mouth, and once it reached her stomach, it was as if there was nothing left. The waiter looked at Gu Chang'e's dried vegetables, and the expression on his face changed slightly, but it didn't change much. However, he could only do so much. At most, a few dishes. Obviously an amateur. How can anyone come up and wolf down the food? Not even chewing. See how fragile his stomach is. At first, they thought that Buffon was very powerful, but now it seemed that Buffon was simply bragging about what the hell he was talking about. Yes, the crowd nodded their heads when they saw Gu Chang'e eating. I had a glimmer of hope as to how strong he was, but it turned out to be an amateur. Zhang Dundian was also taken aback by Gu Chang'e's eating and couldn't help but sigh. He was thinking it would be a formidable opponent. Chapter 163 Slap in the Face. It was clearly a joke that made him say it in the first place. Seeing this scene, Zhang Dundian slowed down, and when he ate, chewing slowly, he would chew a few more mouthfuls and stuff himself with a few more mouthfuls. A few minutes later, they saw that Gu Chang'e wasn't slowing down at all with her eating. At this moment, the crowd was shocked as they realized that half of the table in front of him was gone. Some of them, in the last hour and a half, hadn't even swallowed a third of it. It had only been a few minutes, and he had swallowed most of the plate. Such speed was unbelievable. The most surprising thing was that he didn't stop at all, which was a miracle. When Gu Chang'e was cooking, the waiter watched from the beginning to the end, from the initial dislike, to the later surprise, to the current shock. It was the first time he had ever seen someone eat so simply, without even chewing a bite. There is no other way to say it but asterisk 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 is awesome. At this rate, in a few minutes the table will be cleared. Such a large amount of rice was eaten in 3 minutes. This was not magical. It was clearly a natural-born eater. If he eats it all, do I have to find something else? But the boss never mentioned it. When he said that, he didn't think about whether Gu Chang'e would even eat all of her food. Not to mention Gu Chang'e, even a big man like Zhang Dundian, he didn't think he could eat all the food on this table. Guess this one will just have to eat everything. It's a bite that he definitely can't swallow. If you continue to eat, you will have to pay for it yourself. At this thought, the expression on the waiter's face changed again. Zhang Dundian wiped the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and raised his head, looking at Zhang Chensi who was standing beside him. Look at the size of this guy's meal. 3 plates would be enough for him. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw that most of the rice on Gu Chang'e's table was missing. He flinched slightly. He was a little puzzled. Could it be a delusion of his own? It must be an illusion. How does he eat so much, so fast? Even he couldn't do it, let alone him. Zhang Dundian, however, did not believe it at all. He was a foodie and a man who wanted to save face, and in all these years, he had never suffered a loss. If he had lost to someone who weighed more than him, he would have admitted it, but Guchanga wasn't even half a caddy of him, so if he had lost to Guchanga, he definitely wouldn't be happy about it. He pinched his thigh and a sharp pain surged through him, even if it was an illusion. It's long gone. He looked up and saw that the dishes on Guchanga's table were almost finished. How come? A look of surprise appeared on Zhang Dundian's face. He couldn't be experiencing an illusion. Could he? You don't think so? No. I've eaten less than a third of it and he's only got a third left. The old man can eat best. He had actually lost to an unknown brat. Waiter. Shinju waved at the waiter. Young Tun Din waved to the waiter. That attendant was still immersed in the shock Guchanga had given him, and he didn't come back to his senses for half a day, not even noticing when Zhang Dundian called out to him. Waiter. A staff member approached. Waiter? Su coughed lightly. Waiter. Zhang Dundian continuously called out for I don't know how many times before that attendant came to his senses. Hurriedly walked to Zhang Dundian and said, I don't know what I can tell you? Zhang Dundian reached out and pointed at Guchanga, saying, that much? The waiter sniffed and changed his face, saying, yeah, he's been eating. Zhang Dundian's mouth opened wide in surprise after hearing this news. This person is much stronger than me. He was able to swallow so much. He himself can't even compare to it. Zhang Dundian heart extremely reluctant. However, things have come to this point. Do not believe must believe. The waiter glanced over to Guchanga's side and saw that he was all set to eat. His face was white. Gritting his teeth, he ran directly to the store owner. The situation at hand was no longer something he could handle. The big deal was that he was sacked. He rushed to see the boss. Zhang Dundian saw Guchanga sweeping the meal off the table like a windswept cloud. Not even a single remnant left. The crowd had long since put work behind them, and their eyes fell on Guchanga. Everyone didn't expect that this plain-looking person would actually be able to eat all of this much, and it seemed as if he was still a bit unsatisfied. A man tugged at his lips and looked at Guchanga in surprise. Did this one not get enough to eat? That must be it. Otherwise he wouldn't have eaten it so quickly. Look at him starving. A woman nodded. When that strong man saw Guchanga, he was also submissive. He had only swallowed 50% of this. It was almost like he couldn't swallow a single bite. Half a day later, the owner looked away. The shopkeeper's face was also gloomy, and he was the first to look at Zhang Dundian. His heart was filled with despair. This person is really my nemesis. Suddenly, he saw that the meal on Zhang Dundian's table was still there, and he was stunned, his eyes looking to the left, not knowing where to look. The shopkeeper looked towards where Zhang Dundian was looking. A teenager, around 20 years old, was bracing one leg and picking his teeth with a toothpick. The desktop is clean. It was eaten by him, not young Tun Din. But, the owner turned to the clerk and said, is that him? Aha! The waitress answered. The owner's face looked a bit odd. How was this man able to eat so much? Also, his belly didn't bulge. What is this? So much for nothing? Guchanga turned back to the waiter and said coldly, it's all finished. Send it up again sometime. The clerk had a difficult look on his face and didn't know what to do, so he turned his attention to the store owner. Chapter 164 Turning a Blind Eye. The owner looked confused and looked at the waiter with a what are you doing? Expression. The staff member froze slightly and lowered his head, not daring to look at his boss. The owner smiled slightly and said, I'll have it ready for you in a moment. Just wait. Aha. Chen Changa answered. Guchanga hummed and added, are you saying that to make me happy? It won't be. We're in business. We never lie to our customers. Please don't worry. The boss had a confident face. Well, I trust you. Guchanga responded. I won't let you down. The boss turned around when he finished speaking and grabbed the waiter with one hand, leading him out the door. The owner didn't stop until he reached the first floor. The waiter bowed his head. Looking stunned, the owner said to the waiter, tell me all about what you just did. This. The clerk looked up and was about to say something, but was scared by the boss glaring with eyes that could kill and lowered his head again. He flinched slightly. Just shut up? Be honest. The boss glared angrily. That, and he wanted to go to an eating convention, and he asked me if I ate what was on the table. Would it be gone too? So I told him not to worry about it, and that we'd serve him another one when he was full. The waiter spoke breathlessly. The boss's face was getting ugly, and his lips were twitching. The staff member scowled. After a full 30 seconds, seeing that the boss didn't say anything, the waiter asked in a low voice, Boss, do we have to deliver more food? The owner let out a long sigh, somewhat helplessly. Damn, its stomach isn't normally that big, and no amount of eating could possibly be that big. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, the staff member hurriedly ran into the kitchen. The boss lifted his head, looked toward the second floor where Guchanga was with them, and muttered, what did I do wrong? It didn't take long for Gu Changa to be served one dish after another, and Gu Changa grabbed all the dishes they served and quickly ate them all. The other participants from the nearby contests, seeing this, had mixed feelings and couldn't wait for Gu Changa to clean up a table for them. They have to pay 800 before they even get to eat, which makes them feel bad that they are supposed to come and eat for free. And now that the price of $800 has greatly exceeded their expectations, they are naturally upset. Also, most people don't have 800 plus on them, and starting from scratch is unlikely. If it was known that she had come to rub it in, it would be a bad time. And right now it was a bad time. He didn't want to eat, and he didn't have the money to leave. So he stayed there, pretending to work hard, trying to pass the time. If he hadn't, he would have likely been caught and brutally beaten or sent to jail. As time passed, Gu Changa couldn't remember exactly how many bites she had eaten, and the several waiters' feet were shaking with exhaustion. They couldn't wait for Gu Changa to go into the kitchen right away and ask the cook to make him a freshly cooked meal to save them from running around. The boss came out of the office and saw them running around upstairs and downstairs with a freshly prepared hot meal. He raised an eyebrow and greeted the waiter from before. "What's the situation? Waiter, bring the food over." He flinched slightly. The owner frowned, a little puzzled. "It's been almost an hour and he's still eating?" He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was over an hour. He said, "Did you say that? Didn't you?" "Yeah, that's him." The waiter nodded repeatedly, a hint of fear spreading across his face. "His stomach is like a bottomless pit. It can't be filled. And he keeps on eating. And his belly, it doesn't seem to change much. And I don't know where all that stuff has gone." The boss froze, then slapped him violently. "Is this still human?" He mused for a moment and spoke. "Tell the back kitchen to stop frying the food. And also, tell the other side that there are no more dishes for today. So if you still need them, come back tomorrow." The boss's face grew dark. Yes, what if he came back tomorrow? Sure enough, you can't do it without pulling the plug. When Zhang Dundian is compared to him, it is not even close to the same level. The owner spoke to the waiter and went back to his own company. The waiter had no choice but to do as he was told. He walked into the kitchen and a strong odor of grease hit him, making it feel a little overwhelming. More than a dozen cooks, who had been working in the kitchen for over an hour, were out of breath. As soon as the chef saw that it was the waiter, his face sank and he said impatiently, "It's not that early. There's no need to hurry." He thought it was the waiter urging him to order with a look of impatience. "Staff, no." The boss said we could go. "Yeah, really?" Chen Zhuyu replied seriously. The waiter nodded. The boss said everyone worked hard. That's why they went home early. The other chefs also put down their hands when they heard this, and they shook their heads and sighed, suddenly realizing that they didn't seem to be cooking material. After this was done, the waiter hurried up to a box on the second floor, where Gu Changa was waiting. In front of him lay an empty dining table, and as far as the eye could see, there were empty plates everywhere. The waiter walked towards Gu Changa while saying, "Do you like me a lot? Well, the dishes are ready." "Okay." Gu Changa nodded. He naturally understood what was going on and didn't say anything. However, the people around him weren't clear on this and were all dumbfounded. A whole cafeteria full of food for him? This works too? They are naturally incredulous. Looking at the empty dinner plates, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of material had been used in so many of them. If it was before, they would never have believed that someone could bring down a restaurant with their own power. It's not an empty phrase that one man can ruin a restaurant. So much that he didn't feel any discomfort in his stomach at all. Is he even human? It's not even human. Where would an ordinary person be able to swallow so much and not even have a little rumble? They looked at Gu Changa as if they were looking at a strange person with a look of fear. Some people were even considering whether or not to sue Gu Changa out. He must be a beast in disguise. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to eat that much. Obviously not an ordinary person. There weren't many people on the scene, but everyone had a different look in their eyes. Chapter 165 Guts. There was fear, shock, and greed. Gu Changa didn't have much of a reaction because he had expected this situation. People tend to be fearful of unknown forces. Gu Changa walked out of the restaurant without even asking for 300 yuan from Zhang Dundian. Finally, it's gone. Only after watching Gu Changa walk out did the waiter let out a sigh of relief. Gu Changa came out of the restaurant and on his way back, he looked at his watch and saw that it was almost time for the noon classes. He ran towards the school while sending a message to Raoli, telling her not to worry about him. Gu Changa looked around. It was a long walk from here to the school. You can save 2/3 of the time by going down the path instead of going around the main road, which saves a lot of time. Gu Changa turned to her right and saw a curved pathway filled with debris, broken wood and clothing, and trash bins. This street, which used to be a wide street, has become narrow because of littering and the large number of people, and now, it is only big enough for one person to pass through. Gu Changa didn't hesitate much. He wasn't the same person he used to be. His physical qualities were enough to crush most people. As long as they didn't run into that kind of perverted existence, they were basically fine. Moreover, in the chicken market, the strongest cultivators were from the Cultivator Alliance, and only a small portion of them were roaming among the commoners. The Cultivators Association would recruit geniuses, and ordinary people would naturally not refuse. Being able to become a member of the Cultivators Association is an honor in itself, plus many benefits. Once you enter, it is equivalent to getting a powerful backer with an unlimited future. Most of the people who make it into this organization are honest, if not criminal, and that's especially true if they don't have a criminal record. Gu Changa walked into that path. An inexplicable feeling surged through her heart. A putrid smell emanated from that path. Just taking a breath made one shudder. Gu Changa had been through so much, and such a small thing wasn't enough to move him. About 300 meters forward, Gao Pang saw a box that was thrown on the ground, and a pungent smell came out from the box. Is this where the putrid odor comes from? Gu Changa covered her nose and walked past the box, her feet not stopping. Gu Changa instinctively didn't want to look at the box. She didn't need to see it to know what was in it. If he hadn't smelled the odor, he would have been intrigued and opened the case. However, he smelled it when he was outside the woods. It was the smell of corpses that made you feel like vomiting. However, Gu Changa couldn't even vomit. His stomach was empty. There was nothing in it at all. Gu Changa couldn't help but speed up. He had to leave this area that reeked of stench. After walking roughly 300 meters or so, the smell of decay had pretty much disappeared. The average person didn't have such a sharp nose, but Gu Changa's nose was so smart now that he could smell it from a long way away, which was both good and bad for him. Overall, the good outweighs the bad and the results are great. After about 100 meters or so, Gu Changa parked her car at a crossroads, which was just as messy everywhere. It's not for everyone to see. In this area there are many people living. Most of them are homeless or vagrants. It was one of the few places they could rest without fear of eviction or deportation. Gu Changa heard footsteps coming from both sides, and 5 or 6 other people coming down the path. The men all carried rusty iron rods in their hands, and a sharp longsword, which they had made themselves, using various tools to cut a large piece of metal into the shape they needed and then flatten it. The sword looked rough, but it was powerful, and it had an enchantment effect attached to it, called antitoxin. Even if he didn't die, he would probably die of tetanus, which showed how powerful the sword was. The leader, dressed in a worn-out suit, was holding a long knife, the blade of which was covered in rust marks, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed that it wasn't any rust marks at all, but blood. Half the bar was stained red with blood, a patch so large that it proved a terrible battle had taken place here. A henchman in a black suit pointed at Gu Changa and sneered, "Are you stupid? How dare you run to us, looking for death?" Another person spoke up. "Needless to say, this brat must have seen it with his own eyes just now. No matter what, we can't let him go." Yes, no matter what, we can't let him go. The people were talking to each other, with sardonic smiles on their faces. You wouldn't be passing by unintentionally or looking for someone here, would you? The man in black suit leading the way said indifferently towards Gu Changa. "Passing by," Yi Futian said back. Gu Changa responded, "I know." He wasn't afraid of them, and he wouldn't make a move if he could. Engaging these people would only bring more trouble to himself. Therefore, the best solution is not to start a conflict with them, because no one knows what they are up to, and if they really dare to do so, then they will be duly punished. Put, came a sharp cough. A man beside the man in the suit didn't hold back and snorted, staring at Gu Changa with a disdainful gaze and chillingly saying, "You think we're cuties, do we? People don't normally run around here if it's okay. I told you, none of them are normal." Gu Changa responded, "I know." The man was dumbfounded by Gu Changa's words and didn't know how he was going to answer Gu Changa's question. His gaze was somewhat unkind as he stared at the men in suits. "Chief," he said, "we're inhuman." "Stupid. Shut up." The man in the suit threw over a big ear slap with such force that it directly slapped him out more than 10 feet away. "I can't wait to kill you with my sword. Can you think about what you're going to say?" The man plunged headlong into the stinking pond, half his face sinking into the stinking pond, black mud covering his face. The man stood up from the stinking pond, a pungent smell hitting his nose and giving him the urge to vomit. It wasn't until this time that his consciousness gradually returned. "I got beat up by my boss? Wait, why are you punching me? I didn't do anything. Isn't it time to teach this kid a good lesson?" There were countless questions in his mind, countless doubts, but he held them hard in his throat, not daring to say more, lest he get another beating. The people around him, perhaps afraid of being affected by him or frightened by the stench of his body, pulled away from him. The man in that set of clothes smiled faintly at Gu Changa, his gaze sweeping over Gu Changa before he spoke. From the looks of it, you're still a student. But, you've got a lot of guts. Chapter 166. There is only one possibility. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. The last guy who said that to me, I dismantled him and put him in a box. Gu Changa narrowed her eyes. Indeed. That box contained a corpse and was cut into pieces by this man. Just how crazy was he? Gu Changa had originally held on to the idea of saving as much as she could, but that was gone now. And there was only one way to do it. And that was to teach these trash a good lesson. Especially the svelte guy in front of him. Although he was still dressed well, his behavior was no different from that of a wild animal. Nope. Using to describe him would be lifting him up. This one is simply worse than. What? Ragnar froze. You think you can kill me? The man in the suit saw the coldness and murderous aura in Gu Changa's eyes and wanted to tear him to pieces. He'd seen too many stares like that. Those who looked at him with such gazes were naturally dead. No one was spared. The man in the suit smiled at Gu Changa, his gaze falling on Gu Changa with a bit of teasing. Suddenly, he wasn't going to kill Gu Changa right away, but rather, he was going to slowly make him beg for his life and then slowly kill him. Make his life worse than death. Surprise was written all over his face. Every time he looked at those who were being tortured, he would have a kind of pleasure of standing at the peak, which made him enjoy it, and this was also the reason why he kept slaughtering innocents. You ask him why he's doing it, and he'll answer that it's because he's killing for himself, and in his mind, killing itself is a pleasure, a joy. It's a complete and utter lunacy. Aha! I know your eyes as well as the last person who died at my hands, and it's not because I also got his brother killed. That look, TSK, I remember it, it was horrible. On the contrary, your expression isn't hideous and doesn't frighten me, you still have room for improvement, and if you had older siblings, you'd feel their pain. Gu Changa's lips twitched and his face gradually turned gloomy. This man was even more detestable than he had imagined. He simply couldn't be considered a human being anymore. Gu Changa's voice was cold. Aren't you joking? Ha! What a mouthful. No, I'm not in the habit of killing people. Gu Changa sneered, still thinking that he was looking for an excuse. But his next sentence made Gu Changa burn with rage. That's what I thought. I'm not a person who loves to kill. On the contrary, I prefer to admire the way they face death. That kind of pain and despair fascinates me. The reason why I want to kill them is because of their expressions. I'm a very simple person. I'll just go after what I like and go after it. What's wrong with that? I can't figure out why I'm staying so long if I'm going to die sooner or later. Sooner or later. So I might as well be satisfied. Well, their deaths, at least, were worth it. The few men in black suits were also confused when they heard this. They still thought their boss was just a bit of a psychopath. But that's not true. He's not a deformity at all. No, it's not even human. It's a two-legged beast. They were all people who had seen life and death. But they felt nauseous at the sight of such insane killing. They could tolerate the killing, but not this heartless way of killing. You upright beast. Gu Changa gritted her teeth and said, I'll get you killed. Aha. Tell me instead. If it makes me happy, I'll do whatever you want. His henchman was horrified when he heard this. He had never thought that his brother would become so crazy that he would even accept being killed. They had followed this man for so long that they could naturally hear that this man was not joking, but was serious. Gu Changa clenched her fists. How could he be so crazy? Gu Changa felt even more disgusted. She was like a pizza that made people feel sick just looking at her, let alone wielding a knife. That man was so disgusting that Gu Changa couldn't even think of how to get rid of him, even if he did. Gu Changa had never seen this kind of thing before. That's good. Tell me if you have any good ideas. I can't wait. He was trembling with excitement, and by the end of the day, he was shaking. The men in suits, on the other hand, looked disgusted and backed away. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to believe that in this world, there was even such a person. One of the henchmen approached his best friend and stole another glance at the black suit. Seeing that the other was not staring at him, he then lowered his voice and asked, did he really go in? His best friend also looked disgusted. Seems like it. I told you how Big Brother didn't pick up any girls. So he's a pervert. The man said with some regret. If I had known that, I shouldn't have wasted so many beautiful women. And that woman just now was also beautiful. Yeah, it was pretty good. I remember. Her name is Ryukin. The two people's whispered conversation could be heard by that man from 5 or 6 meters away. But Gu Changa could hear it. It was as good as being right next to his ear. Lu Xian. It's not Sister Lu Xian, is it? You don't think so? Perhaps. She was the one called Lu Xian. Or, Lu Xian. Chicken City is so big. My acquaintance won't be so coincidental, right? That's impossible. Gu Changa tried hard to calm himself down, but his mind became more and more confused the more he thought about it. The man in front of him gave him a big hint. It turns out that Lu Xian has several older brothers. It's too much of a coincidence that a man named Lu Xian has a brother. It can't really be Sister Lu Xian, right? Gu Chang'e added another sentence. That Lu Xian. What kind of person was it that you killed? The two people who were originally still whispering were startled by Gu Chang'e's voice and hurriedly got out of the way and stopped whispering. The two of them looked at Gu Chang'e in surprise. Their conversations were suppressed very low. How could he have heard them? Does he have the ability to see things before they happen? I don't think so. Or is he a cultivator? At the thought of this, the cold sweat of the two men came down. If they were not cultivators, how could they hear their conversation? Even the boss didn't hear us. And the fact that he could be further away meant that everyone around us could hear us when we spoke. Well, there's only one possibility. Chapter 167 The Man in the Black Suit. Gu Chang'e stared at the man in the black suit with scarlet eyes as he took a step towards him. His footsteps became unexpectedly slow, as if they were filled with lead, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The man was slumped over a pile of garbage, hearing the approaching footsteps, but not moving. Gu Chang'e walked towards the man in the black suit. Why don't you do it? The man in the suit was a little puzzled. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything. The man in the suit had been relieved, but now that he was irritated by Gu Chang'e, he frowned and growled at Gu Chang'e. How come you didn't get me killed? What do you say? Ragnar asked rhetorically. Gu Chang'e coldly stared at him. Looking for death? Looking for death. Looking for death. Right. Ragnar nodded. The man in the suit said bluntly, not avoiding the issue, which made Gu Chang'e a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to admit it so readily. Gu Chang'e added another sentence. So what if I am? Do you want me to die and I want you to die? No. Then why don't you just get me killed? The man was very angry and yelled at Gu Chang'e. I got your friend killed. You always have to avenge him. Gu Chang'e stared at her coldly. How could she do what he wanted? If he wanted her to die, she wouldn't. She would disappoint him. Gu Chang'e would naturally kill someone, but she wouldn't let him die so easily. Gu Chang'e used a lot of force and slammed his fist on his stomach, causing him to black out and almost faint, but not pass out. Gu Chang'e controlled it well, neither making him faint nor letting him die so easily. He coughed up blood while gasping for air, and the sharp pain coming from the small of his back made him almost faint. As time passed, the man was tortured by Gu Chang'e's love probation over and over again. The man in the suit was covered in injuries. His entire body was disoriented and terrified. He had already endured countless tortures in these short 30 minutes. His voice was shaking. Don't. Please spare me. Spare me. I haven't lived long enough. What do you say? Gu Chang'e said coldly. Right now your face is ugly. You want to see this kind of despair and helplessness the most. Why are you so happy? Are you still not satisfied? No, really. Spare me. Spare me. I'll do anything for you. Just spare me. Spare me. Okay? Gu Chang'e, I've come to ask you something. If you can tell me honestly, I'll let you live. Aha. He nodded. The man in the suit nodded repeatedly and said, I'll tell you the truth. And there will never be any half-truths. Where did she meet Lu Xian? Gu Chang'e asked. You may not believe it, but it is what it is. Speak. Yi Futian opened his mouth. Gu Chang'e's face was hard to see, and he coldly cursed, but he didn't have the heart to take care of him. When she thought about how Lu Xian died, and died a horrible death, Gu Chang'e was furious. Gu Chang'e's ability to not kill was all the self-control she had. Aha. I found her on the trail, and she and her brother were both down on the floor. So he's not lying on the trail, is he? Gu Chang'e angrily asked. Tell the truth. Aha. Really? You may not believe what I just said, but that's the way it is. Gu Chang'e frowned at him and didn't see any reaction from him for half a day. You don't think so? Gu Chang'e raised her eyebrows. Lu Xian, along with his brother, would never have collapsed in the tunnels, and this kind of off-the-beaten-path would not have been taken by the average person, much less such a long way. It couldn't be that Sister Lu Xian and her companion were thrown in, could it? Gu Chang'e asked. How is Lu Xian's brother doing? The suit man's face sank. If he said that, I'm afraid that this person would directly strike. Say. Ragnar froze. Gu Chang'e coldly scolded. I don't have time to waste with you. I've already given you this opportunity. You have to seize it. Hearing this, the man was in a hurry. Her brother? Killed. Where's the body? He asked. Gu Chang'e asked. In fact, he had already guessed that it would end like this, but he was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that he would survive. I threw it in the piggy bank. Gu Chang'e clenched her fists. Pigs are omnivorous and eat everything, except that they are fed without meat. This will cause the price of pork to skyrocket, giving the false impression that the pigs are vegetarians. Well, you don't have any other questions, do you? The man in the suit looked up and asked. I've said all I need to say. Isn't it time to leave me alone? Thinking that way, and feeling that it was a bit of a heavy statement. Really, he would kill himself. The man stared at Gu Changa with an expectant gaze. Gu Changa sneered. Are you stupid? Humph. You're really naive to have been fooled so easily. You think I'll let you off the hook so you can continue to harm people? You. Gong Yusio was shaking with anger. The man in the suit was enraged. How can you play like that? Why not? Gu Changa glanced at him coldly and picked up a sharp iron rod, aiming the spear at the man in black. Gu Changa exerted all her strength and used a sharp stick to stab through the man's head, having dealt with his body, and then the man in the suit. Gu Changa wasn't prepared to let the others leave alive. Moreover, those people were the dregs of the dregs, and keeping them would sooner or later bring disaster to others, so they only had to die. A man dropped to his knees and begged breathlessly, please, I have old people and children at home. If I hang up, my whole family will starve. Gu Changa still had that cloudy look, not caring at all. He's facing death, not dying. All scum. You have children, and you don't work hard enough to pull a stunt like this, and then you'll be too late to regret it. Gu Changa wielded a stick and killed the man, then used a copper cauldron to suck the man's body away. In less than a few minutes, Gu Changa took care of the dozen or so people. Chapter 168 I am not a beggar. Gu Changa looked back in the direction she came from, not knowing how she was going to face Lu Xian. Even after killing this bastard, Gu Changa was still very uncomfortable in his heart. Even though his death wouldn't make him feel any better, it was still very uncomfortable. With Sister Lu Xian's composure, she would never send her brother to such a dangerous place. So how did Sister Lu Xian enter this path? Shouldn't have been chased here, right? Gu Changa let out a long sigh. He wasn't sure of the current situation, and he didn't know how he was going to find out. After thinking about it, he still planned to make a trip to Lu Xian's house. Perhaps he could find some clues. Sister Lu Xian must have been framed. Gu Changa walked over to Lu Xian's box and thought about burning her. There was no way he was going to take her body away. The stench could be smelled from hundreds of meters away. Maybe they'll be arrested and questioned before they get there. Gu Changa started picking up wood around the area. This path was filled with broken furniture, and he quickly found a large amount of wood. Gu Changa piled the wood on top of the box and waited until there was almost more wood in the box before he lit it with his lighter. As he walked, he threw firewood into the fire, and after an hour or so had passed, the firewood had burned out, leaving only a charred ground. Gu Changa pulled out something from her bag that she had prepared long ago and put the pile of ashes into the bag. It took a lot of effort to put those ashes away in a cloth bag, and only then did he carry the bag outside. Now Gu Changa didn't even have the heart to go to school. After getting Lu Xian cremated, Gu Changa was already covered in dust and carrying a large bag in her hand. The others took Gu Changa for a rag picker at a glance, intending to sell all their stuff. You're asking for food. A man with dyed yellow hair tossed the empty bottle of wine towards Gu Changa, then sighed and waited for Gu Changa to bend down to get the bottle of medicine. Several of the yellow-haired man's companions sighed along with him, but there was a hint of smugness in their eyes as they looked at Gu Changa. They derived feelings of superiority by denigrating others. If it was someone else, they probably wouldn't have done it, but not if it was a little beggar who couldn't even afford to rent a home. No matter how strong he was, he didn't care. Gu Changa glanced at Yellow Hair, and his gaze was cold as if he was looking at a dead man. Just a single look made the yellow-haired man tremble and retreat. Put! The few companions of the yellow-haired man laughed out loud when they saw him in this state. In their opinion, this callow man was just too scary. The yellow-haired man's face rose red as he was mocked by his best friend. He took 5 or 6 steps forward and stood 3 or 4 meters in front of Gu Changa before speaking. Look at you, Lousy gouged out your 2 eyes and gave you a bottle of medicine. It's just that you don't thank you, but actually staring at Lousy like this. Really ungrateful. Asterisk. Chen Juyu cursed. Gu Changa averted her eyes, not wanting to argue with her anymore, and walked straight forward. The companion beside the yellow-haired boy also couldn't help but say, "But, ha, a barker, calling you an idiot, that's funny, ha, that's funny, that's right, everyone else is afraid of being bullied, but this little beggar is different, he's so proud, he doesn't want anything you throw at him, and anything he wants. The few people around the yellow-haired man spoke one word to another, and every word made him feel incredibly humiliated. It gave him the feeling of being stepped on. Not bad. The yellow-haired man was burning with rage. No matter what, he wouldn't let Gu Changa have a good time. He had to get some face back on him. When did I give you permission to leave? The yellow-haired man angrily yelled at Gu Changa. His voice was so loud that everyone around him heard it and looked sideways. All eyes fell on him. In that case, not only would my friends know, but others would know about my scandalous behavior, and then I would lose face. Yellow Hair was suddenly caught in a dilemma. He somewhat regretted that if he hadn't done it in the first place, not so much would have happened, and he just couldn't fathom what the hell he was doing it for. It's done. He can only take care of this matter. For the yellow-haired big man's shouting, Guchanga didn't have the heart to pay attention to it at all. If it were usual, Guchanga would definitely stop at this time and take care of the person first. He wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But right now, Guchanga doesn't have any heart at all, and he doesn't want to get entangled with her anymore. He just wants to go home quickly and bury Lucien properly. When Yellowhair saw that Guchanga still couldn't stop, he became even more angry and gritted his teeth. A group of people around them whispered, and the big yellow-haired man only felt incomparably humiliated. It's just a barker, and he doesn't even give me a second thought. The big yellow-haired man pounced in front of Guchanga with an arrow step, one hand on Guchanga's shoulder, an angry look on his face. Talking to you, do you hear me? Guchanga coldly spat out 2 words, get lost. Poof. The yellow-haired youth couldn't help but snort. What kind of thing are you that you deserve to have me let go of me? A man and a woman whispered. Look, this guy is also too shameless, obviously a scavenger. How dare he bully others? Really shameless. Yeah, there are still people like that under the sky. They might as well just kill themselves. It's so hateful. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, there will be consequences. Che, crap like that. It's disgusting. I'm going to call the police. Guchanga returned with a heavy punch. The yellow-haired big man was directly hit by the blow and shot backwards over 100 meters away, smashing heavily on the ground and fainting directly. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Ha! Homian froze slightly. I didn't blink, did I? He actually blasted his opponent over 100 meters in a single strike. Is he a beggar or not? That's not certain. Maybe he wasn't a beggar to begin with, but we mistook him for one. Chapter 169 and real estate related. That's right. This person doesn't look like a beggar in any way. The clothes he's wearing are very worn out. He should have encountered some trouble. That's why he's mistaken for a beggar. That's just their own opinion. There was chatter all around. Yellowhair was unconscious at this point, lying there motionless. Even if he was still conscious, he should be pretending to be dizzy at this moment, because he no longer knew how to deal with the current awkward situation. It's just too much of a strange shame to live with. Without the yellow-haired youth's target, everyone turned their attention to the yellow-haired youth's friend. As soon as they saw that the situation was not right, they turned around and fled without even looking back. In their opinion, the death or life of the yellow hair was not something they cared about at all. That's right, they and the yellow-haired man is a gang, the so-called Fox friends. There is no real friendship, just together to enjoy the blessings. When in trouble, will withdraw. If something did go wrong, they would not come to their aid and would only watch the show from the sidelines. It would be nice if they just came to watch the show and didn't come looking for trouble. Sure as a bunch of punks. Guchanga stopped looking at the yellow-haired man and turned around. Soon, Guchanga was gone and disappeared in front of their eyes as well. By the time class ended, Guchanga had not yet arrived, and the students in the class were wondering why she had disappeared in the middle of the day when she was still having fun this morning. Why isn't Guchanga coming? Countless thoughts flashed through Shwe Kinru's mind, and suddenly, she shook her head vigorously. Don't. Guchanga isn't that kind of person. I'm just imagining things. Guchanga isn't that kind of person. You can't ruminate. You have to concentrate. Shwe Kinru took out the book from the desk and stared blankly at the words on it. It took Guchanga a lot of effort to find Lu Xian's home, and he stood in front of the house with mixed feelings in his heart, and it had only been over a month. If he could have gone back earlier, maybe Sister Lu Xian would have been saved. Hey! Zhao Yu sighed helplessly. Guchanga sighed helplessly, then headed for the door. When Guchanga entered the door, she saw footprints all over the floor. Big and small, deep and shallow, and at a glance, there were at least a dozen styles. However, one thing was certain, and that was that there were no traces of Sister Lu Xian and the others here. Judging by that footprint, it was definitely left by a man. It must be that they brought Sister Lu Xian into that alley. Moreover, they also know that there is a pervert here. If Sister Lu Xian takes the initiative to look for her, he definitely won't stop, and that's why they are using us against us. How could they do that? If they could kill Sister Lu Xian, why would they go through all the trouble of bringing Sister Lu Xian to a remote path? Doing so will not do them any good, as they risk being seen by others in the process of transporting Sister Lu Xian. It's confusing. What the hell are they doing this for? Guchanga frowned as this matter got bigger and bigger. It looks like this black suit didn't lie. Sister Lu Xian and her brother did come out from this path. Guchanga headed towards Lu Xian's bedroom. Just as she reached the bedroom, Guchanga stopped. The room was in a mess, as if it had been searched. It's not likely to be robbed, is it? No way. If it's really stealing chickens and dogs, Why drag Sister Lucien to run such a big distance? What's the situation? Gu Changa searched for half a day, but didn't find anything of value. There was nothing else on the ground but a single footprint. Just as Gu Changa was about to walk to Lucien's grave, he heard a rush of footsteps. Judging from the dense footsteps, there were at least 3 people heading this way. Could it be that the murderer has reappeared? Gu Changa was uncertain, so he hid in one of the rooms, intending to wait for those people to go in and figure out the situation. If the first one startled the other, it would likely allow the other to escape and possibly pass on the news. To make a move, it was natural to instantly suppress the other party, leaving them defenseless. Gu Changa hid in her bedroom, quietly waiting for them to arrive. How did we get here? We searched so many times and haven't found any useful information, and we don't understand what the people up there are thinking. You don't need to worry about any of this. We just need to follow what they explained and finish it. At least, this time, it's still relatively easy and there's no danger. It can even be said to be the most perfect. You're actually still complaining there. It's really unintelligible. What else do you have to complain about? Just get the job done. Hey, it's hard to say it. That guy hasn't done a single thing. He's become our boss and he's bossing us around. It makes me uncomfortable. Not because of how hard this mission is. It can't be helped. People are at least cultivators. We're not even a fart. Naturally, we're the lowest of the low. Alas, if only we could become cultivators as well. When we rise to the top, we wouldn't have to be ordered around anymore. You're overthinking it. Even though you're the leader of the squad, there are always people above you who are stronger than you. And if you don't want to listen to their orders, then you'll have to be the leader. Or else you'll be pointed out in every move you make. Captain, it can't be. With my qualifications, being able to become a cultivator is already amazing. That's why it's important not to be greedy. It's useless to worry too much. And this life of ours serves no other purpose than to sell our lives for others. Gu Changa's face sank slightly when she heard their conversation. So there was a group dealing with Sister Lucien. Could it have something to do with the last realtor? It won't. As soon as they went in, they could question them themselves. And I'm sure they'd be happy to spill all the beans. Hearing their approaching footsteps, Gu Changa's gaze grew cold. Only when everyone had entered the door did Gu Changa suddenly run outside. Chapter 170 The Arrival of Enemy She. Enemy Attack. A leading middle-aged man exclaimed, his face filled with horror. He instinctively felt that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous, and was definitely not something they could fight against. He didn't even think about it. He turned around and fled. Everyone else froze for a few seconds when he shouted it, then thought about it for a few seconds, then thought about it some more, then just ran away. But it was still a step too late. Gu Changa had already caught up, and several people were startled and instinctively turned back. Gu Changa's punch directly sent them flying backwards and smashing into the wall. A huge force that ruthlessly slammed into the city wall. The pain that made them unable to move at all. His voice trembled a little. Who the hell are you? Who am I? His gaze fell on the man. Gu Changa sneered. It's not for you to ask. I'll give you a chance to answer my question. Please. Chen Zhuyu looked at the scene in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately conceded defeat. Without the slightest intention of admitting defeat after being punched. After receiving a full-force strike from Gu Changa just now, he knew that this was not something he could deal with, and that he could only admit defeat when dealing with such a strong person. Gu Changa glanced toward him. Who sent you here? That's right. Chief. Which chieftain is it? His name? His reason for coming? All give me an honest account. Our team leader's name is Wei Yongzhao. We're not sure of the specifics. He was sent to spy on our... Well, Lu Xian. Gu Changa raised her eyebrows. So it was Wei Yongzhao. So it was him. How did he suddenly become the leader of this team? Hadn't the man been reduced to picking up scraps? Could it be a renaming of the name instead of the Wei Yongzhao he was familiar with? Which power are you affiliated with? Gu Changa asked. The man wanted to speak, and he didn't respond immediately to Gu Changa's words. His silence made Gu Changa more certain that this person was definitely not an ordinary gang. Gu Changa's voice was cold. You're not telling me? Do you still want me to do it? The man was sweating profusely. His two hands clenched tightly together in a determined manner. His two eyes looking straight at Gu Changa. Not avoiding Gu Changa's burning eyes, he opened his mouth. If I tell you, I'll never be able to escape. Not only will I die, but my family will be affected as well. But I can't tell you. I won't tell you no matter what method you use. Gu Changa glared at him without a word, and the man didn't say anything either, only dropping his gaze on Gu Changa. Gu Changa saw his resolute attitude and knew that he really wouldn't say anything so easily, so there was no way for him to get any words out of him. This made Gu Changa even more puzzled as to what kind of power could scare them like this. That force was too ferocious, grabbing their soft underbelly, and if they revealed their news, then their families, including themselves, would be implicated. Gu Changge added another sentence. You tell me everything about Wei Yongzhao, including his looks, his figure, and his character. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Wei Yongzhao is the team leader of our squad, and was only recently promoted. I heard that he used to be a rich kid with a good family, but he lost because of his family. Hearing this, Gu Changge became more and more certain that the Wei Yongzhao in front of him was the Wei Yongzhao he had once seen. Gu Changge had an inexplicably angry look on her face. So it was him. He was coming for Sister Lu Xian. Sister Lu Xian and herself definitely did not have any grudges or any interactions. Wei Yongzhao must have wanted to find himself to take revenge. But now he was not in Chicken City, so he would do it to himself. As for my sister, it was absolutely impossible for him to find her. And he didn't want to mess with either Sister Dongyu or Sister Ling Lin. So after all this math, the only one he could deal with was Sister Lu Xian. So, he hit on Sister Lu Xian. Gu Changge had long thought that they had gone to great lengths to get Lu Xian so far away. Wei Yongzhao just wanted to take a bite out of his anger, which was why he didn't kill Lu Xian right away. Instead he got Lu Xian into the territory of that heartless killer. By then, Lu Xian would have been abused to death by that heartless killer. It turned out that this was Wei Yongzhao who had come for revenge. Gu Changge clenched her fists. This asshole. Where's Wei Yongzhao? Gu Changge asked. We're not sure. Gu Changge asked. What did he tell you? All of this is coming from the phone. Aha. All the action was done over the phone. We didn't even see his face. We just heard his name was Wei Yongzhao, and other rumors. Wei Yongzhao, you're too good at hiding. Gu Changge gritted her teeth and burned with rage. He had expected that he would retaliate. That's why he didn't show up so that he couldn't find his location. That's great. Just wait. Wei Yongzhao, Gu Changge, how is Lu Xian still around when he's been arrested? The middle-aged man wanted to speak, and in the end, he chose to be silent. We are here to find an item, a blood-red pearl. And then what? Regner asked. What's this? What's this for? Gu Changge continued to ask. You know what? We're not sure. Wei Yongzhao told us to do it, and we did what he said. Gu Changge closed her eyes and contemplated. Since she knew what she needed to know, she couldn't let them live any longer. No, it still works. With these two, we can save Wei Yongzhao. Since he wants the blood-red bead, I'll give it to him. At that point, you can do it yourself. Show me your phone. Gu Changge rushed at the man. Gu Changge took it, flipped through Wei Yongzhao's number, and sent him a text message. Chief, all the information you asked for has been found out. Chapter 171 The Man Who Kidnapped Them. The next step was to wait for his reply. Gu Changge put down the phone. The middle-aged man looked at Gu Changge in horror. He had many impulses to ask Gu Changge to let him go, but he couldn't say anything. He was afraid that once he said it, Gu Changge would immediately tear his face off, which was why he didn't say anything. The crowd didn't dare to speak, and could only silently hope in their hearts that Gu Changge would be generous and let them live. They knew very well that Leylin would never let them leave alive. Obviously, this person knew Lu Xian. However, they still considered this person Lu Xian as their friend at that time. Based on that alone, there was no way the enemy would let them leave alive. Gu Changge didn't kill them immediately. They still have value, and they will have to make a deal with Wei Yongzhao later, so they can't just die like that. They were able to get by while Wei Yongzhao was captured, but once Wei Yongzhao was captured, there was no need for them to exist. It's just that when people are in a desperate situation, it's inevitable that they will look on the bright side. Otherwise they would have committed suicide a long time ago. No one survives at all costs without wanting their life to be threatened. They are not humongous warriors or humongous people. Therefore, they wouldn't die so easily. 5 or 6 ragged women were sprawled on a huge bed in a gloomy room. It was then that Wei Yongzhao realized that his phone was ringing, and he quickly got dressed, then got up from the bed, ready to take the phone out. A small smile appeared on his face as he looked at the message from his men. With such a short period of time, he must have found something, or he wouldn't have messaged him so quickly. Wei Yongzhao took out his cell phone, took a look, and burst into laughter. Getting them so quickly, these useless guys, at least they'll come in handy. With this treasure, I'll soon be able to advance to second-order Divine Warrior. And even if I'm a third-order Divine Warrior, I'll still have a chance to advance to third-order Divine Warrior. And after I'm promoted to third-order Divine Warrior, my status will rise, and I'll enjoy endless wealth. Even if I run into Gu Changge again in the future, I'll be able to easily toy with him, make him beg on his knees, and then give him a few slaps to break his spirit. If he knew that his best friend Lu Xian had been killed, and brutally murdered, and then slowly split into pieces, he would have gone crazy. Haha dash everyone laughed at this moment. It's exciting to think about. When I get this, I'll make sure to snatch Shui Qinruwei over. Wei Yongzhao's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of lechery. Then reply, "Well done. The courier has arrived." When Gu Changa heard this, she was excited. The few men next to her were also excited. They finally waited for a good news. Whether or not they could survive depended on this battle. They were more excited than Gu Changa. Gu Changa pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was Wei Yongzhao who had sent him a text message. "Wei Yongzhao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." After saying that, Gu Changa returned Wei Yongzhao's message. Gu Changa put away the phone and stood up from the sofa. Those middle-aged men got up in a hurry and straightened their backs, as if waiting for their commander. Gu Changa said, "How to do it? You know in your own heart." Yes. That middle-aged man was the first to speak, and the others all had a look of understanding on their faces. "Aha! Target, Yellow Dragon Hotel, room 303, Gu Changa said. Then, several people rushed towards the Yellow Dragon Hotel, expecting it to take 30 minutes to arrive. In a flash it was 30 minutes. The Yellow Dragon Hotel had arrived, headed by that middle-aged man, while Gu Changa hung her head, not daring to let Wei Yongzhao's people see. The door to room 303 was opened. Several middle-aged men looked solemn, and from time to time, they glanced back at Zhang Chenxi standing behind them. The mind raced, thinking about what he could do to avoid this trouble. Otherwise, he would surely die, so he had to find a way to stay alive. Gu Changa saw them standing there with blank faces and looked at them again. Gu Changa wouldn't let them get what they wanted. Things had gotten to this point. There was no way they would let anything happen to them. "What are you looking at? Hurry up." With Gu Changa's command, the middle-aged man knocked on the door of the room and then opened his mouth. "I'm the leader." Wei Yongzhao stood up and didn't immediately open the door to his room, but instead walked quickly towards the door. Just a quick glance out through the cat's eye showed that both of them had many injuries on their bodies. This made Wei Yongzhao even more worried. They were just going out to take a look. They wouldn't have such serious injuries. "Did you get your ass kicked? If they've been mauled, they'll be sure to report it to me. There must be something wrong here." Wei Yongzhao's face sank. He had the experience of the last time, so he was now cautious. He was worried that he might fall again, so he paid close attention to any detail. However, he didn't voice the doubts in his mind, because even if he did, the other party would have a reason. "Chief, what happened?" Gu Changa made a wink before the middle-aged man said. Wei Yongzhao didn't say anything either, but just looked out through the small window on the door before spotting Zhang Chenxi in the back. As Wei Yongzhao was the leader of the squad, there weren't many people he could mobilize. Although Wei Yongzhao didn't like these people, he still had an impression after spending so much time with them. Wei Yongzhao is not a little cutie. Naturally, he'll remember. Wei Yongzhao thought about it and quickly reacted that they had been kidnapped. That's right. They were covered in bruises and looked like they had just walked out of a junkyard. There was only one person left, but his body was unharmed and unruffled in the slightest. There was no doubt that it was this man who had kidnapped them. 172. Room 303. Humph. I'm not the brat I was back then anymore. I'm much smarter than them. You think you can catch me like that? Wei Yongzhao snorted coldly, with an air of confidence. There were only two paths before him. One was to pretend he wasn't here. When they come looking for me, I'll tell them that I've come out of that place, and then turn them around so I can be safe. That's the way to go. The second way is for these people to put their goods outside the door so they can hurry. There is no doubt that they have done nothing of the sort at all. At that point, they are ashamed and anxious, and it's called a 1-2 punch. It was risky, and he was worried if the guy would break in and kill himself. The fact that he had come meant that he was confident in his abilities and thought that he would be able to defeat him. He must have known my true strength from those idiots, and that's why he came to me. Which means his cultivation level is at least above mine. When it really comes down to it, it's not yet known who the deer will be. Therefore, he felt that the first path was a bit safer. After all, it was not too late to have revenge for 10 years. He's not the man he used to be. He's not the man he used to be. He's not the man he used to be now. Ha! I'd like to see who's behind this. Outside, Gu Changa frowned. 303 No Wei Yongzhao. Could it be in another room? Spy on us again in another house. Make sure there's no threat. Then tell the real location? This possibility is very high. If this is really the case, I am afraid that he has long been detected. I did not expect that after such a long period of time, this kid has actually improved so much. I thought he was a dumbass who just trespassed. I really underestimated him. If Wei Yongzhao knew my identity, he would never say anything but wait for me to leave, and his people wouldn't trust me. He must have known that his people were under his own duress, and that's why he wouldn't trust his subordinates anymore. At this point, I'm afraid the only way to lower his guard is to withdraw first and let him think we've gone. When the time comes, I will disguise myself, sneak in, find his specific location, and pull him out. Is the chief here? The middle-aged man asked again. When he couldn't wait for a response, The man had no choice but to turn his gaze to Jiang Chensi. Having come to this point, there was no need for her to continue her disguise, so she simply said it outright. The people are gone. Let's go, Gu Chang'e said. Gu Chang'e also purposely changed her voice. Even if she was exposed, she couldn't tell her true identity, or Wei Yongzhao would be even less likely to show up. Seeing this scene, the crowd was relieved. This meant that they and the others would still be able to survive for a while longer. Then the chances of them and the others surviving would be much higher. In their opinion, Wei Yongzhao not showing up was the best, buying them enough time. Given enough time, they have more opportunities and they don't hide themselves away. Watching the scene through the cat's eye, Wei Yongzhao smiled and gave himself a nod. So that's how it is. They were all taken care of by that kid. He mustn't know that this will be exposed. You want to deal with me even with this kind of carving? It was almost dark when Gu Chang'e and the others left. After leaving the hotel, Gu Chang'e purposely chose the direction where box 303 could be seen, itching to tell them that she had already come out of here and they had seen her. This bastard. Really think I don't understand what he's thinking. He's just trying to get me to believe his words so that I'll let my guard down. This kid. He's really too naive. Wei Yongzhao saw the scene through the gap in the car window and cursed in his heart. Gu Chang'e led a group of people into a deserted alley. Me too. We're not sure. We're following what you said. And we don't know if he's on 30-30. That's why you said that. It's okay. Roxanne smiled. It's okay. Gu Chang'e waved her hand, and the man was relieved, with the feeling that he had escaped Gu Chang'e. However, in the next second, she gave up. Gu Chang'e had already made her move and killed them all. Since the matter was revealed, there was no reason for them to remain here. Gu Chang'e killed those people, then took out the 4 fierce cauldrons and began to devour those people's bodies. He then made himself invisible from the other direction of room 303. From the other direction of, Gu Chang'e reached the back, but didn't enter directly, instead waiting for Wei Yongzhao to let his guard down before making his move. Wei Yongzhao looked at the window for a while, seeing that Gu Chang'e and the others had all disappeared, before moving his eyes away. Soon after, Wei Yongzhao received a text message from a subordinate to him. Captain, we're at the door of 303, but you're not there. Where the hell are you? We can't afford to lose it. When Wei Yongzhao heard this, he was instantly happy. And you asked me where I was. Wei Yongzhao casually sent a text message saying that he had a meal at a restaurant and then left. Those idiots. They're going to get to me for sure. Wei Yongzhao sneered. How did he know that he was in room 303? After that, he threw his cell phone on the table, made a phone call, ordered takeout, and dove headfirst under the covers to begin a night of flirtation. How could he not have imagined that Gu Chang'e had gone up to the 3rd floor, at the corner of the 3rd floor, from which Wei Yongzhao would never be able to see him? If he hadn't been standing on the building, he wouldn't have been able to see it from either direction. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Chang'e saw a waiter in room 303 delivering a cart, and he knocked on the table. Here's what you want. Chapter 173. The city is deeper than before. Jiang Chensi narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up in a mocking arc. I really didn't expect that you would be in the 303 dormitory. Fortunately I'm here. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to find you. Wei Yongzhao, you're really deep in hiding. Gu Chang'e didn't expect Wei Yongzhao to be so smart. To be precise, his city is now much deeper than before, completely different from before. He improved, and so did he himself. He would never know that Yemo had been waiting in front of him for a long time. Gu Chang'e kept her gaze fixed on the door to room 303, just waiting for the door to open. Open the door. I'm prepared. After about 5 or 6 minutes of waiting, there was finally a rattle from room 303, followed by a soft thud, and the door to room 303 was pushed open. A hand reached out from the doorway, picked up something on the floor, and drew it back again, trying to close the door. Just then, a palm rested on the door of the room. Who? A voice came from behind. Wei Yongzhao's eyes narrowed, and the force on his hand increased by a few points. He tried to close the gate, but it was as if it was glued to something, and he couldn't move a muscle. Wei Yongzhao was shocked in his heart. He was already a first-rank martial artist. His own strength was by no means comparable to anyone else's. So what the hell was this person? It's not that guy, is it? No way. I've lured him outside. Wasn't he already at that restaurant I casually mentioned? Is it possible that this kid has other accomplices? Yes, that must be the reason. Otherwise what makes him catch himself? Moreover, his strength, which was no match for his own, was not enough to be feared at all. As soon as Wei Yongzhao let go, sure enough, the man opened the door to the room. Wei Yongzhao finally got a good look at the figure, and as he did, his entire body froze. How could he not expect it to be Gu Chang'e? Anyone but Gu Chang'e, and now it was Gu Chang'e. This was outrageous. I thought he had disappeared. Why would he come to himself? What's the situation? No, no, I'm scared my ass. I'm not the same person I used to be long ago. I'm very strong. Gu Changa, he definitely can't beat me. If I really move, I can clean him up in a minute. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's him who should be afraid. Wei Yangzhao's face changed, and he hastily took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Gu Changa with a disdainful look. I didn't think that you would take the initiative to come to the door. Originally, I was still thinking about how to come to you, but since you sent yourself to the door, I'll give you a hard time. Then again, do you think I'm as weak as before? I'm already a first-rank cultivator, so you can toss me around all you want. Wei Yangzhao sneered. It had only been over a month. How much could Linny have improved? First order? Long Chen's heart stirred. Yes, only one order. Wei Yangzhao smiled smugly. Were you surprised by my strength? It turns out that I broke through to the first rank. That's why you came to find me in trouble. Are you regretting why you came here to find me? Wei Yangzhao couldn't help but laugh as he raised his head, but he saw that Gu Changa's expression wasn't at all intimidating. Not even intimidating, but instead carried a hint of contempt. Wei Yangzhao's eyebrows jumped. Very good. This young man, he really knows how to act. He really thinks he is a soft persimmon? He's just an unseasoned rash. I don't believe it, Wei Yangzhao said with a cold smile. Yeah, I'm only at the first rank. I can't compare to you. TSK, it took me over a month to go from 200 to 300 points. This level of progress is not enough to move a genius like you. Gu Changa added another sentence. Not bad. It's true that you're a waste. I didn't expect you to be so useless and become so stupid. You used to be a smart person at least. But now it seems that your head has been swallowed by a dog. Wei Yangzhao sneered, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Humph. You guy, you weren't so good before. It's only been a month or so since I saw you, and your mouth has gotten bigger. Well, my power. It hasn't improved much, Gu Changa said in a salty manner. Wei Yangzhao let out a cold laugh. When he saw Gu Changa, he unexpectedly didn't feel any blood flowing in his body, as if his blood had already been depleted. This was why Wei Yangzhao didn't care much about Gu Changa. If Gu Changa hadn't hidden the blood, Wei Yangzhao would have been terrified by Gu Changa's words, and it would have been too late to kneel down, let alone resist. Against a first-order rookie, Gu Changa didn't even need to transport her power. She could solve it with a single finger. Not to mention Wei Yangzhao, even if Wei Yangzhao was allowed to attack, he wouldn't be able to harm him 11 in the slightest. After Wei Yangzhao finished speaking, he walked inside without any fear at all, as if Gu Changa was a weak chicken with no hands to him. So he simply exposed his back to Gu Changa. Haven't seen you in so long, come on in, have a talk, Wei Yangzhao asked without thinking. Gu Changa entered the house, closed the door with a bang, and even locked it from the inside. When Wei Yangzhao heard the door was locked, he was not afraid, but instead he laughed. Oh, are you afraid I'll escape and lock the door? I haven't seen you for over a month. Not only has your cultivation not progressed, but your head seems to be broken as well. Is it because your companion's death has caused you to lose your mind? It's the senior from your store. Yes, that's Lu Xian. What a nice girl who turned out to be a mess. Wei Yangzhao shrugged his shoulders, a trace of regret flashing through his eyes. He is stepping on Gu Changa's sore spot, and every word is a stab at Gu Changa. Gu Changa had planned to talk to him properly, but now she was unwilling to say anything. It seems like you're upset with me, but I can't help it. Who made me kill your best senior? Lu Xian? With a flash of her figure, Gu Changa arrived less than a meter away from Wei Yangzhao. Wei Yangzhao only felt his head being smashed by a punch, and his entire body flew out backwards, hitting the wall. Wei Yangzhao was stunned by the scene and was somewhat unable to react. Chapter 174. What's going on? What's going on? Wei Yangzhao was so dumbfounded that he couldn't even speak. A sharp pain then came from all over his body, causing him to almost faint. Wei Yangzhao clenched his teeth, forced himself to endure the severe pain, struggled to climb up, and slowly turned his head. He was burning with rage, itching to kill this Gu Changa in front of him, but at this moment, severe pain was coming from all over his body, making it difficult for him to even move a bit. So where would he be able to make any big moves? However, he wasn't afraid of Gu Changa and just stared at her with a disdainful look. Humph. It's been a long time. You're still as hateful as ever. You just know how to play smart and don't dare to fight with me alone. Despicable. Despicable. Someone like you deserves to call yourself the first genius of Chicken City. I poo-poo. You're nothing but a piece of trash. I didn't say I was the best, Gu Changa said calmly, then slowly walked towards Wei Yangzhao. Against trash like you, I will never be moved. Gu Changa quickly walked towards Wei Yangzhao with a cold face and punched and kicked at Wei Yangzhao with fast movements. Wei Yangzhao had no way to stop Gu Changa's attack and could only let him slaughter him. It was only at this point that Wei Yangzhao finally realized something. He actually couldn't catch up with the other party. What was the situation? Why was he worse than the other party? No, it's impossible. I'm not even as strong as him, Wei Yongzhao roared. His right hand slammed hard into Gu Changga's face. You wait for me. I want your head. Wei Yongzhao's confident strike was lightly received by Gu Changga. Then, Gu Changga threw a punch at him with so much force that he was crippled in just one strike. Wei Yongzhao fell to the ground and stared at Gu Changga in surprise. He couldn't figure out how he had lost. Wei Yongzhao muttered. His eyes were lifeless. I am of the first rank. And you are nothing but a punk. How could I possibly lose to you? It's only a first-rank martial artist. And you dare to pretend with me. Gu Changga kicked Wei Yongzhao in the stomach. And Wei Yongzhao coughed loudly, spitting out blood. Gu Changga's kick almost pierced through his stomach. And the force was so great that it could make him unable to move with a single kick. In the past, you couldn't even catch a single move from me. And now, you are just as unable to block a single move from me. Gu Changga said indifferently. Wei Yongzhao's expression was tangled. Countless thoughts flashed inside his head. He really couldn't believe that he would lose in this match. To him, her strength has soared. It is reasonable that she should not lose to Gu Changga, but I did not expect that she did not even have the ability to resist, and it was completely one-sided to be suppressed. The strength I was so proud of was so insignificant in his eyes. Wei Yongzhao's voice was trembling. Don't. Have mercy. You don't have to worry. I definitely won't let you die that easily. You once hurt Sister Lu Xian. I'm going to make you pay 100 times the price. Death is your blessing. I'll make you beg for your life. And I'll make you beg for your death. You devil. Wei Yongzhao's voice was trembling. How could he have never imagined that Gu Changga would say this? The thought of that kind of pain made him feel immense fear. He didn't want to experience it again. He would rather commit suicide than endure such pain. It was because of this that he was so afraid, because he had never experienced such pain. And it was because of this that he was so afraid that death, for him, was just a luxury. However, Gu Changga would never let him die so easily. Wei Yongzhao's voice was trembling. Gu Changga, you can't do this to me. You have no humanity. You have to understand that you can kill him, but never torture him. Gu Changga's voice was cold. Aren't you joking? I understand, but what does it matter? I'm just returning the favor. I'll do to you what you want to do to me. Not to mention that Wei Yongzhao had taken Gu Changga as a hostage. Even if he told all his reasons, Gu Changga would not spare him. Naturally, he wouldn't want to mistreat Gu Changga, but why would he be so cruel to his own loved ones? He's going to hold back. No way. Either way, he couldn't stand it. Not even if it was the same pain. 10 times, 100 times, he couldn't stand it. People were already dead, but they couldn't be tossed back to life by him. Gu Changga couldn't forgive him in any way. Gu Changga said, then let's start. 1000 divided by 7. Do you understand? Equal to 997. Seeing this scene, Jiang Liusher's heart stirred. Wei Yongzhao's voice was trembling. No, Gu Changga, I implore you, spare me, let me die, okay? Time passed by. Gu Changga didn't know how long she had been tossing and turning, and Wei Yongzhao's spirit was on the verge of collapsing. 911, 980, 800, 1000 divided by 7. What the hell is that? And why isn't there an end to it? Gu Changga leaned back in his seat panting. Although he had been tossing his opponent around, his spirit was still affected. Easier said than done is another matter. That man's pleas, that mournful scream, still lingered in Gu Changga's ears. Gu Changga remembered the way Sister Lu Xian had eaten the pain, and another wave of anger bubbled up in her heart. Soon, Wei Yongzhao lost consciousness. Gu Changga wasn't surprised at all. He couldn't even remember how many times he had passed out. Gu Changga didn't try to wake him up this time, and there was no way to wake him up anyway. Gu Changga took out the 4 fierce cauldrons and swallowed the man's body. Gu Changga didn't ask Wei Yongzhao which gang he was from and simply left. This had nothing to do with Gu Changga. He only wanted to kill Wei Yongzhao. Nothing else mattered. And on a building not far from the hotel, 2 men were dressed in black, with only a pair of eyes showing. One man. Finally, we've waited for this day. That idiot Wei Yongzhao. He still really thinks he can be our leader just because he's a first-rank expert. What a joke. Chapter 175. The expression is very light. The other person also nodded, a hint of contempt on his face. In their eyes, Wei Yongzhao was just a waste. He would be discarded after being used. He was not even as good as a waste. That's right, a fellow of the first rank, also dares to call himself a party hegemon. Does he not know how to use his brain? There are a lot of immortal cultivators of the first rank. What else can he do as a powerless fellow? His qualifications are nothing more than that. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a beef with Gu Changga, which just happened to fit our appetite, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to recruit him even if he was on his knees begging for forgiveness. The man on the left nodded and said, "We have waited so long for this day, for us to be brought back to that world, and our mission will be over. It's not too late. We'd better get home." The person on the right said, "All right, you should go. You mustn't spread the word about this. In case people know that we're related to Wei Yongzhao, they'll lose their heads." Also, Ragnar nodded. The man on the left grimaced and looked toward the window of room 303. Gu Chang'e was curious as to what he was holding in his hands that could suck Wei Yongzhao's body in. If we hadn't stood guard, Wei Yongzhao's body would have never been found. This kid is awesome. No wonder the brass is on to him. It's just a teenager. Can it be difficult for him? We could have taken him out without anyone noticing, but they went to such great lengths. It's impossible to understand what those at the top are thinking. It's amazing how an easy topic has to go around and around, which is not only time-consuming and laborious, but also extremely ineffective and can fail. He shook his head inside, following the two away. Gu Chang'e had just walked to room 303 when she had an ominous premonition. Why do I have an ominous premonition? What the hell happened? Gu Chang'e thought for a moment, but still shook her head. It seems that she was overthinking it. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the inn, glancing at the time. It was not early. It was time to go home. Gu Chang'e twisted his head and ran towards the mercenary guild. He still had to go to school since classes were over anyway. Gu Chang'e took a few steps and suddenly remembered something. Lu Xian's ashes hadn't been buried yet. With this thought, all of Gu Chang'e's fatigue was swept away as he quickly walked towards Lu Xian's house. Soon, he returned to Lu Xian's house and took the bag of ashes out of it. After leaving the door, Gu Chang'e looked around, trying to find a suitable place to bury the corpse. It was a nice location, but not too nice. After all, it would be developed later and his bones would be found then. Gu Chang'e thought about it and still sprinkled the ashes in a river not far from here. Gu Chang'e walked to the river and sprinkled a pile of ashes into the river. Then said, "Sister Lu Xian, I've avenged your death for you. You can rest in peace. It's all my fault. Sister Lu Xian, if it wasn't for me, how could you have suffered like this?" Gu Chang'e threw the ashes into the river, then walked to the river with a sad face. I don't know how long it had been, but the sky was completely dark, and the cold wind was howling. Her short hair was blowing in the wind, and the big trees around her were shaking and rustling with it. "Go!" Gu Chang'e stopped looking at her and twisted her head away. Gu Chang'e had just returned to the Union, and as soon as she entered, she heard Rao Li's excited voice. "Quickly go and check what kind of person has come back." Gu Chang'e followed the sound and saw Rao Li standing there with her arms crossed looking this way. "So what?" Gu Chang'e asked. "It's okay." Rao Li shook her head. "I know." Gu Chang'e was angry and amused, and didn't say anything, saying hello to Rao Li and heading to her bedroom to wash up. After tossing and turning all morning, she was sticky and smelled indescribably bad. Rao Li watched Gu Chang'e leave without saying a word. Only her face was a bit gloomy. These people seem to be going after Gu Chang'e's people. Damn it, if they want to deal with me, just say so, and target Gu Chang'e's family and friends. That is, me. These guys, they really have nothing to lose. The way they're going, they'll be coming for us by tomorrow at the latest. When Gu Chang'e took a bath, her qi and blood had already recovered to its peak state. The 6,900 points of qi and blood that she had accumulated before had been depleted, and now only 69 points were left, with 10% of her qi and blood remaining. 969 points. 10% life value equals 696. 9 life value. Rounded up to 697 life value. So the previous 969 life value becomes 666. Gu Chang'e still had over 7 million blood, and was now 66 short. The chi blood required for level 5 was as high as 150,000. Gu Chang'e was currently more than double that, and level 10 was even more of a difference. One must quickly increase one's strength. Gu Chang'e clenched her fists and had a bad feeling. The next day, Gu Chang'e was awakened by the argument between the two men, and he was sleeping in a daze. Gu Chang'e looked at him with a blank expression. "Has your guild replied? Are they here on a quest?" When Gu Chang'e thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be the case. It seemed to be talking about her. "The man is at home, but the bucket of rice is from heaven. Why are you talking about me? Hand him over. I don't want to waste time on this. If you're really capable, feel free to come and get it." Rao Li, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're the chairman of the Adventurers Union. If you insist on stopping us, there will be a big price to pay. Try it then. When Gu Chang'e heard this, her pupils contracted violently. This group of people were rushing towards her, and looking at this situation, it seemed like they were going to arrest Rao Li. Gu Chang'e didn't say anything more and quickly walked towards the lobby. Soon, Gu Chang'e reached the lobby and saw Rao Li confronting 5 or 6 men in black. Gu Changa's sudden arrival immediately caught everyone's attention, and when they realized it was Gu Changa, they were all stunned, and then a smug grin hung on their faces. Rowley realized that the people in front of her had changed their faces, and she had a bad feeling that Gu Changa had come. She turned around and saw that it was indeed Gu Changa. "Go back," he bellowed. Rowley replied without hesitation. A black-robed man with a serious face opened his mouth. "So you're defending him? Whatever you say." Rowley grunted coldly, her expression indifferent. Chapter 176. I don't know what place. Gu Changa was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Who are they and how did they get here to arrest me? Moreover, these people looked like they were all from big powers, and they didn't put Rowley in their eyes at all. One must know that she was the head of the Adventurers Union and was a well-known figure in the entire Adventurers Union. The fact that these few people dared to ignore Rowley was either because they were very strong, or they had backers behind them, giving them the capital to call Rowley's bluff. "It's not because I killed Wei Yongzhao, is it? Could it be that Wei Yongzhao was in some organization in the cultivation world and was still doing well? I don't think so. Wei Yongzhao's kind of person would never enter the cultivation association. But Wei Yongzhao can also. He is not the only one who can make the decision whether he enters or not. It depends on who. Even if you're just a pig, if you let me in, I'll let you in. So it doesn't matter how good a person is. It matters if the supervisor can see them. If so, then Wei Yongzhao should be one of these people. He should have interrogated him himself then." Gu Changa stopped talking. A man in a black power suit spoke. "Rowley, you can't mess around just because you're the president. Every move you make is watched by us. So if you're smart, behave yourself, or else we'll all have a hard time." Gu Changa looked in the direction of his finger and saw that he really did have a camera in his hand, and it was still recording. "They are fully prepared and ready to go. It looks like they won't rest until they take me down." "Who are they?" Rowley coldly grunted with a disinterested face and said, "Che, so what? I won't let you go even if you let your president come." A man in a black suit asked Gu Changa. "Gu Changa killed a man named Wei Yongzhao in a very brutal way last night in room 303 of the hotel. He used more than 2 hours of torture to finally kill that man. We were ordered to arrest you, honestly, and we don't intend to use violence against you. So if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender or we'll beat you up. It's too late for you to regret it now. You'll still be arrested, but you'll get a lot of beatings. And you're so smart. You'll make the right decision." Saying that, he opened another piece of surveillance video, which was taken from a very far place, and through the window. It was just enough to see the situation inside room 303 clearly. Gu Changa did not move and stared at the screen. Rowley sneered and said, "That's what I thought. If there's only one video and you're sure it's Gu Changa, then is it a forgery? Or is it someone impersonating Gu Changa? I think it was taken from above, and judging from the angle, it must have been carefully chosen by you." The group was excited to hear the news as they saw two men in black suits. The man replied, "The evidence is overwhelming. Rowley, you're still arguing here. Rowley, at this point in time, do you still have a stiff upper lip?" Upon hearing Rowley's voice, Gu Changa's pupils shrunk violently. "Those people, they actually recorded a video here, which means they are targeting me. They're not after me. They're after Rowley. I'm just a sword for them to use me against Rowley. They know that Rowley won't hand me over and that will make Rowley guilty. Two birds with one stone. They must have planned this. So Sister Lu Xian was killed just to deal with Rowley. I must be responsible. Sister Lu Xian was targeted by them just for me. That is to say, Wei Yongzhao is merely one of their pawns. Their mastermind has yet to show himself." Gu Changa's expression was serious, itching to kill them now. Gu Changa knew in her heart that these people were traitors, and the mastermind behind them had yet to show up. Those men in black glared at Rowley. They were not Rowley's opponents, but they only wanted to fight her to a draw. It would be better if Rowley made the first move. If she made a move, she could have her charged in minutes, and at that point, someone else would have to deal with her. There was no doubt that she was strong as the president of the mercenary union. But in the cultivation world, there were many other strong people like her. All they have to do now is to convict Rowley, and only if they make this a solid case, she can turn over a new leaf. Seeing Rowley about to fight, Gu Changa hurriedly said, "I'll accompany you." The group froze, not expecting Gu Changa to say that and still want to follow them. Gu Changa was a difficult person to deal with, and there was no way they would go with them. But the truth was beyond their expectations. In fact, they couldn't wait for Gu Changa not to come, so they could still keep making a fuss, and when Rowley couldn't stand it and made a move, they would even get it. However, if Gu Changa left with them, Rowley wouldn't be able to do anything to her, and in that case, she wouldn't be able to achieve her true goal. But when Gu Changa said so, they had no choice but to take Gu Changa away. Rowley also gave Gu Changa a surprised look, but she quickly understood what he meant. You can't go with Gu Changa. Those black-robed men sniffed and thought the same thing. Oh, don't come with us. No matter what. Didn't you say you were innocent? If you follow us, you'll never come back. You'll be punished. With Rao Li's help, you might even get away with it. Chairman, this is too much. Right. When you brought me back, you suffered a lot. So how can I let you suffer because of me? Gu Changa walked in the direction of those people after she finished speaking. Rao Li clenched her fists and blanched. Gu Changa walked past her, and Rao Li said in a voice that only two people could hear, "I'll get you out of here." Gu Changa was taken out of the mercenary union by a group of black-clothed men, got into a car, and then had no idea where she was going to drive to. Chapter 177 4 Great Tripod Storm. Rao Li clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. That's when the phone rang. Rao Li took the phone and saw that it was Gong Isin calling. Hey, what's wrong with you? Rao Li was already holding a bellyful of fire. One look at this is even more fire. Wishing that he could go through and chop him into mincemeat. Rao Li picked it up and there was a gentleman's voice inside. Mr. Rao, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How have you been? Have you missed this seat? I missed you so much I wanted to kill you. Rao Li grunted, exasperated. Aha. You who? So angry. You're not having your period, are you? Tell me what's going on with Gong Isin. Rao Li burst into a rage. You don't have to be so excited. I'm a person. Always have something not to go to the Temple of the Three Treasures. If there is no important thing, how can I take the initiative to find you? You see, I've been contacting you before, but you don't answer a single line. Until I received my call in the afternoon. I feel so happy. Then again, I was also entrusted with this, so don't blame me for Gu Changa's murder. You asked me to pretend I didn't see anything. Che, despicable. Do you think I can't see that? Rao Li snorted coldly. You're mistaken. I'm not scheming. There's no point in dealing with someone like that. Ha! So it's such a scrappy guy, and an order from you personally. It can't be helped. After all, this guy is your henchman. If it were anyone else, I would have thrown this matter to someone else long ago. But now, this guy is your henchman, so how can I not inform you? The anger in Rao Li's heart almost exploded as she watched him play dumb. Although she knew that it was all someone's doing, she couldn't produce any evidence, so there was nothing she could do about it, and she was just being mocked. With his nature, Gu Changa should be detained for a day or two, and then he would take his time to clean up Gu Changa. This was a major factor in why Rao Li refused to hand over Gu Changa. He was waiting for her to be unable to get any evidence and couldn't help but strike, at which point, she and Gu Changa would be caught by him. The day she didn't fall into their hands, she certainly wouldn't kill Gu Changa, but she would definitely be mistreated. Rao Li held back her anger and gritted her teeth. Whatever you want, just say it. At that, Miyabi explained hurriedly, a smile on his face. Chairman Rao Li, you've really looked away. Do you think I'm looking for you because I want to do a deal with you? As the director of the Chicken City Fulong Bureau, how could I possibly do it? I am upright and not afraid of shadows. Everyone knows that. President Rao Li, you are joking with me. If you take it seriously, you are underestimating me. Good acting. Rao Li hung up the phone directly. This person was purely here to irritate her. Rao Li continued to snicker. This person really knows how to act. Doesn't he know what kind of man he is? Other people might not be able to see it and just think that he was an extremely serious person, but Rao Li knew him too well. He does things, never pay attention to the consequences, the means used, but also mean to the extreme, in order to achieve the goal. Do everything. A person like that, Rao Li really couldn't figure out why he would say such a sentence. Gong Isin, I'll fight you. I can forget about all the previous matters, but how dare you hit on my people? If anything happens to Gu Changa, you'll definitely be killed. Inside an office building, a man in a black suit, reclining in a seat with a pair of eyes. He looked to be about 35 years old, with a hint of smugness at the corner of his mouth. This person is Rao Li's mortal enemy, Gong Isin. Yes, finally a win for Rao Li. If I don't say yes, she's going to be so worried. Now, she's going to find a way to get that guy out. Unfortunately, all the people who had anything to do with this incident were taken care of by me, and no matter how much she looked into it, she couldn't find any traces of it. There is no other way but to kneel and plead with me. She's got some nerve to come here and rob a prison. He looked at his watch to check the time, which straightened him out. Within a few minutes, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in. A soft cry came from the door. Aha! A man in a black suit walked over. Gu Changa has been recaptured. Not bad. Good job. Put him in the iron cell first. I'll interrogate him myself later. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Changa, how could that guy be so close to Rao Li? I'm kinda curious. Gong Yi's eyes glazed over. Both of Gu Changa's hands and feet were locked with a special metal handcuff, and Gu Changa's strength couldn't get the handcuffs off. Gu Changa sat down from the bed and closed her eyes to think for a while before she heard a footstep from nearby. Someone's coming. Gu Changa snapped her eyes open and looked in the direction the voice came from. It didn't take long for a man in black with a pair of glasses to walk over, and he saw Gu Changa at a glance with a smile on his face. Gu Changa only felt that the smirk was inexplicably cold. There was a sword hidden in his smile. Sure is a tough guy. Your name is Gu Changa, right? Gong Yi stopped at the entrance to the cell, his gaze sweeping over Gu Changa. Gu Changa asked, that person, Wei Yongzhao, is the one you recruited? Of course not. Gu Changa, this child. You can't talk nonsense. It seems like this. Gu Changa let out a cold laugh. Her gaze grew icy cold as she stared at Gong Yi-san, the one who was staring at him, and it could be said that he was the root cause of this disaster. 10th rank. That was at least an expert of the 10th rank or above. This person was no ordinary person. With his strength, if he didn't use the 4 fierce cauldrons, he would not be a match for him at all. Fortunately, the 4 fierce cauldrons hadn't been taken away yet. That's not right. If they had seen it during the videotaping process, if they knew about it, why didn't they take the 4 tripods away? Chapter 178. I'm reckless. They were all very interested in the 4 fierce cauldrons, but judging from Jiang Chen's behavior, they didn't seem to recognize the 4 fierce cauldrons, so it was very likely that they were being concealed. Then, there was only one possibility, that he was rushing towards the 4 fierce cauldrons. Then that person will definitely come to see me tonight. Gu Changa swept around the people surrounding Gong Yi-san and the 3 black-robed men. The aura emanating from these people were all not at level 9 or above, and their combined strength even exceeded that of the mercenary union, so it was no wonder they dared to be so arrogant. If Sister Ling Lin and Shao Qi had remained in the mercenary union, then things wouldn't have been so simple. In this adventurers' union, there were at least 3 10th-ranked powerhouses guarding it, and even if those powerhouses wanted to make a move, they would have to weigh their strength. But they also do little things, like this one. That idiot Wei Yongzhao was used as a tool by them. After their brainwashing techniques, that idiot Wei Yongzhao has already targeted Sister Lu Xian. Gong Yi glared at Gu Changa and thought, that's it. She still thinks she's great, but she didn't realize it's nothing more than that. Really cannot see through the mind of the woman. I can throw him 1,000 streets, where this guy is my opponent. Rowley, as a person, is, in a sense, a person who doesn't know what she's doing. I know. Have a little more fun in these last hours of your life. Gu Changa just smiled and didn't say anything. He won't die before he finishes you off. He'll definitely die before him. After saying that, Gong Yi-san stopped looking back. 3 black-robed men followed close behind. She swept Gu Changa a glance out of the corner of her eye and moved away, and it all happened in a matter of seconds. Gu Changa pretended that she didn't see anything, but in fact, she had already seen it. It's him. He's definitely coming tonight. His best bet would be to fetch the 4 murderers while I'm asleep, before someone finds out. He'd kill me if I knew. This kid's strength should be about the same as mine. I don't have any chance of winning at all. Maybe I can take advantage of his illness. Let him mistake me for sleeping when I'm actually waiting for him, and when he comes, I'll kill him and escape. No matter what. I won't let anything happen to Sister Rowley. She's so seriously injured because of me, yet I can't help them in any way. Instead, I'll drag them down and put them in danger of being arrested and receiving the death penalty. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Gu Changa decided to take a rest first. This night he would have to keep watch for a long time. If he didn't get a good night's sleep, by the end of the night, he would have a hard time. Inside an elegant room, Rowley called Ling Lin and Dong Yu over. What are they doing here? Dong Yu said suspiciously. Rowley said with a serious expression. Something big has happened. Gu Changa has been captured by him. Dong Yu froze and blinked. What? Was Gu Changa taken away by Gong Yi-san? This? Yes. Rowley nodded. Then said, early this morning, he was taken away by Miyabi's men. Dong Yu was puzzled and asked, could it be because of this reason that Gong Yi-san won't run here to get the people? Yeah. This guy made a case for himself. Gong Yi-san went to find Gu Changa's enemy Wei Yongzhao, and he ended up killing one of Gu Changa's friends. We just found out that his name is Lu Xian, and he seems to be someone under your Ling Lin. After hearing this, Ling Lin frowned and said, no wonder she disappeared. I couldn't contact her. She died long ago. Ling Lin's expression grew more and more serious, and an icy aura permeated the entire room. Even without the air conditioning on, the room was shivering with cold. Dong Yu rubbed her fragrant shoulders and said, is that why Gu Changa killed him? Yeah, Gu Changa killed him yesterday, but that kid had long ago arranged for someone to wait on the rooftop and record the scene where Gu Changa killed Wei Yongzhao. That's why they did it. Alas, Gong Yi-san that was originally rushing at me. Gu Changa was also dragged down by me. he couldn't take me, so he hit his idea on my friends, and there are only so many people I know. Dong-yu snorted coldly and said, that Gong-yi-san just owes a beating. I must beat him up sometime so he can't get out of bed. Yeah, that kid is getting more and more arrogant now. There's no need for any excuses at all. Just kill him directly. Ling Lin, who had been silent, finally spoke out. The so-called cleanup wasn't just a cleanup. It was to make Gong-yi beg for his life and death. Rao Li shook her head inside. Even if we do this, there's no way to save Gu Chang'e. And even if we force ourselves to do so, there will still be serious consequences. Think about it carefully. If we do this, the others won't just sit back and watch. They'll definitely send out more people. And at that time, not only us, but even Gu Chang'e will suffer with us. Yeah, I was reckless. Dong-yu shook her head and said, this won't work. It's impossible to fight against the Cultivator Alliance with just the three of us. Any guy who reaches level 14 or 15 is not something we can fight against. Think about what comes next first. Rao Li responded. Aha! Dong-yu was close behind. Did Gong-yi-san give you some favors then? He went to great lengths to deal with Gu Chang'e, and in the end, he came after you. No, he called me this morning, and was all righteous and refused to take a bribe. It was disgusting. I could have guessed what he was thinking. He was waiting for me to come to him for help. It doesn't seem to work. Dong-yu thought about it and spoke. I'll find out what he's got and I'll get him. That Gong-yi-san is hiding too well. It's hard for us to catch him. Rao Li said. Chapter 179. Breathing a little raggedly. As long as he's alive, he's bound to make mistakes. If he made a mistake, we can certainly find out. Dong-yu said with confidence. Rao Li said. In that case, why don't I let you go find that person called Gong-yi? No problem. Chen Zhuyu agreed readily. Dong-yu strikes an okay pose. When we catch him in the act, he'll be dead. Waiting to see how he'll beg for mercy on his knees. Humph. When it comes to that, I won't let him go. Rao Li spoke in an icy tone. Her gaze was unusually cold, itching to break Gong-yi-san into pieces to vent her hatred. Her grudge entanglement with Gong-yi went back to an unknown time, and in any case, of the two, only one of them could survive. Originally, Rao Li hadn't intended to take this matter to heart, but now, she didn't intend to forgive Gong-yi. After all, he had touched Rao Li's bottom line, and no matter what, she wouldn't let him have a good time. Then I won't say much more. If I don't leave, Gu Chang'e is going to get cold. Dong-yu finished speaking, stood up and left. In the room, there were only Ling Lin and Rao Li. What are your plans now? Rao Li said to Ling Lin. It's okay, just wait and see. Rao Li responded. Aha. Now, they could only wait. If they couldn't find the right excuse to take back Chang'e, it would be as hard as heaven. Gong-yi-san would definitely not let her go easily. He'd gone to all this trouble to set her up, but he'd caught him in the act. Moreover, Gong-yi-san was a thoughtful fellow who didn't know much. He solved all of Gu Chang'e's cases. After all, Gu Chang'e's handle was yesterday. In fact, Gong-yi-san had been able to come and get her a day ago, not because it was not early, but because she was still dealing with Gu Chang'e's plot. That's why he got here early. Gu Chang'e had been locked up in prison for a long time and was idle. He just stared at the roof. His heart was not in a good mood. It was like there were countless ants burrowing around him. Idle is as idle can be. The long wait for nightfall. However, night had just fallen, and it was a long time before anyone knew when the creature would arrive. Gu Chang'e slept on the hospital bed, closed his eyes and patiently waited for the guests to arrive, until Gu Chang'e could not support himself any longer. And then he heard a heavy footsteps ringing out from the distance. Her voice was so soft, yet so loud that Gu Chang'e couldn't hear it. Gu Chang'e was alone in this huge cell, and as you can imagine, it was peaceful, with no guards other than Gu Chang'e. Therefore, in the middle of this cell, it was so quiet that even a pin falling on the ground could be heard. I've waited for this moment, and with it, I can soar. I've never even heard of such a magic treasure. It should be of great use. The gap between me and the top experts is this magic weapon. I didn't expect that such a treasure would actually fall into the hands of an unknown brat. Such a treasure would be a waste for him. It would be better to give it to me. It must be done quickly, or there will be no end to the trouble. I told you, this Gong-yi-san will never watch it. He cares about the effect. He wants the video, not the footage. It's people like this that I can get this treasure. When I'm strong and tell him about this, what will his face look like? Will it be painful? A chance like this, only to be ruined by a small habit, would have completely lost their minds for any other person. The man in black tiptoed to the cell where Gu Chang'e was, staring at her through the metal bars. It's only 3 o'clock. The man's probably still awake. Just to be on the safe side, I'll have to see if he's asleep first. The black-robed man fished out a gold coin from his waist and dropped it on the ground. A gold coin fell to the ground with a crisp clang. If she was still sleeping, It would surely draw her gaze over to him, even if she was asleep. He wanted to see if Guchanga was really asleep. It seems to be slumbering. The black-robed man grinned, pulled a set of keys from his pocket, and carefully pushed open the door to the cell. Learning that Guchanga was asleep made him less wary, and his entire being relaxed. Guchanga lay on the hospital bed without moving, waiting for the person to come to the door of his own accord. And the moment this man, with his defenses up, is at his loosest is the moment he gets it. Gu Changsheng was holding the 4 fierce cauldrons in his hand, and within the 4 fierce cauldrons was his blood. Once the black-robed man got close, Gu Changa would throw the 4 fierce cauldron over to him, and at that point, the blood inside the 4 fierce cauldron would splatter all over him. If he sacrificed the 4 fierce cauldrons at the same time, then the 4 fierce cauldrons would engulf him. It looks simple, but it's treacherous. The distance between the two was short, only less than a meter, and at such a distance, both of their attacks were extremely fast. Gu Changa's movements weren't as good as his, and he would easily be pressured, and it wasn't easy to say who the deer would be when the time came. Gu Changa could only attack as fast as he could when his opponent was defenseless. This strike could only give him one blow, and if it failed, the result could be imagined. This guy would never let himself go. If he was a smart person, he would have finished himself off long ago and taken the 4 fierce cauldrons with him. Tinker Bell. Yimo's heart moved and he immediately understood. The door to the room opened in response. A man in a black suit walked out from inside and took a step towards Gu Changa. Gu Changa slowly gripped the 4 fierce cauldrons, and his breathing became a bit ragged. The man stopped abruptly. Chapter 180 The Poor and the Wicked. Gu Changa's face sank. It couldn't be that she could tell what was going on, right? No. If he knew, he would have taken a shot at me long ago. So, what the hell is he waiting for? Could it be checking out again? Where did I go wrong? What the hell is he waiting for? Gu Changa couldn't even raise her head, so she couldn't see her face or what was going on in her mind. As time passed, Gu Changa's mind became more and more disorganized, which was the most torturous for him. It looked like it was about to succeed, but Lin Fan was late. Anyone else would have been nervous. He had no choice but to wait, let alone now. Even he would have a hard time doing that. Maybe it's a minute, maybe it's 10 minutes, maybe it's an hour, maybe it's an hour. At this moment, Gu Changa completely forgot about time. Right at this moment, the black-robed man suddenly struck out again, approaching him step by step. Gu Changa only felt a trace of coldness permeating the entire prison. The enemy's icy killing intent. The expression on Gu Changa's face changed again. He did notice that something was wrong, which was why he hesitated for so long, surely thinking about what to do next. Gu Changa was wondering how on earth he had revealed himself. He hadn't even moved. He hadn't even opened his eyes. How had he found him? At this point, the only way is to fight for your life. At some point, Gu Changa felt that the man was very close to him, probably just a few meters. Gu Changa suddenly jumped off the bed and twisted his head to look at the man in the black suit, and in his afterglow, he saw a dead body falling to the ground. Gu Changa's mind was full of questions. A corpse lying behind him? On the ground, there was a black-clothed man like him, blood-stained, as if his throat had been slit and choked, unable to even resist. Gu Changa's mind turned several times before she finally came to the conclusion that it was the person who was lying there, trying to snatch the 4 fierce cauldrons. He was the first to get here, and was on the verge of success when he was assassinated by another. The dead black-robed men, on the other hand, were carefully placed on the ground by the living so as not to awaken them. No wonder Rinbakan had been wondering why so many people hadn't reacted, not without a bit of movement, and right in the middle of the silence, someone was killed. One idea after another flashed through his mind. Gu Changa didn't hesitate, and the 4 fierce cauldrons smashed into the man's body. How could the man in black not expect Gu Changa to fake sleep here? And by the time he reacted, blood splattered all over him. Not good. Many thoughts spun in his head, and even though he wasn't sure what Gu Changa was up to, his instinct was that the drop of blood must be the key. He desperately tried to remove the clothes from his body, but it was too late. His shirt was dyed red with blood, but more of it was dripping down his shirt and onto his body. Gu Changa hurriedly operated the 4 fierce cauldrons, releasing a very strong suction force. The black-robed man rushed towards the 4 great tripods without resistance. In that instant, he sensed mortal danger, and he narrowed his eyes, staring at Gu Changa in horror. "Get off me!" Before the words fell, the 4 fierce cauldrons sucked him in, and at such a close distance, even he, a 9th-ranked martial artist, would not be able to survive. If the two sides were a long distance apart, he might still have had time to attack Gu Changa. But now, he didn't even have a chance to do so. He still needed to mobilize his chi and blood in order to strike. But it would take a second. Within 2 meters, not even a second. When Gu Changa sacrificed the 4 fierce cauldrons, He was a dead man. He only had one hope, and that was the moment Gu Changa spurted blood. As long as he moved fast enough, he could dodge the puddle of blood. Therefore, the deceased must be Gu Changa. There was no doubt about it. But there's nothing but. Now it's all over. Phew. Finally got rid of this guy. Gu Changa let out a long sigh as her gaze fell on the 4 fierce cauldrons in her hand. Well, now it's time to figure out how to get out. Gu Changa rummaged around on the floor, trying to find a key or something. Gu Changa remembered that in order to leave the cell, he had to have a key, without which he couldn't get out at all. The 4 fierce cauldrons could be used, but that would require bleeding, and the amount wasn't small. Don't fight if you can. After searching the body, he finally found a key in his pants. Gu Changa took that key, stood up and ran outside the cell, and around him were individual cells, but not a single person was imprisoned. Just as Gu Changa was about to head out, a voice came from a cell behind him. Young man, if you want to escape from prison, let an old man like me go with you. Gu Changa was startled by the sudden sound. In such a silent place, such a movement was a bit scary. Gu Changa reacted extremely quickly and frowned at the source of the sound. There were other prisoners in the cell? Why? I didn't hear anything just now, but when I was about to walk out of the dungeon, I suddenly heard a voice. Gu Changa didn't want to bother with him and was just about to leave when the man added, if you think a key is going to get you out of here, then you don't. When you open the door, you'll be noticed. If you get caught again, then you won't be locked up in this place. You'll be locked up in a cell more than 100 meters under the ground, and then it will be hard for you to escape. Hearing this, Gu Changa frowned and stopped moving. He really did think this matter was easy. In such a high-tech world, is it true that there is only one way to do this? He couldn't believe it all. Though, not everyone was wrongly accused like him, but they were imprisoned in this place, and most of them were vicious criminals. It would be a big loss to be so easily convinced. Chapter 181 Demon. Gu Changa asked as she walked back, do you think I'll believe you? It doesn't matter what I am, as long as I have a way to get out. Either way, I'm not going to suffer, and it doesn't matter if you get caught or not. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. If that's the case, why are you still talking to me about this? I don't think you're much use. I'm not going to get you anywhere, and if you leave me alone, we'll go. Gu Changa followed the voice to the old man's iron prison, only to see an old man with white hair sitting on the hospital bed. He was short, with deep cheekbones and skinny bones, but his pair of eyes were unusually sharp, and he was not an ordinary person at a glance. As for cultivation, Gu Changa also couldn't feel any blood chi from this old man's body, and looked like a normal old man. Because of this, Gu Changa felt more and more that the man in front of her was not ordinary. At the very least, he was definitely not an ordinary person, that is, someone without any cultivation. The only explanation was that the other party was so strong that they could hide their aura very well. Back to nature, as they say. This old guy, he's definitely at that level. In other words, his strength was at least at the 10th rank, if not above the 10th rank. That old man was also observing Gu Changa, and after about a few seconds, a puzzled smile appeared on his face. He opened his mouth. Great, great, to have come across such a demon. Gu Changa closed his eyes slightly. All of his chi and blood was stored in the system space, only a small portion of it. When the average person sees him, they think they are a rookie and can just run over them. And now, this old man was able to see the beauty of it. The old man said, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Gu Changa, I'll believe whatever you say. So, what do you expect me to promise you? Promises? Worthless. What do you want? I don't have it here. Do you want my leftover chicken leg from last night? The old man pulled the half-chewed chicken leg out from under his pillow. Gu Changa's lips moved. He didn't trust that old man. Don't look at him with a cynical look. But in fact, people like this have the heaviest heart. He purposely put on a cloudy face just so he could lay out his own better. If he fought with such a person, he would suffer a great loss if he wasn't careful. And no matter what, he couldn't trust the other party. Gu Changa stared at his father. Are you trying to tell me why you're doing this? Tell me what's going on with this door and how it's rigged. You can't do nothing. And if I tell you, you're bound to go. What am I to do? Let me see if you're sincere or not. Gu Changa responded. I know. The old man was a bit surprised and said, you're very smart. It's okay. There isn't, and if not, I'd rather take the risk alone. The old man's eyes stared. This man, he was really good at scaring people, but he didn't have any other choice now. If we can't get out of here, it's really over. There's only one thing to fight for. Well, how about if I give you some promise that you'll promise not to run away? I'll tell you about the bureau? The old man stared at Gu Changa and said, okay, I promise. As long as you don't betray me, I won't leave you behind and run away. Gu Changa said. Hearing Gu Changa's words, The old man didn't say anything. The problem is, this key is activated by pressing your finger on it. Can I not go touch the lock? Gu Changa said. It's not an easy thing to do. And you can't open it with just a key if you don't have fingerprints. Yeah. Are there any more organs? Gu Changa asked. Is what you said true? If that was all it was, he could use the 4 fierce cauldrons to open this door up and see if he could open it. That's natural. It's not that easy. This is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go behind. Gu Changa's eyes narrowed slightly. This old man's meaning was obvious. He had only said half of what he wanted to say, and if he still wanted to hear it, he would have to let him go. Moreover, it's hard to say whether the old man lied to me or not, if the latter part of the passage is a lie. Or did the key not have any fingerprints on it at all, and was just a way to trick myself into getting out of the way? That's not out of the question. If it really was an ordinary person with little cultivation, Gu Changa would be able to get the person out of there in a minute, without dragging his feet at all. However, this old man was no ordinary person, and one slip up would kill him in minutes. When the old master saw that Gu Changa didn't say anything, he said, "What's the matter? I've told you once, do you still want to back out? Then I'll try." After saying that, Gu Changa left. The old man froze. What was going on? Hey. No way. Why? Ragnar froze. If you try, there's a good chance you'll be discovered, and at that point, you won't even be able to escape. Gu Changa glanced at the old man, and judging from the excitement on his face, it didn't look like he was faking it, and rightly so. Ragnar nodded. Gu Changa's movements were lurched. Seeing this scene, the old man put down his heart. Gu Changa added another sentence. I'll let you out if you tell me truthfully. Okay. The old man forced himself to hold back his inner excitement. For so many years, he had been looking for a way out. How did you get in here? How awesome. Gu Changa asked. The old man sniffed and fell into deep thought, not speaking for a long time. Gu Changa stared at him, not saying a word, waiting for his answer. Chapter 182 The Moaning Old Man. The old man mused for a moment, then said slowly, a long time has passed and I've forgotten what my name is and it took a lot of effort to remember. I'm Gu Chang, the president of the Adventurers Union. You're our leader? Gu Changa was in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The old man threw his shoulders out and said, what kind of joke? Why would I joke with you about that? Gu Changa thought to herself that at a time like this, she wouldn't make a joke out of her. Ancient. What a familiar name. You're so excited. You're not from the Adventurers Union, are you? Gu Changa gave a Tell me, what is the current president, and should I meet him? Aha. Gu Changa replied, Rao Li. So it's her. Looks like I haven't been stuck here for long. You are related to Chairman Rao Li? Gu Changa said. Are you right? Jen Ai said. I know, but I made her president. Do you think I could recognize her? When Gu Changa heard this, his pupils shrunk violently. He remembered that Rao Li had said that the former president wasn't named Gupa. How could I not have imagined that he would be held in this place? I really didn't expect to see us here. Gu Li smiled faintly. Gu Changa, so, why are you being held here? Chairman Park? In a nutshell, Duan Ling Tian shook his head inside. That was a long time ago, and then the president of the Restoration Dragon dragged me here. Fuzzy Dragon. This person who brought me here. Is this Fuzzy Dragon? Gu Changa frowned. And how were you brought here? Gu Changa spoke in detail. They killed one of my friends, so I took him out, while the people from Fuzzy Dragon were waiting around for a video to use against me. In fact, to make things difficult for our guild, they couldn't do anything with the president but keep an eye on me. That's why this story. After all these years, they are still as despicable as ever. Gupta said coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes made the air around him become chilly, as if he had entered winter all of a sudden. Gu Changa's sweaty hairs stood up all over his body as he rubbed his shoulders. It looks like the last president was tricked into coming here by them. Gu Changa, Elder E, what do you think they're doing? Aha. It seems to be true. They are coming for our Adventurers Union. Why? Ragnar froze. Gu Changa asked in disbelief. They are bound to do this for a purpose. Aha. Well, stop it. All of us, although on the surface we are one, in reality, all of us, we are all hooked up. If they want to take control of the alliance, then the best way to do that is to capture their leader. As the old saying goes, beheading is king. So, they set their sights on me. I see. I hadn't thought about it either. It was only then that Gu Changa reacted to the fact that something had happened within the alliance. To be the leader of the dragon, the restoration of the dragon is to suppress all the forces as a way to grow its strength. However, this is only a part of the Redragon, and Tiandong also helped them out so that they would not become extinct. So it seems that this is not a simple matter. Aha. Stop them no matter what. Once our adventurers' union collapses, then they will start a war. And at that point, we will face a war. And at that point, we will be wiped out. Aha! He nodded. Gu Changa nodded his head vigorously. He had never imagined that something like this would happen. One bad move and a fight could break out. If it was a fight between immortals, then the ones who suffered the most would be the ordinary people. We have to get out first, or we won't be able to escape at all when it gets light. Yeah, I almost forgot about this, Gu Changa said with a smile. After saying that, Gu Changa came over to help Gu Pu. Gu Changa couldn't do anything with these chains. The only way was to use the 4 fierce cauldrons to break the chains, but he didn't have the key. That's why he did it. I've never seen a move like that before, Gu Qing asked with some surprise. I didn't realize that so much had already happened in the outside world in the few months I'd been incarcerated. Gu Changa just smiled and didn't say anything. This is an ancient divine weapon, naturally powerful. There is no more such treasure in the world. Unlocking the handcuffs from Gu Clumsy's hands, a strong force emanated from him, shaking Gu Changa backwards and flying out, almost unsteady on her feet. It was only after a long time that the intense energy fluctuations gradually subsided. Gu Changa looked at Gu Yu again, only to feel that he was completely different from before. Before skinny skin and bones, now he had grown to 1 meter 8. The muscles on his body made Gu Changa feel ashamed of himself. Is this the same half-dead old man from earlier? It's like a different person. There. Gu Yu rubbed his hands together and looked at Gu Changa with a smile. This shackle has sealed my power and made me weaker, but as my power grows stronger, so does my strength. However, I am still weak, and I'm afraid it will take some time if I want to fully return to my peak. President Gu, what is your rank? Gu Changa asked doubtfully. Are you telling the truth, isn't it? Gu Changa shook her head. No, I was level 14 when it was just a foot in the door. So strong? Gu Changa was too surprised to speak. He had never thought that this half-dead old man would be so strong. A foot into the 15th level. Such a strong person, but ended up in such a state. It had to be said that this Fuxing dragon was indeed not to be underestimated. As if he could tell what Gu Changa was thinking, Gu Pu opened his mouth. The fuzzy dragon is truly not to be underestimated. And there are still 2 of them. Chapter 183. I don't know what's going on. 2. Gu Changa's heart was startled as he realized that Fuxing Long actually had 2 15th ranked experts. That was a powerful existence of the 15th rank. There were 2 of them, the fuzzy dragons alone. And that was just the ancient ones known. Were there more? According to records, there were only 5 level 15 existences in the history of mankind. And the strongest, the Moon Empress, was already dead. So there were only 4. 2 of them, however, were compound dragons. You can imagine how strong this compound dragon really is. Gu Changa asked, how many 15th graders are there? Aha, not many. I'd say 5 or 6. 10 or so at the most. No more than that. That much? Gu Changa nodded. Now it looked like there should be 2 level 15s and 1 level 16. Perhaps, it was more than level 15, but he didn't see it at that time, because the demonic beasts here were definitely more than 2 level 15. However, the 15 or more steps were simply not enough to look at, and the strength of a 16 level was enough to sweep over a dozen 15 levels. Gu Changa and Gu Yu stood up together and walked outside, and it didn't take long before they reached the prison entrance. Gu Changa spoke to Chinlin. Chairman Ishihara, this door shouldn't require the use of a key. Why? Ragnar froze. Aha, President Gu, with your strength, you can completely blow up this door so that we don't have to exert so much effort. Besides, you don't need to just fly around like a dog to spot us. It dawned on Gupta that he had been imprisoned for so long that he had forgotten that he could still fly. Ahem, Jinju coughed. Gu Yu asked. This is naturally clear to me. But do you know why I'm doing this? I don't know. Gu Changa shook his head. He didn't understand what men at this level were thinking, and it was naturally impossible for him to understand the wisdom of an old man. That's good then. Just do what you said and practice. I have faith in you. You can definitely help us find the answer. And besides, you need more practice, not just with strength, but with problem solving. That's why Gu Changa understood. That's why Gu Changa used his own blood to suck on that chain. He thought it would make Gu Pu help him so he wouldn't bleed. Gupta said, only with blood can this magic treasure be activated? Gu Changa nodded. This won't work. You'll get anemic. You have to learn to use this kind of magic treasure. If you can master the use of this kind of magic treasure, then your combat power will be greatly improved. I understand, but I don't understand it at all, let alone do anything about it. Gu Changa was angry and amused. Then verify them one by one. I'll tell you when we get out of here. Gu Changa responded. I know. Going further, because of the ancient guide, there wasn't too much trouble along the way, and the journey was unhindered all the way to the entrance. Just when Gu Changda and Fu Shi thought they could leave without any problems, a person fell from the sky and stopped Gu Changda and Fu Shi. Gong Yisan, the president of the Restoration Dragon Society, asked with some surprise when he saw Gu Changda and Xia Jingyu. I really didn't expect you to escape. What a surprise. Okay, so it's you. Then, he turned to Gu Changda and said, how the hell did you do that? Looks like I underestimated you after all. Hoof. Jian Wuxuan let out a cold cry. Gu Yu laughed coldly. So, you are the official. Hasn't your father been killed? Humph. If it wasn't for you, my dad wouldn't. Gu Changda was surprised and didn't know that the two were on such bad terms. Aha. There's no such thing as a good catch. There's always an explanation. Humph. Since you dared to show up. That's good. Then I'll kill you. I couldn't find a suitable excuse before, but now I have found a perfect one. He tried to kill Gupta more than once. Every day. He just never got the chance. The other party's status was not ordinary, and it was impossible for him to be casual about it. And, because everyone above him is restraining him, the only thing he can do is to keep him prisoner here, and he can't do anything but that. In the eyes of the ancient ones, it was nothing. Humph. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, running to my iron prison every few days, itching to break me into pieces, but you just won't. Well, you can try. Gu Changda sneered. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that, otherwise I wouldn't have had a chance to kill him. Gu Changda added another sentence. Humph. You can't beat this ancient ally. You'd better think about how you should plead with him. Are you sure? Ragnar nodded. Miyabi smiled as she stroked her palm. In the next second, from the surrounding buildings and trees, a red glow lit up. There were many of these lightning bolts, and they were all directed at Gu Pu and Gu Changda. Aha! At my command, I can turn you into sieves in minutes. Don't think of using your flesh to fight hard. Sorry, this bullet is specialized for cultivators. There are at least 1 million of them in one. At this point, you still think I'll lose? Gong Yisan sighed and glanced at Gu Changda with a smile. Don't worry, you're not going to hang up. Or what am I going to do to tempt Rowley over here? Unless you can catch Rowley, there's no way you'll survive. Gu Changda clenched her fists and glared at him fiercely. He had been prepared for this for a long time. It was presumably to capture Sister Rowley, and he had also calculated that Sister Rowley would possibly go to the rescue, which was why a large number of troops were lurking here. Remember? What words? Wang Yao froze when he heard it. Gu Changda. What one just said so much, as if it is not the point. This is like the dying words. Take it to heart word for word. Ha! Homian froze slightly. Gu Changda was dumbfounded and completely confused. Chapter 184. This time it's hard to escape. Looks like it's in the bag this time. Gu Li looked solemn. He'd been imprisoned for so long that he'd forgotten that he could even fly, let alone fight. Cultivation was already like swimming against the current. Not to mention the fact that one had not mobilized chi and blood for several years. Coupled with the fact that he had been imprisoned for so long, the chi and blood in his body had already gone 2 to 3%. Even if he was at the 14th rank, he was still no match for Gong Yisan. Gu Changda glanced at it, then saw a photo. When we fight later, I won't have that much time and energy to take care of you. When the time comes, decide for yourself. Do what you need to do. Don't waste your time here, or else, we'll all die here. Gu Changda froze, not expecting Gu Yu to say such a sentence. He looked towards Gu Yu, but saw that Gu Yu's expression was very serious, not like he was joking. Sure enough, Gu Changda couldn't believe that a 14th ranked expert had been forced into such a sorry state. This Gong Yisan's intimidation is no joke. The conversation between Gu Changda and her was heard word for word by Gong Yisan, who was not far away. You can't escape. You don't have to worry. Stay here. It might even make you feel better. It would be bad if, by mistake, I made you lose an arm or a hand. You don't want to be crippled either. Gong Yisan glared disdainfully at Gu Changda. In his eyes, Gu Changda was nothing but a small, unarmed character. What's more, in this place, there were more than 100 elites, with a good portion of the guns now pointed at him. He didn't stand a chance. If he gave a single command, he could hang at any time, in which case he would have no chance of escaping. One bullet could kill him. Gu Changda didn't say anything, keeping an eye on the gunmen hidden around her. They were the biggest danger. There was no way she could avoid their shots. Gu Changda actually couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't deal with Gong Yisan alone, and with so many snipers, he was simply outnumbered. And with so many old sixes, it's not like one person can beat so many people. Elder Jian snorted coldly. You guy, you really don't know what you're doing. An accident? Why did it go wrong? First of all, you can't do enough to make me roll over. Secondly, it's not that I'm so confident in myself. It's the fact that it is what it is. There's no suspense. Gong Yisan had a look of contempt on her face and turned her head to Gu Changda and Fu Jiudao. I'll give you a chance. If you're willing to tie your hands, I can spare your life. I'd love for you to die, but I can make it a quick one if you behave. This is my one and only chance. You don't want to miss it. Gong Yi spoke with confidence, not putting Gu Yi and Gu Changa in her eyes at all. Gucci raised her hand. Okay, I concede. Words don't count. Who am I to go back on my word? With you saying that, I'm much more solid in my heart. Gu Yu turned back to Gu Changa. What are you still standing there for? Quickly raise your hand. Although Gu Changa was puzzled, he also raised his hand. He knew that Gupa would never give up. He must have a way. Gu Changa knew that he wasn't someone who would surrender, and he would definitely fight for his life. Otherwise, why did Gupta kill his father back then after he was captured? Chairman Gu was paralyzing his opponents so he can make his move. Nice. It seems that this is what is known as a wise man's wisdom. Seeing Gu Changa and her men raise their hands, Gong Yisin had a satisfied smile on her face. In his eyes, it was already an honor to be able to subdue the two without any effort. One must know that they had spent a lot of effort to capture this Gu Yu before, and had lost countless experts and masters in that great battle. Just from what he knew, no less than 10 experts above the 10th rank had been killed by him. He didn't have full certainty that he would be able to defeat Gupta, which was why he wanted to force Gupta back in this way. If he was truly 100% confident in defeating Gu Chu, he would have already made his move. Where would he still be talking nonsense with them? Okay, all get down and put your hands behind your back. Gu Yu slowly bent down, then shouted to Gu Changa at his side. Run! Gu Changa was confused. What? Escape? Run away at this hour? Or what? Gu Changa froze, not understanding what he was saying. If we escape, we'll be shot to death. Gu Changa pulled her lips. Before Gu Changa could react, a strong force came from behind. In the next second, Gu Changa fell forward as if she had been hit by a bomb. Everyone stared at Gu Changa, wondering what was going on. Break Gu Changa's 2 legs. With both of his legs broken, he definitely couldn't escape. He didn't break through to the 10th rank. Both of his legs were broken. And in our eyes, he's a human being on the chopping block for a knife. Just as Gong Yisin gave the order, the sniper who had been aiming at Gu Changa instantly shifted his target and aimed at Gu Changa, who was in high-speed motion. At the same time, Gong Yi also made an immediate decision. Break it for me. The old man is really not that easy to deal with. At once, these sniper rifles pressed their hands, and at once, a barrage of bullets flew out from all directions. Guli pressed his palm to the ground. Boom! A loud noise came from the area, and it was as if a large earthquake had occurred within a radius of several miles. Even the sniper hidden in the darkness was startled by the vibration. Several snipers, who were hidden in the big trees, fell from the trees with an unsteady foot. With a wave of Gu Yuan's big hand, the air around him instantly solidified, leaving the people present gasping for air. Not only is the body under tremendous pressure, even the internal organs are under tremendous pressure. The strength of a little weak, but also the internal organs are shattered. Killed on the spot. Chapter 185 Collecting Gu Changa. The situation that was 9 out of 10 was reversed all of a sudden and turned into an elusive situation. And it's hard to say who the deer will be. He opened his mouth. You alone are worthy of making me surrender? It was only then that Gong Yisin recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Very well, as I've said before, you're the one who doesn't know better, so I won't give you another chance. Kill. The surrounding snipers were no ordinary people, and they quickly came back to their senses. They clenched their teeth and endured the physical pain as they raised their sniper rifles and aimed at Gu Yuan. The aim was instantly aimed at Furukawa, especially the head. No matter how high the strength was, as long as he was shot through the head, he would surely die. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The ancient palms of his hands closed together, emitting a dull sound, followed by a terrifying sound wave that spread out in all directions. Wherever the sound waves went, there wasn't a trace of life. Everything was crushed. The earth cracked, and a crack spread out in all directions, and it continued to expand. The floor, which was still intact, instantly became like a spider's web with cracks everywhere. But this was only on the ground. If it was an ordinary person, under such a horrifying power, I'm afraid that they would instantly turn into a blood mist and be defenseless. Or rather, they didn't even have the ability to resist. The sniper in the distance watched his companions burst apart one by one, his heart filled with horror. His only thought now was to flee. He turned and fled, even dropping his sniper rifle. Even if he escaped as fast as he could, he would be blown into a bloody mist. Only very few survived the ancient attack. Gong Yisin, because of his proximity to Gu Clumsy, received the greatest impact, and his internal organs were bleeding from the force. Even the injuries on his body were shaken out. Such an internal injury would not be trivial. If he didn't have an enemy in front of him, he would have been paralyzed and taken to the hospital. Without waiting for him to react, Ancient slapped out another palm. Boom! Guchanga hadn't landed on the ground yet, and his speed hadn't slowed down, so he wasn't sure exactly how long he had to walk. He looked back to where he had been before, only to find that he had disappeared and there was only a blurry figure and some voices. Yes, Guchanga had mixed feelings in her heart. In the middle of a small garden, a man and a woman were having lovemaking in the middle of a patch of waist-high grass. The young girl replied with shame and fear. Honey, is this bad for you? The man was indifferent. Why? Is there anyone here? But what if they do come? This made her torn. Once this matter was known, her reputation would be completely stigmatized, and this matter would also be spread to the internet. How could she live then? The man touched the woman's shoulder with a trusting look and said, "Where's the accident? It's so late now. Where's anyone else? And this place is so remote. There's not much of a crowd in the middle of the day, let alone at night. On such a silent night, someone should come, so you shouldn't worry too much." At that, the woman hesitated, and finally nodded in agreement. "Well, I know, but I'm really scared." "It's okay, just get used to it." "What? 2 or 3 more?" The woman was surprised. Her mind went blank. This would happen twice, 3 times, or even more, and if she was caught, it would be a real mess. Despite what they say, women don't say anything and just let them in. Guchanga landed on the ground with great difficulty and almost didn't make it out of the chicken market. Where he landed, only 10 meters or so away from the fence, was surrounded by a garden and no one else. No, there are others. Guchanga was a little embarrassed as she climbed up from the ground, and across from her was a young man and woman, where the two of them were making love to each other. The two of them looked dumbfounded. Did this guy fall from the sky? What's going on here? No one expected that someone would fall from the sky. Ah, the woman exclaimed, hastily crouching down and covering herself with her hands to keep Guchanga from seeing her. Excuse me. Guchanga was a bit embarrassed. After he finished, Guchanga was about to leave. He was now full of things related to ancient times and was worried if anything would happen to him. He's going to talk to Rowley and figure out how to fix this. The only thing he could do now was to pray that Gupta would be safe. He had already walked out, but it wasn't so easy to return to Guchanga again. If he can find Rowley, he might even be able to make it back and get her out. The man reacted just as Guchanga was about to leave, reached out and clasped Guchanga's shoulder, saying in a cold voice, "Are you stupid? How dare you leave after seeing my girlfriend?" No matter what, he had to beat up Guchanga, and in his opinion, if he didn't beat up Guchanga, he absolutely couldn't swallow this breath. It would be an absolute lie to say that he wasn't angry that his woman was being watched. He's not one of those cowboys who gets cuckolded. If it was before, Guchanga would still give advice to such an idiot. But now, he wasn't willing to spend half of his time on Guchanga's stupidity. Guchanga immediately stepped forward, and the man had no way to stop Guchanga, so he had to let go. He stared at Guchanga in surprise. Obviously just an ordinary high school student. How could he be so powerful? Even if he knew how powerful Guchanga was, he wasn't afraid. Just as the man was about to go up to clean up Guchanga, his girlfriend knelt in front of him. "Stop!" The man sniffs and bursts into a rage, reaching out and pointing at the woman. "What's going on? Are you trying to get me to leave him alone? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? He's seen all of your body. Do you understand? He's seen it all." Chapter 186 Jumping Clown appears. "I'm just trying to stand up for you. How can you be so protective of him? What do you think? You don't think you have some kind of ulterior motive with him, do you?" The man looked at the woman, then at Guchanga, with a look of realization. No wonder you've been refusing to talk to me all this time. Dare I say it's because you're worried about him, and you're hesitant to leave when you know he's right here. Ha, I see. So I'm the blinded clown. The woman became even angrier, reaching out to point at the man and cursing angrily. "You're sick, aren't you? Have you ever gotten your head around the situation?" She said that because she didn't want anyone to know. If the two of them really made a move, it was bound to attract the attention of others, and in that case, he would lose a lot of face, and he would even be executed in public. It's not even on the same level, and she understands exactly how she should go about it. I know him. A frantic look appeared on the man's face as he continued. "I'm Xiao Chou. Can I not recognize him? And I have to thank him. If it wasn't for him, I would have thought I was a jumped-up clown." "You're crazy." The woman gritted her teeth in anger. "I don't want to talk to you anymore." After saying that, the woman got up and put on her clothes, intending to leave. She didn't care if her boyfriend wanted to take revenge on Guchanga. She decided not to deal with this lunatic anymore. No matter what, she couldn't stand the thought of being forced to do something so brainless. He was so persuasive that he had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. He had promised so much, and he was still exposed. He had intended to put this matter behind him, but he had not expected that he would put the blame on his own head. She'd be furious. Furious. The man was so emotional that he took the woman by the arm. Stop. I'm the one who told you to leave. Don't even think about leaving until you tell me what's going on. The woman was naturally not as strong as her ex-boyfriend and couldn't escape him at all. Let go. Let go. Poof. The man sneered. Just die. I'm definitely not letting go. Just wait and see. The woman had already been insulted, was already in a bad mood, and now she was said so. She was even more angry, and the anger in her chest was like a volcano erupting, and she could no longer control it. She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to the man, who was sent flying backwards and blood came out of his mouth. Sharp pain and annoyance filled his mind, making him seethe with rage as he steadied himself, glaring fiercely at the woman and lunging forward. You, Mom. He slammed his fist into the woman's face. With this strike, he wouldn't keep his hands off, and at this moment, the only thought in his mind was to give the other party a good look, so that the other party would know how foolish his previous behavior was. Although she was infuriated, her mind was still clear. She knew that her strength was definitely not a match for the man in front of her, and if she was hit by this punch, the consequences would be unimaginable. He saw that the man's hand was about to hit the woman's face, but was pulled back by Gu Changa. The woman glanced at Gu Changa in surprise, a flash of color in her eyes. The man was even more surprised, and when he realized that his arm was being held by Gu Changa, he exploded with anger, and without saying a word, he slammed his fist into Gu Changa's face. Gu Changa slammed his fist into the man's face, a punch that sent the man flying backwards, and in the darkness, the man had been smashed 5 or 6 meters away. Gu Changa's punches were heavy and didn't stay at all. If it was an ordinary man, 80% of them wouldn't be able to carry it. Gu Changa's strike wasn't just a simple attempt to get justice, but it was a complicated strike because of his previous anger, because he couldn't help Gu Pu. Gu Changa scored a hit and walked away, not even looking at him. It was only then that the sluggish woman reacted and shouted at Gu Changa's back. What's your name? Gu Changa didn't say anything and quickly blended into the darkness. The woman's eyes lit up. Her hands clenched into fists as she looked at Gu Changa's departing back and said with a mesmerized expression, "What a male god." Gu Changa took a long time to reach the mercenary union, and only then did she hurry to Rao Li's bedroom. Rao Li's bedroom was on the 2nd floor, not very close to Gu Changa. Gu Changa's room is No. 202. Rao Li's is No. 2012, and the ones in the middle, naturally, are unoccupied, and there were people there, but they were just kicked out by Rao Li. Gu Changa ran to box 2012. President, what's going on? Hurry up and get up. Gu Changa rapped hard on the door and shouted her name, but Rao Li didn't respond at all. Haven't you seen Sister Rao Li? Gu Changa was uncertain. With no time to think about it, he pushed open the door to his room, stepped in quickly, and turned on the light. Upon entering, I was greeted by a feminine bedroom with walls covered in stuffed animals and little labels and drawings. Rao Li was just sprawled out on the hospital bed, but wearing only an undershirt. Gu Changa's pupils tightened violently, but at this time, he couldn't care less and hurriedly stepped forward, yanking Rao Li forward. Sister Rao Li, hurry up and get up. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Chen Juyu looked at him suspiciously. Rao Li opened her eyes, and when she saw the familiar face, her whole body froze, then she slowly closed her eyes, feeling as if she was still in a dream. Ragnar froze. Gu Changa was confused. What was the situation? Gu Changa wanted to shake Rao Li again, but the person had already yanked him up with one hand, and Rao Li was tightly wrapped in his arms, the tremendous force almost crushing Gu Changa's bones. It felt as if there was a hydraulic arm that was constantly gripping him. The unspeakably hard feeling made him almost faint. Chapter 187. Breathing becomes difficult. Gu Changa couldn't do anything at this point. He couldn't move his hands, and his head was his head. It's true that if you don't fix it, there's a good chance you'll get pinched. Rao Li was an expert of level 10 or above, while Gu Changa was only level 4. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical fitness had improved greatly, Gu Changa would have been strangled to death long ago. Gu Changa said reluctantly, "It's over. It's over. It's over." The chest felt like it was going to be crushed, and even breathing became difficult. Rao Li still didn't move a muscle and continued to hold Gu Changa in her arms, getting tighter and tighter as she said, "I won't let you go." That kind of thing. Gu Changa was almost out of breath from her, so he had no choice but to bite Rao Li's shoulder. Gu Changa only felt like a hard stone. It was hard to believe that a woman's skin could be so hard. Aren't all women delicate? How come they are so hard? Gu Changa couldn't gnaw on it. He felt like his teeth were going to be smashed, but there wasn't even a scratch on Rao Li. He couldn't yell to wake him up. He couldn't bite him. He couldn't escape his arms, and at this rate he might die. Gu Changa's lips twitched viciously. He never thought that he would be killed by his own men. If Gu Changa wanted to live, he'd have to bite down, bite by bite, and if he couldn't wake up Rowley, he'd be strangled alive. Probably because of Gu Changa's desire for life, Gu Changa's strength suddenly became stronger, and he tore down Rowley's defenses in one bite, then took a bite on her lips. Aha! She coughed. Lightly, Rowley came to her senses in a flash of pain, and only then did she realize that she was straddling someone. For a moment, her mind was racing with thoughts. I was raped, what should I do? How can this be? Should we kill him? I'm innocent. This guy actually slipped in while he was sleeping. What nerve! The more Rowley thought about it, the more angry she became, and the strength in her hands increased by several orders of magnitude, and Gu Changa, who had just been happy to wake her, regretted it in the next second. Click! The sound of bones breaking came out from Gu Changa's body, and Gu Changa almost died on the spot from the pain. It's over, it's over. As soon as Rowley heard that it was Gu Changa, she immediately let go of her and had a flash of light in her head. She hurriedly got up, and the first thing she saw was indeed Gu Changa. Gu Changa was already dying. Sister Rowley, you finally woke up. Gu Changa, what do you mean by that? It couldn't be that the asshole suddenly got the hang of it, right? Rowley was so excited that she rushed to Gu Changa once again and hugged him hard. It was like a form of torture for Gu Changa, and just as he relaxed, it immediately hurt. Gu Changa used all her strength. Sister Rowley, she's really dying. After saying that, Gu Changa lost consciousness. Gu Changa, are you okay? Rowley panicked and hurriedly let go, and Gu Changa's entire body went limp and paralyzed onto the hospital bed. Rowley looked at Gu Changa, then realized that he had passed out and couldn't speak for a moment. Quickly, though, she reacted to the fact that she was now a piece of underwear, which meant that she had been seen by him. Rowley's face rose to a scarlet red. She couldn't think too much and hurriedly took Gu Changa towards the hospital. If she didn't, he would be dead. How's the patient? What? Ragnar froze. Well, I broke all your bones. That, make him lie down. Why? His condition is so serious that he must be operated on without further delay. That bad? Of course, if you don't come again, she might not survive. Rowley's conversation with the doctor could be heard by Gu Changa even in her blurred consciousness. Rowley said, what's the deal with immediate surgery? The doctor who had just examined Gu Changa nodded with a serious expression on his face. He had never encountered something so ridiculous in all his life. A skinny teenager had his entire body crushed by a soft young girl, and it was still a large area of broken bones. Luckily the fracture didn't hurt, or it would have been a death sentence. Count him lucky. Aha. Well, the surgery is about to start and time is running out. Then, Gong Yuxiao's gaze fell on her. Do what? No need to do it. Follow me. A voice came through the door. Rowley was a bit surprised to see that the visitor was Dongyu. Why are you here? I got up to go eat and happened to see you and him hurrying towards the hospital, so I followed. Dongyu said casually, then waved her hand towards Rowley and said, no need for surgery. Good. Wang Yao responded. Without thinking, Rowley was about to help Gu Changa, but she was stopped by a nearby doctor. Rowley, his injuries are serious and cannot be delayed any longer. When he finished speaking, he looked at Dongyu with an unkind look. Do you realize that what you're doing is murder? Dongyu rolled her eyes. She also understood that the other party was concerned about Gu Changa and didn't want to argue with him, so she said, will someone die here? You think I don't know? Don't use your methods of healing ordinary people on us cultivators. This guy, he's actually a cultivator? Hearing this, the doctor looked at Gu Changa with a surprised expression, then at Rowley, and suddenly came to a realization. No wonder that tender woman could crush someone's bones. So she was a cultivator. It's normal. It's ordinary. Seeing that Dongyu had said so, that doctor didn't have the intention to say any more. A person who cultivated could not be judged by common sense, and he was well aware of his own strength and knew that he could not do it. Dongyu pulled out a tube of potion from her own pocket and then said, I have a bottle of potion here. If you let him take it, it will at least keep him alive. And when he gets back, get him some better potion, and he should be fully recovered by the time he gets tonight. Good. Ragnar nodded. Rowley carried Gu Changa on her shoulder and hurried over. The doctor was amazed that such an injury could be healed the next day. It was unbelievable. Chapter 188 Makeup. After Dongyu finished speaking, she led the two towards her manor. Dongyu spoke. I don't know how he escaped either. That's right. I didn't expect him to escape on his own, and I don't know how he escaped. Rowley lamented. Dongyu thought for a moment and opened her mouth, as if Chairman Gu was imprisoned there. Rowley nodded inside before speaking. Yes, after so many years, President Gu hasn't moved at all, and no one knows how he is now, alive or dead. Dong Yu hummed disdainfully. I told you, staying in a union like this is really a headache. If we were fighting with those ferocious beasts, I could still understand, but we haven't even solved those demonic beasts yet, and they're fighting first, and I don't know what the hell they're thinking. Rowley was silent. Dong Yu's voice rang out. You'd better get out of here early. They're not just staring at one person, they're also staring at people around him, such as Gu Changa's friends, and I didn't realize that two people so far apart would actually be connected. You didn't even know what Gu Changa's friend's name was until that friend of Gu Changa's died. Rowley, if I leave, you people, who else can hold up? Dong Yu. Because of that, you're stuck in the position you're in now. You've done a good job over the years. Don't push yourself too hard. Let yourself go. Rowley. She's not happy about it. Dong Yu was well aware of Rowley's temperament. It was 80% that she wouldn't trust herself. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Dong Yu looked at Rowley with mixed feelings in her heart, and finally opened her mouth. Any problems? Just come to me. Rowley responded. Aha. Where Dong Yu lives. Dong Yu took out a bottle of potion from the safe and handed it to Gu Changa. This potion is very powerful. If a bone is broken, it will be healed in minutes. After Dong Yu finished speaking, she let Gu Changa take the medicine and then put Gu Changa on the hospital bed to get a good night's sleep. You go to bed early too. Dong Yu looked at Rowley. Don't wait for him to recover and wear yourself out. I haven't closed my eyes in a long time trying to find him, and I've taken a lot of damage that will never heal on me if I don't recuperate. Oh, okay. Rowley smiled and nodded. You have more words than my mom. Poof. Dong Yu grunted and then walked out of the room. Rowley sat down in front of the hospital bed. Her gaze fell on Gu Changa in the coma, and she said in a low voice, Are you sick? I'm sorry. I really didn't mean that. I'm really sorry. Time passed and Rowley went to sleep. When I woke up, it was afternoon. Rowley got up from the bed and took a closer look. Gu Changa's flat chest had gotten a lot better. It seemed that the medicine she took last night had worked. Gu Changa's breath was steady. His eyes were closed, and he was sleeping heavily, but his eyebrows were knitted together. Rowley reached out and calmed Gu Changa, and Rowley smiled and nodded, muttering, That's more like it. But just as he was relieved for Gu Changa frowned again. Just as Rowley was about to help Gu Changa unlock her eyebrows, Gu Changa suddenly widened her eyes, startling Rowley so much that she fell straight off her chair. Gu Changa got up from the bed, looked at her hands, then touched herself. I'm not dead? He's not dead. Rowley stood up, a little embarrassed. Gu Changa is sorry. Rowley remembered the way she had wrapped her arms around him at that time. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she hung her head a little shyly, not daring to look at him. How much time has passed? Gu Changa asked anxiously, but couldn't remember what she was worried about. Rowley queried. It came last night, and it's only been a day now. 1 day later, Gu Changa muttered. After a while, Gu Changa reacted and hurriedly turned around, both hands resting on Rowley's shoulders. He looked at him seriously and said, Sister Rowley, something's wrong. What's wrong? Chen Juyu looked at him suspiciously. This is. Gu Changa told her what happened in ancient times. Rowley froze when she heard it. Chairman Gu is not dead. She's still alive. I just don't know how it is. Gu Changa clenched her fists, the expression on her face hard to describe. Rowley suddenly got up and greeted Gu Changa. You feel at ease and recuperate. I'm going to start checking. I'm going too, Chanju said along with Farley. Gu Changa got out of bed. It was fine if he didn't move, but when he did, it hurt like hell all over his body, especially his chest. It hurt like he couldn't believe it. Rowley returned. You're just about done with the wound on your chest, so you might as well recuperate. If you come with me again, you might just break it off again someday. It's fine, he said with a smile. Gu Changa said firmly. Seeing Gu Changa's resolute attitude, Rowley didn't try to persuade her anymore, but just told Gu Changa to stop trying to be strong, and then came out of Dong Yu's house together with Gu Changa. The two of them went straight to the main camp of the Fuxing Dragon, and on the way, Rowley had specially prepared a disguise for Gu Changa, so that he wouldn't be recognized at a glance. Rowley also wore makeup. Rowley, with a worried look on her face, spoke up. President Gu has been imprisoned for so many years. His power isn't what it used to be, and I don't know if he'll be able to win against Gongyi-san. I have to say, this Gongyi-san is still very good. Not only does he have the strength of a 12th level, but he also has quite a few experts under him. With so many people, Chairman Gu can't handle it alone. Gu Changa said, if it was simple, we might not be his match, but escaping would still be possible. I don't know. Rowley shook her head. I don't think he even has a chance to fly. According to you, Chairman Gu should have forgotten that he can fly, so it's hard for him to escape Gongyi-san. Moreover, on Gongyi-san's side, there are so many snipers. Gu Changa darkened her face. Right now, It's just a matter of hoping that Chairman Simple is safe and sound. Chapter 189. Gu Chang'e came to a realization. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e came to a realization. Think of it this way. Zhang Qi must never be caught. It was most efficient and convenient to get the information out of him. If he was left alone to find out, there was no telling how long it would take. Sister Rowley, should we make a move? Gu Chang'e asked in a low voice with Rowley. Okay, Rowley, okay, Wang Yao responded. Gu Chang'e let out a hum. The gap between him and those soldiers was less than 5 meters, and with such a distance, it would only take a second for Gu Chang'e to knock them all down without any pressure. These were ordinary people without any breath of life. Zhang Qi was scared out of his wits. This guy had a pistol in his hand. If he ran away now, he would probably be shot dead. If you don't run away, I'm afraid you'll die as well. In the end, it's still death. In that case, he would rather choose to run away. And in that case, he might still have an extra chance of surviving. If one acted together with these people, even if one had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, one would definitely not be able to escape. Lord Zhang Qi, please don't make things difficult for us. It's not good for you. This was the last chance he gave Zhang Qi. If he didn't know better, he would have no choice but to use force. There weren't many people to begin with, and if he had waited until there were more people, he would have been taken, and the uproar he would have caused would have been huge. It was just too important in their eyes, which is why he wanted to fix it as soon as possible. Zhang Qi didn't say anything, but only surveyed his surroundings from the corner of his eye, trying to find a place where he could both escape and get rid of the pursuers behind him. In this particular situation, he'd be running for a while at best. Since the other party knew his name, it meant that he should also know where he lived and what kind of profession he was engaged in. No matter where he fled to, there was a high chance that he would be caught up, so he didn't give up. He had too much to do to stop. Seeing Zhang Qi's reluctant face, the leading warrior did not hesitate and waved his hand, saying, "Catch him." Just then, a loud shout came out. A group of people rushed towards Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi scattered his feet and fled. Where could he compare to these people? He was caught in 3 or 2 times. The surrounding group of people did not dare to breathe a breath. Just looking at that pistol was enough to make them chilled. Not to mention, they were not related to Zhang Qi, so they couldn't afford to take themselves in because of a stranger they didn't know. Even if they knew, most people would just pretend they didn't see it. In their opinion, it was absolutely impossible to fight for one person. Everyone has selfishness. A person who can sacrifice himself for a person, then that person is a bigger person to him. There are very few people who can do that. Gu Chang'e also stepped in at this time. He appeared beside that soldier in a flash, and in 3 or 2 strokes, he sent those who were grabbing Zhang Qi flying out. The crowd stared at Gu Chang'e incredulously, thinking he was a psychopath. After all, he and Lu Zhe had only known each other for a short while. There was no need to mess with such a scary guy just because of a stranger. Zhang Qi also froze. He looked at Gu Chang'e with an incredulous look. He couldn't figure out how he could help him. How could you help me? Zhang Qi froze and looked at Chen Xiaobei with some confusion. Gu Chang'e didn't say much. Only one sentence. If you don't want to die yet, follow us. As soon as Zhang Qi heard this, he immediately shut up, and then Rowley pulled him away. Gu Chang'e stayed behind. He was naturally not as strong as Rowley, and under normal circumstances, Rowley would be the last one. However, none of these people were very strong. To be precise, they couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, so covering his retreat was still easy. You little brat, how dare you make a move on us? You'll regret it. The leading soldier pointed at Gu Chang'e with an angry face. Gu Chang'e asked, "Who do you think you are? Tell me." Repeat. The warrior opened his mouth but stopped. He had a bad feeling that what he had just said had been exposed. If he said the wrong thing, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the head of the group, and it would be a problem to save his life. Resurrection Dragon had high expectations of himself, so high that it caused him a feeling of self-questioning. It feels like a joke. Seeing that he was scared, Gu Chang'e asked, "What are you going to say about the fuzzy dragon? Don't tell me that you were sent by the fuzzy dragon. So why are you attacking an ordinary person?" When Gu Chang'e said this, the people around them all revealed a look of suspicion. Many of them had never heard of this one called Fu Long and didn't know what kind of power this power was. However, there were also some people that knew something about the Cultivator Alliance, and when they said the name, each of them revealed a look of disbelief. Restoration Dragon, in the cultivation world, is a very mysterious organization that is difficult to see and meet. The soldier froze and quickly denied it. Definitely not. And if it was, why would you do it? Gu Chang'e continued. So, if it wasn't you, what did you want to say to me just now? The man was still chasing after him. The warrior frowned and suddenly saw that Zhang Qi had disappeared, and instantly realized that he had been fooled. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Changa had already darted into a nearby alley and was gone in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The soldier was angry. How dare he attack us? Gu Changa walked to the place they had agreed upon, and Rao Li and Zhang Qi were already waiting there. Zhang Qi gave Gu Changa and also Rao Li a bow. Thank you both for saving my life just now. A small matter. Gu Changa said. You go on. Zhang Qi was slightly stunned. You helped me just to ask me that? He just couldn't imagine that anyone would go up against a gang of weapon-wielding men for something as frivolous as this. It was beyond anything he could have imagined. Nice. Gu Changa nodded and considered it a tacit acceptance. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Zhang Qi said with a bitter smile. Later, I heard that the person called Gon Yi killed Gu Park and threatened to deal with Gu Changa and someone called Rao Li. Chapter 190. What happened last night? Rao Li returned. Maybe it'll be fine. He wouldn't have killed Chairman Gu if it was to lure us out. And rightly so. Gu Changa let out a hum. Rao Li returned. You have to be careful. That Gongyi-san will definitely arrest you. And if any students come looking for you, you mustn't tell them. No matter what happens, you mustn't tell them. It's anyone's guess whether they were used by Gongyi-san or not. They may not realize it, but it sounds like the devil's murmur to you. Okay. Gu Changa nodded. She didn't seem to have a phone right now, so she didn't think about that. However, it pays to be careful. All of what Rao Li said, they have to be on guard for something else, to extrapolate something from that. It's the only way. The two of them quickly made their way over to Furyan. They did not use any vehicles, nor did they use high-speed flights. He just walked slowly, trying not to be noticed. Looking around, there were at least 800 people on a street, and Gu Changa and Fujome were not conspicuous as they walked on the street, nor would they attract the attention of the people around them. It only took about 30 minutes to reach the place where the restored dragon was located. Fulon, on the surface, is a large wholesale fruit market, but behind the scenes it hides a lot of secrets. The place where Gu Changa was put in prison, right behind the big supermarket, was a 4-square courtyard, and the outside was a 4-square courtyard, which was actually used to keep prisoners. The two circled the mall, and shopped some more, before returning to the quad. Most of the shopkeepers in this supermarket were people from the Fulong group. Rao Li had come here to ask for information, but it turned out to be nothing. Rao Li said, let's go to the quadrangle first. If I can't, I'll go there again. You help me get some air, okay? No problem. Chen Zhuyu agreed readily. Gu Changa nodded seriously. The two stepped out of the yard and looked around. The yard was full of cracks, houses collapsed and large trees fell. When Jian Chen walked to the gate, he only saw a large number of staff members busy here, cutting down all the fallen trees and transporting them outside. There were a lot of people gathered in the yard. An old man looked at the dilapidated compound and lamented. Why did this happen to a nice yard? I heard someone set an explosive in the villa last night. Who did it? A middle-aged woman lamented. Yeah, a nice yard, just ruined. I've heard that this quadrangle is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so we'll have to lose a lot of money when we do the math. The quadrangle is now unfit for living. Look at this wall. Not to mention people, even I can easily tear it down. That's right. Who knows which night it will collapse? Won't it be a wasted death? Everyone was talking, and Gu Changa perked up her ears, hoping to get something out of them. A bit of inquiring came to nothing. Just as Gu Changa was about to die, he heard a sentence. Not quite. When I was walking here last night, I suddenly felt the earth trembling. I thought there was some kind of big earthquake. I was all ready to run away. The next thing I knew, I was inexplicably flying backwards. Say it, you don't believe it, but that's what happened. I was hit and flew backwards more than 10 meters away, and at that time, I thought I was bound to die. When the young man's words left his mouth, no one around him took them seriously. An old man spoke. Young man, don't talk big. You can be blasted more than 10 meters away and still live unharmed. The young man laughed a little and didn't care. Perhaps I really am a supreme genius. And then later, I was on my back, unable to move a muscle. When I heard movement in the yard, I can say very clearly that it wasn't explosives, but that there were cultivators fighting. I heard them talking. You tell me what happened. Gu Changa moved closer to her and said. The young man asked again. Specific, or simplified? Simplified version. Gu Changa said that he had to scramble for time. Where was the time for him to say them one by one? They just came to see what was going on. The young man replied. It seems like the guy named Gu Changa ran away. He seems to have lost. And then what? Regner asked. Gu Changa continued to ask. And it looked like that young man wasn't talking nonsense. He had really heard it. And then what? The young man was about to say something else. And just then the crowd parted a passageway and a group of loaded soldiers came out of it. Several people followed his gaze. Gu Changa's eyes narrowed. Was this discovered? Gu Chang'e was secretly on guard. If there was an opportunity, he would make a move. The soldiers walked towards the young man. Your name is Chang-Chi, right? The young man asked with a start, nodding his head. What's wrong? Chen Juyu looked at him suspiciously. Go. One of the lead fighters pointed to the assault rifle in his hand. The meaning of this sentence can be understood even by a 3-year-old child. Who are you to make me follow you? Zhang Qi's expression became serious. He sensed a hint of crisis. If he followed them, who knew what would happen? The lead warrior's gaze chilled as he said, Mr. Zhang Qi, since we've made our words clear, please don't make things difficult for us. Zhang Qi shivered at the icy gaze and subconsciously took a step back. Rowley leaned toward Gu Chang'e. Are you stupid? They're all from Furyu, and if he found out what happened last night, then he has to be taken down or shut up. Chapter 191 Upgrade to Level 4. Dead? Ragnar froze, then reacted. Gu Chang'e had an excited look on her face. Rowley stood next to her. Her face suddenly sank, and she didn't say a word, just lowered her head, her gaze falling on the puddle on the ground. Dead, he muttered, despair in his voice. Zhang Qi nodded as he watched Gu Chang'e's excitement, thinking that the two of them might be somewhat related to that ancient style. So, before this, Gu Park didn't say anything? Gu Chang'e pursued. Yes. Zhang Qi pondered for a moment and spoke. He said, you can't laugh at me here. Zhang Chensi and Rowley will soon do me justice. Gu Chang'e's entire body went quiet when she heard this, and Rowley stood beside her with a thoughtful look on her face. Zhang Qi looked at Gu Chang'e and then at that, wanting to speak, so he decided not to say anything. After a long time, Rowley looked up at Zhang Qi and opened her mouth. You must be desperate if you're being targeted by them. Yes. Zhang Qi sighed. He also could not figure out what was going on with him. He did not do anything. Why should he get himself involved? Rowley said, I can help you by giving you a place to stay so they won't come back for you. There is no fear of being left without wood. Zhang Qi nodded. You're right. There's no fear of burning firewood when you've left a green mountain. Everything is over when people are gone. Thanks. Rowley pulled out her phone and wondered who she was connecting with. And within a minute, she was on the line. Rowley then told Zhang Qi to wait for the car at a designated spot before getting into the car and eventually bringing him back to safety. The two looked at Zhang Qi's departing back. Rowley's eyes moved away from him in a chilling voice. Alright, what we need to consider now is how to deal with that Gongyi-san. That's the way to go? No, we're still not sure of Gongyi-san's whereabouts. He killed President Gu. He's bound to report it to the top, and at that time, he'll most likely walk out of Chicken City. But it may not be gone. Maybe he's just planning on taking care of us first, before reporting back to the top. We'll have to be careful next. That person could show up at any time in a location we can't predict. All in all, we can't go back for the time being. Moreover, we can't frequently appear in player-heavy areas. That would be too conspicuous. Why do I get the feeling I'm being hunted? I didn't have a hunch, but that's the way it is, and either way, you're being hunted. Rowley. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Chang'e. He was caught off guard and didn't know what to say. Instead, he was like a rat in a gutter, carefully moving in and out lest he be found and then death awaited him. I never thought I'd be in such a serious situation. In a room, Gongyi-san questioned his subordinates. Have you found out about Gu Chang'e? Yes, Chanju said. Last night, I saw him make a trip to the hospital. No, he was brought here by Headmaster Rowley, and I was told that he was dying. His chest caved in and he was dying. Wow, Chinju answered. Miyabi grinned. Luckily, this guy didn't die. He should have been hit by the ancient sound wave and suffered a considerable injury before he flew out backwards. What can a half-dead man do to get back at me? In a minute, I could have gotten him killed. In Chicken City, he's no match for me at all. He was then captured again, and as far as I know, the woman's name was Dong Yu, and she was once a member of an adventuring group as well. Hearing this, Gongyi-san nodded slightly, somewhat surprised. It's really her. I didn't expect her to get involved. It's not in her style. That Gu Chang'e guy, he doesn't seem to be that easy to deal with. We've already found out that Dong Yu and Gu Chang'e are having an affair. Not only is he close to Dong Yu Rowley, but he's also close to Ling Lin, who used to work as a clerk at Ling Lin's restaurant, and Ling Lin took care of Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Gongyi-san could no longer remain calm. That teenager called Gu Chang'e was even more powerful than she had imagined. How charming is he? It's so hard to read. This young man, who has actually gained the favor of Ling Lin and the others, surely it's not because of his appearance. But because of his appearance, they wouldn't be so superficial. So, how did they do it? And then what? Gongyi-san asked again. Later, Dong Yu picked up Gu Chang'e to her manor. And then later, there was no more movement. The servant replied. No. Gongyi-san thought about it. His injuries may not be healed yet. and Rowley has been keeping watch over him, so I don't know how he's doing. Yes, the president is right, the servant said fawningly. Go down. Yi Futian spat out a voice. He wasn't going to be amused by the flattery of a servant. After a long time, he finally made up his mind to go to Dongyu's manor and capture Guchanga, while Rowley and Dongyu, if they resisted, would be arrested. Just say it and do it. Dongyi-san immediately began to make preparations. What do I think? In my opinion, we should immediately arrest that Dongyi-san and get rid of him. Ling Lin had a cold look on her face. Rowley took Guchanga to Ling Lin's place and told her what had just happened, and Rowley asked Ling Lin what she had seen, which led to the conversation just now. Rowley returned. Even if we kill him, we won't be able to kill all the forces behind him that are restoring the dragon. Ling Lin said, it doesn't matter if we lose. We can wait a bit. When we have enough power, we can clean him up. In minutes. Rowley didn't know what to say. She just felt that she was a bit reckless. Things are not as simple as they seem. Ling Lin was still holding a grudge over Lu Xian and was a bit impulsive for a moment. She always felt that it was because of her negligence that this was happening. Ling Lin looked at Guchanga. Perhaps. You can do it. Me? Ragnar froze. Guchanga's head was filled with fog. The gap between him and level 15 wasn't half a star. It was a big one. He was only at level 4 now, and his chi blood was only over 7,000. Chapter 192. A large jar of peanut oil. Ling Lin said. Yes, that's right. It's you. That, Sister Ling Lin. As you can see, I'm only level 4 now. I can beat them up in minutes. Ling Lin gave him a blank look. That's because you're going to fight them to the death. Well, what does that mean? What else can it be? Of course it's for you to go back and settle the score with him. It's not looking for death. In that case, I'll have to dive into a cave for 10 or 8 years in the future to win. 10 years? That's a long time. Well, above the 10th rank. It's not that good of a practice. You forget that you have to use your power wisely. Your power is not for display. It is used to consume energy. You haven't studied it before, but this time, you have to carefully study what the criteria for boosting your chi and blood is, whether it's something you eat, or something you eat. When Guchanga heard this, he immediately understood that if he could find out the reason for a person's chi and blood growth, he could target that. Ling Lin said, then let's not waste any more time and go straight to the test. Hold on. I'm going out to purchase some materials. Guchanga let out a hum. Ling Lin followed suit. Soon, Ling Lin brought a large stack of materials. There were poultry, chickens, fish, cows, sheep, pigs, seafood and some greens, even peanut oil and stuff. When Guchanga took a look at the buckets and buckets of oil, she felt creepy and her sweaty hairs stood up. What's with the torture? Sister Ling Lin, are you going to cook with all this grease? Guchanga looked at Ling Lin with an expectant gaze, wanting her to say the words. Ling Lin gave him a blank look and said without a trace of humor, so much cooking oil. Where can you find such a large amount of cooking oil? Even if you're cooking, you wouldn't put in so much cooking oil, would you? Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Guchanga's lips twitched. Didn't he want to drink it himself? Sister Ling Lin, are you going to give it to me? Well, let's try it then. No, I think it's going to kill someone. You can't die. Your stomach is different from the average person. As soon as it enters the stomach, it gets digested and you can't even spit it out. Guchanga's face was ugly. Guchanga felt nauseous just by seeing the buckets and buckets of oil. Even though there was nothing in my stomach and I didn't throw up, the feeling of revulsion lingered. Then, Ling Lin let Guchanga leave as she first took a bag of fresh cabbage and handed it to Guchanga. Ling Lin said, eat, punch, punch, punch. Rowley egged on. Guchanga's face sank, staring at the 50 kilograms worth of cabbage on the ground for a long time. It's okay to think about it. Looking at the large pots and tubs of oil around her, Guchanga shuddered. It's nothing. Just do it. Guchanga bit into a small piece. At that moment, Ling Lin spoke up. Stop when you think you've boosted your life value. Even if it's only 1 point of life value. I want to know exactly how much life value you used to boost 1 point of life value. Guchanga sniffed and nodded. So that's how it was. He was thinking of drinking all the grease, but it turned out that nothing happened at all. At most it was just a little bit of blood. Guchanga thought it was easy at first, but it turned out that half a bag of cabbage was swallowed by him, and not even a single bit of chi and blood went up. At that time, Jiang Chensi was confused. With so many cabbages, how could he not add chi and blood to himself? Unable to do anything about it, Guchanga had to eat while crying. It wasn't until Guchanga finished the bag of cabbages that he added a bit of life value to himself. Life value increased a bit. Guchanga's face sank. Ling Lin said while jotting down a line on her notebook. 50 kilograms of cabbage to boost some chi and blood. Then there was roasted meat. Originally Ling Lin wanted Gu Chang'e to try raw meat first, but as a result, Gu Chang'e refused to do so she had to make roasted meat. Gu Chang'e first ate a chicken, which was about a kilogram, and now his blood level was boosted by 3 points, which meant that he was boosting his life value by 3 points at a time. After hearing this, Ling Lin wrote on her notebook, half of the chicken meat can raise 3 points of life value, which is about a kilogram. Next, the crowd conducted a few more meat tests and eventually came to the same conclusion, raising 3 points of chi blood per kilogram. Ling Lin swept a glance and opened her mouth. It looks like this dish doesn't make any difference to beast meat. It's just pure meat that can raise chi and blood, and it requires the same amount of energy. And then there's oil. Gu Chang'e broke out in a sweat when she saw those oily things sitting on the side. This stuff, Gu Chang'e thought to herself, this is to grow her power, or else she will be at the mercy of others, and do it again, just like just now. If it wasn't for President Gupta, he would have been 100% unable to come out of it. One only needed to eat, drink, and to increase one's power, while the others worked hard and only grew a little bit. So what was there to complain about? Gu Chang'e huffed. Punchy punchy punchy. Rowley encouraged Gu Chang'e one more time. Gu Chang'e unscrewed a tub of peanut oil. One drink. Rowley couldn't even look at it. Even the knowledgeable Ling Lin couldn't help but close her eyes at this mouthful of water. Gu Chang'e stopped drinking when he reached half a cup. His body began to convulse. That kind of taste, Gu Chang'e would never experience it again. That grease was immediately gone in the stomach, though not immediately to the stomach. First, he tasted the flavor in his own mouth, and then the grease slid down his esophagus, all the way to his stomach. What he could feel, what he could taste. Gu Chang'e had a depressed look on her face. A big jar of peanut oil, just like that. That's 2 liters of gas. Foot 2L. He drank up a liter of peanut oil. Now, the taste lingered in his mouth, making him uncomfortable, and his esophagus was sticky and slippery. Ling Lin looked at Gu Chang'e with some sympathy. Chapter 193 Very highly qualified. This stuff is really. However, there will be some more gasoline to follow, which will need to be tested. Rowley walked over quickly and handed him the warm water. Give it to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e picked up the cup and drank it all in one go, the warm water washing away the excess grease and making him much more comfortable. Life value plus 20. Gu Chang'e responded. I know. Hard work. Yi Futian responded. Ling Lin took out a small notebook and recorded as she spoke. Then Gu Chang'e tried again, and Rowley went to get warm water again and told Gu Chang'e to drink it. It allows him to clean out his stomach after eating the oil, otherwise he would be very uncomfortable. Gu Chang'e gritted her teeth and continued to experiment, pouring 1 bottle into her mouth, 1 liter at a time, 20 life points per liter. Until now, this thing has boosted the most chi and blood. Ling Lin's voice rang out. Gu Chang'e gulped down a large mouthful of hot water and couldn't wait for her mouth to be gagged. Rowley returned. A liter of gasoline boosts 20 points of blood, and a liter of gasoline costs more than $10. So, $10 to $20 adds 20 life points? This is more than incredible. Ling Lin nodded. Yes, more than awesome. This is simply open. Then, Ling Lin looked at Gu Chang'e again. Are you trying to tell me why you're doing this? Next, just like Dong Yu said, I'll insert a tube into your stomach so that it goes into your stomach so that you won't feel uncomfortable. Aha. Gu Chang'e nodded. All you have to do is make a break in the abdomen and put it in with a tube. Ling Lin shook her head with a helpless expression. No, your abdomen is the most secret place. If you cut your abdomen will be eaten by it. Either your stomach is out of control or it's a failure and not worth it. It's better to play it safe. Gu Chang'e thought about it, and yes, he didn't even know how big his stomach was until now. He wasn't sure what it was or what it did, only that the food boosted chi and blood. Just behave yourself. This was definitely a good time for him to raise his chi and blood. 1 L of oil plus 20 life points. Anyone else would have gone crazy for oil. Ling Lin dialed Dong Yu's number. What is it? Chen Zhuyu asked suspiciously. Dong Yu's words came from the other end of the phone. Ling Lin commanded. Go get the cheapest oil you can find, in large quantities, and all kinds of oils. After a moment of silence over there, Dong Yu suddenly spoke. Gu Chang'e, that asshole? Ling Lin said. Aha. Gu Chang'e was a bit surprised. Ling Lin didn't say anything. She didn't understand how Dong Yu recognized her. It seemed that Dong Yu was very smart. Rowley smiled slightly beside her and said, you shouldn't be fooled by Dong Yu's superficial behavior. She's actually a very shrewd person. Gu Chang'e let out a Dong Yu said, alright, then I'll get started on it right away. Where are you shipping this batch of oil to? Ling Lin said solemnly, go wherever you want, but the location must be secretive and cannot be seen by others. Getting so much oil at once will inevitably attract other people's attention, so you need to do this step right, or else you'll be found out. and it'll be easy to find out. I understand. Don't worry. I'll solve this matter. Just wait for my good news. Moreover, the people from Fuzzy Dragon have come to look for Guchanga. Don't let them find him. I think they're on their way to your side. Okay, I understand. Linglin put down her cell phone and looked at Rowley. Rowley, take Guchanga away. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Good. Let's go. Rowley nodded and took his arm. After Guchanga and Xin Chang left, the door was kicked open and a team of loaded men barged in. The leader spoke up. I received orders to arrest Guchanga. Feel free to kick in the door of my store whenever you want, Linglin said in a cold voice. The leader said without fear. Are you getting in the way? So what? With you people, you can't even hold up one of my fingers. Linglin's voice rang out. The man immediately felt a pressure he had never felt before, as if he was surrounded by an invisible sharp blade that could kill him in a minute. The man was terrified and stood there not daring to move. It was only after half a second that the man responded, his voice trembling a bit. You have to understand, we are the people of the restoration of Dragon Hall. It was his killer and the only thing he could use. So, let's not talk about the man from Fushing Dragon. Even if he does come, I won't let you go. Linglin had a cold look on her face. The chief was stunned. This man actually knew even their boss. This person, definitely not an ordinary person. Since the other party dared to ignore their president, it meant that the other party was familiar with their president. Otherwise they wouldn't have said so. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Restoration Dragon? Are you the spokesperson for the Restoration Dragon? Linglin smiled and stared at the man. The man was dumbfounded by Linglin's dislike, and his face became extremely ugly. He was a small person who naturally couldn't represent Furnong. Unable to fight, unable to speak. For the first time, he had a feeling of being helpless. How can he explain this? He didn't know what to do. So he just stood there, waiting for the time to pass. Just as Linglin was fighting for her, Guchanga and her friends had long escaped a large area. Sister Linglin won't have a problem? Guchanga turned her head to ask with some concern. Rowley returned. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Her cultivation is the most powerful amongst us. Even if that Gongyisan came in person, she wouldn't be able to do anything with her. Guchanga said in surprise. So powerful. I've never really heard of it. Didn't Sister Linglin say that he's level 13? Rowley responded. Aha. So, no wonder. Rowley spoke. Linglin's qualifications are the best among the three of us. Then Dongyu, then me. Chapter 194 Cooperation. We've fallen so far behind in the last 2 years that it's almost impossible to catch up with them. Rowley spoke a little reluctantly. What? Ragnar froze. Guchanga and her people didn't notice? How can you not find it? Miyagi said. It's like this. Because Linglin refused to cooperate. We were delayed quite a bit in her house, which allowed us to come in and do a physical examination. Miyabi asked. Then they all escaped, right? Yeah. The man nodded repeatedly, his eyes averted. Step up your efforts. No matter what methods you use, you must catch Guchanga. Okay, I'll go first. Yes, Chenjuyu answered. The man is gone. Miyagi returned to his seat. These two guys can hide. How long can they hide? I'll see where you can run to. There's not much time left for me. It should be soon. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, and he pulled it out, his eyes widening in disbelief. Really? I never thought that this matter would be related to Guchanga. Originally, I planned to use him as bait to catch Rowley, but who knows? His value is far more than I expected. It's not just him I'm going to kill. It's his sister too. If I can get his sister, plus him, then I'll be able to soar. Oh, this is a great gift. Miyagi called his men. Mobilize all the resources that can be mobilized. Find Guchanga at all costs. Never kill her. And in addition, find out the whereabouts of his sister and bring her here. Inside a deserted building, two people, Guchanga and Rowley, were hiding. Rowley said, we'll stay here for an hour and then go somewhere else. Aha. Chinju answered. Guchanga nodded. Their strategy was to change locations every 3 hours so as to avoid being noticed. Stay in one place for a long time and something is likely to happen. Guchanga looked at the sky and muttered. I always felt something was wrong. Rowley walked up. What's wrong? It's nothing. Guchanga shook his head. I'm just a little uneasy in my heart. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. It's fine. Shen Xingyan comforted. Rowley patted his shoulder. It's easy to deal with a Gongyisan. The only trouble is that Fu Long behind him. Otherwise, we would have already done it. Guchanga said. I understand. If we take care of Gongyisan now, the people sent by Fushing Dragon will only be level 14 or 15, so we'll be in the best position. Yes, let's wait a little longer then, Rowley said. I know. Ragnar nodded. Guchanga looked ahead. countless thoughts flashing through his mind, and he always felt that something big was about to happen. Gu Chang'e thought about what he had overlooked, and after a while, he reacted to the fact that it was his sister. She was still in the mercenary union, so if she was going to threaten herself, then she would have to go to her. Gu Chang'e turned around and asked, "Boss, is my sister still in the union?" Rowley smiled. "Don't worry about it. I'll have someone send someone away, so don't worry about it. The president is really something." Gu Chang'e gave Rowley a thumbs up. She had known it for a long time. She thought the same thing. If the president was like her, then her sister might be in trouble. They realized this a long time ago and didn't realize it. Rowley said, "I think Miyabi should not only target your sister, but also those friends of yours." "Right." Yi Futian nodded. Gu Chang'e nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "But I don't seem to have any other friends, so you don't have to worry." Rowley, however, shook her head. "You're young and you think they're going to do that and they don't. And if they think you're following someone better they're bound to go after you. Whereas if you can control yourself then you won't get into any trouble. Whereas it seems to me that you're likely to lose your mind." Gu Chang'e pondered for a moment, thinking, if Gong Yisun threatened her with her students, could she not do anything? If they grabbed 5 people in one breath, or the whole class to blackmail them, would they still be able to keep their composure? Gu Chang'e thought to herself, he will definitely not be able to control himself and will most likely do it. So many people, all of them died because of him. He will definitely feel bad in his heart, but if he doesn't have any problem at all, then he won't be him. I don't think so. I'm not cold-blooded and heartless. I still have a heart of flesh and blood. Gu Chang'e looked up at Rowley. I don't think I would do that. Sure enough, Rowley continued with a slight smile. You're the you I know, and if it weren't for you, I'd be a little scared. Afraid of what? Gu Chang'e was angry and amused. Wouldn't it be scary if the familiar became the unfamiliar? Rowley said. It's possible. Gu Chang'e was puzzled. Rowley said with a sullen face, prepare for the worst first. That Gong Yisun will most likely take others to blackmail you. Not to mention those friends around you. Casually pull up 100 or 200 people you don't even know, and then kill them one by one, just to force you to show yourself. Gu Chang'e pulled her lips. Are you stupid? Is this the guardians of the cultivation world or not? How can they do something so cruel? Rowley snorted. You think too much of them. They are much dirtier than you think. Among the feats I know, this move is not the strongest. Once there is a conflict of interest, it will collapse in minutes. So the only thing we can do is to protect ourselves and those around us. I used to think that I could transform the whole world, but now, I know that there is no way around it, and the only way to better integrate myself into the world is to keep adjusting myself. Chapter 195. Not even an acquaintance. If you don't get used to it, you're going to be left behind, and if you get used to it, you're going to become pretty much the same person you used to loathe. Some people, after a lifetime, become the person they hate. So it is. Rowley sighed, and judging by her tone and expression, she was helpless and hopeless. Gu Chang'e didn't think that Rowley had thought so much about it, and he hadn't thought so much about it before, but now it seemed that she was really scared. He will only think about how to live a better life. Is this what is meant by more power comes with more responsibility? In many cases, they are not willing to carry these responsibilities, but they will be carried on their shoulders and there is no way to get rid of them. Life, more often than not, is not as good as you think it is, but it's what you least expect to happen. There is no choice but to accept it, to get used to 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 it. Gu Chang'e didn't know what to do to calm her down, just reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. Rowley settled down and looked at Gu Chang'e with a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine, aren't I? Gu Chang'e gave a hmm. Time passed by, and Gu Chang'e and Xian Sheng ran and hid in every corner of the chicken city. Once, he went head-to-head with the main force of the Fuxing dragon and narrowly escaped with his entire body. But fortunately, Ling Lin came to his aid. Otherwise, he really didn't know what would have happened. Gu Chang'e would never forget those days of hiding in the East in his life. How could he not expect that one day, he would become a target? It wasn't until 5 days later that the two learned from Dongyu that they had gone to an abandoned factory building on the west side of Chicken City, which contained a piece of land belonging to Dongyu. She'd been busy acquiring gutter oil for the past few days, which was why she'd made it look like a fried chicken factory, trying to mass-produce something like fried chicken. That would give her a good reason to collect so much oil without arousing suspicion. Dongyu, on the other hand, approached some manufacturers of cooking oil and promised to buy 100% of the oil they produced. Truckloads and truckloads of oil were sent to that abandoned factory. In the evening, Gu Chang'e and Fu Shi appeared outside a ruin. These were sent by Dongyu to prevent the people of Fuyong from finding them. After Gu Chang'e contacted Dongyu, she smoothly entered the abandoned factory building, And when Gu Changa walked to the factory building, her entire body froze. And in the center of the plant was a thick steel pipe that took up almost half of the plant. The steel pipe was shiny and clean all over. Not even a trace of rust, and had obviously been treated not long ago. Dong Yu pointed to the steel pipe. This is a metal container that can hold 1,000,000 liters of gasoline. So much. Gu Changa was shocked. So much oil. He couldn't believe it. Dong Yu explained, there's still a lot of gasoline left to be poured in. So the most we can put here is a steel pipe this big. Cut the crap and just do it. Dong Yu pointed to a pipe near the metal container. That test tube is for drinking. I advise you to swallow it in one gulp, or else you might not be able to stand it. Aha! Chinju answered. Gu Changa let out a hum. When he finished, he walked toward the test tube. He also thoughtfully moved a chair for Gu Changa to sit down. Dong Yu looked at Rowley on the side. How efficient is such a transformation? 1 liter of gasoline restores 20 life points. Rowley, that high? Didn't it say that 100 liters would increase your life value by 1 point? Dong Yu was surprised. So, 1,000,000 liters of gasoline will give me 20 million life points? With over 20 million life points, I can skip straight to level 11, 12, and 13. Dong Yu's mouth opened wide in surprise. Rowley, but with all that oil, it's not that tasty, and it's going to take a lot of time. Yeah. Dong Yu nodded and then did the math. It's about 50 liters a minute. 3,000 liters an hour. That's 72,000 liters a day. This tank of gasoline, there's 1,000,000 liters of gasoline, 7,200 liters a day. Which means he's going to be working 14 days in a row for 14 days. Which means he's going to be sleeping at least 4 hours a day. Which means he's going to be sleeping at least 4 hours a day. Also, there's no way the pipeline could flow more than tap water. And oil doesn't flow as well as water. It would take at least 25 days to consume all of those 1,000,000 liters of gasoline. Gu Changa listened to Dong Yu's projections from the side. Her face hardened to the extreme. Such pain had lasted for 25 days. Moreover, the 1,000,000 liters of gasoline is obviously not enough. And some more must be added to make it work. It will take at least half a month, if not longer. Gu Changa felt horrible just thinking about it, and he let out a long sigh as he continued to pour gasoline into his mouth, shoving the syringe into his mouth and sliding it down his throat. It wasn't until Gu Changa finished painting that she signaled him good, and only then did Dong Yu walk to the faucet and unscrewed it, and a stream of oil came out of it. Gu Changa tapped on his attribute bar, only to see his blood level skyrocket. I should have known I'd have made it an accelerated oil device to save time. Dong Yu's voice rang out. Hearing the subordinate's report, Gong Yisun burst into a rage. It's been 5 days, so many people, and we haven't caught 2 people yet. What a shame. The man received a bad scolding, but he didn't dare to say a word, only bowing his head and slandering in his mind. Even if we find it, there's no way to catch it. Gu Changa isn't the only one. There's also a 10th ranked expert beside him. How can this be? It was a phrase that he could only think about in his mind. Gong Yisun was still cracking up. Not to mention Gu Changa wasn't able to be caught. He couldn't even find out about his sister. What are they all doing? The man muttered. It can't be helped. Rowley is too strong. We can't even find her hiding place. There's not even a single figure. How are we supposed to find it? Gu Changa's friends are even fewer. I don't even have an acquaintance. Chapter 196 solved the problem in 3 or 2. What else is there to do when it comes down to it? Gong Yisun stroked his forehead. I had thought that I would be able to get rid of them in 3 or 2 blows. Aha! Got a clue? Any information at all? Don't tell me there aren't any clues. No clues at all. That everyone can get out of here. Gong Yi laughed back in anger, almost ready to storm out. The man froze, a little embarrassed that he didn't really have any clue. He pondered for a long time. Eventually, he nodded weakly. There. Shen Xiaobei nodded. Well, Dong Yu seems to be building a fried chicken factory. Ha! Homian froze slightly. You call this a clue? Can you tell me where this clue came from? Could it be? Is Dong Yu hiding in her plant? Humph. Do you think I'm an idiot? For something so obvious, you think they'd let Gu Changa hide? The other man said, wanting to speak. So, the more treacherous the place, the safer it is? Humph. Do you think they'll bring Gu Changa along to gamble? This is a matter of human life. How could they risk their own lives? Dare not. Okay. Search me, and if you can't, you're not going to sleep. Yes. Chen Zhuyu answered. When the man finished speaking, he turned and left. Where exactly has Gu Changa hidden? We just need to find him. All things considered, if I can't handle this matter, I'll have to let them come out on their own, and at that time, not to mention Pingbian, even this president, may not be able to keep it. No matter what, you must find Gu Changa for me. If we don't find him this time, then we'll have to use other methods. Time passes slowly. Gu Chang'e didn't have a moment to spare. He knew that time was precious now, and if he missed this perfect moment, he might not be able to find it again. Fortunately, Dong Yu's factory hadn't been targeted by the casino's people yet. If they knew about it, Dong Yu wouldn't have been able to put together so much oil. So, they have to hurry. This allows for better absorption. Gu Chang'e asked Dong Yu to get a high-power device with a daily output of 72,000 liters, which can now produce 150,000 per day. Gu Chang'e still thinks it's too long. He's not going to absorb 1,000,000 liters, but 1,000,000 liters, and at most, he'll be level 14. For grade 15, 1,000,000 liters of gasoline are still needed, while for grade 16, it's 2 million, 3 million. Gu Chang'e really didn't understand how on earth these people had practiced step by step to level 16. Where did he get so much chi and blood? Gu Chang'e couldn't guess how. These people, they should be the legendary supreme prides. Because of so many people, there were only a handful of them who were able to ascend to the 15th step. After these few days, Gu Chang'e was also at the 8th rank, and now every step forward was tough and demanded a lot of blood chi. 0, it's a sight to behold. 20 million life points was enough for him to advance from level 4 to level 14, which was more than 20 million life points. Gu Chang'e was reserving her chi and blood every day to maximize her chi and blood, and that 10% gain is simply a drop in the bucket. On this day, Dong Yu, who had returned from his outing, had an unusually grave expression on his face. Raleigh felt bad and realized that something had happened. 80% of it was related to that Gong-isan, as if something had gone wrong. Raleigh had long ago thrown away her phone and other instruments, just for fear of being discovered by Gong Yi. She didn't know what was going on outside, and the only news she had was what Dong Yu had told her. Raleigh walked over. What's wrong? Dong Yu. All of Gu Chang'e's students have been kidnapped. Not just his students, but everyone in the neighborhood where Gu Chang'e used to live, as well as that family that sells Gu Chang'e's clothes, adding up to at least 100. Raleigh frowned. That Gong-isan brat finally made his move. It looks like he's at his wit's end to force us to show up in this way. Gu Chang'e also heard it from nearby, and a hint of killing intent flashed through her icy gaze. He's finally gone after his loved ones, and it involves so many people. This Gong-isan is simply heartless. It's time to strike. Raleigh turned her head to Gu Chang'e. Let's settle this first. You stay here and cultivate well. With the three of us joining forces, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But the next problem is a bit tricky. I don't know if it will affect your promotion to the 15th rank. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had risen to the 11th level, and the oil in his body had been reduced by 2/3 with each subsequent level. For the third stage alone, 1,000,000 liters are needed. There is oil everywhere in the factory, and when Gu Chang'e is ready, he will let people add to it. And during this time Gu Chang'e is upgrading every day, not letting his employees add gasoline to the tank. Raleigh was still smiling. Don't worry, it's fine. And don't look at yourself. Dong Yu pinched her small savage waist with a look of hatred. Then, she pulled her own phone out of her pocket and put it in Gu Chang's hand. Look, are you stupid? Just wait in peace. I'll put your phone on your computer. You can use it, but don't do anything stupid with it, especially not telling anyone. Gu Chang'e picked up the phone, tapped a few words, rolled over, and handed it to Dong Yu. You have to be more careful. Don't let your guard down. This Gong-isan must know that he can't beat the two of you. He must have something to fall back on if he's doing this. Since he's confident, it means that he's a certain amount of danger to us as well. It's better to be cautious. Dong Yu said. Do you think we're idiots? Gu Chang'e saw that both of them understood, so she didn't say anything more. Dong Yu and Raleigh twisted their heads and headed in Ling Lin's direction. The three of them gathered together to discuss the plan and make their move in the evening without having to wait a day or two. Chapter 197 Must Die. Moreover, Gong-isan wouldn't let them wait for too long. At most one day without showing up, he would surely take action against these people. At that point, 1 to 10 minutes in, they would be slowly tortured until they couldn't stand it any longer. This is what he intends to do. Dong Yu's voice rang out. The location is a bit odd. Raleigh nodded. Yes, it's weird. Normally they would have occupied a better terrain. And now, they have placed the battlefield here, which is not good news for them. Ling Lin was also helpless. The reason they chose the location in this abandoned garage was obviously to trap us all here, because there were too many people there, and they expected that we wouldn't be able to fly from the ground, and if we did fly through the air, then everything around us would collapse, and thousands of people would be killed then. These guys, they are really cheap, threatening us with other people's lives. Dong Yu said in an icy tone. What a despicable bunch. It's sickening to be in a place with these people. Ling Lin was also helpless. The other side must have sent a lot of people over there. It's harder to get in than it is to get out. And with at least 100 people over there, it's hard to get everyone out. Dong Yu snorted coldly and said, with so many hostages, it's hard for us to take them all out. This is too mean, isn't it? Rowley said. Yes, more than 100 people. It's not difficult for us to save them and take them away. Then, there is only one path to choose. Dong Yue's gaze was fixed as she said in a chilling voice, kill them all. Rowley said, this Gong Yisan, this psychopath. I don't know what to get up to. Ling Lin analyzed, if we don't take too many people, we can totally take the hostages and retreat in one piece. But right now, we can't do that. We have to fight to the death. Since that Gong Yisan knew how powerful we were and still invited us here, it must be more than just because they have hostages in their hands, but because they know very well that their hostage program won't work for us, but it will work for Gu Chang'e. Rowley, since this is the case, the other party will definitely make some arrangements. And the greatest possibility is that the other party will send even more powerful experts. It's about the same. More than 10 days have passed since Gu Chang'e escaped, so that long is enough time for them to find more people. Ling Lin nodded. Dong Yu frowned. They've all invited reinforcements. So we're just asking for death if we go again. No, we absolutely can't leave in such a desperate situation. Rowley said, let's think about it again. Can we have a method dash? The three men had been discussing it for a whole day and night, and still hadn't come to a conclusion. The opponent had a 14th or 15th ranked expert. Rowley and the three of them were at an absolute disadvantage and had no chance of winning. The only thing he could think of now was how to free the hostages in a safe manner and evacuate smoothly. A group of gun-toting men walked at the front, and further back were people related to Gu Chang'e. They were all handcuffed. More than 100 people. All of them were dumbfounded, completely unaware of how they had become prisoners. How did we get brought to this place? I didn't do anything. Why should I? A man's face was full of panic, and tears kept slipping down his face. A stocky man, a pistol in his hand, turned back. What for? You can go to your good friend Gu Chang'e. It's all his fault. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have come. Wait, I don't know him. What did he bring me here for? The man was dumbfounded, and he was stunned for a moment before reacting when the three words Gu Chang'e appeared. He was a peddler, in the same neighborhood as him, and then, nothing. There were only 2 gold coins and nothing else, and when I asked for his name, he disappeared. I don't think so. I'm not related to Linny. How could I threaten Linny with Linny? The man replied, we don't care. You just know, familiar or not. That's up to you. So many people. He'll care. Even if there were no important people, but so many people, all sacrificed because of him, I think even he would be unable to do that. When we catch him, you can come back unharmed. Really? Ragnar nodded. After hearing this news, the man was very excited. 1,000 times over. Don't say much. A burly man with an inch-haired head poked him with his elbow. The man said somewhat helplessly, yes, yes, yes. It's so meaningless. Gu Chang'e hasn't come yet. It's been so long. Why don't we find some more people to play with? Seek death. The short-haired youth glared angrily. The burly man spread his hands and stopped talking. The hundreds of people following them, on the other hand, were in an uproar. At first they didn't know what was going on, but now they finally understood. They were brought to this place for Gu Chang'e. 99.9% of the people became incredibly angry the moment they learned the truth. Angry that they had actually been victimized by a stranger. They weren't that familiar with Gu Chang'e yet, which was why they were so angry. These few people, surprisingly, had a grudge against Gu Chang'e. They used us as a bargaining chip to force Gu Chang'e to show up. So shameless. So shameless. He absolutely couldn't let Gu Chang'e come. One of the women, who was holding a little girl, said to her, don't worry, wait until Gu Chang'e arrives. Yeah, when he gets here, everything will be fine. The middle-aged man beside him nodded slightly. A young woman, in her early 20s, snorted and said, you think he's coming for us? This. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. How did he show up here when he knew it was a trap? The woman looked excited. What are you babbling about? He'll be here. For sure. Poof. Jian Wushuang coldly shouted. A look of mockery appeared on that woman's face. This person would definitely not show up, and they would surely die when the time came. Chapter 198 Changing the World. The women naturally looked forward to Gu Chang'e's arrival. If Gu Chang'e didn't come, they would most likely be killed. The young girl smiled slightly and didn't say anything. It would be weird if he came. Where in heaven's name is such a person? Everyone has selfishness, let alone hundreds of people. Even with his sister, he would never show up here. All in vain. She leaned her back against the wall and closed her eyes. Among them, the only ones who were closest to Gu Chang'e were probably the students of the 3rd class. Many people were secretly hoping that Gu Chang'e would come, so that they could survive. No one will not love their life. 1 human life for 100. He felt it was worth it. What's going on? Gu Changa pulled out his own cell phone and searched for something, but there was no information he needed to know for now. Also, he was unable to get in touch with Dong Yu and the others, not knowing if they had left. It's going to be okay if we don't go, right? Gu Changa lowered her eyes and let out a deep sigh inwardly. They must hate me and think I've done them harm. Gu Changa knew what they were thinking, and she wouldn't be happy if she was kidnapped just like that. No one would be comfortable with anything like that. Cursing, that's definitely the norm. It would be unusual if I didn't curse. They're all ordinary. Gu Changa knew very well in her heart that none of these people were psychopaths. If Dong Yue and the others haven't replied by noon tomorrow, something's wrong. Gu Changa couldn't help but clench his fists as he thought about it, and he still chose to help Dong Yu and the others. He wasn't strong or capable, but it just wouldn't do to watch while he stood by and did nothing. There was no way he could have rushed to level 15 in such a short period of time. By the time I ascend to the 15th floor, they'll all be dead. So what's the point of me going up to the 15th floor? They're alive and well, so why stay here if they can be stopped? Even if it's an upgrade, even if it's later, start over. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning is the hardest night for a man, and then comes the dawn, for it is dark and one is most sleepy. Of course they were tired. Not only had they not rested for a day, they had been trying to find Gu Changa for the past few days and had not slept for several days and nights. At the moment, they just wanted to get some rest. As the host of this event, Dong Yichuan naturally could not be absent, so he sat down on the side and waited for the good news. He didn't feel tired. His mind was thinking about what he was going to do in a few moments. His mind was unusually clear, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he was a little excited. The thought of catching Rowley and the three of them sent a surge of excitement through him, and he simply couldn't close his eyes and sleep until he had achieved his goal. Hurry! Looking forward to it. No matter how much preparation you make, it won't help. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. You can only choose one path. Miyabi grinned. Suddenly, Gong Yi grew up, and the few people who were still napping immediately straightened their backs and gripped their weapons. They were really worried that this guy had seen them napping and was coming to clean them up. The target is here. Prepare yourselves. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Everyone responded in unison, then cast their eyes towards the doorway. There was only one way to be able to enter and leave. All they had to do was to guard the place. Someone's coming. Someone's coming. The big battle is imminent. All of their attention was focused on the exit, and their faces all became incredibly ugly. Hands gripped the gun. Fingers on the trigger. Always ready to shoot all the bullets. He was the one who kept us awake for 10 days. And a wave of anger rose up from the bottom of our hearts. A hideous look came out of their eyes. The people who were tied up with 5 flowers also woke up, and when they learned that Gu Changa had come, they were all startled. Their faces were all complicated, with different looks. There was skepticism, shock, and excitement. Why is Gu Changa here? Yes, he's really coming for us. Xue Qinruo's hands clenched tightly together. It's better not to come. Why come? It's obviously a pit. Stump. A clatter of high heels from the doorway drew the attention of the crowd. One of them wondered, why high heels? That's right. Where did you get the heels? The crowd was also confused. Suddenly, they heard another footstep. No, it's not just the heels. Gu Changa actually didn't come alone? A man sneered and said, it's not like someone's going to accompany him to trouble, is it? What's going on? Xue Qinruo jumped up in excitement. He glanced at Xue Qinru and said, why? I told you no. He's the one who got us locked up, and you're still pretending. Xue Qin's voice rang out. Obviously they were in the wrong. But you said it was Gu Changa, because you were afraid of him, so you didn't say anything, and as a result, when no one could help you, you blamed it on Gu Changa. Humph, do you think I didn't see that? The man was poked and prodded and was so angry he couldn't speak. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's that time of year and you're still pretending. It didn't take long for the 3 figures to arrive, and it was clearly Rowley and the 3 of them. All 3 were wearing combat suits specifically tailored for them, which made them much easier to fight in. As soon as the 3 showed up, a large number of bullets were fired at the 3, but they were all blocked. Aside from Gu Changa. Who are they all? I knew Gu Changa wouldn't show up. See, I told you. Chapter 199. Finally. I've waited for you. Finally. You're here. Gong Yisun smiled faintly, her eyes narrowing slightly. Gu Changa's absence surprised him a bit, but it didn't matter. When they got their hands on him, Gu Changa would obediently hand him over. It must have been those 3 women who wouldn't let him come over. Where can such a hot-blooded boy stand it? No matter what, he has to come. These 3 were the people closest to him, and it could even be said that all 3 of them were his sisters. I'm gonna get these 3. Compared to Gu Changa, Rowley and the others were the most important, and this time, the arrest of Gu Changa was accounted for by the higher-ups. I'll deal with him. You two keep going, Ling Lin commanded. Rowley and Dong Yu answered at the same time. Okay. Ling Lin drew the tang sword in her hand, threw away the scabbard, and stepped forward. With one step and a little bit of his foot on the ground, he appeared 2 meters in front of Gong Yi and slashed at his neck. Such close proximity stunned everyone. They wanted to turn back to help, but it was too late. And since Dong Yu and Xiao Yu had already killed, they had no time to care about Gong Yi-san. Seeing that the blade was about to chop at his neck, Gong Yi-san's expression remained unchanged. It wasn't that he couldn't see it, it was just that he didn't care at all. He was confident and in no hurry at all. Seeing how confident he was, Ling Lin saw that the dagger was about to pierce his skin, but Ling Lin suddenly shot out in a violent manner. Just a meter in front of Gong Yi-san, a subtle scratch appeared there, and it was hard to notice if one didn't pay attention. With just a single scratch, Ling Lin was shaken back a few steps. Ling Lin looked solemn. He really did find the 15th floor. At first, it was an old man in a white t-shirt and a pair of rag shorts underneath, looking like a plain old man thrown into the crowd. Not at all conspicuous. This very ordinary-looking old man was actually a 15th ranked expert and one of the most powerful few warriors in the Fuzzy Dragon, the most crucial figure of the Fuzzy Dragon clan. Ling Lin saw the old man frown and spoke. He-e. The old man's name was He-e. Ling Lin had seen him before, so naturally she knew the man's name. With some surprise, He-e glanced at Ling Lin and said, "So it's you, little girl. For the sake of your father, I'll spare your life. Go away. I can forget about it." Behind him, Gong Yi-san was a bit unhappy when she heard this. "Sir He-e, you can't let him go. Are you lecturing me?" He-e's face sank. His voice was icy and creepy, and this underground parking lot was as cold as if it had entered a cold winter. So cold that it was unbelievable. As for the commoners, they had long been frozen and shivered, hugging each other to keep warm. "Don't dare." Chen Zhuyu shook his head. Facing He-e, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit reckless. He-e's eyes, moving away from Ling Lin, landed on her. "You'd better get going. It's out of your hands to think about such things." "I naturally have my reasons," Ling Lin said. "Thank you for your kind words, but I don't want it. Looks exactly like your father." He sighed and said, "You and him, both are one-dimensional. That's how he died, and if he just relaxed a little, he would have survived." Ling Lin's face sank as soon as she heard this, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ling Lin said with an expressionless face, "My father is not a meddler. He just doesn't want to be in your company and theirs. Cut the crap. Since you don't want to go, I'll let you go." As the words fell, a strong aura erupted from He's body. Ling Lin gripped her tang blade tightly, and an icy cold aura emanated from her, quickly permeating the entire underground garage. The entire garage was already cold, and with Ling Lin blowing so much, it could literally freeze a person. Ling Lin immediately greeted her, while He was at ease. With his 15th ranked cultivation, it was no trouble at all to deal with Ling Lin. The two of them, Dong Yu and Rowley, quickly finished off a group of soldiers, and then shouted to those who were captured, "You guys hurry up and leave." Hearing this, everyone started to run away without hesitation. When Gong Yi-san saw these fleeing people, there wasn't the slightest expression on his face because he knew that with his strength, it wouldn't take much effort at all to catch these people. Therefore, he didn't stop those who fled. Since they had all been led here, there was no point. Putting them here is just getting in the way. It's just too easy to kill them. It won't take a night. Dong Yu and Rowley, on the other hand, both ran to Ling Lin's side, wanting to help her. Just as they pounced over, Gong Yi slapped out his palm, and both of them backed up at the same time to avoid the palm. Gong Yi-san slowly walked towards the two. "Be at ease. This battle, leave it to me." Rowley looked at Dong Yu and spoke. "I'll fight him. You help Ling Lin. Okay? Be safe." Dong Yu flew up and pounced on Ling Lin. Gong Yi-san looked at Dong Yue, but did not make a move. After all, He was a 15th ranked expert, and the difference in strength between the two sides was so great that it could not be compensated for by sheer numbers. "It's been a long time, Rowley, and it's great that you haven't changed at all. Che, you're the same way. Always a disgusting face," Rowley said coldly. "I'm flattered," the Gong family head said shamelessly. Rowley didn't want to talk nonsense with him and hurriedly cleaned him up and went over to help. It was still those 15th ranked divine warriors that truly made them fearful. Just take him down and get yourself out of there. Being targeted by a level 15 expert, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to retreat in one piece. However, Rowley did not expect that Gong Yi-san would actually let the person go. She had originally thought that Gong Yi-san wouldn't let them go anyways, but she didn't expect that he didn't even put them in his eyes. By the looks of it, he was confident that we wouldn't make it out alive and ignored them. Gong Yi pounced on Rowley, and the two threw a punch at each other, a terrifying force shaking the four directions. Compared to Hee, Ling Lin and the others, the battle between Rowley and Gongyi-san was even more tragic. Chapter 215 Levels of Power. Boom dash came a loud bang. Rumble dash there was a loud, deafening roar. A strong energy fluctuation came from the underground garage, and all those who escaped felt a chill. What the hell is going on here? So scary. Just the aura emanating from them makes me feel a sense of suffocation. I guess their strength should be above level 5. What? A fifth-order alien? How could she be taken captive? What on earth did Gu Chang'e do to offend such a horrible man? I'm not sure, but Gu Chang'e is going to suffer greatly. 100 of him wouldn't be a match for him. So it was hidden, and when they couldn't find him, they turned on us. Hurry up, or we won't be able to run away when they react. Yeah, go go go. Everyone started running out the door, but they weren't fast because of the handcuffs. At this rate, it's like a walk in the park. A girl tugged on Xue Qinrui's coat and asked, "Are you stupid? Qinru, let's hurry and get out of here." Yes, this place is very unsafe. Another student came forward. A trace of difficulty appeared on Xue Qinrui's face as she nodded her head in agreement. Indeed, we can't stay in this place. If we get caught, we'll only become a burden to Gu Chang'e. Everyone had left, and Gu Chang'e didn't need to come back. Xue Qinru agreed almost without thinking. Xue Qinrui was just about to leave when she heard someone say, "That seems to be Gu Chang'e." The crowd followed the sound and saw a figure speeding from the distance. It was only now that it was almost dawn that they got a good look at the person. And even though they couldn't see it clearly, there were still quite a few who recognized it at a glance. And yes, this person was Gu Chang'e. What's he doing here? That's it. Why are you here at this hour? Yeah, we're all out. When did you get here? He should have seen that things were settled and that's why he came up here. Everyone was talking in tongues. Jiang Chenxi's movements were quick, and it didn't take long for him to walk more than 10 meters away. Gu Chang'e listened to their conversation in her ears, her face unchanged, but her heart felt a little guilty. Gu Chang'e ran toward the door, and Xue Qinrui clenched her fists. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Gu Chang'e was stunned and didn't react for a moment. With pleasure. And, I'm sorry. After saying that, Gu Chang'e quickly walked in again. Qinru, let's hurry and get out of here. The girl yanked Xue Qinzhua over as soon as she could. Yeah, hurry up. A couple of girls came over and dragged her away. What's going on here? What happened to Sari? He moved quickly, reaching the underground garage almost instantly, and his eyes quickly fixed on Gongyi-san and Hee. In just a few moves, Ling Lin and her men were struck with countless wounds. Ling Lin and Dongyu, in particular, were the most injured during Hee's battle. Hee didn't hold back when he fought the two of them, because he knew that no matter what opponent he met, he couldn't take it lightly. Those who were more talented and cultivated better had all fallen. So why was he still alive today? All on the basis of caution. People with talent and ability were often high-minded and arrogant, and it was very likely that they would be taken advantage of and die without a burial place. He had seen such examples many times. Therefore, he was very scrupulous about anyone. War. It's a battle between you and me. The winner lives, the loser dies. It's as simple as that. In a life and death struggle, belittling the enemy will only make you suffer more. Gongyi saw Gu Chang'e walk in and immediately smiled. So it's you. It saves me a lot of work. Rowley's trio also didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come. Their faces were ugly. There was anger, helplessness, and joy, but after all, it was only a very small portion. More than anything, they didn't want Gu Chang'e to come. This war was too intense, and they were already mentally prepared that they wouldn't be able to return. They had guessed that Gu Chang'e would retaliate against them, but now Gu Chang'e had come. But now that a pound has arrived, it can't be helped. Gu Chang'e's eyes quickly landed on Hee's face. It would be a perfect ending to take him out. The only way Gu Chang'e could deal with him now was to utilize the 4 fierce cauldrons. After all, the other party was an expert of the 15th rank, and the difference in strength between the two was too great. Even if the 3 of them, Ling Lin, were to join forces, he would not have the certainty of victory. Gu Chang'e's cultivation level at this time was at the 12th rank, so he rushed towards Hee. The feeling was like a small child holding a high-tech gun that he knew how to use, but couldn't use it, could only press it haphazardly, and couldn't use it at all. This is the person we're looking for. I didn't expect him to have reached the 12th rank at such a young age. It seems like he really does have some kind of treasure on him. Hee's slight eyes stared in thought. Gu Chang'e also struck out, looking for a suitable moment to use the 4 great tripods to cut him down. But what Gu Chang'e didn't expect was that they hadn't revealed a single trace. So Gu Chang'e didn't have a chance to make a move. This move could only be used once, and if one move failed to kill the opponent, it would be difficult to hit the opponent again with the same move later. This was why Gu Chang'e had delayed making her move, just to bide her time. He's high density, high frequency offense was completely beyond Gu Changa's expectations, and it could be extremely difficult for him to just deal with his opponent's offense, and to find his opponent's weaknesses for counterattacks. 15 levels of power, and it's so strong? Chapter 201 A New Day Dawns. Taking advantage of Gu Changa's shock, He struck over with a palm, and a terrifying wave of power spread out. He didn't kill him. They had to keep Gu Changa alive. Otherwise, with Gu Changa's insight and He's skill, he would have had at least 100 times to kill him. Gu Changa rushed to dodge, but it was too late. Gu Changa was hit by a terrifying force. Boom dash came a loud bang. Gu Changa flew out backwards and crashed into the wall. Half of her body stuck in the wall, unable to move an inch. He had to take one out. He did not look any further and continued to strike, blasting the Dongyu duo. Rowley couldn't help but look at Gu Changa when she realized that most of her attention had been drawn to her as she fell to the ground. It was also this look that gave Gongison an opportunity to take advantage of, as he lashed out and blasted Rowley with a heavy punch. This strike could be said to have poured out all of his strength. Boom dash, a violent boom rang out. Rowley's entire body shot backwards and smashed into the wall. Aha! Having fought to this point, you actually care about other people. Are you looking down on me? Or do you think you're so strong that you can ignore me? Rowley, however, did not look at Gong Yi. Her eyes went to Gu Changa, only to see Gu Changa's head drooping and motionless, seemingly unconscious. Rowley struggled to get up. All the body made a click, click sound. Obviously has reached her capacity. The wounds on his body hadn't fully healed yet. After all, he had nearly lost his life in a battle with a 15th ranked powerhouse, and it was impossible to recover from such injuries without several months of recuperation. Under the full force of that 15th ranked divine warrior's strike, it would be difficult to recover from any injuries, and no potion would be able to withstand the power of a 15th ranked divine warrior. Therefore, what he had to do was to slowly dissipate this power until it dissipated, so that his injuries could be completely healed. Just now, when he was heavily struck by Gongison, all the injuries on his body showed signs of cracking, and his 5 organs and 6 bowels were slightly damaged, which was not just an overdraft, but also an overdraft of his vitality. Not only Rowley, but Dong Yu and Ling Lin as well. Their injuries hadn't healed until now, and in the fierce battle with He, it had torn their wounds even more. Aha! With you, you're worthy of being my enemy? So, Rowley came in front of Miyabi, without the slightest hesitation. Gongison was very contemptuous, and pounced on Rowley with a few arrow steps, One of his fists was just about to strike Rowley, but Gu Changa stopped it. Gu Changa had darted over at some point, and Gongyi froze. He stared at Gu Changa in surprise. The last time he had seen him, this man had only been a 4th level, and he could have crushed him with a single finger. However, right now, Chu Feng was actually able to fight against him. It hasn't even been 10 days or so. How did he do it? It must have been that thing that skyrocketed his strength to defeat him at all costs. We can't let him escape. If this continues, he'll soon become a level 15. 16. Luckily, this group has been delivering since. The force on Gongison's hand increased by a few more points, and with a return shot, he greeted Gu Changa with a quick movement. The next moment, blood splattered all over him. Die! Yi Futian spat out 2 words. Gu Changa's voice was like a devil's murmur. Gongison's pupils shrunk as he felt a tremendous pressure. Without thinking, he was about to take off his shirt, because he knew that the drop of blood was what mattered. There was certainly no way his movements could match Gu Changa's. He had already made that kind of plan, and in that instant, he activated the 4 fierce cauldrons. In the next moment, his body was sucked in by the 4 fierce cauldrons, completely dying. He looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked. He had lived for so many years and had never encountered someone who could cut a person in half without any resistance. This guy was just looking for a perfect moment before, and now it looks like he's trying to get me killed. Luckily, he hadn't underestimated him, or else today would have been the day he died. It was an extremely dangerous creature. Gu Changa looked at He. Are you trying to get me to help you? I think it's better for us to talk it over and not make a scene. He burst into color and violently retreated tens of meters before he managed to stop. Ling Lin and the other 2 girls, instead of rushing over, walked towards Gu Changa. When he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he instantly had a look of contempt on his face as well. Do you think that you can defeat me by relying on this magic treasure? If you want to do that, you first have to let my blood splatter on your body before you can do that. With your current speed, how can you possibly injure me? I can't splash you, but how about the 4 of us? We can splash you some? He glanced at Ling Lin and the others. These people weren't oil-saving. They had all suffered some minor injuries from fighting them just now. If he spilled some blood on them, it should be able to injure them. Perhaps, they would actually give their lives for their own. With this thought, He did not dare to make another move, and continuing to fight would have absolutely no advantage for him, but Gu Changa is our main objective, or rather, that magic treasure in his hand. He pondered for a while, but eventually gave up on the idea. He turned around and left, and only then did Gu Changa and the others put their hearts down. Dong Yu sighed. I was really worried that I would fall here. She smiled at Gu Changa. You know what? I didn't think you could help me. It's not over yet. Ling Lin's expression remained unchanged as she continued. He can only hold off for now, and more should be arriving later. Yeah, they're definitely not going to stop. Rowley nodded and said, that's good. Luckily, they won't make a move on us just yet. Let's level up first, and we'll come back to instruct you when we do. Strong as they are, their lack of real-world experience will be detrimental against them. That's right. Lobsang nodded. Gu Changa nodded. In front of this kind of veteran, his practical combat experience was like child's play. After a few people finished speaking, they stood up and headed outside. By now, the day had dawned, with a hint of fish belly white in the sky, and it wouldn't be long before a new day arrived. Chapter 2022 Women. Gu Changa. A dainty voice came from the side. Gu Changa followed the sound, and once she heard it, she recognized who the speaker was. Xue Qinrui just stood there dumbfounded, looking at a loss for words, her hands not knowing where to put them. When Dong Yu saw Gu Changa and then Xue Qinrui, her heart was clear, so she spoke. Well, let's go home and talk about what's going on. Ling Lin and the other woman also nodded in agreement, and the three of them left together. Now that Gong Yisun had been taken care of, there shouldn't be any more threats in Chicken City. What's more, he didn't have to worry about a great enemy like He, and Gu Changa was no longer the weakling he used to be. He had the strength to defend himself and was strong enough to guard those around him. Gu Changa looked at Xue Qinrui with a somewhat complicated expression, not understanding why she would wait for him at this time. Is this cursing me? No, it can't be. He wouldn't be so idle. Gu Changa was the first to react. What's wrong? No. Xue Qinrui hung her head and clenched her hands together. Once she met Gu Changa, all the thoughts in her heart vanished without a trace. Gu Changa's voice sounded again. I'm sorry to put you through this, and I know that a word alone won't help at all, but I wanted to talk to you anyway. Hearing these words, Xue Qinrui shook her head repeatedly. No, it's not Gu Changa. It's their own fault. It has nothing to do with Gu Changa. The corner of Gu Changa's mouth curled up into a smile. I'm relieved to hear you say that, and I realize that I'm the one who started the whole thing. Now that it's come to this, I naturally can't pretend I don't know anything, much less feel at ease. I'll make it up to you next time I have time. Hearing this, Xue Qinrui lowered her head with some disappointment, and the expression on her face dimmed, not knowing what to say to make it better, or what to say to Gu Changa. She was going to say that, but now, she couldn't say anything. After a while, she spoke with difficulty. Will you come to school tomorrow? She stared at Gu Changa with an expectant look. Maybe. Gu Changa said that he knew what he had to do, which was to seize the time to improve his strength, which was the most crucial. If you don't have enough power, then the next step is death. There is no going back. The only option is to keep going. He wanted to talk to Xue Qinrui and ask her not to come to school, but, looking at Xue Qinrui with a look of anticipation, he held back and opened his mouth. This was something that Gu Changa also knew. He felt like a forgotten rat, and even if he returned to the academy, they might not be happy, and by then, they were afraid that their moods would be all over the place. No matter what the reason was, there was no need for Gu Changa to go back to school. Although Gu Changa said so, Xue Qinrui still smiled happily and nodded her head in response. Aha! Smiling happily. When Gu Changa saw her smile, she only felt uncomfortable, and had a lot to say, but when it came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. The two chatted for a while longer. The two separated again, and Gu Changa headed toward where Rowley and the others had gone. Xue Qinrui kept staring at Gu Changa's back, and only when he walked away did she slowly avert her eyes. Then I'll leave you alone. Xue Qinrui murmured and followed suit. Gu Changa returned to Ling Lin's store, and as soon as she was seated, Dong Yu couldn't wait to ask. This is my girlfriend from college. She has such beautiful eyes. Reminds me of my college days. Rowley didn't say anything, but just turned her head to look at Gu Changa. Her face clouded over, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. Although Ling Lin didn't have the two of them arguing, and didn't argue, but just sat there resting, she had been eavesdropping the whole time. You don't think I deserve her? Gu Changa rolled her eyes at Dong Yu. What do you mean by that? How come? Dong Yu was a little disappointed, but she held her tongue. What's wrong with that? You're 12 steps. You go to her father and I bet you get a bunny-like girlfriend tonight. What's wrong with you? Gu Changa blanked him once again. If you don't go to bed early, you're here to make snide remarks. You'll have a mental shadow. Of course not. You don't have to worry. People's lives are at stake. I know what to do. Dong Yu's voice rang out. Count your blessings. Gu Changa pressed the soreness coming from her body. Gongnisan has already been taken care of by us. If we go further, we'll be facing a level 15 expert. And there's very little chance of us winning. Even if you reach level 15, it's still a very difficult thing to defeat them. Dong Yu's voice rang out. That's natural. And if they come back next time, they'll definitely use the same method against you. Moreover, they have all the means at your disposal. And as long as they are on guard, you don't stand a chance. Gu Changa nodded. That's right. Since we've brought out this trump card, we'll never scare them again. Rowley returned. We just need to become stronger. If you can reach level 16, it's absolutely fine. Even if you reach level 17, you don't have to be afraid of them. Gu Changa nodded. Makes sense. Then don't delay. Hurry up and upgrade the system. Race against time. As long as one is strong enough, everything is fine. Gu Changa got up and headed for the plant, leaving Dong Yu and the other two women sleeping there. In this battle, they had both suffered considerable injuries, and it would be impossible for them to make another move in a short period of time. Chapter 203 Furyong Headquarters. He is back at the headquarters of Fudong. A group of old men walked over. They were all the heads of Fudong and the head of the Fudong group. An old man laughed and said, "What's the situation? Did you find it?" He grunted coldly and said without a trace of humor, "Do you think I've got her?" The old man continued to smile. "You're not fooling around. You call that finished?" Yes, mister. He is joking." The crowd was deeply impressed. They all felt that he would definitely win this battle in a big way and would not lose. He didn't think he would lose. He was a 15th level existence. With this kind of power, how could he lose? The opponents were just a group of 11, 2 or 3 leveled teenagers. They were not his opponents at all, and he only needed a single blow to separate the winners from the losers. An old man with a cane and a bald head spoke up. Okay, no more fooling around. Turn it in. We've got some catching up to do." He was one of the few weakest, yet very prestigious people at the headquarters of the Restoration Dragon. "Do you take me for a joke? I didn't lose to those bear children," he said in a cold voice. For He's words, those present were still somewhat unconvinced. In their eyes, He could easily win, but He repeatedly said that he had lost, which could only mean one thing, and that was that this kid had betrayed them and wanted to keep that treasure all to himself. At that thought, the expressions and gazes of the few old men present changed. How could he not know the eyes of these people? And all of a sudden, his face turned green. No matter what, she was born and raised outside, and when she came home, she was questioned. It was an extreme anger. Moreover, he was one of the few strongest people in the country of Restoration of the Dragon. So naturally, he would not let it go. He snorted. "What's going on? You think I'm avoiding you? Hand over your treasures, and we can still retreat in one piece." The bald old man said. "Not bad. Give us the stuff and we can forget about it. Everyone makes mistakes, but that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing." A group of old guys spoke to each other, each sentence provoking the limits of He's patience. One at a time, each word cutting him like a knife. "Why don't you say anything? Being a thief? If you're not avoiding me, why don't you say anything? Why don't you say a word? How could you? He is looking out for us. You can't keep it for yourself just because of your own selfishness. You have to look out for the greater good. Have you forgotten the promise we made?" At this time, he finally couldn't hold back, and with a wave of his hand, the whole room was silent, because he had killed more than 90% of the people with that sword. Those who were still alive, on the other hand, fell to the ground with a horrified look on their faces. Everyone was trembling as they looked towards and at this moment, their hearts were thinking that he had betrayed them. He really betrayed him. They couldn't resist our interrogation at all, and they would have killed us, although they thought so in their hearts. They didn't show it. Calm down. We have something to talk about. Can we talk properly? Yes, everything is communicable. There's something to be said. We were the ones who lost control of our emotions just now, so take it easy for a moment and have a word. That's all they could say if they wanted to survive, to appease and calm him down, or none of them would be able to escape. He swept a disdainful glance at the trio and continued. "I always thought you were a bunch of idiots. I didn't realize you were so stupid. It's admirable. And the way I see you, I'm not going to talk to you. Today is the day of your death." As the words fell, he slapped out another palm. Those old men were terrified, and no matter how much they begged, he wouldn't stop attacking, directly beheading them all. Having killed everyone, he gradually calmed down, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior just now. On the contrary, he was glad that he had taken care of these idiots. This guy, he's really not an ordinary person. When I see him again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to beat him. That's just it. That's just it. None of this has anything to do with me. How they are going to be is none of my business. Now, it's time for us to go to a safe place and get some rest. Time passes slowly. Gu Changa's power grew stronger and stronger, and it took Gu Changa a long time to rise from the 12th to the 15th floor. After taking the 15th step, the aura on his body was completely different, and a terrifying aura instantly covered the chicken city. In the store, Ling Lin looked up and opened her mouth. He's already stepped into level 15. He's already among the top-tier powerhouses. Dong Yu looked up from her own office and gazed at the plant, saying, the fact that it took this guy so long to get to level 15 makes him even more helpful to me. Rao Li, who was following Gu Changa next to her, smiled slightly. Finally, I've risen to level 15, and I'm no longer afraid of being caught up. Gu Changa pulled the straw out of her mouth. Panting, Rao Li walked up to her and poured her a cup of hot water. Thanks. Gu Changa picked up the cup and drank it in one go. Nothing, Rao Li smiled weakly. It's just part of the job. How does level 15 taste? So powerful. So powerful. Never been so powerful. Like it's omnipotent. That's too much, isn't it? Gu Changa looked down. Rao Li replied with a slight smile. It's not like that. You're strong. Very strong. Not arrogant, but a very normal thing. With you saying that, I'm much more solid in my heart. Gu Changa said with a smile. Rao Li opened her mouth. Oh, I forgot to tell you one thing. That's the 3 blood moons tomorrow. It said that the beast tide, this time, is already coming to attack. Chapter 204 Grand Finale. Gu Changa was puzzled. Is this an attack on us? He had been so immersed in absorption these past few days that he hadn't paid much attention. Not that he hadn't. It was just that Rao Li hadn't told himself for fear of being in a hurry. Rao Li was also clear that this was Gu Changa's most important moment, and she couldn't be distracted by such a trivial matter, so she didn't say anything to him. Seeing Rao Li's serious face, Gu Changa realized that this matter wasn't that good. How strong is this beast tide? It has to be above level 10 in any case. Yeah, it's at least a 10th rank, and it's rumored that there are 2 15th rank ferocious beasts and hundreds of 10th rank ferocious beasts. So many. Ragnar froze. Gu Changa frowned. He also didn't expect that there were so many powerful demonic beasts participating in the battle this time. It was almost as if they were using all of their power. There were 2 of them at level 15, so they must be the 2 they were familiar with. Gu Changa asked, why are they attacking us? Rao Li spoke. It is said that it is because not long ago, the queen of that ferocious beast collapsed, and it was replaced by a ferocious beast general. This ferocious beast is known for its brutality, and after becoming the king, it gathered countless fierce beasts to have a life and death duel with the human race. Yin Ping, how did she die? Jiang Chenxi's eyes trembled. Wasn't she in good hands? You don't think so? Why did that mammoth beast suddenly die? Gu Changa asked. It's not clear. Maybe only to those of them themselves. Rao Li said with a shake of her head. Gu Changa's face was serious, and after he considered it for half a day, he still planned to go to Sister Yanma to inquire about the situation. First of all, how are we going to be able to withstand so many demonic beasts? The strength of the 10th rank demonic beasts already far exceeds ours, and at the 15th rank, perhaps we can persuade Sister Yanma to give up this war. She wasn't one to fight, that's what she told herself. If he could pull Yanma-san into his camp, then he would be a sure winner. However, Gu Changa thought that this was simply impossible, and that he would at best force Yanma out, and that would be his limit. After all, she was a ferocious beast, and although she didn't like to fight, she would still strike when faced with a ferocious beast. Gu Changa's expression grew more and more serious. Gu Changa asked, how many people do we have now? Rao Li's expression was also unpleasant as she shook her head and said, the difference in their strengths is too great to be compared to each other, and at level 15, you're the only one, followed by me, Dong Yu, and Ling Lin. When Gu Changa heard this, her heart fluttered. It wasn't that the gap was too big, it was that there was no comparison. Not a chance in hell. A 10th ranked expert was enough to make them suffer, not to mention 2 15th ranked experts. How could this be a fight? What? Don't they want to intervene? It's not the hands, it's the chicken market that's being thrown out. Is this going to sell the chicken market? That's right. Damn it, don't do it yet. They'll be next after Chicken City is overrun. How can they not understand something so obvious? Could it be that they are planning to sell our chicken market so that they can negotiate with those people? Hearing this, Gu Changa's pupils shrunk violently. I remember that the ancient dean said that our human race has at least 6 experts of the 15th rank or higher, and at most 10. This was much stronger than those ferocious beasts. If they wanted to, they could have wiped out these ferocious beasts in minutes. However, These people didn't cooperate. Instead, they let these guys move around freely. Obviously, they don't care about anyone else. They care about themselves. Has everyone in Chicken City heard about this? Gu Changga asked. It's all over the place, and those who believe have left, and those who don't believe have stayed, and those who don't believe are still in the chicken market. Who knows how far this war will go? So I urge them to get the hell out of there. There's no way around it. President, what are your plans? Gu Changga asked. Ragnar froze. So what's your plan? We don't want anything. We just want to know what you want. Chen Xiaobei looked slightly stunned. Gu Changga mused. If it's her, the best option is to leave. With our current strength, we don't stand a chance. That's absolutely certain death. Gu Changga added another sentence. I'll wait here while you and your team go. If you don't leave, can we still leave? Rowley said. They will never leave. With their temperament, it's not like you don't know well. They will never be willing. They're really Gu Changga was angry and amused. The four of us, our chances of winning are slim. The possibility of winning is low, but it's not impossible at all. Rowley smiled slightly. Also, Ragnar nodded. Gu Changga let out a hum. The next day, Gu Changga and the four of them were on top of the high wall. The people in the city had long since left, and there weren't many left. However, they were already too late. The beast tide was already approaching, and at this time, the only thing that would happen to them would be to fall into the food of the ferocious beasts. Dong Yu's voice rang out. With so many demonic beasts, I'm afraid it's hard to deal with just the four of us. Get lost if you're afraid. Ling Lin's voice rang out. Che, what are you afraid of? Dong Yu, however, was contemptuous. Gu Changga's eyes swept over the beasts, trying to find them. He's going to find Huang Yu, to find Yun Ma. Huang Yu was the demonic beast lord of this generation, and was Lin Fan's main objective, wanting to kill him. If they could catch him, these ferocious beast groups would be torn to pieces, and at that time, there was no need for them to do anything at all. These ferocious beast groups would run away on their own. Moreover, Gu Changga had another purpose, which was Yanma, and if she was willing to let go of her hand, there was a high chance that she would win. This look was a long time coming. Only then did Gu Changga realize that Huang Yu had brought Yanma and was watching her from a tree. He's alive. Huang Yu's gaze condensed and stared at Gu Changga. That bastard, egg. The Empress Mother was killed by him. Everyone can be immortal except him. Yanma looked at Gu Changga with a tangled face. Huang Yu waved his big hand and spoke. That's it then. Everyone kill Gu Changga for me. At once, a large number of ferocious beasts came pouring in. It's starting. A voice came from the distance. Gu Changga called out. Finally, Dong Yu was very excited. Ling Lin didn't say anything, jumping up and down, directly pouncing on the demonic beast. Then, Gu Changga jumped down, pounced on Huang Yu, and disappeared.